I was the village's despised scum, beaten by my father like a dead dog, but when I opened my eyes, I found myself back on the most hopeless day of my life. In my past life, I committed sins that angered my father to death, caused the demise of my devoted wife who toiled for me, and ultimately died alone and miserable in prison. But now, everything can start over. The blood scab on the back of my head and the mechanical voice in my mind tell me, I've awakened. In this era without gun or hunting bands, I will return to the mountains, using my rifle and sweat to cleanse the stains of this lifetime. Who says a good-for-nothing can't become someone others look up to? I will defy the heavens and change my fate, making all those who look down on me kneel and watch me rise. But my system actually wants me to waste my precious contract opportunity on summoning a fish? My name is Leon, and I've been reborn, even if it's at the worst possible time. You little brat, if you run away, don't you dare come back. Otherwise, see if I don't break his legs if I find him. If he's got the nerve, he can stay on that mountain forever. Lee Cohen threw these words toward the direction of the mountains, his eyes filled with disappointment. As the village chief, he was being besieged by the villagers because of his son Leanne's actions. Lee Cohen, that beast of a son of yours deserves to die in the mountains. Stealing chickens in the village was bad enough. Lure is still an innocent maiden, how can she go on living after such a disgraceful incident? Former village chief, Leanne's father, Lee Cohen stood speechless in the face of everyone's accusations. In the mountains, Leanne slowly opened his eyes on a large tree and touched the dried blood on the back of his head. Countless memories flooded into his mind like a deluge. He had been reborn. In his previous life, he was a beast who peeped at Wang Lure while she was bathing and even harassed her, getting beaten half to death by his old man. Ruining her innocence, Lure had no choice but to marry him, but a few years later, her father was angered to death by him, and Lure was also dragged down by him. In the end, he drank pesticide in despair and took his own life. He committed a crime and was imprisoned, and after his release, he lived alone and destitute until his death. This was his greatest regret. In this life, he decided to start anew and atone for his sins. At this moment, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for awakening the mountain hunting system. Contracted spirit beast, 01, mountain hunting points, 0. Leon had no time to study the system. His immediate priorities were treating his wound and solving his hunger problem. It was the 1980s, and in northeast China, April and May were a time of lingering chill after the first warmth. The mountains were rich with game. Where there was courage, there was wealth. In his previous life, he later learned many genuine skills from a hunter master. He quickly washed himself by the river. Looking at his 18 or 19-year-old body, he was quite satisfied. He was beaten and thrown out by his father, left penniless, and could only search for useful things by the riverside. He picked up a few evenly sized pebbles and put them in his pocket, then broke off some twigs. Walking along the riverbank, he suddenly sensed something and flung the stones from his pocket toward a nearby pine tree. A gray squirrel fell to the ground with a thud. Finally, a catch. It was a gray tree squirrel. Leon skillfully used a sharp stone to skin it, quickly removed the entrails, and skewered it on a tree branch to roast. He instinctively reached for a cigarette but tossed it aside. Since his rebirth, he had quit smoking. Soon, the aroma of the gray squirrel meat wafted through the air. Although there was no salt, Leon still found it deliciously sweet. After eating and drinking his fill, Leon began weaving a fish trap with the strips, using the gray squirrel's entrails as perfect bait. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. Hunted a gray squirrel, hunting value +1. He figured it out. The system had prompted him whether to spend 10 hunting points to contract the greyhound, and he had chosen to decline. Because he currently has only one contract opportunity left, he couldn't afford to waste it on a dying squirrel. After about an hour, a fish trap large enough for one person to encircle with their arms was completed. He threw the fish trap and bait into the river where he had bathed, marking the spot on the bank. Taking advantage of the early hour, Leon continued to wander through the woods. By evening, he had 2 more squirrels in his hands. These hides can be sold for money, and right now, he doesn't have a single penny. No one can stay in the mountains at night. There are black bears, big cats, and mosquitoes. He has to go home. Carrying his prey, he thought that no matter what, he couldn't avoid facing his father. He just hoped that, for the sake of the gray squirrel, he would get off with a lighter beating. When he returned home, the kerosene lamp in the house was still lit. Lee Cohen was sitting at the edge of the Kong, smoking a pipe, looking dejected. He thought he had lived an upright life, yet his son had brought him to his knees. Leon cautiously entered the room. "Father, I'm back." Lee Cohen set down his opium pipe and pulled out a thick wooden stick from the Kong bed. "You damn brat, how dare you come back? You've ruined the reputation I've spent half my life building. And you even dared to tarnish the innocence of an unmarried young woman. If I don't beat you into a pulp, it'll be like I never fathered you at all." The stick landed on Leanne's back. "Ah, ouch, Dad, I was wrong. This time I really messed up." The old village chief's house echoed with agonized cries that lasted until midnight before finally subsiding. Leon stood up, rubbing his searingly painful back. Lee Cohen was about to strike him again. "You little brat, do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? If this had happened a few years ago, you'd have been beaten to death and deserved it." Leon interrupted him. "I've made up my mind. I want to marry Lior. I'm not a child anymore, and I'll absolutely not let this embarrass you publicly. Li Kuan gestured dismissively. You want to marry her? Look at yourself first. Come with me to Wang Detzi's house tomorrow and give them an explanation yourself. Even if they beat you to death, I won't stop them this time. Li Kuan finally caught sight of the greyhound placed beside Lian, his eyes filled with astonishment. The grey squirrels are tree-dwelling and usually hard for ordinary folks to catch, unless it's the hunters from the village. Where did these things come from? Lian immediately straightened his eyebrows with pride. I caught this myself, I've made up my mind. I used to be a beast, but from now on I'll turn over a new leaf and become an artilleryman, still the old cannon, though. Before he could finish, he was struck with another blow. You goddamn wannabe gangster, looks like you're trying to make sure I never have an heir. In the village, hunters are revered figures, enjoying a comfortable life while also helping to eliminate dangers. But this is an extremely dangerous profession. Early the next morning, Lian got up and decided not to go apologize to Wang Detzi just yet, waiting until he could stand tall before going to propose marriage. Carrying yesterday's 3 gray fox pelts, he quietly slipped out of the house and headed toward the state-run store. The state-run store wasn't close to Manhwa village, and by the time we ran there, the sky was already bright. The purchasing clerk was an easy-on-the-eyes woman. Lian handed over 3 gray fox pelts while taking note of the purchase list and prices. Most of the visitors were hunters looking to sell their goods. Seeing he only had 3 pelts, they quickly lost interest. 3 good quality gray fox pelts sold for a total of $3.60. In this era, the average worker's monthly salary was only $20 to $30, and his half-day's earnings were equivalent to several days' worth for others. After getting the money, he walked into the store. Although there were no firearms, there were steel pellets. He took a liking to a curved knife, cold to the touch, its handle wrapped in coarse hemp rope, the blade a dark brown color. How much for this knife, old-timer? The shop assistant was a middle-aged man with a limp, who smiled and said, this knife costs $2.50, and comes with a leather sheath. Lian paid the money and also bought pellet-sized steel balls and inner leather sheaths. The clerk wrapped the steel balls in craft paper, hinting he had channels to sell bullets. Lian didn't ask further. He paid $3 in total. He spent 20 cents to buy 2 steamed buns by the roadside, eating them as he walked home. When he got home, his father wasn't there. Lian took a snakeskin bag and some rivets from the storage room and headed up the mountain. He hurried to the riverbank where he had placed the fish trap yesterday, fearing someone might have stolen it. The fish trap was indeed still there, but there were roe deer footprints around it, belonging to a small group of young roe deer. He pulled up the fish trap, and it felt heavy in his hands, with something thrashing around inside. He quickly waded into the water and hauled the trap up. Opening the fish trap, a large golden-scaled fish, animerecap, caught his eye. Lian shouted excitedly. This fish has a black back and golden belly, weighing at least 4 or 5 catties. Ding! Capture 3 scaled fish, hunting mountain value increased by 3, contract requires 20, whether to contract. Lian decisively chose to give up, as contracting with a fish would be of little use. Chapter 4, Hunting Sand Grouse. He dug another small water hole and placed the fish inside. It wasn't even noon yet, so Lian planned to scout the area to see if he could snag a few more gray gophers. The urgent task was to build the slingshot first. As for the frame for the slingshot, Lian had already found a target. On his way home yesterday, he had spotted an old Japanese quince tree in the woods. He hadn't paid it much mind until he noticed a fire-colored glass tree right nearby. This tree possessed excellent color and texture, favored by many in later generations for carving beads. Many believed they were the same species with different names, as their fruits and thorny branches appeared similar. In truth, however, the fire-glass tree has peeling bark, similar to the Polonia tree. Its numerous branches make it excellent material for slingshots and rolling pins. The old jujube tree, however, had a dark gray trunk with cracked bark. Lian approached the glass tree, which had completely withered, much of its outer bark rotted away. Only the inner core remained, oily and reddish. Lian selected 2 promising branches, cutting them down with his curved knife. He weighed them in his hands, satisfied with their feel. Then he took out the inner skin sheaths he'd bought from the state-run store. These inner tube sleeves resembled rubber bands but were gray in color and offered greater tensile strength. In fact, bicycle inner tubes could serve as a substitute. After trimming the branches to ensure they wouldn't chafe his hands, he secured the inner tube sleeves tightly on both ends with wire, making them ready for use. He picked up 2 stones from the ground to test his grip. Lian nodded in satisfaction. The feel was good. Now it was time to get to work. Just as Lian was confidently preparing to get down to business, he walked 500 or 600 meters without spotting a single shadow of those gray dogs. It was strange, really. These little creatures were usually quite common in the woods. He couldn't venture too far, fearing some stranger might snatch his 3 scales midway, leaving him utterly helpless. These days, there were plenty of rogues hiding in the mountains. As the saying went, no home, no land a vagrant, no steady job a rogue. Put them together, and you had a rogue. These days, many who'd committed crimes outside would head straight for the mountains, hiding out in some random spot where they'd be impossible to find. Just as he was debating whether to press on, a sudden gurgling sound echoed from ahead. A slope lay ahead. Hearing the sound, Lian's heart leapt with hope. He immediately dropped to his hands and knees, creeping forward cautiously, afraid to make a sound. It was the call of young chicks. He hadn't gone far when, wow, a whole flock of 7 or 8 sand grouse were happily foraging on the ground. Spring had just begun, and for birds like sand grouse and flying dragons, it was prime mating season. They often used their calls to attract mates. The sand grouse, more accurately called the sand-speckled chicken, was only half the size of a domestic chicken. But don't let their small size fool you, their value far surpasses that of domestic chickens. Not only do they carry more fat, but they also hold medicinal value, making them highly sought after. Seeing so many gathered together naturally made Lian's eyes light up with desire. He first took 4 or 5 steel pellets from his pocket and placed them in his palm. One slipped from his palm and shot toward the nearest bird with a sharp whistle. Thud! Standing no more than 7 or 8 meters from the flock, failure was impossible. The steel ball struck the speckled chicken squarely on the head. The startled sand-speckled chicken didn't collapse immediately. Instead, it stubbornly flapped on the ground twice before reluctantly succumbing. At Lian's movement, the remaining sand grouse immediately panicked. They began fluttering wildly into the sky. But Lian was already prepared. He raised his slingshot again, and before the next sand grouse could even react, its feet still barely off the ground, it too was struck. Lian didn't even blink now, his slingshot firing continuously with a series of sharp pops. After each shot, he didn't pause to think, the next one followed instantly. Soon, all 5 steel pellets in his hand were gone. This was a technique he'd learned from old Cannon earlier, simply called hiding pearls in hand. He held all the pellets in his palm, sliding them constantly until they quickly moved between his fingers. Of the 5 steel pellets, 4 struck the sand grouse. Unfortunately, one seemed to have only grazed its side, and the force wasn't as strong as the initial shots. Now it was flapping its wings, fluttering off to who knew where. Ding! 3 sand partridges hunted, mountain hunting value +3. Lian walked over and retrieved the 3 sand grouse he'd shot. Though these birds weren't worth much money now, they tasted quite good. Lian thought about taking them back for his father to try, but remembering his father's reaction yesterday when he heard about the hunting trip, he seriously doubted his father would even bother to cook them. No time to dwell on that now. He quickly gutted the sand grouse, threaded them onto leftover wire, and tossed them into a burlap sack. His father, though village chief, had always been incorruptible. Not only did he never supplement the household income, but it was already a blessing if he didn't dip into his own pocket. Otherwise, Lian wouldn't have to rely on stealing chickens and small game just to get a taste of meat. Just as he was happily thinking about heading home, a loud gunshot suddenly rang out. Someone was hunting. Lian instantly perked up. The gunshot was followed by the sound of dogs barking ahead. Judging by the noise, they weren't very far away. In the mountains, the real danger while hunting wasn't always the animals. You never knew who might be driven mad by greed. Most hunters ventured out alone unless they were exceptionally close friends. They never entered the mountains together. After much hesitation, he decided to turn back. It wouldn't be good if someone saw him and misunderstood. With these 3 chickens in hand, plus the 3 scales still by the waterhole, today's haul was already quite good. At least Lian was reasonably satisfied. With that thought, Lian turned and left. When he first arrived today, there had been traces of animals here, likely spotted by other hunters. In the distance, a few dog barks and scattered gunshots echoed, then all was quiet. Lian first went to where he'd stashed the 3 striped fish and found it still there. He quickly placed it into the burlap sack. Once again, he tossed some of the sand grouse's innards into the fish cage. One cage was too small, he'd have to figure out how to make more when he got back. He had deliberately brought a length of hemp rope from home this time. He cut a piece and tied it securely to the fish trap, just the right length. This would prevent it from nearly falling into the riverbed like last time. After packing his things, Lian began preparing to head down the mountain. Chapter 5, I Will Definitely Marry Lure. It was just past noon. After walking 3 or 4 miles toward the village, he could see quite a few villagers picking mushrooms in the woods. Most formed small family groups. In these lean times, no one dared be late to gather edible forage from the mountains. Many still had no concept that mushrooms could be sold for money. Most kept their harvest for their own consumption. The prime time for mushroom picking was early morning, as mushrooms grew rapidly. Most varieties would bloom within just a few hours after the best picking time passed, always leaving those who wanted to gather them feeling heartbroken. Lian, heading back along the path, found few people in the deep mountains and gathered quite a few mushrooms along the way. Though mostly hazelnut mushrooms and small yellow mushrooms, they would make a delicious stew with sand-spotted chicken. On the return trip, perhaps preoccupied with mushroom hunting, he hadn't spotted any game worth hunting. Suddenly, Lian's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward a few steps. Holy cow! Beneath a withered old pine tree ahead, a small cluster of morels had sprouted. These were rare treasures, small in size but unmatched in flavor and nutrition. Without hesitation, Lian plucked them and stuffed them into his burlap sack. With these, his family wouldn't worry about meals for days. Lian patted the burgeoning burlap sack on his back, feeling increasingly satisfied. This 3-striped snake would surely fetch a good price at the Guamao store. As he slowly emerged from the woods, figures from the village began to appear. Suddenly, Lian felt a surge of emotion welling up in his eyes. Looking at these faces so familiar yet strangely unfamiliar, he could even call out each person's name. Auntie San, out picking mushrooms this early? Lian quickened his pace, calling out to the woman not far ahead of him. The woman, who had been walking forward, heard someone call her name and turned to look back. But that glance proved fateful. Her expression darkened instantly. Not only did she ignore him, but she tugged her daughter beside her and quickened her pace by a full third. Lian's outstretched hand froze awkwardly mid-air. Nearby, several people chatted and laughed as they made their way back out of the woods. Upon seeing Lian approach, they immediately fell silent. Some of the younger girls visibly paled, as if they had encountered a specter. Maorton was a small settlement, barely 100 households at most. News of Lian's actions yesterday had already spread throughout the village, and even neighboring settlements had heard whispers. This only added another layer of disgrace to his already tarnished reputation. Lian gave a wry smile and rubbed his nose. Having lived through his previous life, he knew exactly how others saw him. There was no way around it. This would have to change gradually, through subtle influence. If he tried to tell people now that he wasn't that good-for-nothing kid anymore, even his own father wouldn't believe it, let alone outsiders. Put. Scum. As Lian walked along, a sudden curse rang out from behind him. Turning around, he saw a girl with a ponytail, looking rather feisty, glaring at him angrily. Lian recognized her, Li Shufan, the daughter of Li Fa from the village. She was the same age as Wang Luer, and their families lived right across from each other, so they were usually good friends. Li Shufan had always been bold. Her father, Li Fa, was something of a local hero in the village, often hunting small game. This earned him respect, and while others feared Lian, she certainly didn't. By family seniority, Lian should actually address her as aunt. Seeing Lian, Li Shufan's instinct was to turn and run. In her past life, Wang Luer had suffered much at Lian's hands, and Li Shufan had often stood up for her. He himself had endured countless beatings from her. This woman was no ordinary shrew. He forced his legs, which were itching to flee, to stay put. He gave Li Shufan a smile, scratched his head, and put on an innocent expression. "Oh, it's you, Auntie. I just went into the mountains to hunt a few small beasts. How did that make me a scoundrel?" Lian's silence would have been better. Hearing him speak only made Li Shufan's anger surge even higher. "You hunting? You're not afraid of being laughed to death if people hear about it? Who doesn't know what kind of scum you are? That poor girl lose such a fine young woman ruined by a beast like you." Li Shufan shot Lian a contemptuous glance as she spoke, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Auntie, watch your words. This mountain belongs to everyone. Why shouldn't I hunt?" With that, he dropped the burlap sack slung over his shoulder and pulled out a sand-spotted partridge. He waved it in front of Li Shufan as if to show off. "This is the little beast I hunted this morning." Seeing Lian actually produce something, Li Shufan looked genuinely surprised. She recognized this sand-speckled chicken. Her own father had hunted them before. The flavor was exceptionally delicious and easily distinguishable from domesticated chickens. But she still didn't give Lian a proper look. In her eyes, this sand-speckled chicken wasn't anything special. Besides, Lian was used to stealing chickens and dogs in the village. Seeing a flock of sand-speckled chickens in the woods and catching one wasn't a big deal. It didn't change his nature. "It's just one sand-speckled chicken. What's there to brag about?" Before she could finish, Lian climbed out 2 more from the burlap sack. 3 sand-speckled chickens displayed before them. Not just Li Shufan, but even the people trickling out of the woods were taken aback. Though sand grouse weren't rare, they were notoriously cunning birds. They could even fly short distances, and once you caught one, the rest would scatter. Rarely could you bag a second. But Lian had pulled 3 straight from the sack. Even those who'd initially looked down on him couldn't help but pause, curious, to take a second look. "Oomph. So what if you lucked out and caught a few sand-speckled chickens? You can't fake the fact that you mistreated Luer." The whole village already knew about it, and Li Shufan didn't care if anyone overheard as she confronted him. Seeing her fierce demeanor, Lian found unexpected resolve. He tossed the sand-spotted chickens back into the burlap sack and locked eyes with Li Shufan. "I call you Auntie out of respect, but you're actually a year younger than me. I happened to pass by Luer's house by accident when this unpleasantness occurred. Besides, I never said I wouldn't take responsibility. I'll definitely marry Luer back home." Lian's thunderous declaration left those around him utterly stunned. Li Shufan felt her brain freeze for several seconds before erupting in fury. She rolled up her sleeves and lunged at Lian. "You bastard, don't you ever look in the mirror and see what you are? Dream on about marrying Luer." Lian, who had just regained a shred of confidence from Li Shufan, was knocked back down to earth by her 2 punches. One arm hoisting the burlap sack, the other shielding his head, he turned and bolted back home. As the 2 figures faded into the distance, this farce seemed to finally draw to a close. But today's events would surely spread like wildfire through the village once more. Chapter 6, Li Guozi's appetite awakened. Lian finally made it back home after taking several blows, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That tiger woman was truly fierce. He set the burlap sack by the edge of the yard and glanced around. His father still hadn't returned. It should be about time. Safety precautions were paramount this season. Many people went into the mountains daily to gather mushrooms, often unwittingly venturing deep into the wilderness. Never mind the deep mountains these days, there were plenty of cases of bears coming down to the villages and hurting people. Even the outer mountains could be dangerous, so safety awareness campaigns were essential. Leon fetched a large basin from the kitchen, filled it with water, and placed the 3 scaled pears inside. The 3 striped scorpionfish, easily weighing 4 or 5 pounds, looked more and more delightful the longer Leon stared at it. Then he returned to the kitchen and looked at the messy pile, and his heart grew bitter. His mother had passed away early, and with Lee Kun constantly occupied with village affairs, he had received little guidance growing up, let alone learning to tidy the house. Even the kitchen was a complete mess, a stark reminder of how vital a woman's presence was in this household. Leon first drew some water and lit a fire to warm it up, preparing to remove the chicken feathers later. In his spare time, he gave the kitchen a quick tidy. Dust had settled thickly on many of the kitchen utensils, so Leon simply tossed them all into the sink to be rinsed. By the time he finished cleaning, the water in the pot had boiled. Leon first found several small basins, placed the sand-speckled chickens in them, and poured hot water over them. Of course, this hot water needed to be mixed with cold water to maintain a temperature of around 60 degrees Celsius. If it were boiling water, the meat would be half-cooked before the feathers even came off. The tail feathers that came off could be saved as decorations or later used as decoys to attract sand-speckled chickens during hunts. The down feathers could be used as lining for the pull rods of blowers. After processing them, Leon casually hung 2 of the birds in the yard and chopped the 3rd one directly into chicken pieces. It had been ages since his family had eaten any meat. Even the 2 greyhounds brought in yesterday were still untouched by Lee Kun. Paired with mushrooms foraged from the mountains, a mere sprinkle of salt and a touch of scallions and ginger transformed it into a pot of exquisite delicacy. Every so often, the kitchen would release the unmistakable aroma of sand-spotted chicken stewed with hazelnut mushrooms, wafting far down the alley. It was strange how stewed meat in this era always smelled so incredibly good, detectable from a great distance. Yet in later times, stewing meat in the kitchen often yielded no scent at all once you stepped outside. What is that smell? It's so delicious. Li Gui's wife next door had just returned from gathering mushrooms in the mountains. She'd spread them out on a winnowing basket to dry before heading into the kitchen to cook. Li Guazi was notorious in the village for his laziness. Rumor had it he once wanted to follow others into the mountains as a gunman. But the young man knew nothing, he simply couldn't stand the hardships of farm life. He thought hunting in the mountains would bring quick rewards and earn him respect. But on his very first trip into the mountains, he encountered a wild boar and broke his leg. If it hadn't been for old Gun Su from the village who happened to come across him, he would have lost his life right there. Later, Su Laopao mentioned it wasn't even a particularly large boar, weighing only 60 or 70 jin. Li Guazi had panicked upon seeing the boar, firing a shot at random. Not only did he fail to kill it, but he only provoked its ferocity. At the time, old Gun Su had actually admired Li Guazi's courage. Plus, since he only had a daughter, he'd thought he could take on an apprentice. Little did he know Li Guazi would be scared out of his wits. Already somewhat useless, he now became even more of a good-for-nothing. But he wasn't like Leon stole chickens and dogs. Li Guazi lacked even the courage for petty theft, relying instead on his wife gathering mushrooms or doing odd jobs to survive. The scent of cooking finally coaxed Li Guazi off the heated bed. Spotting his wife bustling about the kitchen, he grinned from ear to ear. "What's cooking today, wife? It smells amazing." He even leaned in to sniff the air, his face beaming with delight. Seeing her husband's pathetic state, his wife's frustration boiled over. Her previously neutral expression darkened instantly. "What's for dinner?" "Stewed mushrooms with 2 steamed buns." "What else do you want?" Completely captivated by the aroma, Li Guazi didn't notice his wife's displeased expression. He squinted and waved a finger in front of her face. Wait, I smell stewed meat. Quick, let me see what kind of meat we've stewed today. I'm starving." Before he could finish, his wife's slap landed squarely on his face. "Braised meat? You're just craving meat like a madman. Where'd you even get the meat?" "Lying around on the Kong all day. I'd braise you if I could." Li Guazi hadn't expected a surprise greeting, just a barrage of scolding from his wife. But he didn't get angry. Truth be told, even a rotten to the core person had his virtues. He might be lazy, cowardly, and a glutton, but he had thick skin. Hearing his wife say there was no stew, he immediately pressed his face close, flashing his yellow teeth and asking, "Can you smell the stew aroma?" His wife had been busy and hadn't noticed anything until now. Hearing Li Gui's words, she finally caught the distinct scent of meat wafting through the air. She sniffed carefully and confirmed it. Curiosity piqued, she thought it odd. Logically, it shouldn't be possible. Their house sat right on the edge of the hamlet, and beyond that lay only Li Kuan's family. But despite being the village head, everyone knew what kind of person Li Kuan was. He wouldn't even spare oil for meals, let alone stew meat. None of his household seemed particularly well off. Yet this aroma seemed to be wafting from Li Kuan's house. The scent stirred Li Gui's appetite once more. "The village chief's family is stewing meat today," his wife remarked. "That's quite rare. That man usually can't even bring himself to add oil to his meals." Why is he stewing meat today? His wife found it odd but didn't say much. What others ate was their business. But Li Guozi wasn't about to let it go. Honey, we live so close to the village chief's place, yet we hardly ever chat. Why don't we drop by for a visit and a natter today? Li Guozi's wife knew the moment he opened his mouth what he was up to. He'd set his sights on those two pieces of meat in their pot. Her already sullen face darkened further. Go ahead if you must. I'm not about to embarrass myself. These days, if you drop by someone's house for a chat and they're cooking, you turn right back around. Let alone when they're stewing meat. Times were tough for everyone, but Li Guozi, thick-skinned as ever, started walking toward Lian's house. Chapter 7, Fragrant Stewed Chicken with Mushrooms. Meanwhile, Lian saw the chicken stew was nearly done. He scooped up half a spoonful of the oily broth and tasted it. Smacking his lips, he found the saltiness just right, then replaced the lid. It was now past noon, and Li Kuan would be returning soon. No sooner had Lian replaced the lid than he heard movement at the door. Stepping outside, he saw Li Kuan approaching. As usual, an old tobacco pipe dangled from his mouth, and he wore a gray-brimmed cap. Perhaps from years of wear, his dark blue Zhongshan suit had faded to a pale blue. Li Kuan wore his usual meticulous expression. Spotting Lian standing in the doorway, he glared at him without a word. Yesterday they'd agreed to go together to Wang Diji's house to apologize. Though the family didn't have much to offer, those two gray dogs would be a modest but sincere gesture. But Lian was nowhere to be found come morning. Li Kuan ended up going to Wang Diji's place alone, only to find the door firmly shut in his face. Now, seeing Lian come over, it would be strange if he gave him a friendly look. Dad, come eat. Lian seemed oblivious to his father's glare, hurrying to call Li Kuan. He then went inside, lifted the pot lid, took out the large bowls he'd washed earlier from the cupboard, and scooped 2 bowls of chicken. Though Li Kuan was annoyed, he knew his son well enough. What puzzled him was that Lian had always eaten at home before. When had this kid picked up kitchen skills? Tapping his pipe stem against his shoe sole, he walked curiously toward the kitchen, the aroma of meat wafting through the air long before he reached it. He wondered if someone had caught a small animal while foraging for mushrooms on the mountain, but didn't think much of it. However, when he saw the chicken meat Lian had served in the bowls, his temper flared instantly. Before Lian could react, Li Kuan had already pulled the pipe he'd tucked into his waistband back out. He delivered 3 swift whacks to Lian's head. Ah! Dad, what are you doing? Lian clutched his head in pain and crouched down on the ground. What am I doing? I'm teaching you a lesson, you little bastard. After causing such a huge mess yesterday, you still dare to steal someone's chicken today? Just you wait, I'll beat the crap out of you. Li Kuan made a move to strike again, and Lian finally understood. His old man thought he'd stolen today's chicken meat. No wonder he'd pulled stunts like this before. Lian quickly reached out to stop Li Kuan. Dad, don't get so worked up. I didn't steal these chickens, I hunted them in the mountains. If you don't believe me, look outside the kitchen. There are 2 more hanging there. They're all sand-speckled chickens. Hearing Lian's words, he instinctively glanced to the side. The other 2 chickens were indeed hanging in the courtyard. He hadn't noticed them earlier because he'd been lost in thought, but now that Lian mentioned it, he saw them hanging there. Sand-spotted chickens were quite distinct from domesticated ones, easily tellable apart by both size and head shape. Having served as village chief for so many years, Li Kuan certainly knew his sand-spotted chickens. Realizing he'd wrongly accused his son, he finally put away his tobacco pipe. But given his stubborn nature, he couldn't bring himself to apologize. Still fuming from earlier, he gave Lian a cold shoulder. Lian, who had been beaten, showed no anger. Seeing his father tuck the tobacco pipe back into his belt, he hurriedly brought over a bowl of meat soup from the stove. Dad, try some. Everyone says this stuff boosts your energy and blood. Li Kuan still eyed Lian suspiciously. When had his son become so attentive? Before, he'd act like a mouse seeing a cat whenever he spotted his father, yet now he was voluntarily cooking for him. Watching Lian bring over the chicken and mushroom soup, Li Kuan instinctively swallowed hard. The bowl was brimming with chicken and mushrooms, topped with a thick layer of oil. The aroma wafting from it instantly stirred his appetite. Li Kuan, who had been about to say something, immediately shut his mouth. Father and son sat at the wooden table outside, devouring the meal heartily. Lian took a bite. Perhaps because his current body hadn't tasted rich flavors in so long, the chicken was so delicious he nearly swallowed his tongue along with it. Lian occasionally snuck into the village to steal chickens, but Li Kuan hadn't tasted meat in ages. Forget lecturing, Lian was now hunched over the table, shoveling food into his mouth. Just as they were eating heartily, Li Guai walked in from outside. The aroma was already overwhelming, but now, seeing the gleaming chicken meat in their bowls, his eyes widened instantly, and drool nearly dripped from his mouth. Li Kuan heard the commotion outside and glanced up. Recognizing Li Guozi, he flushed with embarrassment, remembering how he and his brother had been devouring the food like starving ghosts. Uncle Guai, what brings you here today? Lian hurriedly fetched a stool from the guest room and scooped a bowl of chicken soup from the pot. The speckled chicken wasn't large to begin with, and after Lian had carefully portioned it out, only 2 pieces of chicken and some mushrooms remained. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Well, I caught a sand-spotted chicken in the mountains today. Uncle Guai, try my cooking. Uncle Li had entered unsure what to say after all. Asking for food at someone else's home was awkward, no matter how thick one's skin. But Lian gave him an easy way out. Li Guazi flushed and smiled. Bad timing, I really haven't eaten yet. I won't stand on ceremony then. He promptly took a sip of the chicken soup, its flavor making him squint his eyes in delight. Though Li Guazi was lazy, Lian held a favorable impression of him. In the village, he might be the only one who didn't look down on Lian. After all, they were all lowlifes no one had the right to judge. When Lian had been released from prison, the villagers had looked at him with utter contempt. Only Li Guazi had given him 2 mixed flour steamed buns to eat on his journey as he left. Those 2 multigrain buns alone made this bowl of chicken soup worth it. Li Kuan, however, shot him a glare. Lian pretended not to notice, chatting and laughing with Li Guai. How's the flavor, Uncle Guai? Uncle Li Guai was practically swallowing his tongue with delight. Munching on his buns, he gave Lian a thumbs up. When did you learn to cook like this, Anzi? I haven't had chicken this good in ages, it's so tender. After saying this, he looked at Lian with some curiosity. It wasn't like he'd never eaten chicken before. But today's chicken was noticeably more plump and succulent, so he asked with a puzzled expression. Anzi, this chicken tastes different from the usual farm-raised kind. Especially the head, the comb is way too small. Hearing Li Guai's words, Lian's eyes narrowed. Uncle Guai, this isn't some backyard chicken. It's a sand-spotted pheasant I hunted in the woods. What the hell is that? Li Guai's surprise deepened at Lian's words. He'd assumed Lian was just hiding some farm-raised chicken. No wonder he dared to cook chicken so brazenly at home, he had something to fall back on. Li Guazi gave Lian another thumbs up, but this time, his eyes betrayed a different kind of look. Chapter 8, The Greatest Contributor. With all that food in the pot, the 3 grown men polished it off in no time. As Li Guai was leaving, Lian ladled him another bowl of chicken soup, saying it was for his aunt to try when she got home. These days, no one would turn down a bowl of soup after all, their daily meals were pitifully lacking in even a drop of oil. Watching his son recline in a deck chair under the sun, digesting his meal, Li Kuan felt a complex mix of emotions. Deep down, he never wanted his son to go hunting in the mountains. As an elder, he'd seen too many hunters meet their end in those woods. Yet the mountains held an inexhaustible allure, drawing countless souls to venture in, one after another. But after yesterday's incident, his son had clearly changed. Seeing his son finally doing something worthwhile, he dared not abruptly cut him off. If his son reverted to his old, carefree ways, it would truly be a case of losing more than he gained. He deftly drew his pipe from his belt and tapped it against his shoe. Lian, ever observant, saw his father tapping the pipe and jogged over to refill it with tobacco. Li Kuan drew a deep drag, his gaze growing even more complex. You little bastard, you really want to beg for food in the mountains? Hearing his father speak, Lian grew serious. Dad, I've thought this through. Nowadays, many people think life outside is better than here in the mountains, and they keep leaving. But these mountains are the wealth our ancestors left us. Life in the village isn't necessarily worse. What if I don't agree? Li Kuan spoke with remarkable calm, merely tapping his tobacco pipe lightly. Lian exhaled a long breath. As someone who had lived this life twice, he understood his father's heart. No father would want his son to walk the path of danger daily. Compared to a child's safety, all that wealth and glory seemed trivial. Peace and safety were all that mattered. Further words would be futile now. Lian offered no more explanation. He rose to clear the tableware, confident his father would eventually come to respect his decision. Watching Lian's retreating figure, Li Kuan felt strangely unfamiliar yet oddly familiar. It was as if he was seeing the version of himself who had once been so determined to do something for the village. Cleaning up the chicken feathers was simple enough, just wash them and place them in a basket to dry on the wall. It was barely past noon, and Lian couldn't sit idle. He planned to take another stroll through the woods this afternoon. Meanwhile, Li Guai had already returned home carrying a large bowl of chicken soup. Li Guai saw his wife sitting on the kong, ready to eat. Her plate held mushrooms simmered in broth. Though such dishes could be delicious when prepared well, this one contained barely a drop of oil, just a pitiful sprinkle of salt. How tasty could it possibly be? Li Guazi excitedly rushed over, placing the bowl of chicken soup before his wife. Ingzi, I brought a bowl of chicken soup from the old village chief's house. Try some. You know what? That stinker Lian's cooking skills aren't half bad. Ingzi stared at the bowl before her, surprised. Though it contained little meat, the mushrooms were plentiful, and a layer of golden orange oil glistened on top, making it look incredibly appetizing. You really got fed at the village chief's house? Ingzi would never have believed the village chief's family could afford meat before. Their circumstances weren't much better than hers. But this bowl of chicken soup right in front of her forced her to believe it. Then Ingzi seemed to snap out of it. She pushed the bowl of soup toward Li Guazi with a look of disgust. Where did you snatch this chicken from? I'm not eating it. Li Guazi froze at her words, then burst into laughter. Ingzi, this chicken wasn't stolen by Lian. When we were about to eat, I specifically checked the head. It clearly wasn't a farm-raised chicken, so I asked about it. Guess what? That chicken was a sand-spotted pheasant Lian hunted down in the mountain woods.
The kid wants to be an artilleryman.
Li Guozi finished speaking, and Yingzi's eyes widened in shock.
What? Lian wants to be an artilleryman.
Her loud voice startled Li Guozi, nearly knocking over the food on the Kong. He placed the chicken soup back in front of Yingzi, feeling deeply moved.
Who would have thought? The notorious troublemaker in the village actually wants to join the artillery now. This time, Yingzi didn't turn away.
Instead, she hugged the bowl of chicken soup and began to eat. Though she still couldn't quite believe it, her opinion of Lian had shifted just a little.
Strange, why can't I find them? Lian kept searching through the woods. Logically, this flock of sand-spotted chickens foraging here couldn't have appeared suddenly.
These birds might roam freely, but they wouldn't relocate their nests in such a short time.
Unless something dangerous had happened, there should be eggs nearby.
Compared to the sand grouse themselves, their eggs were the real prize in later generations. You couldn't even buy them. Yet, aside from a few feathers scattered by startled birds, the area was bare. Just as Lian was about to move forward to see if he could hunt something else, he suddenly heard movement in the grass beside him. He quickly grabbed his slingshot and moved toward the rustling area. Parting the nearby weeds, Lian suddenly exclaimed in surprise.
Holy crap, it hasn't run away. Lying in the thicket was a sand-speckled chicken.
Its feathers were stained with blood, and it looked sickly and weak, a stark contrast to its morning self. This was the one Lian had wounded earlier. It had flapped its wings frantically, making him think it had escaped.
He never imagined it would be hiding here.
Thank goodness he came back to check, otherwise, who knows what beast would have gotten the better of it once it died. Hurriedly clearing away the weeds, the sand grouse grew frantic upon seeing Lian. But utterly drained of strength, it merely flapped its wings twice before falling still.
And there was a surprise.
Beneath the sand-speckled chicken lay a nest of eggs, 5 or 6 of them, clearly laid days ago. No wonder Lian hadn't found them before the sand-speckled chicken built its nest with such careless abandon, choosing any thicket of grass as its home. Only the very bottom was slightly flattened without parting the weeds. The eggs would have remained completely hidden. After discovering the first clutch, Lian's luck began to turn. This time, he focused on searching areas with thicker undergrowth. True to his expectations, within half an hour, his burlap sack held over 30 eggs. He carefully lined the sack with dry grass to prevent the eggs from breaking, then set off back home, satisfied. Glancing at the dead sand-speckled chicken in his hands, Lian couldn't resist giving it a firm kiss. It was the biggest contributor to his success today. Just as Lian was about to head back, he suddenly heard a whimpering sound nearby. His hair stood on end, and cold sweat ran down his back. After repeatedly confirming it wasn't an infant's cry, he slowly exhaled in relief. In these times when people couldn't even feed themselves properly, though abandoning children wasn't common, it had to be admitted that in this era of son preference, tossing babies into the mountains still happened from time to time. Following the whimpering sound into the woods, it didn't take long before he spotted its source. A sticky little kitten lay in the woods, its leg clearly injured. It limped as it moved, its left leg noticeably swollen compared to the right. Spotting the approaching figure, the kitten's cries grew more pitiful, yet its injured leg left it helplessly stranded where it lay. Chapter 9, The First Contract Pet. Lian reached out his hand. Even in these mountains, some feral cats roamed. But they were vicious creatures, preying on many stray dogs and flying dragons. Yet the instant his hand touched the kitten, Lian froze. A system prompt sounded in his ear.
Bond with lynx cub? Requires 5 mountain hunting points.
The tiny creature in his palm meowed pitifully, appearing no different from an ordinary cat until Lian noticed the 2 tufts of fur atop its ears. I don't know if it's just my luck, but this lynx is a real bully up in the mountains.
Even wolves can't stand up to him alone.
Suddenly, the dog barks I heard this morning popped into my head.
A bold idea quietly took root in his mind. Perhaps contracting a lynx wouldn't be such a bad idea.
Many hunters in the mountains kept dogs as assistants. They often ventured into the wilderness in packs, and when prey was spotted, the dogs would help their masters pin down the target, creating an opening for the shot. For smaller prey, the dogs could even retrieve the animals without their owners lifting a finger. But their primary value extends beyond hunting. When danger arises, they would risk everything to shield their masters from harm.
Should I contract the lynx cub? The system's voice interrupted Lian's thoughts once more. Contract lynx cub?
Lian's voice trembled with excitement. This was his very first contracted pet. The golden ticket from his rebirth was swiftly revealing its full potential before him.
Contract successful. Lynx cub, attack 2, defense 1, speed 3, stamina 210.
The lynx cub is injured.
Would you like to spend 2 mountain hunting points to heal it?
Lian agreed without hesitation. With yesterday's points included, he now possessed 8 mountain hunting points, more than enough to heal the lynx cub's injuries. As Lian made his choice, a streak of green light flashed across the cub's body. Its wounds healed at a visible pace. The kitten's gaze toward Lian now held none of its earlier wariness or fear, but instead overflowed with dependence. It affectionately nuzzled Lian's palm, choosing a comfortable angle before closing its eyes. Looking at the little creature in his hands, Lian gave a wry smile. He could distinctly feel an invisible thread connecting him and the young lynx. For some reason, when he faced the little lynx, it felt as though he were looking at his own child. Though its injuries had healed, the young lynx remained extremely weak from prolonged starvation and being filthy. Hunting today was out of the question. He'd have to find a way to get the lynx something to eat. Back home, Lee Cohen wasn't there, probably still busy at the village committee. Leon took 2 eggs from the burlap sack, cracked them into a bowl, and boiled some hot water. Perhaps sensing the scent of food, the little lynx, which had slept throughout the journey, opened its tiny eyes and scanned its surroundings. After resting during the trip, its condition had visibly improved. Leon, like a loving father, gently stroked the lynx's head before placing the bowl of eggs before it. Though small in size, the cub had outgrown its milk-drinking stage and could now eat other foods. Crucially, it was still early spring, and Leon had nowhere to procure milk for it. Perhaps the bowl's rim was too high. The cub, eager for the egg, plunged headfirst into it. Leon quickly pulled it out, fearing it might choke. "Look at you, such a glutton. From now on, you'll be called Tiger Stump." As if sensing the name, the little lynx gave 2 soft barks at Leon. He dared not let it eat from the bowl again and fetched a plate from the room. This would be Tiger Stump's temporary eating utensil. Watching the cub devour its meal with relish, Leon felt immensely satisfied with his first contracted pet. Though the little lynx was still small now, it was growing rapidly. Within half a year, it would become a capable forest hunter. In truth, it wouldn't even take half a year. In 2 or 3 months, it would be able to hunt smaller animals on its own. Looking at the sand grouse hanging on the wall, he'd eaten one at noon, but by evening he'd managed to catch another, effectively making up for the loss. Without a refrigerator, hanging them outside meant they'd either be snatched by wild cats or dogs, or spoil within days. Leon had quite a few relatives, but over the years, few had kept in touch except for his aunt, who demarried far away. Coupled with the harsh realities of human relationships he personally experienced in his previous life, he lost all sense of familial warmth toward these so-called relatives. So Leon decided to send 2 chickens to his wife's family, or rather, to Wang Diji's household. But he knew Wang Diji's fiery temper. In his previous life, this very act had landed him beaten half to death by Wang Diji. Had it not been for some villagers who couldn't bear to watch, and the fact that the damage was already done, he might have ended up in serious trouble. Even now, recalling that incident sent involuntary shivers down Leon's spine. No, this task had to go to Wang Guifan. Though the woman was feisty herself, she was still a better option than going directly to Wang Diji's house. No time to waste. Leon grabbed a cardboard box, stuffed it with corn husks, and settled the little lynx inside. He then plucked 2 sand-spotted chickens from the wall, paused, scooped Sand Ao Lin out of the water basin, and headed out. Meanwhile, Lee Cohen, who had already finished his lunch, couldn't quite tell whether his son's change was for better or worse. Yet he felt his own back seemed to stand a little straighter as he walked today. His stride carried more vigor than before. The security chief of the village brigade watched Lee Cohen approach with a look of surprise. "Old Lee, you must have had a good meal. How come you're so full of beans?" Lee Cohen, who had been smiling and ready to discuss upcoming militia training plans, glared at him upon hearing this. "Director Phone, as an official of the organization, you must always be mindful of your personal conduct." After saying this, Lee Cohen turned to leave. But then he paused, turned back, and forcefully snatched a small box of tobacco from the security chief's pocket. He refilled his pipe and muttered under his breath, "Can't even talk nonsense." With that, he strode into the office, leaving Director Fong standing there a bit dumbfounded. If his earlier words had been a joke, now Fong genuinely wondered if Lee Cohen had truly lost his mind. Something was off. Very off. After speaking, he turned and suddenly remembered that Lee Cohen hadn't returned the tobacco box he'd snatched. Now, as he realized this, he saw that the tobacco Lee Cohen had stuffed into his pipe was nearly gone, and he was about to refill it. "Hey! Stop smoking. These were specially bought for me by my son from the city. Don't you dare smoke them all, you bastard." He looked utterly heartbroken as he snatched the pack back from Lee Cohen's hands. Seeing his heartbroken expression, Lee Cohen only sneered coldly twice. Such a cheapskate. Chapter 10, Meat for Wang Luer's Family. When he found Li Shufan, she was sitting in the courtyard scrubbing animal hides, her legs spread wide apart. A large laundry tub sat between them, her pant legs casually rolled up, revealing 2 gleaming white calves. Leon glanced at the pile of cleaned hides beside her. Most belonged to small creatures like gray foxes or weasels. Only at the bottom lay 2 roe deer pelts. Li Shufan's father primarily hunted small game, and though these were common skins, their scattered collection could still fetch a decent sum. Li Shufan hummed a tune as she scrubbed the pelts, feeling an indescribable satisfaction at the sight of them. These represented her father's entire year's harvest. With pelts commanding a premium now, they were sure to fetch a good price. Her family was relatively well off in the village. Most of her peers were sallow and thin, but she remained plump and rosy-cheeked from the constant nourishment. She had long secretly resolved to marry a skilled hunter someday. At this thought, a faint blush suddenly spread across her fair cheeks, and her usually clear eyes now held a hint of inexplicable haze. "What are you thinking about, Sister Shufan? Tell me too." Leon set aside the spotted chicken and 3 striped fish he was holding and edged closer to Li Shufan. He'd actually been there for a while, thinking she could see him directly.
But no matter how he swayed back and forth, he seemed as invisible as a ghost. Even waving his hand right in front of her eyes, she didn't notice. Add to that the visible flush on Li Shufan's face, and Lian would have thought she'd taken some kind of aphrodisiac. The sudden voice startled Li Shufan so badly she instinctively stumbled backward, nearly tumbling off her stool. Looking up to see the grinning face of the intruder only deepened her embarrassment and anger. Remembering the thoughts that had just filled her mind, Li Shufan felt her face burn. "Lian, what the hell are you sneaking around for?" Li Shufan grabbed the rag and flung it at Lian without aiming. Regardless of whether it hit, she leaped up from the stool, ready to beat him senseless. Lian was startled by her reaction. He had no idea what was going through Li Shufan's mind at that moment. He thought, has this old woman eaten gunpowder today? She's so fierce. Seeing Li Shufan still ready to beat him, he quickly raised both hands in a surrender gesture. "Stop. Stop it. Sis, I just wanted you to help deliver something to Wang Luer's place today. That's all." Li Shufan snorted viciously. "Deliver something? What could you possibly have to give, you worthless little punk?" Before she could finish, her eyes widened at the sand-spotted chicken and three-striped lizard lying on the ground beside her. She knew Lian had caught several sand-speckled chickens this morning. Though they weren't easy to find, with some effort, their tracks could always be discovered deep in the mountains. This three-striped lizard was a real treasure in such a large specimen. It would fetch a hefty sum in the county town. "Are you sure all this is meant for Wang Luer's family?" Li Shufan pointed at the items on the ground, her eyes brimming with suspicion. The thing was, Lian had always been a scourge in the village. Nothing that ever came into his hands was ever heard to be given away. Only after Lian repeatedly confirmed it did Li Shufan reluctantly believe him. After all, the items were right in front of her. If Lian dared to renege, Li Shufan was certain she could beat him to a pulp. After a moment's thought, Li Shufan lowered her fists and gave Lian a satisfied pat on the shoulder. "Guess you've got a shred of conscience left, you bastard. But mark my words, what you did to Luer won't be forgotten. This is just a little interest on that debt." Sure enough, Lian's prediction proved correct. Li Shufan would definitely accept these items. As for whether she'd secretly keep them for herself after he left, he wasn't the least bit worried. His past life had taught him about Li Shufan's character. Even though married life hadn't been smooth sailing for her, she had always treated Wang Luer like a sister after they started their family. For that, Lian had taken his fair share of beatings from her. Yet after his release from prison, he had never heard from her again. Lian knew he couldn't rush things with Wang Luer, he had to proceed slowly. This time, he didn't want to force her into marriage like he had in his previous life. He wanted Wang Luer to willingly marry him, Lian, and live a life envied by all. Wang Shufan accepted Lian's gifts mainly because she knew Wang Luer's family wasn't well off either. Her father, Wang Diji, was a carpenter. In the village, no one dared claim their woodcarving skills surpassed his. Unfortunately, he later broke his leg and now could only supplement their income by making furniture for others. Her mother, however, was quite industrious. One could always spot her gathering mushrooms on the mountain. Though the Wang Shufan household had enough to eat, it was barely enough to fill their bellies. When it came to helping Wang Luer's family, her father was the first to object. After delivering the goods, Lian didn't linger. It was getting late, and he had to continue gathering in the mountains tomorrow. Besides, he couldn't shake the unease of leaving Huduan alone at home. What if his father spotted him and mistook him for a stray cat's kitten, only to abandon him again? Lian hurried home. The sun, like a mischievous child, had vanished behind the mountains as quickly as it had appeared. Yet the moon in the sky shone like a millstone at home, exceptionally bright. Moonlight spilled across the ground, casting shadows so distinct they could be seen. Before the era of industrial pollution, the weather outside was always so clear, and even the air felt exceptionally fresh. Back home, Li Koan had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him to eat. Previously, Lian would have looked at Li Koan like a mouse seeing a cat. But today, he sat down at the table without hesitation, ready to eat. This left Li Koan feeling a bit at a loss. The evening meal was simple, a pot of stir-fried wild greens paired with a bowl of rice porridge so clear it was almost transparent. The wild greens, which had always been hard to swallow before, now seemed delicious to Lian, almost as satisfying as rich meat dishes. Having just eaten chicken at noon, the greens were quite oily, and he thought they could have used a bit more salt. After dinner, Lian cracked an egg and fed it to the kitten. Li Koan saw him taking an egg straight from the kitchen basket to feed the kitten. Furious, he glared, tucked his tobacco pipe into his belt, and began cursing under his breath. "You good for nothing, feeding eggs to those stray kittens. Just you wait till I break your legs. Those eggs could have fetched a pretty penny at the state-run store, and you just go and waste them like this." When cooking, Li Koan had already spotted the eggs in the kitchen. No mystery that Lian snatched them from the partridge nest. He hadn't even spared a single one for stir-frying wild greens. Now seeing them fed to kittens, how could he not lose his temper? Seeing his father storming toward him, Lian quickly stepped in front of him. "Dad, these aren't just wild kittens. I found them on the mountain today. Look at the fur on their ears, they're lynx cubs." Amidst the commotion, the kitten paid no mind. It sprawled in the pot, gnawing away like a true little glutton. Hearing his son's words, Li Koan's heart skipped a beat. His eyes immediately spotted the kitten's unusual features. Having lived his whole life in the village, he'd certainly seen lynxes before. These creatures were notoriously fierce. They didn't even flinch at wolves in the mountains. Lee Cohen reached out to stroke the soft fur on Whodunner's ear, his face filled with astonishment. It really was a lynx. Chapter 11, Wild Boar Attack. Perhaps Lee Cohen's hand had been a bit too forceful, or maybe Whodunner sensed someone disturbing his meal. He stiffened his neck, baring his teeth and snorting at Lee Cohen with a fierce yet adorable expression. He made a move as if to bite, but such a small creature held little threat. It only looked more adorably clumsy. Wow, showing its ferocity at such a young age. This lynx cub might fetch a good price. Lee Cohen wasn't angered by Whodunner's aggression. Instead, he muttered to himself. No way. I won't sell Whodunner. Once it grows bigger, it'll definitely help me hunt more game. Though Lee Cohen merely thought such creatures should be sold, Leon felt an inexplicable surge of anger upon hearing this, as if he were being asked to sell his own child. Lee Cohen glanced at his son, looking at him as if he were a complete fool. In all the years they'd lived in the village, who had ever seen anyone hunt with a lynx? The two men spent the night in silence. The next morning, Leon set out before dawn. After his first experience with a contract pet, he felt more familiar with the system. Tiger Cub was still too young to hunt with him. He'd have to see if he could find a good dog to serve as a guard dog later. That way, even in the mountains, he could be safer. A good guard dog could alert him to large beasts nearby, keeping him out of harm's way. But who knew when the system would grant him another contract opportunity? His immediate priority was earning money to buy a gun. A light rain had fallen overnight, leaving the entire forest damp and shrouded in mist. In this weather, most small animals would stay hidden in their dens. Along the way, Leon only managed to shoot 2 gray squirrels. His slingshot technique was growing increasingly proficient. Any squirrel sitting still in a tree had little chance of escaping his aim. Hitting a running greyhound, however, was still challenging. But he wasn't in a rush. With continued practice, he'd eventually regain the peak form he'd possessed in his previous life. The journey from home to yesterday's hunting spot took just over an hour. When Leon arrived, dawn had only recently broken. Today, Leon planned to venture deeper into the mountains. He was still far from the heart of the wilderness. Currently positioned on the eastern slope of the mountain range, he knew he must traverse this range and push further inward to reach the deep mountains. The heart of the mountains was off limits, but with caution, hunting small game on the western slopes was manageable. Many hunters operated in that vicinity. Leon first checked the fish trap he'd set yesterday. When he hauled it up, he found the bait had long been devoured by small fish. Inside the cage lay only a single crucian carp weighing 3 or 4 liang and a few wheat ears, a far cry from yesterday's haul. Despite the lack of surprise, Leon didn't lose heart. Yesterday had been exceptionally lucky. Catching even 1 crucian carp today was a gain. A 3 to 4 liang crucian carp wasn't small. Taking it home to make soup would be enough for him and his father to eat a meal. He placed the crucian carp in the small puddle he'd dug yesterday, covered it with some weeds for camouflage, and continued deeper into the mountains. After walking for about half an hour, Leon had only gathered a few more mushrooms. Yesterday's light rain had created damp conditions perfect for mushroom growth. Though he hadn't spotted any animals, his burlap sack was filling up nicely with mushrooms. Leon bent down again and picked up a fist-sized pine mushroom. This species, known for its deep red color, was scientifically named the red willow nail mushroom. State-run stores bought them, and they weren't cheap. One that grew to fist size was considered top grade. Just as he straightened up, a piercing scream erupted from deep within the woods, followed immediately by 2 gunshots. After the shots, someone cried out in alarm. Leon's heart skipped a beat. The sounds indicated someone had been injured. Without a second thought, he turned and sprinted toward the source of the noise. Such sounds usually signaled an accident, and in these mountains, accidents were often deadly. Leon didn't dare pause along the way, his hand clenched tightly around the slingshot. Not far from him, something was darting frantically through the grass. The trees and grass obscured his view, preventing him from identifying the creature. Just as his nerves were stretched to the limit, a large yellow dog burst out of the woods. Leon nearly fired the steel ball in his hand. Seeing it was just a big, clumsy dog, he relaxed his guard slightly. The clumsy dog was clearly frightened by something, its tail tucked tightly between its legs as it fled. It barely noticed Leon as it ran past him, whimpering incessantly as it fled. Leon knew this dog was finished. Terrified out of its wits, it wouldn't just be useless for hunting anymore. It would likely try to burrow back toward its owner whenever it encountered game. On these mountains, that could be deadly. The big yellow dog ran farther and farther away. In a sudden burst of determination, Leon picked up a large, rotten log from the ground. Weighed down by moisture, the log felt like a heavy burden, easily 20 pounds. Clutching it, he dashed deeper into the forest. Leon had no time to think of anything else. His mind was solely focused on saving lives. He hadn't gone far when a sight before him made him jump. A wild boar, easily weighing 300 or 400 pounds, was grunting and snorting around a large tree. Its side was clearly shot through, blood staining half its body crimson, yet it continued to charge the tree as if nothing was wrong. Beside the tree lay a black dog nearly as large as the one that had fled earlier. Its injuries were even more gruesome. Barely any unblemished flesh remained on its body. Lian couldn't tell if it was dead or alive, but he dared not waste a moment. There was still a person clinging to the tree, his thigh covered in blood, staining a large patch of the trunk crimson. His face drained of color as he stared at the boar below, a chill settling deep within him. Perhaps sensing there was no escape this time, the boar, far from being cowed, seemed to grow more ferocious with each wound. Its eyes glowed red now, and it clearly wouldn't relent until he was finished. The man clinging to the tree could feel his entire body shaking uncontrollably. After spending so long up there, he was nearly drained of strength. Both the hunter and the boar were so focused on each other that they failed to notice Lian, who was hiding behind a tree nearby. Lian watched the man in the tree, knowing he might not hold on much longer, and his heart raced with urgency. The boar kept ramming its iron-hard head against the tree trunk, stripping away the bark at its base. Each impact sent a gasp of terror echoing from the man above. Soon, Lian spotted the hunting rifle tossed aside. Taking advantage of the boar's distraction, he quietly crept back to it, not far from where he'd been. Running his fingers over the familiar stock, Lian instantly recognized it as a Hanyang-made rifle. Its owner had clearly taken good care of it. Apart from a few fine cracks along the barrel, it was remarkably intact. This model had been completely phased out of military service after World War II. The ones still circulating were all vintage weapons. In the early years, they occasionally appeared during militia training, but now they were almost exclusively converted into hunting rifles. Chapter 12, Take down the boar, save the man. Lian forced himself to stay calm. In his previous life, he had hunted wild boars before. He had even taken down beasts larger than this one. As long as he kept his cool, he still had a chance to kill this boar. First, he removed the magazine from the rifle. This Hanyang-type rifle held 5 rounds. Lian glanced at the chamber. Only 2 bullets remained. He had heard 2 shots earlier, meaning there should have been 3 bullets left inside. But Lian had no time to dwell on it. He hurriedly chambered a round. But cocking the hammer proved disastrous, turning Lian's face green with rage. He finally understood why the gun was 1 round short. Damn it, the gun was jammed. Jamming was one of the main reasons the Hanyang-made rifle was phased out. No one wanted their weapon to suddenly turn into a useless stick in the heat of battle. The commotion Lian made instantly caught the attention of the man in the tree and the wild boar. Now, the only sounds around them were Lian's clanking reloading noises. Run! Lian, who was trying to reload, suddenly heard the shout. His head buzzed, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. He knew the boar had locked onto him. Without looking back, he sprinted forward. Spotting Lian with the rifle, the boar ignored the man in the tree. In its simple understanding, whoever held the gun was the greatest threat. It charged madly toward Lian, its 2 sharp tusks gleaming menacingly. Lian had no doubt that a single goring from those things could pierce a person through. Don't be fooled by the boar's clumsy appearance. 2 wheels can't outrun 4. At this pace, he'd be caught sooner or later. Hearing the earth-shaking roar behind him, Lian sprinted forward without looking back. Though it was only a minute or 2, it felt like an eternity to Lian. Panting heavily, he suddenly veered sideways from his straight run, tumbling several times. The boar hot on his heels hadn't anticipated Lian's sudden change of direction. Its massive momentum carried it forward. The boar felt the flat grasslands suddenly vanish beneath him, sending his entire body tumbling forward. This was the path Lian had just traversed, where a 3-meter-high slope lay ahead. Watching the boar tumble down, Lian quickly cocked his rifle. He had already repaired Kak's gun to a functional state, and this forceful pull of the trigger mechanism ejected Kak's bullet. The immense force caused cracks to appear where the bolt had been forced into place. The already somewhat aged rifle frame clearly couldn't withstand such brutal treatment. But now wasn't the time to worry about the gun. The 3-meter drop hadn't inflicted fatal wounds on the boar. It had already scrambled to its feet and was now climbing up toward Lian's position. Gazing at the massive boar right beneath his feet, Lian gasped for breath. Those brief 1 or 2 minutes felt like a duel with death. Sweat drenched his entire body, and when he finally turned, he could even hear the boar's heavy breathing behind him. The thick scent of blood and the wild boar's perennial stench assaulted his senses, compelling him to keep moving without pause. The 3-meter height was merely a slope of the boar, which now stood less than 2 meters away. From his vantage point, Lian could clearly see the savage details etched across its snout. Say goodnight to your mother. Bang! A single gunshot rang out. At such close range, Lian wouldn't have missed even with his eyes closed. The distinctive 7.92mm bullet from the Hanyang-made rifle slammed directly into the boar's mouth, exploding through its upper jaw and into its skull. The gunshot was followed by 2 agonized screams from the boar, but soon all sound ceased. The forced reloading had caused the Hanyang-made rifle to jam, and with the final shot, its life came to an end. Killed a wild boar, earning 81 mountain hunting points. The system notification confirmed to Lian that the boar was truly gone for good. Without pausing to rest, he sprinted toward the man in the tree. By the time he reached it, the man still hadn't descended. Blood streamed down his thigh unceasingly. His face was deathly pale, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Had it not been for the adrenaline pumping through his veins, he would have fainted long ago. Seeing Lian return, he exhaled a long, relieved breath. He couldn't let another life be lost because of him. After that, he lost consciousness. Lian first pulled the man down from the tree. Having been clinging to the trunk for so long, some of the rotten flesh on his legs had adhered to the bark. He carefully pried it away. Assessing the man's condition, Lian breathed a sigh of relief. The injuries were limited to his left leg and hand. However, the prolonged blood loss combined with the shock had caused him to lose consciousness. Lian first tore a piece of cloth from his own shirt with his dagger to make a simple bandage for the wound, preventing further bleeding. Lian then gathered some medicinal herbs from the forest, chewed them into a paste, and applied it to the man's wounds. Once everything was prepared, he set out to carry the man back to the village. Buddy, whether you make it through this depends entirely on your own luck. Since acquiring the system, Lian felt his current physique was significantly stronger than before. Otherwise, he might not have been able to carry this big man back. Carrying a man weighing over 100 pounds, what should have been an hour's journey took him a full hour and a half. He didn't even need to reach the village. As he approached the nearby woods, several men and women who had gone up the mountain to gather mushrooms saw the injured man and rushed over to help. This was the spirit ingrained in the bones of Northeasterners: warmth, kindness, and simplicity. Good heavens, what happened here? The first to spot Lian was Li Shufan's father from the village. He roamed the woods daily, hoping to bag some small game. Though not deep in the mountains, he ventured further than most. Spotting Lian carrying a man covered in blood, he tossed whatever he was holding aside and rushed over to help. Seeing someone approach, Lian exhaled deeply. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, swollen and unable to bear his weight. Weakly, he called out to Li Shufan's father. "Fourth master, I encountered someone wounded by a large boar while climbing the mountain earlier. I came to lend a hand." After speaking, he collapsed onto the ground. His entire body ached and he felt utterly drained of strength. At fourth master's call, figures quickly emerged from the woods. The women were visibly shaken by the scene, but the men and elders gathered around. They handed their mushrooms to familiar faces and began carrying the two men. What happened? How is Shaoanzi? As the village elder, Li Kuan had heard the news early on that someone had been injured by a large mushroom in the mountains, and his heart sank. Ever since leaving home that morning, he'd felt something pressing heavily against his chest, making it hard to breathe. Hearing of an injury, his first thought was of Lian. Later, when he heard Lian was among the injured, he nearly fainted. Now, watching the crowd surge toward the village clinic, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 13, We bow to you, our family owes you a life. The old pipe smoked steadily with Li Kuan, the crackling sound of burning tobacco clearly audible. That poor guy. You wouldn't believe it. I was out in the woods hunting wild boar when I heard someone calling my name. I turned around and there was Lian carrying a bloodied man, waving at me. He yelled, "Fourth master." Then he said someone had been attacked by a giant beast in the mountains and just stopped moving. I was stunned, but I got help right away. Inside the clinic, Li Shufan's father vividly recounted the scene. Many people looked worriedly at the two lying on the bed. Lian, who had been despised by everyone in the village, didn't seem so hateful now. Though called a clinic, it was really just a quack doctor's place. Li Dagong was in his 60s. He wasn't actually from the village he'd come during the famine years. But over time, his knowledge of first aid had allowed him to stay. Every gunrunner who came and went through the mountains owed Li Dagao a debt of gratitude. Gradually, the villagers grew to respect him deeply. Watching Li Kuan tremble almost uncontrollably, his mouth constantly puffing on a dry tobacco pipe, Li Jigang patted him. A smile cracked across his deeply wrinkled face. "See how scared you got? Don't worry, I checked Anzi, he's not hurt. Just exhausted from carrying someone. He's a bit weak now, but after a couple sips of water, he'll wake up naturally." Hearing that Lian was unharmed, his heart lifted in immense relief. Yet recalling the peril they'd faced, a surge of nameless anger welled up within him once more. He had just told Lian he couldn't go hunting in the mountains, and today such a huge mess had erupted. Thankfully, he was unharmed. If Lian had gotten hurt today and he hadn't even known about it, how could he live with himself? In these mountains, where survival is a constant struggle, who could claim absolute safety? Damn it! I just told that little brat not to go running up the mountain. And what does he do? He disappears before dawn. Just you wait until I get home, I'll break his legs. Wang Gang's family is here. Make way! Make way! Make way! Before Li Kuan could finish speaking, a large group burst through the front gate in a panic. Leading them was a woman in her 40s, her face etched with worry. The moment she saw the blood-soaked man, she burst into tears. Those behind her quickly gathered around. "What happened to you, head of the household? You were fine when you went into the mountains this morning. How did you end up like this? If something happened to you, how would the three of us survive?" The woman knelt on the ground, weeping. Beside her were two children, a boy and a girl. The boy, around 18 or 19, was sturdy and tall, inheriting his father's height of over 6 feet. The girl, younger at 14 or 15, was now clinging to her mother, sobbing uncontrollably. "All right, he's fine. Mainly because he got out in time and luckily, someone found him early. But this leg might be a bit lame from now on. I just took a look, one tendon snapped. He'll be able to walk normally, just can't put much weight on it. Unlike the others around him, Lee Dagang appeared remarkably calm. He'd seen far worse injuries come through here, witnessed countless farewells and deaths, and gradually grown accustomed to it all. Despite the man's blood-soaked appearance, it was more for show than anything else. There'd been no time to clean him up after he arrived, but luckily Lian had stopped the bleeding quickly, preventing a major disaster. Hearing their man was out of serious danger, the crowd gathered around finally breathed a sigh of relief. These days, anyone injured deep in the mountains rarely survived if they had to be carried out. They weren't from Hat Village but from neighboring Lingshui Village. They'd rushed over as soon as they heard the news, which was why they'd arrived late. As long as he's okay, as long as he's okay. From now on, my husband won't go into the mountains to forage anymore. We're not afraid of being poor as long as our family is safe and sound, that's what matters most. The woman breathed a huge sigh of relief upon hearing Lee Dagang say her husband was unharmed. Though still worried, she felt much better than before. By the way, who found my husband? I must thank them properly. Our Wang family owes them a life. After she spoke, everyone around her turned to look at Li Jigang. The woman wasn't exaggerating at all. Though she'd never hunted in the mountains herself, her husband had always been a gunman, and his skills were anything but mediocre if not quite a veteran, he wasn't far off. To be injured this badly today, he must have encountered a large beast in the mountains. Whoever rescued her husband risked their own life doing so. Saying they owe them a life is only right. Those at the front of the crowd turned their gaze toward the room. Li Jigang only had one hospital bed, and Lian hadn't been injured. So he'd been placed on the kong where Li Jigang slept, and the two weren't together. That's why they hadn't seen Lian lying on the bed. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, the woman who'd been lying on the kong pulled the child beside her to her feet. They immediately walked toward the room where everyone's gaze was fixed. Inside, only Lian lay on the kong, while Li Kuan stood beside him, utterly bewildered. Li Kuan stood there holding a bowl of water, unsure what to do. If the man were awake, feeding him would be easy. But with Lian lying motionless on the bed, it was impossible to get the water down. Two distinct wet stains on the pillow clearly showed where he had spilled it earlier. The moment the woman entered and saw Lian lying on the bed, she pulled her two children down to kneel without a word. Wang Xiaolong, Wang Xiaofeng, you two must remember this. This is our family's benefactor. No matter where we go in the future, we must never forget that we owe this person a life. Now, the three of us will kowtow to our benefactor. Thump! Thump thump! Without waiting for Li Kuan to react, the woman knelt on the ground and banged her head 3 times in quick succession. Don't do that! You little... Thud! Thud! Before Li Kuan could finish speaking, the two children standing beside the woman followed their mother's example and banged their foreheads 3 times on the ground. Don't stop me, sir. This is what Anzi deserves. Li Dagang had appeared beside Li Kuan at some point and pulled him aside. Li Kuan tried to resist briefly, but then glanced at Lian lying on the bed. Finally, he just let out a long sigh. When Lian awoke, it was already afternoon. The sun cast a soft glow, as if the blazing heat of midday had receded. Lian slowly opened his eyes. Soreness. That was his first sensation, an indescribable ache throughout his entire body. From his calves all the way up to his lower back, coupled with a stinging sensation in his throat like it had been scraped by a blade, made him immediately reach for water. But the moment he tried to get off the bed, his legs gave way, collapsing beneath him with a thud as he fell to the floor. The people inside the house had woken up. Hearing the commotion, the crowd that had been in the courtyard rushed inside. The villagers had long since dispersed. Only Li Kuan and a few people from the neighboring village remained. Seeing the crowd before him, Lian felt utterly bewildered. His last memory was calling out to Li Shufen's father. He had no idea how he ended up here, nor did he know who the people surrounding him were. He wasn't even sure where he was, but his body instinctively craved water. Chapter 14, Dividing the Meat. After quickly piecing together the situation, he learned the man he saved was Wang Haiyang, a renowned gunner in Lin Tun. All those injured by the wild boar today were his relatives. Taking advantage of the early hour, Lian dragged his weakened body home with Li Kuan. Lying on the old man's calm all day wasn't a solution anyway. He wasn't seriously hurt. Only after downing 2 large bowls of water did Lian feel as if he'd been reborn. How had he managed to carry a man weighing over 100 pounds around the mountains for at least 10 miles? What's the rush? It's still hours before dark. Staying at the old man's place a while longer won't hurt. Besides, we still have those speckled chickens. I'll bring him one another day. Li Kuan was usually quiet, but seeing his son like this, he couldn't help but grumble. It's not that I'm in a hurry, Dad. The thing is, a 300 or 400 pound wild boar is still waiting for us in the mountains. If we get there too late and some other beast drags it off and eats it, we're done for. We need to hurry to the village and gather some men to go into the mountains and haul out that boar. Hearing this, Li Kuan's eyes widened in shock. So that was what he meant by beast, a 300 or 400 pound wild boar that had mauled someone like this. Father and son soon reached the village. These days, aside from farm work, most people stayed home. Only those with higher social status could find factory jobs, but that was a rare privilege. Lian could manage going up the mountain alone, but sending him to haul a wild boar was absolutely out of the question. Li Koan quickly gathered 5 or 6 strong men, led by none other than Li Guifen's father, Li Dagong. "Anzi, I heard from your father that it was a 300 or 400 pound boar. Is that true?" Li Jigang rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked at Lian. The burly men beside him shared the same look. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't heard it directly from Lian's mouth. Who in the village, aside from the seasoned veterans, would dare claim they could take down a 300 or 400 pound boar? Lian smiled at the group. Though still weak, his voice rang out strong and clear. "Fourth Master, how could I ever lie to you? I can't say it was exactly 400 pounds, but 300 pounds it definitely was. Once we haul it back from the mountains, the villagers will finally get to feast on some real meat." "Alright. That's the spirit. Grab your gear, brothers, let's head out with Brotherin." Upon receiving Lian's confirmation, the men's spirits soared. Wild boar meat might not be as tasty as domesticated pork, but it was still meat far superior to wild greens. The group followed Lian up the mountain. Li Koan had wanted to join them, but Li Jigang stopped him. By family seniority, Li Koan should address him as uncle, and Li Jigang was the only one present who dared to intervene. "You stay here in the village. We'll definitely carry that boar back for you." The mountain path was treacherous, made even more treacherous by last night's rain, turning it into a sticky, muddy mess. Following Lian's lead, the group quickly located the spot where the massive boar lay, the area a chaotic mess with blood splattered everywhere. The pungent, metallic stench of blood was detectable from a great distance. Fortunately, the boar's own overpowering, acrid scent deterred most animals from approaching for a while. The sight alone sent a chill through everyone. They struggled to imagine how Lian had managed to take down such a massive beast single-handedly. The big black dog still lay motionless, long since silent. Lian paused, then ordered the dog carried away too. To a hunter, a dog was his partner, his other half. Unlike the big yellow dog, this black dog had guarded its master's safety until its dying breath. Lian felt it shouldn't be left to rot in the mountains at the very least, it deserved a proper burial. "Fourth Master, this dog was a good one. It'd be a shame to leave him here. Let's make the effort and take him with us." Li Jigang was currently directing several men in hunting a wild boar. Fortunately, they had come in numbers. If it had been just 2 or 3 men, they wouldn't have managed it. Hearing Lian's voice, he wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded. As a part-time gunner himself, he understood what a dog meant to a hunter. "It's a good dog. We should take it back." Time passed slowly, and by the time Lian and the others emerged from the mountains, dusk had already fallen. "Here it comes. Lure, look at that huge boar. I heard from father that Lian really hunted it down in the mountains." At that moment, Li Shufen looked at Lian with newfound respect, a stark contrast to the disgust she'd previously felt whenever she saw him. In the entire village, you could count on one hand the number of men capable of hunting a wild boar alone. At his age, Lian had already managed it. Perhaps he truly could become a seasoned hunter someday. Seeing Wang Luo remain silent, Li Guifen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Luo, I think that stinky Lian might be a bit lecherous, but marrying him wouldn't be so bad. He said he wants to marry you, after all." Wan Luo, who had been silent until then, flushed crimson at Li Guifen's words. She lowered her head and twisted Li Guifen's arm hard with her right hand. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you want to marry him, go ahead." Without waiting for a reply, she bolted backward, ignoring the calls to stop. For some reason, the image of Lian emerging from the mountains moments ago, his face beaming with triumph, his naturally handsome features, was etched deeply in her mind, refusing to fade. As the villagers watched Lian emerge, they rushed toward him, showering him with praise as if they'd completely forgotten his earlier demeanor. "Third auntie, I always said Lian would go far. He's been sharp since childhood, and gutsy too, killing a wild boar at his age. Our village has got another future leader right here. Yeah, I always knew Brotherin had something special about him. Li Koan served as our village elder his whole life and contributed so much to this place. This kid's definitely got what it takes." Everyone chimed in with comments here and there. Lian himself didn't seem to notice much, but Li Koan was starting to get a bit carried away. For some reason, these words tasted like honey, even sweeter than direct praise. Lian cut a large leg from the boar and set aside over 20 pounds of pork belly for stir-frying at home. Wild boar meat tends to be tough, so it needed plenty of oil. He also had someone cut 10 pounds of choice meat to deliver to Wang Jigang's family. The rest was divided among the villagers. With only about 200 households in the hamlet, the 300-pound boar meant each family got just a pound or so of meat. Still, for them, it was a rare treat. That night, every household would be filled with the deep, savory aroma of roasting meat. By the time Lian and his son returned home, darkness had fallen outside. Without pausing for dinner, Lian collapsed onto his bed. Today had been bloody exhausting, yet looking back, it felt incredibly fulfilling. Hearing Granny Huduan's call, he suddenly slapped his forehead. He felt like he'd forgotten something. He'd left the melon seeds behind. Chapter 15, Goodness, Youth Has Its Perks. Out like a light. It was too late to head back into the woods now, so he could only hope the sunflower seeds would still be there tomorrow. Soon, in his drowsy haze, he caught the aroma of wild boar stew wafting from the kitchen. Having worked all day without eating, Lian felt his stomach growl loudly. "Dad, this wild boar stew smells amazing." A whole bowl of braised pork sat before Lian, and he practically buried his head in it. Unlike the sand-spotted chicken, the pork had a richer aroma and was even more satisfying to eat. "Dig in. After you finish, take that half leg over to Wang Diji's place. Tomorrow, the two of us will handle it together. Putting this off isn't a solution." Lian glanced at the half-roasted pork leg hanging in the kitchen. Before he could swallow the meat in his mouth, he shook his head. "Dad, this isn't something we can rush. What's one pork leg? You gotta be strong to do the job. When we catch that guy, we'll send it over then." Li Cohen shot Lian a fierce glare and tapped his tobacco pipe against his foot. "That kid-ass got nothing but a big mouth. Like we can just go out and hunt down a road deer whenever we feel like it." After finishing their meal, they took out some of the pig offal they'd brought and fed it to Tiger Stump. Having gone without food all day, the little fellow devoured the meat with renewed vigor. Lian reached out to tease him, then suddenly remembered the substantial hunter points earned from today's wild boar kill. He opened the system interface. Contract pets, 12. Whodunner Lynx Cub, Attack 4, Defense 2, Speed 4, Stamina 910. Hunting points, 83. Reading the system prompt, Lian froze slightly. He could contract another pet now. Then came overwhelming joy. Though Tiger Cub was undeniably adorable, it couldn't assist him in hunting anytime soon. Now, with both mountain hunting points and a contract slot available, he could easily contract a far more formidable companion. As for how this slot had increased, he still had no clue. The next morning, Lian awoke to find the sun already high in the sky. Perhaps he'd pushed himself too hard yesterday and missed the prime time to head up the mountain. Still, he couldn't afford to slack off. His pockets remained as empty as ever, and he had no idea how long it would take to save up enough for a gun. After a quick wash, he set off for the mountains once more. Unlike before, when he passed through the village, neighbors not only smiled back at him but also nodded in greeting. His reputation in the village was slowly improving. At the very least, it was a good start. Today, the sun shone brightly, and the forest had dried out. Countless small animals were stirring. Before even reaching yesterday's fishing trap spot, Lian had already bagged 4 or 5 gray squirrels. Occasional distant dog barks and sporadic gunshots echoed through the woods. Early spring was prime hunting season. After hibernating all winter, these beasts were naturally more active. Not to mention the hunters themselves, after cooped up in the village for so long, they too were itching to get out. The mountains stretched vast and endless. Rumor had it that beyond them lay Russia, yet even in his previous life, Lian had never ventured that far. Lian stuffed the freshly hunted gray dog into the burlap sack on his back. Looking up, he saw several roe deer on the grassy meadow ahead, necks craned as they chewed tender grass, staring right at him. Lian made a move to chase them, and the silly roe deer turned and bolted. After a moment, seeing he wasn't pursuing, they returned to their spot and resumed tilting their heads to watch him. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity, as if they wanted to see what exactly Lian was putting into that burlap sack. "Teasing me." Lian hadn't intended to hunt the roe deer in the first place. Without a rifle, his slingshot alone wouldn't be lethal enough to take down these beasts. Otherwise, he would have shot them down long ago. Sika deer are known as the Northeast's most elusive creatures. Don't be fooled by their seemingly clumsy appearance, they're incredibly clever. With their 4 legs, they can bound away at incredible speeds. Chase them, and they'll make you run a good distance before stopping to wait. Turn around, and you'll find yourself far behind. But to hunters, these roe deer were practically delivering meat to their doorstep. With a gun in hand, they were easy prey. Sika deer have short fur that sheds heavily, so their hides aren't valuable, they're mainly hunted for meat. With a few dumb roe deer trailing behind, hunting today was out of the question. The little creatures had spotted the commotion and bolted long ago, they wouldn't give him a chance to shoot. Seeing the few roe deer before him, Lian quickly grew hungry. Roe deer meat was among the most delicious. Though it contained little fat, in this era of severe food shortages, landing one deer would easily feed his family for a while. Lian promptly retrieved a length of iron wire from his burlap sack in front of the roe deer. He tied a simple knot at one end, attached a rope to the other, and hung it from a tree. Using a small tree branch as a trigger, he even tested it. Once something touched the branch above the wire, the loop made from the wire would snap shut instantly. After finishing, he picked some fresh grass nearby and placed it on top of the wire loop. Several roe deer remained within 4 or 5 meters of Lian, their eyes filled with both wariness and curiosity. It seemed they wanted to see exactly what he was tinkering with. After finishing, Lian didn't linger. He turned and walked away. He remembered there should be a large tree stump nearby. He would definitely need it later, so he went to search for it now. As Lian walked farther away, the deer soon couldn't resist their curiosity and gathered around. They kept glancing back at the spot where Lian had been, searching repeatedly for any tasty leftovers he might have dropped. Soon, one of the roe deer spotted the tender grass Lian had placed on a tree branch, with a small pinch of salt hidden beneath it. Salt was indispensable for animals deep in the mountains, yet its sources were extremely limited. This scarcity led some hunters to use salt pans as hunting traps. Apart from a few rare natural salt licks, most hunters would create their own artificial ones. They would simply sprinkle urine or table salt with water, and over time, a small salt lick would form, continuously attracting small animals. The roe deer, initially hesitant, spotted the salt Lian had left on the ground and immediately began to feast without restraint. As the wire snare suddenly tightened, the roe deer, savoring the salt, felt a sudden grip on its calf and began struggling frantically. Seeing their companion injured, the other roe deer scattered in panic. Left alone, the remaining deer grew frantic. As its companions retreated further, its struggles grew more desperate. I remember there was a big lump. Lian staggered out of the woods. The grassy meadow was wide open, now occupied only by Lian and the roe deer trapped by its front legs. In his hand, he held a wooden club as thick as an adult's calf, essentially a stick with a knob-like protrusion at the end. Seeing the roe deer before him, Lian's lips curled upward involuntarily. "You tried to lure me, you bastard." With a thud, the club struck the roe deer squarely on the head. Its eyes rolled back, its legs stiffened, and it collapsed onto the ground. Lian was momentarily stunned. Wow, youth sure has its perks knocked out instantly. Chapter 16, Building a Temporary Shelter. Hunted 1 roe deer, gained 19 mountain hunting points. As the 80 roe deer instantly collapsed unconscious, Lian didn't hesitate. He drew his steel knife from his waist and began bleeding it out. The Northeast's legendary beast, nicknamed the foolish roe deer, earned its name for good reason. No sooner had Lian finished processing it and taken a few steps away than he heard rustling sounds coming from a short distance off. It was the sound of something darting through the grassy meadow and rustling leaves as it moved. He stopped and looked closely. Sure enough, the startled roe deer that had fled earlier was now clumsily running back. If fish have a 7-second memory, Lian reckoned the dumb roe deer had only 3. Soon, one by one, the little roe deer heads peeked out from the grassy meadow. This time, they'd learned their lesson and didn't come any closer. They just stood there, tilting their heads and craning their necks, their clear, big eyes still fixed on Lian. Silly as they were, trying to catch them the same way was clearly unrealistic. Ignoring the others, Lian hoisted the roe deer onto his shoulders and headed off. Today, Lian was determined to find a place to stay high up in the mountains. Hunting all day on the slopes, he needed a safe spot to retreat to in case of emergencies. Finding a cave up in the mountains wasn't difficult. Lian kept walking along the grassy meadow, crossed a mountain gully, and soon arrived at the spot where he'd hunted the wild boar yesterday. When he'd come this way yesterday, he'd spotted a small cave here, likely abandoned by a bear. The cave wasn't large, but it would serve perfectly well as a hiding place. He tossed the roe deer aside. The wild boar's scent still lingered, keeping smaller animals away. Lian drew his curved knife from his waist and roughly cleared the surrounding dry grass. A small section of the cave entrance was buried beneath these perennial weeds. He then took out a wooden stick and lit it. These sticks were specifically chosen pieces of old, dry pine branches. Without any oil on him to make a fire starter, he could only use the pine branches as a simple substitute. Pine contains a large amount of resin, making it burn longer and less likely to extinguish quickly. As Lian stepped inside, the cave opened up before him. Standing about 5 feet tall and stretching nearly 10 feet deep, it was perfectly adequate for simple habitation. Having been uninhabited by animals for a long time, the cave was filled with decaying branches and leaves, with little else inside. After confirming it was safe, Lian began cleaning up. This location hadn't yet entered the deepest part of the mountains, making it relatively safer. Within just over an hour, Lian cleared the debris from the cave entrance. To his delight, the interior floor was surprisingly level, eliminating the need for any special padding. A cave alone wasn't enough. Lian planned to build a cactus shelter beside it. This would not only make living more comfortable but also provide double protection in case of danger. The teepee was the traditional dwelling of the Awenki nomads who hunted wild beasts. Its shape resembled the semi-subterranean dwellings of the early Banpo people. Construction was remarkably simple. Interlocking wooden poles provided structural stability, forming a frame that was narrow at the top and broad at the bottom. Covering this framework with animal hides, bark, or thatch created a livable space. However, the cactus shelter's small size makes it suitable only for single occupancy. For greater comfort, one could construct a more spacious horse frame shelter. Compared to cactus shelters, horse frame shelters remain common in northeast China. During the early days of cultivating the Great Northern Wilderness, many educated youth who came down from the mountains would build this type of dwelling. While it also requires no nails, constructing it is far more troublesome than building a cactus shelter. Without proper tools, Lian first cut a large amount of dry thatch from the forest, storing it in the cave. He then gathered birch branches and old vines to later weave over the cactus frames. Since this was only a temporary shelter, Lian wanted it as simple as possible. Ideally, he would use a reed mat as a cover, tightly wrapped with roe deer hide on top to keep out even the heaviest rain. But neither reed mats nor large quantities of roe deer hides were within his means, so he had to make do for now. Once he'd gathered enough old vines and weeds, Lian was about to sit down for a rest when his stomach growled loudly. He rubbed his stomach and glanced at the sky. The sun had already shifted westward. He hadn't eaten since morning and had been working non-stop until now. While laboring, he hadn't felt much, but the moment he stopped, his stomach protested. Preparing a meal was simple enough. He chopped 2 branches from a tree and skewered 2 gray squirrels. Though small, greyhounds were among the most delicious game in the mountains. Unlike his first time eating them, Lian now carried plenty of seasonings. He didn't even need to gather firewood. The debris he'd cleared from the cave provided more than enough. As time passed, a rich aroma began to waft through the mountains. As the sun began to set, Lian finally reappeared on the path leading back to the village. He carried a 40-pound roe deer across his shoulders, with a bulging burlap sack strapped to his back. Farmers finishing their work and heading home all shot him envious glances. Just yesterday he'd killed a huge boar, and today he'd bagged a roe deer. Before, they'd thought this lad was always up to no good, but now that he'd turned things around, he was someone to be reckoned with. "Fourth uncle, you're busy." Just as Lian emerged from the woods, he encountered Li Jigang coming out at the same time, walking ahead of him. Hearing someone call his name, Li Jigang instinctively responded. But when he turned around, he nearly jumped out of his skin. A blood-soaked roe deer head was practically shoved in his face. "Holy!" Li Jigang cursed and stumbled backward several steps. Only after getting a clear look did he regain his composure. Then he stared at Lian in even greater shock. "Holy! Lian, you're working too hard lately. You just brought back a huge boar yesterday, didn't even rest at home for a few days, and now you've got another roe deer? You really think the mountains are your backyard?" Seeing the few gray dogs and a mountain hare in his own basket, Li Ji's face flushed. He'd thought his haul was decent today, but compared to Lian's, it paled in comparison. Lian wasted no time, slinging the roe deer over his shoulder. Carrying it all the way back had left him utterly exhausted. The two of them carried it into the village together. Fortunately, the first house they came to was Lian's. As soon as they entered the gate, Lian saw 3 guests sitting in the main room. Li Koan was busy serving tea to the 3 men when he spotted Lian returning with such a large roe deer. They all rushed over to help. "Fourth uncle, please stay for dinner tonight. It's the perfect chance to sample my cooking." Li Jigang heard this and waved his hands hurriedly. He was just lending a hand. How could he stay for dinner? Besides, he still hadn't finished the 6 or 7 pounds of meat he'd gotten from yesterday's wild boar. As they were leaving, Lian insisted on giving him a roe deer leg, but Li Dagang firmly pushed it back. Chapter 17. Iron-faced, dark-skinned Wang Diji. Only after seeing Li Jigang off did Lian turn his attention to the guests inside. It was none other than Wang Xiaolong, Wang Xiaofeng, and their child, a family of 3. Spotting Lian return, they hurried over, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. Lian was stunned by the array of animal hides laid out in the courtyard. Dozens of smaller skins, gray foxes, mountain hares were stacked neatly. Separated from the others lay a single deer hide. Judging by its pattern, it belonged to a sika deer. Even in this day and age, such a hide would fetch a hefty price. "Auntie, you came to visit, but why bring so many things? These are too valuable for us to accept. Take them back when you leave. Brother Wang is still injured and needs medicine. How will you manage if you give all this away?" Not only him, but Li Koan had been pleading for ages too. Having served as village chief for half his life, his reputation for integrity was what earned him such respect in the hamlet. If word got out he'd accepted all these gifts, people would be talking behind his back. As Lian kept adding items, Lu Tsuehua kept pushing them back down. "Brother, these things mean nothing compared to my husband's life. I know you risked your own to carry him out of the mountains. It wasn't for these trifles. But for us, this is the best way we can repay you. We've decided from now on, we'll just farm the land and never hunt in the mountains again." As she spoke, Lu Tsuehua broke down in tears, and Wang Xiaolong and Wang Xiaofeng beside her also had tears in their eyes. Seeing this, Lian hurried forward to pull her back. "Auntie, what are you saying? Big brother is fine now. Even if he can't go deep into the mountains, with his skills, he can still hunt small game in the woods. I can't accept these things," Lian insisted. "You should take them back, sell them for money, and buy nourishing food for my brother. That's what matters. Oh, and if it really doesn't work out, once brother Wang recovers, he can teach me a thing or two. I figured out everything on the mountain by myself." Though Lu Tsuehua insisted on leaving the items behind, Lian's firm refusal left her no choice but to reluctantly take them back. As they were leaving, Li Koan invited them to stay for a meal. But the 3 insisted they couldn't stay, repeatedly expressing their gratitude before hurrying off. Watching Lian bring over the roe deer, Li Koan pretended to forbid him from hunting, yet couldn't stop fiddling with it, rubbing the fur one moment, lifting a leg the next. Seeing his curious fascination, Lian felt increasingly pleased with himself. "Later, we'll borrow a cart from your uncle Guai's place and deliver this roe deer to Wang Diji's house together." Lian refilled his pipe with tobacco, nodding as he cradled the tiger cub in one arm. He'd mentioned before wanting to hunt a roe deer to give to Wang Luer's family, hoping to use it as an opportunity to discuss their marriage. In those days, marriages were largely arranged by parents. Besides, since Lian had tarnished Wang Luer's reputation, marrying her would make things legitimate. "I'll go borrow a cart from Uncle Guai's place. Li Kuan had feared Lian would find another excuse to dodge the task, but to his surprise, he was surprisingly proactive this time. Lian retrieved a dressed gray hair from his burlap sack and headed out. Arriving at Uncle Li's place, he explained his purpose. Seeing the gray puppy Lian brought, Uncle Li and his wife beamed with delight. The cart was just sitting idle at home anyway, and since Lian came empty-handed to borrow it, the neighbors couldn't really say anything. Now, not only was he polite, but he'd even brought a greyhound puppy. Li Guizi, feeling unexpectedly valued, waved his hand generously. Take the cart, Anzi. Whenever you need it, just come to Uncle Gui's place and push it out. No need to bring gifts next time. As the cart rolled out of Li Guizi's yard, Li Kuan had been waiting there for ages. Beside him stood a woman in her 40s. Lian recognized her as the matchmaker who arranged marriages for most families in the village. This matter couldn't be handled by just the two grown men, they absolutely needed a matchmaker. Auntie, I'm leaving Anzi's matter in your hands. I'm not good with words, so you'll have to do most of the talking. That's exactly what this line of work requires, being smooth and resourceful, she replied with a giggle, readily agreeing. Rest assured, old village chief. Just look at how handsome Anzi is, and now he's so capable. If he went out on dates, I wonder if the line of suitors would stretch beyond the village. After loading the roe deer onto the cart, the three headed toward Wang Diji's home. The two households weren't far apart, just 2 alleys ahead and a turn. Speaking of which, Li Kuan had some prior dealings with Wang Diji. Back when Wang worked in the village years ago, Li had kept a close eye on him. It was only after Wang broke his leg that they lost touch, though in a village this size, they still crossed paths often. Li Kuan knew this wasn't an easy gift to deliver. He'd heard Wang Diji's temper had grown increasingly volatile these past 2 years. He could only hope the roe deer would earn him some courtesy. The three soon arrived at Wang Diji's home. Along the way, many people out for a stroll cast curious glances at Lian and his companions pulling a roe deer on a cart. Some sharp-eyed folks had picked up rumors lately, especially after Lian publicly declared his intention to marry Wang Luer. They quickly pieced together what was happening. By the time Lian and his group reached Wang Diji's doorstep, a crowd had gathered behind them. They were all there for the spectacle. Some eyes sparkled with curiosity, others gleamed with schadenfreude. After all, Lian was still the village's black sheep. First impressions die hard. Even though he'd hunted a wild boar, many dismissed it as mere luck. Of course, had they witnessed the harrowing scene of hauling that boar, they wouldn't have held such childish notions. Bang! Bang bang! Is anyone home? As the matchmaker knocked, a man soon emerged from the courtyard, peering out with curiosity. He sported a thick, bushy beard and held a bamboo weaving stick in his hand as he opened the door. His coat, faded to a pale color, was worn and washed, and he wore a pair of distinctive work boots. Seeing the door open, Li Kuan raised his hand to greet the visitor, but before he could extend it, the door slammed shut. The crowd that had gathered to watch the commotion fell instantly silent. Even the matchmaker's welcoming smile froze on her face. Ahem, big guy, open the door. We can talk things out properly with everyone watching. Tell him I have nothing to say to the Li family. Tell them to get the hell out of here, the farther the better. And if I ever see that little bastard again, I'll skin him alive. Wang Diji's harsh words made Li Kuan's face grow even darker. He was a man who valued his reputation, but no matter how he looked at it, his son was in the wrong this time. He had to swallow his pride, no matter what. Old Wang, dragging this out isn't good either. I brought this brat along specifically to apologize. Look, we brought gifts. Anzi hunted a roe deer today and sent it over for you to try. Yeah, Anzi's doing well now. Yesterday he bagged a huge wild boar and everyone got to try some. Honestly, Deji, if you let your daughter marry this kid, she won't be at a loss. The crowd around them began to cheer him on. With everyone egging him on, Wang Diji finally opened the gate. But his face remained dark and sullen, his head bowed, revealing a shadowed expression. Just when everyone thought he was merely looking for a way out, he strode straight up to Lian, eyes blazing with fury. With a sudden push, he overturned the cart. Chapter 18, Wang Xiaolong wants to hunt. I don't need your stuff. Get lost. With that, he slammed the door shut again. This time, even the onlookers and matchmakers were too stunned to speak. Normally, a whole roe deer offered as a dowry would be considered quite generous these days. But remembering Lian's earlier behavior, everyone just shook their heads. In the end, Li Kuan and his son had no choice but to turn and leave. Truthfully, Lian had braced himself for this visit. Though Wang Diji was eccentric, he valued face above all else. In his previous life, Wang Diji had nearly beaten him to death, and it was only for the sake of saving face that he had reluctantly agreed to marry Wang Luer to him. Now, going with his father, it was no surprise they were met with a torrent of abuse. On the way back, Lian chuckled to himself, lost in thought. This became the fuse that ignited the powder keg that was Li Kuan. Damn it! You little bastard! I'll beat the crap out of you today. With that, he wasted no time undoing his belt, snatching it up, and lashing it at Lian. Ah! Caught off guard, Lian took the full force of his father's blows. Feeling the searing pain on his back, he didn't dare linger, turning and running forward. Meanwhile, Wang Luer was sobbing uncontrollably in her room. For some reason, Lian's figure from yesterday seemed etched into her mind. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake it off. In that moment, he had been so radiant and full of life. At first, she had hated Lian. After all, which girl at that age didn't harbor romantic dreams? In her mind, her future husband might not be exceptionally great or powerful, but he would be gentle and refined. Yet, not long ago, everything she had cherished had shattered. In this closed era, once a girl's reputation was ruined, no one dared to marry her. And of those who dared, which one could compare to the man in her beautiful imagination? But for some reason, she suddenly thought Lian wasn't so bad after all. Aside from that incident last time, he didn't seem as much of a scoundrel as people made him out to be. They say he rises early and returns late, even saving lives. At an age similar to hers, he could hunt wild boars alone in the mountains. She'd seen those boars bigger than the domesticated ones at home. How anyone could take down one alone was beyond her. Even Li Guifan said Lian had become quite formidable now, a complete transformation from what people used to say. Today, when she heard Lian was coming to propose, a tiny flicker of secret delight had even stirred in her heart. But all that was shut out by his stubborn father. What are you crying for? A scoundrel like Lian wants to marry you? I'd be too ashamed. He can marry you in the next life. Wang Diji walked in from outside and felt a surge of anger seeing his daughter crying in the main hall. Wang Luer wanted to say she had forgiven Lian, but she dared not. She knew her father's temper. She could only whisper this secret to her mother, a private conversation between mother and daughter. Luer, open the door. It's Shufan. What's wrong? Hearing Li Shufan's voice outside, Wang Luer's tear-streaked eyes suddenly lit up. Brotherin, I'm here. Before Lian even got home, Wang Xiaolong was already waiting at his doorstep. He sat casually on a roadside tree stump, a blade of grass between his teeth, looking utterly relaxed. Lian looked at him curiously. Xiaolong, why aren't you at Uncle Jigang's place? What are you doing here? How's your dad feeling? Wang Xiaolong excitedly ran up to Lian and took the handcart from his hands. My dad's awake now. He's been doing great these past couple days. Uncle Jigang said it's just heavy bleeding, he'll be fine after resting for a while. Brotherin, I've made up my mind, I want to learn hunting from you. Lian, who was walking through Wangjia village, stumbled backward upon hearing this, nearly falling to the ground. He turned around, staring at Wang Xiaolong with utter shock. Xiaolong, what did you just say? Brother, I want to learn hunting from you. This time, Wang Xiaolong's voice was firm and decisive as he told Lian. Seeing his earnest expression, Lian paused for a moment. In Wang Xiaolong's attitude, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of his own past self when he told his father he wanted to become a seasoned hunter. But after a moment's thought, Lian shook his head. Xiaolong, it's not that I won't take you. I'm just a half-baked hunter myself. Besides, have you even talked to your mom about coming hunting with me? No way, brotherin. When it comes to hunting, you're the one I look up to. Who in these nearby villages dares claim they can take down a wild boar single-handedly? And I've already talked to my mom, she agreed to let me go hunting with you. By the end of his plea, Wang Xiaolong visibly flinched, fearing Lian might see through him. He immediately began pounding his chest emphatically. Alright, I'll go ask my aunt. Hearing Lian's words, Wang Xiaolong's face immediately fell. If he'd asked to go hunting earlier, Lu Tsuhua would have wholeheartedly agreed. After all, her old man was a hunter, and their family was better off than most. But now, if Wang Xiaolong mentioned hunting in the mountains, Lu Hohat would beat his legs to a pulp. No, bro, you know our family situation. My dad can't go hunting in the mountains anymore, but a family still needs a man to take charge. Besides, becoming a seasoned hunter in the mountains has been my dream since childhood. If you tell my mom, she'll never agree. After Wang Xiaolong finished speaking, Lian's expression turned serious. The warmth in his eyes gave way to a sharp intensity. Xiaolong, you must understand, hunting in the mountains and becoming a seasoned hunter may earn respect, but it's a job where you risk your life. As a man, I'll support you, but your mother absolutely must know. Without waiting for Wang Xiaolong's protests, he strode toward home. Wang Xiaolong, who had been standing tall and proud moments ago, now hung his head in defeat. He knew the plan was ruined, but he refused to give up the chance to hunt in the mountains. Summoning his courage once more, he called out, Brotherin. Brotherin, I've made up my mind. If you don't take me hunting tomorrow, I'll go on my own. Don't worry, I'll tell my mom tonight. Whether she agrees or not is her business, but no one's stopping me from becoming a seasoned hunter. Wang Xiaolong spoke with decisive conviction. His voice wasn't loud, yet Lian, who had already started walking away, felt it reverberate like thunder in his ears. After a moment, seeing Lian still hadn't turned back, Wang Xiaolong turned to leave. But just then, Lian's voice came from behind him. Tomorrow morning at 6, I'll wait for you at my doorstep. Remember, if you're late, I'm leaving. Wang Xiaolong spun around in excitement, sprinting toward Lian's retreating figure and snatching the handcart from his grasp. Yes. Mission accomplished. Brotherin. Chapter 19, Eyes in the Shadows. That night, Wang Xiaolong was so excited he couldn't sleep a wink. The thought of hunting with Lian tomorrow filled him with inexplicable excitement. Before dawn had even broken, he rose early and arrived at Lian's doorstep to wait. It was still a bit chilly in the early May morning. Not wanting to disturb Lian, he waited like this for over half an hour before finally hearing rustling sounds coming from inside the house. "Brotherin!" Lian stepped outside and immediately spotted Wang Xiaolong. The kid looked pretty cool in his leather jacket, but standing there with lips turning pale, he was clearly freezing. Lian reached out and handed him a hot egg. "You're here so early. Here, take these freshly boiled eggs to warm yourself up." Wang Xiaolong didn't hesitate, taking the egg and starting to eat while eyeing Lian curiously. "Bro, are we really going up the mountain like this? Where's your gun? I don't see it." He rummaged through the burlap bag Lian carried, searching for the gun but found no trace of it. In his mind, a gun was an essential item for any hunter heading into the mountains. Seeing Wang Xiaolong's puzzled expression, Lian gave a mysterious smile. "You'll see once we're up there. Today, I'll show you how we gather mountain goods without a gun." All the way into the mountains, Lian wielded his slingshot with divine precision, leaving Wang Xiaolong utterly dumbfounded. Before Wang could even spot any small animals, steel pellets were already flying from Lian's slingshot. And with each shot, a gray squirrel would drop to the ground. At first, Wang Xiaolong couldn't believe Lian could actually bag game with such a small slingshot. Children raised in the mountains were no strangers to slingshots. They'd played with them since childhood. But few possessed such pinpoint accuracy. As Lian fired another steel ball, Wang Xiaolong immediately gave him a thumbs up. A gray dog, struck squarely in the head, tumbled from the tree, landing precisely at Wang Xiaolong's feet. "Broly, you're a god. If I had your skills, I wouldn't need a gun. Just using a slingshot to hunt gray squirrels would feed me for a lifetime." They'd only been up the mountain for an hour, yet Wang Xiaolong's burlap sack already held 5 or 6 gray dogs. Forget the meat at $1 per skunk pelt, he'd already made $5 or $6. These days, factory workers barely scrape by on 30 or 40 yuan a month. Meaning in just this short while, Lian had already earned what a regular worker makes in 4 or 5 days. Lian watched Wang Xiaolong's excited face, reinserted his slingshot into his waistband, and shook his head. "You can't just focus on how fast we're catching these gray dogs now. They're the most common animals on the mountain. It's morning, so they're active, but later, even if we search deliberately, we'll hardly find them. We can't just keep hunting these few gray dogs." Soon, Lian led Wang Xiaolong to the spot where he'd planned to build the cactus frame yesterday. Watching Wang Xiaolong bounce around, chattering non-stop, Lian grew increasingly pleased. Free labor delivered right to his doorstep. He'd deliberately brought an axe and wire this time, perfect for assembling the cactus frame. Wang Xiaolong approached the cave entrance, noticing clear signs of recent cleaning. The surrounding weeds had been meticulously cleared, and a pile of extinguished campfire embers at the mouth indicated someone had stayed there not long ago. "Brotherin, is this cave your temporary shelter? It looks pretty decent." He stepped inside and found the cave surprisingly flat and easy to navigate, clean and tidy as if it had been recently prepared. Seeing Wang Xiaolong plop down onto the pile of weeds, Lian immediately kicked him. "You're already sitting down before we've even started? Come on, let's help prop up the cactus today. If anything happens while hunting later, at least we'll have a place to stay instead of running around with nowhere to go." After saying this, Lian grabbed his axe and headed outside. Trees were plentiful here, and within just over an hour, he had felled 7 or 8 birch trees. Wang Xiaolong didn't hold a grudge about Lian's kick. He scrambled to his feet and eagerly joined in. First, he used a machete to trim the birch logs Lian had cut, then carried them over to the cave. Working together, they moved much faster. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the main frame of the cactus shelter was already erected. Next, they retrieved the prepared weeds and vines from the cave and bound them tightly to the frame. With that, their makeshift cactus shelter was complete. Lian nodded with satisfaction at the somewhat crude cactus shelter. He had just peered inside, though rudimentary, it would certainly keep out wind and rain. Wang Xiaolong produced several dry tree stumps from who knows where and placed them around the perimeter. He secured them tightly to the frame with old vines, greatly enhancing its stability. "Next time we come up, we should bring an iron pot. That'll make cooking meals much easier." After a morning of hard work, both men's stomachs began to protest. Fortunately, the shelter was now ready. When they returned in the afternoon, they could gather some ola grass from the mountain to make a bed. He pulled out 2 gray-haired dogs. The river was nearby, so he gave them a quick rinse. Relighting yesterday's campfire, he began roasting them. Only then did Lian remember he'd forgotten to check if the crucian carp was still there. He slapped his forehead. After so much time, the carp seeds were probably long gone, eaten by some beast. Regret was useless now, he'd just have to check when they passed by on the way back. Losing the carp seeds wasn't the end of the world, but he couldn't afford to lose the fish trap he'd woven himself. In less than 10 minutes, a rich aroma wafted from the gray dogfish. As the flames roasted it, oil dripped from its body into the fire, crackling and popping. Wang Xiaolong watched the grayback sizzling and oozing oil, swallowing hard. He'd eaten graybacks before, but never ones this fragrant. When Lian finally sprinkled a handful of salt over the 2 greyhounds, the roasting was complete. Before Lian could speak, Wang Xiaolong grabbed one of the roasted dogs and bit into it without hesitation, despite the heat. Whoa! Hot! The first bite made his eyes water from the heat. Despite this, he tore off a large chunk of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing noisily while exclaiming, "Hot!" After swallowing that mouthful of dog meat, his eyes lit up. Holy crap! Brotherin, this greyhound meat is insanely flavorful. How did you do it? I've never tasted anything this good before. Lian's head lifted proudly at Wang Xiaolong's praise. Before roasting the dog, he'd rubbed its belly with salt and gathered fragrant leaves from the grasslands. This technique of using fragrant leaves was something he'd learned from his master in his previous life, an exclusive secret known only to seasoned veterans who spent years in the mountains. Food was scarce these days. Even when Wang Gang brought back game, they'd stir-fry it rather than waste it on grilling. After all, roasting a pound of meat would leave them with only 7 or 8 ounces at best. Stir-frying was far more economical. After devouring the gray fox, the two men regained their strength. They spread the campfire embers to prevent igniting the cactus before continuing their ascent. Unbeknownst to them, 2 pairs of eyes watched them secretly from the distance while they roasted the fox. Chapter 20, don't believe me? Let's bet. Bro, I saw it, they really were roasting meat. They left empty-handed, so there must be plenty of good stuff left inside. One of the 2 men, the slimmer one, stared intently at the cactus tower Lian and his companion had just erected, as if he could see right through it to the prey inside. He wasn't actually thin, but compared to the massive, over 200-pound bloke beside him, he did appear lean. The fat man's face, covered in pimples and paired with eyes as small as mung beans, gave off a fierce aura. Despite it being spring, sweat had already soaked through his outer coat. He gave the cactus a scornful chuckle, his gaze turning cold. This guy's pretty industrious. Yesterday it was empty as a drum, but in the blink of an eye he's conjured up a cactus column. No wonder it smells so sweet, turns out he's caught a few stray dogs. Doozy, today we brothers are in for a treat. Those 2 little brats went in without guns, bet they're just greenhorns. The one called Guzzi, sensing the fat man was about to act, grinned obsequiously at his side, as if already savoring the aroma of meat. These 2 were mountain-dwelling rogues, former city hoodlums. Though lacking real skill, they could still scrape together small meals and cheap booze daily. Back then, the crackdown on organized crime hadn't fully taken hold, and gangs ran rampant in the city. Recently, the big fat guy had set his sights on a woman. He'd casually learned she was from out of town, doing the fur trade, new to the city with few connections. This only fueled the already aroused fat man's excitement. Having this huge bloke constantly lurking behind her made the woman uneasy. She discussed moving elsewhere with her husband. He didn't think much of it and agreed their business was nomadic anyway, so where they went didn't matter. But before they could leave, the day came when Guzzi and the fat man, fresh from drinking, were looking for a place to have some fun. Turning a corner in the alley, they happened upon a young wife just returning home from buying groceries. The sight of her graceful, swaying figure sent the fat man's lust surging through him. In this northern town, such a soft-spoken, charming woman from the south was a rare sight. The fat man's eyes greedily followed her swaying hips, as if he could devour her whole. Perhaps sensing eyes on her back, the woman glanced over and saw the fat man staring so intently that drool nearly dripped from the corners of his mouth. Terrified, she turned and sprinted home, screaming for help as she ran. Her flight only fueled the fat man's lust, and he immediately gave chase. The woman's husband wasn't home at the time, which filled the fat man and Guzzi with glee. But despite her gentle appearance, she possessed a fierce spirit. Seeing she couldn't break free from their grasp, she chose to take her own life on the spot. Seeing her dead, the fat man, who had been half drunk, sobered up with a start, his heart pounding with fear. Guzzi, however, wet himself on the spot. But the deed was done, and escape was impossible. The fat man, driven by desperation, set the house ablaze. Whether the security squad would trace it back to them or not, at least it would buy them time to flee. With their souls trembling, the 2 men didn't even bother to pack their belongings. They bought a train ticket and fled deep into the mountains, becoming outlaws. They say the mountains of northeast China hold everything you could live there your whole life and never starve. But while the 2 were fierce in their brawls, they knew nothing about hunting. The mountains were full of mushrooms, but they couldn't tell which were edible and which weren't. Don't underestimate these tiny fungi, one wrong move could be deadly. They survived only by foraging for the 1 or 2 types of mushrooms they recognized. Not only did they go hungry daily, but they also had to hide from others at night in the mountains, terrified of being discovered. It was during one of these aimless wanderings that the strong scent of meat drew them in. Brother, they're leaving. Should we make our move? Guzzi seemed impatient. They hadn't tasted meat in days. If the immortal pillars had left them some food, it would at least satisfy their cravings. Watching the 2 figures grow smaller and vanish into the woods, the fat man finally gritted his teeth. Let's go. We've killed people before, what's a couple of greenhorns to us? And don't you forget, this gun in my hands isn't for show. He waved the single-barrel shotgun in his hand, as if to bolster his own courage. Lian and Wang Xiaolong scrambled over a mountain gully. Unfortunately, just as Lian had predicted, the gray squirrels were scarce in the trees. People always said the mountains game was endless, impossible to hunt out, but Wang Xiaolong struggled to find any animal tracks. By the time he spotted them, the creatures were already alert and long gone. Lian, however, managed to bag 2 more mountain hares. Wang Xiaolong threw his snake skin bag to the ground in frustration.
Brotherin, didn't you say there were tons of animals in these mountains? We've walked this far, yet I haven't seen a thing. And they're way too smart.
Lian ignored him, casually aiming his slingshot at the grassy patch on the ground and firing.
Thud. Congratulations on hunting 1 mountain hare. Hunting points +2.
Seeing Lian take down a hare, Wang Xiaolong immediately scampered over, giving him another thumbs up.
Bro, how do you spot these animals? Teach me.
Lian retrieved 2 steel pellets from his waist pouch and held them in his palm.
Meeting Wang Xiaolong's eager gaze, he shook his head. Hunting isn't as simple as you think, Xiaolong. The beasts in the mountains can be more cunning than humans.
Relying solely on brute force won't get you anywhere out here. You'd need 10 lives just to survive. No matter how skilled you are, you can't match a bear's claws in strength. That's why you need keen eyes.
Take this spot, for example. What do you see?
Lian pointed with his slingshot toward the grassy meadow beside him. Wang Xiaolong understood this was a lesson and hurried over.
The meadow clearly bore animal tracks.
Judging by the footprints, the creature was small but not just one. It looked like several had swept past at lightning speed.
After Lian's guidance, Wang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He seemed to notice something different from before. Brotherin, I get it. Other animals have clearly passed through this grassy area, and judging by the freshness of the tracks, they must be nearby. As he spoke, he began scanning the surroundings warily, as if searching for more clues. Lian nodded approvingly.
Though Wang Xiaolong seemed scatterbrained when working, he was remarkably sharp. Often, it took only the slightest hint for him to pinpoint the issue.
Just seeing these signs isn't enough.
Tell me specifically what kind of animal might have passed through here and how long ago it was. Wang Xiaolong, who had been on high alert, suddenly widened his eyes at Lian's question. He scrutinized the grassy patch for a long time before scratching his head with a pained expression.
Brotherin, how can we tell what kind of animal walked here just by looking at trampled grass? If we could really tell, wouldn't we be gods? If only we could be gods.
I'd say a group of flying dragons passed through, and it took them less than half an hour. Lian answered confidently, but Wang Xiaolong shook his head.
Bro, that's way out there.
I don't buy that you know how long Lian was flying.
I think it was probably a flock of sand grouse. Look at these tracks below, they could easily be chicken claws.
Lian scratched his nose and said confidently to Wang Xiaolong, if you don't believe me, let's make a bet.
Chapter 21, Hunting Flying Dragons.
Bet it is. Whoever loses carries the snake bag from now on.
Wang Xiaolong, seemingly defying superstition, followed Lian's footsteps upward.
The two advanced cautiously, Lian occasionally adjusting their direction based on the surrounding environment. From a bird's eye view, one would be astonished to discover a flock of flying dragons foraging on the ground not far from Lian and his companion. Though Lian hadn't followed a straight path, their distance from the dragon flock steadily decreased. After about 10 minutes, the flying dragons finally came into Lian's view. The flying dragons, formerly known as spotted pheasants, were the prized game of hunters in the northeastern mountains. They were more coveted than gray foxes, mountain hares, wild boars, or bears.
Even sick deer couldn't compare to these creatures.
Resembling turtle doves with their black and white plumage, the flying dragons were larger, each weighing about 8 to 10 ounces.
When it comes to flavor, flying dragon soup is an unparalleled delicacy.
For those who appreciate it, they wouldn't trade it for a bear paw.
They typically travel in groups of 3 to 5, rarely venturing out alone.
Whether flying dragons are ground-dwelling birds or true birds remains a subject of debate. While capable of flight, they often prefer foraging on the ground. The main reason for the debate is that while they are often seen perched on branches during the day, they prefer to rest in thickets of weeds or snowdrifts at night. The flying dragon is also one of the most elusive creatures in the mountains, primarily due to its high alertness. The moment you make a move, it's gone in a flash. Its relatively small size means it can only be hunted with chicken shot. If you switch to buckshot or single-shot pellets, one hit turns it into a pile of mush. Of course, there was another method, using a slingshot or bow and arrow, just as Lian did. As Lian signaled to Wang Xiaolong with his eyes, both men began to hold their breath and focus intently. Lian slipped his hand back into his waist pocket, this time retrieving 5 steel pellets at once.
But he didn't rush to act.
Currently, the two were only 5 or 6 meters away from the flying dragons.
With thick bushes blocking their view, the dragons hadn't spotted them immediately.
Nevertheless, many lifted their heads, chest puffed out, scanning their surroundings as if sensing danger. While the flying dragons grew wary, Lian searched for the optimal firing angle to take down as many as possible simultaneously.
After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Xiaolong felt his palms drenched in sweat.
His excessive tension and impatience caused droplets to fall from his hair onto the ground. He kept signaling Lian with his eyes to hurry up and shoot. This flock of flying dragons was worth a fortune. If they got away, it would be a regret they'd never shake. Even if they took down just one, their trip today would be worth it. Finally, the vigilant flying dragons sensed no immediate danger and lowered their heads to forage on the ground. Simultaneously, Lian struck. His hand moved with lightning speed before anyone could even see his motion. 5 steel pellets shot from his palm. Unlike sandgrouse, flying dragons, though also group animals, maintained much greater distances between themselves, moving relatively scattered. They primarily communicated through cooing calls to attract and connect with each other. Lian's sudden action instantly startled the entire flock. They began flapping their wings and scattering in flight. Lian promptly retrieved several more steel balls from his pocket. Without much hesitation, he fired the first one at the closest flying dragon. This particular dragon was actually the closest to both of them, and Lian had deliberately spared it earlier for the second wave of attack. Startled, it immediately chose to fly toward the trees, hoping to use the branches and leaves for cover to evade Lian's shots. At the same time, it could pull further away from Lian and then use the branches to land and fly away without a trace. But Lian wouldn't give it that chance. Before any branches could shield it, a steel pellet struck the dragon squarely on the head. Without hesitation, Lian aimed at the second dragon and fired again. This time, unlike the first, the dragon hadn't taken up a fixed position. It was mid-air, having just lifted off the ground, and was chosen more or less at random due to its proximity to Lian and his companions. Though it soared in the sky, it was only 6 or 7 meters away from Lian. Unsurprisingly, the steel ball struck the dragon's body, knocking it to the ground. Fortunately, it missed the head, so the dragon didn't die instantly but thrashed wildly on the ground. The next 2 shots missed entirely, both grazing the dragon's wings as they flew past. In the blink of an eye from the moment Lian fired to the conclusion, it took barely 20 seconds. A large group of over a dozen flying dragons vanished without a trace. Wang Xiaolong's eyes widened as he followed the flying dragons out immediately. On the ground, Lian had taken down 3 flying dragons in his first volley alone. Adding the 2 from the subsequent shots, that made a total of 5 flying dragons accounted for. After collecting all the dragons into his burlap sack, he gave Lian a thumbs up. This time, he was genuinely in awe, utterly bowled over. Taking down 5 flying dragons at once? Even those seasoned veterans who'd been around for ages wouldn't dare claim they could pull that off. Wang Xiaolong's face flushed crimson with excitement, his speech becoming slurred. Broly, you're amazing. 5 flying dragons. I was getting so frustrated you weren't attacking earlier, but then you go and take down 5 at once. That's insane, seriously insane. From now on, I won't respect anyone else, not even the wall, except you. Lian quickly dodged the hands reaching out to him, shooting him a disgusted look. Don't try to support me. I think you'd be better off supporting your own wife. Wang Xiaolong? Lian was thoroughly satisfied with this haul. In his previous life, even at his peak, he could only land 4 out of 5 shots in rapid succession. Now his aim felt solid again. Speaking of which, he suddenly found himself missing that stubborn old man, whose temper was as fierce as a wild boar. Back then, the old man's first shot had utterly amazed Lian. 7 stars in a row. 7 steel pellets, every single one hitting its mark. The old man always claimed he lacked talent, but if he hadn't started hunting in the mountains and fallen into decline, Lian would never have had the chance to learn his craft. Seems I should pay that little old man a visit when I get the chance. Wonder if he's still as sharp as he was back then, all these years ahead of schedule. Lian muttered to himself. After stowing away all the flying dragons, the 2 prepared to head back. Unbeknownst to them, they had ventured deep into the mountains. Continuing further would take them into the heart of the wilderness. Besides, today's haul was pretty decent, Lian reflected carefully. Not counting the 2 gray dogs they'd eaten, there were still 8 gray dogs left, plus 3 mountain rabbits and 5 flying dragons, a truly bountiful catch. The state-run stores claimed a flying dragon could fetch 12 or 13 yuan, utter fiction. Don't take it seriously, so these 5 dragons alone were worth around 60 yuan. Add the greyhound and mountain hairpelts, and the total could easily reach over 70 yuan. Today's haul alone was enough to cover 2 months' wages for a laborer. Chapter 22, Encountering Bandits. Weather in the mountains changes in an instant. Often, you'll see clear skies one moment, only to look up again while walking and find dark clouds gathering overhead. Brotherin, the weather's turning. It might rain soon. Wang Xiaolong's face betrayed his anxiety. Mountain rain came swiftly. If it started, they'd never make it home today. The mountain paths were treacherous enough as it was, but rain would turn them wet and slippery, making them nearly impassable. Lian felt a twinge of unease too, but thinking of the cactus shelter they'd built today eased his mind. He patted Wang Xiaolong on the shoulder. Don't worry. We've got the cactus shelter set up today. Even if it pours, it won't get us wet. On the way back, we can gather some ola grass. If it comes to it, we'll just camp out in the mountains. Despite Lian's reassurance, Wang Xiaolong remained deeply troubled. He'd never spent the night in the mountains before. His father often spoke of seasoned hunters who camped in the hills at night. Naturally, he'd wanted to experience it himself. But when he'd left home, he hadn't dared tell his mother he was going hunting in the mountains. Not returning tonight would surely send her into a panic. Lian seemed to sense his thoughts, but the heavens' decisions weren't something anyone could change. He could only offer words of comfort. So the 2 hurried back, dragging woolly grass along the ground. Before they reached the cactus patch, a torrential downpour crashed down from the sky, instantly turning them into drenched chickens. As the rain intensified, visibility of the path vanished. Since they were already soaked through, Lian and the others simply stripped off their jackets and draped them over the woolagrass.
Xiaolong, hand me the stuff.
Within moments, Wang Xiaolong had stumbled and fallen 3 times, covered head to toe in mud, his features completely obscured. Wang Xiaolong heard Lian calling him, but the pounding rain on the branches drowned out their voices. He wrung his hair, the downpour obscuring his vision completely. All he knew was to cling tightly to the burlap sack on his back.
What did you say? Splash.
Wang Xiaolong crashed to the ground again. He scrambled up swiftly, instinctively reaching for the burlap sack. Seeing this, Lian hoisted the burlap sack onto his shoulder. Since his rebirth, he felt his body growing increasingly strong, as if he possessed inexhaustible energy. With one hand on the sack and the other, he pulled Wang Xiaolong up from the ground.
Not far ahead lay the area of the immortal pillars.
If not for the torrential rain, they could have glimpsed their silhouettes from here.
The two stumbled forward, unaware that danger was closing in.
Inside the cactus grove, the fat man angrily tossed several gray dogs onto the ground. This weather had completely disrupted their plans. This was the only place to shelter from the rain once they left, they'd have nowhere to stay.
Not only that, but being drenched in the downpour would make them prone to catching a cold. Brother, what do we do now?
Guzzi paced back and forth inside the cactus, his face etched with anxiety. If those guys found out they'd stolen their stuff, they'd be after them for sure. His constant pacing made Fatty feel like a fly buzzing incessantly in front of him. Furious, he kicked Guzzi hard, sending him sprawling.
What the hell are you scared of? I've got a gun. You think I'm afraid of a couple of punks?
If they're smart, they'll get the hell out of here.
This spot's mine. If they don't.
The fat man weighed the gun in his hand and continued, I won't mind feeding them a couple of peanuts. As the two men spoke, Lian and Wang Xiaolong had already reached the base of the stone pillar. Without pausing to look around, they ducked inside. Wang Xiaolong plopped down on the ground, panting heavily.
Brotherin, this weather's crazy. Rain just starts pouring out of nowhere.
Good thing we set up the cactus shelter early, otherwise we'd be in big trouble today. After a moment, he didn't hear Lian's voice, so he looked up in surprise and scanned the surroundings.
Brotherin?
He looked up and suddenly noticed 2 strangers standing directly opposite him. One of them was glaring at him with a vicious look. Lian's hand instinctively moved to the slingshot at his waist, locking eyes with the 2 men.
Yo! Erduzzi, check this out. Real hunters bring the real deal up the mountain. These 2 kids think the mountains are their playground with just slingshots?
Standing beside the fat man, Guzzi saw that Lian and his crew truly had no guns. His earlier panic vanished, replaced by frenzied mockery, a complete reversal from moments before.
Boss, you won't believe it. Seeing all this game, I thought these were 2 seasoned hunters. Turns out they're just 2 little brats who only know how to play with slingshots. Little brats, I won't waste my breath.
Hand over those burlap sacks right now so I can check them.
If my boss is in a good mood, he might even let you 2 off easy.
Without waiting for their response, he lunged for the bag. Wang Xiaolong, sitting nearby, shot to his feet and instinctively clutched the bag to his chest, his face flushing with defiance.
Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing Wang Xiaolong's foot and embedding itself in the ground. You bastards actually dared to move. Thought I wouldn't shoot you, huh? The shot startled not just Wang Xiaolong but Lian too.
Had the bullet been slightly off course, it could have pierced Wang Xiaolong clean through. In these mountains, that's no joke, even murder leaves no trace. By morning, the mountain beasts would have taken care of the body. So he immediately ordered Wang Xiaolong to hand over the bag, standing aside himself, daring not to make a single extra move. Hey, we're all just trying to scrape by in these mountains.
Everyone has their tough times. This kid's new here and doesn't know the ropes yet.
Let's put the guns down, we don't want any accidental discharges.
Today, we become acquainted through a fight.
It's only right that I, as your elder, discipline my young brother. So, take everything in that burlap sack, a few mountain hares, some gray foxes, and yes, 5 or 6 flying dragons. I see you're all heroes from different paths.
Let's not spoil the harmony.
Lian's words were like honey-coated sugar, and the fat man's eyes narrowed as he listened.
Kid, you really are a greenhorn.
Listen to how smooth this guy talks.
Fine, I'm in a generous mood today, I'll spare your lives.
He gave a subtle nod to Guzzi beside him, yet his gun remained raised. Doggy, who'd been waiting nearby, had been itching to get his hands on the 5 or 6 flying dragons in the bag. Seeing the fat man's gaze, he ignored Wang Xiaolong's murderous glare and snatched the burlap sack. Whoosh! He dumped the entire contents onto the ground. Holy! Big brother really has flying dragons. When Lian first mentioned it, he hadn't believed him.
Flying dragons weren't something just any gunner could catch. They were incredibly expensive. Back in the city, they'd only ever bragged about who'd eaten one.
The fat man stared at the flying dragons on the ground, his eyes bulging wide. Having gone so many days without meat, suddenly having this much of it made his mouth water uncontrollably.
Great! Fantastic! Fatso repeated good 3 times, clearly thrilled with today's haul.
What are you standing around for? Get moving while I'm in a good mood. Wait any longer, and who knows when I might snap and toss you both out. Chapter 23, but split open. Lian grabbed Wang Xiaolong and turned to head straight out of the immortal pillar, leaving his most vulnerable back exposed to the two men. Though only a few steps away, Lian felt a constant prickling sensation on his back. He never imagined such a thing, something he'd only heard about would happen right before his eyes. Brethren, are we just handing over the prey we worked so hard to hunt to these two beasts? Wang Xiaolong felt deeply unsettled. Even now, his legs still trembled slightly. What Lian didn't know was that Wang Xiaolong had already wet himself in fear. As the saying goes, you don't mind getting your pants wet in the rain. Only the constant downpour had concealed the fact that his legs were completely beyond his control. Don't try to act tough. When a bullet whizzes past your feet and burrows into the ground, no one can remain unmoved. Especially since Wang Xiaolong was still just a greenhorn at this point. But having his prey snatched away left him feeling bitterly resentful. Lian said nothing, quickly approaching the entrance of the immortal pillar. Stepping through the doorway first, he positioned himself sideways, his peripheral vision catching the scene inside. There stood Guzi, one hand holding a flying dragon, showing it off to the fat man, who wore a look of pure satisfaction. Perhaps because Lian and Wang Xiaolong had kept their backs turned to them, the fat man had let his guard down. The single-barrel shotgun in his hand had been aimed at his feet for who knew how long, his eyes fixed entirely on the flying dragon in Guzi's hands. Now! As if he'd been ready all along, Lian's hand never left his waist. The slingshot snapped up. A few meters distance was no challenge for Lian, he could hit any target he aimed at. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the steel ball struck the fat man's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. These pellets could blow a flying dragon's head clean off with a single shot. Their power was undeniable. Lian was certain the blow had left the fat man's wrist black and purple, possibly even fracturing the bone. The single-barrel shotgun, of course, was instinctively dropped to the ground by the fat man. Seeing this, Guzi, standing nearby, was terrified out of his wits. He tossed the flying dragon aside and lunged to grab the gun. But Lian wouldn't let him succeed with this hard-won opportunity. The steel pellets in his hand blurred into afterimages as he fired relentlessly at the two men. He showed no mercy whatsoever, firing with the intent to kill. Soon, blood dripped from both men's hair onto the ground. Each man had at least 2 or 3 bloody holes in their heads from Lian's shots. Seeing they were no longer able to resist, Lian lunged forward in a single stride. He snatched up the single-barrel shotgun lying on the ground. Lian had handled this type of single-barrel shotgun before. Its uniform yellow body was paired with a black handle. It primarily used slugs, capable of chambering 2 rounds at a time. Many hunters favored keeping one of these as a backup weapon. Though admittedly more cumbersome than double-barreled shotguns, reloading after each shot took considerable time. Its power was undeniable. No exaggeration, within 5 meters, if you could hit your mark, this thing could take down a bear. Fatso had just fired 1 round, meaning there was 1 bullet left in the chamber. After seeing Lian snatch the gun, Fatty and Guzi ignored the pain radiating through their bodies and immediately turned to flee outside. Lian's temper had already flared. Now that he held the upper hand, he steeled himself and charged after the 2 figures. It was truly awe-inspiring how people could unleash unprecedented potential in life or death moments. Despite the fat man's intimidating appearance, he was actually more afraid of death than Guzi. Earlier, Lian had fired most of his steel pellets into the fat man's body, yet now he was sprinting faster than Guzi. The 2 raced ahead, Lian hot on their heels. The entire battle, from its start to its reversal, had unfolded in less than 30 seconds. Wang Xiaolong hadn't even processed what was happening yet. He had no idea how the gun had ended up in Lian's hands. He just stared blankly at the 3 figures dashing back into the downpour, frozen in the doorway. Damn it! You hit me right in the head. You dare pull a gun on me in the mountains? If I don't take one of you down today, I'm not a man. Lian chased them about 50 or 60 meters. Guzi and the fat man practically scrambled and crawled their way out. They were about to vanish from Lian's sight. The heavy rain limited visibility to just a few meters. Compounded by the pair's frantic, reckless dash, Lian could only fall further behind. Realizing pursuit was futile, he halted abruptly, raising his single-barrel shotgun to chest level and assuming a firing stance. Bang! Ah! With a gunshot, a cloud of blood mist instantly rose from the fat man's buttocks. A bullet had struck his buttocks, instantly tearing them open. The searing pain in his rear, combined with the gunshot, made him instantly realize he'd been hit. Yet he dared not stop, his adrenaline surging to its peak. For a moment, he felt as if he'd become oblivious to the pain, driven only by the urge to keep running forward. Guzi, trailing behind, witnessed firsthand the blood mist erupting from the fat man's rear. The bullet had blown his entire buttocks apart, leaving nothing but a bloody, mangled mess. In that instant, Guzi cursed himself for not being a real dog. If he had 2 extra legs, he might have outrun the fat man. A foul, yellow stench seeped from his crotch, mingling with the churned yellow mud on the ground. He couldn't tell which was dirt and which was. Terrified, he lost control of his bowels and bladder, running while crying out for Fat Brother to wait for him. Lian stopped where he stood after firing the shot, rain pouring down his hair and stinging his face. Water filled his eyes, obscuring the path ahead. With thugs like these, you had to be ruthless. Give them a lesson they'll never forget, and next time they'll walk around you, never daring to bare their teeth again. Though Lian's bloodshot eyes made him look like a madman chasing after the two, his mind was as clear as a mirror. Scum like this deserved to die if they fell, and if they survived, he'd make sure everyone in the mountains knew he wasn't someone to be trifled with. To Wang Xiaolong's eyes, Lian standing in the downpour, weathering the storm, looked like a god of war. The gunshot snapped him out of his daze, and he rushed outside. Even though he knew he couldn't help Lian, he had to follow to prevent the two from turning around and attacking him. Chapter 24, Spending the Night in the Mountains. Brethren, why are your eyes so red? Wang Xiaolong looked at Lian sitting on the ula grass with concern. They had returned to the Xian Renzu cave, and the scattered game had been gathered up again. They had stored plenty of dry firewood in the cave before leaving, so both of them stripped off their wet clothes and laid them aside to dry. Lian drew his curved knife from his waist and began skinning the greyhound. Hearing Wang Xiaolong's question, he chuckled. No worries. Those two scumbags probably won't dare set foot in these woods again. Lian's eyes were bloodshot, the whites entirely crimson save for his pupils. Anyone unaware of what had just transpired would surely be startled by his appearance. It was only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, yet beneath the darkening clouds, the sky outside had turned completely black. The two lay on the ula grass, each holding a roasted greyhound. The flickering campfire cast their silhouettes, making them seem as if they had returned to primitive times. Lian lay still, but Wang Xiaolong couldn't sit still, pacing restlessly beside him. Bro, you know what? You were seriously badass just now. That fat guy just fired a shot straight at me. I was completely frozen in fear. I'm not kidding, I peed my pants right then and there. My brain turned to mush, I couldn't think straight. My legs were shaking like a sieve, as limp as boiled noodles. But when I turned around, you'd already snatched the gun from the fat guy and were chasing after the two of them. Wang Xiaolong gestured with a tree branch as he spoke. Truth be told, Lian's gunshot had startled him too. If he'd actually killed someone, he'd be facing jail time. Luckily, the fat guy had thick padding on his rear. Blood was pooling from his pants pocket, but he kept running into the woods like nothing happened. Brethren, you gotta tell me how you snatched that gun from those two. Wang Xiaolong sat beside Lian, his eyes brimming with anticipation. From head to toe, he was filled with nothing but admiration for Lian. Lian put his dried clothes back on, tossed 2 more branches into the campfire, and proceeded to educate Wang Xiaolong on the fundamental principles of hunting. Xiaolong, do you know why many hunters prefer to go into the mountains alone? Even though everyone knows it's extremely dangerous to be alone in the mountains, they still refuse to go in groups, not even with a pack of dogs. Wang Xiaolong pondered for a moment, scratching his head. It must be because there's less game up there. When you go alone, you usually only get 1 or 2 animals. If you go in a group, you'd get even less. Lian chuckled at his innocent response. Scarce game? Just along the way here, I've spotted dozens, and that's only on the outskirts. Once we get deep into the mountains, there'll be even more. Your point holds some truth, but as long as you venture deeper into the mountains, game is practically endless. Starting today, remember this, the greatest danger in the mountains is never the animals, but other people. If you encounter people in the mountains, never approach them unless you can guarantee your own safety. They won't know your intentions, and with such intense wariness, no one can guarantee their gun won't go off. That's why many hunters refuse to venture into the mountains together unless they're brothers or people they absolutely trust. If they encounter valuable game, they might end up turning on each other, and that's when real danger strikes. The two chatted sporadically, exchanging random remarks, while outside, the heavy rain had finally ceased at some point. Yet continuing their journey today was clearly unrealistic. They could only wait until first light tomorrow to head home and report their safe return. That night, Lian slept soundly. The campfire in the cave served to deter animals, while the prickly pear cactus outside provided camouflage. Wang Xiaolong, however, spent his first night in the mountains tossing and turning. The occasional rustling sounds from the forest made him wonder what creatures might be lurking nearby. Occasional wolf howls echoed from the forest depths, sending Wang Xiaolong scrambling deeper into the cave, pressing himself against the rocks. Earlier, when he ventured outside to peek, he spotted a pair of blood-red eyes in the grassy meadow. The sight nearly made him activate the Tainai summoner, determined to drag Lian out of his sleep to investigate. But when they emerged, they discovered it was merely a wild rabbit resting in the meadow. Hearing the noise the two made, it vanished into the grass in 2 bounds. Lian felt somewhat exasperated by Wang Xiaolong's jumpy reactions. This was already the 3rd time tonight he'd accompanied him outside. Only after Wang Xiaolong repeatedly insisted did he finally return to the cave to sleep. Wang Xiaolong felt somewhat embarrassed, a grown man scared out of his wits by a mere rabbit? That was pretty pathetic. He resolved to stay inside no matter what that night, convincing himself that any noises outside were just radishes and cabbages. Yet the faint, intermittent howls of wolves kept tugging at his nerves, preventing him from drifting off. Early the next morning, Lian rose from the ula grass, while Wang Xiaolong remained seated beside him. His face was drawn, two huge dark circles under his eyes making him look utterly exhausted. Seeing Lian finally awake, a glimmer of light flickered in his previously vacant eyes. Then he threw himself at Lian's feet, clutching his calf tightly. "Brotherin, my brotherin, you're finally awake. Your little brother Long here didn't sleep a wink all night. Let's get going, I need to get back and catch up on some sleep." Seeing Wang Xiaolong on the ground, Lian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. They shouldered the game they'd hunted the previous day and began their descent. When they reached the spot where they'd placed the carp bait the day before yesterday, Lian took a careful look. Unfortunately, last night's rain had been too heavy, causing the river to rise significantly. The small pits they dug were now flooded, and whether the crucian carp had returned to the river or been eaten by something remained unknown. The descent was mostly muddy, but with caution, they could manage. The key was that after the rain, many mushrooms had sprouted among the rotting trees and weeds. By the time they reached the edge of the woods and exchanged greetings with the villagers, the burlap sack on their backs had somehow filled to the brim. Chapter 25: The Furious Wang Luer. Just as they emerged from the woods, Lian happened upon Li Shufan and Wang Luer, who were heading up the mountain to gather mushrooms. Li Shufan spotted him and immediately waved, pulling Wang Luer toward him. Lian hurriedly waved back, dumping everything he was carrying onto Wang Xiaolong. "What a surprise to run into you here. Did you two go hunting again today? After yesterday's heavy rain, let me see what you managed to catch?" Li Shufan didn't say a word, but she pulled Wang Luer toward him. The two carried a small basket strapped to their backs, filled with a scattered assortment of mushrooms. Li Shufan was especially cheerful today after last night's rain. The forest had yielded a bountiful harvest of mushrooms. Unlike him, Wang Lu was clearly awkward. She didn't know how to face Lian, so she just followed behind Li Shufan, not daring to speak. Lian scratched his head, his gaze lingering on Wang Luer. In his memory, she had always been a mischievous and spirited girl. He hadn't realized she also had such a shy side. They hadn't caught much, just a few gray squirrels and 4 or 5 flying dragons. After the overnight rain, they hadn't returned home last night. Having spent the night in the mountains, they were eager to head down today to avoid worrying their families. When Lian claimed he'd caught several flying dragons, Li Shufan dismissed it as bragging. Even his father, who roamed the mountains daily, rarely caught any in a whole year. Lian had snagged 4 or 5 in one go. Not even the seasoned veterans in the village dared boast such skill. Li Shufan rolled her eyes at him and said in a sarcastic tone, "4 or 5 flying dragons? Do you really think they're that easy to catch? Keep bragging. Why not just make up some crazy story?" As she spoke, she reached out to snatch the burlap sack from Wang Xiaolong's hands. Wang Xiaolong instinctively flinched backward, but Li Shufan shot him a fierce glare, startling him into quickly handing over the sack. If anyone in the village was fearless, Li Shufan was undoubtedly the first. After all, despite Lian's constant petty thefts in the village over the years, he'd never dared to steal a single egg from Li Shufan's home. Opening the burlap sack, Li Shufan gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand. Inside the prints of peeled skin lay several flying dragons, their bellies bulging. Aside from a few mushrooms, the sack was filled entirely with the backs of flying dragons and grey dogs. How did Li Annie manage this? All at once? Having collected so many before, this was the first time she'd ever seen such a bounty. Seeing his astonished expression, Wang Lu instinctively glanced down at the bag brimming with bounty. For some reason, his heart pounded relentlessly. Suddenly, he recalled Lian leading the villagers down from the mountains, carrying that massive boar on their shoulders. His cheeks flushed involuntarily. Beside him, Wang Xiaolong looked like a bullied little wife. For some reason, Shufan made him feel even more frightened than the thugs he'd seen yesterday. Of course. All this game was hunted by me and Brotherin. What's this? If it hadn't rained so hard last night, we could have filled this entire burlap sack with game alone. Hearing Wang Xiaolong's boastful tone, Li Shufan shot him a withering glare. Keep bragging. You think hunting is your family's business? Even the old hands wouldn't dare claim they could fill a whole burlap sack after going out. Lian didn't catch the verbal sparring between them. Instead, his gaze drifted to Wang Luer standing off to the side. For some reason, seeing Wang Luer again made him feel as if he'd stepped into another lifetime. What happened that day was indeed my fault. I sincerely apologize to you here. But rest assured, I will take full responsibility for my actions. Once I save enough money, I'll come to ask for your hand in marriage. For some reason, a surge of intense anger suddenly welled up inside him. What did take full responsibility even mean? Was he just demanding Lian take responsibility for his own actions? Summoning his courage, he looked Lian straight in the eye and declared loudly, I don't need you to take responsibility. And I don't need your apology for what happened before either. After speaking, he ignored Li Shufan's grasping hands and turned to run away. Li Shufan tried to grab him, but Wang Luer was like a wild bull in a rage, utterly unstoppable. She glared at Lian again, her eyes blazing with fury. See what you've done? Wang Luer told me you'd forgiven him earlier. Looks like I was being too naive. After speaking, she followed Wang Luer's retreating figure, calling out for him to wait as she hurried after them. As their figures grew distant, Lian felt a twinge of unease. Yet upon hearing Li Shufen's final words that she had forgiven him, he broke into a delighted smile. Brethren, who are those two? They're way too much. Taking our prey without a word, you'd think they were mountain bandits. Lian smiled but said nothing. When they returned home, he fetched a wicker basket from the kitchen and emptied some mushrooms from the burlap sack. He also handed Wang Xiaolong a greyhound and a mountain hare to take with him. At first, Wang Xiaolong refused to take anything. He had come to the mountains with Lian to learn skills. He hadn't paid tuition and was already deeply grateful that Lian had agreed to take him up the mountain. How could he possibly accept gifts? Brethren, I really can't accept these things. Just yesterday, I learned so much from you. Once I get back, I'll make a slingshot and work on matching your accuracy. But Lian insisted, forcing the items into his hands. As Lian put it, anyone who came up the mountain had contributed their share. No one could return empty-handed, that was the rule. Finally, Wang Xiaolong couldn't resist any longer and obediently took the items. Neither Filong nor he had dared to eat them, they could fetch a hefty price. After watching Wang Xiaolong leave, Lian stepped into the main room to find his father sitting on the kong, face dark, puffing on his pipe. The old man hadn't slept all night. Outside, the rain poured down relentlessly as he gazed anxiously toward the mountains. He hadn't gone out earlier to spare Lian some face, otherwise, the tobacco pipe would have smacked him on the head long ago. Seeing his father's expression, Lian could only offer a sheepish smile. Dad, I caught a few flying dragons today. Chapter 26, Buying Bullets. Lian set his catch aside. Still sleeping in its den, Hudun seemed to catch its master's scent and scrambled out. The little beast rubbed its head against Lian's pants leg repeatedly, seemingly trying to curry favor. Seeing Hudunner so lively and energetic, Lian scooped him up and held him close. The weather was pleasant today, and Lian wanted to organize his recent haul to sell at the state-run store. The haul was substantial, at least 20 gray dog pelts alone. By noon, Lian arrived at the state-run store. The same girl with the lovely smile greeted him again. She recognized Lian, having seen him just days prior. Her eyes widened slightly at the sight of the bulging burlap sack landing on the counter. Hey, didn't you just come by a couple days ago? What did you manage to get this time? How did you get so much stuff? She reached out to open the burlap sack. The dazzling array of gray dog skins inside startled her. This is far too much. Most hunters would be lucky to gather this much in 2 or 3 months, and you've only been out for a few days. You hunted all this in just a few days? Lian nodded with a smile. Over the next few days, while waiting in line, the other's eyes shifted toward him with newfound respect. Hunters who could bring in such a haul in one go were few and far between, especially a newcomer. After calculating, Lian had sold a total of 80 yuan worth of goods, a considerable sum. The buyer asked if he needed needlework to secure the money, but Lian shook his head. In this crowded place, many hunters chose to have the buyer sew the cash into their clothes to prevent theft. But Lian wasn't the least bit worried. As a hunter, if you weren't alert enough to guard against having your money stolen, you might as well not go hunting in the mountains at all. Lian had another crucial reason for coming out to sell today. The double-barreled shotgun in his hands looked brand new, not a single scratch on it. He had no idea how the two thugs had gotten their hands on it. But now that it was in his hands, there was no way he was giving it back. Not even those two thugs dared demand it. Now that he finally had a gun for protection, the urgent task was to buy some ammunition. He still had plenty of steel pellets left, so he didn't need to buy any for the time being. Lian calculated that he actually needed to buy quite a few things. First was the cactus from the mountains. Relying solely on ula grass wasn't a long-term solution. Ideally, he could buy 2 quilts and a sharp axe. The axe at home struggled to cut through trees. All these urgent items had to be bought. He returned to the small shop where he'd bought the steel pellets. The man sat leisurely in a recliner, reading the newspaper. Lian tapped the wooden table in front of him. Hey, I'm here to buy some stuff. Only then did the man clearly recognize the visitor. He quickly recognized Lian and set the newspaper aside in surprise. Hey, it's you. How'd you burn through those steel balls so fast? His surprise was understandable. A pack of steel balls contained 200 pellets. Most people used them for hunting mountain hares or greyhounds, and consumption was low. It could easily take a month or 2 to use them all. Lian shook his head, pulling a fresh pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He hadn't touched them since deciding to quit smoking. The Dakianman cigarettes, priced at 1 yuan 20 per pack, were still the good stuff he'd bought earlier. He pulled one out and handed it to the shopkeeper, whispering, "The steel balls aren't urgent, I've got enough for now. I came today to buy some gunpowder." After speaking, he made a gun gesture with his hand. As mentioned before, although guns weren't officially banned yet, sales had stopped openly. Only at train stations or in small shops like this did people still sell them secretly. The government didn't really crack down, it was just that many people had caught wind of the different flavors and preferred to keep it under the table. The usually simple-minded shopkeeper's eyes lit up. His shop barely scraped by selling slingshot pellets. The real money came from dealing in guns. "You've come to the right place, buddy. Take a look around. Any weapon or ammo you can name, we've got it." Lian suspected he was exaggerating, so he casually asked, "Can you get a 5.56? Hearing Lian's question, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up even brighter. His voice trembled slightly as he replied, "Brother, if you're serious about buying one, I can get it for you within a week. But the price will be a bit steep." He made a gesture with his hand, forming the number 2. Lian froze at the gesture. He'd meant it as a joke, never expecting this man could actually procure such a rifle. The Type 56, known among insiders as the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, had long since replaced outdated weapons like the old Type 81 and double-barreled hunting rifles that had been phased out by the military. Militia units in the villages often used these rifles for training, and a significant portion had flowed into civilian hands, becoming hunting weapons. But the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was different. Its ability to fire 15 rounds in rapid succession meant that even facing a small herd of wild boars, Lian wouldn't feel intimidated with this weapon in his hands. This rifle was still the standard issue in the military and rarely made its way into civilian hands. Who knew this guy had such connections? Damn, he'd really blown his own horn. Lian rubbed his nose. He couldn't even scrape together $100 on the mountain to buy a Type 96. Talk about pure bragging rights. 200? The shopkeeper chuckled obsequiously. Bro, don't mess with me. Even a basic single-barrel hunting rifle costs more than that. I'm not overcharging you. 2,000 is fair. Ask around, and you won't find a better deal anywhere. He patted his chest confidently, ready to explain further, but Lian cut him off with 3 decisive words. Can't afford it. Those 3 words cut him off mid-sentence. If Lian hadn't actually bought something from him before, he'd have been ready to throw a fit. Can't afford it? Then why are you bragging? I can't afford it now, but mark my words, I'll get one from you eventually. And when I do, you better give me a discount. In the end, Lian bought 200 single-shot cartridges from him, spending a total of 20 yuan. The price wasn't steep, 2 mao per round. The main issue was that the single-barrel shotgun's configuration was too limited. It could only use single-shot cartridges and couldn't handle other types of ammunition. Lian deliberately opened the brown paper package in front of the owner to inspect the rounds. Satisfied that they were all roughly the same size, he tucked them away. In truth, most bullets these days were reloaded, meaning spent casings were recycled, refilled with gunpowder, primers, and lead shot for reuse. Excessive reloading led to significant size inconsistencies, increasing the risk of barrel explosions. This shopkeeper was an honest man. These bullets showed minimal size variation, likely only first reload rounds. Many hunters practiced reloading, but Lian had no intention of doing so. While it reduced costs, reloading itself carried significant risks, primarily due to the difficulty in accurately controlling the amount of gunpowder used. A miscalculation could easily result in misfires or even a barrel explosion. Purchasing all ammunition in this standardized format increases costs, but the benefits are often proportional. Chapter 27, Auntie returns home. After stowing the bullets, Lian bought 2 new outfits for himself and his father. In his memory, his father had always worn the same Zhongshan suit. All these years, he'd never spared the expense to buy himself new clothes. Lian, on the other hand, occasionally managed to snag a couple of different outfits to wear. Yet, when his father passed away in his previous life, he was still wearing that same Zhongshan suit, washed until it was faded white. Lian spent 6 yuan buying 2 sets of clothes for each of them. Finally, he bought his father several pairs of high-quality cloth shoes, all hand-stitched by artisans and sold as premium goods. His mother had passed away early, and the 2 grown men had always patched up their worn-out shoes to keep wearing them. Now that they had money, they couldn't be so stingy anymore. Carrying his purchases, he returned home content. As for pots and such, he'd have to borrow Li Guai's flatbed cart another day to buy them. He couldn't carry them back himself. On the heated brick bed, Li Kuan stared intently at the shoes his son had bought for him. Just moments ago, Lian had returned from outside, immediately finding his father in high spirits. He handed him the new clothes, eager to see if they fit. Lian had bought another perfectly tailored Zhongshan suit, afraid his father wouldn't wear anything else. The new shoes seemed to be bought to fit his feet perfectly. After receiving them, he had scolded Lian for wasting money. They were poor common folk, their clothes were already worn thin. How could they keep anything clean when they spent their days digging for food in the dirt? Everyone in the village wore clothes patched and mended until they could wear no more. But after carrying these things inside, a pang of sadness welled up in his heart. Before he knew it, 2 tears rolled down his cheeks and landed on the Kong. He couldn't remember the last time he'd cried. Li Kuan hadn't always been this way. Back when he was striving to build something for the village, he'd poured his entire being into it. He'd been a fiery young man then. But after his wife passed away, he'd grown increasingly quiet and withdrawn. It was after that incident that he stopped crying altogether. Now, looking at his son's new clothes, his heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions: bitter, sweet, sour, and bitter. Xiaofang, did you see? Our son has truly changed for the better. All these years since you left, I was consumed with self-blame and forgot to teach him how to live. By the time I realized it, it was too late. He spent his days sneaking around and cutting corners. Was it you, watching over him from above, who guided him? Li Kuan murmured to himself, his tears flowing like an unstoppable flood, quickly soaking a large patch of the heated brickbed below. After more than half an hour, he reappeared in the courtyard wearing a brand new Zhongshan suit and cloth shoes. Lian circled around him, his eyes brightening at the sight.
You know what?
Changing his clothes really did make him look much sharper.
Dad, this outfit looks absolutely perfect on you.
He gave Li Kuan a thumbs up, having also changed into a fresh set of clothes that made him look even more radiant than before. The relationship between father and son was like a thin layer of paper, and Lian's small gesture had poked a tiny hole right through it.
That evening, Li Kuan personally cooked a stewed mountain hare.
He deliberately scooped an extra spoonful of salt from the salt shaker. The two of them sat around the iron pot eating until they were sweating profusely. Perhaps the rainy season had arrived, for the next few days saw a constant drizzle falling from the sky. Lian took a few days off, the first rest he'd had since his rebirth.
Yet come rain or shine, Wang Xiaolong appeared at Lian's doorstep every morning without fail.
Lian used the leftover fire-glazed tree branches to craft a slingshot for him too. These days, the two focused mainly on practicing their slingshot accuracy. But the pellets they used weren't steel balls instead. Lian had specifically asked Wang Xiaolong to dig up a large lump of yellow clay from outside. This yellow clay was rolled into balls roughly the size of steel pellets by hand. Placed beneath the campfire to dry, they hardened into exceptionally sturdy projectiles, perfect consumables for practice. The best method for drying this clay was actually to air dry it in a dry environment. While fire drying was faster, it caused many of the balls to crack.
Fortunately, yellow clay was the one thing they had in abundance now.
It cost nothing and could be produced in large quantities with just a little time and effort.
After several days of practice, Wang Xiaolong's accuracy had noticeably improved.
Hitting stationary targets within 4 or 5 meters posed no problem, though this was purely from practice, not actual combat experience. The mountain greyhounds won't obediently stay put in trees waiting for you to shoot them. To master hitting animals in their high-speed, erratic movements like On Li does, he still needs tons of practice. On the third day of the drizzle, Lian's home finally welcomed a visitor. His aunt had returned. They say a daughter who marries out is like water poured out, and when his grandparents were still alive, his aunt often visited. But after they passed away one after the other, she only returned once in a blue moon. Yet the bond between the two families hadn't faded with time. Instead, they grew to rely on each other as strong pillars of support. Seeing his aunt return, Lian eagerly snatched her luggage from her hands.
Auntie, you haven't visited me in so long. Stay a few extra days this time before heading back. My dad's still in the village, I'll go call him. With few relatives left in his own family, his aunt was the only person he considered truly kin.
In his previous life, it was she who had waited at the prison gates to greet him upon his release.
Li Kuan was in the village office discussing this year's harvest with several directors. All of them frowned as they looked at the notebook on the table.
Old Li, you're the village chief, say something. The crops are just turning green again, and everyone relies on this harvest to get by.
Now they've all been ravaged by those beasts. So many villagers have complained lately, it's giving me a headache.
The speaker was Director Foam, who oversaw the militia. He clutched his notebook tightly, its pages filled with reports from villagers detailing which households' crops had been ravaged by wild boars descending from the mountains. Wild boars coming down from the mountains to ravage crops was nothing new, but for some reason, the damage this year was particularly severe. He had considered organizing the militia to hunt them down.
But these beasts are cunning.
They usually only come out at night to ravage the crops, and by dawn, they vanished back into the mountains, hiding who knows where. Li Kuan's dry tobacco crackled in his mouth as his brow furrowed into deep lines. In previous years, the village would pool money to hire an experienced hunter to drive the boars out. Unfortunately, their seasoned hunter had grown too old and had decided last year to stop hunting in the mountains. His son had inherited his skills and looked imposing enough, but his hunting prowess fell far short of his father's. The old man would never agree to send him into the mountains to hunt the boar.
Hey, Old Li, isn't your son the one who's been hunting like a beast lately?
If you can't handle it, send him up the mountain.
Didn't he bag a huge boar just the other day?
The whole village was buzzing about it.
I even got a couple ounces of that meat. The man sitting beside Li Kuan spoke up. He was the village office director, handling nearly all affairs in the settlement, and had never gotten along well with Li Kuan. He spent his days scheming to oust Li Kuan so he could become village chief himself.
His son worked in the county seat, and he flaunted this fact everywhere, brimming with pride.
On this point, he always felt superior to Li Kuan.
But he never expected Lian, that brat, to change his ways. Especially today, when Li Kuan wore a brand new Zhongshan suit and told everyone it was bought by his son. It infuriated him. Now that he had a chance to strike back, he wouldn't hesitate.
Chapter 28, Wang Maizi, fuming with rage.
Hearing his words, the eyes of several people sitting nearby lit up simultaneously.
Right. How could I have forgotten that? Next time wild boars destroy crops in our village, why bother seeking out other experienced hunters? We've got a ready-made solution right here. Old Li, you're being unreasonable keeping this secret.
That boar Anzi hunted last time weighed a solid 400 pounds. The militia from the grain farm saw it too, just a 100-pound boar, but Anzi handled it with ease.
Everyone seemed to have found a solution, chattering away excitedly. But they didn't notice Li Kuan's expression growing increasingly grim.
These old fools wanted his son to hunt wild boar? That was like tying his life to his belt. One slip up and he could lose his life. And judging by their tone, they clearly expected Lian to work for free. Wild boars might be large, but they carried nothing of value. Beyond the edible meat, the boar's hide was utterly useless. Why did his family need so much wild boar meat? They hadn't even finished the last large boar they'd hunted. Truthfully, if Li Koan had to risk his own life, he'd agree without hesitation. But Lian was his absolute bottom line. No way. That brat of mine just started hunting a couple days ago. He's playing around with a slingshot and doesn't even know how to use a gun properly. Last time he hunted a boar, it was pure luck he came home and lay like a dead man for a whole day. After hearing his words, the group fell silent once more. They all heard about Lian hunting with a slingshot. Last time he nearly lost his life, so Li Koan's reluctance to let his son go wild boar hunting was understandable. Who in their right mind would risk their own child? Oomph. I reckon you just want some benefits, old Li. We'll give you whatever we've paid old Sue in previous years. Seeing the surrounding crowd fall silent, Wang Maizi grew anxious. He'd finally found a way to pressure Li Koan. How could he let it go now? Deep down, he hoped Lian would perish in the mountains. With Li Koan broken, the village chief position would be his for the taking. Hearing this, Li Koan's face darkened. Known throughout the village for his temperament, he now unleashed a torrent of curses at Wang Maizi. You son of a, Wang Maizi. I've put up with you long enough. If it weren't for the fact that you're supposed to be working for the village, I'd have fired you ages ago. Can't find anyone to go hunting in the mountains, huh? You want Lian to go up there and get himself killed. You're always bragging about how capable your son is. Well, if you're so sure, tell him to come back and hunt wild boar in the mountains. Being publicly berated by Li Koan in front of so many people, Wang Maizi's face darkened. Though Li Koan, as village chief, had the authority to reassign village workers, Wang couldn't just stay silent. Otherwise, who would respect him as the office director? Old Li, why are you yelling so loud? I'm just stating the facts. Chang might have some skills in the county town, but hunting? That's peasant work. Besides, he doesn't eat the village's food anymore. Why should he help hunt wild boar for the village? Wang Maizi's sharp tongue blurted out everything he shouldn't have, and the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. His words seemed to imply that everyone in the village was nothing but a mud-legged peasant. The crowd, who had initially intended to mediate, now turned their cold stares toward Wang Maizi. Just as the two were locked in a fierce scuffle, Lian walked in from outside. Bang! 3 sharp knocks interrupted their quarrel. All eyes turned to the visitor at the door. Lian. Oh. Everyone's discussing something important? Hope I'm not interrupting. Seeing Lian's smug grin, Li Koan's frown deepened. He snapped, can't you see we're discussing something? What are you doing here? Ignoring his father's rebuke as if he hadn't heard it, Lian, who had grown up in this very courtyard and knew everyone here, was the only one with a fearless attitude that didn't take the place seriously. My aunt's back, so I came to get you. Oh, and Uncle Maizi, I heard Brother Chang got promoted again in the county seat. When the time comes, don't forget to have him look out for us old folks. Hearing praise for his son, especially coming from Lian, Wang Maizi's face lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum. He waved his hands hastily, playing it down. Hey, it's nothing special. The lumber mill saw how capable your brother Chang is, and with the factory booming and short on hands, they made him a team leader. Don't underestimate the team leader position. He oversees over a dozen workers on the entire assembly line. When you go to town, just look for your brother Chang. Wang Maizi's words seemed polite, but he was really showing off in front of everyone. Who didn't know he was a penny pincher who'd take any free ride? If he ever actually went to the county town, who knows what he'd get up to? Who knew Brother Qianzi was so accomplished now? Must be raking in the cash that month. Lian feigned astonishment and asked with genuine curiosity. The more Lian acted this way, the more proud Wang Maizi felt, as if he were in a different league from everyone else present. He waved his hand dramatically, holding up 5 fingers. You bet. Brother Chan's monthly salary alone is $50. He said it with such confidence, as if 50 yuan were actually 500. Oh, so it's only 50 yuan. That's still quite a lot, almost as much as I make in a day hunting. Hey, Uncle Maizi, if Brother Chang is so capable, why hasn't he taken you out of the village to live in comfort? Oh my, what a memory I have. Uncle Maizi, that Zhongshan suit you're wearing has seen better days. Look at all those patches. Why hasn't Brother Qianzi bought you a new one? For someone as filial as him, it's surprising. I even heard you often subsidize him yourself. Could it be you've given Brother Qianzi all your life savings? Lian kept calling him Brother Chang and Uncle Wang Maizi, but to Wang Maizi's ears, it sounded like nails on a chalkboard. Especially those last few words, they felt like a direct jab at Wang Maizi's nerves. He shot up from his seat, his face turning purple. But before he could speak, Lian pulled Li Koan out, flashing him an innocent smile. Who said I gave money to Brother Chang? Let me tell you, I'm not like you vain folks. Clothes just need to be wearable. Why must you buy new ones? That's called knowing how to live within your means, saving you from squandering everything until you can't even afford food. By the end, Wang Mazizi was clearly putting on a forced act, even sounding unconvincing to himself.
Truthfully, Lian was right. Wang Chang's survival in the county town these past years had been entirely due to Lian scraping together every last bit of his savings. Chapter 29, The Shocked Sister-in-Law, Back into the Mountains. He couldn't see his son amounting to anything stuck in the village. Deep down, he despised the life of toiling in the fields, back to the black earth. So he used money and connections to secure his son a job at a logging camp in the county seat. The pay wasn't great, but it looked respectable. He believed his son would surely make something of himself once he left the mountains, certainly better than staying in this remote valley. But who knew Wang Chang was a good-for-nothing slacker? He loafed around the logging yard day after day and nearly got fired several times. If not for his father continuing to pay for good words, he would have been sent back long ago. Moreover, Wang Chang had made many unsavory friends in the county town.
Spoiled by Wang Mizi since childhood, he was extravagant with money. His meager wages couldn't cover his expenses, so he relied on monthly handouts from Wang Mizi just to scrape by. To Wang Mizi, the county town was outrageously expensive. A single steamed bun cost 2 cents. He'd once accompanied Li Kuan to county meetings, where the buildings stood neatly arranged. The streets were worlds better than their village roads. Despite Wang Chang's constant demands for money, he clung to the belief his son would one day soar like a golden phoenix escaping the coop. Not long ago, he'd finally pulled some strings, practically emptying his savings to secure Wang Chang a position as a team leader. Day in and day out, he boasted to everyone he met about how impressive his son was in the county town.
With Li Kuan gone, the remaining villagers had no interest in listening to his boasts anymore. One by one, they gathered their belongings and prepared to head home. The wild boar problem wasn't something that could be solved overnight. If all else failed, they'd go ask the old hands from other villages for help. It would just cost a bit more money, but for the sake of the crops in the fields, it was worth it. Lian brought Li Kuan back home, where his younger sister was bustling about cleaning.
Seeing his sister rushing around the moment she returned, Li Kuan felt his face grow warm. Neither he nor Lian, two grown men, were accustomed to meticulous housework, and many items had gathered dust. Spotting the two men return, she quickly set aside her tasks and beckoned them over. Lian's aunt was named Li Yulan, only 35 years old. She was a full 15 years younger than Li Kuan, making her a late-in-life child for Lian's grandparents. Unlike most villagers, Li Yulan grew up with her brother Li Kuan always vying to do every chore around the house. Even when he himself went hungry, he never let his little sister go without. Whenever he found something tasty, he'd secretly save it to bring home for her. Later, when Li Yulan grew up, she married into the county town. Her husband was a junior manager at a factory. Though he held little authority, he was a formal employee, and their household enjoyed relative prosperity. Coupled with Li Yulan's striking beauty, standing tall at 5 feet 7 inches with a slender, graceful figure, she gradually cultivated a unique elegance. Why did Yulan decide to come home today? Since she was here, she might as well stay a few extra days. The village wasn't like the county town, and she hadn't had time to clean up. Yulan didn't explain why she'd returned, but Lian sensed something was off in her fleeting expression. In his previous life, his aunt had doted on him, but before he went to prison, he'd been too self-absorbed to pay attention to how she was faring. Later, when she came to pick him up at the prison gates, she seemed worn down by life. Back then, he'd been too preoccupied with escaping into the mountains to ask any questions. Now it seemed her life with his uncle wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. But since she didn't elaborate, he felt it best not to pry. Lian didn't let his aunt handle the work. He took 2 greyhounds off the wall and prepared them in the courtyard. Rest a bit, auntie. Tonight we'll have stewed greyhounds with mushrooms. You can sample your nephew's cooking. Li Yulan watched her nephew Lian bustling about in the kitchen with a touch of surprise in her eyes. In her memory, this young lad was always lazy and good for nothing, notorious throughout the village. When had he become so industrious? Then she noticed the brand new Zhongshan suit her brother was wearing. Li Yulan couldn't shake the feeling that something about the household had changed since her last visit. Yet she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Her gaze fell upon the small animals hanging in the courtyard, and she asked Li Kuan in puzzlement. "Brother, when did our family's living conditions improve so much? I've never seen anyone in the county town with so much meat hanging outside." Li Yulan spoke the truth. While life in the county town was considerably better than in the village, meat was primarily purchased. In this era, simply having enough to eat was considered fortunate. Li Yulan's family might not even have meat once a week, so seeing her nephew use 2 greyhounds for a single meal left her utterly stunned. Li Kuan smiled without elaborating, only remarking that Lian had improved. By mealtime, Li Yulan was so enthralled by the aroma she nearly swallowed her tongue. Though she ate meat fairly often, it had been ages since she'd tasted food this delicious. The last time she remembered enjoying such a feast was when Li Kuan, as a child, had secretly saved her a roasted mountain hare leg. Over the course of the meal, Li Kuan recounted every detail of Lian's recent transformation to Li Yulan. Though he seemed taciturn most days, when it came to this sister, he always had endless stories to share. Perhaps in his life, Li Yulan was the only family he had besides Lian. After hearing about the recent changes in her little nephew, Li Yulan was stunned all night. She never imagined that her troublesome nephew could become so remarkable. The next day, Lian rose at the first light of dawn. The prolonged drizzle had finally ceased the previous evening. After resting at home for so many days, Lian was already growing impatient. A spring rain brings a bountiful harvest. Whenever spring rain fell, it was a time of rebirth for all things, especially in the mountains where the feeling was even more profound. Countless plants would sprout tender buds as if possessed, growing wildly, while animals that had slumbered through the entire winter began to stir and become more active. They seized the spring to replenish nutrients lost during winter, making the entire mountain feel as if it had come back to life. Lian first opened the door to let Wang Xiaolong inside. There was still plenty of last night's grey dog mushroom soup left, so the two of them heated it up to warm themselves. After eating, Wang Xiaolong looked at Lian, who was packing his luggage, with eager anticipation. Bro, we can finally head into the mountains today, right? Chapter 30, First Hunt. Lian tossed the burlap sack onto Wang Xiaolong's shoulders and glanced up at the sky. The sun had already peeked out from behind the clouds, painting the eastern sky with a patch of crimson. Judging by the sky, it shouldn't rain today. I've got a pair of leather boots at home, you can wear those. The trails will be rough if it rains in the mountains these days. We'll just wander around the outer slopes today and see how your training's been going. Hearing Lian say they were finally heading into the mountains, Wang Xiaolong excitedly hoisted the burlap sack onto his shoulders. Come on, brother-in, you can count on me. My skills are way better now than before. With that, he couldn't resist flexing his slingshot. He'd once thought hunting with a slingshot seemed a bit primitive, but after Lian's explanation, he'd completely changed his mind. Many hunters who roamed the mountains year-round preferred bows and slingshots over more convenient shotguns for good reason. First, these cold weapons didn't make much noise, preventing the startled prey from alerting nearby animals. When hunting with a rifle, the moment you shot down one animal, the surrounding creatures would flee in panic. If they wanted to hunt another animal, they'd have to search for a long time. This is why hunters who take guns into the mountains often bag very little game each time. Upon spotting game, they wouldn't immediately take aim but would first assess whether the target was worth pursuing. The mountains were dotted with muddy puddles, but thankfully, there were plenty of grassy meadows where they could walk without getting their feet caked in mud. Wang Xiaolong raised his slingshot high, aiming it at a tall tree ahead. A gray squirrel scurried back and forth on the tree. Wang Xiaolong was 5 or 6 meters away, and with the dense foliage around them, the squirrel hadn't sensed the impending danger. This was Wang Xiaolong's first real hunt. Watching the gray dog in the tree, he felt an inexplicable thrill. His palms grew sweaty as he searched for the perfect moment to strike. The gray squirrel darted relentlessly up and down the tree trunk. Wang Xiaolong wasn't confident he could land a single, decisive shot. Though the squirrel seemed relaxed now, it would vanish without a trace the moment it sensed danger. Suddenly, the gray dog paused for 3 or 4 seconds. Just as Wang Xiaolong thought he had it in his sights, it started moving again. He had to start searching for a new angle all over again. This tug-of-war between man and dog dragged on for a full 3 or 4 minutes, leaving Wang Xiaolong's arms feeling sore. He felt a bit frustrated. The greyhound's stop-and-go movements seemed to read his mind. Every time he thought he could take the shot, it would start moving again. The distance between them widened with each of the dog's movements, quickly stretching to 7 or 8 meters. Whoosh! Finally unable to hold back, he chose to act. The greater the distance, the less certain he felt. Rather than watching the greyhound escape for nothing, he might as well take a shot. Who knows? Maybe he'd get lucky and hit it. Unfortunately, the steel ball struck a branch less than 10 centimeters from the dog. The sudden noise alerted the greyhound, which quickly spotted Wang Xiaolong and Lian and darted forward in flight. Whoosh! Another whistling sound cut through the air, almost immediately following Wang Xiaolong's shot less than a second apart. This time, the steel ball struck the greyhound squarely on the head. The poor creature didn't even have time to react before it collapsed to the ground. Wang Xiaolong ran over and picked up the grey dog from the ground. This was already the 3rd grey dog he and Lian had shot today. Unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded even once. The closest he'd come was when a shot had grazed the dog's side. Wang Xiaolong felt increasingly dejected. He'd practiced diligently at home, achieving a success rate of 70 to 80% at distances of 5 or 6 meters, though not perfect. Yet now, after 3 consecutive attempts, he had nothing to show for it. He began to doubt whether he truly lacked the talent for hunting, and a sense of self-pity started to creep in. Brother-in, I think I'll stop coming hunting with you. I've realized I'm just not cut out for this. I can't even hit it at this close range. Seeing his dejected look, Lian suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder. You're a stubborn kid, but you just need to work on your temper. When I hunted my first gray fox, I practiced for a whole week. You've only been at it a couple of days. Getting to this level is already pretty impressive. Xiaolong, remember, hunting isn't just about accuracy. First, you need to understand an animal's habits. Take this gray hare, for instance. Observe how it moves. Slowly. You'll notice the moments it pauses. That's when your chances of success skyrocket. And don't hesitate when you shoot. Be quick. Even if you miss, you'll have another chance. Wang Xiaolong had expected Lian to berate him, but instead, he received words of encouragement that suddenly made his nose sting with emotion.
But brotherin, I feel like the greyhounds never actually stop when I think they will. The moment I lock onto them, they bolt again.
Lian tapped Wang Xiaolong on the head, his gaze tinged with exasperation.
Didn't I just tell you to observe? You've only shot a few greyhounds and already think you know their habits?
The two continued searching nearby for grey dogs and mountain hares, and Wang Xiaolong finally hit one on his 7th attempt.
Brotherin! I got one. I knew I was unbeatable. With my smarts, how could I possibly fail to take down a measly little greyhound?
Staring at the fallen dog, Wang Xiaolong danced around like an excited child. Seeing Wang Xiaolong getting a bit too carried away, Lian gently gave him another sharp slap.
Ouch!
Wang Xiaolong crouched on the ground, clutching his head in a pout. He thought Lian would praise him lavishly after all, this was his very first kill.
Shut the hell up! Hearing Lian shout, Wang Xiaolong quickly scanned the direction the greyhound had fallen.
Sure enough, the dog had been running forward moments ago, though the pain in its tail made its movements stiff.
Wang Xiaolong quickly pulled out his slingshot again for a follow-up shot.
Watching the grey dog finally go still, he felt his face flush with embarrassment.
Damn it, I got too excited just now.
Lian had always emphasized that as a hunter, composure was paramount. The ability to analyze danger at any moment could save your life. In his excitement, he hadn't even noticed where he'd hit the dog.
If Lian hadn't reminded him, it would have gotten away.
Thinking this, he slapped the grey dog twice across the face, muttering under his breath with each blow.
Try running again, you bastard. Greyhound.
Hey, feed me peanuts. As Lian continued walking ahead, Wang Xiaolong abandoned the grey dog's corpse. He quickly grabbed the burlap sack and hurried after him.
Brotherin, wait for me. Chapter 31, Hunting the Wild Boar.
Just as the two were searching for prey, Lian's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He felt the damp ground, sniffed the surrounding marshland, and pulled Wang Xiaolong back as he was about to move forward. His tone grew solemn.
There might be a wild boar up ahead. Hearing Lian's words, Wang Xiaolong's expression immediately darkened. This was only his second time hunting in the mountains. Could he really be so unlucky as to encounter such a prize? The two advanced cautiously. Sure enough, before long, just as Lian had said, 4 or 5 wild boars lay grunting on a patch of grass. Bro, what if they really are wild boars? Should we turn back? Wang Xiaolong knew all too well how dangerous wild boars were. His own father had been badly injured hunting them. And back then, it was just one boar. This time, there were 4 or 5 of them. Lian hesitated for a moment before finally shaking his head. The largest boar among them weighed no more than 200 pounds, a sow with 3 piglets, clearly having just finished feeding and now resting on the grassy meadow. Watching Wang Xiaolong, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, and Lian slowly retreat, a sudden crackling sound erupted beneath Wang Xiaolong's feet. The boars, who had been lying down, seemed to sense something and abruptly stood up, scanning their surroundings. Wang Xiaolong's face turned green with fear. The largest boar had spotted him and charged straight toward him. The situation grew increasingly desperate. Wild boars were far beyond Wang Xiaolong's ability to handle. Seeing the boar charging toward him, Wang Xiaolong frantically turned and fled. The slingshot in his hand barely scratched the surface when it struck the boar. Initially focused only on retreating backward, he hadn't noticed the scattered branches at his feet had caught the boar's attention. Now it was too late for regrets. Help! Bang! A gunshot rang out. Lian held a single-barrel hunting rifle in his hands, a wisp of blue smoke curling from the muzzle. The two were not far apart. As the boar charged toward Wang Xiaolong, Lian was ready. Unfortunately, due to the boar's constant movement and the obstruction of vegetation, the shot struck him in the belly. He grunted twice but didn't collapse. Realizing Lian had shot him, the boar abruptly changed direction and charged toward Lian. Lian's shot drew the boar's attention, buying Wang Xiaolong crucial time to escape. As the boar charged across the ground, the entire earth seemed to tremble beneath its hooves. Lian, unable to check on Wang Xiaolong, immediately retreated while continuing to fire at the boar's head with his hunting rifle. Another shot rang out. Though the bullet struck the boar's head, its hard skull deflected the projectile. There was no chance to follow up. Lian tossed his single-barrel rifle to the ground and scrambled up a gentle slope. He had to create an opening for himself, and just then, Wang Xiaolong finally escaped the danger. Watching the boar panting heavily as it closed in on Lian, sweat dripping freely onto the ground, Wang Xiaolong felt his heart pounding in his chest. His gaze then shifted to the smaller boars nearby, his eyes hardening with a ruthless glint. Damn it! I can't take down the big one, but I'll finish off you little bastards. After a brief rest, he drew a curved blade from his waist. Instead of fleeing, the young boars watched with interest as the large boar pursued Lian. Only when they saw the previously breathless Wang Xiaolong brandishing his curved blade and charging toward them did panic set in. They scrambled to flee in another direction. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaolong was already too close to the young boars. It was too late to outrun them now. Spotting one of the young boars about to escape, Wang Xiaolong thrust his knife directly into its body. Meanwhile, Lian quickly found a relatively steep slope nearby.
Standing atop it, he watched the large boar less than 5 meters away. Sweat dripped from his face onto the ground. At such a short distance, life and death hinged on a split-second decision. Staring at the boar closing in, Lian raised his splitting axe high above his head. Just as the boar lunged forward, Lian swung with all his might, driving the axe down hard onto its head. The impact sent a wave of numbness through his arms. The tip of the axe had sunk deep into the boar's skull. Seeing the beast still struggling with fierce vitality, Lian strained to pull the axe free. Suddenly, he realized it seemed stuck in the boar's head. After a couple of futile attempts, he gave up on the axe entirely and focused solely on defending himself. He spun around and began running backward. With such a severe wound, even a large predator might not survive, let alone a wild boar. The boar shook its head, realizing it couldn't dislodge the axe. Ignoring the burden, it charged straight at Lian. Finally, after about 2 or 3 minutes, a massive wound on its head began dripping blood down the axe handle. The boar's condition deteriorated rapidly. Unable to hold on any longer, it let out a final, reluctant snort before collapsing. Watching the boar collapse, Lian finally exhaled in relief. The 3 smaller piglets, weighing no more than 30 or 40 pounds, posed no threat to Wang Xiaolong wielding his curved blade. Seeing their mother fall, the piglets scattered in terror, darting into the woods. Wang Xiaolong made a move to chase them, but his 2 legs were no match for the 4-legged boars. Despite his strenuous pursuit, they ultimately vanished back into the grassy meadow. Hearing the system's notification, Lian knew the boar was truly dead. He quickly grabbed the rope he'd brought from home and bound its 4 legs together. Watching Lian brutally chop the massive boar to death with his axe, Wang Xiaolong nearly dropped his jaw. This was the first time he'd ever witnessed the entire process of killing a wild boar up close, and his eyes were filled with awe. With this boar, both families would likely get plenty of meat. Brother-in, you're the man. Wang Xiaolong gave Lian 2 thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration. Even his own father had rarely seen a boar this massive, yet today Lian had split it clean in 2 with an axe. The thought of his father being injured by such a beast, contrasted with witnessing Lian kill one today, filled Wang Xiaolong with a surge of pride. Not only had Lian single-handedly taken down a massive boar, but Wang Xiaolong himself had also bagged a smaller one, a 30 or 40-pound young boar now lying at his feet. Chapter 32, This Kid Ruined Me. Today, the 2 had gone up the mountain intending only to hunt some small game and check on Wang Xiaolong's progress in his studies. Unexpectedly, they encountered this herd of wild boars on the outer slopes. Fortunately, the largest boar weighed only about 200 pounds, otherwise, Lian and Wang Xiaolong might have truly found themselves in grave danger. Recalling his struggle with the boar, Lian felt a wave of dread wash over him. Though he appeared heroic when he swung his axe at the beast, he been backed into a corner and had no choice but to fight desperately. Had he not fired the shot, Wang Xiaolong would have been in grave danger. After all, he was the one who brought Wang Xiaolong up the mountain. If anything happened to him on the way back, he wouldn't be able to explain it. The remaining 2 young boars, startled by the commotion, had vanished without a trace. Both men collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, utterly drained of any energy to pursue them. Exchanging glances at each other's bedraggled state, they suddenly burst into laughter. Dangerous it was, thrilling it was. This incident served as a stark warning to Lian as he prepared to hunt in the mountains again. In his previous life, he had always hunted with his master's big, dumb dog by his side. But now, hunting alone in the mountains, he often couldn't detect the scent of danger in time. His recent hunting trips had been surprisingly smooth, gradually eroding the deep respect he should have held for the mountains. For the first time, Lian found himself yearning to find a suitable hunting dog to accompany him. His current points balance had already surpassed 300. Despite having a contract slot available, he still hadn't found a suitable partner. After resting on the mountain for a while and eating to replenish their strength, the 2 began preparing to descend. Before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. With the weather threatening to turn, they dared not delay. The wild boar was too large for them to carry alone. They found a wooden pole, tied the piglet's 4 legs to it, and each took a pole end to carry it away. As for the adult boar, they would need to trouble the village people to come and handle it. What the 2 didn't know was that this very herd of wild boars had been causing headaches for Li Kuan and the other village officials. Though only one large boar with several piglets, they had ravaged a significant amount of crops recently. The villagers had been discussing solutions for a long time without reaching a conclusion. Little did they expect that Lian, with just 1 trip up the mountain, had quietly resolved the entire issue. This was precisely why many respected the hunters. While they often brought game down from the mountains to supplement their households, it was their deliberate restraint in killing these peripheral animals that reduced the risk of danger creeping into the village. Wild boars and bears frequently ventured into the settlement to cause havoc. The 2 men carried the young boar directly to Lian's home. Along the way, many who saw them carrying the piglet cast envious glances. Their tone toward Lian grew noticeably more polite. Still, no one dared ask for a taste of the 30-plus-pound boar. Truthfully, Lian hadn't planned to share this boar meat with the villagers. His first meat distribution had been an attempt to improve his reputation in the settlement. It was also a way to let everyone know he was pursuing a career as a gunner, so they'd feel comfortable asking for help when needed. After all, in these times, who could ever complain about having too much meat? Besides, though this young boar didn't have much meat on it, its flavor was something a large boar simply couldn't match. Just thinking about the taste of roasted suckling pig made Leanne's mouth water. Young boar meat lacked the strong gaminess of its larger counterpart and was far more tender and succulent. There was a reason suckling pig was universally beloved across the country. Just thinking about that crispy skin and tender meat made Lian eager to sink his teeth into it. When Wang Xiaolong heard Lian plan to roast the entire wild boar, he felt a twinge of regret but still agreed to the decision. First, he felt the wild boar was only caught because of Lian's help. Sharing a bite was a gesture of true camaraderie. If Lian hadn't fought tooth and nail on the mountain today, he would have been the one to fall victim. Now, his family owed Lian not just one life, but two his own included. When Lian returned home, Li Kuan and Li Yulan were sitting on the con, deep in lively conversation. Seeing her young nephew carrying something else into the courtyard, Li Yulan rose with curiosity. "Brother, look, Xiaowen's back. What did he bring this time? It looks pretty big, two of them carrying a wooden frame." Li Kuan, who had been about to light a cigarette, glanced outside upon hearing his sister's words. Unlike Li Yulan, he had been tormented by the wild boar incident lately, even dreaming about it at night. The moment he saw what Lian and the other man were carrying, his eyes widened in shock. Without waiting to explain to Li Yulan, he slipped on his shoes and rushed outside. Seeing her brother in such a rush, Li Yulan instinctively followed him out. "Dad, we went up the mountain today to hunt some mountain rabbits for Auntie's special meal, but we stumbled upon a group of wild boars. We brought one back." Lian said it casually, but Li Kuan scanned him up and down several times. Only after confirming he wasn't seriously injured did he finally relax. Then he glared fiercely at Lian and tapped him on the head with his tobacco pipe. "You damn fool never learns, do you? Remember what happened last time with those boars? And now you go and provoke them again?" Seeing Lian being hit, Li Yulan and Wang Xiaolong rushed forward to stop him. "Brother, what are you doing? Isn't it a good thing Xiaowen hunted down that wild boar?" Li Yulan, usually gentle and easygoing, couldn't stand by and watch her brother-in-law hit her little nephew. She snatched the tobacco pipe right out of his hand. But Lian just gave a silly chuckle. He could feel his father's overflowing paternal love. For someone who'd already experienced life and death once, being beaten by his old man every day was, in its own way, a kind of happiness. After finally restraining Li Kuan, Wang Xiaolong saw that Li Kuan wasn't truly angry and decided to tell him about the other wild boar still on the mountain. The damp weather would mask the boar's distinctive scent, and if they didn't haul it down soon, other beasts might claim it. "Uncle, my brother and I hunted a huge boar up on the mountain weighing over 200 pounds. You wouldn't believe how brave my brother was, hacking away at that beast single-handedly with just a splitting axe." Wang Xiaolong boasted to the two men about Lian's heroic deeds, gesturing wildly as he spoke, completely oblivious to Li Kuan's horrified expression. Seeing this, Lian inwardly cursed. Wang Xiaolong had set him up. Without a second glance, he turned and fled, only to hear Li Kuan's furious dragon-like roar echoing behind him. "Lian, you bastard, you've really outdone yourself. Daring to fight a wild boar hand-to-hand? If I don't beat you into a pulp today, I'll regret ever giving birth to you." Chapter 33, Li Guai's Resolve. Watching the two men dash out one after another, Wang Xiaolong was left standing in the courtyard, utterly bewildered. As for Li Yulan, the moment she saw Li Kuan's expression, she knew something was terribly wrong. Naturally, she followed after them to try and stop them. What if they hurt her little nephew? What then? Only then did Wang Xiaolong realize he'd gotten himself into serious trouble. When Lian returned to the courtyard, he was still grinning like an idiot. But now he looked rather comical, a large bump protruding from his forehead that immediately signaled this lad was no ordinary fellow. A prominent bump on his head. His left eye, struck by Li Kuan's fist, was now a bruised, swollen mess, making him look like a panda. Li Kuan had literally tossed him into the courtyard by his ear. Seeing his pitiful state, Wang Xiaolong had long since retreated to a corner, his earlier bravado completely evaporated. The more pitiful Lian looked, the more Wang Xiaolong wished he couldn't see him, terrified that Lian might dish out a similar beating to him. Several others had followed the two men inside, most of them having stepped in to break up the fight when they saw Li Kuan beating Lian in the street. When Li Yulan explained that Li Kuan was punching him because Lian had hunted a wild boar on the mountain, even more people rushed to intervene. All the way, Li Kuan kept yelling, "You little bastard, why don't you just fly to the sky if you're so tough, and how dare you go up the mountain to hunt wild boar?" The men who had stepped in to break up the fight began to feel increasingly uneasy. This was Li Kuan disciplining his son. It was pure, unadulterated showboating. To be just 20 years old and already capable of hunting a huge boar alone in the mountains, and from the sound of it, he'd even split it open with an axe. Holy cow, why not just say your son can fly? Everyone knew Lian was the village's notorious good-for-nothing, a complete loser. But when they thought about their own sons, roughly the same age, still lying around at home accomplishing nothing, they couldn't help but want to rush home and give their own boys a good scolding. Amidst the crowd's attempts to restrain them, they pushed their way into the courtyard. The farce before them seemed finally nearing its end. Lian slipped through Li Kuan's grasp like an eel and darted to Wang Xiaolong's side. Wang Xiaolong glanced at Lian guiltily, only to meet a gaze so piercing it nearly turned his face green. Lian's piercing gaze seemed to say, "You bastard, old six. I've treated you well enough. You dare betray me? Just you wait. Gentlemen, anyone up for a trip up the mountain with me? We'll haul down that wild boar and share the spoils." Everyone had followed along just waiting for Lian to say this. Now that the busy farming season had just ended, folks were sitting around at home with nothing to do. Getting out to lend a hand and scrape together some lard was a good deal. "Hey, Anzi. You hunted that wild boar to rid the village of a menace. Even without the pork, your fourth uncle would have joined you on the mountain today." The speaker was none other than Li Jigang, who had just come down from the mountain himself. Hearing Li Kuan's shouts and curses from over here, he'd gathered the crowd around. Truth be told, Li Jigang used to look down on Lian the most. But ever since Lian saved someone from Big Egg's clutches last time, his opinion of Lian did a complete 180. Several others chimed in with Li Jigang, and soon 4 or 5 men volunteered to head up the mountain. Led by Lian and Wang Xiaolong, the group found the wild boar's carcass on the mountain. Seeing the gleaming axe on its head, now stained crimson with blood, everyone was utterly horrified. They had initially thought Li Kuan was bragging about splitting the boar with an axe, but now it was clear he wasn't exaggerating. Apart from the axe lodged in its head, the boar bore only a bullet wound on its belly. Judging by its condition, it had indeed been split open alive by Lian's splitting axe. As the group looked at Lian, their eyes held a complex mix of respect. Putting themselves in his shoes, none of them could imagine accomplishing what Lian had, splitting a massive boar in two with just a single splitting axe. Truth be told, Lian had tried several times to remove the axe before leaving, but it was wedged in far too tightly. After repeated failed attempts, he had no choice but to leave it there for now. "Brotherin, could I get some of that boar's stomach later?" Wang Xiaolong approached Lian with a hint of guilt, whispering the request. He feared Lian might beat him senseless, but that pig's stomach was crucial to him. Lian merely shot Wang Xiaolong a fierce glare. He couldn't really blame the kid. After all, Wang Xiaolong had only been trying to show off. "We'll settle our scores later, kid. You can take the pig's stomach with you. Tonight, tell your family you're eating at ours and bring back a pig leg. Oh, and call Xiaofeng one roasted suckling pig is more than enough for just us." Lian knew exactly why Wang Xiaolong wanted the stomach. It was the only truly valuable part of the wild boar. Having gorged on every plant imaginable, this boar's stomach had become immune to all toxins. It was a premium medicinal ingredient, highly nourishing when consumed. Wang Gang was still bedridden, and as his son, Wang Xiaolong naturally wanted to bring some back to help him recover. After the boar was carried home, Li Yulan had already prepared warm water. She brought out a pot for everyone to quench their thirst. After everyone drank, Li Jigang began distributing the pork. As someone who hunted daily in the village, he was practically a half-gunner and knew the wild boar's cuts well. During the new year, families slaughtering their annual pig would often ask him to handle the butchering. Moreover, Li Jigang held considerable seniority in the village. Even Li Kuan addressed him as uncle. With him handling the meat distribution, no one dared object. In the end, Lian kept 2 pork legs and over 20 pounds of pork belly, while the rest was distributed among the villagers. Out of consideration for his neighbors, and because Li Guai had treated him fairly well in his previous life, Lian had someone send a few pounds of meat over to him. In truth, Li Guai had been watching the lively scene in Lian's courtyard from behind the wall all along. His crippled leg prevented him from joining in, and if no one had been around, he might have mustered the nerve to ask. But with so many big shots working hard, he couldn't bring himself to beg. To his surprise, Lian hadn't forgotten him. Holding the pork sent to him, Li Guai suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He knew exactly how others in the village viewed him. Aside from his own wife, no one ever gave him a proper look. Coupled with his crippled leg, he often had to grin and bear it when people made fun of him. Since his injury, this was the first time someone had truly looked at him, treated him like a human being. Staring at the 3 pounds of wild boar meat before him, Li Guai's eyes suddenly hardened with resolve. Soon, the meat was distributed to everyone's satisfaction, and those who received it expressed their gratitude to Lian. Not many people had shared in the distribution this time, but those who had truly lent a hand. Though this boar was nearly half the size of the previous giant, each person ended up with considerably more meat. Before leaving, Lian secretly slipped one of the 2 pork legs he'd kept to Li Jigang, asking Li Shufan to pass it on to Wang Luer. As Lian handed over the leg, Li Jigang patted his shoulder, flashing a knowing look that only men understood. "You've got good taste, Anzi. That girl Luer, your uncle, knows she's a clever little thing. Both her looks and her personality make her a fine girl. Don't let her down." Chapter 34, Opposition from Lu Tsuihua. It had been ages since Li Yulan felt such lively cheer in her home. The joyous bustle of the crowd drew a rare, innocent smile to her face. Now she and Li Kuan were boiling water to scald the pig's bristles. Though still a young boar, its mane was already growing coarse. Hot water was essential for easy removal. Little Tiger, sensing the scent of wild boar meat, paced restlessly in the courtyard. Just the offal from this pig would keep him fed for ages. Compared to before, Tiger Cub's complexion and coat had improved beyond recognition. In stark contrast to the bustling scene at Lian's house, Wang Xiaolong had already returned home carrying a pig leg and a pig stomach. After staying out all night last time, Lu Tsuilan had suspected he was up to something shady, but she hadn't pressed him much lately, being too busy caring for her husband. Last time, when Wang Xiaolong brought back 2 gray puppies and a mountain rabbit, he lied and said Lian had given them to him.
Lu Tsuihua insisted on returning them. Not only had he saved her husband's life, but now he was bringing gifts to their home? That simply wouldn't do.
Though Wang Xiaolong eventually persuaded her to keep the rabbits, she repeatedly stressed that they must never accept anything else from Lian. He owed them nothing, yet he helped them so generously. They must never forget his kindness.
Wang Xiaolong wholeheartedly agreed he was profoundly grateful to Lian.
This time, he saw Wang Xiaolong carrying a large pork leg home, with a bulging sack behind him whose contents were unknown.
Mom, take this pork leg for now. Brotherin gave us a pig's stomach today, perfect for Dad's recovery. Brotherin invited me and Xiaofeng to eat at his place, so we won't be home for dinner.
Wang Xiaolong handed the pork leg to Lu Tsuilan with great enthusiasm, feeling he had become a man capable of shouldering responsibilities. Even if his father became crippled, he could still provide well for the family. Having learned so many hunting skills from Lian, he would bring home more game in the future.
Lu Tsuihua didn't take the leg. Instead, she frowned and demanded, Xiaolong, tell me honestly, where did you get this pork leg and stomach? Did you sneak off into the mountains to hunt with someone?
Hearing the unquestioning interrogation, Wang Xiaolong's smiling expression suddenly froze, his heart skipping a beat. But since he'd chosen the path of mountain hunting, he knew the truth couldn't stay hidden forever. Today, he might as well come clean with his family. As for the consequences, he'd already thought them through. At worst, he'd endure a scolding from his mother or perhaps a beating. But his legs were his own, and no one could stop him. Yes, mother, you know hunting in the mountains has been my dream since childhood. Now that father's legs can no longer take him hunting, we still need to eat. Whether you approve or not, I've decided to follow Brotherin into the mountains and become a seasoned hunter. Seeing her son's resolute gaze, Lu Tsuihua flew into a rage. She stormed into the house, grabbed a feather blanket, and began lashing it at Wang Xiaolong. As she lashed out, she screamed, "You good-for-nothing brat! I just told you our family won't hunt in the mountains anymore, and you act like you didn't hear me," turning right around and heading for the hills. "You're deliberately defying me, trying to drive me to my grave. Do you even know why your father was injured so badly? If luck hadn't been on his side, he'd have left his life in those mountains." Lu Tsuihua beat him while weeping. In these times, her son was the pillar holding their family together. No one knew how terrified she'd been these past nights, waking to nightmares of Wang Gang covered in blood. She was grateful she'd never done anything truly wicked, perhaps that's why heaven had spared them, granting them one last chance. Now her son was heading back into the mountains to hunt, and this time he'd even brought down a wild boar leg. She couldn't bear to imagine seeing him carried down from the mountains one day. She truly didn't know how she could go on living. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew, until finally, tears began to fall. Wang Xiaolong had let his mother beat him, resigned to the fact that this beating was inevitable. With his thick skin, a few blows wouldn't kill him. But seeing Lu Tsuihua's tears streaming down her face, he suddenly panicked. "Mom, what are you doing? I'm perfectly fine, why are you crying?" Perhaps drawn by her sobs, Wang Xiaofeng emerged from her room. The moment she stepped out, she saw her mother clutching a feather blanket, beating Wang Xiaolong while weeping. She rushed over to comfort her, shooting Wang Xiaolong a fierce glare. "Mom, what's going on? What did my brother do to upset you? Let's talk about it calmly." She had initially thought Wang Xiaolong had upset their mother into tears, but after learning the full story, the girl suddenly shifted her stance and sided with her brother. Truth be told, whether it was Wang Xiaolong, herself, or Li Shufan, all children raised in hunter households who among them didn't dream of growing up to become hunters themselves? While they basked in the glory, that very glory also shaped them. "Mom, I don't think my brother did anything wrong. There are so many hunters in the mountains, and those veteran hunters have been living in the valleys for years, aren't they doing just fine? Brother Anzi managed to kill a wild boar at such a young age, that's seriously impressive. My brother is definitely on the right path with him." Hearing his sister's words, Wang Xiaolong's heart surged with joy. Truly, she was his own flesh and blood, great minds think alike. But Lu Tsuihua grew even more displeased, waving the feather duster in her hand at the two of them and lashing out repeatedly. "You good-for-nothings! How could I have given birth to the two of you? Just wait until I teach you a lesson today." Suddenly whacked by the feather blanket, Wang Xiaofeng shrieked in fright. The two bolted out the door like scared rabbits. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Tsuilan was so furious she could only curse them out loud in the courtyard. "If you've got the guts, you two little brats, don't ever come back." On their way to Lian's house, Wang Xiaolong and Wang Xiaofeng were unusually cheerful. "Sis, you really think it's okay for me to go hunting in the mountains with Brotherin?" Wang Xiaofeng, wise beyond her years, patted Wang Xiaolong's shoulder and replied with complete conviction. "Of course. Brotherin is so young and already able to kill a wild boar, he must be amazing." She thought to herself that these mountains were no different from home for Brotherin. Besides bears and wild boars, what else could possibly hurt him? Soon, Wang Xiaolong recounted the scenes from his recent hunting trips with Lian. Whether it was cleverly stealing a hunting rifle to beat up thugs or using a splitting axe to cleave a wild boar, each tale left Wang Xiaofeng's eyes sparkling with awe. One had to admire Wang Xiaolong's storytelling skills. Whenever he reached a climactic moment, Wang Xiaofeng would viscerally share his tension and excitement. Unbeknownst even to herself, a seed of unnamed affection had quietly taken root in her heart. Their village wasn't far from Manhwa, and it took just over half an hour to reach Lian's home. Even from a distance, the siblings could smell the aroma of roasting suckling pig wafting toward them. A large oven built with yellow clay and earthen bricks stood there. The young pig, cleaned and gutted, was roasting on a spit, its entrails hanging from a wire. Spotting Wang Xiaolong, Lian hurriedly motioned for him to add more firewood beneath the oven. Chapter 35, A Companion for Your Hunts. Though it wasn't Wang Xiaofeng's first time visiting Lian's home, she still couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Especially since Li Yulan possessed a completely different aura from the other villagers. Her unexpected politeness toward Wang Xiaofeng only made the young woman feel even more at a loss. Fortunately, Li Yulan, being a woman herself, was naturally gentle. After a few words, she gradually eased Wang Xiaofeng's nervousness. Li Yulan asked Wang Xiaofeng to help her prepare ingredients in the kitchen, while Lian and Wang Xiaolong stoked the fire in the courtyard. Both boys were covered in soot, yet they seemed utterly engrossed in their task. Watching this scene, Li Kuan felt as if he were in a dream. It had been so long since his family had shared such joyful laughter. Dinner's ready. Seeing that it was almost time, Lian finally pulled the wild piglet out of the oven. Golden brown with hints of char, the little pig dripped oil with a satisfying sizzle. The aroma instantly filled the entire courtyard. Li Kuan and Wang Xiaolong exchanged glances, swallowing repeatedly. Brethren, what makes this roast suckling pig taste so incredibly delicious? Wang Xiaolong reached out to grab a bite, but Lian swatted his hand away. You're crazy, kid. That freshly roasted suckling pig is piping hot on the outside. Don't go grabbing it right away or you'll burn your fingers. You've got to let it cool down a bit before you can eat it. Wang Xiaolong could only gaze at the roast suckling pig with pitiful longing. Looks like he'd have to wait a while longer before it made it into his stomach. But he wasn't alone. Even Li Yulan and Wang Xiaofeng cooking in the kitchen, along with Li Kuan, had been drawn by the aroma outside. None of them had ever tasted this before. The scent alone was extraordinary. Li Kuan boldly reached out and pressed down. Crack! Everyone's eyes widened instantly. The wild boar's skin looked like dried leaves. A light press from a hand caused it to crack. Crispy! They'd never seen anything like this before. They'd tasted roasted greyhounds and sand-spotted chickens here and there, but roasted wild boar? That was a whole new world, their first time ever. By the time they sat down to eat, dusk had begun to fall. After removing the offal, the roasted suckling pig still yielded nearly 20 pounds of meat. Li Yulan had also prepared 2 side dishes, more than enough for everyone. Just as they were about to eat, Lian suddenly heard a dog barking outside the door. He looked at Li Kuan with some puzzlement. None of their neighbors kept dogs. Besides, unlike later times, most families couldn't even feed their own people properly. Only artillery crews would typically have dogs. Perhaps a stray dog had followed the scent and wandered over. The group paid it little mind. But the barking grew louder and louder, accompanied by a series of knocks on the door. Who would bring a dog to their house? Li Kuan rose from the table to open the door, discovering none other than Li Guai standing outside. He wore his usual gray, heavily patched coat, holding a wine jar in one hand. Beside him, a large gray and yellow mongrel sat quietly crouched. Brother Kuan, what kind of meat are you stewing? I could smell it from miles away. Don't mind me, I'm just dropping by for another meal. The courtyard echoed with laughter and cheer, but Lian had been watching the doorway. Spotting Li Guai, he rose immediately. Uncle Guai, you're just in time. I was about to come get you. We roasted a wild boar today, come try some. Truthfully, Li Kuan felt a bit uneasy about Li Guai. As the village chief, he knew this man well. He was lazy and good for nothing, lying around all day. Though he did have a leg problem, so Li Kuan couldn't really say much about him. As Lian approached, he spotted the large dog sitting quietly on the ground. The moment he saw it, his eyes lit up. This dog was clearly no ordinary beast. Its coat, a mix of yellow and gray, combined with its sharp, piercing gaze, marked it as a wolf-dog hybrid. Even sitting, the dog held its head high, its forepaws noticeably larger than those of an ordinary dog. Seated, it stood nearly half a man's height, undoubtedly a fine specimen. Lian didn't pry about where Li Guai had gotten the dog, he simply hurried to invite the man inside. Li Yulan politely greeted Li Guazi. Truthfully, their families had once been related, but generations had passed and they'd gradually become neighbors. In these mountain villages, people sharing the same surname could trace their lineage back to a common ancestor. Many hamlets had only one surname, meaning everyone was essentially part of one large family. The liquor was just ordinary bulk wine from the market, carrying a pure grain aroma but not overly potent. Still, one absolutely couldn't drink too much. Such homemade brews might seem mild enough for even first-time drinkers to manage a few sips, but their aftereffects were deceptively strong. Lian tore off a piece of pork and took a bite. The aroma instantly filled his mouth. The crispy exterior and tender, juicy meat were utterly irresistible. Everyone's expressions grew more exaggerated by the second they'd never tasted pork this delicious. Wang Xiaolong, naturally boisterous, dug in with gusto, his mouth glistening with grease as he devoured it without pause. Broly, this wild boar is insane. Who knew pork could taste like this? There are a few wild boars running around the mountains next time, let's hunt them all down. Wang Xiaolong finally closed his eyes in satisfaction after devouring half a leg in one go. Everyone nodded in agreement at Lian's cooking, praising its deliciousness. Though this wild boar was delicious, it was no easy catch. The last few had vanished without a trace. Good timing. Uncle Guai brought some liquor. Meat and booze are a perfect match. Gobble down the meat and chug the liquor. Uncle Li chimed in from the side, raising his bowl high to clink glasses with everyone. The courtyard buzzed with lively cheer, laughter echoing down several streets. After they were full and satisfied, Lian finally couldn't resist asking about the big dog. Ever since they started eating, his eyes kept drifting toward the dog. The dog had a large frame, but its flesh was thin. It must have been long deprived of proper nourishment. Though clearly a fine specimen, its owner had clearly not fed it well. Yet throughout the meal, it remained lying quietly beside Li Guazi. Only when someone offered it a bone would it rise to eat, its entire demeanor serene. Uncle Guazi, where'd you get such a big dog? Looks like it's got wolf blood in it. Li Guazi was already 3/4 drunk. He looked down at the massive dog at his feet, ruffled its head, and smiled kindly. The dog rubbed against his arm. Without revealing its origin, he turned to ask Lian. Anzi, what do you think of this dog? Lian immediately gave a thumbs up. He'd been observing this dog for quite some time, and his eye for quality was spot on. This dog is definitely a good one. You can tell he's been raised as a hunting dog. During meals, he kept his head up and didn't bark. This dog even knows how to track scents. Scent detection was a skill possessed by only a select few hunting dogs. They walked with their heads raised, analyzing faint scents in the air to determine the direction of prey. A scent tracking dog is rare in any era, usually one in dozens. A dog as outstanding in every way as this one is 1 in 100,000. Even in his past life, he'd rarely seen one better. A good dog is all that matters. How about I give him to you as a companion for hunting? Chapter 36, Acquiring Another Pet, Doozy. Lian visibly startled at Li Guazi's words, but the man's earnest expression suggested no jest. Uncle Guazi, this dog is a treasure in anyone's hands. Are you really willing to give it to me? Their conversation wasn't private, and nearby Li Kuan was also drawn to the large dog. Though he knew little about dogs, this one remained gentle and obedient. Its sheer size alone marked it as a fine specimen. When Uncle Guai mentioned giving the dog to Lian, Li Kuan fell silent. The air around them grew still. Uncle Li reluctantly rubbed the big dog's head, then seemed to steel himself as he led it over to Lian. With a bitter smile, he said, "This guy's been wasted with me. He was born to be a hunting dog. All this time with me, he never got to go hunting in the mountains. He'd starve himself to skin and bone but still wouldn't leave. I know he truly belongs in the mountains, not wasting away as useless as a dog in this village, slowly waiting to die." Despite his heavy drinking, Li Guazi's words came out surprisingly clear. There was no tearful farewell when they parted. Li Guazi joked that since their homes were close, he could still drop by occasionally to check on Doozy. Lian stroked the head of the docile dog lying at his feet. Doozy was 4 years old now, in the prime of his doggy life. He'd originally belonged to an old gun from Lushui village who lived in the mountains. That old gun had died in the mountains a year ago. It was pure coincidence that Li Guazi's wife had stumbled upon the big dog lying beside the old gun while foraging for mushrooms up there. The incident had caused quite a stir back then. Sadly, the old gunman had no family up in the mountains. When he first met Doozy, he was starved to skin and bones, too weak even to walk, yet the dog refused to leave his side. After the villagers of Lieshuatan had settled old gun's affairs, this big dog somehow found its way to Li Guazi's home and has lived with them ever since. However, Li Guazi's wife feared Doozy might harm others if let out, so she kept him locked in a dog cage in the backyard. Doozy was exceptionally well behaved, rarely barking at all, which is why few knew Li Guazi's household actually kept such a fine dog. Contract: 1 great wolf dog. Requires 135 mountain hunting points. Do you wish to contract? Hearing the system prompt, Lian agreed without hesitation. As the sound of successful contracting echoed, Doozy's data appeared in Lian's mind. Contract: Spirit Beast 22. Tiger Cub Lynx, Attack 5, Defense 3, Speed 6, Stamina 2830. Doozy the Wolfhound, Attack 30, Defense 21, Speed 26, Stamina 5570. Hunting Mountain Value, 193. Host, Attack 12, Defense 11, Speed 9, Stamina 1318. Host data added for comparison. An invisible thread bound Lian and Doozy together. The dog, who had been sitting quietly on the ground, suddenly shifted its gaze toward Lian. He lunged forward, knocking Lian to the ground, and began frantically licking his face as if a long-lost dog had suddenly found its family. His tail wagged excitedly, and Lian could feel the intense emotion radiating from him. But Doozy's reaction startled Li Kuan and the others, who were packing up. Just moments ago, everything was fine. What on earth was this sudden frenzy? Wang Xiaolong immediately reached into the burlap sack and pulled out Lian's hunting rifle, ready to fire if things got out of hand. Lian quickly pushed Doozy away and assured everyone it was fine. Doozy continued to rub against Lian's leg incessantly. Even Hu Dunner, who had previously bristled at the sight of Doozy, crawled out from under the table. Perhaps because they both shared a contract with Lian, Hu Dun's wariness toward Doozy vanished completely. Gaining another companion filled Lian with immense excitement. Doozy's scent tracking alone would help him avoid countless dangers in the mountains. Moreover, a dog like Doozy, trained as a hunting dog from puppyhood, possessed innate animal-catching abilities. From now on, encountering small animals wouldn't require Lian to lift a finger. Doozy could fetch them himself. Good dog, good dog. Lian rubbed Doozy's head repeatedly. Today's wild boar hunt had yielded plenty of offal. He brought it all out, letting Doozy eat his fill. Perhaps it had been too long since the dog had tasted meat. Doozy devoured a full 4 or 5 pounds before finally stopping. The next day, as dawn broke, Lian prepared to take Doozy up the mountain to test its abilities. The bond formed through the contract was the strongest link between man and beast. No need to cultivate any so-called tacit understanding between them. Plus, Doozy was naturally intelligent. Often, just a glance from Lian was enough for him to understand what was expected. Wang Xiaolong didn't tag along today for some reason. Likely his mom found out about him hunting with Lian yesterday. Though Lian thought Wang Xiaolong showed promise as a hunter, he had no right to interfere in such matters. It was up to the boy himself. Lian cast a pitying glance toward Wang Xiaolong's home before setting off up the mountain with Doozy. Seeing Lian shoulder his rifle with a bamboo basket strapped to his back, Doozy grew even more excited. A primal bloodlust began to boil within him. He raced ahead of Lian, bounding up and down the mountainside, sometimes diving into grassy patches to chase insects. Other times, he'd suddenly appear beneath a large tree to relieve himself, circling Lian wildly as he played. The moment Lian shot a gray squirrel from the tree with a sharp whiz, Doozy immediately dashed over and expertly fetched it, placing it at Lian's feet. If Wang Xiaolong had seen this, he would have gone mad. Doozy had completely stolen his job. Gradually, Doozy found his rhythm. He stayed close ahead of Lian, sniffing the air with his nose raised, occasionally stopping beneath the tree. He wouldn't bark, just crouched silently, his eyes fixed intently on the treetops. Whenever he paused, Lian would cock his slingshot again, sometimes targeting a gray dog, sometimes a mountain hare. Lian felt his hunting efficiency had noticeably increased. By mid-morning, over a dozen gray dogs and mountain hares had already filled his backpack. Chapter 37, First Encounter with the Sika Deer. As time passed, Doozy grew increasingly adept. Lian tossed the entrails of 4 or 5 gray dogs and mountain hares to Doozy, feeding him until he was half full. This not only sharpened his sense of smell for these animals but also kept him more alert. Lian led Doozy to the area near the cactus. He first cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirming no changes since his last visit before proceeding inside. Those 2 thugs, who knows if they were dead or alive? They must have learned their lesson well, not daring to return all this time. All the game they'd hunted was stored in the cave. By now it was midday, and Lian pulled a bean paste bun from his chest, one his aunt had specially made for him to carry on his travels. Though cold from being carried so long, the bean bun remained soft. Biting into it revealed a generous filling of sweet bean paste. Perhaps sensing the new surroundings, Doozy sniffed around the cactus. He walked over and lay down on the woolly grass where Wang Xiaolong had slept. He had been running back and forth with Lian the entire journey. Maybe it was from the lack of exercise, but sweat dripped continuously from his tongue. "Doozy, come here." Pulling Doozy close, Lian examined him thoroughly. Finding no injuries, he finally relaxed enough to eat. It seemed he'd have to bring him out more often. Everything else could be managed, but stamina was something that could only be regained gradually. After eating their fill, the man and dog rested among the cacti for another half hour before setting off again. The lingering scent of yesterday's roasted suckling pig made him reluctant to leave. Today, he'd deliberately brought some pig bristles from home to see if Doozy could pick up the scent of wild boar. Truthfully, he didn't harbor much hope. A full day and night had passed, and the frightened piglets could be hiding in any mountain ravine by now. Doozy sniffed the bristles, then lifted its head and began leading the way ahead. Lian's heart leapt with joy. Judging by Doozy's reaction, it must have picked up the scent of the young boars. He hurried to follow behind the dog. After crossing a ravine, Doozy seemed to lose its bearings, circling around in circles. Lian quickly approached, patting its head to ease its anxiety, then retrieved the pig hair for it to sniff again. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Doozy set off again. This time, however, it didn't continue deeper into the mountains. Instead, it suddenly turned around. After a moment's hesitation, it chose to head left. With Doozy leading the way, progress was noticeably faster. They had now reached the edge of the deep mountains. A few more steps would take them into the heart of the wilderness. Yet along the way, they encountered no danger, and even other small animals were scarce. After another 10 or so minutes, Doozy suddenly stopped. It stared alertly ahead and let out a low, dog-like bark. Lian understood Daodu's meaning as if they shared a telepathic bond. He swiftly drew his hunting rifle from behind and cautiously edged forward. Doozy clearly indicated prey was nearby. The rifle was already loaded now. Upon encountering game, he could fire immediately. Just as Leon thought he'd spotted a wild boar, several footprints suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The prints weren't large, roughly the same size as Doozy's paw prints, and they clearly weren't from a wild boar. Leon crouched down to examine them closely, a flash of realization lighting up his eyes. The prints were exceptionally clear, clearly left by an animal moving slowly. If it had been moving quickly, it would have kicked up dirt, blurring the tracks. Judging by the shape, they were likely from a type of deer, though they could also have been left by a roe deer. Leon couldn't be certain yet and decided to press forward. After climbing over a few more large trees, he reached a grassy meadow. There, 3 sika deer were leisurely nibbling on leaves. Spotting his target, Leon quickly pressed his hand down, signaling Doozy to stay put. Truthfully, Doozy had noticed the deer's movements even before Leon did. Like a cat, he lay flat on the ground, not daring to make a sound. At Leon's command, he would charge without hesitation. Leon, gripping his hunting rifle, fixed his gaze intently on the deer before him. In those days, sika deer weren't yet classified as protected animals, so hunting them in the mountains was entirely legal. But sika deer weren't easy to find. Some seasoned hunters might go an entire year without encountering a single one. Venison was considered a powerful tonic. Anyone who got a piece would hoard it jealously. Antlers fetched 20 to 30 yuan each on the market. It was no exaggeration to say every part of the sika deer was valuable. Even the blood was believed to nourish yin and yang. A whole sika deer was easily worth over 500 yuan. There were 3 sika deer in total, 1 large and 2 small, utterly unaware of the impending danger. Leon had set his sights on the largest deer, aiming to seize the perfect moment for a clean, one-shot kill. Thus, he and Doozy crept forward inch by inch. As they drew nearer, the branches and leaves obscuring their approach gradually vanished. Soon, Leon reached the last large tree. The sika deer lay in the grassy meadow, with no trees nearby to provide cover. He was now about 7 or 8 meters away. He was confident he could hit the deer with a single shot, but whether it would bring it down was another matter. Unlike roe deer, larger sika deer could weigh up to 300 pounds. The one before him looked substantial, easily weighing 150 to 60 pounds. At this size, Leon wasn't confident he could kill it with one shot. If the deer panicked, catching up to it at their speed would be nothing short of a pipe dream. He couldn't advance any further. Another step would surely alert the deer, giving it a head start to escape. Leon remained frozen behind the tree for another 4 or 5 minutes, not daring to make a single sound for fear of giving himself away. The doe looked at her fawns, took a couple of steps on the ground, and finally settled down. She planned to rest here for a while. The little fawns were now old enough to eat grass, and the doe decided to wean them gradually. Seeing the mother deer settle down, the 2 fawns playing nearby hurried over, burrowing into her belly as if seeking milk. To an outsider, this was a heartwarming scene. But for Leon, it presented the perfect opportunity to strike. Don't call Leon cruel. In those days, people hunted sika deer, pregnant ones, let alone those with fawns. If you didn't hunt them, others would. Compassion had no place in these mountains. Bang! Leon fired decisively. The bullet erupted from the barrel, striking the deer. Without hesitation, he fired a second shot immediately after. Chapter 38. Even jumping into the Manhwa River won't wash away the guilt. He gave the deer no chance to rise. Hearing the shots, Doozy lunged forward without hesitation, sinking his teeth into the deer's neck and shaking violently. Leon fired 2 shots in quick succession. The second bullet struck the deer squarely in the head, yet it still didn't kill it instantly. Instead, the deer frantically tried to scramble back to its feet. The 2 startled fawns vanished swiftly from the grassy meadow. Leon hadn't intended to exterminate them anyway. Even combined, these 2 fawns might not yield 10 pounds of meat, hardly worth the effort to carry back. Releasing them back into the mountains, they might fall into his hands again in a couple of years once grown. The roe deer, its throat clamped by Doozy, thrashed relentlessly. Its 4 legs kicked wildly in the air. Never underestimate a roe deer's strength. Even tigers or leopards wouldn't fare well if caught in its kick, and a human might be killed outright. But Doozy wouldn't let go, even as the deer's front legs clawed at him. Leon hurried forward. Now pinned by Doozy, the deer lay motionless on the ground. Leon drew his curved knife from his waist and plunged it deep into Doozy's neck. Within half a minute, it lay utterly still. Hunted 1 sika deer, mountain hunting points plus 58. As the system notification sounded, Leon finally exhaled in relief. He quickly retrieved his large water flask from the backpack on his back and placed it on the deer's neck. Deer blood was a precious resource, but much of it spilled onto the ground, rendered useless. Though it pained him, there was nothing he could do. Soon, the water bottle was filled to the brim. With no other tools at hand, Leon had no choice but to let the rest of the blood flow freely onto the earth. Leon first used his knife to cut the antlers from the deer's head. These 2 large antlers were quite substantial. It was now May, the prime season for harvesting antlers. In truth, waiting until late May or early June would yield antlers of even better quality. But since there were no precedents for raising sika deer yet, obtaining these antlers was purely a matter of luck. The single pair of antlers could fetch over 60 yuan at the state-run store, and that was just the store's purchase price. If he found a serious buyer, 100 yuan was well within reach. The deer hide was also well preserved, with only a hole punched by Lian in the belly area. The rest showed no flaws. Lian glanced at Duzi, whose face was covered in blood, and called him over. Earlier, he had seen the sick deer's front legs kick Duzi several times. Though the front legs lacked the strength to push backward, Lian dared not let his guard down. After a thorough inspection from head to tail, he found only minor abrasions on Duzi's back, nothing serious. Lian rubbed Duzi's head, then sliced a large, prime cut of meat from the deer's flank and tossed it to him. Even though the deer's offal alone would have been a feast for Duzi, Lian didn't hesitate to give him a prime cut. To Lian, Duzi was his partner, this was the reward he deserved. After bleeding out, the deer still weighed over 160 pounds. Lian gave it a quick lift, gritted his teeth, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. They were still near the edge of the deep mountains. Leaving the deer here would surely mean it would be devoured by other beasts. Lian's physical strength had increased significantly lately, so carrying a whole deer was no problem. At the very least, he needed to get it to the Xian Renzu area. There was a river there where he could do some basic processing before taking it home. And so, man and dog began their return journey. Though he hadn't caught a wild boar today, stumbling upon a sick deer was an unexpected windfall. Lian was certain that Duzi's previous owner must have hunted sick deer with him before, otherwise the dog wouldn't have followed the scent all the way here. Upon reaching the cactus grove, Lian first skinned the deer. While the meat was still warm, the hide came off easily. With his curved knife, Lian made incisions on each of the 4 legs, then blew forcefully into the cavity. The skin, tightly adhered to the flesh, bulged outward. He slit the remaining sections along the belly. Within just over 10 minutes, a complete, intact deer hide was removed. Lian first hung the skinned hide to dry on the cactus before turning his attention to the meat. The venison needed to be portioned for easier transport down the mountain. Beyond the meat, the sick deer held another treasure, its heart. Deer heart is also a precious Chinese medicinal ingredient, though its preparation is quite laborious. It requires constant roasting over fire. A channel for heat must be built into the earthen stove, and the deer heart placed atop it to be roasted continuously. It takes several days to completely dry out all the moisture within the heart. By the time Lian finished all the tasks and looked up, darkness had fallen. There was no choice but to spend another night in the mountains. Fortunately, Duzi was by his side this time. Even if danger approached, the dog would alert him in advance. Only after packing away all the venison did Lian finally rest. Perhaps from the day's exhaustion, Lian slept deeply and soundly. He dreamt a beautiful dream. Through his own efforts, he had finally earned Wang Luer's forgiveness. In the dream, Wang Luer looked at him with an unprecedented tenderness. That night, under the blessings of everyone in the village, they walked down the aisle into marriage. He personally lifted the red veil covering Wang Luer's head. The blush that spread across her cheeks turned even her earlobes pink. Amidst the bright red lanterns, the crimson quilt, and the scarlet pillows, Wang Luer looked utterly enchanting. Lian was utterly mesmerized by the beauty before him. Wang Luer gently pushed him down, then softly pressed herself against him. "Don't move. Tonight, I'll take the lead." He felt Wang Luer's kisses on his cheek as they embraced tightly, their bodies pressed together in intimate closeness. Just as he prepared to take the next step, a sudden chill washed over him below. Then he opened his eyes, realizing he was hugging Duzi as he slept. Duzi had been awake for ages, constantly licking Lian's face with its tongue. Even the eula grass on the floor was soaked in drool. Holy! Lian snapped awake the moment he saw Duzi. He shot upright and stumbled back 5 or 6 steps. Feeling a sticky warmth inside his pants, Lian's face flushed crimson. Damn it, this venison really shouldn't be eaten in excess. It's way too potent. Glancing at Duzi's innocent expression, Lian felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness he hadn't taken off his clothes before sleeping last night. Otherwise, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, the Songhua River, he'd never be able to wash away the stain. The key thing was, thank God Duzi was a guy too. Chapter 39, Wang's Xiaolong locked up. Lian hoisted the prepared venison onto his back, the bamboo basket straining beneath the weight, creaking with every step. The venison alone weighed over 100 jin, not to mention the gray squirrels and mountain hares piled on top. Deer hides were tightly packed on top to secure everything. With no one watching the cactus patch, people could show up at any moment. Leaving these goods here wasn't safe. Li Yulan had been home these past few days, and with Lian having resolved the wild boar damage to the crops, Li Koan planned to take a few days off. When Lian arrived home, Li Yulan was scrubbing things in the courtyard. Spotting him carrying a full basket, she immediately set aside her work and came over. "Little un, why didn't you come home yesterday? Your father and I were worried sick. If you won't be back at night, remember to call home. It saves me from fretting over you." Lian gave his aunt a half smile, half cry, and didn't dare respond. But Li Yulan didn't press him further. Instead, she helped him unload the basket from his back. Setting the sick deer hide aside, she stared at the basket overflowing with meat and gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. How did you get so much meat? That hide looks like a sick deer's. You didn't go up the mountain and hunt a whole deer, did you?" Seeing Lian nod, Li Yulan suddenly felt a strange unfamiliarity toward this young nephew of hers. It hadn't been long since he'd hunted a huge wild boar just the day before, and now he'd brought back a sick deer. Even seasoned veterans who spent all their time in the mountains wouldn't dare boast about hauling home such bounty day after day. Had he truly come to regard the great mountains as his own backyard? Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Li Koan emerged from his room. Before he even stepped outside, he spotted the sick deer hide Li Yulan had casually tossed onto the ground. You've gotten pretty bold, staying out all night now. If you get snatched up by the big claws someday, I won't even get a letter. Li Kuan's face bore deep dark circles, a clear sign he hadn't rested well the previous night. His expression naturally turned sour when he looked at Lian. Lian scratched his head, not daring to respond, and quickly changed the subject. Yesterday, he happened to encounter a sick deer in the mountains. It took so long to process the meat that he completely lost track of time, ending up spending the night in the cactus hut he built with Wang Xiaolong. Hearing sick deer, Li Kuan's eyes lit up. He knew this creature well. It was a rare sight even in the village. They say northeast China has 3 treasures: ginseng, deer hide, and wola grass. This sick deer was especially valuable. Every part was a treasure. Just the hide alone could fetch over 100 yuan, a significant sum for any family, let alone Lian's. So for the next morning, Li Kuan and Li Yulan busied themselves scraping the fat from the deer hide. Only by removing the excess fat from the belly could it be preserved properly. Lian modified the earthen stove he'd used to roast the wild boar the day before, repurposing it to dry the deer heart. After everything was done, Lian watched the two still busy at work. He cut 4 or 5 pounds of venison from the deer and sent it over to Li Guai's family. After all, they deserved the most credit for luring the deer to the trap. As the saying goes, one should never forget the well digger when drinking water. Lian certainly couldn't forget Li Guai's kindness. After delivering the meat, he took a large chunk of tendon meat and one of the 2 deer legs. He intended for Li Shufan to pass it on to Wang Luer. These days, Wang Liang's family was struggling. Every time he saw Wang Luer's cauliflower-like skin and bloodless face, Lian felt a pang of pity. The shank meat was a gift for Li Shufan, while the other hind leg was intended for Wang Xiaolong's family. Having not seen Wang Xiaolong around these past 2 days, Lian couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing, a kind of emptiness in his heart. He decided it would be best to go check on him. Besides, with all the blood Wang Chang had lost, some venison would be good for replenishing his energy and blood. Watching his son carry out so much meat, Li Kuan said nothing. Only as they were leaving did Li Yulan remind him to remember to eat at home today and not be out too long. Lian nodded. He first went to Li Shufan's house, and by then it was already noon. Li Jigang had also come down from the mountains with a few gray foxes and some mushrooms. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of cooking. Seeing Lian arrive, Li Jigang eagerly invited him to stay for lunch. Not to mention his own meager catch, the meat Lian had been bringing them lately was already more than they could eat. No exaggeration, Li Shufan had been feeling a bit sick of meat lately. "Little un, what brings you here? Come taste your 4th uncle's cooking, it's just come off the stove. You absolutely must stay for a bite before heading out today." Li Shufan had long since changed her opinion of Li, and seeing him arrive, she hurried to the kitchen to fetch an extra set of bowls and chopsticks, warmly inviting him to join them. Lian quickly set down a leg of pork and a large chunk of beef tendon he was carrying. "Uncle Li, I won't be staying for dinner today. I'll definitely sample your cooking another time. I've got meat to deliver. Yesterday, I happened upon a sick deer in the mountains. I brought you some meat to try. Also, could Sister Shufan help me deliver this leg to Wang Lu's house?" Hearing Lian mention sick deer meat, Li Jigang's eyes widened in astonishment. In all his years of hunting, he'd never even caught sight of a deer, let alone one of this caliber. This meat was undoubtedly a supreme tonic. He knew he'd normally refuse any other kind, but this time he shamelessly accepted it. Seeing Li Unshi still holding the meat, ready to deliver it to the next household, Li Jigang reluctantly let her go. He repeatedly emphasized that he must come taste her cooking when he had the chance, and that they would have a few drinks together then. Lian hastily agreed. When he arrived at Wang Xiaolong's house, he found the front door tightly shut. He knocked several times with no response. Just as he was about to leave, he heard rustling sounds coming from inside. "Who's there?" The voice belonged to Wang Xiaofeng. Hearing someone, Lian hurriedly responded. Upon learning it was Lian, Wang Xiaofeng immediately opened the door with delight. "Brother-in, why are you here at this hour?" Lian first handed the venison leg he was carrying on his back to Wang Xiaofeng before speaking slowly. "Where's Xiaofeng? Haven't seen him around these past couple days." "Well, I just bagged a sick deer up on the mountain yesterday. It's perfect for replenishing his qi and blood, just what he needs to build up his strength." Hearing it was a sick deer, Wang Xiaofeng's face lit up. Deer meat was indeed highly nourishing, so she quickly accepted it. But when he mentioned Wang Xiaolong, his expression darkened noticeably, and he said angrily, "Brother Anzi, please go talk to my mom. She's locked my brother in his room for 2 days now. He hasn't had a single drop of water. I'm really worried something bad might happen." Wang Xiaofeng's expression clearly showed concern. Having not seen Wang Xiaolong's business for 2 days, he knew Wang Xiaolong must have been locked up by his mother. Chapter 40, The Resolute Lu Tsuehua. Wang Xiaofeng spoke with such urgency she was nearly in tears. Not only was Wang Xiaolong confined, but she herself was barred from leaving the house. Wang Gang understood his son's frustration and had even tried to intercede with Lu Tsuehua. Had he not been injured, he would likely have been beaten senseless. Thus, all 3 family members had succumbed to Lu Tsuehua's tyranny. Hearing someone outside, Lu Tsuehua emerged from her room. Spotting Lian, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Though Wang Xiaolong had gone hunting with Lian, she couldn't blame Lian for this. Besides, he was the one who had saved their family's life. Brother-in is here. Quick, come inside and sit down. Xiaofeng, pour brother-in a cup of water. Lian followed Lu Tsuehua into the main hall. He hadn't visited Wang Gang since rescuing him. This visit, coinciding with delivering the venison leg, was a chance to check on Wang Gang's recovery. Hearing Lian had arrived, Wang Gang hurriedly sat up in bed. His leg wound had been stitched up and was no longer a major concern now, it was all about recuperation. As the old saying goes, a broken bone takes 100 days to heal. He wouldn't be able to get out of bed for quite some time. Seeing this, Lian quickly stepped forward to adjust his pillows. You've been resting well during your recovery, haven't you? Wang Gang waved off Lian's offer, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Despite his injury, he tried to rise to bow in respect, causing Lian to grab him firmly. If he stood up and the movement was too abrupt, tearing open the wound again, wouldn't Lian become the one to blame? Bro, no need for all that talk. Anyone in that situation would have stepped in. It was just the right thing to do. Wang Chang gave a bitter chuckle. This was his first time meeting Lian. His wife had described his savior as a young man, but he hadn't expected someone barely older than his own son. Dad, Mom, Brother Ranzi brought over some venison today. It'll help Dad replenish his energy and blood. Wang Xiaofeng called out from the courtyard, deliberately making sure Wang Xiaolong knew Lian had arrived. Brother-in, this is too much. You already saved my life by pulling me off that mountain, how could we possibly accept game from you? Wang Chang felt a pang of shame, instinctively glancing at his left leg. In his current state, even after his injury healed, he doubted he could hunt again. He knew Lian had taken his son hunting and given them plenty of meat, a debt he'd never be able to repay. Ah, but I happened to spot a sick deer up in the mountains. How about a leg of venison to help you regain your strength? Maybe you'll be back on your feet sooner. Oh, and big bro, when you were hunting that day, I saw a big yellow dog bolt out of the woods. Honestly, with your skills, even if you couldn't kill it, you shouldn't have ended up hurt like this. Hearing Lian describe the hunting scene, Wang Chang felt a surge of irritation. Lian was right, though not a seasoned veteran after hunting in these mountains for half his life, his skills were solid. He'd taken wild boars before. This incident was all that yellow dog's fault. Wang Chang recounted the entire incident to Lian. This yellow dog wasn't actually a hunting dog bred from puppyhood. Back then, when Wang Chang went to the town state-run store to sell his stockpiled animal hides, he happened to come across someone buying dogs on his way back. Every hunter loves dogs. Seeing that big yellow dog caged up and filthy stirred his compassion. Crucially, the dog showed real promise. After buying it, he decided to train it for hunting. After a period of training, Wang Chang began taking big black hunting in the mountains. Every time they encountered gray foxes or mountain hares, the dog showed great enthusiasm. Gradually, Wang Chang came to believe it could become a true hunting dog. After a month of hunting together, though occasionally battered by wind and rain, their expeditions were generally smooth. During a boar hunt, Big Black first spotted the boar's trail and began barking wildly as a warning. Hearing the alert, the yellow dog grew excited and charged headlong forward. Having never encountered such large prey before, the big yellow dog showed no fear upon seeing the 400-pound boar. He lunged and bit down on the boar's ear, instantly provoking the beast's fury. Wang Chang wasn't entirely confident he could take down the boar. His plan was for the two dogs to intimidate it with their barking, forcing it to retreat while he stayed back and followed. But seeing Big Yellow already charging in, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Spotting Wang Chang chambering around, Big Black charged forward immediately. But at that critical moment, the boar gored Big Yellow. The impact hurled Big Yellow 4 or 5 meters away. Big Black swiftly pounced on the boar, buying Wang Chang precious time. De Huang, however, was utterly terrified by the shove. Tail tucked between his legs, he bolted toward Wang Gang's back. In his panic, he collided with Wang Chang's leg, sending him tumbling. That's how dogs are when they're scared, they tuck their tails and run. To be a qualified hunting dog, they must overcome this fear. Hunters often simulate dangers during training. If a dog braves the hardship and charges forward, it passes. But if it runs away, the hunter deliberately disciplines it until it learns to face danger without flinching. This lengthy process is crucial for becoming a hunting dog. Some hunters, seeking superior dogs, pit many puppies against each other in constant fights. Only the last one standing is deemed fit for hunting. This method is known in some regions as 9 dogs to produce 1 wolf, or bloodhounds in others. The terminology varies by locale. Yet dogs raised this way often become excessively vicious and mishandled, they may turn on their handlers. Big Yellow was now terrified, yet hunting often hinged on split-second opportunities. Wang Chang's fall allowed the wild boar to knock Big Black aside, seizing the moment. As for what happened next, Lian knew all about it. Not only did Big Black sacrifice itself heroically to protect its master, but Wang Chang himself ended up with his left leg in its current state. As for Big Yellow, he was completely crippled and vanished into the mountains after that day. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, Wang Xiaolong burst in from outside. His eyes lit up the moment he spotted Lian. He scrambled to the ground, clutching Lian's legs tightly, so overcome with emotion he was practically sobbing. "Wah, brotherin! I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Please tell my mom to let me go hunting with you in the mountains." Lu Tsuehua practically followed Wang Xiaolong inside, her face dark as she grabbed his ear and yanked him up from the ground. She gave Lian a couple of smiles. "Brotherin, tell Xiangzi I'm going out to teach this kid a lesson. He called me without eating. I'll have Xiaofeng warm up some food for you. Tonight, I'll prepare the deer leg you brought. Come have dinner at my place." Wang Xiaolong struggled fiercely, looking pitifully at Lian as his mother dragged him out. Chapter 41, Beastly Ma Liang. Watching his retreating figure, Lian sighed and slumped his shoulders. After all, this was their family affair. He couldn't just butt in. Wang Xiaolong would have to face it himself. But now he couldn't stay silent. Otherwise, Wang Xiaolong would surely curse him behind his back for being disloyal. After gathering his thoughts, Lian finally spoke up. "Auntie, Xiaolong's heart is set on hunting, and I see he has some talent. Why not let him follow me? That way, I can keep an eye on him, and it'll save him from sneaking into the mountains alone and putting himself in even greater danger. He dares. If he dares sneak into the mountains, I'll break his legs." As she spoke, Lu Tsuehua tightened her grip, and Wang Xiaolong struggled even harder. "Mom, what's wrong with me hunting? My dad hunted his whole life and never got hurt. If it weren't for Big Yellow, Dad wouldn't have gotten injured either. And Brotherin is teaching me with all his heart. I'll definitely become a seasoned hunter someday. Besides, if you don't trust me, don't you trust Brotherin's skills?" Hearing Wang Xiaolong dare to argue back in front of Lian, Li Tsuewa's anger boiled over. Without a second thought, she grabbed the feather blanket nearby and lashed out. "I said no means no. As long as you call me mother, this is non-negotiable." Seeing Lian standing awkwardly by, Wang Chang cleared his throat twice. "Alright, Brotherin is watching. You two stop embarrassing yourselves." Wang Gang's words clearly had some effect. Lu Tsuewa dragged Wang Xiaolong outside to beat him up. Wang Chang. It had some effect, but not much. With the matter unresolved, Lian rose to take his leave. Lu Tsuehua tried to invite him to stay for dinner, but her younger sister reminded him not to return home too late. Thus, he would have to wait until next time to sample his aunt's cooking. Back home, he found Li Kuan sitting angrily in the courtyard, while Li Yulan beside him had reddened eyes. Clearly she'd been crying. Seeing their reactions, Lian couldn't shake a sense of unease. "Auntie, what's gotten into Dad? He was perfectly fine when I left. Did you two have a fight?" "Anzi, go fetch your fourth uncle. I'll see just what that Ma fellow thinks he's doing." Li Yulan stood beside Li Kuan, tears streaming down her face, too afraid to speak. Hearing the name Ma made her understand roughly what had happened. There were no Ma families in the nearby villages. The only person her father would angrily refer to as that Ma guy was her aunt's fiancé, Ma Liang. Instead of rushing to fetch Li Jigang, Lian first inquired about the situation. It turned out Li Kuan had asked Li Yulan today when she planned to return home. After all, she'd been gone for so many days. Even though she was visiting her in-laws, her family at home was bound to worry. Especially since her 4-year-old daughter, Little Sparrow, was home alone. Li Kuan couldn't help but feel uneasy. Li Kuan had only meant to make a casual remark, but Li Yulan's next words sent him into a rage. "Brother, I need to discuss something with you. I'm planning to divorce Ma Liang." To utter the word divorce in this era revealed the immense suffering Li Yulan had endured at home. Only after Li Kuan's persistent questioning did she reveal the truth. Her brother-in-law had long been unfaithful. At home, he treated her with nothing but abuse, either physical blows or verbal abuse. Every time he returned drunk, Li Yulan faced nothing but torment. Yet when sober, he would repent, promising to change. He would kneel before her, beating himself while swearing it would never happen again and that he would completely sever ties with the other woman. Li Yulan, gentle and submissive by nature, would forgive him, thinking it best to avoid a major confrontation. But each time, the abuse only grew worse. This time, she simply couldn't bear it anymore and ran away. She no longer harbored any illusions. Her plan was to stay at her brother's place for a while. She knew Li Kuan, being the man he was, would never agree to a divorce. In those days, divorce was something people would whisper about behind your back. Though Li Kuan and she were close, he absolutely couldn't bear the shame of being gossiped about. His first instinct was to call men to teach Ma Liang a harsh lesson, ensuring he dared not cross his sister again. But after living with Ma Liang for so long, Li Yulan knew him best. He presented a flawless facade to the world, yet inside he was a despicable, shameless, even revolting man. If Li Kuan called people to beat Ma Liang, he would surely put on a show of deep remorse and regret. But afterward, he would treat her with even more cruel methods. The thought of Ma Liang's future tactics left Li Yulan ashen-faced. Had she not already had a 4-year-old daughter, she might have even contemplated suicide. It was precisely because Ma Liang recognized this vulnerability that he gradually grew more and more ruthless. Lian first calmed the furious Li Kuan. In his previous life, he hadn't paid much attention to his aunt's affairs. But he did recall one time when his father led a large group from the village to cause a huge disturbance at his aunt's home. Recalling how haggard his aunt looked when she came to the prison gates to greet him in his previous life, he knew his father had never resolved his aunt's nightmare. "Dad, calm down. Auntie, tell us how that bastard Ma treated you." Lian wanted to understand the full story first, so he could figure out how to handle it. Li Yulan glanced around the courtyard, satisfied there were no outsiders present. She then began undressing right in front of the two of them. Li Yulan wore a pale yellow dress, covered by a gray coat. As she shed the coat, rage surged through Lian's veins. Her arms were covered in bruises and scars, even bearing cigarette burn marks. He couldn't fathom what kind of beastly person could do such things to his gentle, considerate aunt. As if steeled with resolve, Li Yulan continued undressing, eventually leaving only a pair of shorts and a pale pink camisole. Much of her body was now exposed. The sight of her wounds made Lian's eyes turn bloodshot once more, just as they had when he beat those two thugs. What should have been Li Yulan's fair skin was now covered in scars of all sizes, even bearing whip marks on her back. To conceal his crimes from outsiders, Ma Liang had deliberately avoided visible areas when torturing her. The injuries started from her chest and extended across her entire body. "That beast. I'll kill him." After letting the two men witness her battered state, Li Yulan dressed herself and burst into loud sobs. "Brother, I'm begging you. Don't go after Ma Liang. Just let me divorce him. Little Sparrow will take our Li family name from now on. I'll just cook for you and Anzi from now on." Chapter 42, Xiaolong, get me a knife. Though Li Kuan had lost his mind, he remained silent, instead urging Lian to summon Li Jigang. Today, he was determined to risk his own life to seek justice for his sister. Truth be told, Li Kuan harbored some self-interest. Lian was now of marriageable age. Judging by Wang Diji's reaction last time, Li Kuan saw no chance for him and Wan Luer. His son already had a poor reputation in the village. If his sister were to divorce and stay at home, who would be willing to marry into their family? Li Yulan clearly sensed her brother's resolve. Though overwhelmed by despair, she stifled her sobs. Wiping her tears, she pleaded, "Brother, don't go tell Uncle C. Sometimes Ma Liang treats me well, at least he never lets me or Xiao Ke go without food or clothes." Seeing his aunt's expression, somewhere between tears and a forced smile, Lian felt his heart twist like it was being torn apart. "I don't think it's necessary to call forth Uncle either." As Lian's words fell, despair deepened in Li Yulan's eyes. Had even her young nephew lost the will to stand up for her? Her greatest hope in coming here was that this nephew had changed from before. Elders often said a nephew was an aunt's strongest support, like a half-son. But it seemed she had overestimated things. Rather than endure greater humiliation, she might as well return home early. Then she could simply endure whatever beatings and insults that beast Ma Liang threw at her. After all, her body had long since died on some unknown night. Hearing his words, Li Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he grabbed his tobacco pipe and smacked it against Lian's head. "How could I have given birth to a useless son like you? Is this how you're supposed to be the pillar of the family? They're bullying us right to our doorstep." For the first time, Lian reached out to catch his father's descending tobacco pipe, feeling the stinging pain radiate through his palm. With bloodshot eyes, he fixed a deathly stare on Li Kuan and ground out the words through clenched teeth. "I'll slaughter that pig dog myself." Seeing Lian's bloodshot eyes, Li Kuan felt an inexplicable fear. Before he could stop him, Lian hoisted a sack from the corner of the courtyard and dashed out. Li Kuan's heart pounded wildly. He sensed that today, something terrible was bound to happen. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and chase after that kid. He's been acting really strange lately. Don't let him kill someone." Li Yulan's heart was also pounding. Seeing her young nephew like this, she knew he wasn't joking around. These days, murder meant prison. She began to regret bringing up the matter, yet at the same time, she felt a strange mix of regret and a hint of joy. Perhaps that flicker of joy should be called hope, proof that not everyone was indifferent to her feelings. Lian's pace was lightning fast. Within minutes, Li Kuan and Li Yulan lost sight of him. But they knew Lian would definitely head to Ma Liang's place in the county town today. So they quickly borrowed a donkey cart and rushed toward the county town. Lian first stopped by Wang Xiaolong's house. Seeing Lian return after leaving, Wang Xiaolong was naturally overjoyed. Brother and hadn't abandoned him after all, true to his word. But when he looked up and saw the bloodshot eyes glaring back at him, a chill ran down his spine. He recognized that look, the same one Lian had when he beat up those thugs. Blood filled his eyes, leaving only the black pupils visible, the rest a deep crimson. "Xiaolong, hop on your bike and come with me." He had no time for pleasantries with Wang Chang and Lu Tsuhua, his tone firm and decisive. Wang Xiaolong didn't ask what was going on either, he simply pushed his family's bicycle and followed closely behind Lian. Bicycles were rare commodities in those days. Most families couldn't afford one. It was only through Wang Chang's hunting skills that Wang Xiaolong's family had managed to save up enough to buy theirs. Lian rode ahead, with Wang Xiaolong perched on the crossbar. Bro, where are we going? From the moment they left until they were on the road, Wang Xiaolong hadn't asked Lian what they were going to do, only where they were going. In his mind, his very life belonged to Lian. At Lian's word, he'd follow without hesitation, regardless of the cost. To hunt some vermin with me. The journey passed in silence. By the time they reached the town, night had long since fallen. The distance from the village to the town was considerable. Had they relied solely on their legs, Lian would have arrived well into the night. Only then did a question occur to him: how had his aunt managed to run all the way from the town back home? He'd been so preoccupied with hunting that he'd overlooked the crucial detail. His aunt had always ridden a bicycle when she visited before, but this time she'd run home on foot. This thought made Lian even angrier. His mind was filled with images of the large and small scars covering Li Yulan's body. Soon, the two arrived at Ma Liang's house. By the time he got there, Li Koan and Li Yulan had already beaten him to it. As luck would have it, Li Koan had originally intended to borrow a donkey cart, but he happened to run into Auntie San from the village driving her horse-drawn cart back from the fields. These horses were stockier, bred specifically for farming in the mountains, unlike the war horses used for hunting. Without a word of explanation, Li Koan snatched the carriage from Auntie San and raced toward the county town. At that moment, Ma Liang appeared in a sharp suit, clearly fresh from meeting his young lover. A lingering scent of rouge clung to him as he knelt before Li Yulan, his face etched with devotion and anguish. Yulan, for the sake of our child, please forgive me. I know what I did before was despicable, but I swear I'll change. He feigned deep remorse, his eyes brimming with tears. A distinct handprint marred his left cheek, a mark left by Li Koan when he arrived earlier. He threw himself at Li Yulan's feet, grabbing her hands and forcing them to slap his face. As if truly repentant, the blows were so hard they split his lip, blood trickling down. Anyone witnessing this scene would believe Ma Liang had genuinely reformed. Even Li Koan's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. After all, in his view, no man would ever kneel on the ground like this, begging for forgiveness in such a humiliating manner. Sis, I think. Before he could finish, Lian charged forward. To him, Ma Liang's groveling posture was nothing but utterly repulsive. In truth, Li Yulan had already given up hope. She knew exactly what kind of treatment that beast Ma Liang would subject her to once Li Koan left today. The whip used for driving horses, the red candles for divine offerings, these were merely low-level tortures. Lian delivered a full-force kick, sending Ma Liang flying 4 or 5 meters. His strength now far surpassed that of ordinary men. Seeing his useless brother-in-law, Ma Liang had initially intended to approach and exchange pleasantries. Knowing his brother-in-law well, he figured a quick handout of money would secure his allegiance. But instead, he was met with a flying kick that nearly knocked him unconscious. Before he could recover, Lian's voice rang out again. Xiaolong, get me a knife. Chapter 43, Crazily. Ma Liang felt like his insides were about to spill out after Lian's kick, his face turning from red to white. This brother-in-law usually seemed weak and frail, but who knew he could be so ferocious when he got physical? Hearing the demand for a knife sent a chill through his heart. Lifting his gaze to meet Lian's bloodshot eyes only deepened his terror. Ignoring the pain in his gut, he scrambled over to Li Yulan, fell to his knees, clutched her thigh, and sobbed uncontrollably. Yulan, you know I love you. Please forgive me. I swear I'll cut all ties with that vixen. You know she seduced me. I swear to heaven I'll make her leave tomorrow, right in front of you. Yulan, just say something. Hit me. I'll accept anything if you'll forgive me. Li Yulan stared at Ma Liang kneeling at her feet, her face utterly expressionless. She understood better than anyone what kind of beast he was. She should have hated him, yet seeing him like this, she felt not a single ripple in her heart, as if she were watching a stranger. Then she knelt down too, her expression sincere. Ma Liang, I'm begging you. Please let me go. I never resented you for beating and cursing me before. Just let me take Xiao K'er away. Have mercy and spare us, a mother and child, a chance at life. Li Yulan kept banging her head on the ground. Seeing her like this, Ma Liang's expression shifted from pleading to vicious. Today, he finally understood. Li Yulan was determined to leave him. He had always believed the child was the invisible chain binding her to him, yet now she dared to take the child away with her. Why did he treat Li Yulan this way? Yes, Ma Liang admitted he was a monster deep down. But he had been pushed to this. All these years of marriage, Li Yulan had only given birth to a useless daughter. She had never produced a son. Whenever he overheard colleagues discussing their children, it felt like a personal humiliation. Yet his vain pride prevented him from venting his rage in public. Finally, in the midst of endless torment, he exploded, revealing his demonic side completely to Li Yulan. You want to leave? Let me tell you, even in death, you'll remain a ghost of the Ma family. Don't even dream about it. Li Yulan, you'll never get my consent to divorce. Look at your family, you can barely scrape by. You peasants consider it a huge honor just to marry into our county town. Everything you eat, wear, and use, every single thing was bought with my money. Mark my words, Li Yulan, even your life belongs to me, Ma Liang. Ma Liang finally rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips as he laid bare the darkness within his soul. You! My aunt's life isn't decided by a beast like you. Lian snatched the curved blade from Wang Xiaolong's grasp and slashed viciously at Ma Liang, the blade piercing clean through his arm. You bastard! Today I'll see if you're really fearless of death. After that, Lian slashed at his other arm. As blood spurted out, the bloodlust within him was fully ignited. Ma Liang had already resolved to go down fighting, but he hadn't counted on Lian, that demon incarnate, actually daring to draw his blade. The searing pain in his arm sent panic coursing through him. He spun to flee, but Lian's blade showed no sign of stopping. The next strike landed squarely on Ma Liang's thigh. Before Lian could deliver another blow, Wang Xiaolong and Li Kuan stepped in to restrain him. Wang Xiaolong looked frantic. This wasn't the mountains. Even if Ma Liang had started it, if Lian killed someone here, he'd definitely face legal trouble. He might even end up in prison. Brotherin, you can't keep slashing. You'll really kill this bastard. Ma Liang lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around him. He howled incessantly, fear finally gripping his heart. Yet seeing Lian restrained by the two men, his heart was filled more with venomous hatred. You're insane, Lian. Insane. You dared attack me with a knife? Today I'll make sure you rot in prison. If you've got the guts, finish me off now. As long as I have a breath left, I'll make you pay, and I'll take it out on your sister. Ma Liang's wails were laced with maniacal laughter, his expression twisted into an unnerving, sickening grimace. Hearing that he still intended to torment Li Yulan, Lian's rage boiled over. With his current physical strength, Li Kuan and Wang Xiaolong stood no chance of holding him back. He violently shoved both men aside, then brandished his knife and continued chasing Ma Liang, slashing wildly. Think you're tough? Let's see if I can cut you down today. 5 more blows landed in quick succession, turning both men into bloody wrecks. The courtyard was drenched in blood. The commotion had drawn a crowd of onlookers to the entrance of Ma Liang's house. Truthfully, under Ma Liang's careful facade, he maintained decent relations with his neighbors. At first, many who gathered knew of Ma Liang's beastly behavior, but seeing him kneel begging for forgiveness stirred their compassion, prompting them to try to reason with him. After all, in these times, quarrels between elderly couples were commonplace. Who could claim a lifetime together was entirely free of minor squabbles. But when they saw Lian draw his knife, panic set in. Coupled with the blood-filled glint in his eyes, the neighbors stood frozen outside, too afraid to approach. The words that came out of Ma Liang's mouth made them realize how he had treated Li Yulan like an animal before, and now it was even less likely they would speak up for him. Ma Liang felt like he truly wanted to die. The blood covering his body gave off a sticky, bloody stench. The pain from his wounds was slowly fading, and in that moment, fear finally overcame his viciousness. Suddenly, the will to live surged through his entire being. He feared death. He had believed Lian would never dare to kill, but now, staring at the knife in Lian's hand, he was terrified. Stop. I was wrong. I'm a beast. I'll divorce Yulan tomorrow. Spare me. Spare my worthless life. Wah! Ma Liang knelt on the ground, wailing loudly. He truly feared Lian would cut him down. Too late to repent now. When you report to the King of Hell tomorrow, confess your sins to him. Lian made a move to strike again, but Wang Xiaolong gave Li Kuan a look, and the two men rushed forward once more to pull him away. Regardless of Lian's struggles, they dragged him forcefully into a room off to the side. Seeing the demonic figure dragged away, the people who had been standing outside the courtyard hurried over to see what was happening. Step aside. Step aside. The doctor's here. Make way for the doctor. Earlier, someone outside the courtyard had already sent a kind soul to town to fetch a doctor, who now rushed in alongside the security squad. Town infrastructure was relatively well developed compared to the village. Fights were commonplace these days, yet even they were startled by the sight of Ma Liang and his men, nearly covered in blood in the courtyard. Fights weren't uncommon, but such savage violence was rare indeed. Chapter 44, Taking Lian Away, Reactions from All Sides. That very night, Ma Liang was rushed to the hospital. Reportedly, the numerous wounds all over his body required over 40 stitches. Fortunately, none were life-threatening, with most injuries concentrated on his arms, buttocks, and legs. He wouldn't die, though he certainly looked like he could. Lian was also taken away by the security team. Not only him, but Li Kuan, Li Yulan, and Wang Xiaolong all went along. However, the 3 were released that same night, one being the victim, and the other 2 having not participated in the assault. Li Yulan was detained longer, as the security team sought information from her. As for Lian, his release was unlikely anytime soon. Whether charges would be filed depended on how the situation unfolded. At Ma Liang's home, everyone gathered together. Little Sparrow, who hadn't seen Li Yulan in days, threw herself into her arms the moment they met and wept bitterly. Mommy, why didn't you bring Little Sparrow when you went to Grandpa's house? I missed you so much. After all, she was only a 4 or 5-year-old child. Had she not been driven to desperation, Li Yulan would never have left Little Sparrow alone at home. So she took little Sparrow into her arms and wept loudly with her.
It's all Mommy's fault. Mommy will never leave little Sparrow again.
It took over an hour of soothing before little Sparrow finally fell asleep in Li Yulan's arms, her little hand still clutching her clothes tightly, refusing to let go. Once little Sparrow was sound asleep, the three began discussing how to handle today's events. Li Kuan's pipe never stopped smoking, ash falling steadily with each puff.
Wang Xiaolong paced anxiously back and forth in the courtyard. Uncle Li, we need a plan.
Anzi injured that man so badly the security squad won't let him off.
If he ends up in prison, we'll be in real trouble. Li Kuan knew this well, and he shot Li Yulan a fierce glare. Truthfully, this wasn't entirely Li Yulan's fault.
What he resented was why she hadn't told him sooner, waiting until things had escalated to this point. He also regretted not bringing Li Jigang over sooner. If he had, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Now, there was no way Li Yulan and Ma Liang could continue living together.
As for Lian, just thinking about it gave him a headache.
Night had fallen, and lingering at Ma Liang's house was no solution. They'd wait until morning to see what the security team had to say. He'd swallow his pride and head into the county seat to see if he could pull some strings to get someone released.
So the group returned home that night, and Wang Xiaolong went home to report he was safe.
The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, Li Kuan got up early and sought out Old Feng, the village security chief. As the two closest friends in the village, Old Feng was furious upon hearing that Li Kuan had caused such a huge mess without uttering a word at home.
He pointed his finger at Li Kuan and scolded him.
Old Li, Anzi is still young.
Why didn't you stop him? You wait until now to tell me? What, you think you're above me? Treat me like an outsider? Let me tell you, if anything happens to Anzi, don't blame me for turning on you. Shi Feng's face darkened completely.
He'd never had children of his own. Lian was his only close friend, so he'd adopted him as his godson when he was young. Though he didn't expect Lian to take care of him in his old age, he'd treated him like a real son all these years. Whenever Lian caused trouble in the village and Li Kuan put on airs, it was always Chi Feng who had to swallow his pride and go apologize. This incident truly caught me off guard. You need to reach out immediately and see if you can pull any strings to get Anzi out of the security squad first.
Li Kuan had no time to argue with Director Feng.
Early that morning, he headed to the county seat to seek out his former superior.
Li Kuan had never once bowed his head to ask favors in his life.
His old boss was delighted to see him and treated him to a lavish reception. The superior agreed to make a call and try. But when the call went through, it turned out the matter wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. Originally, he'd assumed it was just a fight between young people, something that happened quite often in the town. But upon inquiry, he learned that Lian had gone to someone's home armed with a knife to attack them. Regardless of the reason behind it, the victim was still unconscious in the hospital. Moreover, the county security squad, overwhelmed by too many gang fights, was looking to make an example of someone. Lian had just had the misfortune of landing squarely in their sights. On his way back from the old leader's house, the leader told him not to worry too much and that he'd see what he could do. Li Kuan smiled and, before leaving, deliberately placed a paper bag at the official's doorstep. He didn't specify what it contained, only mentioning it was a specialty from the village. In truth, it contained the deer penis from the Sika deer Lian had hunted. The penis was an absolute treasure from the Sika deer, worth more than even the antlers. But Li Kuan never revealed what was in the bag. After finding Director Feng, the two sat in the room chain-smoking, trying to figure out a solution. The truth couldn't stay hidden forever. Soon, the news spread throughout the village.
Auntie, have you heard? That kid Lian got into trouble in the county town and was arrested by the security squad.
Second aunt sat in the courtyard cracking sunflower seeds with a group of women. Casually flicking the shells onto the ground, she raised her chin and declared, "Humph.
I always knew that Lian was no good.
He's caused trouble for so many people in the village.
Now he's gotten clever, thinking he can hunt. No wonder he went to town to cause trouble again.
Mark my words, that boy will get himself shot sooner or later." When the women finished their chores, they loved gathering together. They'd gossip about anything and everything, always finding fault with others. Li Shufen had just finished picking mushrooms on the mountain and was heading home. Hearing second auntie's words, she handed her basket to Wang Luer and rushed over.
"Put.
Old widow, it's your family who'll get shot dead.
I won't stand for you talking about Lian like that." Wang Luer and Li Shufen stood together, glaring fiercely at second auntie, who was now thoroughly enraged. Her husband had died young, leaving only a son now about Lian's age. Lian had often bullied her son before, but with no man in the house and second auntie being unreasonable herself, she spread rumors everywhere calling Lian a good-for-nothing. Now, hearing such accusations to her face, especially from two young girls, she immediately began trading insults with them. Despite her young age, Li Shufen was naturally bold and brash. She was about to come to blows with second aunt. The crowd of onlookers couldn't stand by and watch the two fight, so they pulled them apart. "You little brat, you damn, just you wait. Just you wait. You'll curse your husband to death, no one will want you." Their insults grew increasingly vicious. Realizing something had happened to Lian, Li Shufen hurried home with Wang Luer.
Though anxious, she knew she must inform her father first and see how Li Kuan would handle the situation. Chapter 45. The Feng brothers. Feng heir makes his move. Village chief, I heard Anzi was arrested by the county enforcement squad. Upon receiving the news, Li Jigang rushed to Lian's house, where he found Li Kuan sitting in the courtyard with a deeply troubled expression. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and find someone to get Anzi out of there. Li Jigang panted, glaring at Li Kuan and Director Feng. His naturally impatient temper flared as he watched the two sit motionless in the courtyard, and he began to fidget nervously. Sitting here waiting isn't going to solve anything. Let's go find Feng heir and see if he can try something. Director Feng rose from his stool and declared loudly, Feng heir is actually his younger brother, though quite different from him. Feng heir, whose real name was Feng Shuren, worked at the city's supply bureau. He seemed to hold a fairly high position, though he rarely mentioned it. In fact, many places still have this department today, though its nature has changed and most are now idle. But back in the 80s and 90s, this department was at its peak. The distribution of supplies in an entire region depended entirely on the material bureau. Now, grasping at straws was their only hope. Whether it worked or not, they had to try. Director Feng, whose full name was Feng Shuming, rarely reached out to his younger brother due to their father's influence. But now, with no other options left, he had to swallow his pride. Upon hearing they needed to find someone, Li Jigang hurriedly asked them to wait while he handled it. After saying this, he dashed off toward his home. Feng Shuming shot him a fierce glare. Just moments ago, when he had nothing to do, he'd been as frantic as a monkey, but now that the moment had come, he was as sluggish as a donkey on a millstone. 7 or 8 minutes later, Li Jigang returned, panting heavily, a white cloth bag in hand. What the hell is that? Li Jigang scratched his head and opened the bag. Inside lay a pair of bear penises. These are from a roe deer I hunted earlier. They're not as good as deer or bear penises, but they're still decent. We can't show up empty-handed when asking for favors. Bringing a gift makes things easier. Despite Li Jigang and Li Shufen's usual carefree demeanor, they proved remarkably meticulous when it came to practical matters. Uncle Shaoxi, don't bother. Take it back. The roe deer Anzi hunted still has a pair of antlers. I'll bring those. You two are already helping by coming along. How could I let you spend money on gifts? Li Jigang's eyes lit up when he saw Li Kuan emerge from the room carrying a pair of neatly bound antlers. Judging by their quality alone, these were undoubtedly top-grade goods. Compared to his own roe deer penis, they were undeniably superior. Without further ado, he tucked his roe deer penis away. By the time the three arrived at Feng heir's house, dusk was settling in. The setting sun painted half the sky crimson, the most pleasant weather in northeast China during May and June. Bro? What brings you here today? Feng Shuren had been reviewing documents in his room. As the director of the supply bureau, the sheer volume of goods his county handled each day kept him busy until late into the night. Hearing the commotion outside, he emerged from his workroom, surprised to find his brother had actually come today. Feng Shuren was overjoyed and rushed forward to embrace Feng Shuming. But Feng Shuming snorted coldly and dodged him. Cut the phony niceties. If it weren't for you, Dad wouldn't have died so young. I'm here to ask for a favor. I won't force you, do as you see fit. Feng Shuming showed no sign of pleading, instead wearing a sour expression. Feng Shuren seemed accustomed to this. Spotting the others standing outside, he promptly ushered them inside. His wife, a thoughtful woman, quickly served tea as they entered. Big brother. The woman placed the teacup beside Feng Shuming. Unlike his usual sharpness, Feng Shuming smiled back at her in return. Big brother, what has happened that you rushed over like this? If there's anything I can do to help, I will. Feng Shuren knew his brother's stubborn temper. He wouldn't seek help unless it was urgent. Li Kuan quickly recounted the entire situation. Especially the ordeal Li Yulan endured at Ma Liang's house. Before Feng Shuren could speak, his wife's face flushed crimson with rage. How could such scum exist? He deserves to die. I say Anzi should have killed that beast right then and there. He's not even human. Now that everyone fully understood the origins of the incident, their expressions grew increasingly grim. The urgent priority now was to find a way to get NZ out of the enforcement squad. If the verdict came down in another couple of days, it would be trouble. Feng Shuren rose from his seat, patting Li Kuan's shoulder to signal him to calm down. Have some tea here. I'll write a letter of introduction and see if the public security team will do us a favor and release him. Feng Shuren entered his study and emerged holding an envelope. Clutching the envelope, Feng Shuren followed them back to the law enforcement station. In those days, information exchange relied mainly on envelopes or word of mouth. Logically, the law enforcement team should give Feng Shuren some face. After all, both men were state employees who would likely cross paths frequently in the future. Who knows when one might need the other? After finally reaching the law enforcement office, they encountered the last pair of duty officers closing the door. Hold on, young man. We have a very important letter to deliver to the enforcement team leader. The guard looked at the panting group with surprise. This late? Are you here to report a crime? Lee Cohen shook his head and pulled a pack of Hardman cigarettes from his waistband. Lian had bought them specially for him, and Lee Cohen hadn't brought himself to smoke any yet. Sir, a young man named Lian was arrested yesterday. How is he? Is he hurt? The duty officer declined the cigarette Lee Cohen offered, instead pulling a pack of cigarettes from his own pocket. Hearing it was the kid arrested yesterday, he quickly recalled the incident. Oh, you mean the one everyone was talking about on the street yesterday? He's still here. Are you his parents? The group exchanged glances and nodded. Please make an exception. Let us father and son see him, if only briefly. The guard didn't pause his work as he spoke, locking the detention center gate and shaking his head. It won't work today. I heard the guy he beat up is in bad shape, still unconscious. Young man, he's not old, but he sure hits hard. All right, come back tomorrow. With that, he turned to leave. Feng Er, standing behind, stepped forward quickly. Hello, comrade. I'm the director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I'm on very good terms with your warden, Lu. Please make an exception for us. Oh. Old Feng, what brings you here today? Come on in, let's talk inside. Before the guard on duty could respond, a deep voice boomed from behind. Chapter 46, Youth has its perks, they shout louder than the old guys. Recognizing the familiar voice, Feng Er turned his head. Before he could see the person, he was met with a hearty embrace. The visitor stood at 185 centimeters tall, dressed in loose-fitting light gray casual clothes. His laughter alone suggested a genuinely cheerful personality. Director Lu. Speak of the devil. I was just looking for you. Didn't expect you'd still be working this late. Chief Lu laughed heartily again. Ha! You're quite the rare visitor. Come on, let's head to the office first. Chief Lu personally led the way. The guard who had locked the door moments before suddenly greeted them with a smile, his attitude completely reversed. He hurried over to unlock the door again, and the group entered the detention center office. Director Lu first brewed a pot of tea. His gaze fell on the plastic bag Feng Shuren had placed on the desk. The blood from the deer antler inside hadn't completely dried yet. The exposed corner was enough for a connoisseur to recognize it as a valuable item at a glance. Those who had climbed to this position were naturally shrewd individuals. Director Lu merely glanced at it, pretending not to notice, and continued chatting cheerfully with the group. Feng Shuren quickly changed the subject, pointing again at the contents of the bag. Old Lu, I've missed you like crazy these past years. Just the other day, I got my hands on 2 fresh, prime antlers from the Supply Cooperative. Saved them especially for you and your wife's happiness. Cost me a lot of effort, you'll owe me a round of drinks when you get back. Feng Shuren's words carried hidden meaning, and Director Lu laughed heartily. Who knew you'd still think of me, old Feng? You know I love this stuff. Let me see what's so special that it took a Supply Cooperative director like you so much effort. His eyes lit up the moment he saw the antlers and opened the package. As he grew older, his health had declined, and he'd gradually started using such tonics. He'd tried his share of such products, but this deer antler was clearly top-notch. His smile grew even broader as he repeatedly praised Feng Shuren for understanding him. After 10 minutes of mutual praise, Li Cohen, Feng Shaming, and Li Jigang were getting impatient. Feng Shuren finally turned to the matter at hand. Right, old Lu, I need a favor today. You know that youngster in my family? He got into some trouble yesterday and got arrested. Could you look into how serious this is? Don't worry, I won't put you in a tough spot. If it's inconvenient, just say so. Chief Lu knew Feng Shuren wouldn't come here for no reason. Despite all the flattery, he was still wondering what this was really about. Hearing Feng Shuren's words, he finally relaxed and let out a hearty laugh. I thought you came today just to see me, you rascal. He pointed at Feng Shuren, shook his head, and spoke with absolute confidence. So it's just a minor incident like this? Guess who's responsible? Luckily, Little Song is still here. I'll have him release the person. Hearing this, everyone felt a surge of relief. After all, the detention center arrested people daily. These chaotic times meant all sorts of petty troublemakers could get caught up in something and end up locked up. For a deputy warden to handle this was indeed a bit of an overkill. Li Kunlong hurried forward a few steps, speaking somewhat nervously. It's my son. Chief Lu, rest assured once we get home, I'll give him a proper scolding to teach him a lesson. My son's name is Lian. As Li Kunlong finished speaking, Director Lu, who was sipping tea, nearly spit it out. Who? Lian. He recognized the name. Earlier that afternoon, the chief had personally received an old superior who specifically requested to see someone. Though the chief didn't know the old superior personally, he'd been extremely courteous and the person they were looking for was Lian. But hadn't Lian left this afternoon? And the person who picked him up was no ordinary figure, even the chief had to treat him with utmost respect. Old Feng, when did you get to know such a big shot? You've gotta hook me up with an introduction later. By the end, Chief Lu sounded almost fawning. He was only a deputy chief now. Connecting with such a big shot might just help him climb the ladder. After he finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded. Turns out the guy had already left hours ago. The duty officer had just said he was still inside, so how could he have left this afternoon? Truthfully, the duty officer wasn't to blame. Even the chief treated him with respect. He was just a lowly foot soldier who didn't even have the standing to know. Thus, the group returned to Feng Shuren's residence in a daze. As they left, Chief Lu glanced nervously at the deer antler he'd obtained, fearing Feng Shuren might demand it back. Feng Shuren simply stated that the antlers were intended for him, and that Lian's matter was just something he'd casually inquired about. Both men were part of the same system. Even if this particular matter hadn't been resolved, who could say what might happen next time? The affair concluded with everyone satisfied. Chief Lu insisted he must visit Feng Shuren's home another day. Upon arriving at Feng Shuren's residence, his wife had already prepared a meal and was waiting for them. Only then did Li Kun feel his stomach growling. Had Feng Shuren's wife not reminded him, he would have forgotten that none of them had eaten all day. Now that he thought about it, he was genuinely hungry. But how could Li Kun possibly have an appetite without Lian? He quickly excused himself along with Li Jigang. Feng Shuming also tried to leave, but the couple insisted he stay. Before Li Kun even stepped inside, he heard Lian's hearty laughter and his little niece's joyful giggles. Thinking back on how he'd rushed around all day in a panic, he felt increasingly annoyed. "Uncle C, you go home first. I've got something to do." Before Li Jigang could respond, Li Kun's face darkened as he unbuckled his belt and held it in his hand. Today, he was determined to teach Lian a lesson he wouldn't forget. The tobacco pipe tucked in his waistband wouldn't suffice. "You little bastard. I've been running around all day because of you, and this is how you thank me by laughing at me. Just you wait, I'll break your legs." Soon, Lian's agonized screams echoed through the courtyard. Still not quite home, Li Jigang glanced back over the alley and chuckled to himself. Youngsters are something else. They even scream louder than the old farts. Only after Li Kun had beaten him senseless did the courtyard finally settle back into silence. Little Sparrow covered Tiger Stump's eyes, her own eyes shut tight. When her father used to bully her mother would always cover her eyes. Her mother said little children shouldn't see such things. Now she felt that who done was the child who shouldn't see this violence, yet she herself stared intently with her big, bright eyes. So this was what Mom didn't want her to see. It was pretty violent indeed. Uncle was really something. Huduan was still too young. He shouldn't be allowed to watch this. Beside them, Doozy watched Lian being beaten and felt anxious, wanting to intervene. But after getting hit with the belt twice himself, he lay down beside them and became much more obedient. Li Kun panted as he refastened his belt, glaring at Lian as he spoke. "You little bastard, tell me what the hell happened." Li Yulan watched Li Kun beat Lian without intervening, merely suppressing a smile as she brought out the prepared meal. Both men hadn't eaten all day. No, actually, Lian hadn't eaten in 2 days. After delivering the venison leg to Wang Xiaolong's house yesterday, he'd rushed straight to Ma Liang's place and hadn't eaten anything since. Seeing the steaming hot venison and bean-stuffed buns fresh from the pot, Lian's mouth watered so much it nearly dripped onto the floor. Forgetting to explain to Li Kun, he sat down like a ravenous wolf and began devouring the food in huge bites. Chapter 47, The Meat Bomb Impact from the Bean. Only after they finished eating did Lian begin to speak. After being taken away by the security squad, he had given a statement and was then locked up for the night. The next day, no one interrogated him. He seemed to be set aside. The entire incident had been thoroughly investigated. There wasn't much to say. The enforcement team's final conclusion was that the couple's marital conflict had escalated when the wife's family came to avenge her. The attack had been a bit excessive, but such incidents weren't uncommon in any era, so the enforcement team didn't make a big deal out of it. How the case would ultimately be handled was hard to say. It would depend on the higher-ups' reaction and what Ma Liang had to say. Lian waited until afternoon, skipping the meal someone brought him earlier. Later, an old man summoned him a figure who seemed far from ordinary. At first, Lian was utterly bewildered. Logically, if this man had been sent by his father should have accompanied him. Lian remained silent throughout the journey. Only after they emerged did the old man smile and ask if he was the gunner from the mountain. Lian nodded. Only then did he realize the old man had taken a liking to the deer penis he'd given him. Even in this era, such a thing was a rare treasure. Whether steeped in liquor or ground into powder, it was an extraordinary tonic. "Dad, when did you give the deer penis to someone?" Seeing Lian's puzzled expression, Li Kun's face flushed crimson. He had indeed carried the deer penis when visiting his former superior, but he hadn't had the nerve to mention it. Besides, in his mind, gift-giving for favors was a disciplinary violation. He'd never brought it up, and it was likely only by chance that his former superior had noticed the gift. Indeed, gifts smooth the way a truth timeless across eras. Lian's release was a relief to all, though the security team insisted conclusions could only be drawn once Ma Liang regained consciousness. Fortunately, Lian was confident. Despite his intimidating demeanor, he always aimed his blows where they wouldn't cause serious harm. At most, his victims would spend a few days in the hospital, but no one ever died. After dinner, they sat in the courtyard. Little Sparrow, clutching Tiger Stump, ran happily back and forth, with Bean chasing after her. Their joyful laughter echoed through every corner. Li Yulan sat at the entrance of the main hall, sewing shoe soles by moonlight. Knowing Leanne's daily treks up the mountain must be exhausting, she planned to make a few extra pairs of shoes. Little Sparrow hadn't felt this happy in ages. She'd never tasted meat as delicious as today's, nor had she ever interacted with small animals before. A heavy weight lifted from Li Yulan's heart. She no longer needed to return to that home filled with demons and swamps. Her heart finally settled. Li Kuan watched the scene unfold before him. He reached for his pipe at his waist and took 2 slow puffs. A wisp of smoke drifted gently through the air as he exhaled, lingering in the center of the courtyard. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, illuminating the small courtyard with a soft glow. Li Kuan suddenly smiled. Perhaps this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. The next morning, Wang Xiaolong arrived at Lian's home again. Lian, who was preparing to take Duzi up the mountain for a hunt, looked at the energetic Wang Xiaolong with some surprise. How'd you end up here, kid? Aren't you afraid your aunt will find out and give you a beating? Wang Xiaolong chuckled awkwardly, ruffled Duzi's head, and voluntarily hoisted the bamboo basket and burlap sack onto his back. No worries. I hopped over the wall before dawn. If I get back, my mom will just beat me a bit harder. I've got thick skin anyway. Brotherin, where are we hunting today? Whenever hunting came up, Wang Xiaolong's eyes would light up. Lian sighed, rubbing his temples. This kid was destined to belong to the mountains for life. His passion was even more intense than his own. It puzzled him why he'd never heard of a seasoned hunter named Wang Xiaolong in his previous life. Hunters in these mountains always set out with the first rays of dawn and ancestral rule. Truthfully, it was because most animals were most active in the morning. With Duzi tagging along, the hunting mood was noticeably livelier. When they first went up the mountain to search for the gray fox, Lian hadn't specifically asked Duzi to follow them. Instead, he let the boy run freely through the woods. He kept a distance of 4 or 5 meters between himself and Wang Xiaolong, mainly to train the boy's eyesight and hunting skills. Brotherin, come quick. Wang Xiaolong held a mountain hare weighing over 2 pounds, proudly showing it to Lian. Along the way, he had already bagged 3 gray hares, and adding this hare made for a substantial haul. Many professional hunters who specialized in mountain hunting might not have been as capable as him. Lian smiled, his eyes brimming with praise. He casually tossed a gray dog from the ground into his backpack and gave Wang Xiaolong a thumbs up. Just then, Duzi came running from afar. Panting heavily, he dropped his prey at Lian's feet. Seeing the wild pheasant at Lian's feet weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, Wang Xiaolong's laughter gradually faded. Glancing at the mountain hare in his own hands, it suddenly didn't seem quite as tasty anymore. Duzi, you're too good. At this rate, Brotherin and I won't have to do anything, we can just wait for you to hunt for us. Lian affectionately ruffled Duzi's head, then used his knife to gut the pheasant and toss the entrails to the dog. After gobbling them down in a few bites, Duzi gave 2 cheerful barks before darting away into the forest. Wang Xiaolong watched Duzi run off with envy. Brotherin, wouldn't it be great if my little black and little gray could be as amazing as Duzi? Lian had seen the dogs Wang Xiaolong mentioned, Xiaohei and Xiaowei, at his home. While not quite as exceptional as Duzi, they were still fine dogs. They were still young though, and it would likely be several more months before they were ready for hunting. Lian shared 2 of the bean cakes he'd brought from home with Wang Xiaolong. Paired with the smoked venison jerky, they made for a uniquely satisfying snack. Upon reaching the cactus grove, Wang Xiaolong wasted no time, flopping straight onto the ula grass he'd laid out earlier and rolling over with a satisfied sigh. Brotherin, you won't believe it, I actually missed this cactus after just 2 days away. Once we get a mattress later, I bet I won't even be able to adjust to it. Before he could settle in, Duzi burst in from outside, immediately upset. In Duzi's mind, that was his spot. Last time Lian took Duzi hunting in the mountains, Wang Xiaolong had been stuck at home, and Duzi had lain right where he was now. Seeing Duzi running toward him, Wang Xiaolong's face lit up with delight as he watched the little guy charge over. Beans, come here. Let your dear uncle get nice and close to you. I knew you liked me. Come on, uncle will give you some meat. Thud. Duzi launched a meatball-like collision, sending Wang Xiaolong flying. Though still on the lean side, Duzi had a sturdy frame easily over 50 pounds. The massive impact sent the standing Wang Xiaolong tumbling twice. Chapter 48, The Divine One. Duzi didn't even glance at the sprawled Wang Xiaolong. Instead, he used his mouth to gather the spread-out ula grass Wang Xiaolong had laid out, piling it into a comfortable spot where he could lie down. Watching Duzi's reaction, Wang Xiaolong scrambled to his feet and seemed to grasp something. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, snarling, "You stinking Duzi! This is my territory. You better remember you're just the third in command. Give me back my ula grass." Lian sat on the ground, watching the endless squabbling between the boy and the dog, and shook his head helplessly. Whenever Wang Xiaolong picked up a pile of ula grass, Duzi would inevitably launch a meatball-like charge at him. After several days of nourishment, Duzi's condition had visibly improved. He was recovering at an astonishing rate, and it wouldn't be long before he returned to peak form. After resting for over an hour in the cactus grove, the pair set out again. Today, however, Lian's primary task wasn't hunting. He watched Wang Xiaolong, looking thoroughly frustrated, cutting strips of grass on the meadow. After placing the cut strips in small bundles and tying them up, Doozy would help carry them back to the cactus. Meanwhile, Lian was weaving fish traps inside the cactus. Not far from the cactus lay a large river. Every day, the ripples on its surface made his eyes burn with envy. Brotherin, why bother gathering so many strips when we're not hunting? These things have such tiny openings, will they even catch fish? Hunting seems more practical to me. Wang Xiaolong approached Lian, clutching a full bundle of reeds. He glanced at the finished fish trap on the ground and grumbled. To harvest these reeds, he'd pricked his legs countless times and gotten stung by insects 7 or 8 times, leaving him covered in welts. It was pure torture. Lian kept working without looking up, patting Doozy, who was lying by his leg. Don't underestimate these fish traps. Even the Orokin hunters in the mountains make these when they encounter rivers. Hunting isn't just about what runs on land or flies in the sky, it includes anything that swims in the water. Any creature that exists in this world can be considered prey. The elders have spent hundreds, even thousands of years studying how to capture all kinds of prey, Lian explained to Wang Xiaolong as he wove the fish trap. Gradually, Wang Xiaolong picked up a strip of bamboo to learn alongside him. Yet despite Lian's unhurried pace, he couldn't replicate the master's technique. Brotherin, how do you tie that knot? I see you twisting it around your hands and it turns into a knot, but I just can't get it to work. Wang Xiaolong demonstrated in front of Lian, twisting a strip around his thumb and index finger. But no matter how he pulled, it always came undone. Lian immediately demonstrated the technique again right in front of him. The knot itself wasn't difficult to learn, but the direction of rotation and the number of turns required careful consideration. The technique resembled knotting buttons on a qipao, and it was also the key to weaving fish traps. By late afternoon, 4 fish traps lay woven at Lian's feet, making 5 including the one already placed by the riverbank. Wang Xiaolong, however, had only awkwardly managed to weave one. Not only was it unattractive, but when Lian picked it up, it felt loose and flimsy in many places, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Lian even doubted whether this trap would survive being placed in the water without being smashed by fish. The two then extracted the entrails from some gray rats to use as bait. Today's haul wasn't abundant. Including the 3 mountain hares and 6 gray dogs caught by Lian, plus the 1 pheasant, Wang Xiaolong's contribution made it a decent catch overall. Whistling as they walked home, they were halfway there when Doozy suddenly dropped to the ground, motionless, and gave Lian 2 low growls. Lian's eyes instantly sharpened. After days of working together, he and Doozy had developed a strong rapport. This reaction clearly meant prey was ahead and it seemed manageable. Lian stowed his slingshot, retrieved his single-barrel shotgun from his back, loaded it, and signaled Wang Xiaolong to be quiet. Lian scanned the direction Doozy had pointed. The grassy meadow ahead showed clear tracks of an animal's passage. The shape and size suggested it wasn't large, but it was fast. Doozy lay flat on the ground as the two crept forward inch by inch. After about 4 or 5 minutes, a gray figure suddenly darted out from the grassy meadow ahead of Lian. Before Lian could get a clear look, it darted past his feet. Without pausing to identify it, he instinctively fired. Bang! The gray figure had practically vanished from beneath his feet. The distance between them was so close that Lian's shot struck its body. The creature let out a piercing scream but didn't collapse immediately. Instead, it kept charging forward. Brotherin, hurry! It's a great immortal. In the mountains, Great Spirit referred to foxes with yellow, white, willow, and gray varieties called yellow spirits or white spirits. But Lian, a mountain hunter, had no room for superstition. Hearing Great Spirit made his heart leap with excitement. Dozens, who had been crouched on the ground, immediately charged forward, quickly disappearing into the woods alongside the Great Spirit. Chase! Lian slung his rifle back over his shoulder and followed Wang Xiaolong deeper into the woods. Guided by the fox's blood trail on the ground, the 2 men sprinted forward frantically. That shot hadn't hit the fox's head, otherwise, it would have gone down instantly. Lian guessed he must have struck the fox's back, and with Doozy in pursuit, it couldn't have gotten far. Sure enough, after about 7 or 8 minutes of running, Lian heard Doozy's whimpering cries. Brotherin, it's Doozy. He's got the fox. Wang Xiaolong shouted loudly. Lian also saw Doozy in the grassy meadow ahead, its jaws clamped fiercely around the fox's neck as it tore at it frantically. The fox wasn't dead yet, still struggling desperately as Doozy pinned it to the ground. Though timid in the wild, foxes became ferocious when threatened. Lian could already see several wounds on Doozy inflicted by the fox. He didn't dare delay, picking up the rifle again and firing a shot that cleanly pierced the fox's skull. With the echo of the shot, the creature finally fell silent. Hunted 1 fox, earning 27 mountain hunting points. Only when the system's voice sounded did Lian finally relax completely. Watching Doozy still tearing wildly, though he felt sorry for the fox's pelt, he didn't stop him. Brotherin, is that fox really dead? Chapter 49, Entering the county town, Handling the Aftermath. Seeing that Doozy had released most of its aggression, Lian quickly pulled it back. If it kept tearing like this, the pelt would be ruined beyond salvage. He peeled off the fox pelt. As for the meat, it wasn't exactly edible, though technically it could be. Fox meat carried a strong, pungent odor, and preparing it was incredibly tedious. It required soaking the meat in specially prepared water for 2 days, and when cooking, one had to use plenty of chili peppers and spices to mask the pungent odor. Even when cooked, a faint gamey taste remained. Lian tossed the meat aside for Doozy to gnaw on. Though he himself wouldn't eat it, Doozy wasn't picky. He trotted over to a nearby grassy patch and devoured it with relish. The fox pelt had a few small holes from Doozy's bites, but overall it was still intact and should fetch a good price. After Doozy had eaten his fill, the two prepared to return. At the village entrance, they found Lu Tsuhua standing there waiting for them. She stood alone, no one beside her, silhouetted against the setting sun. She looked lonely, yet there was a touch of stubbornness about her. Wang Xiaolong had no time for such thoughts. He'd been humming a tune, but his face fell the moment he saw Lu Tsuehua. He shoved the burlap sack into Lian's hands and turned to bolt. In his panic, a gray kitten tumbled out of his backpack, but he didn't even pause to pick it up. Like a mouse spotting a cat, he scrambled away, head tucked between his knees. "Run, I'll see how far you little bastard can get. If you've got the guts, don't come home tonight." Lu Tsuehua, who had been waiting here for who knows how long, wasn't about to let Wang Xiaolong get away so easily. She didn't bother with Lian and immediately gave chase after Wang Xiaolong. Watching the two figures slowly vanish down the path, Lian gave a wry chuckle and shook his head. Every family has its own troubles to deal with. Today, Wang Xiaolong seemed to be doomed. Dizzy lay beside Lian, letting out a low growl in Wang Xiaolong's direction, as if praying that the man who had fought him over the woolly grass that afternoon would get off lightly. Man and dog returned home together. By the time they arrived, Li Yulan had already prepared dinner. Seeing the table laden with dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted absolutely delicious, Lian instinctively swallowed hard. No wonder they say having a woman in the house is so important. Before, whenever he came home, either Li Koan was still working late or he'd be eating leftovers from who knows how many days ago. If the food had been even a little better, he wouldn't have had to sneak over to the neighbor's house every day to steal their chickens. Little Sparrow spotted Lian and immediately chirped excitedly, "Brother!" Tiger Cub, clutched in her arms, leaped down and scrambled onto Lian's shoulder. Little Sparrow puffed out her adorable little cheeks as she rummaged through his basket, examining his day's haul. "Wow! Big brother, you're so amazing, so many little animals. Mom, look quick. Big brother caught so many little animals." Li Koan hadn't returned yet, but judging by the time, he should be back soon. Li Yulan knew her little nephew was quite the hunter these days. After bringing out the food, she began preparing the game. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the fox pelt in the basket. Anzi had even managed to get a fox pelt today. This would be worth a pretty penny come winter. She pinned the fox pelt to the board she'd used for processing deer hides earlier, planning to remove the grease overnight after dinner. She set aside the pheasants and greyhounds, redistributing them. The family simply couldn't consume all the meat they had now. Even the wild boar meat from Lian's first hunt was still abundant, and the greyhounds were countless. Seeing all this meat, Li Yulan frowned and said, "Anzi, we have so much meat at home now, we can't possibly eat it all. If we leave it for too long, it might go bad. What are we going to do?" Lian laughed heartily. It was the first time he'd ever heard someone complain about having too much meat at home. "No worries. Little Sparrow's growing like a weed right now. She needs to eat more to get taller." Little Sparrow nodded earnestly upon hearing this, then dashed to the kitchen. She grabbed a piece of cured venison and took a big bite. Munching away, she mumbled, "Little Sparrow must eat lots of meat. That way, when she grows up, she'll be as strong as Brotherly, and Little Sparrow will be just as awesome as Brotherly and someday, hunting in the big mountains." As she ate, her little face grew redder and redder. Suddenly, a trickle of blood flowed down her nose. Li Yulan saw this and quickly yanked her head up, then grabbed Little Sparrow by the arm and glared at her. "How many times have I told you? This venison is for your brother. You're not allowed to sneak any. Bleeding nose, are we? Keep your arm raised until the bleeding stops, don't put it down." Lian hurriedly fetched tissue from the room to plug Xiao Keir's nose. Keeping her arm raised would stop the bleeding, an old folk remedy passed down in their family. Little Sparrow was too young, and venison was such a potent tonic that eating too much naturally caused nosebleeds. Not just Little Sparrow, even adults dared not eat too much of it. This stuff was incredibly nourishing. Little Sparrow kept her head tilted back, afraid to lower it, yet she giggled happily the whole time. The problem was that the venison was simply too delicious. Especially the smoked venison was irresistibly tempting, and she couldn't help but sneak several pieces today. Before, she had only felt a bit warm, but this time, one bite pushed her right to the limit, causing the blood to flow uncontrollably. After some commotion, Li Koan finally returned from outside. The family ate their supper bathed in moonlight. He glanced at the fox pelt nailed to the board but said nothing. Though he hadn't voiced it, he'd silently approved of Lian hunting in the mountains these past days. Still, every night upon his return, he'd remind him, the mountains aren't like other places. You must be careful. After dinner, Li Yulan and Li Koan busied themselves processing the fox and greyhound pelts, with Lian following behind to assist. "By the way, don't go out tomorrow. You're coming with me to the county seat." Having finished his tasks, Li Koan seemed to remember something and addressed Lian. Seeing the puzzled look on his face, Li Koan quickly explained. Ma Liang woke up today. You need to go to the law enforcement team and report the situation again. Also, that old leader got someone to bail you out last time we still Haven Tea paid him a visit to thank him. Saying this, Li Kuan went into the main room and retrieved a roe deer penis, the leftover from Lian's last hunt. Since the old leader had used the previous deer penis to pull strings for him, Lian couldn't show up empty-handed this time. Lian nodded in sudden understanding. He really should make the trip himself. The old leader had given away the antlers he'd secured to get him bailed out that favored demanded a personal visit of thanks. Additionally, now that Ma Liang had regained consciousness, he should promptly finalize the divorce proceedings with his aunt. Better to avoid complications down the road. Chapter 50, The Polite Chief Lu and Ma Liang's Despair. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the Li Kuan family set out. First, they dropped Little Sparrow off at Li Jigang's house, entrusting her to Li Shufan's care. With Huduaner and Doozy keeping her company, Little Sparrow was unusually calm and didn't fuss at all today. The trio headed to the enforcement team first, as knocking on the leader's door so early felt inappropriate. Upon arrival, Chief Lu personally received them. His eyes lit up especially when he learned Lian was a gunner. Seeing his enthusiastic demeanor, Lian was almost at a loss for words. "Young man, don't stand on ceremony, sit down. Once you're here, it's like coming to my own home." Chief Lu personally poured tea for them. Lian immediately stood up. Such treatment was unprecedented, even in his previous life. "Chief Lu, you're too kind. We're here primarily to follow up on the previous case. What do you think?" After hearing this, Chief Lu slapped his forehead, feigning forgetfulness. "My mind. I was so preoccupied with hosting you all. We'll take the case first. We've already reviewed the details. That Ma Liang is truly heartless, so likely be detained for a while after leaving the hospital. As for you, young Lian, you'll just need to sign a few papers and complete the formalities." After speaking, he refilled their teacups and continued. "Brother Lian, I heard that deer antler you got last time was from your hunt up in the mountains. You know, at my age, I need to supplement everything I lose. My wife even said yesterday I've got more energy. See if you've got any other good stuff lying around and get some for me. Don't worry, we can work out the price." So that's what he was after. Lian smiled knowingly, causing Li Yulan, standing beside him, to blush slightly. "Rest assured, Chief Lu. While I can't promise everything, I can certainly source some of the mountain's finest treasures. Should anything exceptional come up, I'll deliver it to you first." With Lian's assurance, Chief Lu chuckled heartily in satisfaction. "Alright, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear from you, Brother Li. So it's settled. If you find anything worthwhile up on the mountain, don't forget your old buddy." After a brief exchange, Director Lu had someone bring over a document detailing the case's resolution. Lian skimmed it. Just as Director Lu had predicted, Ma Liang would likely pay another visit to the enforcement team after his release. Without hesitation, he signed the paper and took his leave. After handling this matter, Lian still needed to visit the hospital. Ma Liang was, after all, still his brother-in-law in name, and as his brother-in-law, it was only right that he check on him properly. After obtaining the hospital room number for Ma Liang, the three of them rushed over without delay. Ma Liang's room conditions were quite decent, a private single room, mainly because he still had pending cases to deal with. It must be said that Ma Liang truly knew how to enjoy life. He had just regained consciousness when he promptly summoned his mistress to tend to him. When Lian and the others entered, he was lying comfortably in his hospital bed while a woman in her early 30s, holding a peeled apple, fed him bite by bite. She wore a pale green shipao, her face heavily made up. From a distance, Lian caught the overpowering scent of perfume, sneezing twice before approaching. "Oh, isn't this my brother-in-law? How come you're enjoying life so soon after waking up? You really know how to live it up, don't you? You haven't even divorced my sister yet, and you've already called this woman over." Hearing Lian's voice, Ma Liang turned pale with fright and instinctively tried to retreat. But the movement only aggravated the wounds on his body. The freshly stitched wound began to redden, the pain making him sweat profusely and grimace in agony. He dared not speak, but the woman feeding him fruit, unaware of who Lian was, turned grim the moment she heard him called a big bed seller. "Who are you? This is a hospital ward. Get out, or I'll call security. Look at yourself, shivering like that. You're the one selling hot stoves. Get out before you dirty the room." Only then did she notice Li Yulan standing behind Lian, and she flashed a fake smile so sickening it made people cringe. "Sister's here. Look at you, not only can't you take care of brother Ma Liang, you let him get hurt this badly. You'd better get lost. I'm the one meant for brother Ma Liang." As she spoke, she hastily feigned concern, using the sleeve of her chipao to wipe the cold sweat from Ma Liang's forehead. As she bent over, her ample bosom nearly bounced into Ma Liang's face. Standing behind her, Lian could even catch a glimpse of her underwear. Hearing her words, Li Yulan's face drained of color with fury. Never one for words, she couldn't hold her own against this little. But Lian wasn't about to indulge her. For some reason, looking at her like that made his hand itch to slap her twice. "You dare speak ill of my sister? Ask Ma Liang right here if he dare talk to my sister like that in front of me. I don't want to hit a woman. If you know what's good for you, apologize to my sister right now. Otherwise, I'll slap you silly today. Watching Ma Liang's face drenched in cold sweat that kept pouring out, the woman finally snapped out of it. She thought his sweating came from bed rest aggravating his injury, but seeing the terror in his eyes, she realized he was petrified by Lian. Ma Liang would likely never escape the shadow Lian cast over him after all. Just 2 days ago, he'd nearly died at this man's hands. The woman's face paled with fright. She hadn't realized this man was the very demon who had slashed Ma Liang earlier, and she quickly backed away. Lian, I'm already like this, why are you still coming after me? Can't you just let me be? I'm begging you. I was a beast to treat your sister that way. I truly regret it. I'll never do it again. Ma Liang was on the verge of tears as he spoke. Now, whenever he saw Lian, his legs would go weak. Lian shot him a disgusted look. What a spineless coward, soft when confronted, tough when ignored. He couldn't fathom what his grandparents had ever seen in this man to arrange his aunt's marriage to him. Make this stove seller apologize to my sister right now. And once you sign the divorce papers, we'll never have anything to do with each other again. Saying this, Lian snatched a paper form from Li Yulan's hands and flung it at Ma Liang's feet. Back then, marriages were handled with handwritten certificates. A stamp from the village office sealed the deal. Divorce, naturally, required both parties to sign and get the village office stamp to complete the process. But Lian couldn't wait for Ma Liang to fully recover before divorcing him. So he brought the divorce papers. All Ma Liang had to do was sign his name, and he'd be done with the Li family. Staring at the divorce papers before him, Ma Liang instinctively shook his head. Truthfully, if divorce had been possible, he would have ended things with Li Yulan long ago. Bringing his young wife home openly for intimacy was far better than sneaking around. But divorce would inevitably damage his career. He had worked hard to become the factory's finance manager. If he were labeled as divorced, his career would be over. No, I can't sign this. Lian, I beg you, give me a chance. Once I sign, it's over. Chapter 51, Feeling Great, Selling Hot Fans and Big Stoves. Ma Liang was on the verge of tears, but Lian couldn't be bothered with his pleas. No signature? Fine. Today I'll chop off one of your fingers and make you come back to sign it yourself. As he spoke, Lian drew a curved blade from his waist and waved it menacingly before Ma Liang. The sight of that scimitar instantly terrified Ma Liang so badly he wet himself. He knew that blade all too well. It was the very knife Lian had used to slit his throat that night. I'll sign. Under Lian's threats, Ma Liang obediently signed his name on the divorce papers. Watching the name appear on the paper, the little hiding behind him beamed with delight. She couldn't wait for Ma Liang to divorce Li Yulan. That way, she could move out of the rented apartment Ma Liang had provided for her and move into the spacious courtyard of his family home with complete legitimacy. Even if Ma Liang didn't get that promotion, in her eyes, marrying an accounting manager was like a pheasant landing in a phoenix's nest. Lian was right, she had been nothing but a prostitute. Though her face had been trampled by countless men, she had always lived in luxury. But as she aged, she noticed her once perfect figure beginning to sag. 2 stubborn wrinkles had also appeared on her face at some point. So she began hunting for a replacement. Ma Liang, who felt mocked daily, soon fell deep into her sugar-coated traps. It must be said that women like her, who sold their bodies, understood men's needs best. Whether physically or emotionally, she always gave Ma Liang a sense of satisfaction he'd never experienced before. When Ma Liang mentioned his wife's inability to bear a son, she claimed her wide hips were a sign of fertility, promising he'd soon have a big, healthy boy. But only she knew the truth. Years ago, due to dangerous activities, she had long since lost her ability to conceive. Ma Liang was merely living in the fantasy she had created for him. Once she signed this divorce certificate, she would become the Ma family's true wife. Then she could brag about it to her former girlfriends. Lian, I've signed everything. Why aren't you leaving? Ma Liang now desperately wished Lian would vanish from his sight. All he wanted was to change his pants. The urine stench was already lingering. Lian took the divorce papers, examined them carefully, and after confirming they were correct, returned them to Li Yulan's hands. He gave Ma Liang a half smile, half sneer. Seems you didn't catch what I said earlier. Tell this bed seller to apologize to my aunt. Before Ma Liang could react, the woman behind him immediately protested. Though Lian was a complete nightmare, what could he possibly do to her, a woman? Put. Don't even think about making me apologize to that woman. Let's see if you dare hit a woman today. Watching her defiant stance, Lian finally couldn't restrain his hands. They say a gentleman doesn't hit a woman except for whores, of course. Of course, Lian didn't consider himself a gentleman. He was merely a wild ghost repaying debts from his past life. Smack! A resounding crack echoed as Lian's palm landed squarely across the woman's face. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Lian's blow sent her flying backward. A clear handprint stood out starkly on her heavily made-up, bare face. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Lian's blow had split her lip open. The woman scrambled to her feet and lunged at Lian, her hands flailing wildly as she unleashed her signature move, the Nining Bone Claw. She intended to tear his face to shreds. Watching her charge, Lian showed no mercy. He delivered a swift kick, sending her crashing into the corner. Coldly observing the woman curled up in the corner, retching incessantly, Lian said impatiently, "I'll say this one last time, apologize to my sister. Otherwise, I won't mind using this knife to scar your face today." Seeing Lian's genuine anger, the woman grew fearful. She had gambled that he wouldn't dare to act. But now, not only was he willing to strike, he threatened to scar her face. Ignoring the pain radiating from her stomach, she quickly covered her face with her hands. To her, that face was her livelihood. If it were scarred, she didn't know how she could go on living. I'm sorry. Sister, please forgive me. I'm just a whore, I'll never dare to insult you again." Seeing her disheveled state, Li Yulan snorted coldly, grabbed Lian's arm, and turned to leave. She was starting to fear her own nephew now. Since her goal was achieved, there was no need to stir up more trouble. All she wanted was to get away from these two people as quickly as possible, preferably never to see them again. In Li Yulan's world, she only wished to watch little Sparrow grow up safely. Then she could live a quiet, ordinary life alongside Li Koan and Lian. After everyone left the ward, the woman immediately threw herself into Ma Liang's arms, sobbing. Seeing her pitifully vulnerable state, a wave of irritation rose in Ma Liang's heart. For some reason, while this woman's demeanor would have once moved him to pity, it now only annoyed him. Enough crying. Hurry up and put on those pants. Hearing Ma Liang's voice, the woman caught a faint whiff of urine. It dawned on her that the man had actually wet himself from fright. Regardless, she had achieved her goal. Li Yulan would now leave Ma Liang's side. And she, the woman who sold herself on the heated bed, would become the true wife of the Ma family. What she didn't know was that all of this was merely her own delusion. After leaving the hospital, Ma Liang would face interrogation by the enforcement team, and the factory had already issued him a dismissal notice. Ma Liang would lose everything he currently possessed, gaining only a barren woman who sold herself on the big bed. But that was all yet to come. By the time Lian and the others emerged from the hospital, noon had arrived outside. With the matter resolved satisfactorily, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Li Koan suggested they dine at a county restaurant for the next few days. At that time, restaurants were still state-run, and ordinary families couldn't afford them. After all, even the waitstaff held official positions, considered iron rice bowls. Thanks to Lian's recent hunting trips, the family's circumstances had improved considerably enough to afford a decent meal. They found a spot, ordered 3 bowls of noodles and 2 side dishes, and began to eat heartily. The mid-May weather was pleasantly cool, and the restaurant had set up numerous tables outside for diners. Lian and his companions chose to stay outside, finding the bustling street traffic and the constant flow of people a unique experience. Not far from where they ate, a short man, judging by his attire, likely a merchant from the south, was setting up a stall. It was piled high with assorted mountain goods, and he was calling out his wares. A crowd had gathered around him. Such stalls were actually quite common in northeast China, especially during market days when all kinds of mountain goods could be seen. After all, selling directly from a stall was far more profitable than supplying state-run shops. A crowd had gathered around the man's stall, some dressed in a way that suggested they were not ordinary folk. They were engaged in a heated discussion around his stall. After finishing his meal and drink, Lian, curious, made his way over. Chapter 52, Encountering the Wild Ginseng Seller. It was now lunchtime, and the bustling restaurant, located in the county town's most vibrant area, was naturally teeming with activity. By the time Lian approached, the area was already packed with people. They pointed at the items displayed on the ground, some even picking them up to examine them closely. It must be said that such items held almost limitless appeal for men. Besides various mountain goods, the stall also displayed jars and bottles labeled collecting antiques. Northeast China was still relatively underdeveloped in those days, while the craze for antiques had already swept through the south with great fervor. Lian knew little about antiques, but his gaze was drawn to a ginseng root beneath the shopkeeper's hands. Several well-dressed individuals standing nearby were examining it closely. No offense, but open your eyes wide. This ginseng? I spent over 2 months deep in the mountains to pry it from some old-timer's hands, absolute wild stuff. Just look at those roots. I'd say this one's at least 50 years old, minimum. You gotta hand it to southerners, they sure know how to do business. Though not tall, he stood at his stall and talked with such flair that the big guys beside him were completely dumbfounded. Wild ginseng is incredibly hard to find. Those who specialize in hunting it are rarer than even the most seasoned poachers. Compared to poachers, they lead far lonelier lives. Each time, they venture into the mountains alone, sometimes disappearing for months at a time. They have no hunting dogs or rifles to accompany them, venturing instead into the deepest, most untouched forests. Lian had known a gunner in his past life, so he understood something about wild ginseng. A 50-year-old root would easily fetch over 1,000 yuan. In those days, even 1,000 yuan income was considered extraordinary to ordinary people, which speaks to the rarity of old wild ginseng. Word of the old ginseng drew a crowd, and soon voices began to clamor. You just say it's old ginseng, but as the saying goes, the one who speaks is the one who sells. You shorty, why not name your price? How are the folks who want it supposed to buy it? His remark sent the crowd into uproarious laughter. Yet the southern man, called Short, didn't get angry. He just chuckled awkwardly and said, Gentlemen, please be patient. Let me first introduce my prized possession before quoting a price. This wild ginseng has cost me dearly, yet it holds immeasurable value to us. However, for those seasoned mountain dwellers, it's merely commonplace, hence the lower buyback price. With so many gentlemen here today supporting me, I'm willing to part with this ginseng, though it pains me. As for the price, 500 yuan. What do you think? After he finished speaking, most of the people around gasped. The onlookers who had gathered were mostly just passing the time. Everyone knew wild ginseng was precious, but they never imagined it could be worth so much. The man who had spoken earlier sighed first. Good heavens, this thing is worth that much? I couldn't scrape together 50 bucks, let alone 500. Though the groans grew louder, the crowd of onlookers only thickened. Witnessing such a precious item being sold was far more fascinating to them than browsing cheap mountain goods at stalls. When he heard Xiao Nanfang's asking price, Lian's eyes widened in surprise. This wild ginseng, which Xiao Nanfang claimed wasn't genuine, was naturally priceless to the stick-wielding men. They endured hardships in the remote mountains, yet most years they could barely find a single satisfactory ginseng root. 500 yuan? Only a fool would pay that. So he scrutinized the wild ginseng carefully. Though outwardly indistinguishable from genuine wild ginseng, Lian sensed something fishy about it. Distinguishing wild ginseng from cultivated ginseng was straightforward. The difference between the two was akin to that between regular ginger and young ginger. Both were edible, yet regular ginger had a relatively smooth surface and plump shape, while young ginger was often pitted and scarred, its appearance weathered as if it had endured countless hardships. The classification of ginseng follows the same principle. Wild ginseng appears much more withered than cultivated varieties. Its color is duller, giving off a sense of hidden strength and weight. The most crucial distinction lies in the ginseng's roots. Cultivated ginseng typically has only 7 or 8 roots, which are relatively short. Wild ginseng, however, boasts countless roots that are slender and long. Visually, this ginseng root showed almost no flaws. Several buyers who had specifically come seeking aged ginseng stirred upon hearing Xiao Nanfang's quoted price. Old he, you know the most about ginseng among us. Give us your expert opinion. What do you make of this root? Old he was a man who appeared to be in his 60s. Despite his age, he exuded an imposing presence, thick eyebrows and piercing eyes that immediately suggested someone accustomed to commanding authority. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Gentlemen, may I examine this wild ginseng? If you're selling it, you shouldn't mind others examining it. The seller carefully lifted the wrapped wild ginseng and handed it to Lao He. Please handle it with care, sir, the seller cautioned softly. If the root hairs are damaged, this treasure will lose much of its value. Old He, a seasoned ginseng connoisseur, nodded to the young man from the south. The essence of ginseng resides entirely in its roots. Any damage to them inevitably degrades its quality. But Lian, standing nearby, sneered. This ginseng was poorly preserved from the start. Many of the roots are already broken and dried out. Who knows if the collector didn't take good care of it, or if it was mishandled by this southern guy. At this thought, Lian's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have caught sight of something extraordinary. The ginseng was encased in a large red box, with all the roots secured to it using golden copper wire. This served 2 purposes, protecting the roots from breaking and showcasing the ginseng's condition more effectively. Old He took the ginseng and placed it on a nearby table. He first examined the roots, which were perfectly secured to the box, showing no signs of damage. Then he looked at the root itself. Perhaps due to its relatively young age, it had fewer wrinkles than expected, but it was still unquestionably wild ginseng. Unlike the glossy, cultivated ginseng that catches the eye instantly, Old He scrutinized it for 5 or 6 minutes before cautiously nodding his approval. Indeed, this was a prime wild mountain ginseng. Though its appearance was somewhat lacking, it was absolutely worth 500 yuan. The moment he spoke, the people around him all rejoiced. Finding such a treasure at a roadside stall was rare. They'd only come out for a stroll, never expecting such good fortune. They were either high-ranking officials or top professionals in their respective fields, so money was certainly not an issue for them. Now, the only question was who would claim ownership of this ginseng. After all, anyone would want to get their hands on such a treasure. Whether kept for future use or presented as a gift, it would be absolutely perfect. Chapter 53, Humiliating Little Southern, Stunning the Crowd. While the group was deep in heated discussion, Lian had already thoroughly examined the ginseng root. After finishing their meal, Li Koan and Li Yulan couldn't find Lian. They spotted him perched on his haunches, peering through the crowd at the items on a vendor's stall. They hurriedly called him out. Anzi, what are you doing standing there? We should be leaving, don't delay this afternoon's plans. Li Koan tried several times to push through the crowd but couldn't make his way through, so he could only stand behind and call out helplessly. Hearing his name called, Lian quickly stood up and waved at them. Nothing much, just watching someone sell fake ginseng. I'll be right over. After saying that, he started pushing his way out of the crowd. But at that moment, everyone's eyes turned to him. Especially the young southern merchant. Seeing so many people scrambling to buy his ginseng, he wished he could pull out a couple more roots from the cart inside. But when this kid started shouting, even the wealthy customers genuinely interested in buying turned their attention this way. Suddenly, the previously jovial and affable little Nanfang grew displeased. He dashed out from his stall, grabbed Lian's clothes, and pulled him back, refusing to let him leave.
Hold on. You just yell out there and ruin my business.
I'm telling you, either you apologize right here and now, or you better explain yourself to everyone. Lian hadn't intended to get involved in this mess. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly stood up to apologize.
Guys, I just spoke too fast. If you want to buy, go ahead. I've got things to do now.
He shot the crowd an apologetic glance and turned to leave, but the young southern shopkeeper seized the moment, yanking Lian's clothes to stop him.
Rip!
The force was so strong that Sha Nanfang tore a piece of fabric right off Lian's outer jacket.
Lian's face flushed crimson. Momentum carried him, and he plopped down onto the ground. Quickly scrambling to his feet, he yelled at Lian, "Kid, you think saying sorry once lets you off? Not a chance. You're not leaving until you give me a proper explanation." Seeing his torn jacket, Lian's expression darkened instantly. This was a new coat he'd bought not long ago, costing him a pretty penny.
Now it was ruined like this, and he was being blamed for it. The onlookers nearby were enjoying the spectacle, and after confirming it was indeed wild ginseng, he shook his head at Lian. "Young man, you're quite bold for your age.
Explain how this ginseng isn't wild mountain ginseng."
"I've studied wild ginseng for years and handled no fewer than 10 roots.
While this one isn't top grade, it's definitely genuine."
The man standing beside him nodded in agreement repeatedly.
They trusted Lao He's expertise. Hearing their scathing criticism, Lian burst out laughing in exasperation. "Fine, then. If I say this ginseng is fake, what will you do? How about we make a bet? If it's real, I'll buy it and give it to all of you. But if it's fake, you must pay me for the ginseng, and I'll take it with me to prevent it from being used to deceive others again." The words had barely left his mouth when shock rippled through the crowd. This was no joke. A 500 yuan wager just to save face over something that might not even be true? Eyes darted from person to person, finally settling on Xiao Nanfang and Lao He.
After all, none present truly understood ginseng, they were merely spectators drawn by the spectacle.
Xiao Nanfang knew he was being put on the spot, but he absolutely refused to believe that Lian, a mere teenager, could spot the flaws in a wild ginseng root that everyone else had failed to notice. "Fine, I'll take your bet. But if you lose, I'm not only taking your 500 yuan, I'll make you apologize publicly right here on the street."
Lian nodded, about to speak, but Lao He, standing beside him, interjected first.
$500 is no small sum, young man. I get that you're hot-headed in your youth, but you can't let a moment's pride lead to disaster.
It must be said that old He was genuinely kind-hearted. Lian calling the ginseng he'd appraised fake was essentially slapping him in the face.
Yet instead of blaming Lian, he offered sincere advice. "No worries, old man. Today I'll expose this southerner's tricks.
He's just pulling off some worn-out scam he picked up elsewhere, trying to swindle folks here in our northeast." With that, Lian abruptly snatched the ginseng off the ground, startling everyone. After all, this little thing cost 500 yuan. If it fell, it would be like smashing a golden rice bowl.
Smack!
Before Lian could even begin his appraisal, a slap landed squarely on his head. Li Kuan stood behind him, eyes bulging with rage, his mustache nearly flying off his face.
500 yuan wasn't even enough to buy his entire house. Lian had been nothing but a local thug not long ago. What did he know about wild ginseng?
As he struck, he clasped his fists and declared to the crowd, "Gentlemen, this brat was just bragging. He knows jack about ginseng. I'm apologizing to you all on his behalf. I'll deal with him properly when we get home." With that, he grabbed Lian's arm and tried to pull him away, only to provoke roaring laughter from the crowd. They had genuinely been intimidated by Lian's earlier demeanor, never expecting him to be just a greenhorn.
Feeling Li Kuan's powerful grip, Lian sighed helplessly. "Dad, what are you doing? You and Auntie can just watch from the sidelines.
This is a big deal, more profitable than hunting a sick deer."
"Stop right there."
Seeing someone trying to drag Lian away, Xiao Nanfang immediately grew displeased.
"You brat must apologize to me. Otherwise, if you think you can just wreck my stall today and walk away without asking my brothers who come here for their meals if they agree."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 or 3 burly men stepped out of the crowd.
Their menacing expressions made it clear today's incident wouldn't end peacefully. Lian understood. This wasn't honest business.
He'd noticed these men when he first arrived, never expecting them to be Xiao Nanfang's henchmen. If the deal fell through, they'd likely resort to robbery and deception. He forcefully wrenched his arm free from Li Kuan's grip, cracked his knuckles, and declared, "You thugs.
I'm not leaving today."
Ignoring Li Kuan's attempts to stop him, he picked up the wild ginseng root again. In full view of everyone, he grabbed the base by its roots and yanked it out with all his strength.
Everyone gasped at the sight. The ginseng's value lay precisely in its roots. With Lian's violent tug, whether it was wild or not, the plant was now ruined. "Kid, stop it." Xiao Nanfang and Lao Heji's expressions darkened instantly. Lao Heji looked utterly heartbroken.
Such a precious thing ruined by this hot-headed kid, it was nothing short of squandering a gift from heaven. If they'd known this would happen, they should have just let Lian go. After all, it was someone else's fault for talking too much. What did it have to do with them? But for Xiao Nanfang, it was different. Beads of sweat as big as beans erupted on his forehead. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He knew exactly what he was selling, and Lian's actions had completely exposed the truth. Old He watched in horror as the ginseng roots Lian had seized snapped clean off one by one. Chapter 54, Old Secretary, excitedly cooing. Logically, Lian's tug should have shattered all the ginseng roots into pieces, not left them intact like this. Every root hair snapped cleanly at the points where they were bound by copper wire. As they broke, the original short root hairs were exposed, perfectly intact. This wasn't mature ginseng at all. Clearly, the roots had been grafted on. The technique was so skillful that without removing the outer box, an ordinary person wouldn't detect a single flaw. What a clever switcheroo. I actually thought you were an honest businessman. Never imagined you'd resort to such underhanded tricks. If it weren't for this young man, I would have been completely fooled. Old He instantly flew into a rage. If not for Lian's meddling, he could have sold this wild ginseng for $500 and worse. He'd never be able to look at ginseng again with any dignity. Xiao Nanfang's face drained of color as he shot a warning glance at the burly men beside him. They suddenly stepped forward, one of them raising his fist to strike Lian. Who the hell are you, you hothead? You ruined this prime wild ginseng. If you don't give us an explanation today, I'll beat you so badly you'll be crawling on the floor looking for your teeth. Watching the burly man charge, Lian merely gave a cold laugh. Though his build seemed smaller than the man's, his strength was terrifying. Instead of dodging the punch, he stepped forward and delivered a swift kick. Thud! The burly man was sent flying 4 or 5 meters, crashing hard into Xiao Nanfang's stall and sending all sorts of mountain goods flying everywhere. The others who had been about to intervene were stunned by Lian's move. They'd assumed he was just a half-grown kid, never expecting such immense strength. Why didn't you ask around in my village? I can split a 200 or 300 pound boar in half with my axe. If you've got the guts, come at me all at once. Seeing the fierce aura radiating from Lian, the burly man actually took a couple of steps back. Just as they regained their composure and prepared to act, Old He's furious roar echoed. How dare you? Not only do you swindle people in our Qi County, but you also have the nerve to strike someone. Do you think the common folk of Qi County are easy to bully? His voice echoed through the crowd, and the onlookers roared in unison. If this man had bought genuine wild ginseng, they wouldn't have said a word. But to be exposed as a fraud and still act so brazenly. Did these outsiders really think the people of Qixian County were pushovers? One by one, the men rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward. Northeasterners fear nothing more than trouble. While they avoid it when possible, when it comes, they don't back down. Damn it, you little runt, you're picking on us? Try moving another inch and see if we can't beat the out of you. As more men joined the confrontation, the Southerners were completely cornered, trembling in fear. Little brother, I'll take the bet. I'm willing to pay up. The group broke out in cold sweat. If they were beaten by a mob, they might well be beaten to death right here. Deaths weren't uncommon these days, especially for a despised con artist. Xiao Nanfang neatly counted out 50 crisp green Great Reunion notes from his waist pouch. The highest denomination note in circulation these days was the 10 yuan note. Seeing the thick stack of cash, Lian kicked it over to himself without hesitation. He then casually pulled out a few bills and tossed them onto the nearby table. Clasping his fists in a respectful gesture, he addressed the crowd. Thank you all for your help, folks. Here's a little something to grab a bite and a drink. And while you're at it, please escort these fellows to the law enforcement team. We can't have them scamming people around here anymore. The villagers had only acted out of goodwill, never expecting Lian to be so generous. They quickly agreed it was only right. The ringleaders worked especially hard, grabbing the men and giving them a thorough beating before tying them all up. 50 or 60 yuan was more than enough for everyone to enjoy a proper meal at the state-run restaurant, with enough left over to buy a couple bottles of baijiu to savor. Watching the cheerful, bustling scene, Lian picked up the wild ginseng from the ground and prepared to slip away. But he was stopped by the sharp-eyed Old He and his crew. The older man couldn't help but admire the young man before him. Young man, wait a moment. Thank you for stepping in earlier. Without your help, this old man's reputation would have been ruined. Lian bowed his fist in gratitude for Lao He's earlier defense. You're too kind, sir. I just happen to know a thing or two about wild ginseng, which is how I spotted the trickery. I'm sure you didn't look closely enough either, or you would have noticed the flaws. Lian's polite flattery struck a chord with Lao He. He chuckled heartily and insisted on inviting the young man into the restaurant for a meal before parting. Meeting such an extraordinary young man was indeed a delight. Another elderly gentleman beside him chimed in with childlike enthusiasm. Young man, Old He here was the former party secretary of Qi County. Though retired now, countless people in Qi County still vie daily for the chance to treat him to a meal. You're truly fortunate today you're the first to be invited by him. Hearing this, Lian's heart skipped a beat. He had already sensed that this old man was no ordinary person, but he hadn't expected him to be the former county party secretary. He was the top official in Qi County. Even retired, his influence was beyond comparison. Li Kuan, standing nearby, nearly dropped his jaw. Having served as village chief for half his life, the highest-ranking official he'd ever encountered was a deputy county magistrate. This county party secretary was 2 ranks higher. Lian clasped his fists again, this time with much greater courtesy. "The old gentleman is truly unavailable today," he said. "If there are other matters, please bear with me. I will definitely pay a visit another day." Though turned down again, he showed no anger. As they parted, he left Lian his landline number, saying Lian could call anytime he was free, and he would personally host him then. Long after the 3 had departed, Li Kuan still seemed distracted. It took several calls from Lian before he finally snapped out of it. "Dad, what's gotten into you? It's just meeting the old county party secretary, is this really necessary?" Li Kuan waved his hand excitedly, his voice brimming with pride. "You know nothing. The old secretary shook my hand personally just now. He even asked about the current situation in our village. To be able to report directly to the old secretary, my time as village chief hasn't been wasted." Li Kuan remained in this excited state throughout the journey, occasionally bursting into laughter wherever they went. Lian genuinely worried whether his usually taciturn father had lost his mind. But since his rebirth, Li Kuan had indeed become much more cheerful than before. Chapter 55. The old leader's daughter also heads for the mountain. By the time they reached the former leader's home, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Li Kuan stepped forward and knocked on the gate. It was a simple courtyard, even somewhat dilapidated compared to its surroundings. A large wooden door painted bright red stood at the entrance, flanked by 2 polished stones placed symbolically outside. "Here we come." After a minute or two, a robust voice echoed from inside. Following the sound, the door opened to reveal an elderly gentleman in his 60s. He wore a gray Zhongshan suit similar to Li Kuan's, his hair already streaked with gray. Seeing Li Kuan, he burst into hearty laughter, his joy clearly genuine. "I knew you'd come back, kid. Why didn't you say you brought such wonderful things? Is it like having a son come home?" Hearing his name, Lian hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Oh, so this is your little son. When I last saw him, he was barely this tall. How time flies, look at him now." The old man led them into the courtyard. Though small, it was immaculately kept, a clear sign of the old man's diligence. Li Kuan set the items he was carrying on the stone table in the courtyard and began recounting the past. Lian, having nothing else to do, began surveying the courtyard. Before long, a girl around his age suddenly came into view. She wore a light blue floral dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, topped with a creamy white sun hat that gave her a lively, bright aura. Her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Lian. "Hey, you're that hunter Lian, right? My grandpa said you hunted wild boars up in the mountains. Is that true? You look about my age." The sudden voice startled Lian. He took a couple of steps back before getting a clear look at the person before him. Had he not been reborn, he might have been completely charmed by this girl. It must be said, the girl was truly lovely, radiating a pure, moonlight-like glow. Lian waved his hand modestly. "No, no. Just scraping by in the mountains." Hearing his words, the girl's eyes sparkled before breaking into a cheerful smile. "Ha! So you really are a mountain hunter. Tell me all about the mountains. My classmates and I are planning a trip up there in a few days. Maybe we can hunt some small game too." Lian hadn't expected a girl to be so interested in the mountains. Since she'd come specifically to thank him today, he felt awkward refusing. So he began telling her all about the mountains. Before they knew it, the sun was sinking toward the west. The girl listened so intently that she only snapped back to reality when her grandfather called her name. Catching Lian staring intently at her, 2 crimson blushes suddenly spread across her cheeks. Yet his gaze was utterly clear, devoid of any other intent, as if he were solely focused on imparting knowledge about the mountains to her. "Xiao Yan, come here. I'll tell Uncle Li Kuan about you. You're going hiking with your classmates in a couple of days, right? Anzi is the mountain expert. Having him guide you will make it much safer." Xiao Yan nodded eagerly at her grandfather's words. At first, she hadn't quite believed that this person, who looked about her age, was actually a mountain hunter. But after hearing Lian's extensive knowledge, she felt immense admiration. "Great! With Brother Anzi leading the way, we'll definitely be safe. But we'll be putting him to trouble then." Lian waved his hands dismissively. Since they'd helped him out, it was only right to spare 2 days to guide them up the mountain. After Lian and the others left, Li Kuan and Li Yulan exchanged a knowing look. "Anzi, you seem to be chatting quite happily with the granddaughter of the old leader. What do you think of the little girl?" Lian knew his aunt was getting into her gossipy mood, so he gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Auntie, don't go spreading rumors. I was just explaining some basic mountain knowledge to her. Besides, I've already told you I'm going to lure. Stop teasing me about it." Li Yulan covered her mouth and giggled. "I know a thing or two about you and that Wang family girl. But Wang Diji's temperament, well, I don't think you two are a good match. This little girl seems quite nice, lively and cheerful. Plus, she's got curves in all the right places. She'll definitely bear a big, healthy boy." Hearing the suggestive undertone in Li Yulan's voice, Lian flushed and quickened his pace. After Lian and the others returned home, they went to Li Jigang's place to pick up Little Sparrow. The day she spent under Li Shufan's care had been utterly delightful. Spotting Li Yulan coming to fetch her, Little Sparrow flew into her arms, chattering excitedly about all the fun things that had happened today. Bean and Tiger Cub had sniffed out Lian's scent from afar and now circled restlessly around his legs. Lian patted Bean's head. The dog's condition had visibly improved lately, with sparse patches of fur sprouting fresh growth. "Anzi, why don't you two stay for dinner tonight? I'll have Shufan's mom prepare some venison stew. The three of us can have a few drinks together." Xiao Kar had already been a bother all day, so Lian and Li Kuan naturally couldn't stay for dinner. They rose to take their leave. Li Yulan took Xiao Kar into the kitchen to prepare the meal, while Lian began sorting through the animal hides he'd collected recently. He planned to haul them to town tomorrow to sell some. Having checked the market prices today, he knew selling them directly would fetch 30 to 40% more than the official store would offer. Some people would stockpile them to make winter clothes and gloves. After a long day's work, they ate and spent the night without incident. Early the next morning, Wang Xiaolong was waiting at Lian's doorstep as usual. Returning home yesterday had inevitably earned him a severe beating from Lu Tsuehua. Yet the lad seemed as thick-skinned as a dead pig in boiling water. Despite Lu Tsuehua's scolding and blows, he still hopped over the wall today. He first patted Doozy's head, then noticed Lian pulling a cart out of the courtyard. "Brotherin, aren't we hunting in the mountains today? Why are you hauling a cart full of animal hides?" The cart was indeed loaded with hides, at least 20 or 30 gray fox skins alone, all Lian's recent haul. Add to that a sika deer hide, a fox pelt, and several mountain rabbit skins, and the cart was completely covered. Handing one end of the cart's rope to Wang Xiaolong, Lian began sorting the pelts as he spoke. "We're not hunting today. First, we'll sell these hides to add to the provisions at the hermit's hut. In a few days, some newcomers might join us on the mountain. They're all greenhorns, so keep an eye on them." Hearing Lian say they wouldn't be hunting today, Wang Xiaolong felt a pang of disappointment. Yet when he mentioned newbies would be joining them, curiosity stirred. As the name suggests, newbies are those who don't know how to hunt. Taking these people up the mountain would be quite a hassle. Chapter 56, Selling Hides, Reuniting with Old He. Selling hides. Come see the fresh pelts from this spring's hunt, everyone. Lian chose to set up his stall where little Nanfang had been yesterday. Sometimes you just have to admire these southerners who come north to do business. The spots they pick get way more foot traffic than the ones next to them. Hey! Isn't that the young man who exposed that swindler yesterday? He was quite generous, treating quite a few people to a meal here. Let's go see what he's selling. Soon, people around recognized Lian, and they gathered curiously. Some came to buy hides, while others simply wanted to say hello. "Hey, young man, what's new today? Show us what you've got." Lian recognized the speaker, a man with a full beard who had asked little Nanfang for prices yesterday. "Nothing fancy here, just hides from small beasts my boys hunted up in the mountains lately. Check him out, fresh this year, and way cheaper than market prices." Soon, Lian's stall was swarming with people, and others started asking for prices too. "Hey, I see some gray fox pelts here. Perfect for making a scarf for my wife this winter. What are you selling them for?" Lian held up 3 fingers. "Greyhound skin is 12 yuan apiece. If you want it, just take it." Hearing Lian's quote, everyone nodded in agreement. Elsewhere, gray fox pelts were going for nearly 1.5 yuan each. Lian's offer was a steal by comparison. In less than half an hour, all the gray fox and mountain hare pelts were sold out. Brotherin, these gray dogskins sold like hotcakes, all gone in no time. He'd brought out everything he had at home, and it sold perfectly, helping to supplement the household income. Just as the two were chatting, Old He and a few others happened to be out for a stroll and passed by. Spotting Lian, he waved eagerly, quickening his pace. "What are you selling, sir? Why didn't you give me a heads up? I've got plenty of friends in town. If you've got anything good, just sell it to us directly." Lian politely waved his hand. "No need to trouble you, sir. Just some animal hides I brought from home to supplement our household income." Old He's eyes lit up when he heard Lian mention animal hides. Knowing Lian was a mountain hunter, the skins were undoubtedly genuine. He and a few others nearby began inspecting them. The greyhound and mountain rabbit pelts were nearly all sold, leaving only a few lower quality ones. On the stall now lay just one fox pelt and one sika deer pelt. The fox pelt drew only a cursory glance before they fixed their eyes intently on the sika deer pelt. "Sika deer hide? Wow, I didn't know you had such prime goods. This must be worth a pretty penny." Old He, though not an expert on furs, knew the sika deer's value was considerable. Without exaggeration, a coat made from sika deer fur was even more expensive than one made from mink. Lian chuckled awkwardly. What's expensive or not? If the old gentleman likes it, just take it. Lian's generous offer drew curious glances from onlookers, piquing Old He's interest. "Young man, if you don't want the money, I'll take this deer hide. My wife always complains about her back and legs aching when it gets cold. I hear clothes made from sika deer hide are especially good for treating cold-related ailments." After Old He finished speaking, Lian didn't hesitate. He reached out to pack the deer hide for him. But old he quickly interrupted him, chuckling appreciatively at Lian and teasing him with a playful scolding. Young man, at my age, do you really think I'd take something for free? Just tell me how much it's worth, I'll buy it. The few people beside old he also burst into laughter, finding this young man quite amusing. They just wondered if he'd feel the pinch if they actually took the deer skin. Lian pondered for a moment before settling on 300. Blurting out 300 did sound steep, but for a deer hide, it was absolutely worth every penny. Lian knew this was just the current price. If he could hold on to it for 3 to 5 years, people would be scrambling to buy a single piece of this wild deer hide for several thousand. He knew Lian wouldn't rip him off, so he readily agreed. He told Lian to wait there while he went home to get the money. His home wasn't far, and the group often strolled by this area. Within 5 or 6 minutes, old he returned on his bicycle, clutching a bulging cloth bag. Kid, check if it's the right amount, Lian said, tossing the bundle to Wang Xiaolong standing nearby. You can trust the old man's payment. Besides, this fox pelt has some holes and is damaged, it won't sell well. I'll just throw it in for free as a bonus. Without waiting for Lao He to say more, Lian bundled both pelts together and handed them over. Wang Xiaolong stood nearby, his face flushing with anxiety. He already felt shortchanged by the price for just the sick deer pelt. And now Lian was giving away the fox pelt too? That was a total rip-off. He tugged at Lian's sleeve, trying to warn him, but Lian remained completely unfazed, as if he hadn't noticed. Sly fox. He pointed at Lian, but this time he didn't refuse to take all the pelts. As he left, he reminded Lian once more, if he came across anything worthwhile in the mountains, don't forget to bring it his way. Lian calculated that today's purchases totaled 428 yuan. Adding that to the 500 yuan he'd earned yesterday, he realized he'd quietly become 1,000 yuan man. He couldn't help but marvel these mountains held countless treasures. With boldness and carefulness, they were practically a treasure trove. Lian took the money and first treated Wang Xiaolong to a meal at the state-run restaurant. Then he went to the state-run store to buy pots, bowls, pans, and bedding. He planned to deliver them up the mountain before nightfall. Seeing the cart piled high with goods, Wang Xiaolong couldn't help but swallow hard. Getting all this stuff up the mountain would take forever. The cart could only go as far as the base of the mountain, and then they'd have to carry everything up the slope bit by bit. Noticing Lian's growing enthusiasm for shopping, Wang Xiaolong timidly suggested, Brotherin, I think the Ula grass mats we have are pretty comfortable. Maybe we shouldn't get the quilts after all? Lian thought for a moment and nodded. He decided to respect Wang Xiaolong's opinion. Boss, we only need one set of quilts. Let's return the other set. Hearing this, Wang Xiaolong froze before flashing a fawning smile. Well, Brotherin, I don't mind carrying extra loads. Look at me, I'm strong enough to handle it. It's good exercise. Chapter 57, The Fish Trap's Haul, Li Gui's Transformation. Brotherin, quick! The fish trap on the left is moving. Wang Xiaolong shouted excitedly to Lian while frantically reeling in the lines himself. The fish traps set here 2 days ago were finally being retrieved today. After a day and 2 nights, the fish inside had long since lost their strength. Earlier, Wang Xiaolong had been somewhat dismissive, but now, watching the fish floundering wildly in the cage, he'd completely forgotten his reservations. Like a child, he rolled up his pant legs and leaped straight into the water. The riverbank was still quite shallow, and the water wasn't as cold now. Stepping in actually felt pleasantly refreshing. Wang Xiaolong retrieved one fish trap first, revealing a lively Christian carp weighing 4 or 5 liang, still wriggling and thrashing. Good fish meat was more precious than pork. While meat was a regular at Wang Xiaolong's home, fish was a rare treat. With such a promising start, he hurried to retrieve the second trap. Watching him, Lian rolled his eyes from the shore. See? I told you so when I made you weave those fish traps. Now you're eating your words. Wang Xiaolong chuckled awkwardly a few times. He was thick-skinned anyway, so he quickly apologized to Lian. Brotherin, you're amazing. Who'd have thought fish could actually squeeze through a hole the size of a fist? This trap really is something special, though it sure was a pain to weave. Before Lian could respond, his eyes darted toward the river. Ignoring Wang Xiaolong, he dashed into the water, letting the current soak his pants legs. He quickly pulled out a fish trap. At the opening of the trap, a golden belly peeked out. Unlike the 3 striped fish, this one had a duller color, its entire body slick with mucus. It had no bones except for a hard spine along its back. The moment Lian pulled it out, it began squirming frantically, nearly slipping from his grasp. Seeing the fish Lian had caught, Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap! Brotherin, your fish trap actually caught a golden snakehead? Looks like it's at least 5 or 6 ounces. My dad caught a few before, and I still remember how delicious they tasted. As he spoke, Wang Xiaolong couldn't help but swallow hard. No wonder he reacted that way. A fish meat was truly delicious. This size was perfect for stewing in soup or simply pan-frying to eat with rice. Enough chatter. Quickly haul up all the fish traps and see how much we've caught today. Hearing Lian's words, Wang Xiaolong wasted no time, grabbing with his big hands. Within 7 or 8 minutes, he'd hauled all the fish traps out of the water. There were 5 traps in total, but only one was empty. No wonder they say the Northeast is rich in resources. but one fish in the net had already died. Probably from being in the water too long, a big white croaker, but it had gone stiff and was no longer edible. The other nets yielded a crucian carp, a garfish, and a carp weighing over a pound. Seeing these 3 fish was incredibly satisfying. This was just one day's catch, and since the nets could be reused, Lian and his companions wouldn't have to worry about fish for meals as long as nothing went wrong. By the time they finished, night had fallen completely. The 2 of them collapsed onto the flatbed cart at the foot of the mountain, utterly exhausted, too drained even to move. Not just them, even Duzzy was hiding under the cart, panting with his tongue hanging out, sweating profusely. Buying the supplies felt like a never-ending list of needs, but hauling them up the mountain nearly killed the 2 men and the dog. Lian and Wang Xiaolong made 3 trips back and forth to get everything up, though Duzzy carried its fair share each time. I can't walk anymore, brotherin. My legs feel weak, just like when that thug shot me in the foot last time, all numb and tingly. Lian said nothing, just grabbed the canteen from the cart and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. He knew exactly how Wang Xiaolong felt because he was feeling it himself right now. First came the numbness in his legs, followed immediately by a wave of exhaustion so intense it felt like he wanted to grab onto something, but there was nothing to hold onto. Gritting his teeth, he stood up from the cart, patted Wang Xiaolong's shoulder, and said, "Alright, just hang in there until we get home. We can't sleep here all night, can we?" After resting for 10 minutes, the 2 set off back under the moonlight. Lian had considered letting Wang Xiaolong stay at his place since it was so late, but Wang Xiaolong refused. His mother would be beside herself with worry if he didn't make it home tonight. Making her make another trip out late at night wasn't right. He'd just have to grit his teeth and push on home. Before leaving, Lian handed the Gaia to Wang Xiaolong to carry, but kept the carp and crucian carp for himself. "Brotherin, I can't take these fish. My homemade fish trap only caught a rotten one, and that was using your trap." Though Wang Xiaolong desperately craved the garfish, he forced himself to resist. He knew nothing came for free. He couldn't always rely on Lian. Someday, he'd catch more game himself. Lian couldn't help but kick him in the butt as he watched the boy stubbornly refusing. "You're being all polite with me now? Just take it when I tell you to. It's food for you. This is pretty nourishing, take it home and stew it for Uncle Qiangzi." The boy, who had been lost in daydreams moments ago, was brought back to reality by Lian's kick. He took the Gaia and limped home. Just as Lian was about to turn the corner home, he bumped into Li Guai, who had just returned from farm work. Seeing Lian limping too, Li Guai immediately asked curiously, "Anzi, what happened to your leg?" Lian turned to see Li Guai and forced a cheerful greeting. "Nothing serious, Uncle Qiangzi. Just tired from working on the mountain today. A little sore, but it'll be fine after resting tomorrow. Since I ran into you, I won't have to go home and get the cart for Auntie. I'll just bring it over with you. I caught 2 fish today, take 1 home for Auntie to cook for dinner tonight." Lian handed the half-pound crucian carp in his hand to Li Guai. Though Li Guai hesitated to accept it, Lian insisted and tucked it into his chest. After helping Lian push the cart home, Li Guai's wife cheerfully insisted Lian stay for dinner, praising his politeness. Lately, Lian's hunting trips had brought them quite a bit of luck. Though Li Guazi's wife was a bit bossy at times, she was always fair and reasonable. If Li Guazi hadn't been the way he was, why would she, a woman, need to be so bossy? She didn't say it out loud, but she remembered all the good Lian had done for their family. That said, Li Guai had been acting much better lately. He often wandered the fields for no reason, and though his legs were weak, he occasionally joined his wife on mountain trips to gather mushrooms. "Anzi, whenever you need the handcart, just come push it. It's sitting idle at home anyway, feel free to take it whenever you need it." Chapter 58. The sedan arrives in the village, and Xiao Yan pays a visit. Lian's brother is back. Wow, Lian's brother brought such a big fish. Little Sparrow was still playing with Tiger Stump in the courtyard. Whenever she saw Lian, she'd always run over first to see what game he'd caught. Li Yulan ruffled Little Sparrow's hair. They'd finished their meal long ago. Seeing Lian return finally put everyone at ease. Li Cohen tapped his tobacco pipe and said, "Hurry up and eat. Your aunt saved you a bowl of chicken stewed with mushrooms." By then, Li Yulan had already brought the food over. Having nothing to do today, she had followed Li Shufan up the mountain and gathered quite a few mushrooms. Seeing the bowl brimming with chicken stewed with mushrooms, Lian's appetite was instantly whetted. It must be said that eating at home was far more comfortable than on the mountain. After finishing his meal, Lian patted his full belly contentedly. "Hey Dad, how many years has our house been standing? Some parts leak whenever it rains. Now that the weather's neither too cold nor too hot, let's find someone to fix it. That way, when the rainy season comes, we won't have to get up in the middle of the night to catch the leaks with a basin." Saying this, Lian pulled out the money he'd earned recently. After buying supplies, he still had 900 yuan left, more than enough just for the house repairs. Li Cohen took the money and nodded. Now that his son had married, the house was indeed a bit dilapidated and needed repairs. But Li Cohen thought it would be best if Lian could build a new house in the village. After all, once he started his own family, he couldn't keep living with them forever. This old house would be left for him and his sister to live in when they grew old. But that was all for later. Holding the 900 yuan in his hands, Li Cohen's fingers trembled slightly. Having served as village chief for so many years, he'd seen some far larger than this. Yet all of it belonged to his family. Now it felt like transforming from a penniless lad into an old landowner overnight. Meanwhile, a brand new Santana was heading toward Myaorshan. Inside sat a group of people all around Lian's age. Both men and women wore joyful smiles. Xiaoyan, did you really hire an old gun as our guide? I heard wild beasts roam the mountains. Black bears and tigers are extremely dangerous. Plus, those old guns are elite hunters, not the kind anyone can easily hire. Describe what an old gun looks like. A girl with twin ponytails in the backseat looked at Xiaoyan expectantly. These intellectuals gathered periodically for outings. In pursuit of primal beauty and thrills, they chose to venture deep into the mountains, and surprisingly, they actually found a guide. Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes haughtily, chin lifted slightly. You'll see when we get there. Trust me, this guy's no joke. Heard he once split a wild boar in two with an axe. Pretty badass. I think he's exaggerating a bit. Today, Brother Ao brought a gun. If we run into danger, you can just hide behind me and Brother Ao. Forget about some old-timer or not, that's our Brother Ao. If he hadn't come up the mountain, even if we really encountered a big tiger, it would have to go around Brother Ao. Just as the three girls were chatting and laughing, a sudden voice interrupted them. The man in the passenger seat was the very Brother Ao they'd mentioned. He was indeed quite burly, built similarly to Wang Xiaolong. Hearing his underling's flattery, he let out a smug grin. Song Ao's family ran a timber business, perfectly timed with the construction boom in northeast China. Countless precious woods were hauled down from the mountains. Though the Song family wasn't among the largest timber merchants, in those days, anyone connected to the wood trade made a fortune. Gradually, this success bred in him an arrogant, self-important attitude. Hui Zi was right. Once you three beauties reach the mountains, just stay close behind me. I'll protect you. No beast can withstand the bullets in my hands. Hearing his words, Xiaoyan felt annoyed and wanted to argue. Grandfather had warned her that the mountains were different from the outside world, filled with dangers. These dangers weren't necessarily from beasts, there were also many natural hazards. He cautioned her not to venture too deep and to follow Lian's arrangements, treating the mountains with reverence. Yet from Song Ao's tone, it sounded like wielding a hunting rifle made him invincible. Worse, he'd been clinging to her all day. The way he looked at her made Xiaoyan deeply uncomfortable. She'd harbored resentment toward him for a while now. If a gun alone could let you strut around the mountains like a king, then anyone who went in would become a seasoned veteran. I bet when danger comes, you'll ditch us girls and run off scared as a rabbit. Hearing Xiaoyan's sarcastic tone, Weezy, who was driving, couldn't help but disagree. Hey, how could you say that about Brother Ao? He's brave and mighty, he's not that kind of person. The car soon reached the road to Maotuan village. The route from the county town to Maotuan was rough. Usually, only donkey carts and horse-drawn carriages passed through. This was the first time a sedan car had driven into the village. Many village children stared curiously at the Santana, chasing after it to sniff its exhaust fumes. Adults said the exhaust from small cars tasted sweet. Many kids had never seen one before, and now they ran in groups after the sedan. Adults stood at their doorways, casting curious glances and occasionally pointing and whispering among themselves. Hey, auntie, look who's come to our village. Driving a foreign car. And you know what? It's way faster than a horse or donkey cart, and it doesn't need any feed. What was he thinking? Several women were shelling peanuts at their doorstep. The one called her second aunt stared at the car with equal amazement. How should I know what he was thinking? But it sure looks comfortable sitting in there, with leather seats and all. I wonder whose house he's heading to. Never heard of any kid this talented. Come on, let's go take a look. They had nothing better to do anyway. These women spent their days sitting at their doorsteps, either picking mushrooms or shelling peanuts. Why not take a break from their chores and join the commotion? Once they entered the village, they weren't sure exactly where Lian's house was, so Xiaoyan smiled and stepped out of the car to ask for directions. At first, the elderly villagers seemed a bit awkward around the girl who looked like a fairy. But when they heard she was looking for Lian, they eagerly pointed the way. Once back in the car, Song Ao and Hui Zi wore expressions of impatience. To them, these people were nothing but country bumpkins reeking of sweat. And those kids trailing behind the car, if he hadn't been in unfamiliar territory, he would have started yelling at them already. Once the car drove off, the gathered crowd began whispering among themselves. Damn, did you see that girl who got out? She was dressed so clean, like a fairy descended from heaven. Her skin was so soft and white, you could almost squeeze water out of it. They specifically asked for Lian by name. Maybe they've got their eye on that Li Kuan kid. His aunt slapped her thigh in agreement. You're right. That Lian who knows when he changed his ways? He's become quite the catch now, even bringing county girls right to our doorstep. Chapter 59, Tiger Dunner in Training, Song Ao who fears dogs. Lian, of course, knew nothing of these developments. He was at home training Tiger Cub with Dizzy. After all this time, Tiger Cub had grown considerably larger than when he first arrived, now about the size of a house cat. Looking at its plump little body, Lian wondered if he should start fattening it up gradually, lest it be too sluggish for mountain hunts later. He stuffed a greyhound skin full of cotton, sewed it back up, and tossed it out for Tiger Cub to tear at. At this size, Whodun should have no trouble catching greyhounds and mountain hares. Now, Lian needed to train it to bring the prey to him instead of eating it. After a morning of training, Tiger Cub had clearly mastered several skills. Despite being nearly as round as a ball, its body remained remarkably agile. No matter where Lian tossed the greyhound skin, it would swiftly retrieve it. Lian considered taking Tiger Cub into the mountains tomorrow for a trial run. Even if they only caught 1 or 2 grey dogs, it would prove the cub wasn't just eating for free. Just as he was training, the hum of a car suddenly echoed from outside. Is this Lian's house? Recognizing the familiar voice, Lian set down the grey dog skin and looked up, meeting Xiaoyan's gaze. This really is your home? We finally found the place. After confirming it was indeed Lian's home, Xiaoyan patted her sleeve and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone in the car got out. The 3 girls' eyes lit up the moment they saw the plump little tiger dunner. Wow! Such a chubby little kitty, so adorable. They couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. But Whodun, being a lynx, wasn't about to tolerate such familiarity. He only allowed Lian's family to handle him. Seeing strangers approach, he instantly bristled, his fur standing on end as he hissed at them. Xiaoyan, whose hand was almost touching Whodunner, was startled by its appearance and quickly took a few steps back. Whodunner, this is my friend, don't be rude. Lian scolded Whodunner, and the previously wary cat instantly softened. Wow, Xiaoyan, look at that. The little cat is so smart. His owner just said one word and he stopped being fierce right away. Though clearly astonished, Xiaoyan still looked a bit worried. She then turned her gaze toward Lian. Lian, can I pet him? He's so adorable. Seeing Xiaoyan's pitiful expression, Lian rubbed his nose. Go ahead, but don't squeeze too hard or Whodunner might get stressed. As the 3 girls excitedly gathered around Whodunner, petting him non-stop, the boys named Song-ao and Wheezy finally stepped down from the car. Song-ao deliberately waved his hand in front of his face, then began sniffing around the yard incessantly, giving off a thoroughly disgusted vibe from head to toe. What's that smell? It's disgusting. Are we really staying here for the next few days? Might as well just go back. Hearing this, Lian immediately frowned. He thought only a few classmates like Xiaoyan would come, but suddenly there were so many people. On top of that, this man's condescending tone instantly made Lian feel even more uncomfortable. Sorry, this is just how things are in our village. If you feel it's beneath you, you can leave now. Exactly. And you're putting on airs. I think this place is pretty decent, look how clean the yard is. Where's the dirt? Song-ao, if you don't like it here, just go back and hang out with us. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Song-ao felt awkward. Being called a poser in front of outsiders was humiliating. Yet he dared not lash out at her, and going back was out of the question. He'd spent ages planning this mountain trip. Who knows what dangers lurked in these hills? The girls would need his protection. Maybe after showing off his strength and dominance, Xiaoyan's opinion of him might change. Besides, once deep in the wilderness, who knew what interesting things might happen? Anything could unfold. But Xiaoyan's hiring of a guide instantly derailed his plans. Though he dared not confront Xiaoyan, there was still Lian standing beside her. Judging by his patched-up jacket, he was clearly a complete country bumpkin, the sort Song-ao considered utterly insignificant. Listen, kid, we're city folks. See that Santana out there? Wonder how many houses of yours it could buy. Staying at your place is doing you a favor. If it weren't for Xiaoyan, you'd think your shack was some kind of hot commodity? Before Lian could respond, Doozy, who had been lying asleep in the courtyard, suddenly couldn't hold back. Doozy was remarkably perceptive. When Xiaoyan and the others had entered earlier, he merely glanced up before returning to sleep. But when Song-ao and his companion arrived, his ears perked up the entire time. He seemed to instinctively sense the good and the bad in people. Hearing Song-ao speak about Lian, it scrambled to its feet and barked furiously. Woof! Woof! 2 barks proved insufficient to vent its fury. It leapt violently from the ground, tackling Song-ao to the earth. Baring its teeth, it emitted a warning growl. Where this big dog came from, Song-ao didn't know. He only heard 2 barks and turned around in fright. By the time he saw the dog, he was already pinned to the ground. Song-ao prided himself on being fearless, but dogs were his one weakness. As a child, he'd been bitten on the butt by a vicious dog while playing in an alley with adults. To this day, 2 fang marks remained on his buttocks. They say once bitten by a snake, you fear even a rope for 10 years. Now, even the sight of a Pomeranian made his legs go weak. Being knocked down by a big dog like Doozy nearly scared the pants off him. Help! Help! Where'd that dog come from? Wheezy, save me! Song-ao screamed at the top of his lungs, completely panicked and scrambling. Wheezy, standing nearby, was also terrified by the fierce-looking Doozy. What could he do? He was afraid of dogs too. He immediately snapped at Lian, did you let that dog loose? Is this how you treat guests who come all this way? Lian snorted at his pathetic rage, thinking to himself, these 2 must be idiots. Where did they get the nerve to claim their guests here? Still, scaring them was enough. He couldn't let Doozy actually bite them. That would definitely put Xiaoyan in a tough spot. Alright, Doozy, come back. Hearing his master's call, Doozy retracted his fangs, leaped up from the ground, and lay down at Leanne's feet. Watching Song Ao cower like this, the girls covered their mouths and giggled. They'd long resented his arrogant demeanor. Seeing him get his comeuppance from Leanne was deeply satisfying. The young girl who had questioned Xiaoyan earlier came over, circled Leanne twice, and asked curiously. You're not that old-timer Xiaoyan mentioned, are you? You look about our age. Chapter 60, 3 girls in a group, Li Yulan's satisfaction. Leanne waved his hand dismissively. He certainly didn't consider himself a seasoned veteran yet. In his mind, only someone who could take down an old man like that was a true veteran. His hunting skills hadn't even returned to the peak of his previous life yet he still had a long way to go before he could be considered a veteran. I'm no veteran hunter, but I do have some experience. Xiaoyan asked me to guide a few friends up the mountain. I didn't expect there'd be so many of you. My house might not be big enough. Lian's words carried hidden meaning, as if he never intended to let Song Ao and his group stay. Song Ao, scrambling to his feet, was about to threaten Lian, but upon seeing Doozy crouched at his feet, baring its teeth at him, he promptly shut up. These people had come all this way with such difficulty they couldn't just return in such a disappointing state. It's fine, he said. We can squeeze in. It's only for a few days anyway. Just give us 2 rooms. Xiyu, Xiaomeng, and I will share one, and Song Ao and Wheezy can share the other. The others nodded in agreement. Having made the journey, they were prepared for anything. Having a place to stay was already fortunate enough. They weren't going to be picky. Lian's family did have 2 spare rooms, so they first helped everyone unload their luggage from the car. Lian's eyes lit up when he saw Song Ao pull a gun from the car. It was a brand new double-barreled shotgun far superior to the single-barreled model Lian carried. The double-barreled shotgun also fired shotgun shells, but its performance was more versatile. It could fire 3 types of ammunition: buckshot, slugs, and single-shot rounds. The single-shot rounds, also known as single-shot pellets, were specifically designed for hunting large predators. Lian's single-barrel shotgun, however, could only fire buckshot, resulting in a noticeable difference in power. Shotgun shells function similarly to muzzle-loading flintlocks, primarily loaded with small lead pellets. A single shot disperses a large cluster of pellets, earning them the later nickname Dragon's Breath. In short, it boils down to one word: fierce. Firing it felt like spewing fire, with bullets erupting in a shower of sparks and striking a wide area. However, this ammunition was only effective against small animals in groups. Against creatures like wild boars, its power was greatly diminished. After getting the gun, Song Ao felt his confidence return. He walked past Lian with his head held high. His sidekick, however, was downright cocky, deliberately holding a small cardboard box open so Lian could see inside. The entire box was filled with ammunition 3 types combined, probably around 1,000 rounds. Even Lian thought this guy was rolling in cash, but hunting depended on more than just the gun in your hands. The room where everyone was staying had been prepared by Li Kuan when he returned the day before yesterday. Though not spacious, it could still accommodate the group if they squeezed in. Li Yulan took Little Sparrow to visit Li Shufan's house today and didn't return until the sun was setting. Little Sparrow had insisted on going to Li Shufan's place, making such a fuss that there was no way around it. Learning that Xiaoyan was visiting her home, she was overjoyed. She had a favorable impression of Xiaoyan, a bright and lively young girl, and now she was even considering whether she could become her niece's future wife. The 3 girls before her all caught Li Yulan's eye. It must be said, each possessed her own unique charm. After exchanging pleasantries with them, she headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Song Ao and the other had not emerged from their rooms since arriving. The girl named Xiyu saw Li Yulan heading to the kitchen and immediately stepped forward. Sis, you don't need to cook for us. We brought provisions from home when we came. Staying at your place is already enough trouble. We can handle our own meals. Xiyu was the young girl who had spoken to Xiaoyan earlier. She wore a tracksuit covered in little white rabbits. Her large, expressive eyes were equally captivating. With 2 ponytails and bangs framing her forehead, she had the look of a little Lolita. She held a packaged corncob and a small tin can, as if to say these were her dinner. Xiaoyan and another girl also pulled out their own provisions from their backpacks, insisting that Li Yulan really didn't need to trouble herself. They knew that many families were struggling to put food on the table these days, sometimes even going hungry. In the vast, sparsely populated Northeast, where resources were plentiful, things were somewhat better. It was said that further south, in Shandong and Hunan, the situation was even more severe. But Li Yulan chuckled twice and hurriedly told them to put their things away. What nonsense are you talking about? She exclaimed. How could I let you eat your own food when you're in my home? Wait here, I'll cook right now and let you taste my skills. Seeing Li Yulan insist on cooking, the 3 young girls eagerly offered to help. Little Sparrow grew even happier with so many visitors in her home. She darted through the crowd, her sweet voice calling out Fairy Sister. Women possess an innate maternal instinct, and Little Sparrow's fair, delicate features made her utterly adorable. One by one, the women returned to their rooms to fetch candies to share with her. In another room, Wheezy thoughtfully made up a makeshift bed on the floor, offering the actual bed to Song Ao. Watching the laughter and cheer from outside the window, both men felt increasingly uneasy. This was nothing like they had anticipated.
Brother Ao, do we really have to put up with this? We didn't come here to be humiliated. How are you supposed to win over Sister Shoyan like this?
And Xiao Meng, she still hasn't even looked at me properly. Song Ao held a tissue, meticulously wiping down his double-barreled shotgun. He glanced out the window a few times before flopping back onto the bed. A rumble sounded from his stomach. He pulled out 2 slices of bread and a piece of cured pork from his backpack. No rush. Once we hit the mountains tomorrow, they'll see what I'm made of. That Lian guy looks about our age. His hunting skills probably aren't anything special. We'll show him what we're capable of.
Hui, come eat something. Get some rest tonight, don't end up exhausted tomorrow. Hui Zi was still perched by the window, peering out and sniffing the air. What are Brother Ao and the others cooking? It smells so good. Song Ao rolled his eyes at Hui Zi and scolded, what good food could there be in this godforsaken mountain hollow? Most of them probably can't even get enough to eat. Just then, a wave of aroma drifted through the window and hit Song Ao's face.
He instinctively lifted his head to sniff, his scolding abruptly halting.
Chapter 61, Taking People Up the Mountain. Song Ao's unasked for initiative. Hey, Auntie asked me to call you guys for dinner. Come if you want, or not, it's up to you.
Xiao Yan stood at their door and knocked.
They hadn't emerged since entering.
Had Lian not mentioned Li Yulan, she wouldn't have known others were in the room. She promptly sent someone to invite them out for dinner. She naturally knew nothing of what had transpired earlier, only thinking it impolite not to invite guests dining at her home to join them.
Xiao Yan figured Song Ao, with his perpetually sour expression, would never agree, acting like he was somehow superior and above everyone else.
Just as she turned to leave, the door suddenly opened.
Hui Zi grinned at Xiao Yan. Look, we just finished cleaning up with Brother Ao, and before we even had a chance to greet Auntie, you've already got dinner ready. He walked right past Xiao Yan standing in front, his eyes widening instantly at the sight of the yard filled with food. He spotted 3 or 4 different meat dishes alone, and the tempting aroma wafting out made his mouth water. Seeing Hui Zi and Song Ao more eager than herself, Xiao Yan hurried after them. Hey, weren't you guys supposed to skip dinner? Song Ao, that's my spot. Wait for me. Seeing Song Ao and Hui Zi emerge from the room to eat, Lian merely glanced at them before returning to grooming Doozy's fur. The earlier incident was nothing more than a minor hiccup. Besides, he hadn't suffered any loss, and Song Ao had received his just punishment. During the meal, everyone was unusually quiet. Li Yulan served up the family's wild boar meat, greyhound, mountain rabbit, and pheasant all at once. The 3 girls raved about Li Yulan's cooking, their mouths practically never stopping. After dinner, Lian quickly organized his hunting gear. Tomorrow, these little darlings would surely clamor to go up the mountain. With dangers lurking in the hills, he planned to take a few people for a short loop around the base, shoot a couple of grey dogs, and give them a taste of the hunter's life before returning, no intention of venturing far. Just before bedtime, Li Cohen specifically called him into his room for a stern warning. These people were either wealthy or influential in the county town, and nothing could go wrong. Only after Lian gave repeated assurances did Li Cohen finally relax a little. Early the next morning, the 3 girls rose before dawn to wash up by the courtyard water pipe. When Lian opened the door and saw them, his eyes lit up. All 3 wore their hair in ponytails, their form-fitting tracksuits accentuating their figures perfectly. Xiao Yan wore a light gray tracksuit, radiating a relaxed, sunny vibe. Shi Yu's outfit was covered in cartoon prints, giving her a distinctly cute and playful look. She was the most mischievous of the 3. Meng Er, dressed in pale purple, seemed more like the quiet type. Though she didn't speak much, her smile could melt hearts. After exchanging greetings, Lian quickly freshened up. Once he'd packed everything for the hike, he realized Song Ao and the other guy weren't there. Aren't the 2 guys you were with coming? Lian asked curiously, glancing their way. Xiao Yan mentioned she'd called out several times outside the door, but there was no response inside. Lian hurried to check. It wouldn't do if something happened to them at his place. Peering through the window, he saw the 2 still snoring away. He shook his head. Holy crap, Lian, what the hell is going on here? Wang Xiaolong stood at Lian's doorstep, his eyes widening at the sight of 3 stunningly beautiful women, each uniquely captivating. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he must still be half asleep. But after rubbing several times, he realized the beauties before him hadn't vanished, and only then did he let out a startled cry. Lian knew Wang Xiaolong was probably letting his vivid imagination run wild again, so he promptly smacked him upside the head. Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and get ready. These are guests my dad invited to join us on the mountain today. They're all strangers, so be careful. How did you sneak out of the house again today? Aren't you afraid your aunt will tie you up at home? Wang Xiaolong gave a silly chuckle and hurriedly began packing the mountain supplies. Lian took the opportunity to introduce everyone. When the girls heard that this youth, who looked barely 17 or 18, was also a gunner, they swarmed around Wang Xiaolong, chattering excitedly. Having lived his entire life in the village, Wang Xiaolong had never encountered such a scene. He quickly turned bright red and stammered, unable to speak. After everyone finished packing and ate breakfast, Song Ao and the others finally emerged from their room, dragging their feet.
Song Ao yawned as he stepped out, surprised by how soundly he'd slept. Just as he was about to wash up, he saw the others already dressed and ready to go, and froze in place. You're already ready?" he asked, glancing at the sky. The sun had only just begun to paint the eastern horizon a pale white. Why were they leaving so soon? Hui Zi rubbed his eyes as he followed out, failing to notice Song Ao standing ahead until he bumped right into him. "Damn it! Brother Ao, why are you standing here?" Xiao Yan had no time to wait for these $2 and snapped impatiently. "Can you two grown men hurry up? We've finished breakfast and need to leave. Who knows what you two were up to last night? You were impossible to wake up." After speaking, she shot them a disgusted look and shivered. In the end, Song Ao and the others had no choice but to follow the group without eating breakfast. As they walked, they grumbled about what kind of nonsense it was to get up so early just to hike up a mountain. Lian ignored him. The moment they entered the woods, his alertness heightened. Duzi led the way at the front, followed by Lian, with Wang Xiaolong bringing up the rear. "Wow! Qiyu, Xiaomeng, look! Such an adorable little squirrel!" Xiao Yan pointed to a pine tree ahead. Perched on a branch, a squirrel about the size of a forearm was hopping back and forth, a nut clamped in its jaws. Before Lian could speak, Song Ao, standing behind him, perked up at the mention of a squirrel. He felt a surge of excitement. Finally, his moment to shine had arrived. He quickly pushed Lian aside, who was raising his slingshot, snatched the loaded hunting rifle from Hui Zi's hands, and fired 2 shots at the pine tree. "Xiao Yan, what's your brother's hunting skills? I've done plenty of shooting back home. Taking down small game like this is a piece of cake." Lian frowned in the direction of the gray dog. He had to admit, Song Ao was quite skilled. Though the first shot missed, the second indeed whizzed past the gray dog's belly. The gray dog instantly tumbled from the tree. Seeing the hit, Hui Zi rushed excitedly to retrieve it. But the shotgun was loaded with buckshot. Using that on a gray fox was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Even if it hit, the fox would come back a bloody mess, blown to bits utterly inedible. Watching Hui Zi pick up the half-body remains of the gray dog, Song Ao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He'd seen the squirrel hanging in Lian's home, seemingly almost perfectly intact on the surface. Chapter 62, Song Ao's Solo Expedition, a pleasant mountain forest tour. Lian shot Song Ao a cold glance and said with utmost seriousness, "I made it clear when we headed up the mountain this time, you must follow my lead the entire way. If you ever take it upon yourself to go off on your own again, I won't be your babysitter." Lian was genuinely annoyed. With Song Ao causing such a ruckus, the nearby wildlife had surely scattered long ago, making them far harder to find. Seeing Song Ao get scolded, his loyal sidekick Hui Zi, standing beside him, immediately grew displeased. "What's with the yelling? Brother Ao just got excited seeing a squirrel. Besides, we didn't even hit it. If not for Brother Ao's godlike shot, it would have gotten away. Everyone else comes up the mountain carrying hunting rifles, but you two? Each of you has a lousy slingshot. People who know might call it hunting, but those who don't would think you're just kids playing house." "Shut up, Hui Zi." Before Lian could retort, Xiao Yan, standing behind him, paled and stepped forward to block his path. "We promised Lian when we came here. We can't act on our own. Besides, how can we eat this little squirrel after it's been messed up like this?" Hui Zi was rendered speechless by Xiao Yan's words, and Lian ignored them both, continuing forward. With Duzi leading the way, they could avoid most dangers. Since the gray foxes in this part of the forest had been scared off, they'd just have to head in another direction. "Brother Ao, there's another wild rabbit up ahead. Should we go for it?" Hui Zi approached Song Ao from behind and whispered his question. Song Ao merely gave a cold shake of his head. "Rabbits aren't like gray dogs. They're more agile. If you miss the first shot, you'll rarely get a second chance. Let's hold off for now and see what this kid's got. I don't buy that a crappy slingshot can hold a candle to the gun in my hand. If we let that hare get away, he'll be begging us to help him catch it later." As the two were lost in their speculations, Duzi, who had been standing in front of Lian, suddenly charged toward the wild rabbit. Like a hunter crawling on the ground, he skillfully seized the hare in his jaws. Watching Lian hold such a large, plump rabbit in his hands, the two men were instantly stunned. Who knew Lian had this kind of skill? Hunting didn't even require him to lift a finger. That seemingly ordinary big dog at his feet turned out to be quite the beast. When the rabbit was still alive in Lian's hands, several girls hurried over to watch. Song Ao's hunting style seemed a bit too bloody to them. Duzi was clearly more capable. Outdone by a mere dog, Song Ao seethed with frustration. For the rest of the journey, Lian didn't give Song Ao another chance to act. Instead, he fashioned several slingshots from tree branches and distributed them among the group. He also explained the pros and cons of hunting with cold weapons, and the others listened intently. "Song Ao, what else can you say? It's all because you fired your gun that scared away all the little animals. Otherwise, Lian would have definitely caught more game." Song Ao stubbornly kept his head down, refusing to speak. He wouldn't apologize to this country bumpkin. What's the rush? They're just small animals. Wait until we get deep into the mountains and encounter a wild boar, then you'll see how powerful my gun really is. Hunting with a slingshot? Don't you feel embarrassed? Hearing his constant muttering, Lian couldn't be bothered to respond, simply continuing to follow the group forward. Wang Xiaolong had never met someone so haughty before. Though curious, he remained vigilant to prevent anyone from falling behind. By midday, Lian finally led the group to their destination, a grassy meadow where he'd originally set fish traps. He had no intention of going further. Instead, he taught the others some basic slingshot techniques. He instructed them to stay and play in this area, warning them not to venture deeper into the woods. After repeated reminders, he set up a tent here to rest. Naturally, the task of keeping an eye on the group fell to Doozy. If anyone ventured deeper into the mountains, Doozy would alert him. The girls formed a group to explore nearby. They were fascinated by everything they saw, stopping to study every pretty little grass or flower they encountered for what felt like ages. Wang Xiaolong plopped down on the ground, pulled his canteen from his waist, and took a couple of gulps. Brethren, these greenhorns are such a hassle. I swear they're 10 times more exhausted than us after hiking all day. Where did you even find these people? Wang Xiaolong grumbled as he sat on the ground. Since setting out this morning, he'd only managed to catch one gray dog. All his other energy had gone into keeping the others safe. Only now, finally stopping, could he catch a brief moment of rest? Lian pulled a gray dog from his backpack, tossing the entrails to Doozy to replenish its energy. He then roasted the rest over a makeshift fire using a branch. Now you know what exhaustion feels like. Don't you remember how you were when I first brought you up the mountain? Here, have one of my auntie's bean stuffed buns to line your stomach. Wang Xiaolong didn't hesitate, taking a big bite and letting out a satisfied expression. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, Song Ao and Wheezy slipped away unnoticed. Seeing Song Ao waving at him persistently, Wheezy's face clouded with worry. Brother Ao, is it really okay to just leave without saying anything? What if we actually run into a wild boar in these mountains? Song Ao yanked Wheezy back, his tone tinged with irritation. You know how long I've been practicing with the rifle at home. That kid Lian just doesn't dare venture deep into the mountains. Hunting little squirrels and rabbits in this forest? What's the big deal? With my brother's rifle, the two of us hunting a wild boar deep in the mountains would be a piece of cake. Then we'll show Xiao Yan who the real veteran hunter is. Maybe even Xiao Meng will start looking at you differently. At the mention of Xiao Meng, Wheezy's eyes lit up. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and prepared to head into the mountains with Song Ao. But brother Ao, Lian sent that big dog to patrol us. If we leave and get spotted soon, not only will we fail to go up the mountain, but Xiao Yan and the others might even. Song Ao lifted his head at the words, a proud expression spreading across his face as if to say, leave it all to me. He then pulled out a white medicine pouch from his body originally prepared for the mountain hunt, now all for that dumb dog. Time flew by. Lian left Dizzy behind while he and Wang Xiaolong headed to the Immortal Pillar area to check their fish traps. The haul was decent, 2-3 striped fish each weighing over a pound. They'd have plenty to eat when they got home. By the time they returned, the sun had stretched long shadows across the land. The three girls, tired from playing, sat down on the grassy meadow. They pulled out the snacks they'd packed and began their picnic. Lian first lit a campfire, its warmth adding a special charm to their gathering. Hunting, of course, proved far more challenging, especially for three girls who hadn't even managed to catch a single gray dogfish. Instead, they gathered a bountiful harvest of mushrooms in the woods, their faces glowing with accomplishment at their haul. Chapter 63, Song Ao's disappearance and the poison beans. Alright, we should head back. We got lucky today, caught 2-3 striped fish. When we get home, Auntie will cook them up for you. The three girls swarmed around him, chattering excitedly at the news. Exhausted from playing, they'd rolled up their trouser legs and tucked their jackets into their waists, leaving their pale thighs exposed. Their snow-white arms and the hint of white beneath their blouses swayed playfully before his eyes. Wang Xiaolong and Lian felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. It was clear everyone was having a splendid time. As they packed up to leave, Lian suddenly realized something was missing. He turned to Xiao Yan beside him and asked, "Where are Song Ao and the other two? Quick, call them, we should be heading out." Hearing Lian's question, Xiao Yan gave him a puzzled look. "Didn't Song Ao and the others come up the mountain with you? We haven't seen anyone around here." At her words, Lian's face turned pale. He immediately whistled. He had told Doozy to stay put. Doozy wouldn't have wandered far and would come running at the sound of the whistle. But even after waiting for a long time, Doozy still hadn't appeared. Lian knew something was wrong. The group's smiles vanished, replaced by growing anxiety. They'd left with him, how would they explain his absence? Watching the flustered group, Lian forced himself to calm down. He instinctively reached for a cigarette in his pocket, only to realize he'd lent his last one. These mountains weren't a joke. Even Old Gun had to be extra cautious when venturing in. Two greenhorns, armed with just a rifle, charging in like that? Who knew where they'd end up? Besides, after so much time had passed, where would they even begin searching in these vast mountains? The most important thing now was to find Doozy. He could only rely on his sense of smell to see if he could track the two down. Lian silently prayed nothing terrible had happened as he gave orders to the others. He told the three women to stay put while he and Wang Xiaolong went into the woods to search for Doozy. Though anxious, they knew running around would only complicate Li An's efforts. In their hearts, they cursed Song Ao and Huizi countless times. They should never have agreed to come to the mountains if they knew the two would act like this. There was no point in dwelling on it now. Lian followed the direction he vaguely remembered Song Ao had taken. Wang Xiaolong headed in the opposite direction. The two men whistled constantly to signal each other as they searched. After about 10 minutes, Lian heard Wang Xiaolong's excited shout, "Brotherin, I found Duzi." Lian hurried toward the sound and saw Duzi looking utterly dejected. His limbs were limp and weak, as if he were drunk. Seeing its state, Lian immediately activated the system to check the bean's condition. Contract Spirit Beast 22. Tiger Cub Lynx, Attack 8, Defense 5, Speed 9, Stamina 3840. Bean the Big Wolf Dog, Attack 34, Defense 25, Speed 28, Stamina 2170. Physical weakness due to ingesting large amounts of sleeping potion. Recovery requires 45 mountain hunting points. Hunting points, 391. Host, Attack 14, Defense 13, Speed 11, Stamina 1019. Seeing the system prompt, Lian instantly grasped the situation. Song Ao and the others had certainly pulled a fast one. To escape Duzi's supervision, they drugged him with sleeping potion. Lian immediately chose to restore his weakened state. Seeing Duzi's state, Lian felt a pang of pity. If he hadn't brought Song Ao and the others up the mountain himself, he might have even considered leaving them to die here. As the old saying goes, misfortune brought by heaven can be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamity leaves no room for survival. These matters would have to wait until he found the two of them. A flash of light later, Duzi began recovering at a visible pace. Xiaolong, it's too late for him to return now. Take Xiaoyan and the others to rest inside the immortal pillar. Once I find the two of them, I'll join you immediately. Wang Xiaolong was packing his things nearby when he heard Lian's words and immediately shook his head. He knew Song Ao and the others must have ventured deep into the mountains. Given Lian's skills and his persistent silence about the depths, the danger was undoubtedly immense. Going in himself would only make things worse. Brotherin, let's get them to the immortal pillars first. It's not far. Then I'll join you in the search. Lian had no time to argue with Wang Xiaolong. Every extra moment meant increased danger. Bloodshot veins already marred his eyes. He gave Wang Xiaolong's shoulder a firm pat and looked him straight in the eye. Lian's voice was hoarse. The immortal pillars are close to the deep mountains. It might not be safe at night. I can't rest easy knowing those three women are there. I have to entrust this to you before I can search for them with peace of mind. For the first time, Wang Xiaolong met Lian's bloodshot gaze without flinching. He felt the weight of responsibility Lian was placing upon him. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. Brotherin, go with peace of mind. Leave this place to me. Though spoken simply, Wang Xiaolong's words carried unwavering resolve. Lian gave his shoulder another firm pat before turning away, leading Duzi with him. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Xiaolong began motioning for the three girls to follow him. Duzi, see if you can pick up Song Ao and the other's scent. Duzi barked twice at Lian, then circled his legs incessantly, as if recounting the pair's misdeeds. Lian understood Duzi's frustration and didn't blame the dog for failing the task. He patted Duzi's head encouragingly. Now isn't the time to dwell on this. Once we find them, I'll make them apologize to you personally. After Lian's gentle reassurance, Duzi finally let go of his little tantrum and began sniffing the air. He led the way, while Lian followed closely behind. Sure enough, after circling the nearby woods several times, Duzi began venturing deeper into the mountains. But the two seemed to have wandered quite far, and Duzi was struggling to track them. Meanwhile, Huizi was a disheveled mess. His once new tracksuit was torn to shreds, faint traces of blood staining his clothes. His eyes were filled with terror. He had no idea where he was, but driven by instinct, he kept running forward. When they entered, the two had left markers in the woods, fearing they might get lost in the mountains. But now the markers were nowhere to be found. Outside, the sky grew darker and darker, and the path beneath their feet began to blur. As for Song Ao, he had long since vanished without a trace. Nor how far he'd run. Huizi felt his legs were like lead weights. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't lift them. He seemed to step on a dead branch and fell flat on the ground with a thud. He tried to get up and keep running, but after several attempts, he couldn't stand. The howls of wild beasts echoed all around him. Finally, unable to contain his terror, he burst into tears. If given another chance, he would never have come into these deep mountains with Song Ao to hunt wild boar. Now, with Song Ao's fate unknown, he had lost even the strength to walk. Chapter 64, Song Ao in Peril, Confronting the Bear. Huizi felt his consciousness growing increasingly hazy, his eyelids heavy as if weighted down with lead. Could it be? I'm really going to die here? For some reason, as he recalled the events of his life, he felt his entire existence had been nothing but a farce. Huizi's father was a manager at Song Ao's lumber mill. The two had grown up together. Ever since he could remember, Huizi had been sucking up to Song Ao, terrified that the slightest displeasure would send him flying to the side. Others called him Song Ao's lackey, but deep down, he knew if he had a choice, who would willingly be anyone's lackey? Whenever someone mentioned it, he'd clench his fists, but in the end, he'd just laugh it off. Over time, he grew accustomed to it. No matter what Song Ao did, he believed it was right, and he felt he was meant to trail behind him like this. Looking back now, how ridiculous it all seemed. What had he gained in the end? Just the label of Song Ao's lackey whenever anyone mentioned him. He felt no regret, only a hollow emptiness. Despite being at his most fearful moment, Wheezy now felt an unexpected lightness wash over him, all traces of dread vanishing. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a pair of strong hands suddenly pulled him up from the ground. "Doozy, hurry up and find Wheezy. Song Ao can't have gone far." Lian helped Wheezy up. Seeing how weak he looked, Lian quickly pulled the water canteen from his waist and gave him a couple of gulps. "You're still alive, you stubborn fool." Lian slapped Wheezy's face to rouse him. Seeing his condition, he knew Song Ao must be in danger. As he slapped him, he shouted, "Wheezy! Wheezy! Where's Song Ao? Where did he go?" A wave of sweetness washed over his lips, and Wheezy slowly regained consciousness, though his eyes remained unfocused. "Am I dead?" Smack! Lian didn't hesitate to slap him across the face, jolting him back to reality. Now was no time for hallucinations. The slap instantly sobered Wheezy. Spotting the man before him, he was overcome with joy, a relief born of narrowly escaping death. "Brother Ao! Lian, I beg you, go save Brother Ao. We encountered a bear on the mountain. Brother Ao was bitten by it. He let me escape last, then climbed up a tree himself. I beg you, Lian. We were all wrong before. Hit me, yell at me, anything. Just save Brother Ao." As he spoke, Wheezy couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Lian quickly urged him to calm down. Following Doozy's lead as they moved forward, Lian listened to Wheezy recount what had happened when he and Song Ao ventured deep into the mountains. It turned out the two had thought that hunting two large game animals deep in the mountains would surely impress everyone. Song Ao had a gun, which gave them considerable courage. The drugged meat broth Song Ao brought was specially prepared and fused for 10 days, making it undetectable to animals. After setting Doozy down, they crept deeper into the mountains. Unfamiliar with the terrain, they simply followed the path they'd come. For over 2 hours, they encountered no large animals. Just as disappointment set in and they considered turning back, suddenly, a beast's roar echoed from ahead. The sheer volume of the sound sent shivers down their spines. This was no small creature. After a quick consultation, they decided to confront it. They figured even if things got dicey, they could always escape with their hunting rifle. Or perhaps it was sheer youthful bravado, they hadn't initially recognized the roar as that of a bear. As they drew closer, they were stunned to see a massive bear rubbing its hide against a tree. Its size alone dwarfed both men combined. The moment they spotted the bear, it spotted them too, letting out a deep growl. The sheer pressure radiating from its presence made their legs go weak. Bears in April and May were the most terrifying after hibernating all winter. They desperately needed to replenish their energy. As the bear charged toward them, each step seemed to make the earth tremble. Only then did the two snap out of their daze. Song Ao forced himself to suppress his fear and fired at the bear. But the bullet struck its back. Far from bringing the beast down, it only unleashed its savagery. Song Ao panicked, firing several more shots that only grazed the beast's fur. The bear slammed into him, and he felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he shoved Wheezy out of the way and scrambled up a tree. Later, Wheezy got lost in the mountains. "Then what about the blood on your clothes?" Lian imagined the scene in his mind and pressed on. After seeing Song Ao climb the tree, the bear didn't intend to let Wheezy go. All these wounds were inflicted while the bear chased him. As the two spoke, Lian suddenly heard the bear's growl echoing from ahead. Doozy's fur instantly bristled. As if sensing danger, he crouched low to the ground, refusing to move forward. "This is the spot," Lian said. "This is where we encountered the bear." Wheezy pointed excitedly at the mark on the tree, a circle deliberately carved with a small knife. Along the way here, they'd marked triangles, but this was the only tree bearing a circle. Without Wheezy's prompting, Lian had already drawn the gun slung at his waist to his chest. A thick, pungent stench permeated the air, undoubtedly left behind by the bear. He cautiously edged forward. Within just a couple of minutes, a horrifying scene came into view. It wasn't so much that Song Ao had climbed the tree as he was hanging from its branches. A black bear, easily weighing 500 or 600 pounds, circled the tree relentlessly. The bear could climb trees, but having been shot by Song Ao earlier, it now hesitated to move rashly. Hanging from the tree, Song Ao was now covered in wounds, barely a single inch of uninjured flesh visible. He was unrecognizable compared to when Lian had first seen him. If not for a branch propping him up, Lian suspected he would have fallen long ago. Watching the precariously swaying branch and the massive black bear relentlessly ramming the tree below, Lian and Wheezy both broke out in cold sweat. Blood dripped steadily from Song Ao's palm onto the ground. The scent of blood only fueled the already enraged bear's frenzy. It seemed to go mad, repeatedly slamming its massive body against the tree trunk. As Song Ao's grip began to slip, Lian raised his hunting rifle and fired at the bear. Bang! The shot rang out. It must be said that Lian's aim was far more precise than Song Ao's. The bullet tore through the bear's face, leaving half of it a bloody mess. Feeling the searing pain on its face, the massive black bear charged at Lian like a raging beast. I'll distract the bear. You save Song Ao. Without a second thought, Lian turned and ran as the bear charged toward him. Chapter 65, Sudden Downpour, Doozy saves his master. Bang! Bang bang! Bullets struck the bear repeatedly, sending bursts of blood mist flying. The beast seemed utterly enraged, ignoring Huizi standing nearby and fixating solely on chasing Lian. Watching the man and two beasts gradually disappear into the distance, Huizi finally gritted his teeth and rescued Song Ao from the tree. Ahem, Huizi, where are we? Where's that bear? Song Ao slowly opened his eyes, his condition far worse than Huizi's. Seeing him awake, Xiao Yan and the other two girls rushed over to check on him. Song Ao, why did you run off on your own? Now look, both of you are back, but where's Lian? Hearing Xiao Yan's reproach, the two finally hung their heads in shame. Xiao Yan was right, even with a gun in hand, one must maintain reverence for the mountains. Crack! A thunderclap split the sky. Outside, the once clear daytime sky was now shrouded in dark clouds. As the thunder rolled, a torrential downpour began. Huizi paced anxiously around the cactus, while the three girls, clearly terrified, huddled together in the cave. Xiaolong, do you think Lian will be okay? Xiao Yan spoke cautiously, now regretting their decision to venture into the mountains. If Lian came to harm, she feared she'd regret it for the rest of her life. Wang Xiaolong had no patience to respond, continuing to pace restlessly around the cactus. He spotted the weakened Song Ao lying on the ula grass, eyes wide but vacant, lost in thought. Wang Xiaolong charged forward and punched Song Ao hard in the face. It's all your ing fault. I'm telling you, I don't give a damn what your family does. If anything happens to brother-in today, I'll make sure you go down with him. Wang Xiaolong roared with fury, his fists raining down on Song Ao like a storm. The three women rushed forward to stop him. Song Ao had already been badly injured when he returned, and Wang Xiaolong's beating could easily kill him. Song Ao offered no resistance, letting Wang Xiaolong vent his fury. His mind was consumed by the image of Lian single-handedly luring away the giant black bear. That man, barely older than himself, had deliberately picked a fight when they first met. Honestly, Song Ao had hated Lian for setting his dog on him back then. He'd even considered slaughtering Doozy. Yet this very man had risked his life alone to rescue him. If not for Lian, Song Ao might well have ended up as the bear's meal. And Doozy? That loyal dog, seeing his master in danger, had charged forward without hesitation. For that, the bear had struck him across the chest, leaving a gaping wound where the flesh was torn away. This good dog had led both him and Huizi out of the deep mountains. Feeling Wang Xiaolong's fists land on his body, Song Ao even felt a strange sense of relief. Hit me. If beating me could bring Lian back, so be it. Seeing this, Xiao Yan forcibly pulled Wang Xiaolong aside and shouted at him angrily. Beating him to death won't solve anything. Lian brought people out of the mountains to save them, not to kill them. We need to calm down and figure out how to rescue Lian. Calm down? How the hell am I supposed to calm down? It's pouring rain out there. It's pitch black, we can't even see the road. What can we possibly do? It's all because of that bastard. If he hadn't gone wandering off, how would brother-in have ended up deep in the mountains? Earlier I asked brother-in why someone as skilled as him didn't go exploring the deep mountains. He said the time wasn't right. Even brother-in wouldn't dare go in during the day, let alone now at night. Those aren't roe deer or sika deer, they're black bears. Even seasoned veterans who live in the mountains year-round would take a detour around them. Black bears that even tigers fear. Wang Xiaolong roared in fury. Suddenly, he felt utterly helpless. Every time danger struck, Lian always stood in front of him. He even thought Lian was a bit foolish. If he hadn't gone looking for them, none of this would have happened. Just as they were at a loss, Doozy, who had been curled up in the ula grass, suddenly stood up. The wound on his chest, bandaged by Xiao Yan, was no longer visible beneath the fur, which had lost its reddish tint. In truth, if the bandage were removed, everyone would be astonished to find the once bone-deep wound had completely healed. Bean scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally settling beyond the cactus. He sprang to his feet, charging into the downpour and vanishing into the night. Doozy, come back! Doozy! Wang Xiaolong shouted anxiously from inside the cactus, but Doozy vanished in just a few flashes. All around, the sound of rain pelting the trees echoed, making everyone feel even more restless. Slowly, everyone sat in silence inside the cactus and the cave. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of rain outside grew fainter and fainter. Finally, only the water clinging to the branches remained, dripping slowly onto the ground. The rain had stopped. Wang Xiaolong rose from the black grass and gazed at the mountains, dark as ink. Had it not been for the many people inside the cactus, he would have gone out to find Lian already. From the moment Lian decided to bring him up the mountain, his life was no longer his own. Even if Lian had been reduced to bones by a bear, he would bring him back. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds outside the cactus. His gaze instantly sharpened, his hand instinctively reaching for the slingshot at his waist. He was no longer the greenhorn who'd encountered thugs when first climbing the mountain with Lian. Since Lian had entrusted the safety of so many to him, he had to stand on his own. Xiao Yan and the others, fighting off drowsiness, sat together. Seeing Wang Xiaolon's reaction, they all stood up, their eyes alert. Song Ao and Hui Zi, severely injured and shaken, had already fallen into a deep sleep. Xiaolong, what's going on? Is there something out there? Xiao Yan approached Wang Xiaolong and couldn't help asking. He merely shook his head, his gaze fixed outside, offering no words. Suddenly, Wang Xiaolong seemed to hear a low, muffled dog bark. He looked at Xiao Yan in disbelief, and she returned his gaze with the same expression. I think I just heard Duzi's bark. Shi Yu had quietly approached them at some point. Hearing her words, Wang Xiaolong and Xiao Yan rushed toward the exterior of the cactus without hesitation. Both had heard the dog barking earlier, but the sound had been so faint they hadn't been certain. Duzi is back. Doesn't that mean he found Lian? Wang Xiaolong knew the nature of hunting dogs well. Judging by Duzi's earlier behavior when he charged out, if he hadn't found Lian, he would have died out there rather than return. Seeing the pair leave, Shi Yu and Xiaomeng hurried after them. Sure enough, not far from the cactus, Duzi lay covered in mud, trembling all over, his limbs utterly drained of strength. On its back lay Lian, utterly unconscious. His condition was scarcely better than Song Ao's when they brought him in. Yet despite his hazy state, his hand still clutched a gruesome black skull. It was the head of the bear. It was unimaginable how Lian had managed to sever it. Even more unimaginable was the sheer willpower Duzi must have mustered to carry Lian all the way back from the deep mountains through the pouring rain. Brother and Duzi. Wang Xiaolong spotted their figures and scrambled over, disregarding his slipping body. Seeing the horrifying wounds on Lian's body, 2 hot tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Chapter 66, Lian wakes, Song Ao's repentance. When Lian regained consciousness, he sensed a bustling commotion around him, as if people were arguing. But no matter how hard he strained, his eyelids refused to open. The only thing he could sense was his aunt sitting silently before him, tears streaming down her face. He could hear her faint, thread-like sobs. I told you before, if you keep spoiling him like this, that little brat you bore will get into trouble sooner or later. All he does is strut around showing off his money, walking down the street looking down on everyone. Doesn't he remember he came from a chicken coop himself? A man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a suit and tie, his beer belly protruding, berated the woman before him. Seeing her defiant expression, he felt an urge to slap her right then and there. Xiao Ao suffered so much by our side. Now that life's finally looking up, how could we not spoil him? Besides, if you hadn't been harping on about how men need to play with guns, he'd never have gone hunting in the mountains. Smack! The man finally couldn't hold back and slapped the woman hard. Who gave him the money to buy that gun? Don't tell me you didn't know Xiao Ao bought a gun. Now he's gotten himself into trouble, and worse, he's dragged others down with him. The man and woman bickered on, and Lian felt a headache coming on. Somehow, he found the strength to open his eyes, though his voice remained stuck in his throat. He just stared at Li Yulan sitting beside him. Anzi's awake. Big brother Anzi's awake. Seeing Lian's eyes open, Li Yulan shouted excitedly to Li Kuan standing at the doorway. Li Kuan had been tapping his cigarette outside the door. The doctor said smoking in the ward was bad for the patient. But Li Kuan couldn't resist and had to stand at the doorway to smoke. Hearing Li Yulan say Lian had woken up, he didn't even bother to put it out. He flicked the unfinished cigarette ash onto the floor, casually tucked the cigarette holder into his waistband, and walked in. Seeing his father's anxious expression, Lian grinned. Dad, it's nothing serious. Just got swatted by a bear. Damn beast was strong, but your son still chopped its head off. Seeing Lian's carefree, foolish grin, Li Kuan felt like smacking him a couple of times. Upon seeing he was finally awake, Song Ao's parents also gathered around. Lian turned his head and saw Song Ao, his body wrapped in bandages, kneeling on the ground alongside Hui Zi. He waved his hands urgently. What's this nonsense? Real men only kneel to heaven, earth, and their parents. Song Ao, you're still injured, get up immediately. They deserve to kneel. If not for you, they'd have died in the mountains long ago. Song Ao's father declared with unwavering resolve. Lian glanced at the man, though dressed like a businessman, his thick eyebrows and piercing eyes gave off an aura of unyielding integrity. Young man, I'm truly sorry. These two grew up together, but both their father and I were too busy with the factory to raise them properly. We've caused you trouble this time. Take your anger out on them. As long as you don't kill them, I won't stop you. Kneeling, Song Ao and Hui Zi looked at Lian, their faces flushed with shame. These past years, they had truly forgotten their roots. It wasn't just him, even Hui Zi, who had grown up by his side, now acted like a younger brother. By age, he should have called Hui Zi brother, but at some point, he started calling him a GE, while Hui Zi addressed him as a GE. Lian, take it out on me if you're angry. I know I've been wrong. From today onward, I'll be a better person. For what happened before, I apologize. I'm sorry. Saying this, Song Ao ignored his injuries and slammed his forehead hard onto the ground. Watching him, Lian felt a sudden pang of envy. It had taken him a lifetime to truly reform, while Song Ao had needed only a brush with death to know he must start anew. If you truly want to turn over a new leaf, Lian continued, I only ask that you hold reverence for the mountains from now on. These mountains aren't places you can recklessly carve up with a gun. There are plenty of bears and wild boars with huge claws lurking within. If you rely solely on a gun and brute force, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to cover your deaths. Song Ao nodded heavily. Then he turned his gaze to Huizi, who knelt beside him. Unlike before, his eyes held a complex mix of emotions: shame, regret, and apology. Hui go, I admit I messed up before. I apologize. All these years, if not for you, no one would have given me the time of day. Can we go back to how things were? From now on, we're good brothers. Hui remained silent on his knees. He was profoundly grateful to Lian for saving his life. Yet when he looked at Song Ao, he shook his head. In that life or death moment, many things that had once seemed incomprehensible suddenly became crystal clear. If he had harbored resentment toward Song Ao over the years, we realized it was because he had chosen to be a lackey of his own free will. Sure, Song Ao would occasionally remind him of his father's work, but when the bear was at its most dangerous, Song Ao had pushed him away. That was enough. Was Song Ao truly bad? At their core, they were both children who had emerged from the rural mountain valleys. Song Ao's heart was fundamentally good. It was just that these past 2 years, he had been spoiled by a life of having everything handed to him. Yet Huizi still refused to stay by his side, even though he had forgiven him in his heart. This incident made him realize he needed to find something more meaningful to do. Perhaps he would choose to leave Chishan City. Watching Huizi shake his head, Song Ao felt a hollow ache in his heart. For the next while, Lian could forget about hunting in the mountains. Word had spread through the villages that he'd bagged a bear up there, and people came to visit him. To his surprise, Li Shufan actually brought Wang Luer along. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lian nearly leaped off the bed only to wince in pain as the movement tugged at his wounds. Li Shufan covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, while Wang Luer looked at his wounds with genuine concern. Oh, Luer, you haven't even entered the family yet and you're already worrying about your man. If you wait until after the wedding, won't you just hide him away and fuss over him every day? Hearing this, Wang Luer's face flushed instantly. Don't talk nonsense. I was just worried he'd bleed when he tugged at his wound. Wang Luer held out a peeled apple to Lian. He took it with a silly grin. Seeing her blush reminded him of his wife from his past life, who had worked herself to the bone for their family. My dear is so sweet. Hearing this, Wang Luer's cheeks flushed even deeper. Li Shufan, who was nearby enjoying the spectacle, widened her eyes in amusement. Lian, what did you just say? But when she turned back, Wang Luer had already scurried away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Watching her retreating figure, Lian continued to chuckle foolishly. Chapter 67, 5 women gather, Lian sweating buckets. Wang Luer, too flustered to wait before exiting, collided with someone right outside the door. Whoa! 2 voices rang out simultaneously as Lian and Li Guifan both turned toward the doorway. Their gaze met Wang Luer head-on, who had collided with Xiao Yan carrying a bouquet to visit Lian mid-step. Today, Xiao Yan wore a light pink long dress paired with a pale blue wide-brimmed hat. The loose-fitting clothes not only failed to conceal her curvaceous figure but instead accentuated her graceful and poised beauty. Humming a tune as she approached Lian, she was startled to find herself face-to-face with someone else. She immediately opened her mouth to apologize. But then it dawned on her, this was Li An's hospital room. Song Ao's parents, clearly not lacking in funds, had specifically arranged a private room for Li in a single-occupancy suite. The girl who had been pretending to be her both in appearance and age was now rushing out of the room in such a flustered state. It looked exactly like a young wife flirting and bickering with her husband. An inexplicable irritation welled up inside her. The apology on her lips suddenly turned sharp. You clumsy fool. You just stepped on the shoes I just changed into. Xiao Yan stood there, her hands on her hips, clearly annoyed. Wang Luer wasn't bad-looking. In fact, she had a more natural beauty than Xiao Yan. But her clothes were nowhere near as nice as Xiao Yan's. She quickly apologized, but upon looking up at Xiao Yan's appearance, she was slightly taken aback. If Wang Luer was a shy, budding lotus with an introverted aura, then Xiao Yan now resembled a fully bloomed peony, vibrant and unabashedly bold. She effortlessly sidestepped Wang Luer and sat down beside Lian, flanking him with Li Shufan on the other side. She pulled a peach from her pocket, peeled it effortlessly, and held it to Lian's lips with a concerned expression. Lian, how's your recovery going? Thank you for everything you did before. I never imagined I'd cause you such trouble this time. Qi Yu and Xiaomeng will be here soon too. As she spoke, Xiao Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. Lian instinctively reached for the peach she offered. But instantly, he sensed an inexplicable chill emanating from his left side. A cold sweat broke out on his back, sending a shiver down his spine. Glancing left, he met Li Guifan's piercing glare. He'd momentarily forgotten the human-shaped carnivorous plants sitting beside him, suddenly realizing something as he swallowed hard. But he couldn't refuse the peach Xiao Yan offered. Forcing himself to take it, he hadn't even opened his mouth when Li Guifan exploded. She rose from her seat, glaring fiercely at Lian. Snatching the peach right from his hand, she began eating it herself, leaving both Lian and Xiao Yan stunned. Munching away, she turned to Lian with feigned concern. Oh dear, brother-in, you just finished eating. Surely you're not hungry yet. See, I skipped breakfast myself. I wanted to come see you first thing this morning, and now I'm starving. So this peach from my sister here, let me just have it. Lian thought to himself, you didn't eat breakfast, but it's almost evening now, sis. What are you talking about? But he dared not refuse and could only nod repeatedly. She made a face at Xiuyan as she spoke. Seeing her carefully peeled peach snatched away by Li Xiufen, Xiuyan couldn't hold back any longer. Just then, Wang Luo returned. Seeing her children locked in a stare, she stepped in like the hostess, calming Li Xiufen down. Then she shot Xiuyan an apologetic glance. Sister, Xiufen is just like this. Please don't take it personally. You must be exhausted after traveling all this way. Let me get you a glass of water. Compared to Li Xiufen, Wang Luo handled things with greater finesse. Naturally clever, she already heard that Lian had taken several young people from the county town into the mountains when the incident occurred. Seeing Xiuyan's appearance, she suspected this must be the girl in question. The thought of Lian bringing such a young woman up the mountain unsettled her. That was why the current scene unfolded. Wang Luo made Xiuyan feel as if she were a guest in her own home. She, on the other hand, felt like an outsider. But then again, she and Lian were only acquaintances who'd met a few times. Despite everything that had happened, they weren't truly close. Besides, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. So, with a heavy heart, she sat down. The room instantly fell into an eerie silence, and Lian's heart was pounding like a drum. Switching sides like that would be unbearable for anyone. Though Wang Luo had calmed Li Xiufen, she remained a barrel of gunpowder ready to explode at any moment. And despite Xiuyan's poised demeanor, she was a young woman with a strong will of her own. Cold sweat dripped from Li An's forehead. He felt this moment was more agonizing than fighting a bear on the mountain. Barely a moment passed before the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed again. Everyone turned to see two more stunningly beautiful women enter. None other than Qiyu and Xiaoming, their hands laden with assorted gifts. Upon seeing Xiuyan sitting grim-faced beside Lian, then glancing at Li Xiufen and Wang Luo seated on his other side, they instantly seemed to grasp the situation. Lian offered them a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. Qiyu and Xiaoming responded with smiles of their own, then stood behind Xiuyan in perfect unison. As if bolstered by their presence, Xiuyan's aura grew noticeably stronger. Just as the two sides were about to resume their standoff, Lian suddenly cried out that his chest hurt and demanded a doctor. His sweat-drenched appearance seemed genuine, sending the five women into a fluster. Li Xiufen, Qiyu, and Xiaoming rushed to fetch the doctor, while Wang Luo and Xiuyan pulled back Lian's blanket to examine his wound. The men in the ward stared in awe at the three girls who had rushed out, wondering what kind of man could enjoy such good fortune. The doctor attending to Lian was a man in his 30s. Led into the ward by the three women, he saw the other two girls and his eyes widened slightly. He couldn't help but admire Lian's skill, wondering if being a cannon fodder was really that desirable these days. Realizing his own limitations, he decided against pursuing that iron rice bowl. His first words upon seeing Lian came out instinctively. "Hey, buddy, do you think I've got what it takes to be a hunter?" Ah! He was genuinely taken aback by Lian's question. Realizing his slip, the doctor quickly turned his attention to examining Lian's wound. After examining him, the doctor frowned. Strangely, the wound showed no signs of infection, yet it was healing at a rate far exceeding normal. The pain you're feeling might be from the wound healing itself, young man. Hang in there for a while. The doctor gave Lian an encouraging look before stepping out of the room. Only then did the five women realize Lian had been faking it all alone. If he hadn't cried out in pain after being mauled by a bear on the mountain until his bones nearly protruded, how could he possibly be unable to endure the discomfort of his wounds healing? Chapter 68, Lian discharged, returns to the mountain. All five women shot Lian a disbelieving look. Watching him play dumb and act foolish, the tense atmosphere in the room eased considerably. Just then, Li Yulan and Li Kuan, who had gone home to cook, walked in from outside. Seeing the scene inside, both their eyes lit up. Well, Anzi, you're quite the ladies' man, aren't you?" Li Yulan, acting more like the family matriarch, made all five women blush with her remark. Seeing Li Yulan, Lian felt like he'd spotted his savior. He promptly ate heartily under her guidance. Not long after, Wang Xiaolong, Wang Xiaofeng, and Lu Tsuohua arrived too. Suddenly, the once spacious hospital room felt a bit crowded. Amidst the bustling scene, Li Kuan held Little Sparrow, letting her play freely. Duzi and Huduan hadn't come along otherwise, it would have been even livelier. After everyone left, Li Kuan glanced at Lian lying bored in the hospital bed. After a moment's thought, he spoke up. "Anzi, you should take this time to rest and recuperate. Your aunt and I were discussing that since the weather is cooler now, we should take advantage of it to properly renovate the house." Lian snapped back to reality at Li Kuan's words. Lying in bed without a smartphone was indeed a form of torment. The Song Ao family alone had given 1,000 yuan this time. Li Kuan refused to accept it, but Song Ao had secretly slipped it into the house anyway. That amount was more than enough to build a courtyard. Renovating the house now would certainly be feasible. Lian nodded. He'd already been thinking about it. In his current state, hunting was out of the question for the foreseeable future. Fixing up the house was a good idea, who knows, maybe he'd even take a wife there someday. For the next stretch, Lian lived a monotonous existence, day after day. Feasting on rich foods daily, he gained a significant amount of weight. Occasionally, Li Xiufen would bring Wang Luer to visit him. After this period of adjustment, Wang Luer's attitude toward Lian had undergone a dramatic transformation. Xiu Yan would occasionally bring Qiyu and Xiaomeng along. Unlike their initial confrontational demeanor, they now interacted without the same hostility. The Lian from before his rebirth would have cherished such a life, but the current Lian found it increasingly unbearable. After a month in the hospital, he defied the doctor's objections and chose to recuperate at home. Lian's recovery speed was indeed far superior to that of ordinary people, nearly twice as fast. Even the doctor found it remarkable. 1 month of his recovery equaled 2 months for others. His wounds had long since healed, though doctors still advised against strenuous activity. Hunting was out of the question, and even Li Kuan wouldn't approve. Back home, Lian was reunited with Duzi and Huduaner. The moment they spotted him, both rushed recklessly toward him. Witnessing this scene, Li Yulan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Duzi and the others, muttering, "Unbelievably ungrateful." During his recovery, Lian had been monitoring Duzi and Huduan's progress. Duzi's physique had nearly returned to peak condition, now weighing over 70 pounds, he was almost ready for heavy lifting. Lian estimated he might even reach 80 pounds. Though heavier wasn't necessarily better for a hunting dog, strength needed to be balanced with agility. It had been over 2 months since Lian had picked up Huduan. What had once been a kitten barely the size of a palm now showed the beginnings of a lynx's bearing. Its frame was considerably larger than a domestic cat's, and its gaze alone hinted at a fierce nature. Though Lian couldn't venture into the mountains himself, he could attempt to train the 2 little creatures to hunt independently. If successful, perhaps he could retire afterward. But that was just wishful thinking. Achieving it wouldn't be possible with just these 2 alone. Lian didn't understand the rules governing contracted pets, and he now had an extra slot available for a new contract. For now, Duzi and Huduan were sufficient, so he felt no urgency to contract other pets. True to form, under Li Kuan's strict rules, Lian snuck up the mountain the very next day after returning. Duzi excitedly led the way ahead, while Huduan, who had never been up the mountain since Lian found him, was noticeably more alert. Duzi now acted like an older brother, frequently glancing back at Huduan's figure and giving a low growl, as if urging him to keep up. Huduan would respond to Duzi. Stepping into the first rays of morning sunlight, Lian arrived at the familiar mountains. By July, northeast China had grown stiflingly hot. After a spring of nourishment, the small animals had grown plump and lush. Not far from Lian, a gray fox darted through the trees. Judging by its size, it was easily half a size larger than an ordinary gray fox. It moved in short bursts, stopping frequently to sniff the air, seemingly searching for food while staying alert for danger. Upon spotting it, Lian held back from using his slingshot. He wanted to see how well Huduaner could hunt. Though raised in a courtyard since birth, Huduaner's tree climbing skills were no slouch. Having grown up feeding on wild dogs, it recognized their scent instantly. At Lian's signal, it launched itself forward in a single bound. The wild dog, hearing the commotion, looked around frantically and spotted Huduan climbing the tree. Terrified, it turned and fled toward another tree. It turned and tried to flee to another tree, but Tiger Cub wasn't about to let it escape so easily. With a sudden leap from the tree, it sank its teeth deep into the greyhound's flesh. Lian was startled by the dog's daring leap. The tree stood at least 4 or 5 meters tall. The dog landed with a thud, rolled twice on the ground, shook its neck, then scrambled up and ran to Lian's side, eager for praise. After checking and finding no injuries on Huduaner, Lian couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Good job, Huduaner. In truth, Huduaner wasn't just skilled at catching ground animals, he was also adept at catching fish. Unlike Duzi, Huduaner was better suited for free roaming hunts. Simply set him loose in the wild, and he'd relentlessly pursue prey. After receiving Lian's praise, Huduan excitedly mimicked Duzi by wagging its tail incessantly, scanning the surroundings for other small prey. All the way to the cactus grove, Lian even spotted a small herd of roe deer along the path. Though wildlife seemed more abundant than before, his current condition prevented him from shooting. Otherwise, he would have definitely bagged one to taste. Along the way, Huduaner single-handedly caught 2 gray squirrels and a wild rabbit, his hunting skills growing increasingly adept. Bean, meanwhile, remained by Lian's side like a loyal servant. Upon reaching Xian Renzu, Lian was surprised to find Wang Xiaolong already there. The moment Wang Xiaolong saw Duzi, he knew Lian had arrived. Chapter 69, The Smoked Badger's Den. Spotting Lian approaching, he exclaimed with delight. "Brotherin! How did you get here? Are your wounds healed?" Wang Xiaolong was outside the immortal pillar processing fish caught from the fish trap that day, accompanied by 2 dogs a size smaller than Duzi. They were now sniffing around Duzi, tails wagging. Truth be told, Duzi was essentially their mentor. During Lian's recovery period, Wang Xiaolong had become a skilled hunter, frequently borrowing Duzi from home to go into the mountains. These 2 pups were the offspring of that big black dog. Both were pure black, resembling their mother greatly. One was named Dashan, the other Erzhan. Just got out of the hospital and decided to wander around here. Looks like you've had quite the haul today. Seeing Lian's admiring gaze, Wang Xiaolong scratched his head. On the ground lay 4 or 5 fish and 3 or 4 gray-haired wild rabbits. There was even a flying dragon. Lian crouched down to examine the flying dragon on the ground. It must be said that Wang Xiaolong's slingshot technique had improved considerably. The flying dragon had been hit squarely on the head, the flesh still perfectly intact. This morning, I happened upon a flock of flying dragons. Unfortunately, without brother and skill, I only managed to hit one. I was thinking of having my mom make it into flying dragon soup to help you recover. The two quickly processed all the game, feeding the offal to the 3 dogs and tiger cub. With Lian around, Wang Xiaolong suddenly felt like he'd found his anchor. Though Lian couldn't hunt, the knowledge in his head was something Wang Xiaolong couldn't even begin to match. After resting for a while, they continued wandering through the mountains, encountering mostly small animals along the way. Suddenly, Dizzy began sniffing the ground incessantly. Lian knew he'd detected prey, and Wang Xiaolong also grew alert. Soon, on a grassy meadow, Dizzy stopped. He gave a low growl at a hole in the ground. Dashin and Erzhan slowly learned to mimic Dizzy's cautious demeanor. Normally, they never barked, as the saying goes, the quietest dogs bite. These 3 dogs were usually as stealthy as could be. Lian stared at the hole and was immediately taken aback. Though not large, the hole was clearly deep, definitely not a rabbit burrow. Wang Xiaolong leaned in, curiosity in his voice. Brotherin, what kind of hole is this? Doesn't look like a rabbit hole to me. It's so deep, could it be a snake den? As he spoke, his body shuddered involuntarily. Lian shook his head. A snake hole wouldn't be this big. It's probably a badger's den. As he spoke, Dashin and Erzhan seemed to react as well, digging at the entrance with their paws. Unlike other animals, badgers are nocturnal creatures. They sleep during the day and venture out at night to hunt for food. Once they establish a den in a particular location, they rarely relocate unless faced with an unavoidable threat. Finding a badger hole deep in the mountains meant there was an 80% chance a badger lived inside. Their burrows were exceptionally deep, a challenging feat even for these natural tunnelers. Lian pulled the 3 dogs away. As the saying goes, a clever rabbit has 3 burrows. Over time, a badger's den develops multiple entrances. To evade threats, they create 3 or 4 exits around the main hole, all interconnected. Should danger arise, they can escape through an alternate exit. Xiaolong, scout the area. See how many entrances this burrow has. Though Wang Xiaolong had never encountered a badger burrow himself, he'd heard plenty from the elders. Badger meat was a rare delicacy, but hunting them was difficult and they were hard to find. In the old days, people would occasionally stumble upon a burrow in their fields and catch one, but now badgers were becoming increasingly scarce, found almost exclusively deep in the mountains. At the mention of badgers, Wang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He immediately led Dashin and Erzhan to search the area. Typically, badgers wouldn't dig burrows too far apart, as that would exhaust them. Upon closer inspection, Wang Xiaolong and Lian indeed found 3 more exits. Surveying the uncovered burrows, Lian cursed with a laugh. Damn it, there are quite a few of these badger holes. Looks like they've been here for a while. Might even be a whole den. Let's seal off 2 of the entrances first, leaving one open for the badger to escape. Later, I'll smoke it out here. You take Duzzy and Dashin to block the other exit. Don't let a single one get away. Badger burrows come in 2 types. One is like this, with multiple exits like a cunning rabbit's 3 dens. If it's this type, it's usually a whole family. The other type has just one entrance, which makes catching them much trickier. Single-entrance badger dens have multiple functional zones. They're also winding and twisting, making flooding or smokeout ineffective. You'll have to dig them out by hand. They have ample space inside, and there might even be small holes for drainage. These multi-entrance burrows are much simpler to handle. Wang Xiaolong soon gathered a substantial amount of dry grass from the meadow. He also collected stones and rotten wood to seal off the other entrances, leaving only one opening for the badger to escape. Lian crouched down, set the dry grass ablaze, and piled wet leaves on top to generate thicker smoke. After finishing everything, he began to fan air into the burrow entrance, allowing the thick smoke to drift down the hole. The 3 dogs waited excitedly beside the badger's den. Within 3 or 4 minutes, thick smoke began to waft out from the entrance. Wang Xiaolong first circled the area again to check for any missed badger holes, then crouched down to wait patiently. True to Lian's expectations, within 7 or 8 minutes, the badger hole was filled with thick smoke. Even the blocked-off entrance began to emit wisps of smoke. He could sense movement inside the hole, as if the badgers had been startled by the fire and scrambled back inside. Xiaolong, hold your ground. One of them should be giving in soon. Before Lian's words had even finished echoing, a badger slowly poked its head out of the burrow Xiaolong was guarding. Erzhan, crouched nearby, couldn't resist lunging forward to bite. But the badger, already startled, sensed the disturbance and immediately retreated back inside. Erzhan missed his bite and ended up with a mouthful of mud instead, enraging him so much he kept thrusting his head into the badger's hole. But how could he possibly fit into such a tiny badger hole? Compounded by the thick smoke, he soon found himself disoriented, spinning around in circles. Seeing Urshan's frantic state, Wang Xiaolong slapped him hard across the face twice. "What's the rush? You scared the badger right back inside. Just wait until it comes out again to catch it, won't you?" After Urshan's scare, the burrow grew quiet. They wouldn't make a move anytime soon. Lian wasn't worried. With only one entrance, he'd see how long they could hold out. Chapter 70, Song Ao's visit, Song Jinchue's unspoken words. Another 10 odd minutes passed. The badgers below were already scratching their heads in frustration. They collided back and forth within the burrows blocked by Wang Xiaolong, quickly realizing there was no way out. The first badger couldn't hold back and emerged once more from the entrance Wang Xiaolong was guarding. This time, Dashan and Erzhan had learned their lesson. They lay prone with Duzi not far from the hole, watching the badger's claws peek out without rushing to bite. Don't be fooled by how badly the badger was suffering from the smoke. He was cunning. The slightest sound might send him scurrying back inside. If they pushed too hard, they might smoke him to death in there, and he'd never come out. After scanning the area and finding no danger, the large badger suddenly darted out. Its movement was incredibly swift, covering 2 or 3 meters in an instant. But Duzi, Dashan, and Erzhan, who had been lying in wait for so long, weren't about to let such easy prey slip away. Arasan promptly sank his jaws into the badger's neck. But these creatures were clever. As soon as the first one bolted from the burrow, 2 or 3 more scattered in all directions. Wang Xiaolong was suddenly overwhelmed. Duzi remained calm, watching as Dashan and Arasan gave chase. He spotted a lone badger and broke into a run after it. Wang Xiaolong raised his slingshot and fired at one badger, but unfortunately, the slingshot's power was too weak for the badger. The hit only made it run faster. In the end, Lian and the others caught 3 badgers, one each for Duzi, Dashan, and Erzhan. Wang Xiaolong glanced toward Dashan's direction and shook his head regretfully. "Brotherin, it's a shame we let one get away. Otherwise, we could have taken them all out in one go." 4 badgers had burst out of the burrow, each sizable and weighing over 10 pounds. Lian extinguished the fire, patted Wang Xiaolong on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "All right, stop complaining after getting lucky. These 3 badgers will feed us for 2 or 3 days." Though pinned down by the 3 dogs, the badger was still alive. Lian handed his hunting rifle to Wang Xiaolong, urging him to finish it off quickly. "Don't be fooled by its cute, stubby limbs. This badger packs a serious punch." The one Ershan had caught was now flailing its powerful little legs in a threatening display. Ershan's face was already scratched up with numerous wounds. From years of digging, the badger's claws were razor sharp. Any scratch from its spiked paws left a bloody trail. Wang Xiaolong glanced at the hunting rifle Lian handed him but didn't use it. Instead, he drew a curved knife from his waist. 3 badgers stood on the ground, emitting constant whimpering sounds toward the 3 dogs. As if trying to scare the dogs away with this tactic, Wang Xiaolong wasn't about to indulge them. He stepped forward and slashed one badger across the neck. Watching his swift movements, Lian nodded approvingly. Badger pelts were highly prized, and using a knife ensured the fur remained intact. Observing Wang Xiaolong's practice technique, Lian felt this kid was born for hunting. Soon, Lian personally cut open the badger, removing all the entrails and tossing them to the 3 dogs. They leaped excitedly, driven not only by their hunger for the innards but also by a desire to earn praise. Consuming these organs heightened their scent memory for badgers, ensuring they could promptly detect the animal's scent when hunting in the mountains later. Lian kept 1 badger himself and handed the other 2 to Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong took it but waved his hands repeatedly. "Brotherin, 1 badger is enough for me. If Duzi hadn't spotted the burrow first, I wouldn't have gotten anything at all." Lian didn't hesitate, placing both badgers into his backpack. He glanced over at Duzi, who was currently wrestling with 2 other dogs over a piece of intestine. Calling it a fight was a stretch. The 3 little ones were more likely just playing. Though it was still early, Lian's wounds hadn't fully healed, so he decided to pack up and head home early. These past 2 days, he'd left Huduaner in the woods. The little fellow had regained some of his wild nature, though he still brought every catch back home. To Huduaner, the mountains were more like a natural hunting ground, while the village was his home. As soon as he reached his doorstep and parted ways with Wang Xiaolong, Lian noticed a car parked outside. Who would drive to his place at this hour? Curious, he opened the door and heard lively chatter inside. It turned out to be Song Ao and his family. Upon learning Lian had been discharged from the hospital, they insisted on coming to visit him. Sitting in the courtyard, Song Ao was extremely polite, a complete change from his previous demeanor. Seeing Lian return, he hurried over to greet him. "Brotherin, you haven't fully recovered yet and you went up the mountain? Why not rest at home for a while? You don't want to risk aggravating your injury." He carefully set Lian's backpack on the ground. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw it filled with game. "A badger. Brotherin, you really did it." As he spoke, Song Ao gave him 2 thumbs up. He was genuinely impressed that Lian could catch so much game despite his injuries. Don't underestimate the size of that dog badger. With the pelt and all, you'll easily get $20 for it. Li Yulan familiarly pulled Lian's backpack toward her, beginning to process today's catch. After some casual chatter, Song Ao and his wife finally relaxed upon learning Lian was no longer seriously injured. Li Yulan invited the three to stay for dinner. While she cooked, Song Ao's father, Song Jinchue, gave Lian a knowing look. The two slipped out to the courtyard. Song Jinchue pulled out a pack of old barrel cigarettes from his pocket, offering to light one for Lian. I don't smoke, thanks. Uncle Song, if you need anything, just tell me straight up. If I can help, I definitely will. Seeing Lian decline, Song Jinchue flashed a fawning smile, shoved the cigarettes back into his pocket, and said, Truth be told, I came today not just to visit you, but for another purpose. These past years, I've poured all my energy into the business. While it's flourished, my health has suffered. Don't laugh at me, Anzi, but these past 2 years, things have ended before I even feel anything. Your aunt keeps calling me a useless husband. You know, a real man can't lose face like that, so I've started paying attention to my health these past couple of years. After some time, my health has improved considerably. But treasures like those hidden deep in the mountains aren't easy to find. So I was wondering if you, Anzi, could keep an eye out for me. If you come across any, just name your price, I won't haggle. Truthfully, even without Song Jinchue saying it, Lian understood his meaning. And honestly, in this lifetime, quite a few people had come to him seeking mountain treasures. Whether it was the old party secretary or Chief Lu from the police station, they were all willing to go to great lengths to curry favor with him. Seems like the old-timers really are in high demand. Chapter 71, Song Ao, I'm a dog person. Lian flashed a knowing look before heading inside. Not long after, he emerged carrying a black plastic bag. Li Koan was about to ask what Lian had retrieved, but upon seeing Song Jinchue standing at the doorway with an expectant look, he instantly understood. He opened the black plastic bag and handed it to Song Jinchue. Inside lay a perfectly intact bare penis. Uncle Song, you're a step too late. The 4 bras are already gone, just this one piece left. Want it? Song Jinchue snatched the black plastic bag from Lian's hand with a look of pure delight, clutching it to his chest as if afraid someone might snatch it away. Only 4 parts of a bear are considered prime, with the skin being the most valuable. While not as prized as pure sable, a hide this size could easily fetch 300 to 500 yuan. Next comes the bear's gallbladder. Bear gallbladders are graded as gold, bronze, or iron. Gold gallbladders command the highest price, fetching 700 or 800 yuan each, though they're often unavailable despite the price. Iron gallbladders were the cheapest, fetching at least 70 or 80 yuan each. Typically, bears emerging from winter hibernation in early spring carried iron gallbladders, while autumn marked the peak season for golden gallbladders, though they remained exceedingly rare. Lian's haul this time was a large, high-quality bronze gallbladder. While its price pales in comparison to a gold gallbladder, fetching 200 or 300 yuan is still entirely feasible. After bear gallbladders came bear paws and bear penises. As the saying goes, you can't have both bear paws and fish, highlighting the delicacy of bear paws. Bear paws require complex preparation, soaking, steaming, sun-drying to achieve peak flavor. Yet many connoisseurs spare no effort or expense to seek them out. Li Yulan had already processed the 4 bear paws using her special method. First, each paw was packed with salt granules, then smoked for a day or 2 to ensure long-term preservation. As Li Yulan put it, eating these paws wouldn't even grant longevity, it was a waste of such fine ingredients. Of course, Lian's stubbornness won out, and they steamed one at home to eat. The flavor was utterly exquisite, soft, sticky, and intensely savory, so much so that even little Xiao Kei couldn't stop thinking about when they'd get to eat bear paw again. As for the other 2 paws, one was given to old He by Lian, while the other was sent to Xiuyan's grandfather. Both men insisted on paying that day. Lian initially refused, but they stubbornly pressed 60 yuan into his hands. Truthfully, a bear paw this size would fetch 50 yuan on the market, and buyers would be lining up for it. Lian had only given them away at a discount to strengthen their bond. As for the last bear paw, he wasn't about to sell it. Who knows when he might get a craving and want to treat himself. After all, money can always be made, but a delicacy like bear paw isn't something you come across every day. Finally, while bear penis might not pack the same punch as tiger or deer penis, it was still a potent tonic. Song Jinchue clutched the bear penis tightly, refusing to let go. Alright, with this, wait till tonight, my wife won't dare call me a useless husband anymore. Saying this, he returned to the car, retrieved a wallet, and without checking its contents, pulled out a small stack of large notes and handed them to Lian. Take this money, Anzi. If you ever come across anything good in the future, don't forget your uncle. Seeing the suddenly lecherous grin spread across Song Jinchue's once upright face, Lian felt a chill run down his spine. Staring at the large denomination bills in his hand, he pulled out a few and handed them back to Song Jinchue. Uncle Song, you've given me too much. I can't possibly use all this. Song Jinchue had given him at least 200 or 300 yuan, but the bear penis was actually worth just over 100. Song Jinchue waved his hand to stop him, shoving the money back into Lian's arms. Not too much, not too much. Honestly, Uncle Song has plenty of money now. The real problem is finding good stuff. Just remember Uncle Song if you ever come across something worthwhile in the future. Don't worry about the price. Gazing at the large bundle in his hands, Lian felt an overwhelming urge to burst into tears. So this is what a tycoon feels like? He'd lived 2 lifetimes and never experienced such wealth. Now he knew it was damn inhumanly extravagant. If he were Song Ao, he probably wouldn't have been able to control himself either. Suddenly, he began to understand the previous Song Ao a little better. Inside the house, Song Ao and his mother, chatting with Li Kuan and Li Yulan, were naturally unaware of the secret deal between Song Jinchue and Lian. That evening, Li Yulan even specially brought out some venison to treat everyone. Song Jinchue and his wife hadn't intended to dine at Lian's house. They'd come to express gratitude, so lingering like this felt inappropriate. But Song Ao played dumb. Even after Song Jinchue repeatedly suggested they come back another day, he pretended to be utterly engrossed in playing with Little Sparrow. Little Sparrow looked up at Song Ao with puzzlement. This big brother felt different from when he had visited before. Song Ao ruffled Little Sparrow's hair and asked in a gentle voice, "Do you like the candy and toys I brought you this time, Little Sparrow?" Xiao Kei nodded without hesitation. The candies Song Ao brought were rumored to be specially procured from Qiqing, unavailable even in their county town. As for the plush toy, it was something the entire village had never seen before. The candy brother Song Ao brought is so sweet. Little Sparrow has never tasted anything this delicious before. The doll is also very nice, just as soft as Tiger Stump. If only it could move like Tiger Stump, that would be even better. Song Ao smiled fondly. "If you like them, I'll bring you more next time I visit, okay?" Hearing there would be a next time, Little Sparrow's eyes widened with excitement. She immediately threw herself into brother Song Ao's arms. Yay! After saying that, she seemed to remember something and looked up at Song Ao with a puzzled expression. "Brother Song Ao, it's almost dark now. Aren't you afraid to go back alone at night?" Xiao Kei's direct question made Song Ao feel a bit awkward. He knew full well his parents had hinted several times that he should head home. How could he not know? But the food at Lian's place was truly delicious, and it seemed to have some kind of magical effect. If he didn't let his old man try it, wouldn't he be considered an unfilial son? Fortunately, even though Song Ao had improved, his thick skin remained unchanged. "No problem, bro. I'm a dog person just like Duzzy. I love traveling at night." Beans, who had been lying nearby, heard his name called and quickly lifted his head to look around. Finding no one watching him, he flopped back down on the ground, occasionally swishing his tail. If he could talk, he'd be retorting right now, "Your dog loves night treks, huh? Feed me peanuts." Chapter 72, The Power of Bear Penis, Golden Phoenix, I can't take it anymore. Finally, Song Ao got his wish and snuck into Lian's house for dinner. Seeing the table piled high with delicacies, mountain delicacies, he couldn't help but sniff the air repeatedly. Yes, that's the scent. Little Sparrow, watching him intently, nodded earnestly. At first, she hadn't quite believed Song Ao when he claimed to be a dog in the zodiac, but now she could see he shared the same traits as Duzzy. In her young mind, only Duzzy would sniff around like this during mealtime. To entertain their guests, Li Yulan had specially stewed preserved mustard greens with venison. Yet as Song Jinchue surveyed the lavish spread, he felt a pang of embarrassment. Times were tough for ordinary families now, and even though Lian was a hunter, preparing this feast must have taken considerable effort. He looked at his son with some puzzlement. Though the boy had endured hardship since childhood. Yet in the past 2 years, he'd enjoyed many good times with his father. He'd tasted all sorts of delicacies, so why did he insist on eating at Lian's house today? This put him in an awkward position. When he glanced at his son, Song Ao's eyes were practically glued to the preserved vegetable braised venison. He kept giving him meaningful looks, and Song Jinchue watched him with puzzlement. "Little Ao, what's wrong? It's not windy tonight, so sand must have gotten in your eye. Let your mom blow it out for you." Before Song Ao could respond, Lian, seated beside him, suddenly burst out laughing. Even the little sparrows could see through Song Ao's little schemes, yet Lian found his behavior rather endearing. He personally picked up his chopsticks and added a piece of venison to Song Jinchue's plate. "Uncle Song, thank you for coming all this way today. My aunt's cooking is truly exceptional. You're in for a real treat tonight. Try this meat." Hearing Lian's words, Song Jinchue promptly responded with polite gratitude, acknowledging his good fortune. What began as mere courtesy turned into genuine astonishment the moment the venison touched his tongue. He'd been hunting down all sorts of nourishing foods lately and had received a small piece of venison from others. In this era, people hadn't yet developed a deep sense of money's value. The days of grain coupons and ration points had just passed. Even if you had plenty of cash, no one would trade it for venison unless they desperately needed it. He tasted the difference in that first bite. The essence of meat isn't defined by flavor but by texture. It's like giving you a piece of pork. No matter how you cook it, it'll never feel like beef. Before he could speak, Lian responded with a broad smile. "Uncle Song, you must try this meat. I hunted a roe deer in the mountains recently. This venison is incredibly nourishing for men." At Lian's words, even Song Jinchue's wife's eyes lit up. She knew her husband's weakness better than anyone. Without hesitation, she personally served him 2 pieces. Li Kuan and Li Yulan, both seasoned veterans, understood the gesture perfectly. The scene soon filled with laughter and cheer, save for Little Sparrow, who was scurrying under the table, kicking at the tiger-shaped stool. He stared curiously at the legs beneath the table, muttering softly to himself. Why does Auntie keep kicking Uncle? And why is she taking off her shoes? On the way back, Song Jinchue's face was flushed crimson. Seeing his state, both Song Ao and his mother worried he might get a nosebleed at Lian's house. Watching Song Ao driving ahead, Song Jinchue burst into laughter. Now I get why you played dumb and refused to leave earlier, you little rascal. Damn it, today's finally paid off. Xiao Ao, think fast, what excuse can we use to visit Anzi again? We're damn well coming back tomorrow to piggyback on their dinner. Damn it, Xiao Ao's mom, grab me some tissue. My nose is bleeding. The entire journey was pure chaos for the Song Ao family, while the Lian family had long since retired for the night. Before resting, however, Li Kuan couldn't help but remind Lian not to let him go hunting in the mountains for a while. His body hasn't fully recovered yet, and we don't want to risk any lingering issues. We still have enough meat at home to last. The renovation crew is coming in the next couple of days. We hired a team from the neighboring village. Even though the busy farming season is over, Li Kuan still has to go to work in the village. Li Yulan, being a woman, doesn't know anything about renovations, so when the time comes, Lian can keep an eye on things if he's free. Lian nodded. He hadn't engaged in strenuous activity since returning these past 2 days, yet by evening, he could still feel a stinging pain radiating from his wound. He decided to rest for a few more days. Full recovery would likely take only another 10 days or so, and the meat at home would easily last them through that time. Unlike the quiet evening at Lian's home, after dropping his parents off, Song Ao slipped out under some flimsy excuse. He didn't want to interrupt his parents' romantic evening. Song Jinchue's nosebleed had stopped, but his entire body glowed like a boiled shrimp. His wife eyed him with a look that could devour him whole. An uncontrollable restlessness stirred within him, yet he managed to hold back. It wasn't worth rushing things. Noticing the black bag dangling from Song Jinchue's hand, he asked curiously, Old Song, what's that you're holding? I thought we only bought black plastic bags when we went shopping. Song Jinchue wrapped his arms around his wife's waist with an air of mystery and held the bag before her. Jin Feng, this is a real treasure. Got it from Manzi, a dried bear penis. Once we soak it in water, this stuff is a real tonic. Hearing this, Jin Feng's eyes lit up even brighter. When she looked at him, her gaze was almost dripping with desire. After a moment's thought, she gritted her teeth, pinned Song Jinchue beneath her on the bed, and stood up to take the bear penis. It's been so long since we've been this wild. Why not grind some into powder today and let you taste the effects? Before Song Jinchue could refuse, she took it to the kitchen, sliced off several pieces, pounded them in a garlic mortar, and steeped them in warm water. The cup was also filled to the brim with long, green leaves. Upon closer inspection, clusters of neatly arranged spores dotted the undersides. Anyone in the know could tell at a glance this wasn't tea. This damn cup was practically overflowing with howling energy. The roaring, known scientifically as kidney meridian grass, is a plant unique to northeast China. Those in the know understand its primary function is nourishment, though no one had ever heard of drinking it this way. Combined with a cup of powder ground from bear penis, Song Jinchue instantly felt a surge of heat rushing to his forehead. His abdomen burned with heat. When he looked at Jin Feng, his eyes gleamed like a starved wolf spotting a plump lamb. Without a second thought, he pounced on Jin Feng. Jin Feng, I can't take it anymore. Seeing her husband like this, Jin Feng let out a long-forgotten smile. She couldn't recall the last time she'd witnessed Song Jinchue's renewed vigor. Amidst waves of gasps, the lights in the Song household went out without anyone noticing. When Song Jinchue awoke the next morning, he gazed at his still erect member, then looked down at Jin Feng nestled in his arms like a clinging kitten. His heart swelled with delight. Lian wasn't just a benefactor to his family, this damn man had transformed him completely, giving him a new lease on life. He finally understood why so many sought the true essence of wellness. Recalling their intimate moments, he rolled over and pressed Jin Feng beneath him once more. Jin Feng stirred from her daze at his movement. Seeing his intent to continue, she gasped in alarm and begged for mercy. After a night of such exertion, her body still ached faintly. Another round would surely leave her bedridden. While she cried out, she secretly marveled at the potency of Lian's remedy. It seemed she'd have to find another excuse to dine at his place soon. Chapter 73, Wang Chang pays a visit. Early the next morning, Lian rose and was about to head out when he heard rustling sounds outside. At first, he paid it no mind, assuming it was Wang Xiaolong arriving. But when he opened the door, he found Wang Chang standing there. His face was bitter as he looked at Lian, who was still holding 2 bottles of liquor, though the smile on his face seemed a bit forced. Uncle Wang, your leg isn't fully healed yet. Why did you come all this way yourself? Quick, come inside and sit down. By then, Li Kuan and Li Yulan had also risen. Hearing Lian mention Wang Chang's arrival, Li Yulan hurriedly poured tea for everyone. Wang Xiaolong stood behind Wang Chang, his expression grim. Seeing their expressions, Lian guessed the situation but pretended ignorance. Uncle Wang, what's going on? After entering the house, Wang Chang gave a bitter laugh. Anzi, Uncle's family has truly been a bother to you these past days. But I need to discuss something with you. From now on, when you go hunting in the mountains, don't bring Xiaolong along. That clumsy kid is all thumbs. I don't want him causing you trouble later. Sure enough, this was why Wang Chang had come today. Deep down, he didn't actually mind his son hunting in the mountains. He even felt a touch of pride that his son had the guts to go after all, not just anyone dared venture up there. But Lu Tsuehua was constantly wailing at home, so he came to discuss it with Lian. Truth be told, during the 2 months Wang Xiaolong had been bedridden, their family's living standards hadn't declined at all. He'd even gained some weight. Learning that Wang Xiaolong had mastered slingshot skills from Lian, he applauded enthusiastically. Cold weapons like slingshots and bows were rarely used by hunters nowadays, mainly because they required extensive practice and were far less powerful than shotguns. Yet their advantages were undeniable. Wang Chang had sought out many people to learn this craft before, but unexpectedly, it was his son who had stumbled upon it by accident. Though slingshots seemed simple to use, hunting with one proved far more challenging. Some recalled childhood triumphs of bagging a couple of turtle doves, but the mountains were another story entirely. This cold weapon demanded deep knowledge of animal habits, a keen sense of when they moved and when they paused. The moment to strike is fleeting. If you miss it, you might spend all day and still not bag 2 gray foxes. Wang Xiaolong's early struggles with the slingshot were a perfect example. But Wang Chang couldn't bring himself to crush the boy's dreams. Before he could continue, Wang Xiaolong stuck his neck out from behind, shouting defiantly, "I disagree. Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. You know hunting's been my dream since I was little. Why won't you let me go? Besides, Brother Ranzi's so skilled. How much danger could there be if I go with him? Following him is a chance most people would beg for. No matter what you say today, I'm going hunting with Brother Ranzi from now on." Seeing Wang Xiaolong and Wang Chang about to argue, Lian quickly stood up and pulled them apart. "Uncle Wang, I understand your and Auntie's concerns, but keeping Xiaolong cooped up like this isn't a solution either." Wang Chang took a sip of tea and let out a bitter laugh. They couldn't control Wang Xiaolong, so they were trying to control him through Lian. After all, the solution was to tackle the problem at its root. Little did they know that over this period, Wang Xiaolong had grown into a competent hunter. "Dinner's ready. Don't just sit there, eat and chat." Li Yulan brought out a few small dishes, though Lian and Wang Chang were still recovering and couldn't drink alcohol. So they poured a pot of water to serve as a substitute for wine. The morning meal was simple: a bowl of thin porridge, a plate of pickled vegetables, and 2 small dishes. People deep in the mountains weren't fussy. Many households skipped breakfast altogether. Throughout the meal, Wang Xiaolong didn't utter a single word. Wang Chang opened his mouth but couldn't find the right words. Honestly, for artillerymen scraping by in the mountains, no one knew when their time might come. Yet they, too, valued their pride above all else. Wang Chang had come today precisely to save face, and by the end of breakfast, his face was flushed crimson. Just as the two were preparing to leave, Lian pulled Wang Xiaolong aside. "Xiaolong, your family doesn't want you coming up the mountain with me. What do you think about that?" Hearing Lian ask for his opinion, Wang Xiaolong had a flood of words ready. "Brotherin, I don't care what they think. I'm sticking with you from now on. My sister supports me going hunting with you too. Besides, I snuck out before, didn't I? As long as I bring back plenty of game, they won't have anything to say." Lian patted Wang Xiaolong on the shoulder, cutting him off. "Xiaolong, your family isn't short on meat right now. You should rest at home for a while." Hearing this, Wang Xiaolong grew anxious, but before he could speak, Lian continued, "It's not that I won't take you. The main thing is my injuries haven't fully healed yet. I'm not planning to hunt in the mountains anytime soon anyway. You should use this time to talk things over with your parents. If you can convince them, well, these mountains aren't mine alone. If you decide to go, who am I to stop you?" Wang Xiaolong's mood instantly shifted from sadness to joy. "All right, brotherin, I'll listen to you. But when we go hunting in the mountains, you can't leave me behind." After seeing the two off, Lian finally prepared to leave. Joining him on the mountain today were Li Yulan, Li Guifan, and Wang Luer. This had been arranged with Li Yulan the night before his current condition made hunting unsuitable. He planned to head up today and, while the others gathered mushrooms, have them bring back some fish traps for him. Over recent days, Lian had discovered these traps yielded a surprisingly good catch. If utilized properly, it could be a decent source of income. Since he'd be idle at home anyway, he might as well spend this time making more fish traps. He'd handle the hunting, while his aunt could manage the traps. That way, after marrying Wang Luer, he wouldn't be left with nothing to do. It must be said that Lian had quite the rosy vision. Yesterday, Li Yulan had already arranged with Li Shufan and Wang Luer to go mushroom picking in the mountains early this morning. But Wang Xiaolong's antics had delayed them considerably. By the time she and Wang Xiaolong reached the edge of the woods, the two girls had been waiting for quite some time. Spotting Li Yulan approaching from the village, Li Shufan hurried over. Her face full of urgency, she looked at Yulan. "Sister Yulan, why are you so late today? We have to hurry up the mountain, or the good mushrooms will all be picked by others." Only then did she notice Lian following behind Li Yulan. Feigning surprise, she exclaimed, "Oh, little Anzi. Aren't you going hunting in the mountains today? What, are you coming with us to pick mushrooms too? Quick, call me auntie so I can hear it." Li Shufan shook her little head, her face beaming with joy. She didn't know when it had happened, but not only had her opinion of Lian completely changed, she now felt a surge of joy whenever she saw him. Lian flashed a smile at Wang Luer standing beside him before responding to Li Shufan. Well, since I'm free today, I thought I'd join you all for mushroom picking. You don't mind, do you? Chapter 74, Foraging in the Mountains, Wang Luer's Distracted Mind. The two had assumed Lian was merely tagging along since he was heading their way. Hearing him suggest joining them to gather mushrooms on the mountain came as a surprise. If it were any other man, they wouldn't have reacted this way. After all, many men went up the mountain to gather mushrooms and hunt small game now that the spring farming rush was over. But Lian was widely regarded as the village's seasoned veteran. Wouldn't it be a waste of his talents to have him join them for such a simple task? Wang Luer suddenly stepped forward, her eyes like vast autumn waters gazing with concern at Lian's chest. Her voice was soft, yet Lian felt her words pierce straight to his heart. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. You should be staying home to recover. Won't joining us to gather mushrooms on the mountain worsen your condition? Lian met Wang Luer's gaze silently. Hearing her voice felt like returning to his past life. Back then, she'd always been like this despite his constant harshness toward her. She'd always looked at him with the same worried expression whenever he left home. Unconsciously, he reached out to smooth the strands of her hair that had been slightly tousled by the breeze. Wang Luer lowered her head, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. It won't hurt. I'm not going hunting up the mountain. As long as I don't exert too much force, it won't affect my wound. Ahem. Li Shufan and Li Yulan grinned mischievously at the pair. Ooh, we're watching, you two lovebirds. Yeah, exactly. Sister Yulan's staring at us so hard it's giving me goosebumps. We better hurry up and leave before we interrupt their special moment. Hearing their teasing remarks, Wang Luer's face flushed even redder. She then feigned anger, clenching her fist at Li Shufan as if warning of danger, before turning to Li Yulan and calling out in a coquettish voice, Sister Yulan. Amidst playful chasing and shoving, the group entered the woods. Though Wang Luer was focused on searching for mushrooms on the ground, her eyes kept drifting toward Lian watching this man intently cutting strips of wood, her cheeks flushed slightly. It must be said that Lian was naturally handsome, and his new clothes made him look even more radiant. From Wang Luer's perspective, he was quite dashing. She thought to herself that marrying a man like this might not be so bad. Luer. Wang Luer. Ah. Lost in her thoughts, Wang Luer only snapped back to reality after Li Shufan called her name several times. Li Shufan watched her flustered state and, finding it odd, stepped closer to touch her forehead. Strange, you don't have a fever. Why do you seem so distracted today? You're usually the quickest around. By now, you'd have picked half a basket of mushrooms, but today you've barely gathered this little bit. You almost stepped on them right under your feet and didn't even notice. As she spoke, Li Shufan pointed to the mushrooms right at Wang Luer's feet. Hearing this, Wang Luer's face flushed even redder, and she quickly lowered her head. Li Shufan took a few steps forward, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. What's the matter? Could it be your sweetheart is standing nearby and your heart has already flown off to him? Hearing this, Wang Luer's face flushed so bright it seemed water could drip from it. Like a little fox caught by the tail, she scrambled to defend herself. You're talking nonsense. I'm not. Hearing the two whispering, Lian, who had been watching Wang Luer, edged closer. What are you two whispering about? Let me hear it too. Seeing Lian's face practically pressed against Wang Luer's, Li Shufan glared and shoved him aside. Go on. What business is it of yours to eavesdrop on a young lady's private conversation? Lian was thick-skinned by nature. When the season hit, the mountains were covered in wild mushrooms. His basket was already overflowing, and with the sky darkening, many mushrooms were starting to wither. Hurry up, everyone. We'll be heading back soon. Li Yulan, standing at the front and watching the three chatting animatedly, wiped the sweat from her forehead and called out to them. Lian quickly responded, then glanced at Wang Luer's basket, which held only a sparse handful of mushrooms. He ran back to fetch his own basket. Luer, I picked some mushrooms while cutting grass today. Take these too. Without waiting for Wang Luer's consent, he dumped all the mushrooms from his basket into hers. Hey, little Anzi. Your auntie here has been gathering mushrooms all morning too. Why aren't you giving any to me? Besides, there's so much firewood on this mountain, it's hard to burn it all. What good is cutting so much? Seeing Li Shufan's fierce expression, Lian feigned fear and said, You've already gathered so many mushrooms, and you still want more? Look at how few there are in Luer's basket. After saying this, he wore a mysterious look. Don't underestimate these sticks. They might be useless to you, but they'll have endless uses for this young master. You'll see when the time comes. As they spoke, Li Yulan descended from the mountain. Seeing Lian's basket overflowing with twigs, she voiced her concern. Anzi, why did you pick so many? If it's too much, let me carry it for you. Don't risk aggravating your wound. Lian quickly waved it off, easily hoisting the 70 or 80-pound basket onto his back. Since his rebirth, his strength had steadily increased. Carrying a 200-pound sika deer alone was no problem, let alone a mere few dozen pounds of firewood. Back home, Lian scooped up Little Sparrow as she dashed toward him. The little girl had grown accustomed to being by his side lately. She was incredibly clingy the moment she spotted him. She demanded to be picked up. Well, what could he do? His little sister was his to spoil. Lian first had Li Yulan fetch a large iron pot from the kitchen. He then filled it with water and dumped all the striped fish inside. The fish traps he and Wang Xiaolong had made earlier were only a rough prototype. While they could catch fish, they weren't practical. Within just a month, many had already developed problems. The bamboo strips themselves required careful preparation. Before weaving, they had to be boiled in hot water first. This process softened the starch and other substances inside them. Then, they were pounded with a wooden mallet to make them relatively pliable. Only then could the fish trap be woven with sufficient resilience. The internal frame was reinforced with iron wire, ensuring even a fish weighing over 10 pounds couldn't tear the cage apart. Li Yulan still couldn't fathom what her young nephew was up to, but since she knew nothing about hunting, she simply followed Lian's instructions. When Li Koan returned from the village at noon and saw the bustling activity at home, he clearly froze in surprise. "Anzi, what the hell are you up to? Why are you boiling all these fish?" Lian had no time to explain, his face covered in soot from hours of tending the fire. Now that the fish were cooked, his father's eyes lit up at the sight of him, and he hurried over in small steps. "Dad, you're just in time. Stop staring and help me scoop these strips out of the pot." Chapter 75, First Encounter with the Awinki, Zheng Pao. Lian couldn't manage this entire pot of strips on his own, especially with his injuries. Li Koan quickly stepped forward, took the fork from Lian's hands, and began pulling out the noodles. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Lian thoughtfully handed him a towel. Taking it to wipe his brow, he looked at Lian with puzzlement. "Anzi, what are you gonna do with all these fish? They're useless at home." Never heard of anyone cooking fish to eat. Lian placed the strips into the prepared stone trough while explaining their purpose. When he mentioned using these strips to make fish traps, disbelief flashed in both their eyes. True, a large river flowed beside the village, its main channel even connecting to the Songhua River, but no one had ever heard of catching fish with nets woven from these strips. Watching him work up a sweat, Li Koan simply let him be. Li Yulan, however, found herself with nothing to do at home. After drying the mushrooms she'd gathered that day, she began helping Lian prepare the reeds. Though she couldn't weave, she could sort them neatly, making it easier for him to pull them out one by one. Of course, actual weaving would have to wait a few more days. The prepared strips were bundled again and placed on the roof to air out. Seeing that it was still early, Lian decided to take his aunt and Little Sparrow into town. There wasn't much to do in the village, and Little Sparrow had been pestering him daily to visit the county seat. With nothing pressing today and his household needing some new supplies, it was the perfect opportunity. The weather grew hotter by the day. Lately, Lian found himself sweating even in his jacket, so buying some short-sleeved shirts seemed wise. His old ones were already in tatters anyway, and money wasn't exactly tight. After making up his mind, he went around the village to borrow a cart. Hearing they were going to the county town to play and that he'd buy her new clothes, Little Sparrow clutched Tiger Cub and ran excitedly around the courtyard. Yay! I knew Brother Lian was the best. Li Yulan watched the excited Little Sparrow with a complex expression. By age, Little Sparrow was old enough to start school. But after the incident with Ma Liang, Li Yulan feared he might retaliate against her daughter. So she had Little Sparrow take a leave of absence from school. Yet letting her run wild at home like this wasn't a solution either. Perhaps sensing her aunt's thoughts, Lian stepped forward. He placed a hand on Li Yulan's shoulder. "Auntie, why don't we buy a bicycle in town? Running around borrowing others' bikes all the time isn't practical. With a bike, it'll be much easier to take Little Sparrow to and from school in town." Li Yulan's nose suddenly stung at Lian's words. After all, she was a divorced woman living back with her parents. In most families, she'd be lucky not to face daily cold stares, yet Lian showed her not the slightest bit of indifference. Upon hearing they were heading to town, Li Koan asked them to bring back some tobacco for him. Without further discussion, Li Yulan began preparing goods to sell in town. The family had accumulated quite a few animal hides recently, especially the badger and bear skins, which were sure to fetch a good price. After packing everything, they set off. Little Sparrow sat in the cart, bidding a reluctant farewell to Tiger Stump. But her mood was soon captured by the surrounding scenery. Along the dirt road, all kinds of small flowers bloomed in abundance. The gentle hum of birdsong swirled around her ears, and every now and then, a few sparrows flew overhead. It must be said that the environment was truly pristine now. Yet Lian knew that with the recent boom in construction, northeast China would soon become one of the most polluted regions. Wildlife populations had dwindled significantly, and hunting bans were gradually being imposed, ostensibly to protect wildlife. Yet these vast northeastern mountains had sustained millennia of hunting without disrupting the ecological cycle. How could mere years of restrictions possibly drive so many species to the brink of extinction? This city, dominated by heavy industry, would only gradually return to its original state when the nation truly recognized the importance of the environment. Traveling by horse-drawn carriage, the group made swift progress, reaching the town center in just over half an hour. Lian first led them to the state-run store. Surrounding it had grown a small-scale market, bustling with vendors hawking their wares. The atmosphere was bustling, and compared to the state-run stores in the surrounding villages, this one was significantly larger. As soon as they approached the entrance, they saw several large characters painted in black ink. Wild Game Recycling Center. These words were written on a wooden board, and behind it was a separate room where quite a few people were lining up. Seeing that they all carried hunting rifles either strapped to their backs or slung across their waists, Leon realized these were hunters lining up to sell their mountain goods. With 3 or 4 people ahead of him, Leon passed the time observing the goods they intended to sell. Surprisingly, this spot outside the state-run store was the liveliest area. Both passers-by and hunters whispering among themselves were examining others' wares. Whenever a major seller brought out quality goods, it always drew gasps of admiration. Just as Leon was looking around, a sudden burst of excited exclamations erupted from the front. "Damn, that's Zhang Pao for you. He bagged a moose last month, and now he's got all these roe deer pelts this month." The speaker was a bald man standing in front of Leon, his bulging muscles making him look even more imposing than Wang Xiaolong. He was chatting with the person in front, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure at the very front. This man wore a gray baseball cap and ordinary, even somewhat worn-out clothes. His explosively muscular arms were casually exposed. Despite the worn appearance, Leon instantly recognized the garment was crafted from a single sheepskin. Surprised, he murmured, "An Orican?" The burly man who had been chattering away with the frontmost figure heard Leon's voice and turned back with interest to glance at him. He had long noticed the young man trailing behind in the horse-drawn cart. But in these times, hunters in the mountains were judged almost solely by their age. After all, the older they were, the richer their experience, and for hunters, experience was often the lifeline that saved their own. He assumed Leon had merely hunted a few small beasts by chance and was trying to trade them for some spending money. But unexpectedly, this unassuming young man knew about the Awenki people something many gun handlers who'd spent years in the mountains didn't. Leon had recognized them simply by their attire. "You know the Awenki?" Leon nodded to the burly man in front of him. "That's right. My hunting skills were taught to me by an Olunkan master." Hearing this, several others nearby turned their gaze toward him. Their eyes brimmed with envy. Countless hunters yearned to learn from the Awenki, for hunting was in their very bones. Who would have thought that meeting a random young man could bring such good fortune? The Awenki rarely interacted with outsiders, and those who could learn hunting skills directly from them were exceedingly rare. Chapter 76, Selling the Bear Skin. The man gave Leon a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration. This man was a regular around here. Though he looked like a bear cub, he loved chatting with people. He knew almost every face in the area and quickly struck up a conversation with Leon. "Hey, buddy, you brought a lot of goods today with that horse-drawn cart, huh? By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Niu from Stone Village." Hearing Zhang Niu's words, Leon nodded politely and replied, "Leon. From the way Brother Zhang talks, the guy up front must be pretty powerful, huh?" Before Zhang Niu could answer, the man ahead of him, the one carrying the longbow, spoke up. "More than formidable. Let me put it this way, Zhang Pao is a veteran gunner renowned throughout our county. As an Iwenki himself, he brings in at least several hundred yuan every month." His eyes brimmed with admiration as he spoke. To earn such recognition from a hunter meant Zhang Pao was no ordinary man. As they chatted, it soon came to the man in front of Zhang Niu. He smiled as he lifted the burlap sack from his back. Inside lay 3 flying dragons, preserved remarkably well in appearance. Zhang Niu showed no surprise at the sight of the flying dragons. The two clearly knew each other well. This man specialized in hunting birds and was nicknamed Little Flying Dragon. "Wow, Little Flying Dragon, you've done well this time. Enough to buy some wine and enjoy yourself at home. Haha, Little Flying Dragon, you better keep an eye on your money this time, don't let your wife take it all again." The other artillerymen who'd finished selling their wares began teasing Little Flying Dragon. There were only so many artillerymen in the town. Even if they didn't know each other personally, they were all familiar faces. Hearing their words, Little Flying Dragon just chuckled, unfazed. He raised his large round wine jar and declared, "No need for you guys to worry. Before heading home today, I'll swing by the state-run restaurant for a round of drinks. I'm not worried about getting my fill of liquor." After Little Flying Dragon left, it was Zhang Niu's turn. He slammed the sack behind him onto the table. The solid wood table shook twice from the impact, startling the clerks. "Crazy Bull, it's been ages since you showed up. What good stuff did you snag this time?" Mad Bull, of course, was Zhang Niu's nickname. The commotion drew the crowd's keen interest. After all, these were the only valuable things to be found in the mountains. Something this heavy might just be something good. Zhang Niu slowly opened the burlap sack. Inside was a large chunk of meat, still visibly fresh. The blood hadn't even dried yet. Seeing the meat, Leon immediately recognized it, half a roe deer. Yes, just half. Unfortunately, the deer's body had been mangled beyond recognition. The lower half was missing entirely, and the upper half bore numerous bite marks. The people around him stared wide-eyed. "Holy crap! Crazy Niu, where did you get half a sick deer? That venison must be worth a fortune." Zhang Niu scratched his head, his expression slightly sheepish as he explained, I found this up on the mountain yesterday. Just by chance, I was heading up to hunt when I spotted a lone wolf gnawing on this big deer. Lucky for me, I didn't run into the pack. I was actually planning to take that old wolf down too. But he was too smart. The moment I fired, he vanished in a flash. Zhang Niu took the large bundle of cash handed to him by the buyer, carefully counted it 230 in total. Delighted, he tucked the money into his inner pocket, glanced warily around, exchanged a fist bump with Lian, then cautiously backed away. The place was packed with people. While many were seasoned mountain hunters who lived in the wild year-round, there were also plenty of shady characters mixed in. The world bustles with people drawn by profit. The world throngs with people driven by gain. Among the swarming crowd, who knew how many harbored ill intent? Yet anyone buying here carried a hunting rifle. None were easy to provoke. When Lian approached, the surrounding stares noticeably diminished. To the crowd, he was merely a greenhorn youth. Yet Li Yulan, seated atop the carriage with her extraordinary bearing, drew the attention of many. Hey, show me how much these skins are worth. Lian unloaded the snakeskin bags from the cart. The first one contained only ordinary gray fox and mountain rabbit pelts, a decent quantity, over 20 in total. The buyer gave them a quick glance and nodded approvingly. The quality was good. Greyhound hides were priced at 1 yuan each, while mountain rabbit hides fetched 1 yuan 20. Hearing the buyer's offer, Lian nodded in satisfaction. The price was a third higher than what he'd get in the village, which was fair enough. After receiving over 30 yuan, he pulled another burlap sack from behind him, this one containing the badger pelt. Seeing the badger skin, those around him nodded. Who would have thought this youngster could catch a badger? Those things are hard to come by these days. The buyer finally handed Lian 10 yuan. A single badger pelt was worth 10 days' wages for an ordinary worker. When Lian reached to pull out more, the buyer gave a wry smile. Bring everything out at once, lad. That way I can tally it up properly. Lian nodded and placed the burlap sack on the table. That's it. I didn't bring much today. This is the last one. As the burlap sack opened, the surrounding chatter instantly fell silent. The buyer's eyes widened at the sight before him, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Holy! That's a big bear. The bearskin spread across the table, too large to fit entirely, draping down to the floor in places. Judging by its size, it weighed at least 400 or 500 pounds, and there were almost no visible tears or damage. You hunted this? No wonder the buyer was stunned. A place like theirs might not get a single bear skin all year. Hunting bears was just too dangerous. Even seasoned hunters would steer clear unless absolutely necessary. The young man before him looked reasonably fit, standing about 1.8 meters tall, but he couldn't compare to those burly, muscle-bound men you'd see at a glance. Lian nodded. Could you please appraise how much this might be worth? The buyer hesitated. While they knew most animal hides inside out, bear skins were exceptionally rare, and each one's value depended entirely on its condition. He pondered for a moment before offering tentatively 700 for this bear hide. What do you say, buddy? Chapter 77, Targeted by Thieves. The mention of 700 immediately drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. 700 yuan, an ordinary person couldn't earn that much in a year without eating or drinking. And even when Zhang Pao brought over a whole antlered deer that day, he hadn't gotten that much for it. Hearing the 700 price, the surrounding crowd instantly erupted in gasps of astonishment. 700 yuan, an ordinary person couldn't earn that much in a year without eating or drinking. Besides, even when Zhang Pao brought over a whole antlered deer that day, he couldn't get that price. But the seasoned hunters standing nearby merely frowned without comment. As the saying goes, amateurs look for spectacle, while professionals see the substance. Lian chuckled twice upon hearing the offer. You're not playing fair, sir. Just because I'm young doesn't mean this price is fair. To be honest, I know a few people in the county seat. Let's see if they can offer more. With that, Lian gathered the hides and started to leave, only to be hurriedly stopped by the buyer, whose forehead was already beaded with cold sweat. Losing such a big customer would mean the end of his job. His tone shifted completely as he pleaded, "Young man, please wait. Honestly, bear skins of this quality rarely come into our state-run store. Let me fetch my boss, just hold on a moment." Before he could finish, a man in his 60s with a full beard emerged from the room. The buyer quickly vacated his seat, bowing deeply in deference. "Master, you're just in time. This young man wants to buy this bear skin. I offered 700, but he's not satisfied. You've seen it all, take a look." The old man had been drawn by the commotion, and upon sitting down and seeing the bearskin, his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but begin examining it closely. "Young friend, this is no ordinary pelt. It's almost entirely free of wounds, suggesting the kill was executed with great decisiveness. Moreover, a pelt this large is rare indeed. I'll give you the full price, what do you say?" The old man held up one finger. Lian paused briefly before nodding. The price exceeded his expectations. Bears were indeed difficult to hunt, but many hunters in these mountains managed it. 1,000 yuan was definitely overpriced. After collecting the money, Lian signaled to Li Yulan that they were ready to leave in the truck. But before they had gone far, they were stopped. Lian recognized the man he'd been standing nearby at the collection station entrance earlier. Seeing someone blocking their path, Lian's eyes narrowed instantly. His hand moved to the hunting rifle tucked behind his back. "Hey, buddy, we don't seem to know each other. What's your deal?" The man, seeing Lian's hunting rifle, backed up 2 steps in fright, holding his hands out in front of him to show he meant no harm. "Watch out, the gun might go off. I admit I was a bit abrupt. But I called you over to discuss something. There's a tea house up ahead, why don't we sit down, have some tea, and talk?" Lian didn't relax his guard. Instead, he cocked his gun to keep the pressure on the man. "No need for the tea house. Just say what you need to hear." Perhaps sensing Lian's unease, the man gave a bitter chuckle before explaining his business right there. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Niliang, a hunter like you. You know how those big paws have been causing trouble in the mountains lately? And not just one, the county has even put out an announcement. 3,000 yuan bounty for each big paw you take down, and you get to keep the carcass. Now, many of us hunters are preparing to head into the mountains together to hunt these big claws. Seeing that you can actually take down a bear, I thought I'd invite you to join us." Hearing this, Lian suddenly understood. In truth, mountain hunters were divided into many types. But over time, many of these distinctions blurred, and they came to be collectively called hunters. By the old ways, some hunters, like the Awenki people, relied on hunting for survival. To them, no gain was inherently good or bad, it was simply sustenance. Only in recent years, with the nation's development and unification, did they begin interacting with the outside world. Learning that some game could fetch money for more food, they gradually started bringing their catch to state-run stores for sale. Others, like Lian, possessed extensive knowledge of the outside world. Hunting in the mountains served not only to feed themselves but also to sell game for essential supplies. This group treated hunting as a profession, essentially no different from factory workers, though they lived more freely. Wang Gang and Li Ji Gang belonged to this category. The final group, like Wang Niliang, specialized in government bounties. Whenever wild beasts descended to cause havoc, the government issued rewards. Many would then form hunting parties to ascend the mountains. Their hunting skills were generally the poorest, and conflicts often arose among them. Fortunately, each successful hunt yielded substantial sums for every participant. Take this recent hunt for the big-clawed beast, for instance. Just the bounty alone was 3,000. Selling the beast would fetch at least 6 or 7,000. Even split among 10 people, that's a hefty sum. Lian didn't even hesitate before shaking his head in refusal. With his hunting skills, he hadn't sunk so low as to need a team. Besides, they were strangers to begin with. Out in the mountains, someone might get greedy and stab him in the back. This big claw wasn't that big of a deal. If they were in open terrain, a few people with guns could take it down quickly. But deep in the mountains? Not many could say they'd stand a chance. Seeing Lian's refusal, Wang Niliang's eyes flickered with disappointment. He understood that skilled hunters in western Zhejiang all carried their own pride, rarely choosing to partner with others. Seeing that Lian's black muzzle showed no sign of lowering, Wang Niliang could only depart first, adding that Lian could always find him at the collection station if he changed his mind. Watching Wang Niliang walk away, Lian finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Turning to glance at Li Yulan, he saw Little Sparrow burrowing into her arms, fast asleep. "Auntie, let's go to the market and buy some things." With over 1,000 yuan in hand after selling his goods, Lian felt like a big shot once more. But carrying so much cash, especially with countless eyes watching him, made Li Yulan immediately anxious. "Shaoan, we should go home first. I just don't feel safe with so much cash. There are plenty of pickpockets at the market." Lian understood his aunt's concerns. In this era, the rule of law wasn't yet fully established. Even in later generations with robust legal systems, pickpockets remained a constant threat. How much more so now? These pickpockets operated in organized groups scattered throughout the area. Once they got their hands on something, you could forget about ever seeing it again. "Don't worry, Auntie. Since we just came from the hospital, we haven't visited Xiao Yin yet. She's helped us so much before. We'll leave the money at her place for now, at least it won't attract thieves." Li Yulan felt somewhat reassured by Lian's words, unaware that the moment they stepped out of the collection station, they had already caught someone's eye. "Boss, they've got a hefty sum. But it's just some kid with a woman and a kid, why overthink it? Just swoop in and snatch it. By the time the security squad shows up, we'll be long gone." Behind Lian, 4 or 5 young punks huddled together, scheming how to take down this fat pig. Chapter 78, Don't ing move. The man addressed as Big Brother was in his 30s, sporting a side-swept fringe that partially obscured one eye. A long scar ran almost the entire length of his left cheek, and his thin lips gave him a sinister look. He shot a dismissive glance at the subordinate who'd spoken, who immediately shivered and backed away. "This guy took down a grizzly bear solo, he's no pushover. Didn't you see the gun in his hand? Think you're bulletproof? Get your ass over there and trip him up when he stops the car. Then we'll figure out how to get the cash. Use your brain, we're pickpockets, not robbers." The other guys nodded and groveled in agreement as soon as they heard his lecture. Just like he said, they were pickpockets, not robbers. These guys all had connections behind the scenes. Stealing stuff meant a short stint in jail if caught. With some money pulled strings, they'd walk out still a man. But robbery? That was a whole different ballgame. The higher-ups would probably have them killed. That's the kind of thing only desperate men do. Lian was driving his horse-drawn cart forward. The state-run store wasn't far from Xiaoyan's home, just a 10-minute journey. Little Sparrow had woken up by now. Seeing the vendor hawking candied hawthorn berries by the roadside, she was practically drooling. "Mommy, Brother Lian, Little Sparrow wants sugar-coated hawthorn." Little Sparrow gave them a pitiful look, making both of them burst into laughter. "Alright, let's go to your sister Xiaoyan's house first. When we come back, I'll buy you 2 sugar-coated hawthorn sticks, you greedy little thing, so you can eat your fill." At the mention of Xiaoyan's house, Little Sparrow's eyes lit up again. Every time Xiaoyan visited Lian, she always brought Little Sparrow lots of delicious treats. This time at Xiaoyan's house, she was determined to eat her fill. Though she was small, she remembered clearly when Xiaoyan had once invited her to visit their home. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently and came to a halt. Li Yulan quickly scooped Little Sparrow into her arms. Between them lay a cloth bundle containing all the day's earnings. "Damn it! You blind bastard on that bike. Almost ran me over. All my fruits ruined. Pay me back now." The man scrambled to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Lian as he unleashed a torrent of curses. His shoulder pole, once laden with apples, now lay scattered across the ground, its contents rotten and spilled. Lian first exchanged a glance with Li Yulan. She understood his meaning and nodded slightly without showing any emotion. He cocked the hunting rifle in his hand and fired a shot into the air before handing it to Li Yulan. Bang! This wasn't the mountains. Though guns weren't restricted here yet, firing one was no small matter. Even gang shootouts mostly involved knives. Firing a gun in public like this would draw the law enforcement squad in no time. Hearing the gunshot, the crowd that had been watching the commotion scattered in fear. The scar-faced man standing within the crowd now wore a grim expression. Damn it, this kid was weird. What the hell did it mean to bump into someone and then fire a shot into the air? According to his original plan, as long as his henchmen kept pestering Lian, he and his other 2 men would have ample opportunity to strike. Even if the enforcement squad arrived, the money would already be stashed away by his men, leaving Lian powerless to do anything. But now, with that gunshot, they'd have to improvise. Lian handed the hunting rifle to Li Yulan before leaping down from the carriage. He looked apologetically at the man who had just scrambled to his feet. "Hey, buddy, I just came from the collection station selling some hides. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention earlier. You know how it is with money in hand, pickpockets are everywhere on the street. Everyone's on edge. Here, take a look at how many apples you have. Let's count them, I'll buy them all. Consider it compensation for your trouble." As he spoke, Lian clasped his fists in apology. His gesture left the man utterly bewildered. Who the hell starts off by saying they just came from the collection station with cash? Like, duh, I know where you came from. And you're acting all innocent? Why not just tell me exactly how much you've got on you? He stood there, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Lian already had the 2 yuan in his hand. The apples in his basket weren't plentiful, and each one was misshapen and crooked. Getting a yuan for them would be lucky. Here, take these 2 yuan for now. The apples are worth only 1 yuan, consider this my compensation. Take the other yuan and go have a pot of tea over there to rest for a bit. After saying this, Lian sat back in the cart and prepared to leave. The boss hiding nearby immediately grew displeased, cursing his underling as useless. "I stepped up here, so you wait a minute. You bump into someone and think $2 will fix it? Think you're hot stuff just cause you got money? Tell me, no one's leaving without $200. Hearing Scarface's words, Lian didn't get angry, he just laughed. First off, this guy deliberately ran under my carriage and fell. And second, giving him $2 for these rotten apples is already generous of me. What business is it of yours, passerby? Hand over the $2 or my shotgun won't be so forgiving." Scarface sneered coldly. "You should have asked around. This guy's my cousin. You hit him, that's unacceptable. No one's leaving without $200. As he finished speaking, 4 or 5 others emerged from behind him, scrambling to surround the carriage. Some even tried to climb onto it. Li An's expression hardened. He instantly drew his slingshot from his waist and fired. The steel ball shot out in a blur, sending the blonde-haired thugs into a frenzy of screams. The scarred man roared with rage. "You hit someone and now you're attacking them? Is there no justice in this world?" Despite the beating, the yellow-haired youth scrambled onto the carriage, clutching Li Yulan's legs and wailing loudly. Li Yulan, utterly bewildered by this scene, panicked and instinctively clutched the cloth bag in her hands. These pickpockets were masters of their craft. One exchanged a knowing glance with his accomplice. A razor-sharp knife had slipped into his hand unnoticed. Seizing Li Yulan's moment of panic, he swiftly slashed open the cloth bag. The money spilled into his sleeve. Though the sum was substantial, these pickpockets wore specially tailored clothes with extremely loose sleeves. A hidden inner pocket ran along the sleeve, catching all the money as it fell. After the successful theft, he gave his partner a smug chuckle. With a few arrogant shouts, he turned to leave. Lian calmly raised his slingshot and made a few practice motions. "Hey, buddy, thinking you can just walk away like that? You're underestimating me." Before he could finish, Scarface went berserk, yanking at Lian's clothes while bellowing, "None of you are leaving today without handing over the cash." Lian wasn't about to let him get away with it. He kicked him hard, sending him flying 4 or 5 meters. Scarface clutched his stomach, crouching on the ground, unable to speak. Seeing their leader get beaten, the other thieves immediately surrounded Lian. Bang! "Every last one of you, move and I'll blow his brains out." Chapter 79, Li Debao. No fight, no friendship. Hearing the commotion outside, Lian glanced up. A squad of uniformed officers stood there, each holding a semi-automatic weapon. The area instantly fell silent. Lian recognized the leader as Chief Lu, the same officer who had come to the station earlier to have him sign something. Before Lian could step forward to greet him, Scarface rushed over first. He plastered on a fawning smile. "Chief Lu, what brings you here today?" "It's just some reckless kid bumping into one of my guys." As he spoke, he discreetly slipped an envelope into Director Lu's coat pocket, exchanging a knowing glance. "It's just a minor incident. No need to make a big fuss over it." Chief Lu snorted coldly. "A trifling matter? A trifling matter? Firing a gun on the street?" "The chief was inspecting the enforcement squad and ordered me to bring my men straight over." "Listen up, Li Debao. Keep your head down on the streets. Stop stirring up trouble. Now get your men out of here. If they linger, I'll have them all arrested." After speaking, Chief Lu prepared to withdraw his team. Li Dabiao's henchman gave him a knowing glance, signaling the job was done. He immediately burst into hearty laughter, casting a contemptuous glance at Lian. "Kid, you're lucky today that Chief Lu spoke up for you. Otherwise, I'd have made you leave $200. Didn't you hear what Chief Lu said? Now get lost." After saying that, he motioned for his henchmen to head out, but before they'd taken 2 steps, Lian's voice rang out again. "Hold on. Before you leave, shouldn't you return what you took from me?" Li Debao's expression darkened instantly at the words, his eyes fixed on Lian with murderous intent. He coldly retorted, "Kid, I'm not sure what you're implying. You ran into our guys and now you're accusing me of taking your stuff?" Chief Lu had been about to call off the team, but upon turning and spotting Lian, he hurried back. Recognizing Lian, he burst into loud laughter and gave him a bear hug. "Good lad. Never thought I'd run into you here. I heard you got badly hurt fighting a bear not long ago. I even had your sister-in-law visit you in the hospital. Who knew you'd recover so quickly? Truly, heroes emerge in youth." Lian patted his chest emphatically, signaling his injuries were nearly healed. "Thanks for your concern, Uncle Lu. Knowing you love this stuff, we specially smoked a few pounds of bear meat at home, waiting for you to come over and try it." Watching the two chat and laugh, Li Debao was stunned. That seemingly rough and ready youngster actually knew Chief Lu? And they seemed pretty close. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he might have made a huge mistake. Sweat instantly beaded on his forehead and began dripping down. He quickly forced a smile and approached them, his tone completely different from the arrogant, domineering one he'd used earlier, as if he'd suddenly put on a different face. "Bro, we're all family here. I was in the wrong earlier, my apologies." No wonder Li Dabiao had survived so long in the pickpocket world. This ability to switch gears on a dime was something ordinary folks couldn't learn. Chief Lu looked at Li Dabiao with some confusion, then glanced at Lian Anzi. "What's going on here?" Lian hastily waved his hands, shooting Li Debao a meaningful glance. "We were just heading out to sell the bear skin to help with household expenses, and on the way back, we happened to run into this guy's friend. Auntie, grab $20 right now. Since we're all family, let's get him to the hospital for a checkup." Seeing Chief Lu, Li Yulan felt a weight lift from her heart and quickly motioned for Xiao Keir to get out of the car. Li Debao, startled to hear he was being offered money, waved his hands frantically and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "No need for you to get out, sister-in-law. We're all family here. It's just a couple of rotten apples." As he spoke, he shot Lian a deliberately grateful glance before kicking one of his henchmen beside him. "You clumsy fool. Hurry up and return what sister-in-law dropped earlier." He glared fiercely at the subordinate, who scrambled to his feet and apologized to Lian. Then he pulled a pouch from the crate behind him. Seeing the bag, Li Yulan's eyes widened. She hurriedly checked the cloth pouch in her arms. Inside, there was no money left. A large tear had appeared at the bottom at some point, leaving it completely empty. The man took the pouch and respectfully handed it to Li Yulan. "Sister-in-law, please take a look. This fell from your car earlier and I picked it up. Please check to make sure nothing is missing." Li Yulan quickly opened the pouch. The money inside was the bundle she had prepared earlier. Finding the amount correct, she nodded to Lian. Chief Lu knew exactly what kind of person Li Debao was. He smacked him hard on the head. "You bastard. Didn't you even bother to find out what kind of man Anzi is? Do you know Ma Liang from the Eastern Stables? He got stabbed 7 or 8 times by Anzi and is still in the hospital, not fully recovered yet. Don't you fear death? Hearing Lu's words, cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Dabiao's forehead. He was well connected in the underworld and always knew who was in trouble. After Ma Liang got hurt, their gang would still hang out, chatting and wondering who could be so ruthless. In fights, they usually just cracked skulls with sticks and got a few stitches. But Ma Liang needed over 40 stitches. Worse, the guy who did it supposedly walked out the next day like nothing happened. Never did he expect this ruthless individual to be standing right before him. He felt a twinge of relief that Chief Lu had come today. Otherwise, the one getting over 40 stitches might very well have been him. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Lian waved his hand dismissively at Li Dabiao. He understood perfectly well the relationship between Chief Lu and Li Dabiao. Frankly, in this era, who could claim to be completely untouched by the various forces of the underworld? The big shots in Causeway Bay only got away with things because someone was covering for them behind the scenes. Some matters were better left unsaid, as bringing them into the open wouldn't benefit anyone. Even if Chief Lu gave Lian face today by arresting Li Dabiao because of his connections, he'd surely harbor resentment afterward. Better to just let it slide and save the favor. As they were leaving, Li Dabiao looked at Lian with gratitude, insisting they stay for a meal. But Lian genuinely didn't want to associate with such people and politely declined, saying he had other business to attend to. On the way back, Li Yulan was unusually cautious, eyeing everyone as if they were pickpockets. Watching her cautious manner, Lian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Auntie, the way you look at people, you'd think we were thieves ourselves." Her eyes flashed with annoyance at his teasing. "What do you know? What if someone steals all this money? Hurry up and get us to Xiuyan's place." Chapter 80, Shopping with Xiuyan. Summer had arrived. In the northeast, the sky seemed to know only winter and summer. The town, once blanketed in ice and snow, now felt steamy and humid as if overnight. Xiuyan was leaning against the windowsill reading a book. The peach blossoms in the courtyard were in full bloom, their beauty enhanced by the gentle breeze. "Sister Xiuyan, we've come to see you. Open the door for Little Sparrow." Little Sparrow's cheerful voice echoed outside the courtyard. Hearing it, Xiuyan, who had been feeling a bit bored, was overjoyed and rushed out. Ever since descending from the mountain last time, Xiuyan couldn't shake a lingering emptiness within her. Despite the perils of that day, she found herself strangely drawn to that way of life. Images of that night when Lian was dragged back from the mountains by Doozy still flashed through her mind. Whenever these thoughts surfaced, a faint blush would spread across her cheeks. She'd been searching for an excuse to visit Lian's home lately. Little did she expect he'd come to her instead. Little Sparrow held a roasted chicken in her hand. Li Yulan had bought it on the way, insisting she couldn't arrive empty-handed. "Auntie, Little Sparrow, please come inside. I'll pour you some tea." Xiuyan hurriedly ushered the two inside, leaving Lian standing awkwardly to the side. Lian hurried after them. "Hey, there's a living person standing here too." Hearing Lian's words, Xiuyan shot him a disapproving glare. "You're a grown man, don't you have legs? Follow us yourself." Only then did he scurry along behind them. Seeing their interaction, Li Yulan's face broke into a meaningful smile. After explaining their purpose, Li Yulan suggested going shopping. Xiuyan's eyes lit up instantly. If you asked what women loved, shopping was definitely one of them. She quickly raised her little hand. "Auntie, I'd love to buy a dress too. How about we all go shopping together?" Seeing her eager expression, Little Sparrow cheered from beneath the table. "Yay! Sister Xiuyan is coming shopping with us. I'll ask her to buy me some sugar candies." Lian naturally had no objections. Shopping was mainly Li Yulan's domain anyway. He himself needed to buy some hunting tools. Lately, he'd spotted plenty of pheasants in the woods, and the number of wild rabbits had also increased significantly. He was thinking of buying some ground rakes. With them, he could make traps and perhaps get some unexpected catches. Buying clothes would just be a side trip. With Xiuyan leading the way, shopping would be much easier. Just before they left, Xiuyan shot Lian a glance. "We have a deal, okay? You're the one footing the bill for that dress, you little rich kid." Lian froze in surprise. When had he ever promised to buy her a dress? Seeing his expression, Xiuyan puffed out her little lips. Feigning anger, she declared, "What? After taking care of you in the hospital for so long, buying me a dress is too much for you? You should ask around. The line of people wanting to buy this lady a dress stretches all the way to Xiuyan." Lian muttered under his breath, "Then why don't you let the people waiting in line buy it for you?" "Lian, what did you just say?" Xiuyan clenched her fist as if to strike, prompting Lian to hastily raise his hands in surrender. "Well, I meant, buying a dress for the great and noble Miss Xiuyan is my honor." Amidst the playful scuffle, the group left Xiuyan's home and headed toward the market. Along the way, Xiuyan and Li Yulan peered left and right, occasionally stopping to chatter endlessly about some item. Lian would see it and want to buy it, but the two women would always glare him down. Li Yulan retorted that he'd never use it anyway, calling him a spendthrift. Xiuyan teased him, asking if he even knew what the item was for, calling him a clueless big spender. Lian. After over an hour of browsing, he concluded shopping was far more exhausting than hunting. He could run all day in the mountains without feeling tired, yet now his legs ached terribly. "Alright, this is the shop I mentioned earlier. Come on, auntie, let me show you their dresses. After saying that, Xiaoyan pulled Li Yulan inside. She picked up 2 identical dresses and handed them to Li Yulan. At first, Lian didn't think much of it, but when they came out wearing the dresses, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Xiaoyan had chosen 2 light gray dresses. Though called long dresses, they only reached slightly below the thighs. The fabric was incredibly soft and sheer, completely unadorned. In their simplicity, they perfectly accentuated the wearer's figure. Xiaoyan, whose legs were naturally straight and long, Lian had never seen anyone with more beautiful legs in his 2 lifetimes, paired them with white socks and black leather loafers, radiating the youthful energy of a college student. Combined with her gaze, as sticky as glue, anyone watching would feel their heart pounding. Yet the same outfit on Li Yulan evoked a different feeling. Though she had given birth, Li Yulan possessed a unique aura. Even past 30, she radiated an aura of redemption, something to be admired from afar but never approached a halo uniquely maternal. Lian, how do I look? Do I look good in this? Xiaoyan twirled around in the dress before Lian. Honestly, Lian felt like his brain had been flung to another country with that single spin. His face flushed instantly, and he could only pretend nothing was wrong by looking away. Yes, you look beautiful. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoyan giggled contentedly. So, who looks better, me or Wang Elvier? Seeing Xiaoyan's youthful radiance, Lian suddenly found himself at a loss for words. While both women had their own unique charms, he dared not speak recklessly and could only turn to Li Yulan for help. Li Yulan quickly stepped in to change the subject. Xiaoyan, I think this outfit is really nice. Let's get it. We should pick out some clothes for Anzi too. He's almost marriageable age, he can't keep wearing those washed out, faded clothes. Young people need to spruce themselves up properly, or else he might end up without a bride. Hearing this, Xiaoyan covered her mouth and giggled, shooting Lian a slightly disapproving glance. You're right, auntie. Looking like this, he really might not find a wife. The two headed to a men's clothing store to pick out outfits for Lian. A fleeting hint of disappointment flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes. Truth be told, wherever the pair went, they were a striking sight. Their distinct autumn-like charm always drew frequent glances from passers-by. Watching Lian try on the clothes, Xiaoyan nodded approvingly. He looked quite handsome in this new outfit. Lian, however, was both amused and exasperated. He'd already tried on at least 10 different outfits just for clothes shopping. If it were him, he'd probably just pick 2 pieces that looked wearable and be done with it. Why all the fuss? It wasn't just his own clothes, there were also outfits for Li Koan and Xiao Kair. It wasn't until dusk approached that the 2 women finally showed signs of finishing. Lian was now laden with bags of all sizes. Xiaoyan gave him a satisfied look. Considering how hard you worked today, I'll reluctantly allow you to stay for dinner at my place. Xiaoyan never intended for Lian and the others to return home tonight. Before leaving, she had already left a note for Grandpa at home. When Grandpa returned, he would surely see the message she wrote. Li Yulan, too, had been pestered by the girl until she had no choice but to stay for dinner. Just as they were about to leave, Lian suddenly felt a pang in his heart. His expression changed dramatically. Chapter 81, Tiger Dun faces peril, battles the old wolf alone. Auntie, Xiaoyan, you two go ahead. I have something I need to take care of first. With that, Lian turned and hopped onto his newly purchased bicycle, racing homeward with a look of deep anxiety on his face. Seeing his state, Xiaoyan stomped her feet in frustration behind him. Hey, you promised to have dinner at our place tonight. Lian waved apologetically behind him. Next time for sure. This time, I really have something urgent. Li Yulan rarely saw Lian so flustered, and a look of concern crossed her face. Since Lian hadn't explained clearly before leaving, she could only return home with Xiaoyan now. With night falling, carrying money wasn't safe either. It would be better to wait until tomorrow to go home and check on the situation. Lian pedaled furiously all the way home. He sensed that Huduan had encountered danger on the mountain. He had already mentally instructed Duzi to wait for him at the mountain pass, though he had never actually given Duzi a command. He could only hope the dog understood his intent. Recently, Huduaner had become capable of hunting alone. Every night, it would head up the mountain to hunt. Lian didn't think much of it. Every morning, several small game animals would appear at home, all thanks to Huduaner. But tonight, something unexpected had happened. Normally, even if he encountered danger, few beasts could outrun Huduaner. What should have been a 40 or 50-minute trek had Lian racing to the mountain's base in under half an hour. Beans was already waiting for him, tail wagging. Spotting Lian, it rushed over eagerly. It seemed to sense danger too, circling him restlessly and occasionally letting out low growls toward the mountains. Lian casually parked his bicycle to the side, bending down to stroke Duzi's fur, trying to ease its anxiety. Ever since their bond formed, Duzi and Huduaner had long regarded each other as family. Every morning, they could be seen snuggled together in sleep. Now that Huduan was in peril, Duzi was more anxious than anyone. Yet Lian knew that precisely at this moment, he had to stay calm. Blindly charging deeper into the mountains might not save Duzi, it could also drag both of them into danger. Duzi, sniff. Find the direction to Huduaner. Upon receiving Lian's command, Duzi lifted its head and began running deeper into the mountains, even though night had fallen. Yet under the moonlight, the forest remained clearly visible. What puzzled Lian was that the path Doozy was leading him on felt strangely familiar. Wasn't this the very path he took every day to the immortal pillars? As they ventured deeper, Doozy's pace quickened. Lian followed cautiously behind, crunching dry leaves and twigs beneath his feet. After nearly another hour, they finally reached the immortal pillar. Before Lian could react, Doozy leaped forward and charged up the pillar. After such a long time, Lian could sense Tiger Cub's life force growing weaker. Though his heart raced with anxiety, he could only call out to Doozy. But Doozy seemed oblivious, continuing his relentless descent. "Oh whoa!" A mournful wolf howl echoed through the air, and Lian's expression instantly darkened. What did hunters dread most in the mountains? Not the big clawed beasts, nor the bear-like creatures, it was the wolves. More accurately, a pack of wolves. Big Paws were formidable, but as the mountain's rulers, they rarely hunted in groups. Wolves were different, they operated like a disciplined hunting team. Under the alpha wolf's command, every member followed strict orders. Now, under the bright moonlight, Lian couldn't make out the exact situation around him. He could only judge the wolves' precise location by Doozy's cries. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, drew his hunting rifle from his waist, and charged forward. No matter what, he couldn't leave Doozy and Hoodoon alone here. As soon as he approached, Doozy launched himself at the wolf, sinking his teeth deep into its ear. The wolf, blind in one eye, failed to immediately assess Doozy's position and was bitten squarely. Yet its combat experience proved formidable. With a single roll, it created distance from Doozy. Watching the back-and-forth struggle, Lian didn't immediately intervene. Instead, he scanned the surroundings. After 2 or 3 minutes, his expression eased slightly. There was no sign of the pack nearby. This appeared to be a lone wolf that had broken away from the group. Judging by its size and fighting prowess, it might even be the former alpha of the pack. Wolf pack leaders frequently faced challenges. If defeated, they were cast out, and a new leader would emerge to guide the pack. This lone wolf's size had likely been gouged out during a fight with another wolf. Despite its advanced age and weakened condition, it still managed to hold its own against Doozy in the battle. Beans now bore numerous wounds, his once glossy coat stained with blood. Far from dampening his spirit, the injuries only fueled his ferocity. Ignoring the wild wolf's bite on his back, he spun around violently, knocking the lone wolf to the ground. With a fierce bite, he sank his teeth into its belly. Lian seized the moment, firing 2 shots into the wolf's jaws. With a flash of fire, the lone wolf fell utterly still. Ding! Congratulations on hunting the old wolf. Earned 46 mountain hunting points. Tough as nails, yet as fragile as tofu, 2 buckshot rounds were enough to shatter everything. Seeing Doozy still tearing at the carcass, Lian quickly pulled him away, his voice tinged with urgency. Doozy, now's not the time to deal with the old wolf. Hurry up and find Hoodoon. Dowdu was truly unleashing its ferocity. At this moment, most hunters wouldn't dare approach to pull the dog away. There was a real possibility that, once provoked, the dog might even bite its owner. Fortunately, Dowdu showed no unusual reaction during the incident. Upon hearing Lian's words, the dog began sniffing around. Soon, it led Lian to the base of a large tree and started barking incessantly. He lifted his head to stare at the tree, and Lian understood what Doozy meant. Perhaps sensing Lian and Doozy's scent on the tree, Hoodoon responded with a faint, weak voice. Lian scrambled up the tree trunk. Once atop the branches, he found the cub clinging to life, half its body dangling precariously from a fork. With lightning speed, he scooped the cub into his arms. Thankfully, he'd arrived just in time. Judging by its condition, it could have fallen to the ground at any moment. Had that happened, it would surely have met its end at the hands of the old wolf. In truth, lynxes were no less ferocious than wolves when they turned vicious. Many lynxes, once mature, even hunt wolves as prey. But Tiger Cub was still too small to stand a chance against the old wolf. Now, the cub lay too weak to open its eyes, its entire body covered in gruesome wounds. Its once thick fur had been torn away in patches, and just looking at its pitiful state made Lian's heart ache. Chapter 82, Rescuing Hoodoon, Xiaolon's Visit. Carefully lowering Hoodoon from the tree, Doozy circled around him, sniffing anxiously and pacing restlessly. System, heal Tiger Cub. Consumed 68 hunter points. Tiger Cub's injuries have been healed. A flash of green light passed over him, and the wounds on Hoodoon's body visibly closed. However, his fur could not be restored and would only grow back slowly over time. Perhaps due to extreme exhaustion, despite his healed wounds, Hoodoon still appeared utterly drained. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he softly called out to Lian twice before closing his eyes and falling asleep. They were right beside the cactus. Likely, after being startled, Dundun had instinctively run toward the cactus for cover. Only to be cornered by the old wolf in the tree. Now, with night fully fallen, they'd have to make do and spend the night sheltered by the cactus. Mosquitoes and flies were already swarming. In just a short while, Lian's legs were covered in bites. After lighting mosquito coils and settling Hoodoon, he began processing the old wolf. The wolf looked emaciated and frail, likely having suffered since leaving its pack. Its age had faded its fur completely, leaving little worth salvaging. The pelt wouldn't fetch much, but the meat could yield 20 to 30 pounds. Doozy's wounds had now fully healed. Lian lit a campfire, then cut a prime piece of meat from the wolf's midsection and tossed it to Doozy. Watching it happily carry the meat off to feast, he continued cleaning up. After taking some wolf meat, he tossed the offal and entrails straight into the great river. The strong blood smell could attract wild beasts if left near the cactus, which would be problematic. Beans, having devoured a large chunk of wolf meat, now lay with a full belly, nestled beside Tiger Stump to rest. He nudged Tiger Stump with his nose, satisfied all was well. Finding a comfortable position, he fell asleep. Ever since acquiring the bedding, the ula grass had become their bed. Perhaps from sheer exhaustion, when Lian awoke again, the sky outside was already bright. Perhaps from overexertion the night before, he felt a lingering ache in his chest wound. Still, it was much better than the previous days, and he estimated it wouldn't be long before he could return to the mountains for hunting. He hadn't brought much with him on the trip, but luckily the cactus had stored quite a few tools inside. Lian retrieved a backpack and set off down the mountain with Doozy. After a night's rest, Huduaner was much better. He woke up early and kept rubbing against Lian's legs. But he still seemed weak when walking, so Lian simply carried him in his arms. Perhaps starved all night, Huduan kept whining incessantly at Lian's backpack. I can't take this little guy anymore. Better carve out a strip of meat for Huduan to eat before we continue. Spotting the meat, Huduan rushed over. Just as it was about to sink its teeth in, it paused and began sniffing repeatedly. First, it caught the scent of the old wolf, causing its fur to bristle instantly. Its hind legs buckled as it crouched low, growling incessantly. Lian found its behavior amusing and paused. He wanted to see if Huduan was truly cowed by the old wolf. Doozy crouched on the ground, watching Huduan too. Unlike Lian, he let out a low growl, as if trying to encourage Huduan. If Huduan couldn't even eat meat carrying the old wolf's scent, it truly had been beaten into submission. He'd likely never have the courage to fight any wolf again. Truthfully, no matter what state Tiger Cub was in, Lian had long since considered him family. He had rescued the cub from the mountains when it was still a tiny, sniffling thing and raised it to adulthood. The bond between them ran far deeper than mere practicality. Perhaps sensing Doozy's encouragement, Huduan finally summoned his courage and sank his teeth into the wolf meat. Once he confirmed it posed no danger, he began to devour it heartily, his mouth emitting satisfied grunts of delight. After Huduan finished eating, they continued on their way. By the time they reached the edge of the village, many people had already headed up the mountain to gather mushrooms. Seeing Lian and the others, the villagers had long since shed their previous prejudices toward him, now exchanging greetings with one another. Anzi? What are you doing here? Didn't you go to the county town with your aunt to sell things? Li Jigang, just about to ascend the mountain, encountered Lian and asked curiously. Earlier that morning, Li Shufan had intended to invite Li Yulan to join them for mushroom picking. She learned from Li Koan that Li Yulan and Lian had gone up the mountain yesterday to sell mountain produce and hadn't returned yet. Seeing Lian descending the mountain now gave him the chance to ask. Lian simply said he had brought something up the mountain this morning. He didn't mention the danger at Huduan last night, partly to avoid worrying others, and partly because the newly bought bicycle was still parked at the foot of the mountain. In his haste to leave earlier, he'd feared someone might take it. Still, before leaving, Lian had deliberately hidden it in a secluded patch of grass. It should be safe. Sure enough, when he reached the forest's edge, the bicycle lay quietly in its original spot. After placing Huduan in the basket, Lian prepared to head home. By the time he arrived home, he found Li Yulan had already returned. She hadn't known a thing about Lian's sudden departure the night before. She'd spent the entire night worrying, barely sleeping, and with all that money on her person, she'd rushed back first thing in the morning. Just then, Li Koan heard that Lian had returned on his own last night. He was about to send people to search the mountains when Lian unexpectedly arrived. Li Koan shot Lian a disapproving look. Since getting that whack from him, the kid had improved, but he was still always flustered. You little brat. Why didn't you just stay put with your aunt in the county town? Where did you run off to? Lian just gave a couple of dumb grins in response to his father's scolding, not saying a word. He saw his aunt bringing out hot congee and bean paste buns from the kitchen. Having gone hungry for so long, he couldn't help but dig in heartily. But a voice cut through his eating rhythm. Brother Anzi, I haven't eaten either. Could you pass me an extra pair of chopsticks? Lian snapped his head up at the sound and found Wang Xiaolong standing beside him with a fawning expression. Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Why be so polite when you're home? Just eat whatever you want. What's up? You came looking for me so early today. Did Auntie give you permission to go hunting? Maybe he really was starving. Wang Xiaolong grabbed 2 bean buns and shoved them into his mouth. He kept mumbling while eating. No way. My mom just worries too much. I told them this time I'm running away to hunt with brother and properly. No one's dragging me back. Lian shook his head at Wang Xiaolong's expression. Alright, but my arm isn't fully healed yet. If we go hunting in the mountains and you're doing the heavy lifting, I'll avoid using my hands if I can. Hearing Lian agree to take him along, Wang Xiaolong's eyes widened as he nodded vigorously. Chapter 83, Wang Niliang prepares to hunt the big claw. Getting this kid to go hunting was quite the ordeal. In ordinary families these days, having a hunter in the household would be cause for celebration. But Wang Xiaolong hadn't taken a single sip of water these past 2 days, terrifying his grandparents Wang Chang and his wife. Last night, the kid even staged a hanging act with Wang Xiaofeng. In the end, with no other choice, Lu Tsuihua reluctantly agreed to let Wang Xiaolong go up the mountain. But she made it crystal clear he absolutely couldn't go alone. She knew her son's temperament well. From now on, he must go up the mountain with Lian, otherwise, she wouldn't agree. Anyway, Wang Xiaolong hadn't planned on going alone, so he readily agreed. While Wang Xiaolong was happily eating breakfast at Lian's house, Wang Niliang was also enjoying a meal with a large group at a breakfast shop. "Owner, bring us 5 steamer baskets of buns. We're heading up the mountain to hunt big game today. When we return, we'll tip you generously." Business at the breakfast shop was slow these days. Aside from Wang Niliang's group, only 2 or 3 scattered tables had customers. Hearing Wang Niliang's order, the shop owner hurried over with several steamer baskets of buns, smiling as he greeted his regular customers. "Buns are here. Wishing you old hands a victorious start. Enjoy your breakfast, folks. This extra steamer basket is on the house." A skinny man beside him, skin stretched taut over his bones, immediately gave the owner a thumbs up. The boss knows his stuff. "Kimatsu, how come you're so skinny? You eat like a horse, yet you're still this thin. Someone might mistake you for a starving ghost reincarnated, ha." The group bantered over breakfast, and it was no wonder people teased him. For his own breakfast alone, he polished off 2 steamer baskets of buns plus a bowl of kanji. Kimatsu didn't get angry at the teasing. Instead, he slurped from his bowl and made a face of pure enjoyment. "Gotta eat well to work hard today. Liang heard you found a kid yesterday. Why not team up with us?" Wang Niliang, munching on a bun, gave Chimatsu a dismissive snort. Talk about rubbing salt in the wound. Lian's rejection had left him bitter. The chubby guy beside him, noticing his sour expression, quickly interjected, alright. Can't a steamed bun shut you up? If you really got some dogfighting skills, why not show us all your family's legendary ball-pulling prowess out in the mountains? I'm telling you, Chimaizi's got the big shots, like Zheng Pao personally stepping up for this one." Hearing mention of his archery skills, Chimaizi lifted his head proudly. Though he looked like a skinny monkey, he married a woman as beautiful as a flower. Why would she choose him? It was all thanks to his exceptional skill with the bow and arrow. Rumor has it his ancestors were generals in the Qing dynasty, commanding the mounted archery corps. That's how his family preserved their archery skills. Over the years, though he hasn't bagged any big game in these mountains, he's brought home countless small beasts. After breakfast, a group of 5 or 6 began packing their gear and heading into the mountains. Some carried hunting rifles, others brought hunting dogs. Each had their own gear, and those who knew each other chatted, while newcomers kept quiet. At this time of year, groups like theirs were far from rare. Wang Niliang's crew was merely one of the larger parties. Many others, in small groups, were heading into the mountains seeking big game. The lively scene fell silent the moment they entered the mountains. Wang Niliang glanced at the stout man who had been standing beside him. "Dachuan, send the dogs ahead to see if they can pick up any big-clawed animal tracks." Dachuan nodded, but by the time he'd just entered the mountains, sweat was already pouring down his face. The double-barreled shotgun slung across his waist was already tilting to one side. Though not known for his stamina, everyone in the circle knew Dachuan kept a pack of exceptional dogs. 5 dogs in total, 3 of which were Dachuan's own, each coat gleaming with health. Day in and day out, Dachuan would go without food himself rather than let these dogs go hungry. At his command, the dogs began barking excitedly as they darted into the woods. Just then, Shimazizi had just knocked an arrow and aimed it at a gray squirrel on a tree ahead. Before he could shoot, Dachuan's dog let out a bark that startled the gray squirrel. It jolted and vanished into the woods in a flash. Watching his prey slip away, Shimazizi cursed furiously. "Damn you, Dachuan! That gray dog I had lined up got scared off by your dog." Dachuan, who had been running forward with his dog, heard Chimaizi's words and instantly turned back, glaring at him with a cold voice. "What did you just say, Chimaizi? Got the guts to say it again?" Seeing the tension escalate, several bystanders rushed over to break up the fight. It would be ridiculous if they started brawling among themselves before the real fight even began. Wang Niliang tugged at Dachuan. "You two, just stay put. Kimatsu, don't you know Dachuan's father passed away early and he was raised by his mother? Apologize to Dachuan right now. Besides, you know why we're here. Don't just keep your eyes on that gray dog, Zayamakio, up in the tree." Hearing Wang Niliang's words, Chimatsu instantly realized he was in the wrong. But the thought of the gray dog being startled by Dachuan's hound still rankled him. So he simply turned his head away and fell silent. Seeing this, Dachuan's anger flared up again, and he lunged forward to punch him. Several others quickly pulled him back. Fortunately, he'd always tagged along behind Wang Niliang. After getting scolded by Wang Niliang, the fight was averted. Gritting his teeth to suppress his rage, Wang Niliang declared, "I'll say it again, gentlemen. We came to these mountains today for Big Claw. Keep your tempers in check. If anyone feels uncomfortable, you can leave now." But let me make this clear, if anyone causes the big claw to slip away, don't come crying to us when we turn our backs on you.
Right, everyone, calm down.
Think about it, if we bag a big paw, each of us gets at least $1,000. One haul like this, and we're set for food and drink for a year or two. And Chimaizi, you shouldn't always be eyeing those measly little things. Once we get the big paw, it'll be more than enough to feed you.
The speaker was Dog 4.
He and another guy in the group were brothers.
Their names were pretty funny, Cat 3 and Dog 4.
They'd been living off the mountains for years, working as a pair of poachers.
After much persuasion, the two finally shook hands and made peace.
With Woodiagu leading the way, Wang Nalian's group moved much faster. They were now approaching the deep mountain region. As the afternoon wore on, everyone was drenched in sweat.
Dachuan stroked Gugu's protesting belly and quietly approached Wang Niliang. Brother Liang, shouldn't we stop for a bite before continuing?
Wang Niliang wiped the sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his shirt, glanced at the panting group, and nodded.
Everyone, let's stop for a bite first.
The government said people were attacked by big claws not far ahead in Shyogo.
This area isn't too distant from several villages. We might find some hunters to ask around. Chapter 84, Setting Traps. The group halted to rest as the sun blazed overhead. Though trees provided shade, the intense heat still baked the forest, making it steamy.
They could only wait until the sun dipped before continuing. But glancing at the single wild rabbit in their hands, the group felt a bit dumbfounded. All along the way, they'd been so focused on rushing forward that they hadn't even gotten close enough to catch anything. The small animals had been scared off by their noise. They'd only stumbled upon this old rabbit by pure chance. Wang Niliang mused that it was likely the rabbit's advanced age that had spared it from their hunting efforts.
Shimazi finally began his sarcastic remarks. Humph, just one old rabbit? That's barely enough to fill our teeth. How are we supposed to eat? For some reason, hearing his voice made Dachuan's temper flare. Just as he was about to confront him, Wang Niliang glared him back into line.
Suddenly, Wang Niliang glanced at the grassy meadow ahead, reached out, and scooped up a handful of soil. His eyes lit up. Guys, looks like a roe deer passed through here. If we push a little harder and bag one, we'll have dinner sorted for tonight. Hearing Wang Niliang, the cat brothers and dog brothers began scanning the area. The grassy meadow ahead showed fresh, fine tracks where animals had passed. The grass here was fine-leaved and recovered incredibly fast. After being trampled by animals, it could spring back to its original state in just over 10 minutes. The fact that it still looked messy meant the animals hadn't gone far. They were probably resting here when the noise from their approach startled them. Scattered across the grass were droppings resembling sheep pellets. San gave one a squeeze. It was wet and clearly left by a roe deer.
Dachuan's face lit up with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let's chase them. Wankai, Dahu, follow the roe deer's tracks.
At Dachuan's command, the dogs sniffed the ground around them before breaking into a run. The men followed close behind, sprinting alongside the dogs. It must be said that Dachuan really knew how to raise dogs. Even after such a long chase, the dogs showed no signs of panting. Though they lacked Duzzy's ability to pick up scents by lifting their heads, they were no less formidable when it came to pursuing prey. Within 7 or 8 minutes, the group spotted a roe deer ahead, bouncing along cluelessly. When it sensed movement behind, it glanced back. Spotting the menacing-looking dogs, it suddenly bolted forward like a mad thing. The roe deer wasn't slow, but the dogs were better suited for long-distance pursuit. It was hard to shake them off in such a short time, especially with hunters hot on its heels. Shimauzi drew his bow, aimed at the roe deer's path, and released an arrow with a sharp whistling sound. Despite his lean frame, Shimaizi possessed remarkable arm strength. The arrow pierced the roe deer's scalp and embedded itself in the mud ahead. The roe deer, already charging forward, startled and immediately spun to change direction. In that split second of turning, the 5 large dogs trailing behind closed in. The lead dog, Big Tiger, leapt with all his might, landing on the roe deer's back. The sheer force of the momentum flung him off the deer's back. Stunned by the impact, the deer's legs buckled and it collapsed to the ground. Before it could regain its footing, the other dogs arrived, immediately pinning it down. Seeing the roe deer easily subdued by the dogs, the men were overjoyed. Gosi couldn't help but boast. Dachuan, your tiger dog is truly fierce. Far more formidable than the 2 dogs my brother and I keep. With these capable assistants helping us, what do we have to fear from that big beast? No matter how fierce it is, it's still just an animal. Just our few good dogs alone could tear it apart. Hearing Gosi's praise, Dachuan threw his head back and laughed heartily. All the care he'd poured into these dogs hadn't been wasted today. They truly made him proud. Shimaizi, who had been sullen moments ago, now smiled, a rare sight. They'd agreed on the mountain, whoever contributed most to taking down the big beast would share equally in the spoils, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Ha! With these dogs, taking down the big beast will be a piece of cake. Guys, let's roast the roe deer first. Consider it an early victory feast. Here's to success. Wang Niliang declared triumphantly, as if they'd already defeated the big claw. They gutted the roe deer, discarded the offal, and tossed it to the 5 panting dogs. Not far away flowed a large river. Dachuan carried the deer to the riverbank to wash it, then began preparing the barbecue. Just as he finished washing the roe deer, Dachuan seemed to notice something and started rummaging around nearby. Wang Niliang hadn't paid much attention at first, but when he saw the roe deer meat already on the grill and Dachuan still hadn't returned, he called out to him by the riverbank with some curiosity. "Dachuan, what are you doing over there? Hurry up and come back, we'll be ready to eat the grilled roe deer soon." Hearing Wang Niliang call his name, Dachuan straightened up, his face beaming with excitement. "Brother Liang, look! There's a little ditch here with a big crushing carp in it." Hearing Dachuan's voice, Wang Niliang looked over. Sure enough, Dachuan was waving at him, holding a 3 or 4 ounce crushing carp in his hand. He never expected Dachuan to be so lucky, just digging around in a puddle beside the big river, and he managed to catch a whole crushing carp. These days, fishing is way more trouble than hunting. Unless you're willing to sit by the river and wait patiently, you might catch a few. Setting nets in a big river like this isn't easy, but hey, it's a nice change of pace. Let's grill them up together. Brother Anzi, do you think all those traps we set along the way will actually work? Wang Xiaolong patted his aching back. He and Lian had come to the woods early that morning, hoping to show off his skills in front of Lian. Little did he know Lian seemed prepared, carrying over a dozen traps and guiding him along the way to set them. Lian carefully placed one trap, then retrieved some raccoon dog liver from his backpack to set his bait. He then reached behind his back for a small, pre-cut wooden stake, driving it into the ground. This stake was attached to a chain, which in turn had a ring. This setup was specifically designed for animal traps, differing from ordinary ones in its superior environmental adaptability. Simply hooking the ring onto the original ring hole of the trap meant even medium-sized beasts like roe deer or wolves couldn't escape once they stepped on it. Setting it up was a bit more troublesome, requiring the prepared chain to be buried under weeds. Don't be fooled by how dumb these beasts seem in everyday life, only their hunters know how cunning these creatures really are. Stop whining. When you actually bag some game, you'll be begging me for the secret. Wang Xiaolong heard Lian's words and secretly curled his lip. He'd seen traps before. Proper traps were at least half the size of a wash basin, yet Lian's trap was barely bigger than a palm. How could it possibly catch anything? Chapter 85, Hunting the Great Yellow Goat. But he dared not argue with Lian. Instead, he trudged along behind him, grimacing as he learned to bury the chains the way Lian did. These traps were placed not far from the cactus columns. Lian hadn't just set them anywhere randomly. Instead, he had Wang Xiaolong make warning signs on nearby trees. He carved a large circle around each tree, scraping off a piece of bark, then nailed a piece of red cloth onto it with iron nails. If hunters saw this, they'd know traps had been set and would steer clear. Lian arranged a dozen traps into a small cluster. Wang Xiaolong had listened to his grumbling the whole way but still couldn't figure out the logic behind the placement. He could only see the look of pride on Lian's face as he declared that whatever creature stumbled into this trap cluster wouldn't escape unscathed. After setting the final trap, Lian tapped Wang Xiaolong on the head impatiently as the boy stared off into space. "Did you remember all the spots I told you? Don't go stepping in one yourself when you come back, just because the beasts didn't." Wang Xiaolong clutched his head with one hand while shielding his face with the other to ward off another blow from Lian, looking like a wronged little wife. "I remember them, and go. Don't hit me. I've got all the spots you told me. If any dumb beast steps in, it won't get away." Lian shot him another glare. "You're the fool. Alright, it's getting late. Let's grab something to eat first. After that, we'll head into the woods. We took down an old wolf here yesterday. It must have been cast out of the pack not long ago. A new alpha wolf taking over will hunt animals relentlessly to establish its dominance. Maybe some will be forced out of the deep mountains by the pack. Let's head in and see if we can pick up any stragglers." Upon finally hearing that Lian intended to hunt, Wang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He saluted Lian with a military salute. "Don't worry, brotherin. Corporal Xiaolong guarantees mission completion." With that playful remark, he slipped into the cactus with Dashan and Erzhan to scavenge for food. Watching him, Lian shook his head. He called out to Doozy, who was crouched nearby, to head into the cactus too, though his expression held a hint of worry. For some reason, his mind kept drifting back to the day before yesterday when he was returning from town after selling bear pelts and got ambushed halfway. He couldn't recall the man's full name, only that his surname was Wang. From what Wang had said, it seemed large clawed beasts were causing trouble in the mountains lately, not too far from their village. That morning, his father had warned him to be extra careful in the mountains lately and not venture too deep. Apparently, a hunter from the neighboring village had gone into the mountains and never returned. His family had asked Lao Pao to find someone to bring him back, but all they got was a mangled body. When Old Gun returned, his face was deathly pale. Besides the body, he brought back a tuft of fur, claiming it was the work of the big claws. "Brotherin, what are you doing standing out there? The noodles are ready, come eat quickly. If you don't hurry, you'll miss out." Hearing Wang Xiaolong call his name, Lian shook his head. Maybe he was overthinking it. As long as he didn't venture deep into the mountains, encountering the big claw wouldn't be so easy. Besides, why would they come down from the mountains when they had food and drink up there? "Here it comes." After a quick rest following dinner, Wang Xiaolong couldn't resist asking Lian to take him into the mountains. The main reason was that since the immortal pillar had been built so long ago, most of the surrounding animals had been hunted down. And it was unlikely any new animals would migrate here anytime soon, forcing them to hunt in more distant areas. But in Lian's view, this wasn't entirely a bad thing. Without other animals disturbing the area, the immortal pillar region was relatively much safer. After walking steadily for half an hour, Wang Xiaolong found the journey unusually quiet, save for the occasional gray fox starting out. He paused, feeling a bit strange. "Brotherin, don't you think the forest is a bit too quiet right now? Normally, we'd have encountered at least 4 or 5 prey by now, but we've only managed 1 gray fox." Lian had already sensed something amiss long before Wang Xiaolong mentioned it. He de-glanced at Duzi several times along the way, but the dog remained perfectly still, so he continued following Wang Xiaolong deeper into the mountains. "It's fine. Probably the old wolf scared off the animals yesterday. With Duzi scouting ahead, we should be okay. If there's real danger, he'll warn us first." Lian's reassurance eased Wang Xiaolong's mind. Suddenly, the previously still Duzi crouched low and let out 2 low growls toward the front. Lian sensed Duzi had spotted prey. Upon hearing the commotion, Dashan and Erzhan immediately prepared themselves. "Charge!" At Lian's command, Duzi charged forward first. Dashan and Erzhan followed closely behind, not to be outdone. Wang Xiaolong had no time to think. He slung his hunting rifle over his shoulder and ran forward after Lian. "Brotherin, what did Duzi find?" Lian, unburdened by heavy gear, stayed ahead of Wang Xiaolong. He shook his head at Wang Xiaolong. "Duzi must have spotted some game. Judging by his reaction, it shouldn't be dangerous." As they spoke, a large herd of yellow sheep suddenly began darting wildly across the grassy meadow ahead. Clearly startled by Duzi and Dashan Erzhan, they scattered frantically in all directions. Seeing the herd, Lian's heart leapt with joy. Wild yellow sheep were notoriously hard to find in these mountains, yet Duzi had unexpectedly uncovered a large group. However, the antelopes were incredibly swift. Not only were they adept at climbing mountains and crossing ridges, but even on flat ground, they were so fast that even a cheetah would struggle to catch them. Fortunately, they were deep within the mountains, where towering trees obstructed their path, preventing the antelopes from reaching full speed. In this dense forest, where constant changes of direction were necessary, Duzi and his companions were naturally at an advantage. Just as Ershan was closing in on a massive antelope, Lian and Wang Xiaolong thought victory was Ershan's for the taking. Suddenly, the antelope spun around and charged at Ershan. Caught completely off guard, Ershan was sent flying through the air by the antelope's powerful charge. He landed on the ground, howling in pain, likely injured. This antelope was no small beast, easily over 100 pounds. Even for Duzi, who wasn't fully grown yet, getting hit like that would have been painful. Watching from behind, Wang Xiaolong grew anxious and immediately called out to Erzhan. Lian remained remarkably composed. He grabbed Wang Xiaolong by the arm, glared at him, and barked, "What are you spacing out for? Grab your gun and shoot it." Lian's roar snapped Wang Xiaolong back to his senses. The collision had caused the antelope to change direction. Now only about 30 meters away, Lian quickly ran toward the antelope's flank. Duzi, as if reading his mind, abandoned the antelope he'd been chasing and turned to intercept from the other side. Chapter 86, Erzhan injured, Wang Xiaolong kills the antelope. As they ran, the antelope was now forced into a single direction toward Wang Xiaolong, who stood his ground. Caught between them, the animal was already panicking. Though it had charged past Erzhan in desperation earlier, Erzhan had bitten into its head, leaving half its skull stained red with blood. With no escape route on either side, it was soon separated from the herd by Lian and Duzi. Returning to the herd was impossible. Thus, it began charging toward Wang Xiaolong, knowing that only by charging past him could it rejoin the herd. Regardless of the species, the instinctive response when being pursued is to run forward. In truth, the yellow sheep still had one final escape route, to run in the direction Lian had come from. However, that path would only lead it further and further away from the herd. As for Ershan's position, Dashan had already filled the gap. Watching the antelope close in, Wang Xiaolong took 2 deep breaths. His hunting rifle was already caught. In the blink of an eye, the distance between him and the gazelle had shrunk to less than 20 meters. Within a breath, the gazelle would dart past him from less than 5 meters away. That meant he had only 1 shot. If he missed, the gazelle would sprint back to the herd. Then they would lose their chance entirely. Lian ignored the chest that felt like it was about to explode. He exhaled rapidly in bursts of hot air, causing a faint ache in his chest that hadn't fully healed. The scorching heat had already drenched him in sweat. This, he thought, was the difference between seasoned hunters like Lao Pao and newcomers like Wang Xiaolong. In an instant, Lian identified the optimal pursuit direction. If he remained stationary, the antelope would inevitably return to the herd from his position. But he carried no gun. He'd be powerless to do anything but watch helplessly as the gazelle escaped. All he could do now was trust Wang Xiaolong. Though his hunting experience with a rifle was limited, his natural talent meant that as long as he remained steady and focused, he wouldn't miss. Watching the antelope close in, Wang Xiaolong's palms were already clammy with sweat. The distance of 10 meters vanished in an instant. Finally, he locked onto his target and forced himself to stay calm. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Suppressing his nerves, Wang Xiaolong didn't even glance at the antelope as he quickly reloaded and fired again. With only 2 rounds in the single-barrel shotgun, the interval between shots was mere seconds. Wang Xiaolong fired the second bullet. The first shot struck the antelope's flank. The immense penetrating force sent it staggering on the spot. But upon regaining its footing, it began to flee once more. The second shot, however, struck squarely on its head. Instantly, a spray of yellow and white matter erupted as the antelope collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Xiaolong, well done. Seeing the antelope fall, Lian finally stopped and gave Wang Xiaolong a thumbs up. The entire sequence seemed slow, yet it had unfolded in the blink of an eye. Seeing the antelope fall, Duzi and Dashin wanted to chase after another herd, but Lian called them back. Once these antelopes started running, they'd vanish in moments. The 2 of them and the dogs alone stood little chance of catching up. More importantly, Ershan's injuries were still unknown. Groaning on the ground, Ershan struggled to his feet and instinctively headed toward Wang Xiaolong. Ignoring the fallen antelope, Lian and Wang Xiaolong hurried to check on Ershan. Lian instructed Wang Xiaolong to carefully lay Ershan on the ground while he reached out to part the dog's fur and begin his examination. After a moment of probing, Lian tore off his own short-sleeved shirt, picked up a piece of wood from the ground, and bandaged Ershan's leg with it. Wang Xiaolong watched anxiously. "Brotherin, how bad is Ershan's injury?" Ershan's front leg dangled limply to the ground, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. For hunters, their hunting dogs were their most loyal companions, their family. Lian secured the wooden splint with a few simple motions. Throughout the process, Ershan only whimpered softly, offering no violent resistance. After finishing, he gave Ershan an encouraging pat on the head. "Good boy, Ershan. You're a good dog." Only then did he turn to Wang Xiaolong and give him a nod. "Ershan's not seriously hurt, just a broken right front leg, nothing else major. I'll set it up temporarily for now. Once we get back, Uncle Dagang can take a look. Give him 2 months to recover, and he'll be as good as new." Hearing Lian's words, Wang Xiaolong finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no danger to his life, it was a blessing. These days, being called a dog was commonplace, even when someone was injured deep in the mountains. After settling Ershan, Lian and Wang Xiaolong carried the yellow sheep into the Immortal's pillars. This time, they wouldn't lack for tools. Just from the blood alone, Xiaolong had collected a full basin below. Seeing the basin full, both men looked excited. "Xiaolong, wait till the blood sets. I'll cook you some fiery spicy stir-fried goat's blood. I guarantee it'll knock your socks off." Just hearing Lian describe it made Xiaolong's mouth water. This mutton was in a league of its own compared to wild boar meat. It was exceptional in both nutrition and flavor, and the antelope hide was also valuable, fetching a good price. Even the internal organs were prized ingredients, perfect for making a rare delicacy, mutton offal soup. Lian tossed most of the offal to the 3 dogs, then cut 4 or 5 pounds of prime meat from the lamb's loin, minced it, and threw it to them. "You 3 are today's heroes, help yourselves to all the mutton you want. These dogs deserve their reward." Even Ershan, drawn by the lamb's aroma, joined the feast. Duzi, the cleverest, snatched a piece of lamb intestine and devoured it greedily after finishing his meat. Ershan, dragging his right leg stabilized by a wooden splint, lay on the ground tearing into a lamb heart. The sheep's heart was packed with tough, resilient veins, but the tougher it was, the more enthusiastically Ershan chewed. Dashin also snatched something and hid near the doorway. All 3 dogs were eating with relish. Lian could manage the basic bleeding of the gazelle, but actually processing it proved a bit difficult for him. His chest still throbbed faintly, so he decided to take it back for Wang Chang to handle. After all, compared to himself, his father Wang Chang was far more skilled at processing game. As for Wang Xiaolong, with his current skills, he could manage a greyhound, but other tasks would require more practice. Once the dogs had finished eating and rested sufficiently, the 2 men hoisted the gazelle and began their descent down the mountain. Wang Xiaolong grinned ear to ear the entire way. "Look at you, you'd think you bagged a whole herd of gazelles. Brother Anzi, what do you think gazelle meat tastes like? I've never had it in my whole life. My dad says gazelles usually live deep in the mountains, and most hunters might never see one in their lifetime. How come we found a whole herd of these things before even reaching the deep mountains?" Chapter 87, Li Dashin's Request. Hearing this, Lian's expression finally showed some concern. Wang Xiaolong was right, yellow sheep rarely came down from the mountains. In his previous life, he'd only encountered them a few times while following his old man deep in the wilderness. For some reason, his heart kept racing wildly. "Xiaolong, take this antelope home first." Wang Xiaolong froze at Lian's words. "No way, brotherin. If it weren't for you, how could I have ever bagged a yellow sheep?" Before he could finish, Lian shot him a stern glare. "What are you thinking? In my condition, it's inconvenient to process the meat at my place. Taking it to Uncle Changzi's is perfect practice for him." "You're dreaming, kid. I'll tell you what, once Uncle Chang finishes processing it, we'll split it 50-50. Wang Xiaolong suddenly felt a stinging sensation in his nose. Lian was sending the meat to his house just so his family would know he'd hunted it. Brother Anzi. Lian glanced up at him. The kid's nose was running, and tears were welling up in his eyes. Cut the crap. Just outside the village, the two of them, drenched in sweat, tossed the yellow sheep onto the road and wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads. After gutting it, the sheep still weighed over 100 pounds. The whole journey had worn them out. Lian wiped his forehead with the fabric of his shirt, then pulled a canteen from his waist and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water before turning to Wang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, keep watch over the gazelle here. I'll go to Uncle Guai's place to fetch the cart. After speaking, he sliced a prime cut of meat from the antelope and placed it in his backpack. It had been ages since he'd visited Uncle Li's place. One shouldn't forget the well digger who brought you water. When Lian arrived, he spotted Li Guazi's wife sitting by the doorway picking mushrooms. He quickly greeted her. Recognizing Lian, she smiled and hurriedly ushered him inside. Auntie, no need for formalities. I just came to borrow our family's cart. I happened to bag a yellow sheep in the mountains. Take this meat, stew some mutton soup with Uncle Guai tonight. Hearing the words gibber, her expression changed instantly. She hurriedly pushed the meat back toward Lian. Anzi, we absolutely can't accept this gazelle meat. It's something only city ladies eat. It would be a waste for us to have it. Take it to the county town to sell. The cart's in the yard, feel free to use it whenever you need it. She'd only heard of gazelles, no idea what they tasted like, but they were surely shockingly expensive. Though life with Uncle Li had been tough these years, she'd always been down to earth and practical in her ways. Auntie, this yellow sheep weighs over 100 pounds. How much meat is there really? We owe it all to Doozy for bringing it down. Oh, and Auntie, I see you've cleaned those mushrooms so thoroughly. Are you planning to give them away? Her expression brightened slightly at the mention of Doozy. When Lian steered the conversation back to mushrooms, she pulled him aside and whispered, Anzi, you probably don't know a young man from the south has come to our village. He's here specifically to buy mushrooms, and he pays a decent price. The mushrooms we usually pick and dry sell for 8 cents per pound, but if you find good ones, he'll pay 2 or 3 dimes. But it seems he only buys limited quantities. Go tell Yulan's sister. If we have extra mushrooms picked at home, we can sell some and make a decent profit. Lian suddenly understood. Timing-wise, it made sense. This was the era when southern regions were leading the charge in developing these mountain delicacies, long hidden away in the hills, gradually bringing them into the public eye. It was precisely during these 2 years that large numbers of southerners would flood into this relatively isolated city. But back then, people hadn't yet realized that these mushrooms were more than just food to fill their stomachs. Every spring and summer, people gathered large quantities from the mountains. Dried, they could last a whole winter, and most households had at least 20 or 30 pounds stored away. Lian nodded. Alright, I'll tell my aunt as soon as I get back. You go ahead with your work, Auntie. I'll be off now. He hurried off toward the woods, pushing his handcart. Only after he was far away did Li Guai, carrying his farming tools, emerge from outside. His eyes immediately fell on the mutton stored in the kitchen. Anzi came today, huh? That explains the meat in the kitchen. His wife nodded, her face beaming. Yes, that Anzi lad is truly kind. He hunted a yellow sheep and brought us some meat to stew into soup. She didn't know when Li Guai had suddenly become so diligent, but these days, her life had been getting more and more fulfilling. After helping Wang Xiaolong load the gazelle onto the truck, Lian gave him a nod and prepared to head home. Brother-in, won't you come home with me? My little sister's been nagging me to come over to your place these past few days. Lian waved him off. Take the goat home first and let Uncle handle it. I'll take Erzhan to Uncle Dagong's place to check on things. Erzhan lay on the cart, looking pitifully at Wang Xiaolong, and Li and Wang Xiaolong patted its head. They carried Erzhan to Li Dagong's house. Dagong was sunning the medicinal herbs he'd gathered from the mountains. After learning Erzhan's symptoms, he felt its leg and began redressing the wound. Uncle Dagao, I'll take the sheep back for my father to handle. I'll bring you some mutton later tonight. Li Dagong responded without looking up, then gave Lian a puzzled look. You treated this wound? Lian nodded. These techniques were learned years ago from the old man on the mountain, and he felt a bit rusty after so long without practice. Uncle Dagong, I just improvised these methods. Not sure if they'll work. Please take a closer look. Erzhan's a good dog. I don't want him to end up with any lingering issues. Li Dagong gave Lian an appreciative look. Your bandaging technique doesn't look like an amateur's work, just a bit rusty. Don't worry, Erzhan's fine. Thank goodness you splinted him with that branch. Otherwise, his leg might have been ruined after all that walking down the mountain. Take the medicine I gave you and feed him some. In a couple months, he'll be as good as new. After confirming Erzhan was okay, Lian finally breathed a sigh of relief. With nothing else to do, he sat down with Li Dashan to chat. Uncle Dashan, be extra careful when you go up the mountain gathering herbs lately. I heard some big claws have come down from the mountains. I saw the county town put up a bounty. Who knows, maybe soon they'll even send in snipers to hunt those big claws. Li Dashan gathered the dried herbs he'd been sunning. These days, whether he was treating people or examining sick livestock, everything depended on the herbs gathered from these mountains.
Don't worry. I've been crawling and scrambling around these mountains for years.
I know my own paths for gathering herbs.
There won't be any danger.
It's you guys, the old hands who run up the mountains all day, who need to be careful. Oh, and Ngu, if you go up the mountain lately, keep an eye out for this herb for me. Li Dashin pulled a sprig of green leaves from the pile of herbs, still attached to a grayish-red stem. Chapter 88, introducing the clumsy one just in case the restaurant goes private someday.
Lian recognized this herb. Its leaves look like ordinary grass, somewhat resembling the foliage in green belts, though they had serrated edges. This herb is called platycodon. It's very beneficial for the throat.
Since your father smokes a lot, you could brew some water with it for him.
Remember, the leaves are useless. If it's convenient, dig up some roots for me.
Lian assured him repeatedly that it wouldn't be a problem. I know some of these herbs too, Uncle Degeo. I'll gather some for you later, but I won't be going up the mountain these next couple of days. You saw those yellow sheep today. They rarely come down from the mountains. I suspect some big predator might actually be coming down.
Hey, Brother En's here. Why don't you stay for dinner at Auntie's place tonight? Li Dashin nodded upon hearing this.
Besides gathering herbs himself, the hunters who frequently visited him often brought some as well.
Now that he was older, there were many places he couldn't climb anymore. Ngur, come autumn, I might need your help again.
An old friend of mine has been wanting to go back up the mountain to gather some club moss.
When the time comes, see if you're up for it.
You know the old hunter who used to run the mountain with him, Doozy's former owner. Now that he's gone, the old fellow hasn't been up the mountain in years. Lately, for some reason, he's asked me to pass along a message, wondering if he could join you on another mountain trip. Li Dashin's voice was utterly matter-of-fact, yet Lian found himself intrigued.
Mountain guides aren't easy to come by.
Old Banshui befriended some seasoned mountain guides to accompany him on trips.
The key is finding someone trustworthy, otherwise, they'd rather go alone.
As the saying goes, money moves people.
A top-quality wild ginseng root is priceless.
If someone really set their sights on it, it could cost them their head. Alright, Uncle Dagong, introduce me to him when the time comes.
I'm curious to meet the previous owner of Doozy. What kind of remarkable person was he? As dusk fell, Wang Xiaolong finally pushed his cart over, panting heavily.
On it lay a whole yellow sheepskin and half a carcass.
Brother En, how's Erzhan doing?
Just looking at Wang Xiaolong, it was clear he hadn't stopped once on his way here, running straight from home in one breath. Lian handed him the water Li Dagong had poured, saying, "Look how flushed you are." "Don't worry, Uncle Dagong said he'll be fine after resting for 2 months."
"Why did you bring the sheepskin back?"
"You were supposed to take it with you when you left."
Wang Xiaolong first ran over to check on Erzhan.
His leg was already bandaged by Li Dashin. Seeing him hopping around on 3 legs was pitiful. "Brother Anzi, my dad said we absolutely had to bring you this sheepskin.
We'll just eat some mutton thanks to you."
Saying this, Wang Xiaolong took a large piece of tendon meat off the cart and placed it in Li Dagong's kitchen.
You had to admit Wang Xiaolong was generous.
The sheep wasn't that big, and after setting aside half for Lian, he still managed to give such a large chunk of shank meat.
Lian glanced at it but said little. He couldn't accept the sheepskin.
Lately, his family had earned quite a bit of money, whereas Wang Xiaolong's household, especially now that Wang Chang couldn't hunt anymore, would depend entirely on Wang Xiaolong for their daily sustenance.
"Brother Anzi, could you tell Uncle Boisi later that I'll deliver the cart tomorrow? Urshan's leg definitely can't handle a long trip today.
I need to haul him home to recover."
"Aren't you coming back for dinner with me today?" I won't be going.
My mom brought back a lamb leg when she came over, so she'll make braised lamb for me when I get home." Lian nodded and followed Wang Xiaolong as they hauled the lamb home. Just as he was about to leave, he mentioned that things might be unsettled on the mountain these next couple of days. He wouldn't be heading up there for a while and asked Wang Xiaolong to tell his aunt it would be best if she didn't go mushroom picking either. "We'll see how things go with Big Claw after this period." Wang Xiaolong scratched his head.
"Brother En, is it really as bad as you say? Big Claw might not come down once every 10 or 8 years.
Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Lian's expression turned serious.
"Better safe than sorry. Staying home for a while won't hurt. We'll see what happens after Big Claw leaves. Oh, and tomorrow, you'll ride your bike with me into the county town."
Seeing how serious Lian sounded, Wang Xiaolong nodded without daring to argue.
"Mom, Brother Lian's back. Look at that huge piece of meat."
Hearing the commotion outside, the bored little birdie at home immediately pounced on Lian. Hearing the noise, Li Yulan emerged from the kitchen and spotted the half-slaughtered yellow sheep on the cart. She quickly called out to Li Kuan to help her carry it down. "Brother En, I'll head back now, my mom's waiting for me at home."
"Stay for dinner before you go." "No thanks, Auntie. I'll come back tomorrow."
As he left, Lian insisted on leaving the sheepskin on the cart, thinking only the 2 horns were nice enough to keep as decorations.
Li Yulan looked at Lian curiously. "What kind of meat is this, Anzi? I've never seen it before."
Holding Little Sparrow and teasing her with the horns, Lian replied to Li Yulan's question, "Yellow sheep." Xiao Long and I got lucky today. We stumbled upon a herd of yellow sheep in the mountains. I've never eaten this meat before either, so I cut a piece to stew into soup. It'll be good nourishment for our little sparrow." Hearing it was yellow sheep, Li Yulan was startled. This meat was reputed to be a mountain delicacy, even money couldn't buy it. Goral meat. Goral meat. Little Sparrow squirmed restlessly in Lian's arms while Li Yulan cut a small piece of the meat and headed into the kitchen. "We've got 2 onions at home, I'll stir-fry them with the meat for you." It must be said that Li Yulan's cooking was truly exceptional. By the time dinner was served, the aroma of the lamb alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. One bite and 2 words came to mind: pure satisfaction. The chili peppers and lamb melded together, while the sweetness from the stir-fried onions made it utterly irresistible. "Sis, with cooking like this, you could run a restaurant." Li Yulan made a mild version for Little Sparrow, but the little brat insisted on spicy. Now she's running around the whole yard, stinging from the heat. Li Yulan was chasing after her to give her water when she heard Lian's comment and shot him a glare. "You're such a smart aleck. All the restaurants are state-owned. Getting a job as a waitress there would be landing a cushy job for life." Lian shook his head confidently. Reform and opening up are happening so fast these days. Who knows? Maybe state-run restaurants will go private someday. When that happens, you absolutely have to open your own place. Otherwise, your skills would be wasted. Li Yulan listened to his boastful talk and nodded indifferently. "Fine. When that day comes, I'll open a restaurant and cook delicious meals for you and your dad every day." Chapter 89, Brotherin, you seem pretty famous. Last night, Lian had specifically told Wang Xiaolong not to come too early. Yet when he woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Li Koan had already realized the danger of the big claw descending the mountain. He hadn't slept soundly all night and got up early this morning to hold a meeting in the village. Before leaving, he told Li Yulan not to go mushroom picking in the mountains today. With nothing else to do, Li Yulan followed Li Shufan and Wan Luer to the market to ask if the mushroom buyers were still purchasing. Even Little Sparrow tagged along for the fun. Ever since returning from the county town, the little girl had practically been running wild in the village. This adorable child wasn't just cute enough to make anyone want to cuddle her, her voice was as sweet as honey too. The house, usually bustling with activity from early morning, suddenly fell quiet. Lian found the stillness somewhat unnerving. Before leaving, Li Yulan had prepared food for him in the kitchen. Just as he was about to take a bite, Wang Xiaolong's voice echoed outside. Seeing the boy's frantic expression, he dashed over to Lian. Lian waved him over, curious. "What's all the rush? Did you eat breakfast? Come grab a bite." Wang Xiaolong barged in without a second thought, plopping straight into a chair. He was still panting heavily after sitting down. "Brotherin, who did you run into when you were coming from home?" "Who did I run into?" "Those 2 thugs who tried to swindle us earlier. I hadn't seen them in ages and figured they'd been beaten to death in the mountains. But today I ran into them. I went straight for them to beat them up. Turns out those 2 went crazy and kept diving down into the village. I chased them for ages but couldn't catch up." After Wang Xiaolong finished speaking, Lian immediately set down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. If Wang Xiaolong hadn't mentioned it, he'd have forgotten all about it. The hunting rifle he used now was taken from them. He never thought these 2 pests would still be alive after all this time. Now he couldn't even finish his meal. "Let's go. We'll take Dizzy with us to check things out. We can't let those 2 scoundrels come down and trouble the villagers. If they've left, fine, if not, we'll chase them out." After saying this, the 2 called out to Dizzy and rushed outside in pursuit. They ran over 10 miles without spotting a single soul. Lian stopped, panting heavily. Dizzy, sniffing the air, wanted to keep running, but Lian called him back. "We won't catch them." By Dizzy's reaction, they must have left the village. Best they never come back. If they do, I'll beat them every time I see them. Failing to find them, Lian and Wang Xiaolong had no choice but to turn back. He hadn't forgotten he had important business to attend to today. First, they returned the cart they'd borrowed from Li Guai's family yesterday. Then Lian fetched a large lamb leg from the kitchen. "Brotherin, what are we doing? We don't have any pelts to sell. Are we really going into town with just a leg of lamb?" Lian shot Wang Xiaolong a glance. When he'd gone into town with his aunt to sell bear pelts a couple days ago, they'd been stopped by a bunch of pickpockets. Fortunately, the officer who responded was Chief Lu from the law enforcement squad. "Today, you're coming with me to pay him a visit." Wang Xiaolong didn't see the point in dealing with the law enforcement squad. They were mountain bandits who relied on their own skills, not like pickpockets who depended on their craft. But Wang Xiaolong understood clearly, whether it was for future disarmament or the major changes coming to the northeast in the next few years, building good relations with these law enforcement officers could never hurt. Besides, why else would they repeatedly help him? It wasn't just empty talk. The 2 rode bicycles toward the county town. Wang Xiaolong returned home, retrieved a stack of Greyhound cigarettes, wrapped them in leather, and placed them on the rear seat. Wang Xiaofang's eyes lit up when she saw Lian at the door. She fetched a hat from inside and placed it on his head. "Brotherin, you and my brother better not get sunburned in town. The sun's really strong today." Don't forget to remind my brother to buy me some clothes on the way back. Watching his sister chatting animatedly with Lian, Wang Xiaolong felt a pang of jealousy. Hey sis, you only gave brother and a hat? What about me? I'm like Ultraman, I need sunlight to recharge, so I'm not afraid of the sun. Hearing Wang Xiaolong's remark, Wang Xiaofeng shot him a fierce glare and snapped back. You've got hands, you know. Go get it yourself from the room. And remember to buy me a dress when you come back. Before she could finish, Wang Xiaolong had already hopped on his bike and pedaled away. Honestly, listening to her talk was just too painful. It turned out Wang Xiaolong had quite a stash of gray dog pelts at home. Lian roughly counted over a dozen. Lu Tsuehua had been thoughtful, securing them tightly to the back of the bike so they wouldn't fall off. The two headed first to the state-run store's mountain produce section. Since Lian had visited just 2 days prior, the staff still recognized him. Hey, isn't this the young man who brought bear pelts the day before yesterday? What are you selling today? Hearing the voices, people nearby turned to look. The hunting community in the county town was small news of a veteran hunter bagging something impressive spread like wildfire. In just 2 days, the rumors about Lian had grown so fantastical he was practically being treated like a mythical creature. Word was he not only hunted exceptionally well, but had also managed to avoid giving Li Debao any advantage despite the latter's close surveillance. Everyone claimed he was the youngest seasoned hunter in Qi County. Seeing the constant nods and winks from those around him, Lian responded with a nod to each one. What's the young man selling today? Let us old-timers see what you've got. Lian hastily waved his hands. Nothing much today, just wandering around town. My little brother hunted some gray dog skins the boss gave a good price. The same young buyer from 2 days ago greeted Lian. His eyes flickered with disappointment when Wang Xiaolong handed over the gray dog skins. But it was fleeting. He quickly regained his enthusiasm. These buyers earned commissions based on volume, so naturally they all wanted big deals. Like the bear pelt Lian sold him the day before yesterday, just the commission alone netted him $10. That was equivalent to 10 days' wages for an ordinary worker. Large shipments weren't common. This was Wang Xiaolong's first time coming to the county collection station with Lian. At first, he hadn't thought much of it, but now he felt somewhat embarrassed. The scale here was far larger than in the village. Most people arrived with cartloads of goods, while he only had a few gray dog pelts. The buyer didn't seem to mind. Unwrapping the bundle of greyhound pelts, he found them to be of excellent quality, identical to those Lian had brought before. He shot Wang Xiaolong a meaningful look, one tinged with a hint of envy. Clearly, Lian had taught him these hunting techniques. This young man with his bold, tiger monkey-like features was incredibly lucky. Veteran hunters in the mountains each had their own special skills, rarely passing them on to others. Usually, they taught their descendants as a means of livelihood. Nice hides. I'll give you $1.25 each. 13 hides total $15.60. Tucking the money away, Wang Xiaolong returned to Lian's side with satisfaction. Though it was only a dozen or so yuan, it could buy quite a lot these days. Curious, he leaned closer to Lian and whispered. Brotherin, you seem pretty well known around here. Chapter 90, Visiting Chief Lu, discussing the Big Claw. After leaving the state-run store, the two didn't rush to buy anything. Instead, they took the lamb leg to the law enforcement team. Upon entering, Lian couldn't just walk straight into the office, so he thought to find someone to announce his arrival. As he stepped outside, he spotted one of the officers who had gone to Ma Liang's house to subdue him. Officer Tianxi. Hearing his name called, Tianxi instinctively turned around and spotted Lian waving at him from the doorway. At first, he didn't recognize him. Lian's appearance had changed drastically since the day he'd arrested him. Back then, he'd radiated bloodlust and brutality. Now, Lian gave off an air of refined elegance. How strange is that? Who are you? Seeing Tianxi hadn't recognized him, Lian chuckled. It's me, Lian. You're a busy man with a busy mind. Remember back at Ma Liang's place? You tackled me to the ground in one swift move. Only when he stepped closer did Tianxi recognize Lian, promptly slapping his forehead. My memory's shot. Honestly, even I thought you were done for back then. Never imagined you'd be out the next day. What brings you here today? After Lian explained his purpose, Tianxi asked him to wait outside while he informed Chief Lu. Truth be told, his tone had been unpleasant from the moment he recognized Lian, growing increasingly cold and distant. He despised people like Lian who got by on connections. If anyone else had caused such a ruckus that day, they'd have been sent to the detention center for re-education. Yet here Lian was, walking free the very next day as if nothing had happened. After getting the cold shoulder, Ong Li could only chuckle awkwardly before obediently joining Wang Xiaolong to wait outside. After about 10 minutes, Director Lu finally emerged from the room. Spotting Lian and Wang Xiaolong sitting outside in a daze, he remarked with some surprise. What are you two doing? How long have you been waiting out here? From his tone, Lian knew instantly that Tianxi had deliberately left him waiting and had just relayed the news to Director Lu. He quickly waved his hands. No, we just arrived. Brother Lu, this is my buddy Xiaolong. Xiaolong, say hello to Brother Lu. Hearing Lian's words, Wang Xiaolong quickly bowed his head in greeting. Meeting such a high-ranking official for the first time, his legs trembled slightly. Chief Lu laughed heartily, patting Wang Xiaolong on the shoulder. Good lad, how old are you? You're built like a tank. 18. Me and brother-in can haul a big yellow sheep off the mountain without breaking a sweat. As he spoke, Lian had already retrieved a leg of yellow sheep from the car. Brother Lu, Xiaolong and I bagged a yellow sheep in the mountains yesterday. Here, have a leg to try. Seeing the massive leg, Chief Lu's eyes lit up. He hurriedly ushered the two inside. He gave Lian a thumbs up. Brother, I gotta say, I'm impressed. I've only heard about this yellow sheep, never actually tasted it. They call it the land god, and you can't get it without going deep into the mountains. I never thought you'd actually catch one. He personally poured tea for Lian and Wang Xiaolong, studying the gazelle meat intently for a long while. It was pure luck, really. I don't have the skills to venture deep into the mountains yet. But its strange yellow sheep usually don't come down from the hills. I don't know what happened, but we stumbled upon a whole herd not far from the deep mountains. No sooner had Lian finished speaking than Chief Lu's expression suddenly sharpened, as if he'd recalled something. His expression grew grave as he said, Anzi, I've also received word that things haven't been quiet in the mountains lately. If you can't help it, stay home and rest for a few days. Lian took a sip of tea. Because of the big claw? Chief Lu nodded. So even you've heard about it. This big claw coming down must be accurate news. The county has already issued notices. Seems quite a few people have been injured. Whoever takes down Big Claw gets a 3,000 yuan reward. No body retrieval. Hearing this, Wang Xiaolong shot up from his chair, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Lian. Lian shot him a stern look. What's with all the restlessness? Sit back down. Wang Xiaolong's excitement was instantly deflated by Lian's words, and the words on the tip of his tongue sank back down his throat. Chief Lu knew exactly what Wang Xiaolong was thinking, but he didn't respond. If Lian took down the big claw through his recommendation, he could certainly claim credit for it. But he couldn't say that. Taking down the big claw was a matter of life and death, something you didn't meddle with lightly. Alright, Brother Lu. Xiaolong and I just happened to be heading into town today to take care of some business. We won't bother you. After seeing Lian and Xiaolong to the door, Chief Lu finally couldn't hold back any longer. Anzi, I was just shooting from the hip. That big claw hasn't come down from the mountains to harm people in 7 or 8 years. The county is keeping a close eye on it. If you really go up the mountain and take down that big claw, give your brother a shout, okay? Give me a shout out, alright? Lian nodded at the embarrassed-looking Lu, reassuring him, don't worry, Brother Lu. We're all on the same side. I'm not planning to go looking for that big claw. If I really run into it, I'll definitely let you know first. Alright then. Drop by more often when you've got time. Once they were out of the enforcement team's sight, Wang Xiaolong couldn't hold back any longer. He scampered ahead of Lian and held up 3 fingers. Bro, 3 grand. 3,000 bucks. And that big claw is worth its weight in gold, could fetch 2 or 3,000. If we really bag it, we'll strike it rich overnight. Lian shot him another fierce glare. If you don't want your dog paws, I'll help you break them off. Seeing he was genuinely angry, Wang Xiaolong dared not mention it again and obediently trailed behind. The two went to the market where they bought a dress for Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaolong also bought some salt and rapeseed oil. By the time they headed back, they still had 5 yuan left. As noon approached and they passed the state-run restaurant, Wang Xiaolong insisted on treating Lian to a meal before leaving. They each ordered a large bowl of beef noodle soup and 2 side dishes. Back then, the ingredients were hearty and substantial, nothing like the later era where you couldn't taste a single cow and 80 million bowls of noodles. After running around all morning, they were genuinely hungry now. Just as they were wolfing down their food, Lian suddenly blurted out. Xiaolong, you know why we're going to fight the big claw? Wang Xiaolong paused mid-bite, then shook his head at Lian. Every time the big claw comes down from the mountains to wreak havoc, hunting it costs us a lot of good men. That money isn't for just anyone, it's a matter of life and death. I take you up the mountain to earn money. We've got plenty to eat and drink, there's no need to risk our lives fighting others. But bro, you can even split a wild boar in 2 with your axe. You've even chopped off a bear's head. If we're careful, couldn't we take down a big claw? Wang Xiaolong's tone clearly held a hint of defiance. Seeing his expression, Lian shook his head. You've always asked how I killed that bear. Tonight, I'll tell you exactly what happened that night. Chapter 91, Lian's Memories, A Rainy Night's Terror. Rushing into the mountains under the cover of night and heavy rain, Lian carried his hunting rifle. Now deep within the wilderness, the unfamiliar terrain forced Lian to rely solely on instinct and his innate vigilance to navigate. The sudden downpour had minimized the bear's scent. Lian could only search by following the direction Huizi had pointed out before leaving and by constantly calling out Song Ao's name. I'm here. In the vast darkness, he slowly opened eyelids heavy as lead weights. The bear had shattered his arm, and a massive wound on his chest, where blood mingled with rainwater, stung his nerves relentlessly. He clung to a tree branch, surviving only because his clothes were wrapped around it. If heaven granted him another chance, he would never venture deep into the mountains again. Shoyan's words from the car echoed in his mind. Humans should hold reverence for the great mountains. He had even abandoned hope of survival. Yet that blurred figure in the downpour seemed like light emerging from the abyss, offering him the last glimmer of hope to live. I'm here. But his voice was too faint, completely drowned out by the patter of rain on the branches. Soneo strained every ounce of strength to shout, yet his throat felt like it was clogged with razor blades, making it unbearably painful to produce any sound. The bear was right at his feet, struggling to climb the tree. Despite its clumsy appearance, the bear was surprisingly adept at tree climbing. Within a minute or two, it would reach Soneo, hanging from the branches. As it drew nearer, he could even smell the putrid stench emanating from the bear's mouth. Arg! Just as Soneo braced for the bear to tear his head off, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Bang! Get your people out of here first. I'll handle the bear and meet up with you later. Another shot rang out. The two gunshots were separated by no more than 2 or 3 seconds. The bear, pained, tumbled down from the tree. Spotting Lian holding the gun, it disregarded its injured body and lunged forward. Lian had lured the bear away, buying Huizi time to rescue Soneo. Now, there was no time for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Huizi climbed the tree and pulled Soneo down. Dozi watched anxiously as Lian and the bear vanished into the night, letting out a low growl. But as a hunting dog, he could never disobey his master's command. He had no choice but to carry the barely conscious Soneo on his back and lead Huizi toward the direction of the cactus. Seeing the bear charging relentlessly toward him, Lian panicked. He quickly tossed aside his unloaded fire poker and raised his axe, slamming it hard against the bear's paws as they came crashing down. Lian had thought his strength was formidable, but compared to the bear, it was utterly insignificant. The immense impact hurled Lian 4 or 5 meters backward, slamming him violently into a thick tree trunk before he came to a halt. Feeling the searing pain radiating from his chest and internal organs, Lian gasped for breath. The bear's paw had cracked under the axe's blow. The beast let out a pained roar. The seemingly weak human had actually injured it. But this only ignited its primal ferocity. It opened its gaping maw and roared at Lian, charging forward again. Lian felt a dull numbness spreading through his arms. He didn't have time to worry about internal injuries. He just turned and sprinted to the side. Going toe-to-toe with this beast would be sheer folly unless he was completely out of his mind. A single swipe from that creature could split a tree clean in two. Narrowly evading the bear's attack, Lian slid to the ground on his backside. The torrential downpour had already impaired his vision, and not just his. Had the rain not clouded the bear's judgment, it would have pinned him beneath its massive frame moments ago. But that slip brought danger right to his feet. After the failed strike, the bear lunged forward, claws outstretched. Lian had no chance to rise, rolling frantically on the ground to create distance. His hunting rifle lay discarded. His only weapon now was the axe that had once felled a wild boar. Dodging another blow, Lian scrambled to his feet. As the black bear charged, his eyes flashed crimson once more. Gritting his teeth, he raised the axe high above his head, channeling every ounce of strength into his waist. He brought the blade crashing down with all his might, aiming for the bear's head. As his arms plunged downward with frenzied force, the sound of the axe slicing through the air filled Lian's ears like a sonic boom. It felt as though his strike had shattered the very fabric of space, producing a thunderous explosion. The bear, now utterly enraged, showed no sign of retreat. Its massive paw swung viciously toward Lian's chest. Thud! The violent impact sent Lian flying once more. This time, without the axe to shield him, the bear's paw slammed brutally into his chest. Several sharp cracks echoed as Lian crashed onto the grassy meadow beside him, spewing a spray of blood that formed a mist. In the instant the bear struck him, Lian felt his heart skip a beat. The searing pain in his chest made his breath feel like fire. The thick, metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils. The bear, which had been so arrogant moments ago, now lay motionless. Lian didn't hear the system's notification. He knew he couldn't collapse now. The bear wasn't dead yet. Fighting off the dizziness in his head, he braced himself against the axe and slowly rose from the ground. Put! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn it, that hit was hard. Lian knew this blow must have damaged his internal organs. Gritting his teeth, he staggered over to the bear. A deep gash ripped open the bear's throat, completely severing its windpipe and leaving a gaping, bloody hole. The axe handle, thick as an arm, snapped clean in two from Lian's full force strike, the blade itself long gone, lost to the air. The bear had no strength left to stand, trembling uncontrollably on the ground as its exhalations grew heavier than its inhalations. Lian forced his eyes open and drew the curved blade from his calf. His condition was dire. He had to finish the bear himself to prevent a counterattack. Only when he grasped the curved blade did he notice his hands were completely covered in blood. Glancing down, he saw the webbing between both palms was torn open. Ignoring the pain, he gritted his teeth and sliced through the flesh connecting the bear's skull. Ding! Congratulations on hunting one bear. Earn 198 mountain hunting points. As the system's voice echoed, Lian finally lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he was in the hospital. Chapter 92: The humiliated Wang Niliang and his crew. Listening to Lian recount his nighttime battle with the bear in the mountains, Wang Xiaolong unconsciously twisted his shirt into a tight ball in his hands.
Brother-in, what happened next? What happened after that? Later?
You know what happened later. When I woke up, I was lying in the hospital. I only found out from you guys that Doozy dragged me out of the deep mountains in the pouring rain. That little guy, I don't know where he got the strength, but even injured, he still managed to pull me out.
Alright, hurry up and eat. Your noodles are getting soggy.
I'm telling you this to show you how dangerous it is to fight animals like bears. Forget about going into the mountains to hunt big claws. Wang Xiaolong finally snapped out of his daze at Lian's words and started eating the noodles in his bowl. He nodded vigorously as he ate.
Yeah, I'll listen to brother and don't worry, I won't mention hunting big claws again.
Seeing Wang Xiaolong's resolute tone, Lian finally felt at ease.
After finishing their meal, the two rode their bikes back home.
Lian had originally planned to invite Wang Xiaolong to stay for dinner before leaving.
But the moment the kid spotted Li Yulan weaving fishing nets in the courtyard, his head spun.
He immediately claimed he needed to rush home so his little sister could see his new skirt. Watching him scramble to his feet and pedal away like he was escaping, Lian couldn't help but mutter, "You little rascal."
Then he wondered what Doozy and Huduan were up to. Hey! Xiaolong's gone. What, you want to ditch too? Hearing his aunt's voice, Lian's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she caught me.
He quickly turned around, plastering on a fawning smile, and scurried over to Li Yulan's side.
No way, auntie. How could I be like Xiaolong?
But I'm worried about Doozy and Huduan, those two are nowhere to be found.
Seeing his expression, Li Yulan knew exactly what was on his mind. The strips she'd boiled earlier were now ready for use. As for the technique of weaving fish traps, Lian had already taught her. Truth be told, Li Yulan's talent for this kind of handicraft far surpassed Lian's own.
He'd only demonstrated it a few times in front of her, and she'd picked it up immediately.
The intricate craftsmanship she produced left even Lian feeling embarrassed by comparison. Thus, the task of weaving fish traps was proudly handed over to Li Yulan.
Though she didn't know what the thing was for, Lian had said that all the fish they'd caught before relied on this very device. That's why she got up early to weave fish traps. Seeing there was no escaping it, Lian resigned himself to sitting in the courtyard weaving alongside Li Yulan. In his mind, he cursed Wang Xiaolong to high heaven.
In stark contrast to Lian's leisurely life, deep within the forest, Wang Niliang and his group were frantically fleeing.
Having remained in the woods these past days, they had all become wild and untamed. Shi Maozi, in particular, with his long hair now completely matted and tangled, looked like a mountain monster with his already ugly features.
But damn it, these guys actually had something going for them. After days of relentless searching, they finally found traces of Big Claw. Shadakan, you bastard, wait for me.
We've already run 14 or 15 miles, damn it.
Let's take a break. Shi Maozi couldn't run any further.
He plopped down on the ground, not caring about the mud caked all over him. He pulled his canteen from his waist and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Then he flopped flat on his back, gasping for breath. Hearing his words, the others turned around to look behind them. Seeing no pursuers, they all plopped down on the ground too.
Damn it, what kind of life is this? You tell me, wasn't it better back in the county town?
Drinking cheap wine, playing cards for small stakes, and when I was short on cash, I'd hunt some small game in the mountains.
What the hell possessed me to agree to come up here with you lot to hunt big game?
After spending time with him, the others had come to understand Shi Maozi's character.
Despite his boisterous, sometimes nonsensical talk, he was fiercely loyal. Once, when they encountered a lynx, if not for him shooting an arrow, Wang Niliang would have been either dead or gravely injured. But Dachuan was stubborn as a mule, always trading barbs with Kamatsi. Fine, you can go back now anyway. It's no big deal. When the four of us catch that big paw, we'll split the money. Your share will just go toward the brothers enjoying the finer things in life. Hearing Dachuan's teasing words, Kamatsi's eyes widened and he sprang up from the ground in a flash. You dare, you fool Dachuan. Seeing his petty little self, everyone burst out laughing. Shi Maozi had a nasty habit of being stingy. When they first entered the mountains, he wouldn't even spare a little gray puppy. Now that they'd basically tracked down the Big Claw's trail, if he could back out. Wang Niliang dared say that even if his wife ran off with someone, this guy probably wouldn't be willing to leave. Alright, everyone, take a quick break and then push on. Damn it, how did a pack of wolves show up around here? If those dogs hadn't spotted them in time, we might have really met our end today. Wang Niliang patted his chest, still shaken. As the de facto leader of this group, his words carried weight. Big brother, look. There seems to be a house up ahead. Dachuan stood up from the ground and pointed ahead. Hearing him, the others followed his gaze. Sure enough, a few hundred meters away, they could vaguely make out a makeshift shelter built from branches. Kamatsi, who had been lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog, jumped up excitedly the moment he heard about the house. Seeing it was indeed as Dachuan had described, he burst into exaggerated laughter, his face turned skyward. Ha ha! Heaven hasn't abandoned this Chi Mazizi. Now I can finally get some proper rest. Let me tell you, I haven't had a decent night's sleep in days. If there's a bed, don't you dare try to take it from me.
Or else, I'll lose my temper. Unlike the others' excited expressions, Wang Naliang's face grew grave. Hold on. He raised a hand to halt those about to advance, shaking his head at them. Whoever built houses deep in these mountains isn't ordinary. Let's check first if it's abandoned or if anyone's home. If it's empty, fine. But if someone's there, you'd better be polite. Before he could finish, Chi Maizi had already surged ahead, flashing Wang Niliang a self-assured wave over his shoulder. Don't worry, we've been crawling through these mountains for years, we know what we're doing. Seeing him lead the way, the others quickly followed. Dachuan shouted a few times outside but heard no response. Though the house had a door, it was merely a fence woven from branches, hardly a barrier to anyone. Boss, looks like no one's home. Who'd have thought someone could build such a heavenly pillar deep in these mountains? And by the looks of it, they've been living here for quite some time. Dachuan opened the door and marveled at the scene inside. Pots, pans, and utensils were all present. Located less than 100 meters from the river, it was incredibly convenient for daily tasks. Chapter 93, The Cactus Dwelling. Taken news of Wang Xiaolong. Unlike his focus, Kamaozi immediately spotted the bed inside the cactus hut. Though constructed from dead branches and leaves, it was covered with quilts and looked incredibly comfortable to sleep on. Wow, my bed. Wow, how long has it been since I slept in a bed? I'm coming. He lunged toward the bed, only to be grabbed by the back of his collar by Wang Niliang. Hold your horses. Looks like someone lives here regularly. Let's scout around first, try not to disturb anything inside. We'll be satisfied just staying here for a while. Don't want to cause any misunderstandings when the owner shows up. Chi Maizi was a bit sulky being held back by Wang Niliang, but he understood the gravity of the situation. Unlike in the county town, they were deep in the mountains now. Trust between people here was a matter of life and death. After their inspection, the group was surprised to find everything arranged with meticulous order. The setup suggested not just a single occupant, but likely an entire family of seasoned hunters who frequently lived in the mountains. Only after confirming the place was empty did the group fully relax. Wang Niliang wasted no time, flopping onto one of the beds without a second thought, filthy clothes and all. Dachuan shot him a fierce glare. Normally, he would have snapped back immediately, but today, unusually, he said little. Boss, looks like someone still lives here regularly. We'll just borrow the place as long as we don't damage anything. When we sell the big claw, we'll give him his share. Wang Niliang surveyed the surroundings and the exhausted faces around him, then nodded reluctantly. Alright, everyone rest up here first. We'll head out for the big claws once the sun's less intense. Dachuan brought out the remaining food. I'll fetch water from the river. Kamatsu, don't just stand around, go gather some firewood with Cat 3 and Dog 4. We're using the pot today, stewed meat soup. Chimatsu, who had just lain down, looked thoroughly disinterested. But at the mention of meat soup, his eyes lit up and he shot up from the bed. Mission accomplished. What they didn't know was that this cactus patch had been planted here by Lian. Had they realized this spot was Lian's regular hunting ground, Wang Niliang would have done anything to shamelessly recruit him into their group. After a period of busy activity, everyone ate their fill and either lay down on the beds or simply curled up on the ground. It was far more comfortable than being out in the wilderness, and there were even fewer mosquitoes and insects. Chi Maizi, a dry blade of grass clenched between his teeth like a toothpick, lay on his bed with one leg crossed over the other, swaying back and forth. Big brother Wang, Chi Maizi said, I tell you, there's so much food in that stone cave behind the cactus. We should have taken some back then and stewed it all in one pot. Saved us from barely getting half full, and even the dogs starving with us. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. But Wang Niliang remained crouched on the ground, feigning sleep without even opening his eyes, so they hesitated to speak up. Dachuan stroked his dog with a pang of pity. These past days, the dogs had always raced ahead of everyone, never even getting a chance to rest. Not only that, but since everyone was focused on finding Big Paw, their rations had been cut back significantly. They only got 2 meals a day at most. The dogs' coats had visibly dulled, and their weight had dropped noticeably. Yeah, boss, if we and the dogs don't eat our fill, how can we have the strength to fight the big claw? Besides, even if we encounter it, the dogs won't have the energy to contain it. Listening to the others' persistent pleas, Wang Niliang felt a twinge of doubt. During their inspection, they discovered a hidden stone cave within the cactus. Inside lay a substantial stash of meat hoarded by the owner. Taking just a portion could easily feed both the dogs and the men. As Dachuan had said, only with full stomachs could they muster the strength to hunt. Wang Niliang could feel his physical condition had deteriorated significantly since first entering the caves. Hunting big claws was inherently life-threatening. He needed to be in peak condition. Compared to his own life, the food from those households seemed insignificant. At worst, he could send more money back after hunting the big claws. Wang Niliang could only keep reassuring himself mentally. Seeing Chi Maizi's lack of response, he knew his plan had fallen through. With a long sigh, he closed his eyes and recalled the delicious meat broth from earlier. You had to hand it to them, they knew how to live. Not only had they built a cactus garden deep in the mountains, but they even had every condiment imaginable: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, the whole lot. Just as he was lost in these pleasant memories, Wang Niliang rose from the ground, his gaze hardening. Damn it, hunting these giant claws was doing the villagers a favor. Even if the owner found out we took some of his food, he shouldn't complain. We're all risking our necks here, can't we at least eat our fill? Dachuan, go into the cave and fetch some wild boar and mountain rabbits. And while you're at it, grab those mushrooms, we'll eat our fill first. Wang Niliang's words sparked cheers from the group. One by one, they charged into the cave, picking and choosing their favorite game. Within half an incense stick's time, the once neatly arranged cave was reduced to utter chaos. Wang Niliang didn't bother with further explanations, he simply sat down to boil water. They rested until 3 or 4 in the afternoon before lazily preparing to set off. Unlike when they first arrived, though still grubby, each member now radiated renewed vigor. The boss was right. In our current state, if we run into that big beast, it won't be coming back. Hearing Dachuan's praise, Wang Niliang burst into laughter, as if a grand reunion were beckoning him. Brother Anzi! Brother Anzi! Trouble! Lian had enjoyed a rare stretch of leisure at home these past few days. His usual routine involved weaving fish traps with Li Yulan while keeping Tiger Stump and Bean company as they played around the village. After the old wolf incident, Hu Duan's hunting skills had grown increasingly steady. He'd transformed from a reckless young bull fearless of tigers into a cunning, cautious hunter. Every morning, he could be seen lying in the courtyard with a few gray foxes or mountain hares in his mouth. Lian was just holding Hu Dun, ready to pet him, when he heard Wang Xiaolong rushing in from outside. Seeing his frantic expression, it seemed something was wrong. He was all flustered, so I told him to take a sip of water and calm down. After Wang Xiaolong got home, he just kept panting, saying something was wrong. But after gasping for a while, he still couldn't make sense of what had happened. Hearing Lian's words, Wang Xiaolong downed the entire glass of water on the table in one gulp, finally calming his panic slightly. Brotherin, it's bad. I was going to Uncle De Gao's place to get medicine today. But I heard someone say Uncle De Gao went into the woods and never came back. And look at this. Saying this, Wang Xiaolong pulled a shoe from behind his back. Lian recognized it, a plain old cloth shoe, with the character for medicine stitched crookedly in white thread across the top. Seeing this, Lian's heart skipped a beat involuntarily. Chapter 94, Li Dagong's Tragedy, a sound unheard. He recognized those shoes. Every time he saw Li Dagong, he was always wearing them. Even though they were patched up with numerous stitches, he still couldn't bear to throw them away. The last time he took Erzhan to get his leg checked, he had joked, "These shoes are falling apart. I'll buy you a new pair next time." Li Jigang deliberately shuffled his feet in front of him, boasting that the shoes felt comfortable after years of wear. In his youth, he often trekked up mountains, and he'd replaced the soles countless times. Yet he still couldn't bear to replace the shoes, if only for the character medicine embroidered on them. Back then, Lian had remarked that the character looked rather crude and asked if it held any special meaning. Li Jigang had only smiled without answering. Now, those very shoes had found their way into Wang Xiaolong's hands. Lian abruptly stood up from his stool. Where did Xiaolong get these shoes? Wang Lalio's wife found them while gathering mushrooms in the mountains. There aren't many doctors in the nearby villages. So when people from our village get fevers or colds, they often come to Uncle De Gao's house for medicine. Over time, we've gotten to know each other well. Uncle De Gao often passed through our village when gathering herbs. Someone saw him heading up the mountain yesterday morning. But this morning, Wang Lalio's wife came down from the woods in a panic, saying something was wrong. She went to Uncle De Gao's house to check and found him gone. Everyone in the village knows that although Uncle De Gao goes up the mountain to gather herbs himself, he has no hunting skills and never strays far. He always leaves and returns on the same day. Now the whole village is abuzz with rumors. They say. What is it? Lian's voice was loud, clearly tinged with anxiety. He didn't care much about many people in this village, but Uncle Li Dagon was definitely one of them. Wang Xiaolong was startled by Lian's shout and dared not hesitate, quickly continuing, "They say Uncle Dagon encountered a big beast while gathering herbs on the mountain." Hearing this, Wang Xiaolong's heart sank. It was exactly what he feared. Seeing Li Dagao's eyes gradually lose their light, Wang Xiaolong grew fearful too. Though surviving a big claw attack in the mountains was nearly impossible, climbing a tree or hiding in a narrow cave might buy a little more time. Most of the hunters in these villages owed Li Dagong a favor. Many had already gone up the mountain searching for him. As they put it, a head lost leaves a scar as big as a bull. We can't be ungrateful while we're alive. By now, over a dozen had gone up, determined to find him alive or dead. Since Wang Xiaolong possessed the only trace Li Dagang had left behind, he intended to prepare to go up the mountain with Lian to search for him. "Brotherin, what do you think we should?" Before he could finish, the front door creaked open. The two looked up to see none other than Lian's father, Li Koan. He still had his old pipe clenched between his teeth, but his expression was grave. His eyes immediately fell on the cloth shoe in Wang Xiaolong's hand. Clearly, he knew about Li Dagang. Li Koan took 2 sharp puffs on his pipe, his gaze toward Lian unusually flat. It was as if he'd heard news of a close acquaintance's passing, yet the sorrow couldn't break through. "Anzi, you know what happened. I heard it might have been caused by those big paws coming down from the mountains.
Go find Degeo today. Let's make sure we've done everything we can. Go. Your father won't stop you. Truthfully, even without Wang Xiaolong's involvement, Li Koan would have sent Lian to the mountains to find Li Dagong today.
Among all the households in Maorton, you wouldn't find a single one who could claim to be a better hunter than Lian out there. Everyone says Lian is the youngest veteran hunter to come out of Qi County.
But in Maorton, Lian is their only seasoned hunter now.
Lian gave Li Koan a solemn look, then bowed deeply to him.
Duzi, come with me to the mountain.
Duzi, who had been lying on the ground pretending to sleep, kept one ear perked up, listening intently to Lian's movements. The moment he heard Lian call his name, he shot up from the ground and darted to his side. Having skipped the mountain for 3 or 4 days straight, Duzi was bursting with pent-up energy. Just when he was fretting over where to channel his strength, Lian's call sent him sprinting faster than anyone. Huduan climbed down from the eaves and approached Lian, rubbing against his pant leg incessantly. His intent was clear, he wanted to accompany Lian up the mountain too. But this time, Lian had no intention of bringing him along. The main reason was that Tiger Stump hadn't reached adulthood yet. If Big Claw really had injured Li Dagong, Tiger Stump wouldn't just be useless, he might even distract Lian. Wang Xiaolong drew a brand new double-barreled hunting rifle from behind his back and waved it before Lian. His father had bought it with money earned from selling furs during his recent hunting trips, insisting that one could never be without a gun for self-defense in the unpredictable mountains. Judging by the model, it appeared identical to the one Song Ao had carried into the mountains. Lian paid no heed to such details, swiftly gathering his hunting gear from the ground before turning to follow Wang Xiaolong into the mountains. Outside, Li Yulan hadn't waited for Lian to leave. By the time she arrived, he had already vanished down the alley. Clutching Little Sparrow, she panted as she approached Li Kuan. Brother, you really let Anzi go up the mountain? Over the years, Big Gang has helped so many people. Militia from several nearby villages are ready to head up the mountain to help search. What if something happens to Big Claw's Anzi? How could we live with that? Li Yulan was genuinely worried about Lian. As she spoke, her eyes welled up involuntarily, her voice growing hoarse. Yet Li Koan stood rooted to the spot, utterly unmoved. No one knew what was going through his mind, but after a moment, he shook his head. Anzi had changed, he wasn't the same as before. He had his own responsibilities and convictions. If it came to actual combat, every man in the militia would prove his mettle. But searching the mountains? That was another matter entirely. With that, he turned and went into the room. Meanwhile, Lian and Wang Xiaolong pedaled their bicycles furiously, with Duzi trailing swiftly behind them. By the time they reached the mountain entrance, a crowd had already gathered. Li Shufan and Wan Luer stood anxiously among the people. The moment they spotted Lian approaching, they waved frantically. Lian saw them and hurried over. Why'd you take so long? Everyone else has already gone up. Lian waved his hand dismissively. I just got the news myself. Why are there so many people here? I even see militia members. The path up the mountain was nearly blocked by the crowd. What was once a rarely trodden trail was now packed tight. Damn it! Who among us hasn't owed Uncle Degeo a favor over the years? With so many of us here today, we'll turn this mountain upside down if we have to. We must find Uncle Degeo. Otherwise, our consciences will gnaw at us when we try to sleep tonight. Right. Years back, when my wife was giving birth and started bleeding, if we hadn't rushed to Uncle Dagong for 2 doses of his herbal medicine, my whole family would have been buried in some unknown grave by now. Today, even if we really have to go toe-to-toe with the Big Claws, we'll show them that Ma Dazhuang isn't some spineless coward. Into the mountains. Find Uncle Degeo. My mother broke her leg when mushrooms were sprouting in the woods. If Uncle Degeo hadn't treated her, she'd be crippled now. Listening to the bustling sounds around him, Lian felt his heart tremble even more. Chapter 95, Into the Mountains, Find Uncle Dagong. So this seemingly ordinary old man living in a dilapidated thatched hut had so many people willing to risk everything for him. Earlier, he'd seemed like just a friendly old man chatting with him, but now, when danger struck, so many were willing to stand up for him. Li Shufan, growing impatient, gave Lian a sharp slap on the shoulder. What are you spacing out for? Most of the gunmen from the surrounding villages have already left once they got word. Lian understood her meaning without her needing to say more. He'd been stunned by the overwhelming scene. Snapping back to reality, he quickly scanned his surroundings. Where was Uncle Jigang? Why hadn't he seen him? My dad already headed up the mountain with a few other artillerymen from the village. They should be close to the grassy meadow on the western hillside by now. Xiaolong, let's go. If we hurry now, we might still catch up with Uncle Jigang and the others. Lian didn't hesitate after hearing her. He patted Duzi's head and turned to follow Wang Xiaolong deeper into the mountains. Luer, is Lian really as extraordinary as my dad says? With so many people here, is he the only one who can bring back Uncle Degeo? After Lian had walked far away, Li Shufan quietly asked Wan Luer standing beside her. There were already at least 20 artillerymen who had gone in. Behind them were nearly 20 more militia members. If even they couldn't find Li Dagong, how could Lian, Wang Xiaolong, and Duzi possibly locate him? Wang Luer gazed meaningfully in the direction Lian had departed and shook her head.
Sister Shufan, he's different. Xiaolong, give me Uncle Dageo's shoes. Deep in the mountains, Lian had Duzi sniff Uncle Li Dagong's shoes periodically. After all, it had been a day and night since he'd gone in. The scent lingering in the air was already faint. Even with Duzi's keen sense of smell, pinpointing his direction was difficult. Despite this, Duzi remained unflustered. He began urinating around the perimeter. After leading Lian and the others forward a short distance, he would mark the spot with urine, then return to start anew from a different location. After wandering aimlessly for nearly the entire morning, they found themselves back at the starting point. Even the militia team that had entered last had long since passed them. Wang Xiaolong looked at Lian with growing anxiety. Brotherin, what do you think Duzi is doing, leading us around in circles like this? Could it be that Uncle Dageo's scent in the air has faded? If it's really not working, maybe we should just join the others in the search. Lian, seeing Wang Xiaolong scratching his head in frustration, quickly scolded him. Unlike his agitated state, Lian remained remarkably calm. Xiaolong, have you forgotten what I taught you? No matter what happens, you must stay calm. Otherwise, you're courting death in these mountains. I know, brotherin. It's just, we haven't found any trace of Uncle Dageo, and I'm getting anxious.
Wang Xiaolong hastily explained, only to be glared at by Lian again.
Anxious? Who isn't?
But searching for someone in these mountains is never easy.
The more anxious you are, the more you need to stay calm. Otherwise, if we don't find him and lose ourselves in the process, it'll be a huge loss. Aren't you curious what Duzi is up to? Let me enlighten you about another method of scent detection. Duzi can't pinpoint Uncle Dagon's direction either. What does that tell us? Wang Xiaolong froze at Lian's question, then shook his head like a bobblehead. Bro, don't look at me. I think maybe Duzi's nose just isn't working right sometimes. Otherwise, with his ability to smell from miles away, how could he possibly not find Uncle Dashin? Thud.
Before Wang Xiaolong could finish, Lian delivered a stomp to his chest, sending him clutching his head.
Bean can smell scents from miles away.
If he hasn't pinpointed Uncle Dashin's location, it's because, first, Uncle Dashin has been gone too long, and Bean can't track him by the scent he left while moving.
Second, Uncle Dashin isn't nearby.
If he were close, Bean would find him even without his scent lingering.
Lian's explanation clicked for Wang Xiaolong. So Uncle Dashin had already gone far away. But how could that be?
He'd spent half his life gathering herbs in these mountains. He might not know every inch of the nearby hills like the back of his hand, but he knew them well enough.
He'd never wandered far. Unless.
The worst possibility flashed through Wang Xiaolong's mind, and he quickly shook his head to dismiss it.
It couldn't be. Uncle Dashin had spent his entire life doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. His life shouldn't be so short. Lian's expression also grew grave.
Duzi's method primarily involved using urine to mark the direction they'd traveled.
Then, by analyzing where Li Dashin's scent was stronger, they could track him down. Woof! The dog seemed to have found something. It barked twice at Lian and started running up the mountain. Seeing this, the two hurried after it. Anzi? How did you find your way here? I've circled the area several times and haven't seen a soul.
Lian, who was following Duzi, was suddenly stopped by someone.
The speaker was none other than Li Shufan's father, Li Jigang. He had planned to try his luck in the woods this morning, having heard recent reports of large clawed beasts causing havoc. Many hunters chose to stay home and wait out the storm, but he simply couldn't sit still, thinking that bagging a couple of grey dogs would be a good thing. Before he even reached the mountain's base this morning, he overheard people shouting that Li Dashin had met with danger deep in the hills. After grasping the situation, he didn't hesitate. He plunged headlong into the mountains. But I'd practically combed the entire area. Not a single big clawed beast in sight, and barely 2 grey dogs. Instead, I ran into 2 groups. One was hunters from a nearby village, not close friends, but familiar faces. The other was the village militia squad, who made a lot more noise than the hunters. After exchanging what they knew, both groups went their separate ways. Just as they'd been running all morning and were about to stop for a bite to eat, they heard Duzi's bark. Lian wiped the sweat from his forehead with his shirt. Duzi grew increasingly excited, his tail wagging non-stop. No time for small talk with Li Jigang. Uncle Jigang, Duzi seems to have found Uncle Dagon's location. Hurry up and follow them. With that, he took Wang Xiaolong and continued running forward. After hearing Lian's words, Li Jigang rubbed his stomach, which had been rumbling loudly moments before. Gritting his teeth, he stuffed the food back into his waist pouch and followed right behind the two. As the path ahead grew increasingly familiar, Wang Xiaolong finally caught on. Brotherin, isn't this the path to our immortal pillar? Why is Duzi leading us here? Uncle Dageo went up the mountain from our village. There's no way he could have ended up here. There's at least 30 miles of mountain road between us. He had absolutely no reason to take such a huge detour. Lian had no time to respond to Wang Xiaolong. Trusting Duzi's instincts, he kept running forward. Chapter 96, Encountering the Big Claw, The Death of Chi Maizi. Damn it! Boss! Dachuan, covered in blood, roared furiously at the sky.
Not far from him, Wang Niliang lay limp on the ground, unconscious. Oh wah! A thunderous, earth-shaking roar erupted before him. Ignoring his wounds, Dachuan raised his gun, ready to keep fighting. Seeing Big Claw lunging toward Dachuan, Kimatsu quickly tackled him to the ground. You fool, watch out! As he spoke, the giant beast leapt right past his side. That massive creature weighed at least 500 or 600 pounds. Its imposing, muscular frame sent a chill down anyone's spine. Several dogs had initially intended to fight back, but under the beast's roar, they became as limp as jellyfish. With no will to resist, they tucked their tails between their legs and retreated to the back of the crowd. Dachuan rose from the ground, eyes red with fury. The hunting rifle in his hands was bent from blocking the beast's attack. Glancing at the mangled weapon, he drew an axe from his back. Get the hell out of my way, you bastards! Today I'll avenge my brother. Earlier, Wang Niliang had been knocked down by the beast while trying to save him. The beast's weight, hundreds of pounds, had sent him flying like a tank had plowed through him. Just like the scene before him now, Wang Niliang lay on the ground, his condition unknown. Seeing him like this, Dachuan felt a pang of regret. It was all because he had placed too much faith in the abilities of his hunting dogs. If those dogs had managed to hold off the beast at the start, they might have been preparing to head home by now. But that tiger's roar was terrifying beyond belief. Not just the dogs, even Dachuan and the others felt their scalps crawl at the sound. Like cats encountering mice, they couldn't muster the will to fight back. Terror gripped them all. As the giant paw lunged toward Dachuan, Wang Niliang pushed him out of the way without a second thought, taking the full force of the blow himself. Get the hell out of my way, Chimatsu! You may be scared of death, but I'm not. After shouting, Dachuan tried to charge forward, but Chimazizi held his arm tightly. You fool! Charging in now is just suicide. How could your strength possibly match that beast's? We retreat first, then look for an opening to finish it. But Dick Chun, completely out of his mind, couldn't think straight. He charged straight toward Big Claw. Chimazi was shoved aside, tumbling to the ground. Cat 3 and Dog 4, already knocked down by Big Claw, lay gasping for air. You idiot, Dick Chun. Truthfully, with Dachuan distracting the beast, Kimatsu had a clear chance to escape. Yet he gritted his teeth and scrambled back to his feet. He watched helplessly as Dacha was knocked down by the giant claw, its gaping maw sinking viciously into his arm. All that remained was Dachuan's agonized screams. Crushed beneath the heavy weight of the beast, he was utterly powerless to resist. I'll fight you to the death. You! Chimazizi drew his bow to the full and fired 2 arrows, both embedding themselves in the giant claw's back. But after such a struggle, he had little strength left. The arrows merely stuck in the giant claw's flesh before quickly falling out, merely adding superficial wounds. Arg! Another tiger-like roar erupted. The giant paw, enraged by the pain, flung Dachuan aside and lunged repeatedly at Kimatsu. His arms were already trembling uncontrollably from exhaustion. As the beast closed in, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Kimatsu, who'd spent his entire life leaving others with the impression of a cowardly, petty opportunist, never imagined he'd play the hero one last time before dying. Damn it, let's see who dares call me a worthless coward after this. As the stench of blood from the giant claw washed over him, Chimazizi closed his eyes. His only regret was that, despite his struggles to find a wife, he hadn't managed to father a son. The bow-drawing skill passed down through generations might die with him. But upon reflection, perhaps it was for the best. At least he wouldn't have to beg for scraps in the mountains, risking a fate like his own perishing in some godforsaken corner. The instant Big Claw pinned him down, Chimazi didn't even feel pain. It was as if a truck had plowed into him. Then came the crushing suffocation. Big Claw's jaws clamped down on his neck, snapping his carotid artery and trachea in one brutal bite. Watching the blood instantly stain the earth crimson, Dachuan scrambled to his feet, tears and blood instantly covering his entire face. No! The howl that echoed through the mountains left him instantly hoarse. Memories from their time in the mountains flooded his mind. At first, he genuinely disliked Chimazizi. This skinny man ate more than he did, always acting timid and stingy. He hated such sly people most of all. But as time passed, he realized Chimazi wasn't what he'd thought. Though sharp-tongued, he never backed down when it mattered. In his entire life, aside from Wang Niliang, he had never felt such a deep sense of recognition toward another person. Despite their constant bickering over trivial matters, he had quietly accepted Chimazi into his heart. Watching one after another fall before his eyes, Dachuan's heart felt like it was being torn apart. He watched Big Claw tear into Wang Mauzi bite by bite. The once sturdy, iron-willed man was now reduced to shreds. Kneeling powerlessly on the ground, he felt his own weakness for the first time. Bang! Bang! The crack of gunfire echoed in Dachuan's ears as a middle-aged man strode steadily into view. A long-brimmed cap obscured his features. The double-barreled shotgun in his hands spat out a continuous spray of sparks. Besides the one he held, another was slung across his back. Without pausing to reload, all 4 bullets found their mark on Big Claw. The bullets were single-pointed, and after bursts of blood mist erupted from Big Claw's body, he quickly collapsed to the ground. Yet faint breaths still whispered of its tenacious life. A beast's final struggle before death was often the most terrifying. Dachuan stared at the newcomer in shock. Zhang Pao. I beg you, save Kamatsi. The beast pinned him down just now. I beg you, save him. His voice trembled as if on the verge of tears. Ignoring the gushing blood from his arm, he scrambled toward Chimazi. Zhang Pao glanced up at Dachuan and shook his head. Chimazizi beneath the beast's claws was already unrecognizable. As long as it hadn't died, getting close was impossible. So while loading his gun, he barked at Dachuan, who was still trying to advance. Stay put. Don't move forward. That beast isn't dead yet. Roar. The giant claw on the ground let out a furious roar, perhaps sensing its life was nearing its end. With its last ounce of strength, it forced itself back to its feet. Chapter 97, Lian vs. The Big Claw. Just as Zhang Pao finished loading his bullets, ready to finish off the Great Claw, another furious roar suddenly erupted from behind him. A tremendous aura of power washed over him, causing even Zhang Pao's face to turn pale. Turning around, he saw a snow-white giant paw standing less than 50 meters away, glaring at him menacingly. Unlike the yellow and black striped giant paw, this white tiger was even larger, weighing at least 800 jin, a full size larger than the blood-stained tiger. Hearing its companion's voice, the large paw that had just scrambled to its feet immediately responded. Their calls echoed back and forth, seemingly transmitting some kind of signal. Feeling the white tiger's furious roar, cold sweat instantly beaded on Zhang Pao's forehead. This wasn't just one big paw coming down the mountain, it was two, damn it. The white tiger behind him brought a wave of foul wind, and Zhang Pao dared not hesitate for a second. He turned and emptied the two newly loaded bullets. But the white tiger was clearly prepared. The instant Zhang Pao turned, it had already shifted its direction and lunged to the side. The bullets buried themselves in the two large trees behind him. Zhang Pao, with no time to spare, roared at the still-dazed Chun, run. Without looking back, the two plunged into the woods. But the tiger, now fully upright, wasn't about to let them escape so easily. It lunged forward, blocking their retreat. Seeing the giant paws closing in from both sides, Zhang Pao glanced at Dachuan, whose arm was still bleeding profusely, his face pale. How are you holding up? We have to climb a tree or we'll both die here. Chun glanced at his own arm and gave a bitter chuckle. In his current state, just standing up made his head spin. Climbing a tree was out of the question. Zhang Pao, thanks. My brother and the others are all down for the count today. You climb the tree first. I'll risk my life to draw those big claws away. Ignoring Zhang Pao's protests, he sprinted backward with all his might. Zhang Pao tried to stop him, but seeing his state, he knew escape was impossible today. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled up the tree. Only from the treetops could he reload his hunting rifle. Though he'd dropped one on the ground, he still had another strapped to his back. He had to mount his final counterattack before the big beasts finished off Dachuan. The big claws were clumsy at climbing, but a single leap could yank him off the branches. But what escape route did Dachuan have left? He'd only run a dozen paces before the white tiger caught up behind him. Feeling the fierce wind on his back, he closed his eyes in despair. Xiaolong, did you hear anything? Lian and Wang Xiaolong stood frozen in place, mere hundreds of meters from the immortal pillars. Yet Duzi, who had been perfectly calm moments ago, now stood with every hair on his body bristling. He stared warily ahead, emitting a low, hissing growl. It seemed to warn them not to proceed, further danger lay ahead. A series of howls pierced Lian's ears, the deafening sound making both men's scalps tingle. Duzi was too terrified to move forward. As the king of beasts, his roar alone could make surrounding animals retreat and lose their ability to fight. Brethren, maybe we should turn back? Wang Xiaolong's legs were shaking violently now. His face was deathly pale, and he nearly collapsed onto the ground. When they first talked about fighting the great beast, he hadn't felt much fear. But now, hearing the tiger's roar without seeing its face was enough to fill him with dread. Lian's expression turned grave as he raised his hand to cut off Wang Xiaolong's words. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, sharp and piercing. The accompanying screams made his heart lurch violently, and his expression changed drastically. No! Someone's been shot. With that, he charged forward. Seeing Lian sprinting toward the source of the sound, Wang Xiaolong ignored his trembling legs. Damn it! If you're dead, you're dead. If you're alive, you're alive. Brethren, wait for me. By the time he reached the spot, Lian witnessed a large man pinned beneath a massive claw. Never mind the several others lying nearby. The sight of blood everywhere would have paralyzed most people with fear. Shimaizi's severed limbs were flung about by the claw. Lian steadied himself. Seeing the beast about to strike, he thrust his spear twice with all his might. With the final crack of the spear, the exhausted giant claw finally collapsed to the ground. No, and goo! There's another giant claw! As Wang Xiaolong's voice rang out, a tiger-like roar echoed in Lian's ears once more. He'd rushed over in such haste that he hadn't had time to survey his surroundings. Seeing someone about to be mauled by the clawed beast, Lian couldn't wait any longer. The moment Wang Xiaolong finished speaking, he instinctively dove toward the ground. Oh whoa! The white tiger's claws nearly grazed Lian's scalp as it flew past. Feeling the oppressive aura overhead, Lian's heart trembled. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Zhang Pao leapt down from the tree. Almost simultaneously, he and Wang Xiaolong raised their rifles. Bang! Bang bang! A hail of gunfire erupted, pelting the white tiger relentlessly. But the white tiger had clearly learned from the flower tiger's mistake. The moment the two raised their spears, it darted into the woods. Bullets whizzed past, striking the trees with no effect. Only Zhang Pao's final shot grazed the tiger's belly, embedding itself in its hind leg. A piercing howl erupted from the white tiger as pain shot through its thigh, but beyond the anguish, the cry carried a palpable fury. With their ammunition spent, the white tiger gave the hunters no time to reload before lunging at Lian again. Of all present, Lian was undoubtedly the one the white tiger hated most. After all, Lian had shot his comrade dead right before its eyes. As the white tiger charged, Lian, just getting back on his feet, tossed his shotgun aside and drew his battle axe from his back. The jagged glint along the axe's edge seemed to flaunt its sharpness. Come on, let's see how much better you are than a bear. Dodging the tiger's swipe with a sidestep, Lian's axe collided with its claw. A tremendous force surged through his wrist. Unlike the bear's strength, this power carried a savage ferocity. The moment their weapons met, Lian was flung aside. The tiger's paws proved far trickier than the bear's blind fists. As a feline, it possessed far greater agility. The moment it landed, the tiger lunged for Lian's arm with its jaws. Paired with its wildly flailing claws, any contact with Lian's body meant certain death or injury. Zhang Pao and Wang Xiaolong reloaded the shotgun again, but now they dared not fire recklessly. The big paw darted relentlessly, nearly tangling with Lian in a grapple. A hit on the big paw might be manageable, but if it struck Lian, the man would be crippled. Compared to Wang Xiaolong, Zhang Pao remained remarkably composed. Though initially driven into a corner by the beast's attacks, his hands holding the rifle were now steady as he repeatedly aimed between the claws and Lian. Bang! The gunshot rang out, yet neither man was harmed. Get out of my way! Zhang Pao glared furiously at Wang Xiaolong. The moment he fired, Wang Xiaolong had tackled him to the ground. You bastard, you fired! My brother was still fighting Big Claw. If you'd hit him, he'd be dead. Chapter 98. The Big Claw falls, the entire army is wiped out. Wang Xiaolong's face twisted into a grimace. Initially, he too had aimed his gun at Big Claw, scanning his body. But after a few breaths, realizing there was no chance to strike, he caught Zhang Pao's intent to fire out of the corner of his eye. That's when he threw caution to the wind and lunged forward, tackling Zhang Pao to the ground the instant the gun went off. If I hadn't shot that beast, we'd all be dead here today. Didn't you see how it reacted? It wouldn't have spared a single one of us. But you shouldn't have aimed your gun at my brother. Wang Xiaolong's fist slammed hard into Zhang Pao's face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth onto the ground. Zhang Pao scrambled to his feet and delivered a vicious kick to Wang Xiaolong's stomach. Instantly, Wang doubled over like a boiled shrimp, clutching his belly. His contorted face screamed agony. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Zhang spat a bloody glob onto the ground. Put! Little punk, you dare get physical with me? This big paw is way bigger than your brother. If I don't shoot now, I won't get another chance. After speaking, he raised his hunting rifle again, aiming in Big Claw's direction. Seeing his stance, Wang Xiaolong struggled to his feet once more. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain radiating from his internal organs, he roared, Zhang Pao hadn't expected the kid to get back up after his kick. Caught off guard, he was knocked down again. I won't let you shoot my brother. Fists the size of sandbags rained down on Zhang Pao. For a moment, he was truly unable to fight back. Watching Zhang Pao get beaten, Wang Xiaolong's eyes turned bloodshot. He pulled an axe identical to Lian's from behind his back and charged toward the white tiger. Brotherin, I'm coming to help you. Lian had already been knocked to the ground by the white tiger. His chest and arms were covered in claw wounds, his entire body suddenly drenched in blood. Beans, trying to save him, was swatted aside by the giant claw. Ignoring his own injuries, he got back up every time he was knocked down and charged forward again. Had it not been for Duzi's desperate protection, Lian would have been torn apart by the tiger's jaws long ago. Wang Xiaolong, drawing courage from somewhere unknown, raised his axe with all his might and swung it viciously at the tiger's back. The claw that had pinned Lian down felt the pain on its back and let out a piercing howl. It spun around, ready to slam Wang Xiaolong to the ground as well. But this very turn gave Lian a chance to rise again. He watched helplessly as Wang Xiaolong was knocked flying by the white tiger's claw, landing on the ground, unconscious and in critical condition. In that instant, his bloodshot eyes seemed ready to spill tears of blood. Duzi, heedless of danger, latched onto the claw's tail and tore backward with all his might. Perhaps sensing the pestering fly-like nuisance, the white tiger opened its gaping maw and bit down on Duzi's back. Awoo, awoo. Accompanied by Duzi's agonized howls, the tiger flung him onto a nearby tree. Little dragon! Duzi! Lian roared in fury, his mind blank as he watched his companions fall victim to the great claw. You ing bastard, die! Lian, covered in blood, rose from the ground. He glanced at the crooked tree beside him, which had been struck by the giant claw and was teetering on the verge of collapse. Ignoring the pain, he nimbly climbed the tree, towering above the giant claw. He raised his axe high above his head, channeling every ounce of strength into his waist, just as he had when he furiously chopped down that bear. Die for me! A sonic boom ripped through the air. Having dealt with Wang Xiaolong and Duzi, the giant claw turned its attention to Lian. The distance between them was now little more than a meter in height. A single leap would be enough for it to knock Lian off the tree. Oh whoa! Crash! The axe blade and the iron claw collided violently. Lian had specifically reinforced the newly replaced handle with iron. Yet even this single blow sent a wave of numbness through Lian's arms. A tremendous force hurled him 4 or 5 meters backward. As soon as he hit the ground, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. The immense recoil had shifted his internal organs. The axe blade struck the white tiger's skull with brutal force. No matter how hard its bones were, they couldn't withstand Lian's all-out strike. The white tiger lay on the ground, wailing pitifully, but within mere moments, its life had completely ceased. Ding! Hunted 1 mutant white tiger. Mountain hunt value plus 428. As the mental notification faded, Lian once again slipped into unconsciousness. The surrounding battle was nothing short of brutal. Wang Nilian's group of 5 had suffered near total annihilation. Aside from Chi Maizi, who had been torn apart by a giant claw, the others were barely clinging to life. Lian, covered in blood, had also lost consciousness after the brief battle. Wang Xiaolong struggled to rise from the ground, his breath thick with the metallic taste of blood. Duzi, tossed onto the ground by the giant claw, twitched painfully, the only sign he was still alive. Damn, these kids sure hit hard these days. Zhang Pao also scrambled to his feet, still reeling from Lian's unexpected bravery. Wang Xiaolong had nearly beaten his face into a pig's head, snapping his nose clean off. Hey! Kid, you still got any fight left in you? Wang Xiaolong propped his axe into the ground, barely managing to keep himself upright. But he couldn't move at all. Just the slightest attempt to stand sent waves of excruciating pain through him. Even in this state, he remained defiant, mimicking Zhang Pao by spitting a blood-tinged phlegm onto the ground. I'm just fine, you bastard. And mark my words, don't even think about messing with Big Claw. That's something my brother paid for with his life. As he spoke, he nearly toppled back to the ground. Zhang Pao couldn't help but laugh at the sight, though the constant stream of blood from his nose nearly choked him. After coughing several times, he finally caught his breath. Wiping his bleeding nose, he gave Wang Xiaolong a thumbs up. Nice work, kid. You hit hard as hell. Since you're so tough, wait here for me. I'm going to get reinforcements, don't die on me. Despite being beaten so badly by Wang Xiaolong, his nose even broken clean off, Zhang Pao felt strangely unangry. Instead, he looked at Wang Xiaolong with a hint of admiration. Maybe that was just the Huruntian way. Earlier, firing together would have been the best way to deal with the big claw, at least then neither of them would have been in danger. Who'd have thought this kid, who didn't look a day over 18, would be so loyal? Zhang Pao had seen plenty of people in his life, but never a pair like these two, one fierce and relentless against the big claw, the other brimming with tiger-like spirit, still talking tough even as death approached. Remember this, my name is Shelatuba. Everyone calls me Zhang Pao. With that, he vanished into the woods without a backward glance. Watching him grow distant, Wang Xiaolong finally collapsed onto the ground, unable to hold back any longer. Chapter 99, Let's Split the Money. When Lian regained consciousness, he found himself back in that familiar room, the voice of the doctor he knew well ringing in his ears. Don't worry, this injury is similar to the last time he came in. But this kid really pushes himself. How long has he been out before coming back in? The only complication is that the previous wound hasn't fully healed yet. This time there's a minor bone crack, but it's nothing serious. He'll be fine with some rest. Lian opened his eyes and scanned the room, meeting the doctor's gaze. Alright, he's awake. I'll come back this afternoon to change his dressing. After saying that, he walked out. Seeing that he was awake, Li Koan, Li Jigang, and the others immediately crowded around. Anzi, how are you feeling? Holy crap, fourth brother, you've got me beat this time. You're the first person I've ever heard of who split a big claw animal in two with an axe. You actually killed a white tiger that big. Are you the reincarnation of second brother Wu? That's insane. How are Xiaolong and Duzi? Lian's voice was hoarse. His throat felt like it was being sliced by a razor blade. Brotherin, I'm right here. We're in the same room. Lian turned his head and saw Lian lying on the hospital bed next to him, grinning like an idiot. That kid's got some serious toughness. After getting swatted by that giant paw, every visible part of his body was in casts, only his right hand could still move. Lian grinned. As long as you're okay. As they spoke, Lu Tsuhua entered carrying a bowl of hot soup. Her red, swollen eyes clearly showed she'd been crying. Anzi's awake. Since Uncle Chang's chicken soup is ready, you should have some too. Li Yulan took the bowl from her and fed the soup to Lian. As the first mouthful slid down his throat, he felt a warm wave flow through him, settling deep in his stomach. He licked his parched lips. Auntie, I'm sorry. You silly boy, just getting Xiaolong out of those mountains alive was his good fortune. How could I blame you? The blame lies with this child for choosing this path. After Wang Xiaolong's death, Lu Tsuihua had long since come to terms with it. Perhaps the Wang family was simply destined to live off the mountains. Move aside. Just set the flower bouquet down here. Hearing the lively commotion outside, Lian and Wang Xiaolong both turned their heads involuntarily. There stood Xiuyan and Li Guifan, sweating buckets as they bustled about. July's heat had already soaked their clothes completely to their skin. Several large flower baskets were placed at the ward entrance. Spotting Lian awake, the women rushed over. Anzi, look at this. This is the banner personally inscribed by County Magistrate Chief Ryu. Li Guifan held up the banner, and Lian looked up. It read, "The heroic spirit of the tiger-slaying youth, unmatched by Wusong of old. Presented by the Qi County government." Li Koan took it and examined it repeatedly. Throughout his life, he had never coveted money or indulged in pleasures, dedicating himself solely to serving the people. This wasn't the only banner. 5 or 6 more had been sent by various departments alone. The county magistrate also said he'd present plaques to both your family and Wang Xiaolong's family, inscribed with Household of Tiger Slayers. In these times, plaques symbolized honor much like the military family plaques issued to soldiers. Wang Chang sat nearby, grinning from ear to ear. He'd hunted all his life, yet his own son, fearless as a newborn calf, had surpassed him. Forget giant claws. Back in his hunting days, he wouldn't even dare dream of taking on a bear. The county office had even brought the bounty money for the big claws. 6,000 yuan for the 2 big claws. It was all right there. Li Koan gestured toward a cloth bundle on the ground. Unfolding it revealed stacks of cash round bills neatly arranged. Seeing such a fortune laid out before them, everyone's eyes widened instantly. Goodness, Anzi, that's a fortune. You and Xiaolong won't have to worry about wedding expenses now. Director Feng teased from the side, yet his eyes held not a trace of greed at the sight of the fortune. He had long regarded Lian as his own son. While Lian had once been wayward, his transformation now brought Feng more joy than anyone except Li Koan and Li Yulan. Uncle Feng, stop teasing me. Xiaolong and I can't possibly take all this money. Hearing Director Feng's words, the eyes of several women standing nearby lit up involuntarily, only to dim quickly. Only Wang Elvier's face flushed slightly. Lian recalled that by the time they arrived, the first giant claw was already on its last legs. Had it not been so, he wouldn't have been able to kill it with just 2 shots. Oh, right, what happened to the others who fought the big claw with us? Lian looked at Wang Xiaolong. After he had split the white tiger in 2, he had lost consciousness. As a result, he wasn't entirely sure what had happened afterward. Li Yulan set down the chicken soup in her hands. Anzi, do you remember the person who invited you to join us in hunting the giant claw when we returned from the county town? Lian nodded. He remembered the man. It was he who first told them about the big claw terrorizing the mountains. The group hunting the big claws before you went were them. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary hunters. They didn't kill the big claws. Instead, they were killed themselves. The leader of that group was Wang Niliang, the one who called us. There was also this tall guy named Dachuan who always seemed to hang around Wang Niliang. Those 2 were okay. Wang Niliang and Xiaolong were injured similarly, but Dachuan was the real tragedy. The giant claw tore his arm so badly you could see the bone. The doctor said that even after healing, the arm would be practically useless. Lian nodded. He recalled that Dachuan was the man pinned beneath the giant claw when he arrived. He knew this fellow, a tough-looking guy. The other 2 were called Cat 3 and Dog 4, brothers who usually hunted small game in the mountains with their 2 hounds. This time, for reasons unknown, they'd followed Wang Niliang into the mountains to hunt the big claw beast. Both dogs had perished on the mountain. Fortunately, the brothers themselves survived. The most tragic loss was Chi Maizi. Rumor had it his ancestors were generals, and he'd inherited their skill with the bow and arrow. Yet the big claw beast had torn him apart alive. Though he had a bad reputation, he proved himself a true man in the end. Tragically, his young wife vanished without a trace before his funeral was even over, leaving behind only a 7 or 8-year-old daughter and his 60-something mother. Oh, and there was another man. Everyone called him Zhang Pao, an Oracan. Hearing this, Lian slowly closed his eyes. The bloody scene from that day remained vivid in his mind even now. After a moment, he spoke again. This big claw wasn't caught by us alone. Let's split the money evenly among everyone. Chapter 100, Wang Niliang's reaction. Hearing this, everyone froze. After all, those 2 big claws had ultimately been killed by Lian. Even if he'd stuffed all the money into his own pockets, no one could have argued with that. But now he was offering to share it? Wang Xiaolong, lying on the bed, froze. Bro, that money for hunting the big claws was earned with your life. Why should we give it to others? Plus, while you were unconscious, Uncle Jigang came to our cactus farm. Those beasts nearly turned our hard-earned cacti into a pigsty. They even ate all the food in our village. Turns out they were building up their base while we were out hunting these past few days. Only after Wang Xiaolong finished speaking did Lian realize that the cacti shelter had actually been occupied. While it was rare for anyone to voluntarily enter shelters built by others on the mountain, Lian and his men hadn't locked it, not even the main entrance, which was held together with branches. Alright, Xiaolong. If they hadn't gotten into a fight with Big Claw earlier, we wouldn't have been able to kill them all so easily. Now that they've gotten there just deserts, it wouldn't be right for us to pretend we didn't see anything. Lian knew better than anyone what was inside the cactus shelter. It was worth no more than a few dozen yuan, and seeing it vandalized, well, it hurt to admit it. Back then, he and Wang Xiaolong had worked their asses off to haul that stuff up here. Before the others could finish their warnings, the outer door suddenly swung open. Looking up, they saw Zhang Pao leading Dachuan, his face bandaged, to the doorway. The buzzing chatter instantly fell silent. Zhang Pao had his nose broken by Wang Xiaolong, and now he wore a large hat all day, with a piece of cloth covering his face.
You guys continue. I just brought this kid over to recognize someone.
Dechun walked into the room with a silly grin, then knelt down with a thud before Lian, who was lying on the bed. Brother, you saved all our lives.
Later I found out that cactus was yours. I didn't have the face to come see you, but my boss insisted I come apologize. Even a big guy like him spoke with a trembling voice.
Someone had saved his life, yet he'd ruined the precious cactus pillar they'd worked so hard to build.
Oomph.
You still have the nerve to show your face. Lian remained silent, but Wang Xiaolong clearly wasn't about to let it go. As he'd said, those who scavenged on the mountain knew the rules well. Lian remained silent, but Wang Xiaolong clearly wasn't about to let it go so easily.
Just as he said, who among those living off the mountain didn't know the rules? Kid, we're not trying to make things hard for you. You saw what's inside that cactus. We two kids hauled it all up from the foot of the mountain bit by bit. Once your injuries heal, you'll have to help us carry it back up. Compared to Wang Xiaolong, Wang Chang's tone softened considerably.
Though his hunting skills couldn't match Lian's after all these years, his worldly experience far surpassed Wang Xiaolong's by 100-fold.
Surrounded by the group, Dachuan's face flushed crimson.
He knelt on the ground, speechless.
Enough, everyone. Stop crowding him.
Auntie, give him the money from the bag so he can take it with him when he leaves. Wang Xiaolong tried to protest, but Lian shot him a warning glare. After all, the man was paying back his debt with his life. Not only had they failed to get the money, but they'd also lost a man in the process.
Li Yulan pulled half the money from the bag and thrust it toward Dachuan's face. I can't take this money.
My brother said we owe you an apology, but we owe you a life.
We'll repay it sooner or later.
Lian hadn't expected Wang Niliang to be so honorable.
No wonder so many people followed his lead when hunting Big Claw. This isn't for you personally. I heard the deceased left behind an elderly parent and a child. Consider this their settlement money.
Besides, Zhang Pao came along on this job.
If you hadn't beaten Big Claw to a pulp, I wouldn't have had a chance to succeed.
Hearing Lian call his name, Zhang Pao, who was smoking outside, nodded in acknowledgement. He watched Lian appreciatively but said nothing, just kept smoking.
Surprisingly, this kid was pretty particular for his age. He didn't refuse either.
No one went up the mountain to hunt the Big Claw for fun, everyone was after a little extra cash. What Lian didn't say was this: if Zhang Pao had harbored any ill intentions back then, none of them would have made it back alive. And after returning, Zhang Pao hadn't mentioned his own contribution once. That's why the money, the Big Claw's corpse, and even these commendation banners ended up in Lian's hands. Dachuan had no recollection of how he made it back, only the heavy weight of the cash in his hands. All he could recall was Lian's final warning: let me be clear, how you split this money is none of my business.
But that cactus? I worked my ass off to get it.
Once your injuries heal, you'd better restore it to its original state.
Dachuan pushed open the ward door.
Though they hadn't taken down Big Claw, the government wouldn't shortchange these heroes who'd gone into the mountains. The government covered all of Dachuan and his comrades' medical expenses. Unlike Lian and his group, who had double rooms, Wang Niliang and his 3 companions were all placed in a single room. Seeing Dachuan return, Wang Niliang struggled to shift himself slightly on the bed. As Li Yulan had described, he was now completely bound in bandages, his mobility nearly gone. His wife watched him from the side and quickly offered a chair when she saw Dachuan return.
No matter what they say, we'll listen, Dachuan said. After all, we were in the wrong from the start. Once I can get out of bed, I'll personally go apologize to them.
Wang Niliang's voice was firm and decisive, but Dachuan shook his head upon hearing it.
He brought the bag Li Yulan had given him to Wang Niliang's bedside and opened it.
Inside were large green banknotes. Seeing this much money, at least 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, even the stray cats and dogs lying on the adjacent beds perked up their ears.
Boss, this is the money they gave us.
They said if it weren't for us, they wouldn't have been able to take down Big Claw so easily.
The government's compensation is split evenly between us. Zhang Pao nodded in agreement behind him. Yeah, these two are decent folks. You really crossed the line messing with their cactus this time.
The old man said this money isn't just for us.
Since Big Claw took a life, we should give them a settlement. Wang Niliang opened his mouth but no sound came out.
Cat 3 and Dog 4 hung their heads in shame. After a moment's thought, Wang Niliang had Dachuan pull 500 yuan from the bag.
Zhang Pao, this is all I can give you for now.
If you hadn't arrived in time that day, my brother might never have made it back. Technically, giving you all of it wouldn't be much, but since we lost a man, we ought to help his family out a little. I'm truly sorry about this. Zheng Pao took the money without hesitation, waved his hand dismissively, then casually pulled out 7 or 8 large bills and tossed them onto the table. No need for so much. We can't afford it anyway. Just consider these few dozen yuan as helping out that brave soul who lost his balls. With that, he stood up, took the money, and left the ward. He had no interest in Wang Nilian and his crew. If anyone caught his interest, for some reason, Wang Xiaolong was the first face that popped into his mind. Chapter 101, The Unreliable Lian. After everyone left, Lian instructed Li Yulan to give Wang Xiaolong another 1,500 yuan. Without asking questions, Li Yulan took half the money from the bag and handed it to Lu Tsuihua, who was sitting beside her. Lu Tsuihua refused it vehemently. Having Lian take Wang Xiaolong hunting was already a tremendous blessing. That big claw was killed by someone else, how could she possibly accept money for it? Bro, we can't take this money. I didn't do much when we fought the big guy. Wang Xiaolong's head shook like a rattle drum. Though this kid couldn't move, his brain was sharp as a tack. Seeing his expression, Lian couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaolong, you know what? Right now, you look just like a big winter melon growing in the field. How could you not have helped? Didn't you hack those wounds on the white tiger's back? If you and Duzzy hadn't risked your lives to save me back then, I never would have had the chance to take down Big Claw. Seeing Wang Chang's family still arguing back and forth with Li Yulan, Lian quickly called out to Lu Tsuihua. Auntie, just take this money. Consider it an advance on Xiaolong's wedding dowry. The words fell to the ground, and laughter erupted around them. Wang Xiaolong, only 17 or 18, immediately broke into a silly grin when told in front of his parents that it was his dowry money. Unable to refuse, Li Yulan and Lu Tsuihua finally accepted the money. It was the first time in her life Li Yulan had seen so much cash, and her face broke into a smile that wouldn't fade. Lian sensed Duzzy's condition in his mind. The little guy was clearly not doing well. But to spare him further grief, no one in the family mentioned Duzzy. The doctor had said Duzzy's spinal injury might mean he'd never walk again. In plain terms, the spinal injury had left him disabled. Barring a miracle, he would spend the rest of his life relying solely on his front legs to move. Learning Duzzy's condition finally brought Lian some relief. With the system this god-tier tool, as long as Duzzy wasn't dead, he could instantly restore him to health. Consumed 312 mountain hunting points to heal Pet Duzzy's injuries. His current mountain hunting points exceeded 2,000. Beyond restoring pet injuries and reclaiming pets, Lian hadn't yet discovered other uses for them. Feeling Duzzy's joyful emotional feedback, Lian couldn't help but smile warmly. He remained unconscious for a full 2 days. Not only that, but even Chief Lu of the enforcement team received commendation from the county. Upon hearing news of Lian capturing the giant paw, he rushed to the scene immediately. This man, who had never exerted himself greatly in his entire life, personally rolled up his sleeves and joined a group of men carrying the giant paw up the mountain that day. Sweat poured down his face as he shouted work chants. While Lian was unconscious, no one dared mention the giant paw. Now, countless eyes were watching. The moment Lian spoke, crowds would swarm. The tiger's entire body was valuable, its worth far exceeding the county's reward. With the heat, the tiger meat wouldn't keep long, and besides, it was notoriously tough to swallow. The elders often said tiger meat was sour. Only the tiger skin, penis, teeth, and claws were kept by Lian. For the foreseeable future, hunting was out of the question. It was a shame. He wondered if the traps he and Wang Xiaolong had set in the mountains had caught anything. He wouldn't go himself and wouldn't dare send anyone else either. The unfamiliar terrain could easily lead to injury. After 2 days confined to the hospital bed, Lian felt his back was nearly stiff from inactivity. Though the doctor advised against strenuous exercise, walking around was perfectly fine. Auntie, I've been stuck in bed for 2 days. Why don't we go out for a walk today? If I keep lying here, I'm afraid my injuries won't heal before I become useless. Li Yulan playfully smacked Lian's arm. Pfft, stop talking nonsense. At her slap, Lian immediately feigned a pained grimace, prompting Li Yulan to rush to inspect his injuries. Unable to resist Lian's persistence, she reluctantly took him downstairs to the hospital lobby. Wang Xiaolong watched Lian walk out with a pitiful look in his eyes. Before he could speak, Lu Tsuihua shot him a fierce glare. What are you staring at? I'm telling you, you're not allowed out of bed until this injury is fully healed. Lian was supported on his left by Li Yulan and on his right by Wang Luer, who had specially come to care for him. In that moment, he felt his world enveloped entirely by happiness. Every morning, Wang Luer would come to the hospital to visit Lian under the pretense of going to the mountains to pick mushrooms. Everyone could see what the young girl felt, but unfortunately, her old-fashioned father, Wang Diji, looked at Lian's family as if they were his sworn enemies whenever he saw them. Li Shufan mentioned that Wang Luer's mother thought Lian was actually a decent man, despite his past misdeeds. He had reformed now, and as the old saying went, a reformed rogue was worth his weight in gold. Besides, since her daughter had already been examined by Lian, marrying him would spare her from a life of hardship at home. Little did they know that upon hearing this, Wang Deji lashed out violently at his wife. He accused her of complaining about his inability to provide a better life for her and their daughter, despite him working himself to the bone for the family. It was as if every morsel of food and every thread of clothing flowed from his very hands. Though she despised this insensitive, chauvinistic man, he remained Wang Luer's biological father. "Auntie, little Sparrow is coming to the hospital with Uncle Cohen today. Please go pick her up. With Luer watching over me, I won't wander off." Lian repeatedly urged Li Yulan, his ulterior motives as obvious as day. Wang Luer's face flushed crimson at his words. Li Yulan, her face aglow with smiles, shot Lian a meaningful glance. She thought to herself that her little nephew had finally wised up today. Lian, however, pretended not to notice and kept looking up at the sky. "Fine, I'll go fetch little Sparrow now. But I'm warning you, don't you dare bully Luer. If that brat dares to pick on her, tell your auntie. Just wait till I get home, I'll beat him black and blue." "Auntie, you've got the wrong person. Look at me, how could I possibly bully Luer? She's lucky she doesn't bully me." Seeing Lian feigning hurt, Wang Luer puffed out her little lips in a huff. "You little rascal. If you ever lay a finger on me again, I'll tell auntie. She'll give you a proper scolding." As she spoke, she waved her tiny fists in front of Lian as if she could knock him flat. Lian quickly feigns surrender. Seeing the two bickering playfully, Li Yulan instinctively retreated back into the room. For some reason, the more she watched them, the more they seemed like a perfect match, as if fate had tied them together in a previous life. Though Wang Luer lacked the vibrant youthfulness of a typical young girl, she possessed a natural, unadorned beauty, a pure, unspoiled radiance. No sooner had Li Yulan left than Lian's face flushed crimson, his expression twisted in agony. "Luer, please check my arm. I think the wound has reopened. It hurts like hell." His expression didn't seem feigned, and Wang Luer hurriedly supported Lian. Just as she was about to examine his arm, the rascal casually draped his arm over her shoulder. As he inhaled the unique scent that was uniquely Lian's, Lian practically pressed his entire body against Wang Luer. Chapter 102, Browsing the Pet Market for a Cat. Wang Luer's cheeks flushed even redder. She could distinctly feel Lian's breath gently brushing against her hair. That unique sensation made her legs go weak, as if all her strength had vanished in an instant. "Ouch, my legs!" Lian exclaimed. "Luer, I misjudged that moment. My legs hurt, maybe you should help me walk after all." As she spoke, Lian had somehow slipped his arm around Wang Luer's waist. Realizing he was tricking her, Luer grabbed his wandering hand. If you keep this up, I'll tell auntie when I get home." Her voice grew fainter and fainter until it was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. Seeing her adorable expression, Lian couldn't help but smile inwardly. In his previous life, he'd lived half a lifetime with Wang Luer, yet he'd never seen her act like such a little girl before. Everything happening downstairs was clearly visible to Li Yulan and the others from their hospital room. Even Wang Xiaolong, unable to move, strained his neck to peer down. Unfortunately, the window was only so big. Li Yulan, Lu Tsuihua, and the others already filled it completely. Even the little brat Xiao Ke tried to squeeze over for a better view, leaving no space for Wang Xiaolong. His face twisted with impatience as he pleaded with his sister, Xiaofeng, "Tell me, did brother and sister Lu kiss?" Wang Xiaolong, who was already thick-skinned by nature, couldn't care less about appearances at that moment and blurted out his question to his sister. Hearing his words, little Sparrow peeked out from beside the window, pretending to cover her eyes with both hands while leaving a small gap between them. "Brother Lian wants to kiss, how shameless. Looks like Anzi isn't as wooden as we thought. I reckon he'll be ready to propose to Wang Diji's family in a few more days. If Wang Diji still doesn't know his place, then I'll bring some guys over and break his legs." Director Feng, seemingly unashamed, squeezed in with several women to peer downstairs. Li Kuan, who overheard his words nearby, couldn't stop grinning. Seems he won't have to worry about his own succession. Both Wang Luer and Shou Yan are first-rate girls in his eyes. Marrying either one would be a win-win. Not far below the hospital lay Qishan County's cat and dog market, though market was merely a name. Inside, every kind of animal imaginable was sold, including sheep, cattle, horses, and other livestock. With nowhere else to go, Lian decided to wander around the area. Lately, Xiao Keir had been complaining that Huduaner was becoming increasingly unruly. She'd asked if they could get her a kitten. Lian realized that as Huduan grew bigger, it wouldn't be right for him to keep causing mischief with Xiao Kei. Besides, they weren't short on food at home. If they found a suitable one, buying her a kitten wouldn't hurt. The moment he reached the entrance of the pet market, a pungent, animal-specific stench wafted over him. In those days, people's concept of hygiene was still quite weak. The already bustling market felt even more crowded. Lian wrinkled his nose but said nothing as he stepped inside. Inside, stalls of every kind lined both sides of the narrow dirt path left open for people to pass. It wasn't just animals for sale, there were also veterinarians. Crowds gathered around many spots. Just seeing them smoking and gesturing at the front, Lian knew they were shoeing mules. People just love a good spectacle, didn't they? Hoof trimming for mules always drew a crowd. Not just now, but even in later generations with their fast-paced lives dominated by the internet. Trimming donkey hooves or nailing horseshoes could form their own unique circles. Add an audiobook to the mix and you'd never get them to leave. As the two men wandered around, a sharp-looking man in his 50s soon called out to them. "What's up, guys?" He offered Leon a cigarette, but Leon waved it off. The man didn't seem bothered by the refusal. Instead, he struck up a conversation with Leon as if they were old friends. "These guys are like scalpers. If you want something, they'll hook you up with the seller. They mainly skim off the top. These guys are all over the place, but they know a lot of people. Some will set a floor price with the seller beforehand. Once you buy it from them, the extra cash goes straight into their pockets. These double dippers are the shadiest. Others will take you to the seller and, if the deal closes, demand a reward regardless of the amount." Leon hadn't intended to engage him, but after scanning the area and finding no suitable target, he turned his gaze back to the man trailing behind him. Spotting Leon looking his way, the man immediately quickened his pace to catch up. "Hey, let's step aside and talk. Straight or dirty?" As the saying goes, a true expert knows the deal at first glance. The vague talk hides their own secret code. The straightforward one takes tips, while the shady one plays both sides. Leon's words made his expression turn serious. Truth be told, in these tough times, who'd choose the dark side when the light side pays better? But seeing this guy knew his stuff, he said, "Tell me what you want and I'll find it for you." As he spoke, Leon kept his eyes locked on him. Seeing no deception, he finally nodded. For some reason, being stared at by Leon made old Huanfu feel like he was being watched by some terrifying beast. It was as if the man could see straight into his soul. "I'm looking to buy a kitten, preferably a good-looking one." "No problem. If it's in our market, there's nothing old Han can't find. You won't believe it, but just the other day, a buddy of mine's cat had a litter. You should have seen them plump and round as balls. You won't find kittens this good anywhere in the surrounding villages." Old Han, the vague one, practically blurted it out without a second thought. The way he talked made it sound like the real deal. If Leon were a rookie, he'd have been completely fooled. He put on an indifferent air and let old Han lead the way. If they really came across some fine kittens, he wouldn't mind spending a little extra. Wang Luer had never been to a place like this before, so when Leon suggested it, she simply held onto him and walked behind him. The pet market wasn't small. It took nearly 10 minutes just to walk through the aisles. To build rapport with Leon, old Han chattered nonstop along the way. "You're one lucky guy to snag such a gorgeous wife, kid. You're living the good life. Seeing the bandages on your body, you must have just come from our county hospital. What happened to you to get covered in injuries like that?" Old Han's seemingly flattering words were actually probing for Leon's background. If this turned out to be a fat sheep, he wouldn't mind skinning him alive. Leon narrowed his eyes, fixing Lao Han with a meaningful stare. "I'm just a hunter. Got injured a couple days ago when I shot a big paw." "Hunting, huh? I know plenty of hunters. To be honest, I'm even acquainted with Zhang Pao, the hunter. You know Zhang Pao, right? He's a legendary veteran in the entire Qi County hunting circle. Injuries happen all the time in hunting. You managed to bag a big paw." Before he could finish, old Han suddenly snapped to attention. Big paw? Chapter 103, The White Tiger Cub. Leon was overcome with excitement. His voice trembled slightly. The news of the big claw descending the mountain had stirred up quite a commotion in the county town. As an old-timer, old Han naturally had his sources. He'd heard 2 young men had gone up the mountain to hunt the big claws. There were 2 of them, and one was killed outright by a young man with an axe. Lately, whether dining at someone's home or gathering with friends, Leon had become the hero on everyone's lips. Multiple versions circulated about his tiger hunt. Some claimed he'd secretly shot it with a hunting rifle. Others claimed he possessed innate superhuman strength, a reincarnation of the legendary warrior Jiro. Whatever the case, Leon's tiger slaying had stirred up quite a commotion in Qi County. Old Manhwa stared blankly. He simply couldn't reconcile the young man before him with the tiger slayer Leon. To him, anyone capable of splitting a big clawed beast with an axe must be a muscle-bound brute. Though Leon looked fit, old Manhwa found it hard to believe he could have killed such a beast. "Bro, stop messing with me. These days, you walk down the street and hear countless people claiming to be Leon. Some even recount the tiger slaying scene in vivid detail. But I really am Leon." "Yeah, you're Leon. Let's go check out the cats first. If you find one you like, I'll give you a good deal." Old Han replied dismissively, Leon's eyes filled with resignation. Who knew telling the truth wouldn't be believed anymore? He'd hoped to intimidate him with the tiger slaying story. Great, now he'd intimidated no one and just made himself look like a fool. Following old Han forward, the journey that should have taken 10 minutes stretched to nearly 20 due to Leon's discomfort. Old Han stopped before a middle-aged man in his 40s, wiping sweat from his brow. This blazing sun was unbearable. Northeasterners were like that they could handle the cold, but sweltering heat was their worst enemy. At times like this, they'd all rather be shirtless. "Old John, this guy's here to look at cats. I'm telling you, he's a solid guy. If he likes one of your cats, you better give him a good price." Old Jiang immediately greeted them warmly, appearing like an honest man. He kept a few cats and dogs at home, and whenever they had litters, he'd set up a small stall here. Lian first crouched down to examine the cat in his hands. And sure enough, old Zhang's stall had quite a few cats, at least 17 or 18 of them. Where'd you get all these cats? Your cats can't be that fertile, can they? Caught off guard by Lian's question, old Zhang scratched his head. To be honest, some of these kittens are from my own cats, but others I've collected from others. Rest assured, all of them come from clean sources. Lian knew many cat dealers specialized in cramming cats into cages and using fertility drugs to force them into constant breeding for maximum profit. Kittens born this way were of poor quality, prone to genetic defects and susceptible to illness. Fortunately, after years of hunting, he developed his own way of assessing animals. When he crouched down and began running his hands over the kittens, old Zhang fell silent. This guy was no amateur, his technique alone was more professional than that of a half-baked cat dealer like himself. Lian first assessed the kitten's appearance, immediately dismissing any that looked frail and weak. Next, he examined their bone structure. After examining 3 or 4 cats, Lian finally smiled with satisfaction. These cats truly looked excellent both in appearance and condition, making them easy to raise. Old Han stood beside Lian, watching his expression closely. Seeing his satisfaction, he immediately burst into laughter. See, bro? I told you my buddy's cats are top-notch. Pick whichever one you like, I'll get you a great deal. Lian carefully selected one, finally picking up a palm-sized white kitten and handing it to Lao Jiang, who was standing nearby. This one it is. Help me find a cage to put it in and see what a fair price would be. Old Jiang nodded repeatedly. Since Brother Han recommended you, I won't overcharge for these kittens. How about $10 each? $5? You want 10 for a kitten? You might as well rob me. $5 if you agree, I'll take it. If not, I'm out of here. Lian's tone left no room for negotiation, as if he'd walk out the moment there was any disagreement. Before old Jiang could respond, old Han jogged up from behind. He glared at old Jiang and scolded, "What's your problem, old Jiang? I told you this guy's a decent man." He scolded old Jiang indiscriminately, then turned to Lian with a smile. "Brother, this guy doesn't know any better. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against him. But honestly, raising this cat from birth to weaning wasn't easy. 5 yuan really is too low. How about you bump it up by 2 yuan? 8 yuan, how does that sound?" Why did this cat and dog market always pick on old Han? They played good cop, bad cop to close the deal. Lian was about to haggle further when his gaze drifted to the side and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly pretended to browse casually, finally reaching for a sickly-looking kitten after 10 minutes. The system's voice echoed in his mind, White Tiger Mutant Cub, Attack 2, Defense 2, Speed 3, Stamina 310. Its current state resembled that of Whodunner when Lian first found it. Due to the mutation, it looked much like an ordinary kitten, only slightly larger in size. Seeing Lian place his hand on the cat, old Zhang couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. "Don't laugh at me, brother, but this kitten was picked up by my wife when she went mushroom picking in the mountains. I thought I could sell it for a decent price, but who knew this little thing would not only have such a dazed look in its eyes but also get weaker and weaker. If it weren't for its solid frame, I'd have tossed it long ago. It's been here 4 or 5 days now, and no one's shown interest. Honestly, I don't know how much longer it'll last. If you're genuinely interested, brother, I'll gladly give it to you." Old Jiang may deal in cats, but he genuinely loves them. Seeing this little one on the brink of death, finding someone to take it in would be like finding it a good home. Lian nodded, trying to keep his voice as calm as possible. "Alright, this cat looks pretty pitiful. I'll take it and see if I can keep it alive." With that, he pulled out a 10 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to old Han. $8 it is. It's scorching out here, and I've got to get back." Seeing Lian's prompt agreement, both men's eyes lit up as they hurriedly counted out his change. Chapter 104, Cat Millionaire. "You idiot, what good is buying this kitten? It's pitiful, but we can't keep it alive either." Wang Luo looked at Lian in puzzlement. Though the kitten's condition tugged at her heartstrings, bringing it home meant certain death. Lian shook his head with a smile. "This little one's no ordinary kitten. Rest assured it wouldn't survive in anyone else's hands, but with me, it'll be hard for it to even die." Seeing his confident expression, Wang Luo shot him a disapproving look. "You're such a smart aleck." Along the way, Lian roughly recounted the events. He finally understood why both Big Paws had come down the mountain together. They must have accidentally lost their cub and followed it scent down. But the county town was crowded and bustling, even Big Paws wouldn't dare venture in lightly, leading to this whole village disturbance. As for how the little white tiger ended up being picked up by mushroom gatherers on the mountain, Lian had no idea. He heard bits about the fight with the big claws from Zhang Pao. At first, everyone thought there was only one tiger. It wasn't until the spotted tiger was nearly defeated that the white tiger appeared. Though its strength far surpassed the spotted tiger's, recalling the battle, Lian sensed it seemed somewhat strained. If this white cub was its offspring, everything made sense. He cradled the sickly little white tiger carefully in his arms. He had one more chance to contract a pet. After experiencing the battle with the white tiger, what other creature in the world could be a more suitable companion? The thought of venturing into the mountains for the hunt, accompanied by a fierce white tiger, sent a rush of excitement through Leanne's veins. System, contract with the white tiger cub. As Leanne mentally activated the system, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Contract white tiger cub requires 689 hunting points. Proceed? Leanne froze upon hearing the system's voice. Back when he contracted Tiger Dunner, it had only required a few points of mountain hunting value. Doozy had cost just over 100. He never imagined a white tiger cub would demand so much. If it were an adult white tiger, Leanne couldn't even imagine the cost. He doubted all the mountain hunting points he'd accumulated over the years would be enough. Contract! Leanne declared decisively. A faint blue glow flickered over the little white tiger in his arms. Leanne distinctly felt an invisible thread form between them. The cub, which had been slightly anxious in his hands moments before, suddenly seemed to feel as though it had returned to its mother's embrace. It nuzzled affectionately against Leanne's hand before sinking into a deep slumber. The little guy had been utterly exhausted lately. Leanne spent over 30 more mountain hunting points to restore its condition. Entering the hospital room, Little Sparrow chattered incessantly, clutching a candy in its beak. Little Sparrow, come here. Let your big brother see what you're showing off to everyone. Though Xiaocair was young, she was wise beyond her years and always managed to make people burst into laughter. Seeing it was Leanne who had returned, she turned her little head away, pouting and saying, I'm not telling you, you big brother who doesn't know shame. Xiaocair saw everything just now. You were hugging Sister Lu down there. Her babyish voice sent everyone into fits of laughter, while Wang Luer's face flushed crimson, as if it could drip with embarrassment. Her delicate hands had slipped around Leanne's waist unnoticed, twisting his waist hard. Leanne had thick skin. Hearing Little Sparrow's words didn't faze him in the least. Instead, he joined the others in hearty laughter. The sudden pinch from Wang Luer made him groan softly. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he caught Wang Luer's gaze and forced himself to swallow his words. Little Sparrow, see what your brother bought for you? Leanne handed her the kitten he'd placed in the cage earlier. Seeing the little feline, Xiaocair's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, I have a kitten. Just wait until I show it to Whodunner. That little rascal won't dare ignore me anymore. I'll make sure he loses his favorite status. Brother Leanne, is this kitten for Little Sparrow? Little Sparrow gazed at Leanne with her sparkling eyes, eagerly awaiting his answer. Leanne knew exactly what she was thinking. Little Sparrow felt she'd been so kind to Tiger Dunn, yet he always seemed ungrateful. It was because Tiger Dunn was Leanne's pet. If the kitten were her own pet, it wouldn't be ungrateful. Leanne nodded. Yes, this kitten is a gift for you. Receiving the confirmation, Little Sparrow bounced happily off the stool, clutching the cat carrier tightly. Finally, she ran back to Leanne and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Brother Leanne. Besides the kitten, Leanne also entrusted the little white tiger to Li Yulan, asking her to help care for it for now. Both cubs were still very young. That evening, Leanne went out specifically to buy some milk powder for them. Leanne named the little white tiger Cat Millionaire, believing that with the white tiger by his side, earning 1,000,000 yuan through hunting would be no problem. Doozy and Whodunner shared a telepathic bond with him, and little Baowan wouldn't be bullied at home either. Not only that, they would care for Baowan as if he were their own child. Leanne's injuries weren't too severe, mostly superficial cuts and bruises. Only the wound on his chest, which had been reopened, prompted the doctor to recommend a few more days of rest. Once his injuries had mostly healed, Leanne finally stepped through his front door. Breathing in the fresh, earthy scent of green leaves wafting through the house, Leanne stretched deeply. Lately, the only smell he'd encountered in the hospital was the pungent stench of disinfectant. The moment Whodunner sensed Leanne's presence, he instantly forgot his roots and bolted from Xiaocair's grasp. Watching him bounce excitedly up and down Leanne's legs, Xiaocair thought to herself that if she stayed with them all day, she'd truly become a third wheel. Doozy, who had been dozing in his doghouse, perked up at the sound of Leanne's voice. Unnoticed, Whodunner had grown considerably in size. Now, if they encountered that lone wolf again in the mountains, even if he couldn't defeat it, escaping would be more than manageable. This was the first time Doozy and Leanne had met since their parting after the fight with Big Claw. Looking into Doozy's big, watery eyes that seemed to want to speak, Leanne reached out and ruffled his fur. Doozy, thank you. Doozy understood what Leanne meant. He gave a low, barking growl and quickly began circling around Leanne's legs. Chapter 105, Wheezy wants to be the gunner. It wasn't just them. Upon hearing Leanne had returned, even the still suckling kitten, Cat Million, trotted over to him with a milky-eyed look. After more than half a month of growth, the difference between Cat Million and the other kittens became quickly apparent. Leanne knew he couldn't hide the truth about Baowan from his family, so he explained everything to Li Koan and Li Yulan. When she learned that this tiny, milk-fed creature was actually Big Paw's cub, Li Yulan turned pale with fright. Anzi, maybe we should just put this little thing back. Big Claw is so fierce, if it grows up and goes wild, our whole family will be in trouble. Leanne understood her fears and shook his head confidently. Don't worry, Auntie. Don't you trust my abilities? Big Claw is no different from ordinary cats or dogs. If raised from a young age, they'll protect their home faithfully. Seeing Lian's resolute expression, Li Yulan wanted to say more but ultimately kept her mouth shut. Lian had grown up. He was gradually becoming the head of the household. He couldn't possibly neglect the safety of his family. Since he'd chosen to keep Cat Million at home, he surely had his reasons. After half a month, Cat Million's size was nearly catching up to Tiger Dunner. The white kitten that had once been the same size as him was now far behind, trailing at an unknown distance. Though still small, its tender tiger-like roar already carried a hint of the mountain lord's presence. The little one ate voraciously. If not for Huduan bringing home prey daily, the meager meat reserves wouldn't have sufficed for Baimyo alone. Lian, injured and confined at home, could only eat a little of the stored meat, which dwindled rapidly over the fortnight. He lifted Bao Wan off the ground. The little fellow's eyes still sparkled with wisdom. Held aloft by Lian, he showed no fear, instead licking his face enthusiastically. "Alright, grow up strong, little one. Take your big brother hunting in the mountains someday." As if understanding Lian's words, it let out 2 soft growls toward the sky. Fed by Li Yulan, Cat Million had lost all resemblance to a tiger, becoming nothing more than a greedy little piglet. His appearance was worlds apart from when they first met at the market. Time crept into September. Thanks to connections at Xiaoyan's family, Little Sparrow finally returned to school. This little one, accustomed to running wild in the village all day, burst into tears the moment she heard she had to attend classes. To avoid school, she deliberately ran to Lian, hoping her most cherished big brother would put in a good word for her. But instead of helping her, Lian personally dragged her over to Li Yulan. That was the first time Little Sparrow had been scolded by Li Yulan since arriving at Lian's home. Hearing her heart-wrenching cries, Lian and Li Kuan felt pained inside, yet they still didn't intervene. Thanks to the bicycle Lian had specially acquired for ferrying Xiao Ke to and from school, the commute took less than half an hour each way. Ever since Lian dragged her to Yulan, the little girl hadn't spoken to him for days. "Anzi, look who's here." Lost in thought, Lian snapped to attention at Li Yulan's voice and glanced toward the doorway. There stood Song Ao's entire family, their familiar Santana parked right outside their home. Song Ao waved at him, gifts in hand. Seeing the cheerful expressions on their faces, Lian covered his head and let out a wry laugh. He should have been more decisive back then. Now this whole family had learned to drop by for free meals whenever they felt like it. But if you told them not to come, they never came empty-handed. The flow of premium cigarettes and fine liquor never stopped. Just for Little Sparrow's birthday a few days ago, they'd slipped a 500 yuan red envelope into his hands. Seeing that much cash left Lian dumbfounded, an ordinary person might not earn that much in a whole year. But Song Jinchue just laughed it off. He insisted Lian take it, saying all he wanted was for Lian not to mind them dropping by for meals. He was being outrageously generous. Lian went along with it, saying he was always welcome to come over for meals whenever he wanted. Sure enough, he showed up almost immediately after Lian was discharged. Walking up to him, Song Jinchue slapped him on the shoulder. "Anzi, I've got nothing to do lately, so I thought I'd drop by and see how your injury's healing." Compared to before, Song Jinchue now radiated even more confidence. Song Ao had mentioned his lumber mill had expanded again. These days, the timber business in northeast China was truly lucrative. To put it bluntly, if you had the guts, making money was as easy as drinking cold water. But Lian knew this business boom would only last a few more years. With the severe deforestation of northeast China's precious timber resources, the government would soon implement a series of policies. Still, the profits from this period alone were enough to provide a common family with more money than they could ever spend in a lifetime. Song Ao's family was a prime example. Adding to their fortune, Song Jinchue, once a husband who was impotent in bed, had now regained his virility under Lian's guidance. It could be said that Song Jinchue was now riding high on the wave of success, brimming with confidence and vigor. "Thanks for checking in, uncle. My injuries have healed up nicely, no problem moving around normally now." Song Jinchue nodded, and soon he and Li Kuan were chatting arm in arm. The house had been renovated during this period, and now they had money in hand. Li Kuan set his sights on building a house for Lian. As the village chief, securing the land was straightforward. In this era, the concept of estates was virtually non-existent. Any unclaimed land within the settlement could be granted to you. You could build a palace, and no one would bat an eye. Renovating the house was a minor task, but building a new one demanded meticulous attention. While the village masons could assist, Li Kuan remained uneasy about their capabilities. So while searching for masons these past days, he'd also been trying to buy some timber for construction from Song Jinchue. Song Jinchue primarily dealt in sturdy, precious timber hauled down from the mountains for sale in the south. But a modest amount of lumber for house building was no challenge for him. Hearing it was for Lian's wedding preparations, he pounded his chest emphatically, declaring he'd handle it. Regardless of their conversation, Song Ao stood beside Lian, playing with Huduan. As for Dizzy, even after coming here so many times, he still seemed a bit afraid. His fear of dogs was probably something he'd never outgrow. Seeing him so quiet, Lian felt like he was looking at a completely different person from the one he'd first met. The arrogance and haughtiness of the Song Ao from back then were completely unrecognizable in this current version of him. "Have you been in touch with Wheezy lately?" At Lian's question, Song Ao paused slightly before letting out a bitter chuckle. Because of Huizi's situation, his father had stopped working with Lian's father. Despite Song Jinchue's repeated pleas, he couldn't be persuaded to stay. Song Ao tried every means to make amends, but a torn garment, no matter how carefully mended, could never be restored to perfection. Huizi's family had gone south, supposedly to visit relatives. They'd be back in a few days. Huizi was currently learning hunting from a gunner in their village. Lian hadn't paid much attention to him before, only noticing that Huizi had changed completely after returning from the mountains. Most people who experienced such things would develop an aversion to the mountains, yet Huizi actually wanted to become a gunner. Chapter 106, Song Jinchue's Intentions. Song Jinchue must have shared something with Li Kuan, for his usually stern father was now chatting and laughing along. That evening, Li Yulan specially stewed a pot of mountain hare meat and brought out some of the previously smoked venison, slicing it thinly to serve as a cold dish. However, Lian couldn't eat much of the venison. His body was still recovering and couldn't handle such a potent ingredient. This worked out perfectly for Song Jinchue, who had come to the meal specifically for the nourishing benefits. He ate until he was drenched in sweat, with Jin Feng constantly piling more food onto his plate. Watching Song Jinchue's hearty appetite, Lian couldn't help but grin, recalling how Song had been tormenting him mercilessly at night lately. Thanks to Song Jinchue's care, Jin Feng looked noticeably younger lately, radiating a lingering charm. After eating and drinking his fill, Song Jinchue finally stated his purpose, giving Lian a sly smile. "Anzi, what are you planning to do with those 2 big claws you hunted? Why not share some tiger penis with Uncle Jinchue? Price isn't an issue, just name your price, and Uncle Jinchue won't haggle." Song Jinchue spoke with great conviction, but Lian shook his head. Truthfully, he wasn't short on cash. Not only had the money from selling bear pelts and the funds Uncle Jinchue lent to rescue Song Ao remained untouched, but the government reward alone was more than enough to cover his family's expenses. Running the numbers, he kept 1,500 yuan from the big claw bounty. Combined with the leftover funds, his family now had at least 3,000 yuan. It was startling to realize just how much they had evenly and hadn't grasped that his family was now considered a 1,000 yuan household. In those days, forget about 10,000 yuan households, even a 1,000 yuan household was something to be proud of. Marrying a wife back then only cost 300 or 500 yuan. Uncle Jinchue, forget about the tiger penis. You might never encounter such a thing in your lifetime. I plan to keep it for myself. If you want a tiger kidney, I can give you one. Hearing Lian's words, Song Jinchue's face lit up with delight. Truthfully, he'd never expected to actually get the tiger penis from Lian. No sane person would sell such a thing. He just casually mentioned it, and getting a tiger kidney was already a windfall. He just didn't know how to prepare it yet. He'd go home, study some recipes, and whip up a tiger kidney tonic soup. After eating that, Jin Feng would be completely under his spell. With that thought, Song Jinchue pulled out a stack of large bills from his leather wallet. "Anzi, take this money. But remember, you promised to save the tiger kidney for me." Lian accepted without protest, placing the cash on the nearby table. The tiger kidney wouldn't serve him much purpose anyway. Though reputed to be highly nourishing, he was just 20 in the prime of his vitality. His father, living alone, certainly had no use for it either. Besides, tiger kidney wasn't exactly palatable, so he was happy to sell it for cash. "Anzi, I actually came to see you today for something. Take a look at this for me, uncle." Lian nodded, adopting a serious expression as if listening intently. Though Song Jinchue was always trying to freeload off his family, today he'd arrived bearing 4 or 5 cases of premium cigarettes and liquor. Coupled with his current demeanor, Lian knew there was more to this visit than met the eye. Song Jinchue, being straightforward by nature, didn't beat around the bush with Lian. He got right to the point. "You know how the timber business is booming lately? You wouldn't believe it, but those big southern bosses are crazy about the trees in our forests that look worthless to us. Who'd bother cutting them down in our mountains? But these southern guys? They'll pay 80 or 90 bucks for a single redwood tree as thick as your arms. And they can't even meet the demand. Don't you think they've got money to burn?" This was the first time Lian had heard Song Jinchue talk about the timber trade. Hearing that a single tree could fetch such a price sent a jolt through him. He'd only known that flipping timber was lucrative in this boom, so much so that the government had to regulate it, and many even risked stealing wood from the mountains. But I never imagined it would be so profitable. No wonder so many people are willing to risk their lives for it. The pity is that this timber isn't worth much up in the mountains, it's everywhere. The real challenge is getting it down. Of course, Song Jinchue didn't want Lian to help transport the wood down. Instead, he had his eye on a piece of land up in the mountains. The government approval had come through, but this particular plot was tricky. It was located in a remote area near deep mountains where wild beasts frequently roamed. He'd heard this area had long been designated as a development zone, but 2 consecutive lumber mills that took it over had both experienced incidents of people being injured by wild beasts. They tried hiring people to clear the surrounding wildlife, but few were willing to take the job. The first choice would be a gunner. Veteran gunners were hard to find in the mountains, but there were still some ordinary gunners available. The bosses offered to pay, and the hunters could even take the carcasses. Logically, it should be a no-brainer, but when it came down to it, very few hunters were willing to take the job. First, any hunter worthy of the name had their own means of making a living. They simply weren't short on money. Moreover, they typically hunted in familiar territories and rarely ventured into unfamiliar environments. After all, unfamiliarity meant more unpredictable dangers. Since they could make a living using their skills, why risk their lives for a little extra money? This created an awkward predicament. The beasts around the forest couldn't be cleared because no one was willing to take the job. Encountering mountain hares or gray foxes was manageable, but facing jackals, wolves, tigers, or leopards was deadly work. Some lumber mills considered using militia to clear the beasts. While somewhat effective, it never achieved a clean sweep. The main problem was a pack of wolves lurking within. Startled by the militia's presence, they harbored intense hatred toward humans. It's safe to say anyone passing through would be pursued by them, making this area a real tough nut to crack. Anzi, I know you've got real skills. Once you're better, take a look at Uncle's land. Money won't be an issue, just get rid of the beasts, and we'll talk. Lian pondered for a moment. Seeing Song Jinshui's expectant gaze, he found it hard to refuse. Truthfully, he resisted the idea from the start, just as he'd mentioned earlier. Lian could easily hunt in the nearby woods. Even if he ventured farther, he remained familiar with the surrounding terrain. Venturing into unfamiliar territory, however, meant facing the immediate danger of disorientation. Once engaged in combat with wild beasts, one could easily lose track of their surroundings. Getting lost would be the real peril. Losing one's bearings could lead them deeper and deeper into the mountains, from which there might be no return. I'll think about it later. Wolf packs aren't something we humans should mess with. They move in unison. Even 4 or 5 seasoned hunters wouldn't dare provoke them when heading into the mountains. Encountering a wolf pack in the mountains is more terrifying than facing a big clawed beast. Some large packs number over 100 wolves. Even the strongest individual is as fragile as paper before them. Of course, Song Jinshui mentioned there are fewer than 10 wolves in this area. If there were too many, the government would never approve development here. Chapter 107, A Scene Like a Dream. Though Lian hadn't agreed, he hadn't outright refused either. To Song Jinshui, this was a positive sign. After chatting a while longer, Lian found he didn't harbor any dislike for Song Jinshui. In fact, after spending time with him, he'd come to genuinely respect the man. Song Jinshui was a businessman, and his words and actions inevitably carried a certain smoothness. Yet he was also a straightforward northeastern man who never beat around the bush. Whatever needed to be said, he laid it out plainly. Even when faced with rejection, he'd simply laugh it off and move on. So Lian couldn't help but offer a gentle reminder. Uncle Jinshui, honestly speaking, I don't think the timber business is a long-term solution for you. Do you have any other plans? Hearing Lian's words, Song Jinshui paused slightly. Had anyone else said this, he would have flown into a rage. Isn't it a bit presumptuous to criticize someone else's business? But it was precisely because it came from Lian that he didn't get angry. It was absolutely impossible for Lian to be poaching his business. Song Jinshui paused, lighting a cigarette. What do you mean, Anzi? These days, everyone around here is in the lumber business. Forget opening factories, even those hauling a log or two from the mountains are raking in the cash. Just ask around outside, anyone involved in timber-related work gets thumbs up from everyone. It's booming right now. Why call it unsustainable? Song Jinshui's words carried a weight of meaning, yet his tone sounded like he was stating facts. Lian shook his head. No matter how many trees these mountains hold, they can't withstand everyone cutting them down day after day. Just a few years ago, the mountains weren't exactly teeming with roe deer, but gray foxes and pheasants were everywhere, or nearly so. But now, how long has the timber trade really been booming in our northeast? Barely a year, yet the environment has already deteriorated significantly. Uncle Jinshui, how long do you think this timber business can last? Won't the government step in to regulate it at all? Lian's voice wasn't loud, but every word cut straight to the heart of the matter. Song Jinshui's cigarette, which he'd been holding between his teeth, dropped to the ground in shock at Lian's words. Yes, how much longer could this timber business last? A large tree needed at least 10 to 20 years to grow from seedling to maturity, and some took even a century. Song Jinshui pondered for a moment before lighting another cigarette. Truthfully, he'd considered this very question before. But he was already too deep in the timber trade to extricate himself. Since that was the case, he might as well earn as much as he could now. That way, even when his days were numbered, he wouldn't starve. Anzi, I never expected you to be so forward-thinking. Not venturing into business would truly be a waste of your talents. His gaze held a complex mix of emotions as he looked at Lian. After dealing in timber for so many years, he knew all too well that this was the sunset of a once thriving business. Keep this between us, though. Don't mention it to anyone else. The timber trade isn't as simple as you think. I'll keep at it while I'm still young. That way, when I'm old, I'll still have something to fall back on. Song Jinshui patted Lian's shoulder as he spoke. As the saying goes, different trades are like different mountains. Even if Lian understood the ins and outs, what good would it do? Just like how the sun rises and sets every day, everyone knows that. Well, it's getting late. Thanks for the venison today, Anzi. Oh, and didn't you steep some deer antler in liquor? Truth be told, I've had my fill of Mao Tai and all that fancy stuff. I'll take a bit of this liquor with me to sample for you. By the end of his sentence, his expression turned sly, giving Ong Li a knowing look. Before Lian could respond, he dashed to the car, where Song Ao and Jean Feng were already waiting. As soon as Song Jinchue got in, he frantically waved at Song Ao. Hurry up! Hurry up! At his father's command, Song Ao slammed his foot on the gas pedal. Seeing Lian running after them, he waved frantically. Brotherin, no need to see me off. I'll come visit you in a couple days. With that, the car roared to life and vanished into the alley in an instant. Lian, who had run out of the courtyard, was met with a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Seeing the car gone, he cursed loudly. You bastard, you're back. I only had 1 jar of liquor and you took it all. Remembering he'd deliberately added a bit of tiger blood to it, he shook his head to himself. Hope Song Jinchue doesn't get sick after drinking it. Aunt Jean Feng is probably going to be in for it. After seeing off Song Jinchue's family, Li Yulan leisurely spread mushrooms to dry in the courtyard. More and more people had been heading into the mountains to gather mushrooms these past few days. Everyone had realized mushrooms could be traded for money, so now many men with nothing to do during the farming off-season followed the women into the mountains to pick mushrooms. With nothing else to do, Li Yulan also made daily trips to the mountains. On a good day, she could easily earn 6 or 7 jiao from mushroom picking. Sometimes, with luck, she might even make 2 or 3 yuan. Though the earnings weren't substantial, they provided a welcome supplement to the household income. Lian had given Li Yulan quite a bit of money over time, but she always stashed it away secretly. As she put it, the family had enough to eat and drink, so this money was meant to be saved for Lian to marry a wife. Now that she had her own income, she wasn't as stingy when she took Little Sparrow to school. She often bought her some snacks. Seeing Lian return from outside the courtyard, Li Yulan suddenly remembered something. Oh, Anzi, your father said we should go visit your Uncle Dagong tonight. Lian paused slightly at her words, then nodded. He should visit Uncle Dagong now that he was out of the hospital. To be honest, Uncle Dagong's return was pure luck. But he still didn't know the details. He'd been at the hospital and hadn't asked around. Today would be a good chance to see how the old man was doing. Perhaps it was the small amount of wine he'd had, but Li Kuan slept soundly until nearly evening. There wasn't much going on in the village now. The busy farming season had passed, and his son had taken care of the wild boar and the big clawed creature. As the village elder, he could finally enjoy a rare few days of rest. When he finally woke up, Li Yulan had just picked up Little Sparrow from school. Spotting Li Kuan emerge from his room, she chased after him, eager to count for him. Listening to the child's tender voice counting 1234, 679,810 in the courtyard, mixed with Li Kuan's hearty laughter, Li Yulan smiled as she watched the two of them. Lian suddenly felt a lump in his throat. This scene had played out in his mind countless times in his previous life. What are you spacing out for, Anzi? Hurry up and get ready, we're having dinner at Uncle Dagong's place today. Li Kuan held a mountain hare in each hand. Huduan had hunted them yesterday. Since Lian's injury, the little fellow had become the family's main hunter. Lian wouldn't dare let Duzi go up the mountain alone. Though Duzi had greater combat prowess and experience than Huduan, he couldn't climb trees, and danger up there would be trouble. Perhaps because they were both felines, Catmillion had become Huduaner's most loyal sidekick. Whenever Huduaner returned, Catmillion would follow him around like a shadow. The kitten Xiao Xiao bought was no different. She named it Xiao Hua. Though the kitten was incredibly clingy, Xiao Xiao constantly complained that it wasn't as smart as Huduaner or Duzi. It seemed even the seemingly dim-witted Catmillion was smarter than Xiao Hua, which made Lian break out in a cold sweat. All 3 animals had contracts with him, and their growing telepathic connection naturally made them increasingly intelligent. Chapter 108, Li Dagong's Ordeal. Lian's home wasn't far from Li Dagong's. Before going to pick up Xiao Kaer, Li Yulan had already visited his house once. Upon arriving at Li Dagong's house, they found him standing at the door to greet them early. Welcoming them was not only Li Dagong himself but also an elderly man of similar age. With snow-white hair and dressed in a Zhongshan suit similar to Li Kuan's, though his back was slightly hunched. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality when he spoke. Lian didn't recognize him, but he seemed to be a close friend of Li Dagong's. Why bring gifts? Come inside, dinner's ready. Li Dagong smiled as he ushered them inside. The familiar scent of herbs filled the air, not unpleasant, but rather a faint, soothing aroma of mugwort. This room was usually used for treating minor ailments, but it also doubled as a guest room. Knowing Lian and the others would visit today, Li Dagong had prepared a large spread of dishes early. The usually frugal old man had made an exception and slaughtered a chicken a few days prior, along with half a basin of pork dishes. Li Kuan looked at the chicken on the plate with a pained expression. Brother Dagong, what are you doing? That chicken was meant to lay eggs, how could you slaughter it? Li Dagong waved it off nonchalantly. We've got 5 or 6 chickens at home. Besides, it only takes a few months from chick to laying hen. Anyway, I can't eat all these eggs by myself. Better to slaughter it and eat it. He spoke cheerfully, but Lian felt increasingly uneasy looking at the chicken on the plate. Having practiced medicine in the village for so many years, Li Dagang had earned the gratitude of people from several nearby settlements who often sought his help. Yet he rarely accepted payment for his services. At most, a family might bring him some rice, another some eggs, or if he encountered a hunter, perhaps a few pounds of choice meat. Li Dagang usually got by on whatever he could find in chicken butts, yet he slaughtered one just to treat Lian and the others. Now, thinking back, he felt like a real jerk. He couldn't even count how many free-range chickens he'd secretly eaten from the village. No wonder everyone avoided him like the plague. At the dinner table, Lian looked at Li Dagang with curiosity and asked, "Uncle Dagang, I still don't know what really happened that day. My dad said that after all those people couldn't find you, you came back on your own the next day." Hearing Lian's words, everyone turned to look at Li Dagang with curiosity. Not just Lian, no one really knew what he'd encountered in those mountains. Taking a small sip of wine, Li Dagang recalled that day he went up the mountain with a sense of relief. He had deliberately remembered Lian's warning when he left, but seeing the family's medicinal herbs nearly depleted, he'd decided to venture closer to the mountains. Those big claws could injure people and even come out of the woods into the village. He'd been walking this old path for nearly 20 years. Even if there was danger, he could find a place to hide in time. Besides, though Lian had warned of the big claw descending to harm people, he hadn't heard of anyone actually seeing it. Clutching at hope, Li Dagang set off for the mountains early that morning. Like the gunner, he'd grown accustomed to heading up at dawn. At this hour, the medicinal herbs, nourished by the mountain mist's essence throughout the night, possessed their peak potency. That day, he'd even spotted several women gathering mushrooms on the slopes. Many people greeted him along the way, easing the unease in Li Dagang's heart considerably. No sooner had he started up the mountain than he found himself following the familiar path without straying elsewhere. Suddenly, a thunderous beastly roar echoed through the air. By the time Li Dagang snapped back to his senses, he was already startled out of his wits. A massive white tiger stared at him menacingly from within the forest. The saying that a tiger's roar shakes the mountains and forests proved to be no exaggeration. Li Dagang was instantly paralyzed by the sound of that huge paw's roar. His mind went blank. Without thinking, he bolted uphill. Retracing his steps was impossible. The tiger was positioned just below and to the right of his path. Going back would be like walking straight into its jaws. Li Dagang plunged recklessly deeper into the woods. Midway, he was suddenly tripped by a tree branch. As the giant paw closed in, he scrambled to his feet, not even pausing to retrieve his fallen shoe. Even Li Dagang himself felt his life was over. Yet inexplicably, the white tiger's pace wasn't particularly swift. It merely pursued Li Dagang from behind, never quite managing to knock him down. He had no idea how far he'd run in one breath. Cold sweat drenched his entire body, leaving him nearly collapsed. When he looked ahead, his vision was filled with dark stars. No 60-year-old could endure such a long sprint, especially with those huge claws hot on his heels. Just as Li Dagang was succumbing to despair, he suddenly spotted a cactus column ahead. Gritting his teeth, he dashed inside. Fortunately, the cactus hadn't closed its door. Otherwise, with his remaining strength, he wouldn't have been able to climb over it. The white tiger followed him inside. To Li Dagang's even greater relief, the cactus grove contained a natural stone cave. He crawled inside through the back entrance, where the white tiger couldn't possibly follow. The cave was already well hidden, and rows of wooden roots at the entrance further blocked the white tiger. Standing among the cacti, the tiger could only watch helplessly. Thus, Li Dagang could say he was truly favored by Lady Luck, escaping the tiger's jaws. That night, terror kept him awake until dawn. Only after confirming the white tiger had departed did he manage a few fitful moments of sleep. When he awoke again, he heard voices outside. It turned out Li Jigang had come searching for him, and that was how he was rescued. As he recounted this bizarre ordeal, everyone's gaze turned to Lian. Even Lian himself sensed something was off. Wait a minute, that cactus pillar sounds exactly like the one I built on the mountain. Uncle Degeo, did you say the Immortal's pillar had a large cauldron propped up outside it, with a stone-piled bonfire beside it? And to the right, a flag speared on a wooden pole wrapped in a roe deer pelt? Li Dagang paused to recall, then nodded vigorously. I can't say about the rest, but I do remember the flag made from roe deer hide. That's what caught my eye first, leading me to spot the spirit pillar nearby. There was indeed a large pot beside it when I entered, but I didn't pay much attention. All I could think about was escaping for my life. After hearing Li Dagang's account, Lian confirmed this was indeed the cactus pillar he had constructed. He let out a bitter chuckle, unsure whether to call it good or bad luck. First, Wang Nalian's group went in to gorge themselves, then Li Dagang inexplicably ended up hiding inside from the big claws. Earlier, Li Jigang had mentioned the immortal pillar had been thoroughly ravaged inside. Lian had wondered just how bad it could be. Turns out it had been trashed by the big claws too. Chapter 109, The Pact with Old Huang. Alright, let's not dwell on that. You're here at the perfect time, Anzi. I want to introduce you to someone. Li Dagang pointed to the person beside him, whom Lian had noticed the moment they arrived. This man didn't seem very talkative even when everyone else laughed at a joke, he just kept eating his food. But his eyes kept darting toward Lian. He'd been sizing him up since the moment he walked in. This is Old Hammer, the one I mentioned before. Just call him Old Huang. Seeing Li Dagong introduce him, Old Huang raised his wineglass in greeting, then downed the half-full glass of baijiu in one gulp. Everyone gasped at the sight. This was homemade baijiu from northeast China. Though it didn't taste overly harsh, its effects were felt differently in the stomach. At a minimum 60 proof, most people wouldn't dare drink it like that. Seeing their shocked expressions, Li Dagong chuckled. Don't be surprised. Old Huang's like that, he's got no real hobbies in life except for being unable to resist a good drink. Speaking of Old Huang, he was one of the toughest guys around these villages. Back in his youth, he spent plenty of time in the mountains. Remember I mentioned him to you last time, Anzi? You two should get acquainted. Lian rose from the table and raised his water glass. Uncle Huang, this is our first meeting. Before, I only heard Uncle Degao talk about your experiences. Back then, I was still pretty confused. I'll have to listen to you tell the story properly later. Old Huang had been sizing up Lian for a while and was starting to get a handle on him. Initially, he'd only heard that Li Dagong had lost his big toe in the mountains, which prompted him to come visit. Only after seeing Dagong safe and sound at home did he breathe a sigh of relief. Once they were both settled, Dagong mentioned going up the mountain to gather wood. Truthfully, Old Huang hadn't taken it seriously at first. What could a 20-something kid really accomplish? Hunting for ginseng roots in the mountains isn't like regular hunting. First, you need to learn to read the terrain and your bearings. Navigating deep into the forest to find roots takes skill, but getting back out safely requires real expertise. Second, young men of that age often lack the necessary steadiness. A good wild ginseng root could fetch at least 1,000 yuan, and sometimes even tens of thousands. It was easy for them to be swayed by compassion. Still, since Li Dagong had asked, Huang couldn't just refuse outright. He decided to see if this youngster was really as impressive as he claimed. Truth be told, Old Huang had been itching to return to the mountains these past 2 years. Unfortunately, he'd injured his leg during a ginseng hunt years ago. Now, whenever damp, rainy weather rolled in, his bones would ache in waves, making walking a struggle. Yet he still had marks for many unripe wild ginseng roots, and his old friend was waiting for him in the mountains. If the right person came along, Old Huang would be eager to make one last trek into the mountains. Even if he died there, he'd have no regrets. Don't be fooled by their brief meeting. As a seasoned stick wielder, Old Huang prided himself on his keen eye. Setting aside the young man's hunting skills, his manner alone, neither servile nor arrogant, humble yet courteous, made an impression. Heh, just call me Old Huang. I'm not as skilled as Daigang says, just scraping by in my youth. Now I'm so old I can barely walk. Uncle Huang, I've got some injuries today and can't drink. Let me offer you a cup of tea instead. With that, Lian downed his cup of tea in one gulp. Old Huang chuckled, nodded, and took a big swig of white liquor. Ha! Good. Don't underestimate Anzi just because he's young. When it comes to hunting skills, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone better in these villages. To take down a big paw with just an axe? I've lived half a lifetime and never heard of anyone with that kind of skill. Lian waved his hand modestly. It was just luck. If Duzi and Xiaolong hadn't helped, I wouldn't have had the chance to act. Old Huang nodded. He knew full well Lian had killed the big clawed beast in the county town. The news had been all the rage lately. No exaggeration, Lian was practically a celebrity now. But Old Huang didn't buy that Lian could have split the beast clean in two single-handedly. He'd seen that beast in the mountains, it was incredibly powerful. His tiger-like roar alone could send people fleeing 3 paces back before he even approached. Not everyone was a martial arts legend like Wu Song from the novels. Hearing Lian mention help from others made Old Huang believe him a bit more. Though binding the big claw and chopping him down with an axe wasn't impossible, it at least proved the man had guts. Lian didn't beat around the bush. Truth be told, he genuinely wanted to learn the stick and trowel ginseng hunting technique. As times changed, professional ginseng hunters were becoming increasingly rare. In his previous life, Lian had only heard tales of them. If he could learn some of these skills, perhaps one day he too could venture into the mountains to search for ginseng. Uncle Degao mentioned you've been wanting to head back up the mountain these past couple of years. How about I join you when the time comes? Lian's eyes burned brightly as he looked at Old Huang. This was his chance. He didn't expect Old Huang to teach him much, but he was confident he could learn a great deal just by following him. Old Huang pondered for a moment, took a light sip from his glass of baijiu, and met Lian's gaze. The bystander sat in his seat, utterly silent. Even Little Sparrow watched the two with curiosity, her little mind racing with wonder. Truth be told, I've wanted to make that trip up the mountain these past 2 years. But going up there is a life or death gamble. Whether I can go isn't something decided with a few words. Lian understood his meaning. If Old Huang had agreed outright, that would have been strange indeed. Uncle Huang, I get what you're saying. After all, the mountain is vast and the path is treacherous. Just show me the way. If there's anything you ask of me that I can't do, I swear I won't breathe a word about it. Good. Straightforward. Hearing Lian's words, old Huang's eyes lit up. He hadn't misjudged the man. Lately, I've been craving flying dragons. Honestly, I haven't had any since coming down from the mountains. When you can take me up to hunt a couple, we'll set a date. Lian paused, taken aback by how straightforward Huang's challenge was. Though flying dragons were notoriously difficult to hunt, few gunners could claim to have taken them. Even Wang Xiaolong, if left to his own devices, might only manage to with exceptional luck. Don't think it'll be that easy. We have a time limit. Once you decide to come with me, I'll find a time to head up. If you haven't bagged a flying dragon within 2 days, the whole thing's off. How could that be possible? Before Lian could respond, Li Yulan, seated beside him, spoke up first. Only after the words left her mouth did she regret it. Whether the plan was feasible or not, it wasn't her place to interject. But since she'd opened her mouth, she might as well voice her true thoughts. Flying dragons aren't like wild dogs or mountain hares. Most people wander the mountains for a month and still might not catch a glimpse of them. You expect Anzi to hunt one down for you in 2 days? And we have to wait for your schedule? That's just unreasonable. Though Li Yulan's words were blunt, the others nodded in agreement. She was right. In truth, since Lian began hunting, he'd only ever caught a flying dragon once, proof of their rarity. Chapter 110, Li Dagong's Past. Just as old Huang expected Lian to refuse, he saw him rise from his seat once more. Fine, I agree. But I'm injured now. In another half-month, Uncle Huang, you'll be at my beck and call. If I can't bring down 2 flying dragons within 2 days, I'll never mention going up the mountain for wild ginseng again. Hearing Lian's words, old Huang chuckled twice. Then it's settled. By the time their arrangements were settled, the food on the table was nearly finished. Old Huang glanced at the sky and rose to take his leave. He now harbored some anticipation about how much surprise this young man before him might bring. If Lian truly succeeded, he wouldn't forget to fulfill his own final dream. So, Uncle Dagao, what are your plans after this? Lian's sudden question caught Li Dagong off guard. Li Kuan, sitting beside him, quickly slapped Lian on the arm. Are you out of your mind today? You didn't even get upset when he called you a dragon slayer. Now you're talking about Uncle Dagao? He's been the village doctor for half his life, what else could he possibly do? Not just Li Kuan, even Li Yulan felt something was off with Lian today. As the two spoke, Lian and Li Dagong looked somewhat downcast before Lian stood up from his chair. How did you figure that out? Instead of refuting Lian's words, he asked curiously. It wasn't hard to see. When I visited your home before, even with guests in the guest room, all sorts of herbs were scattered everywhere. But today, even if you suffered a major setback a couple days ago, the guest room shouldn't be completely devoid of any herbs. Hearing Lian's analysis, Li Kuan and Li Yulan finally snapped out of their daze. No wonder they'd felt something was missing here. Only after Lian pointed it out did they realize there really weren't any herbs in the room. It was the long-stored herbs that gave off that strong scent. You're a sharp one, kid. I've been thinking about it lately. I am getting on in years. Things are improving everywhere now. Many villages have proper hospitals. This whole situation might just be the perfect excuse for me to take a well-deserved rest. Watching him hesitate to speak, Lian suddenly felt a pang of helplessness. It was the helplessness of an old man facing the relentless march of time. His hands were already withered and thin. Perhaps, just as he said, it was time to rest for a while. Li Kuan and Li Yulan wore expressions of regret. They wanted to say something, but their words remained stuck in their throats. Only Little Sparrow, carefree, watched 2 ants fighting in the courtyard, giggling from time to time. Her laughter carried far. Perhaps fueled by the wine he'd drunk today, Li Dagong grew talkative. Before, when people asked what I used to do, I always kept quiet. But for this, I have to thank you, Li Kuan. If you hadn't given me a hand back then, I might still be a rogue in the mountains. Li Kuan waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. Everyone here has seen what you've done for the village over the years. Honestly, I was lucky to step in early. Otherwise, the folks from the neighboring villages would have snatched you up long ago. Li Kuan was telling the truth. Who wouldn't want a doctor in their village? In critical moments, they could save lives. Li Dagong quickly sank into recollection, a look of pain creeping across his previously cheerful face as if the memories were not entirely pleasant. Truth be told, my hometown isn't actually in Qixin County. I grew up in a prominent family in Harbin, where generations served as physicians. Starting with my grandfather, we were imperial physicians to the court. Had the old emperor still been alive, I might have even managed to become one myself. Li Dagong's words carried a clear note of self-mockery. But then the Japanese invaders came, and the situation in Fengtian became utterly unpredictable. Back then, I was young and full of ambition, having studied medicine diligently. Yet the person I most admired was Mr. Sun. He knew that medicine couldn't save the nation, so he abandoned medicine for literature. I too harbored that same dream back then. I even exchanged letters with Mr. Sun. But then disaster struck, destroying everything our family had. The Japanese invaded the city, plunging Harbin into utter chaos. Unbeknownst to us, while everyone was scrambling to flee, a gang of thugs had already set their sights on our home. 3 of them burst in from outside. I watched with my own eyes as they hacked my daughter to death with a knife and raped my pregnant wife. My mind went blank. I grabbed the imperial heirloom sword from the kitchen and swung at them. When I came to my senses, the house was in ruins. Everything was gone. My wife and daughter were dead. I felt utterly hopeless, thinking my life was over. How could I save the country or its people when I couldn't even save my own family? Later, when the Japanese invaded the city, I discovered one of those bastards was the cousin of a traitor who served the invaders. Knowing I had some medical knowledge and that I'd killed his cousin, he hunted me down throughout the city. But I could never become a traitor and save the lives of the Japanese devils. Years passed in a flash. Ever since the founding of the nation, I knew better days were coming. Li Dagong seemed drunk, muttering incoherently. Finally, he fell asleep amidst tears and laughter, and only then did Lian's family leave. Walking along the road, Li Kuan sighed with emotion. Who would have thought cheerful old Li Dagong had endured so much? Most people would have lost their minds long ago. To have held on all these years, it's been a bitter struggle for him. Oh, father, Uncle Dagong mentioned he had a younger son he sent away to study. If we get the chance, maybe we could help find him? He might still be alive. Li Kuan shook his head. He had lived through the wars of those years. The chances of a 6 or 7-year-old child surviving alone in that era were slim to none. We'll see about it later. If Uncle Dagong lives to see the day, he'll meet his son sooner or later. Oh, Anzi, your aunt and I have found a plot of land. In the next few days, we'll look for a good mason to build your house. You're at the age where you should be thinking about marriage. You can't keep living crammed in here with me and your aunt forever. What's wrong with the 3 of us living together? It's lively. Once you marry a wife from the family, you'll be the one taking care of the kids. Hearing Lian's teasing words, Li Kuan glared fiercely at him, making a move to pull his tobacco pipe from his waist. You dare joke about your old man? You must be itching for a beating. Chapter 111, Li Guai comes calling for money. After a period of recovery, Lian's injuries had mostly healed. Time passed gradually. These days, he stayed home almost every day, amusing himself by teasing the cat, Bai Wan, and training Dozy in various skills. Notably, Whodunner had fully matured. His build was nearly as large as Dozy's, and his speed was especially remarkable, as swift as the wind. Wang Xiaolong was also discharged from the hospital. The doctor said he couldn't engage in strenuous activity yet, but walking was no problem. Being cooped up in the hospital for over a month had driven him crazy, so he rushed straight to Lian's place as soon as he got out. Brethren, we're almost fully recovered now. When can we head up the mountain to hunt? Wang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Lying in that hospital bed day after day, he'd dreamed of unleashing his skills in the mountains. Lian glanced at the bandages still wrapped around his arm. You want to go hunting like this? You'll be lucky if you can even make it up the mountain. Why not? Look at this arm, it's strong as an ox. Wang Xiaolong flexed his muscles for Lian, but the pain made him wince almost as soon as he tensed up. Lian burst out laughing. I think you should rest a bit longer. But stay put at home. I might be heading deep into the mountains soon. If you're still like this, then I won't be taking you. Hearing Lian mention the deep mountains, Wang Xiaolong shot to his feet, suddenly oblivious to his aching body. Brethren, we're really going deep into the mountains? My dad always says it's way more intense back there than out here. What mountain hares? Gray dogs? We won't even bother hunting them. Roe deer run around in herds. And yeah, those yellow sheep we hunted before? They're everywhere. When do we leave? Don't worry, I won't slow you down. Just looking at Wang Xiaolong's face, you could tell how excited he was. Hunting in the deep mountains was every hunter's dream. Few ever ventured in, though. People said all sorts of monsters lived there, easy to enter, hard to leave. Outside, wild tales about the deep mountains had grown wildly exaggerated. But Lian knew the mountains were dangerous, though not filled with demonic creatures. In his past life, he'd spent countless days hunting deep in those mountains with the old man. Though perilous, the rewards were often immense. Lian didn't say much to Wang Xiaolong. In his words, it was simply about keeping secrets and focusing on recovering properly. With that advice, Wang Xiaolong indeed became much more diligent. Previously, he'd been too lazy to bother with the rehabilitation exercises the doctor had prescribed and had never done them. But now, he was more eager than anyone, as if afraid his injuries would take a single extra day to heal. By noon, Lian was still at home cuddling Cat Million. The little beast was growing at an astonishing rate, just over a month since adoption, and it was already nearly half the size of Tiger Stump. Not only did it grow fast, but it ate like a horse. While Tiger Stump was all muscle, this one was so fat it could barely walk. Lian was considering cutting back on the little guy's meals. After all, looking like this, it was doubtful he'd be able to keep up on hunts with him later. But every time he saw those pitiful little eyes, Lian couldn't bring himself to be harsh. Forget it, he thought. Life's tough for everyone. The little guy was still young and growing. Maybe once he got bigger, he'd naturally become more capable. As Lian pondered this, little Million stumbled and fell flat on its face. There was nothing in front of it, yet it managed to trip over nothing. Worse, it refused to get up, whimpering pitifully as if on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Lian covered his face in embarrassment. If anyone found out he'd called this kid a big clawed creature, they'd probably laugh themselves silly. Just then, a knock sounded at the door.
Anzi, it's me, your Uncle Gwai. Open up. Uncle Gwaizi, didn't you go mushroom picking with Auntie today?
Lian smiled as he welcomed Uncle Gwai in. He never imagined that his reborn butterfly had merely fluttered its wings slightly, yet it had brought about such profound change. This incarnation of Uncle Gwai was completely different from the last. When Lian had been released from prison, Uncle Gwai still looked as despondent as ever. But now, in just a few short months, Uncle Gwai had transformed completely. Not only did he look much more energetic, but instead of loafing around as before, he spent his free days gathering mushrooms with his wife in the mountains. When not foraging, he worked diligently in the fields. Living next door to Lian, Li Guazi was quite familiar with the animals kept at Lian's home. Especially Hudunner and Xiaohua, who often hopped over the wall to play at his place. Spotting Li Guazi approaching, Xiaohua even trotted over to rub against his pant leg. Li Guazi bent down and gave Xiaohua a few strokes. The little creature rolled onto its back, lying on the ground with eyes half closed, basking in the affection. Your aunt went up the mountain by herself today.
I came over to discuss something with you.
As he spoke, Li Guazi fidgeted awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Lian noticed his unease and turned to lead him into the main room. He poured Uncle Li a cup of warm water.
Uncle, whatever it is, just say it. We're family here.
Li Guai set the cup aside and sighed helplessly.
You know my legs, Anzi.
Though I'm more active now, I still can't handle heavy work. Lately, I've been thinking about starting a mushroom collection business in the village.
What do you think? Lian's eyes lit up at Uncle Li's suggestion. Sounds great, Uncle. I'm all for it.
Lian wholeheartedly agreed with his idea. Just the other day, he'd been thinking about getting his aunt to take up mushroom collecting. But after bringing it up twice, Li Yulan had been hesitant, so he'd gradually let it go.
He never expected Uncle Li to come up with this idea.
Even now, Northeast China hadn't fully shaken off the shadow of the planned economy. For some, doing business might not be spoken of openly, but deep down, they still saw it as lowly work, nothing compared to the security of a government job. Li Guazi, however, had a physical disability that sharpened his wits. Plus, he'd become more industrious lately. This business venture might actually work. The trend of mushroom collecting was just emerging.
Most collectors were southerners unfamiliar with the village terrain. If Li Guazi took the initiative to collect, he'd have a distinct advantage. Li Guazi's face brightened considerably upon receiving Li An's approval.
He'd mentioned the idea to his wife, but she dismissed it as nonsense. She feared he'd end up with no mushrooms and become a lazy good-for-nothing.
But Li An's response reignited his hope. Anzi, do you really think Uncle's idea could work? Lian nodded.
Uncle Gwai, more and more people are getting into business these days.
Take Song Jinshui, who always drives his sedan car to our house. Isn't he in business too? I know that guy.
He's the big boss of that famous lumber mill down south in the village.
It's just that I'm a bit strapped for cash right now.
Collecting mushrooms requires a lot of upfront investment. By the end of his explanation, Uncle Li felt a bit awkward and scratched his head sheepishly.
Anzi, could you lend me some money?
Rest assured, even if this venture fails, I'll sell everything I own to pay you back.
Chapter 112, Lian Invests, introduces construction crew. Lian shook his head.
Li Guazi's eyes, which had been brimming with hope, instantly lost their spark.
It made sense.
This deal sounded like a fairy tale to anyone who heard it. Everyone had told him he was dreaming. Lian probably just didn't want to hurt his pride, so he'd said he thought the idea was good. After all, no one's money grows on trees. He rose from his chair, forcing a smile.
Well, Anzi, I'll head back now. I know this is asking a lot of you. Just pretend I never mentioned it.
With that, he turned to leave, his steps heavy with disappointment.
But Uncle Li stood up and reached out to stop him. Uncle Gwai, hold on, I haven't finished. Don't worry about the money. Whatever you need, I'll cover it. But don't treat this as a loan. I want a 40% equity stake. If it loses money, you don't owe me a dime. This is too much. Forget it, I can't keep taking advantage of you.
Li Guizi's mood shifted from gloom to joy upon hearing Lian's proposal, but he waved his hands repeatedly after understanding the terms. It wasn't that Lian wanted a 40% equity stake, it was that if the investment lost money, Lian would bear the loss.
To Li Guizi, this felt like throwing money away.
He'd merely mentioned it as a precaution in case things went south. Seeing Lian insist, Li Guazi rose from his chair and approached him.
Anzi, forget about 40%.
I'll give you 60% dry shares in this venture.
If it turns a profit, I'll give you more later. Lian raised his hand to cut Li Guai off, smiling. Uncle, you've got no confidence in yourself? This deal is absolutely worth the price.
I guarantee you'll make money if you just go for it boldly.
4/10 is 4/10. If you don't agree, I'm out of this.
Li Guazi knew he was joking and gave a resigned chuckle. After he left, Lian returned to his room, retrieved 1,000 yuan, and handed it to Li Guai. "If you need more, just take it from me," he said. "And since your legs aren't good, if you have to travel far to collect mushrooms, you can come to my place and borrow a bicycle." Originally, Li Guai had thought that if Lian could spare him 100 or two, the deal would be done. But don't underestimate that 100 or two for an ordinary family. Saving that much in a year was no easy feat. When Li Guai received the money, his hands trembled. He never imagined in his life he'd hold so much cash. 1,000 yuan was more than enough to build 4 red-tiled houses. He silently resolved to make this venture succeed no matter what. Little did Lian know that his generous support would mean one less limping man toiling endlessly in the fields and forests. Yet in every village, people would often spot a man with a limp pushing a heavy bicycle with 2 sagging baskets attached, shouting as he collected mushrooms. That weather-beaten, sun-darkened figure was always followed by a gaggle of kids begging for candy. But then, one day, he vanished without a trace. Li Guai, who had already stepped out of the courtyard, suddenly slapped his forehead as if remembering something and turned back toward Lian's house. "Look at me, I'm so happy. Anzi, I heard your dad's been looking for a construction crew lately to build a few more tile-roofed rooms?" Lian nodded. He once thought how wonderful it would be for the family to live together in warmth and bustle. But his stubborn old father and aunt insisted on building new houses, claiming the old homestead must be preserved for their retirement. They wanted him to move out sooner rather than later, so it wouldn't interfere with their retirement life. In the end, they had no choice but to discuss a compromise. Lian's family was already the last household in the village, with a vegetable patch next door. They could negotiate with the neighbors, spend some money to buy that plot, build a few tile-roofed houses separated by a wall, and finally create an arched passageway in the wall to serve as a front and backyard. "My second uncle has been building houses for them. They run a construction crew, and folks from miles around hire him for their projects. He just returned from the county town these past few days. I'll introduce you to him when the time comes." Lian nodded eagerly. Finding a construction crew had been a major struggle for his family. Few new houses were being built in the village, and with the country just beginning to recover, hardly any family had much money saved up. When a house needs repairs, all it takes is hiring some bricklayers to fix it up. That's why construction crews from nearby villages are almost always working in the county town and rarely come back. "Uncle Guai, please arrange a meeting with second master for me. Once my father returns, we'll definitely pay him a visit. If this matter is settled, it would ease the minds of both elders." By noon, when Li Kuan heard Uncle Li Guai had returned, a smile spread across his face. "I've heard of Uncle Li Guai too. He runs a construction crew in Qingshui village with a solid reputation. But these days he mostly works in the county seat and rarely comes back. His craftsmanship is unquestionable. If we can get him on board, this deal is as good as done." Li Yulan shared the excitement. "We can't show up empty-handed today," she thought. Fortunately, Huduan brought back a mountain hare yesterday. But then she seemed to remember something and turned around. Cat Million was innocently chewing on her pant leg. When he saw her glance back, he feigned innocence, flopping onto the ground and continuing to gnaw at her pant leg. The mountain rabbit seemed to have been devoured by this little rascal. With Lian not going up the mountain these days, the family's stored provisions had long since been eaten. Whodunner's daily catches barely kept this one fed. There were no stored provisions at all. She looked at Li Kuan anxiously. What to do? Visiting them, they'd surely know Anzi was a gunner. Going empty-handed might not be right. She didn't want them to feel resentful. "Well, I'm here," Li Kuan said. "My injuries have healed, and I was just thinking of taking Duzi for a walk up the mountain. Might as well check on the cactus after Wang Nilion's crew messed with it. If it's ruined, I won't forgive them." Lian stretched his limbs as he spoke. Li Kuan glanced back at him but didn't refuse. Lately, just having Lian stay home quietly to recover had been a huge relief. Now that he was healed, there was no need to worry about those big claws up the mountain taking his life. There shouldn't be much danger lurking in these outer mountains now. "Alright, head up the mountain this afternoon. Even if you don't bag any game, it's fine. We still have some venison at home. If need be, just bring that along." Chapter 113, The Hunting Methods of the Yawenki People. After lunch, Lian set off for the mountains with Duzi. Though the best hunting time was in the morning, Lian never intended to venture far. He'd be satisfied if he could catch a few small animals near the mountain S-base. Along the way, Duzi dashed about like a wild horse set free. Lian could sense the boy's joy at returning to the mountains. Holding the slingshot, a familiar feeling filled his heart once more. These mountains felt like home every time he entered them. He felt completely at ease. Autumn had turned the leaves of some trees yellow, yet most conifer needles remained vividly green. Pine cones and hazelnuts ripened, and small creatures bustled about, gathering as many nuts as possible to store for the coming winter. Outside, the weather gradually turned cool. Without realizing it, Lian had slipped on a light jacket. By noon, he could still occasionally spot squirrels scurrying busily among the treetops. By the time he reached the prickly pear cactus patch, Lian's backpack had grown heavier with 4 or 5 gray squirrels and a plump mountain hare. Lian's eyes lit up at the sight of the cactus. The campfire and the animal flag planted by the entrance remained, but the cactus itself had undergone a significant transformation. The makeshift door of branches had been replaced by a large red wooden door. How Wang Niliang and the others had managed to haul it up was anyone's guess. Even the roof, originally built of branches, was now covered with a layer of roe deer hide, making the structure look far more like a proper dwelling than before. From the start, Lian had envisioned using roe deer hides for the roof. Not only would they provide superior waterproofing, but they would also keep the interior warm in winter and cool in summer. Yet, though inexpensive, covering the entire structure would require at least a dozen hides. That's why he had settled for woolly grass and large leaves as substitutes. To his surprise, Wang Niliang and his crew had gone to great lengths, likely purchasing the deer hides specially from the county town. These hides alone would easily cost 200 or 300 yuan. Inside the cactus house, there was none of the chaos Li Dagang had described. Everything was neatly arranged, and even the dust on the floor had been swept away. Lian's bed, once a makeshift frame of broken wood, was now a proper bed made of solid wood planks supported by red bricks. While building a traditional heated brick bed Kong in these mountains was unrealistic, having a bed off the ground was already a luxury. Fresh quilts and mattresses were neatly folded and arranged. After surveying the room, Lian nodded repeatedly. These fellows had certainly put in the effort. The effort was evident just from the appearance. For some reason, the image of that burly man with the tiger-bitten arm flashed through his mind. That seemingly simple fellow was a real man. Once Lian had satisfied himself with the interior of the cactus, he gathered his things and headed toward the location of the animal traps. Before leaving, he instructed Duzi to stay inside and keep watch, to prevent the dog from accidentally triggering a trap. Though much time had passed, the traps were set precisely as Lian had instructed, and the markings made them easy to locate. To Lian's surprise, at least 7 or 8 of the dozen traps had caught prey. Unfortunately, the passage of time had turned the small animals into desiccated corpses. After collecting all the traps, he knew this area couldn't be used again anytime soon. These small creatures were clever. They'd likely already marked this spot as dangerous territory. From the cactus to this point, he hadn't even seen a shadow of a gray fox. He returned the traps to the cactus. Time was limited today. With afternoon approaching, setting new traps was out of the question. He'd have to find a better spot tomorrow when he returned to the mountains. It was a pity Wang Xiaolong couldn't accompany him now. Otherwise, this task could be finished in an hour. He couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of having extra hands. He led Duzi deeper into the mountains. Duzi lifted his head, sniffed the air, gave Lian a low growl, then quickened his pace ahead. Lian knew the dog had detected something and hurried to follow. Duzi's pace quickened steadily. At first, he sniffed around incessantly, but soon he was practically running. Lian scanned the area and spotted numerous roe deer droppings. It seemed Duzi had picked up their scent. If they could bag one roe deer, it would at least provide some meat for the group tonight. The thought spurred Lian to quicken his own pace. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, he spotted a small herd of roe deer darting about in the woods. Duzi had been following a stealthy route all along, the kind that never barks unless absolutely necessary, and when it does, it means business. Only when he reached their immediate vicinity did the deer react. Before Lian could respond, 2 gunshots suddenly rang out from within the herd. Lian froze momentarily. A figure had materialized from within the deer. Had it not been for the shots, he might never have noticed. The man wore a deer pelt cloak and a crown fashioned from a deer's head. Crouching low, he moved slowly along the ground. Without careful observation, it would have been impossible to distinguish him. The faint rustling sounds emanating from the deer herd moments earlier had been his doing. Noticing Lian's dazed expression, the figure quickly called out. "What are you staring at? If you don't shoot now, they'll all get away." Lian snapped out of his daze, swiftly raising his loaded rifle and firing wildly at the deer. Despite his earlier distraction, Lian's marksmanship was several times sharper than Wang Xiaolong's. He brought down one of the roe deer that hadn't yet fled far. Only after the rest had fled did the man clad in the roe deer hide approach Lian. He first shot Lian a displeased glare before hurrying to the deer he'd shot. He bound the 2 roe deer he'd taken down. Only then did Lian recognize the man as Zhang Pao. As for the deer skin, it was a unique skill of the Yawinki people. When hunting, they often disguise themselves as their prey, blending in gradually. Earlier, when Zhang Pao had called out to him, he'd been holding a thin piece of bark in his mouth, likely using it to mimic the deer's call. Lian's master in the mountains during his previous life had been an elderly Orokin, so he felt an inexplicable fondness for Zhang Pao. Realizing he had trespassed into someone else's hunting grounds, he stepped forward to apologize. Before he could speak, Zhang Pao snapped, "Everyone says you're a seasoned hunter from the mountains, but I see you're not all that. You're fierce when hunting, but you don't know a single rule. Didn't you see the markers out there? If I hadn't been lucky today, I might have ended up with your bullet in me." Hearing Zhang Pao's mockery, Lian didn't get angry. After all, he knew he was in the wrong. If this had been his old man with his fiery temper, a violent tirade would have been the least of it. A physical fight might have been more likely. It wasn't just the Yawinki people, even ordinary hunters in the village would mark the area when encircling prey. It was to warn nearby hunters that someone was hunting there so they wouldn't accidentally shoot the wrong target. Typically, they'd tie bright red cloths as warnings on large trees or branches. After finishing their hunt, they'd remove these markers, an unwritten rule of the mountains. Chapter 114, Back to the Mountains for the Hunt. Most hunters would avoid venturing further upon seeing such markers, lest they cause misunderstandings. Not only could it disrupt someone's hunting rhythm, but the intent behind it was also difficult to discern. If a conflict erupted, dying in the mountains would be a pointless death. No wonder Zhang Pao was furious. Earlier, when he was disguised as a roe deer, Lian could have easily shot him if he'd fired. My sincerest apologies. Duzzy picked up the scent of game and kept charging forward. I didn't notice the markings on the trees until I'd already entered the area. So today's roe deer is yours. Man up and let it go. I'll personally come apologize another day. Though they weren't close, Zhang Pao had crossed paths with Lian before and knew what kind of man he was. A guy who could scatter the bills in his own pocket. That was a real man. If he weren't, given his Iwanki temperament, he wouldn't just have refused to let Lian shoot the roe deer, he'd have knocked Lian out himself. Alright, if it weren't for you being a real man, this wouldn't have ended today. I, Shelatuba, wouldn't have set my sights on the roe deer you shot, but don't let this happen again. With that, he hoisted the 2 roe deer he'd shot and turned to leave without another word to Lian. Lian raised his hand, gave a bitter laugh, and ultimately didn't call after him. This incident had caused quite a misunderstanding. He'd originally hoped to befriend this Zhang Pao and see if he had any news about the old man. It seemed he'd have to wait a while before personally visiting to apologize. With that thought, Lian tied up the roe deer he'd hunted. Among medium-sized game, roe deer were relatively common. A single deer weighed around 40 to 50 20-25 kilograms, and their somewhat peculiar behavior made them a favorite target for most hunters. After trimming, you could get over 20 pounds of good meat. While its taste couldn't compare to mutton or even wild boar, it was satisfying enough. Some seasoned hunters, upon bagging a roe deer in the mountains, would carefully remove the ribs and discard the rest of the meat. But Lian wasn't that wasteful. This entire roe deer would be today's gift. By the time he shouldered the roe deer down to the village footpath, dusk was settling in. Li Yulan had been waiting for him at the mountain's base since early on. Seeing Lian descend, she hurried forward. Why so late today, Anzi? We should head out early for what we agreed to do. Li Guai had invited his second uncle over to their house. Since the two families shared a common wall, Li Guai simply welcomed him into Lian's home. Li Koan was busy entertaining the two guests. Seeing that Lian hadn't returned, he asked Li Yulan to wait for him there. Seeing the roe deer slung over Lian's shoulder, Li Yulan's heart leapt with joy. Did you hunt this today, Anzi? Lian nodded. Auntie, let's head home. With this roe deer, we can properly entertain our guests. We can't let them see through us. Li Yulan took the basket from Lian's back, glanced at the gray pups and mountain rabbits inside, and satisfied, hoisted it onto her own shoulders. Hurry up. If we don't leave soon, your father will start worrying. The two carried their hunt home. Li Koan sat in the courtyard conversing with a man around 50. Though streaked with gray, the man's voice was clear and resonant, his frame sturdy and robust. Years of outdoor labor had tanned his skin deep brown, and the muscles bulging in his arms with every gesture revealed him to be a skilled laborer. Perfect timing, my son's back. Anzi, come over here. Let me introduce you to Uncle Li, the second uncle of Li Guai. He's the go-to guy for construction work in our entire neighborhood. Lian set the roe deer down on the ground and greeted the man. On the way, Li Guai had mentioned an old-timer building a house, but he hadn't expected the old-timer to be so young. Construction crews like theirs were always eager to work for mountain hunters. If nothing else, the meals were far better than what ordinary households offered. Maybe they'd even get a meat meal now and then. Seeing Lian carry the roe deer in, his eyes lit up. Ah, everyone calls me Old Wang, so you can call me that too. Uncle Wang, you're too kind. I heard you were coming today but got held up on the mountain. Let's not just sit around. Tonight, we'll cook this roe deer for Uncle Guai and his wife. Old Wang had originally come to see if there was any work available. Though others held him in high regard because he led a construction crew. But the bitterness in his heart was his alone to bear. These days, construction work was tough to come by. With the economy sluggish, even in the county seat, few houses were being built. Occasionally, he'd hear of a new development, but those projects were always snapped up by big developers. Building houses was manageable, but constructing high-rises? That was beyond the skills of craftsmen like them. With autumn's end approaching, Old Wang was hoping to find some work. If not, he'd have to seek out developers for odd jobs. He hadn't expected the Li Kuan family to be so generous today. A whole roe deer was too much. Just a couple of cuts of meat for a bit of protein would suffice. But judging by Lian's tone, they seemed intent on eating the entire animal. Old Wang waved his hands repeatedly. We couldn't possibly finish such a large deer. Just a couple of cuts for some meat will do. But Li Kuan pushed him back into his chair. Brother Wang, just build our house well. I need it to marry off my son. Listen to the kids, we're eating this roe deer today. Li Yulan smiled as she headed to the kitchen to fetch tools, leaving the task of processing the roe deer to Li Koen. After all this time, he had become quite adept at handling game. With swift, practiced strokes of his knife, he quickly stripped the roe deer's hide. Dowdu, Huduaner, and Catmillion gathered below, darting about restlessly. Even Little Flower joined in, meowing excitedly. Li Koen removed the entrails and tossed them into a large basin set aside, the very one used for feeding Duzi and the others. Spotting the various organs in the basin, the little creatures swarmed over it all at once. The basin was large enough that even with all of them eating together, it didn't look crowded. Old Wang, seeing he couldn't stop them, rolled up his sleeves to help. While he wasn't skilled at processing game, he could certainly handle boiling water and preparing the pot. Lian went next door to call the Li Guai couple over. When he entered, Li Guai's wife was just about to light the fire for cooking. "Auntie, don't cook today. I bagged a roe deer up on the mountain. You and Uncle Guai come over to my place for dinner." Uncle Li was busy in the inner room preparing the logs he'd chopped in the woods. He'd definitely need plenty of baskets when it came time to gather mushrooms. They didn't want to run out of space later. Seeing Lian arrive, the couple quickly greeted him. "No need to trouble us, Anzi. Your Uncle Guai and I will just grab a quick bite at home. But Uncle Li, if you think he's capable, feel free to invite him to stay for dinner. If not, just let your wife know." The old couple were straightforward folk. Though Uncle Li had been thick-skinned before, his newfound diligence had tempered his shamelessness. Chapter 115, Wang the Pockmarked One Stirs Trouble. Enough fussing. Let's go, Auntie. My dad and aunt are waiting at home. You two should head over to help out. Otherwise, who knows when we'll get to eat this huge roe deer. After Lian practically dragged them along, he finally got the old couple into the house. Once inside the courtyard, they saw three people bustling about. Old Wang sat beneath the cauldron stoking the fire, while Li Kuan gritted his teeth, chopping the meat into chunks with all his might. Li Yulan was fetching water to rinse the meat. Seeing this, the two hurried to lend a hand. They ate until the sky had grown completely dark. Finally, Old Wang patted his belly, unable to eat another bite. Truth be told, he couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten so heartily. Not a single vegetable in sight. The pot was filled entirely with meat. "You can count on me, Li brothers. I'll gather the crew over the next couple days. I promise you'll see 4 beautiful tiled houses before winter sets in. But you'll need to source some red bricks too. I know a few kills tomorrow. I'll take you to see them. If you like what you see, have them deliver them here." It was true that experts made things easier. The Li family knew nothing about building materials. In just a few words, Old Wang had arranged everything they needed. Lian picked up the wine cup on the table and raised it in a toast to Old Wang. "Uncle Wang, we'll be relying on you guys to handle things for a while. But rest assured, we'll take care of lunch at home, plenty of food guaranteed. No need to say more, your nephew promises me every single meal." With that, he tipped his head back and drained the cup. Old Wang recognized the family's straightforward nature and followed suit, downing a shot of baijiu with Lian. After finalizing the plans, they decided to choose an auspicious day to begin construction the following morning. In the meantime, they would purchase all the building materials and discuss with Ma San's family in the village to secure the vegetable garden. Unexpectedly, once the bricks arrived and piled up outside the courtyard, many villagers passing by couldn't help but point and whisper. They all remarked that the Li family was finally prospering. Back when Lian was a good-for-nothing, Li Kuan's household hadn't seen meat on the table all year round. Now that they were building a new house, people who saw Lian would praise his success and even offer to find him a wife. But just as things seemed to be going smoothly, trouble unexpectedly arose over the plot of land. Wang Maizi stood by the vegetable patch, hands on hips, arguing with Li Kuan with righteous indignation. His wife joined the fray, their shouts echoing across half the street. "Li Kuan, you can't just take over anyone's land because you're the village chief's son. If that were allowed, the whole village would end up belonging to your family. Let me tell you, you're not getting my vegetable patch. My wife and I have poured countless hours into cultivating this garden. It's the only thing that keeps us fed each year." "Exactly. We pour so much work into tending this garden every year. Now you want to snatch it away with just a word? Forget it, it's not happening." Neighbors hearing the commotion outside gathered to watch, and soon someone spoke up. "Wang Maizi, you call that tending? The weeds in your garden are nearly knee-high. If it weren't for those few wilted greens, no one would believe you two are hard-working at all." The others joined in with loud laughter, but Wang Maizi's wife was instantly displeased. "Mind your own business. We'll tend it however we want. If you want to take our land, you'll get no say. That little bastard doesn't know his place. Don't think hunting a few furry beasts up the mountain makes him special. We haven't finished demanding answers about what happened to our lure." Lian suddenly understood upon hearing her words. No wonder Wang Maizi kept pestering them. These mountains had nothing but land. Wasteland stretched everywhere you looked. Generally, once you cleared it, it was yours. No one said much about it, and for hard-working folks, it meant extra income. The major clans in Manhwa were the Wangs and the Lis, and this Wang Maizi was Lure's uncle. Though 3 generations removed, they were still family. Likely Wang Dezai had stirred things up with his words, leading to this harassment. But ultimately, they were just jealous of Li An's improved circumstances. Their real goal was to extort money from him. Li An couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Wang Dezai, you claim this vegetable plot is your land, got any proof? Just because you cleared it and farmed it for 2 years doesn't make it yours. I won't argue. This land belongs to the village anyway. I'll pay 100 yuan to buy it from the village, plus 20 yuan as compensation for you. As soon as he finished speaking, people began applauding. 100 yuan was no small sum. The money would benefit the entire village, and on top of that, he was offering 20 yuan as compensation. Wang Meizi should have known when to quit while he was ahead. But who knew Wang Meizi's wife would overhear and start cursing the moment she heard about the 20 yuan compensation? What? 20 yuan? You think we're beggars? Everyone knows your family made a killing recently. You were living it up, calling yourselves some tiger hunting dynasty. The county gave you thousands. If you want our land, fine, but you'll pay at least 200 yuan. Besides, we cleared this land ourselves. What's the point of giving the money to the village? Just compensate us directly. Damn, that woman. She's quiet enough when she keeps her mouth shut, but once she opens it, she's like a greedy lioness. Demanding 300 bucks for this worthless vegetable patch? That's enough to buy himself a wife. Good grief, Wang Meizi. If people didn't know your family was selling a vegetable patch, they'd think it was filled with gold. 300 yuan? You've got some nerve asking for that. The people standing nearby couldn't take it anymore. This was clearly just about the money. Wang Deji's wife stood with her hands on her hips, chin held high. What business is it of yours? Unless you give us 300 yuan, not a single one of you will touch a finger. Li An watched the shameless couple drag Li Kuan and the flushed Li Yulan back home. He could afford 400 yuan. But he wasn't a fool. He couldn't be bothered with such people. Once he handed the money over to the village, with the receipt in hand, Wang Deji's unreasonable demands would be useless. Watching them leave, Wang Meizi suddenly panicked. He leaned close to his wife and whispered, "Honey, now that Li Kuan and the others are gone, do you think we won't get the money? Honestly, if it comes down to it, we should just ask for 150 would be fine too. This vegetable garden isn't worth much anyway." Wang Meizi's words unsettled her too. She'd planned to make an outrageous demand, hoping to squeeze some money out of Li Kuan. But this guy wasn't falling for her tricks. Their vegetable garden had been abandoned for ages. Normally, they'd gladly hand over 10 bucks. Come on, let's follow them. We'll make a scene at their place. Worst case, we'll just let them off easy. Chapter 116, Starting Work. Seeing the couple so tactless, the crowd pointed and whispered behind their backs. Wang Meizi's wife glared wide-eyed. What are you all staring at? Mind your own business and go home suckle your mother's teats. Why are you meddling in our family affairs? With that, she dragged Wang Meizi toward Li Kuan's house. Li An, who had just arrived home and was about to close the door, saw the elderly couple trailing behind and burst out laughing. I thought your vegetable garden was precious? Better go watch it now, lest someone steals it. Wang Meizi knew Li An was teasing him, but instead of getting angry, he just grinned as if to say, "You're getting a bargain. Kid, my wife and I talked it over. We're neighbors, so we don't want to make things awkward for you. We'll sell you the vegetable garden for a bargain price of 100 yuan. That way, you won't have to pay the village and you'll save 20 yuan. Wang Meizi acted as if they'd scored a huge bargain, but Li An's anger was already rising. He wasn't about to let them get away with it so easily. Well then, let me tell you this, we're not paying that 20 bucks either. I thought it was fair since you'd worked hard to clear this wasteland, but now I see no point. Once I hand the money over to the village, you won't get a single cent." Hearing Li An's words, Wang Meizi's wife immediately grew flustered. Hey, you ungrateful brat. How can you be so ungrateful? This land was cleared with the hard-earned money my husband and I scraped together. What does that mean to the village? At that moment, Li An really wanted to educate them about the land reform law. Back in 1978, the household contract responsibility system had already been implemented. Every family was allocated farmland. Logically speaking, this useless land became public property. It wasn't something you could just turn over a few times and claim as your own. Li An had purchased the land from the village legally and properly. He didn't need to inform these two. Since they were being so unreasonable, they wouldn't get a single hair's worth of it. But Li An couldn't be bothered to open his mouth. Wasting breath on people who only knew how to make trouble was pointless. Seeing Li An ignore them, Wang Meizi's wife turned her attention to Li Kuan. Village chief Li, give us an answer. We worked hard to clear this land. Name your price. If we think it's fair, we'll pay you. Let's not make things ugly for everyone. Li Kuan didn't even glance at them. What Anzi said is our family's decision. If you're not satisfied, go make a fuss in the village. If you think I'm exploiting your family as village chief, then go make a fuss in the county seat. With that, Li An slammed the gate shut. Wang Deji tried to protest but nearly got his nose smashed by the door, causing him to stumble back in fright. Seeing his flustered state, the crowd burst into laughter once more. No benefits gained, just a slap in the face. We told you to quit while you were ahead. If it were our family, we'd gladly give up this vegetable patch for $10. There's plenty of wasteland in the village, tending a plot would only take a few days. But no, you had to extort us. Serves you right. The more they talked, the angrier Wang Maizi's wife grew. Gritting her teeth, she shot Lian's family a fierce glare before spitting hard at their gate. Fine. Since that's how you feel, you won't have it easy either. Let's see how long you can keep gloating. After the two left, Li Yulan's face was filled with worry. Brother, if we really use this land, do you think those two might cause trouble? Li Koan snorted coldly. As the village head, he understood land changes and usage perfectly well. As long as they paid the village on time, if those two dared cause trouble, the enforcement team would deal with them properly. Ignore them. In a couple of days, it'll be the 15th. Old Wang should be bringing the construction crew to start work then. Yulan, in the meantime, go to town and buy some mung beans. It's still pretty hot around noon, so boil some mung bean soup for everyone to cool off. Though Li Yulan felt some unease since Li Koan had spoken, she could only nod in agreement without further comment. 2 days later, Old Wang arrived with his construction crew in full force, 7 or 8 men, each a skilled worker. They arrived just at noon. Before coming, Old Wang had said today wouldn't count as paid work, they were just here to survey the site and discuss the job with the homeowners. Lian welcomed them inside. He had originally considered converting it into a log cabin, those entirely wooden structures unique to northeast China. Living in one required no air conditioning or heating, ensuring warmth in winter and coolness in summer. But since his main house was built with earthen bricks, changing the style now felt inappropriate. Instead, he thought creating a courtyard would be nice, nothing too large. The front could serve as the main courtyard, while the back could be a secondary one, as long as it was comfortable to live in. Anzi, we big guys might be hungry. You'll have to feed us lunch today. Old Wang joked, prompting a chorus of laughter from the group behind him. No worries, everyone can eat their fill today. Auntie's cooking in the kitchen, if anyone leaves hungry, I'll have words with them. As they spoke, Li Yulan emerged from the kitchen carrying the simmered dishes. Dinner's ready. Let's eat first, then we'll continue. She and Li Koan appeared carrying a large wooden tub on a shoulder pole. These past days, meat had been plentiful at home, a pot of glass noodles stewed with cabbage, containing 3 wild mountain rabbits and 4 or 5 gray squirrels. The aroma wafted from afar. Wow, look at all that meat the host family prepared. We'd better not slack off while working. The sight of the food in the wooden tub made the whole group grin. In ordinary households, having a couple of fatty slices floating in the noodle stew would be considered generous. But this tub alone must hold at least 5 or 6 pounds of meat. Anzi, there are white flour buns in the kitchen, bring them out for everyone. The mention of white flour steamed buns made everyone's eyes light up. These days, most families ate mixed flour buns or cornmeal muffins. While white flour was available in northeast China, who could afford to eat it every meal? No need to trouble brother, and we'll get them ourselves. Old Wang called out to his brothers to fetch the steamed buns from inside the house. Inside the iron pot sat 2 steamer baskets overflowing with large white steamed buns. Li Yulan had risen early this morning to prepare the food, working tirelessly until now to get everything ready. Sis, are all these steamed buns for us? Old Wang hesitated, feeling awkward about taking them, afraid his grubby hands might sully these snow-white delicacies. Brother Wang, don't be silly. I made these for everyone. There's more dough in the bowl if you need more, just say the word and I'll steam some more. Enough, enough. Even if we were gluttonous, we couldn't finish all this. Well then, I won't be polite. Seeing Li Yulan's beaming smile, Old Wang carried a basket of steamed buns outside. Guys, the hostess made these white flour buns for us. She said we can eat our fill. But let me make one thing clear, if anyone doesn't work hard after eating this meal, I'll be the first to call them out. Don't worry, Old Wang, we'll make sure this house turns out beautiful for the family. Chapter 117, 300 yuan. Just as everyone was tucking in heartily, a slightly grating voice drifted over from nearby. Hey, everyone's eating. What's cooking? I could smell the aroma from a mile away. With limited seating indoors, the burly men didn't fuss, they simply squatted on the floor, bowls in hand, kicking steamed buns with one foot as they ate. Chatting and laughing, the scene was lively. Spotting the newcomer, Lian set his bowl and chopsticks on the table. Wang Mozi's here. Want a bowl? Wang Maizi's heart stirred at Lian's offer. His family was already struggling financially, and his son working away from home barely earned enough to scrape by. But the old couple couldn't bring themselves to eat much. Before, they could still manage to have some mushrooms every day. But ever since someone started buying mushrooms in the village, their 3 meals a day had dwindled to just steamed buns and wild greens. The moment he caught the scent of meat, his soul nearly leapt out of his body. Well, I haven't eaten either. If it's convenient, just give me half a bowl, preferably with a couple extra chunks of meat. Seeing how shameless this guy was, Lian tossed the bone he'd just gnawed onto Doozy with a mischievous grin. Sorry, we're out of bowls and chopsticks. If you really want some, Doozy's dog bowl is right there, help yourself. Doozy, who'd been gnawing on a bone, instantly dropped it upon hearing someone mention his dog bowl. He scowled and ran over to it, his eyes fixed on Wang Diji, terrified the man might actually snatch it away. Wang Diji's face flushed with anger. He was about to step forward to argue when his wife nudged him twice with her elbow. Reluctantly, he suppressed his rage, but the words he'd been about to say stuck in his throat. Seeing his reaction, his wife silently cursed him as useless before stepping forward with a smile. Look, Anzi, this vegetable garden isn't ours, is it? Now you're building a house without even telling us, isn't that a bit rude? I discussed it with old Wang when I went back last time. We won't even ask for 100 yuan for this garden anymore. Just give us 50 yuan. Lian looked at them strangely as they gazed at him expectantly. This vegetable garden is yours? That can't be right. Just the other day, I went to the village office specifically to ask Director Phone. He even issued me the official certificate. As he spoke, Lian pulled a document stamped with the village seal from his pocket. It clearly stated that this plot now belonged to the Lian family. Wang Maizi's wife naturally understood the situation. She hadn't been clear on the legalities of land ownership before, but after inquiring around, she learned that if the village had indeed sold the land to Lian, they'd have no recourse. As for the hot-headed Wang Maizi, he certainly wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Not only was Li Kuan the village chief with considerable authority in the hamlet, but Lian's skill in hunting tigers alone was something Wang Maizi dared not provoke. Alright, if you have no business here, you should head back. I and the others are waiting to get to work. Seeing Lian about to shoo them away, Wang Maizi's wife's expression finally soured. Young Li, are you sure you want to make this so ugly? Our family really isn't as well off as yours. Unlike you, we don't have money or influence in the village. But if people find out your family bullies others like this, it won't reflect well on you, will it? And you're at the age where you should be thinking about marriage. If word gets out about your family's reputation, what girl would dare marry into your household? Originally, Wang Maizi's family had come to Li Kuan and Li Yulan, but they couldn't be bothered to deal with them. These past 2 days, the two of them had run around to who knows how many places. They were spreading the word everywhere that Lian's family had stolen their land, basically saying every nasty thing they could think of. But now that it came to Lian's marriage, the couple suddenly couldn't sit still. Li Yulan was naturally gentle and kind, never seen her get angry with anyone first. Yet now she rolled up her sleeves, ready to lash out at Wang Maizi's wife. What kind of bride my Anzi marries is none of your business. If you dare spread more lies, I'll tear your filthy mouth off. The once peaceful family suddenly erupted into a quarrel, leaving old Wang and his crew utterly bewildered. Building a house was a good thing, but they didn't want to lose face over land disputes. As professional builders, they'd seen plenty of messy situations like this. Some disputes even escalated into outright brawls, with both sides ending up in the hospital. Seeing the situation escalate, several workers hurried over to old Wang. Boss, what should we do? Usually, when such situations arose, they'd seek his advice. Regardless, they needed a clear answer on whether the job could proceed. Old Wang pondered for a moment. Let's assess the situation first. This homeowner probably isn't someone who's forcibly seized someone else's land. If it really doesn't work out, we'll just walk away. Everyone nodded in agreement. Judging by how generously they'd shared lunch today, the landowner seemed decent. But if they were the kind to seize land by force, the workers would rather lose the money than do something so unconscionable. Anzi, what's going on? Work starts tomorrow. You didn't snatch someone's land, did you? Old Wang pulled Lian aside and asked quietly. Lian knew exactly what he was thinking. He gave a bitter laugh and explained the whole situation clearly to everyone, so they wouldn't feel uneasy while working. We understand now. That family really is unreasonable. Don't worry. If they send people to cause trouble, we're not pushovers. With the full story laid out, old Wang finally relaxed. The key was that the other side had even produced proof of ownership for the land. Get the hell out of here now. If you come back, I won't be so easygoing. Hearing Li Kuan's rage, Duzi, who'd been guarding his food bowl, charged forward. Now weighing over 80 pounds, he let out a furious bark at the pair. Uduiner wasn't about to let them off either, glaring menacingly while snorting repeatedly. At the slightest command, he'd make them pay dearly. Seeing this, Wang Maizi and his wife backed away in fear. Fine, you think you're tough? We'll see about that. Surrounded by such a large crowd, they felt genuinely uneasy. For now, they could only threaten with harsh words. What tactics they might employ later remained to be seen. After driving the two away, everyone had finished eating and began discussing how to proceed. Taking advantage of the early daylight, they cleared all the weeds from the vegetable garden. Midway through, Li Yulan brought out plenty of mung bean soup to quench everyone's thirst. Old Wang wiped the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the finally tidy vegetable patch. Anzi, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known this was a vegetable garden. The weeds here could rival the mountain meadows. Whoever owns this place must be pretty bold to try and swindle people out of money. Lian chuckled twice. It was getting late, and since the group hadn't been paid for their long hours of work, he wanted them to stay for a meal before leaving. But old Wang waved him off. We'd better head back to eat. We'll get a head start tomorrow so we can work efficiently. You had to hand it to people of this era, they were down to earth. As they were leaving, Lian pulled old Wang aside and slipped him 300 yuan. At first, old Wang refused, but Lian insisted, pressing the money into his hand. Chapter 118, Li Guai begins mushroom harvesting, Lian's plan. Uncle Wang, 7 or 8 people are waiting for you to pay them so they can eat. Don't worry if it seems too little, I'll give you more. I don't know exactly what building a house requires, but if you need anything, just buy it. The workers' wages are paid daily, so I can't have you covering everything out of pocket. Just take this for now. Old Wang refused several times before finally accepting the money. A worker's daily wage was 1 yuan 80. Though it seemed like a lot, it was actually more than factory workers earned. But that's how construction works, you earn when there's work, and when there isn't, you go hungry. 300 yuan would cover the labor costs for building the house, but of course, there would be other expenses that might fall short. We'll deal with those later. Truth be told, old Wang's household wasn't exactly flush either. Just yesterday, he'd heard from Li Guai that old Wang had a son. Unfortunately, the boy was born with intellectual disabilities, functioning at about a 5 or 6-year-old's level. Years ago, people had urged them to have another child, but old Wang couldn't bear to part with his son and had raised him all these years. Years ago, his wife worked alongside him, and their household managed reasonably well. But this spring, she broke her leg in a construction accident. Now she could only stay home to care for their mentally disabled son, leaving old Wang to shoulder the entire family's expenses. That's why Lian couldn't let him front the money for the wages. These 300 yuan would at least solve old Wang's immediate crisis. After seeing old Wang off, Lian looked up just as Li Guai rode back on his bicycle, 2 large baskets neatly arranged on the front rack. A big horn was attached to the handlebars, giving it a rather professional look. Uncle Guai, you've been out? Spotting Lian, Uncle Guai quickly secured the bicycle to the ground and approached him with a flushed face. Anzi, look at all the mushrooms I picked today, every single one's top quality. As he spoke, he pulled Lian over to look at the baskets on his bike. Lian glanced at the 2 baskets, both heaving with mushrooms together. They must have weighed 40 or 50 pounds. They looked pretty good, but he wondered how much they'd fetch. Anzi, I got these all from neighbors today. I bought them at 1.2 yuan per pound. I checked with the mushroom buyers in town, they'll give 1.4 yuan per pound. And with mushrooms of this quality, if I haggle, I might even get 1.5 yuan per pound. We'd make 30 cents profit per pound. With over 40 pounds collected today, that's over 10 bucks in profit. Li Guai's hands trembled with excitement. He'd never made this much money in his life. And this was just one day's haul. If they kept this up for a few more days, they could even repair their house. Lian nodded and gave Li Guai a thumbs up. Every journey begins with a single step. With such a strong start, I'm confident you'll make a fortune, Uncle Guai. But now that we're in this business, let's not have Auntie out in the fields gathering mushrooms every day. Let's put up a sign and turn our place into a mushroom collection center. My auntie is at home with nothing to do, she could help Auntie Li. Then I'll figure out how to get our name out there, and more people will come to sell mushrooms. Lian, caught up in his enthusiasm, shared all sorts of ideas with Uncle Li. Already fired up, Uncle Li listened intently, his forehead glistening with sweat. He was genuinely excited. But some of what Lian said was still a bit deep for him. He didn't quite grasp the meaning of many things. What was this brand effect? And how to promote it? Most folks in the village couldn't read, and now some southerners were also buying mushrooms. Why would people travel all the way here to sell theirs? Even though he couldn't grasp much of what Lian was saying, it didn't dampen his enthusiasm. Alright, Anzi, I'll take your advice. Tomorrow I'll head to town to get a sign made. Then we'll hang a deer hide to help people find us. But paying those village women to promote us? Will that really work? We're not making any money yet, and we'd be throwing hundreds at them. I think it's better if I just keep riding my bike around collecting goods. I've calculated it, I can cover all the nearby villages on my bike in a month. Lian knew Li Guai wouldn't accept his ideas right away, but this wasn't something that could be rushed. Use the bike for now, it'll help build a good reputation. Uncle Guai, what prices are those southerners offering for mushrooms when you collect them in the villages? I know that. I checked specifically before going. Prices vary by quality, poor ones fetch only 80 or 90 cents, while good ones can go for 1 yuan 20. I've been buying at their prices. Alright. Next time you go out, we'll pay 1 yuan for the lower quality ones. If the quality is really good, we'll pay 1.4 yuan. Li Guai was startled by Lian's words. Anzi, if we collect them like this, we won't make any money. Not to mention the county town pays a dime more than us, the losses during transport alone won't cover it. These mushrooms can't be sold straight off the ground. They need to be sorted again before we can deliver them. We might end up losing money if we mess this up. But seeing Lian's earnest expression, Uncle Li began to doubt. Don't worry, Uncle Guai. We won't lose money. Once things settle down at home in a couple days, I'll take you to meet someone in the county town. You'll understand then. For now, don't sell these mushrooms in the county town. Just collect as many as you can at the price I told you. Li Guai wanted to say more, but since Lian was footing the bill, he'd follow his lead. If he really bought at Lian's prices, Li Guai was sure people would be scrambling to bring mushrooms to him. 1,000 yuan might not even be enough then. He'd have to focus on more reliable households first. Li Guozi kept a wary eye, settling for 400 or 500 yuan worth at a time, better safe than sorry, lest he end up stuck with unsold stock. Of course, Lian knew none of this. He was busy thinking about whether he could bag some big game in the mountains tomorrow. Ideally, he'd bring back a huge wild boar that would solve the workers' food problem. Meanwhile, Wang Meizi returned home with his wife, so furious he kicked over the large basin in the courtyard. The basin held water his wife had just drawn for laundry. Seeing Wang Meizi take out his frustration on the laundry basin, she immediately grabbed him by the throat. Wang Meizi was naturally small and frail, while his wife was tall and sturdy, easily twice his size. With her hands around his throat, he couldn't move an inch. Even after she lifted him off the ground, she still felt unsatisfied and slapped him hard across the face twice. "You dare take your anger out on me? If it weren't for you being such a useless coward, I wouldn't have to put up with this nonsense." Waking up from his daze after being scolded by his wife, Wang Meizi quickly begged for mercy. "Easy there, honey, that hurts. I've thought of a way to deal with old Li's family. Just let go first." Hearing he had a plan, she finally released her grip. Chapter 119, The Rogue Strikes Again. Wang Meizi rubbed his ear, inwardly cursing his wife for her brutal blow. But he quickly plastered on a fawning smile and stood respectfully beside her. "Li Kuan's family is building a house, right? While they're laying the foundation these next couple of days, let's sneak off their red bricks and steel bars. I'll see what they use to build with then. Besides, I checked, red bricks and steel aren't cheap these days. We might even make more than if we'd just asked him for money outright." At first, Wang Meizi's wife was worried. Stealing could ruin their reputation if caught, and they might even end up in jail. But Wang Meizi whispered something in her ear, and the two burst into laughter. As for how the couple hatched their plan, Lian had no idea. The next morning, before dawn had fully broken, he had his gear ready and was preparing to head up the mountain. Doozy was already waiting at the door, while Cat Million rubbed his sleepy eyes against Lian's legs. Lian stroked the cat's plump belly. "Stay home nicely. I'm going up the mountain to find you some food." When Lian stepped outside, Li Yulan had already prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Now that little sparrow had to go to school, they had to rise earlier each morning. Yesterday, he told Li Yulan about partnering with Li Guozi to collect mushrooms. At first, Li Yulan had been conflicted, but when Lian mentioned he'd already paid the money, she could only glare at him fiercely. "Have you discussed this with your father?" Lian flashed a sycophantic smile. "Auntie, how could I dare tell my father? And you better not say anything either, or he'll beat me to death. You know he'd beat you, but I feel like beating you too. Uncle Guai has always been friendly with our family, he's even a distant relative, but 1,000 yuan isn't small change. You just handed it over so generously. What if we end up losing money?" Lian waved his hand dismissively, his voice brimming with confidence. "Don't worry, Auntie. I'm not stupid. I've looked into this deal, it's bound to work. Once we've sent Little Sparrow off, you go to Uncle Guai's place and see if there's anything you can help with. He's bound to collect a lot of mushrooms these next few days. We can help him gather them too." Li Yulan said nothing, which counted as agreement. After they finished eating, she hurried off to send Little Sparrow to school. Lian slung his basket over his shoulder, deftly picked up his hunting rifle, and slowly disappeared down the alley with his dog. After autumn arrived, the mornings and evenings grew pleasantly cool. Along the way, Lian noticed many people heading up the mountain. The number of figures was clearly greater than before. Ever since everyone started following the trend of picking mushrooms, the number of people going up the mountain had steadily increased. After all, the village had no shortage of hard-working souls, and who wouldn't want a better life for their family? Along the way, he often heard people say things like mushrooms are getting scarcer these days, or if you can't find any, just venture deeper into the mountains. Truthfully, mushrooms sprouted daily deep in the mountains, though their abundance fluctuated with the weather. With more people competing, each person's share naturally dwindled. Yet, hearing about venturing deeper into the mountains still brought a look of concern to his face. Come autumn, every household began stockpiling food. Just yesterday, his aunt had discussed with his father whether they should buy some cabbages. Once pickled, they'd last them through the winter. These days, winter brings scarce food. Greenhouse farming hadn't taken hold yet, and transportation wasn't developed enough to realistically ship vegetables from elsewhere to the northeast. Not just people, but even gray foxes and mountain hares were stashing food in their dens. Those wild beasts naturally wanted to stock up for hibernation too. The most dangerous times in the mountains were spring and autumn. Come spring, bears, blind beasts, wild boars, jackals, and other creatures starved through the winter were particularly fierce as their appetites returned. And in autumn, the season of ripening fruit, animals began hoarding food to prepare for the coming cold. Looks like I'll have to tell father back home we absolutely must step up safety awareness in the village. Lian muttered under his breath as he entered the woods. With Doozy leading the way, the journey posed no major problems. Before even reaching the immortal pillars, his backpack was already filled with 5 or 6 small beasts. Seeing numerous fish traps and animal snares at the immortal pillars, Lian decided to release them all during his hunt today. Perhaps he'd get a good haul. After dropping off his gear at Immortal Pillar and taking a short rest, Lian set off again. The nearby game had been largely hunted down. Setting the fish traps in the water, Lian understood the principle of fishing only when the waters were low. Even when he encountered some small gray squirrels, he released them. He watched one squirrel on a branch, happily hopping about with a hazelnut clutched in its mouth. Lian shook his head. "I've caught plenty of squirrels today, this time I'll let you go. Remember to come back plump and fat next time. Come on, Doozy, let's set all the fish traps now. We'll have fish to eat in a couple of days." Perhaps understanding his meaning, Doozy barked twice cheerfully on the ground before trotting ahead. The Ant Queen was no big deal, but the squirrels in the tree were terrified. Spotting the man and dog below, they abandoned their merriment, tucked their tails between their legs, and scrambled into the tree hollow. First, they tied a branch to the rope holding the fish trap, using it as a fulcrum. That way, if they caught a big fish, it wouldn't drag the trap away. Doozy was tasked with tossing the fish traps to Lian in the river. Though he could only carry things with his mouth, he was remarkably agile. With practiced ease, he hoisted a trap, then trotted happily over to Lian. After Lian took the trap, he chose a suitable spot and set it up properly. The man and dog worked for over an hour, finally setting all the traps. Emerging from the river, Lian took the towel Doozy had fetched and wiped the water droplets from his legs. It was true the river water had turned noticeably cooler now that autumn had arrived. "Come on, Doozy. Let's see what we caught today." Lian had been coming to the mountains frequently these past 2 days, but hadn't encountered any big catches. While there was enough to feed his family with some leftovers, now that a construction crew was waiting to be fed, it naturally felt insufficient. Lian ventured deeper into the mountains, moving with far greater caution than before. Ever since his encounter with Zhang Pao, he realized he'd grown lax in observing his surroundings. Doozy stayed close by, alerting him to danger in advance, though it could only warn him of animal sense. Stepping into a trap left by others or being mistaken for prey by another hunter would be truly unlucky. As the man and dog climbed the mountain, a pair of mismatched figures, one plump, one scrawny, were scrambling through the woods, covered in dust and dirt. Had Lian seen them, he would have instantly recognized them as the two ruffians he'd encountered when he first arrived in the mountains. Not long ago, when large clawed creatures were rampaging through the mountains, Wang Xiaolong claimed to have encountered two of them, fleeing down the mountain like madmen. Lian had even chased after them for a while with Doozy, but unfortunately, he hadn't seen a single trace of them. Unexpectedly, these two had somehow slipped back into the mountains unnoticed, and they weren't far from Lian's current location. Chapter 120, Li Jigang faces crisis. "Bro, we've been wandering these mountains for 2 days straight. All we've found are mushrooms, not a single piece of meat in sight." Guzi shot a resentful glance at the fat man, his mind drifting back to the carefree days they'd enjoyed in the city. He even regretted how he'd been so blinded by greed to help this fat man snatch someone else's young wife. But it was too late for regrets now. Ever since Lian chased them, they'd been scared out of their wits. They'd even lost the gun they'd been carrying. They'd holed up in the mountains for a long time, recuperating until they were more or less back on their feet. But they hadn't even enjoyed 2 days of peace when, while chasing a mountain hare, they suddenly heard a tiger's roar. Turning around, they saw the massive head of a white tiger staring intently at them. Guzi was so terrified he wet himself, and they scrambled like mad toward the forest edge. Once they escaped the woods, they rejoiced at having saved their own lives. Months of living in the mountains had been nothing but hardship. They began to wonder if they could return home. After all this time, the government might not have discovered they were the murderers. Holding onto this sliver of hope, they secretly boarded a long-distance bus. After a bumpy, weary journey, they finally reached home. But the moment they entered the county town, they saw the wanted posters plastered above the gate. The portraits were unmistakably theirs. The evidence was laid out clearly. With their feet barely touching solid ground, they turned back toward the mountains. This time, there was truly no other option. If they were caught, they'd surely be executed. Though they had no guns, living in the mountains for so long had taught them some hunting skills. Fatso shot his younger brother a fierce glare as he listened to his complaints. What was the rush? Hadn't they bought a few animal traps outside? If they set them up properly, they might even have some good meat to eat today. Guzi listened to this for what felt like an eternity. But since they bought those damn traps, the only thing they'd caught was a single wild rabbit. Last time they set them, one nearly snapped his finger clean off. Truth be told, it wasn't the trap's fault they never caught anything. The two of them were too stingy to even put out bait, relying entirely on animals stumbling into them by accident. Earlier, Guzi had caught a gray dog and thought about adding some offal to see if it would attract more. But Big Fat hadn't seen anything greasy in who knows how long. His eyes practically glowed green at the sight of meat, and he devoured even the offal clean. As the two trudged along in boredom, they suddenly spotted a red cloth tied to a branch ahead. Doozy, quick as a flash, dashed forward, snatched the cloth down, and waved it in Big Fat's face. "Bro, look at this, someone tied a red cloth up there. Looks pretty fresh too." The fat man took the cloth from Guzi, gave it a cursory glance, and stuffed it into his pocket. "Who knows what this is for," he muttered. "But my waistband's worn out anyway. Might as well patch it up with this." Arguzi didn't say much more, continuing to wander around with the fat man. Since it had been tied up recently, they might still run into someone. Maybe they could get lucky and pick up a bargain. As for whether there were other red cloths around, Arguzi didn't bother looking. He didn't wear underwear anyway, so what use would it be to him? Deep in the woods, Li Jigang was chasing a sable, a purple one at that. Don't let its small size fool you. These little beasts commanded a hefty price. A single purple sable could fetch $50 or more. The key was the quality of its fur. That glossy, silky coat was prime material for making clothes. But the critter was slender and cunning, slipping through the tiniest cracks. Purple martens have a habit: once they settle in a spot, they rarely move. Li Jigang had been staking out this area for 2 days, marking the surrounding trees to keep others away. He'd chased this furry beast twice already, but carelessness had let it slip through his fingers both times. This time, he was determined to bring it back. With the weather growing colder by the day, Li Jigang hoped to sell the sable for a good price, enough to buy his family a couple of sets of winter clothes. Now cornered in a tree hollow, the sable snarled and bared its teeth at Li Jigang. Though small, it was vicious. A single bite would leave a gaping wound. Seeing the sable had nowhere left to flee, Li Jigang slung his rifle back onto his shoulder. This creature was best killed with a knife. Otherwise, damaging its fur would ruin its value. Stop running, little guy. Come back with me quietly. Whether our family can have a good winter depends on you. Though the purple weasel's snarling and bared teeth looked intimidating, they meant little to a seasoned hunter who'd spent years roaming the mountains. Li Jigang shielded his hand with a tattered animal hide of unknown origin. As the weasel sprang up to flee, he lunged forward and grabbed it. Unsurprisingly, the weasel was caught in his grasp, its limbs flailing frantically in the air as it let out a pitiful shriek. Li Jigang's face lit up with delight. Just as he was about to finish him off with his knife, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end as if electrified. The icy touch on his neck and the sharp sting made him realize someone had crept up behind him. Though anger surged within him, he had no choice but to swallow his rage. Hey, you guys are all mountain folk. Isn't this a bit underhanded? With the knife pressed against his throat, Li Jigang dared not move. His heightened senses told him this was no solitary intruder. The two men, who had already suffered a setback at Lian's hands, paid no heed to Li Jigang's words. They demanded bluntly, "Cut the crap. Hand over that purple sable. Arguzi, take his hunting rifle too. If he resists, shoot him dead." "Got it." Upon hearing the fat man's command, Arguzi excitedly seized the hunting rifle from Li Jigang's grasp. He'd only intended to check the traps for game, never expecting the sun to rise in the west and bring such unexpected luck. Li Jigang dared not resist, allowing the two to handle him as they pleased. Arguzi pried the purple sable from his grasp. The animal struggled fiercely, forcing Arguzi to clamp down on it with one hand to keep it still. "Bro, I heard these things fetch a good price. If we sell this one, we can live comfortably for a couple more days." Fatso heard this and burst into laughter too. Talk about a silver lining after a dark cloud. They'd been fretting about how to survive the coming winter, but now not only did someone deliver a sable to trade for cash enough to buy 2 sets of winter clothes, they'd also snagged a gun. "Arguzi, search him and hand over the bullets and knife." "Got it, boss." Arguzi loved this sort of thing. He snatched the knife from Li Jigang's hand first. Seeing the murderous glare in his eyes, Arguzi swung his fist and landed a solid punch on him. "What are you staring at? Got a problem with that, kid?" Chapter 121, Taking Down a Second-Rate Thug, a Meritorious Deed. Li Jigang's rage boiled over. The slap sent his neck slamming against the knife blade, a sharp sting shooting through him as blood trickled down his throat. But it was only a superficial cut. Li Jigang knew that dying in these mountains would be meaningless. He blamed his own bad luck today. He had a family waiting at home. Dying here today would be utterly pointless. "Fine, I'll take the fall today. Take everything. Consider it a lesson learned." Just as Li Jigang had fully accepted his defeat, he suddenly heard both Fatty and Arguzi gasp in unison. "Who's there?" Hearing the commotion, Li Jigang knew the situation had shifted. The blade that had been pressed against his throat slid down his neck and fell to the ground. Li Jigang reacted lightning fast. He bent down to grab the knife, rolled away, and scrambled back to his feet almost in one fluid motion. Only after he was back on his feet did he see who was approaching. None other than Lian. Lian had also spotted the red cloth hanging from the tree branch. He gave a wry chuckle. Thankfully, he'd been extra vigilant today. Otherwise, had he not spotted the red cloth and stumbled into someone's hunting grounds, who knows what misunderstanding might have erupted. He had intended to lead Doozy around the area, but the dog clung to his pant leg, refusing to budge. Not even when they encountered the cicadere had Doozy behaved so unusually. Lian looked at the dog curiously. He thought maybe Doozy had spotted some rare game, but that didn't make sense. Doozy hadn't reacted this strongly when they'd encountered the cicadere earlier. Just as he was about to scold Doozy, a sudden noise echoed from the woods' voices, and not just one person. With autumn's arrival, the vegetation in the mountains had withered, clearing the view considerably. The voices sounded familiar, prompting Lian to move closer to avoid any potential danger from the game. Though he couldn't make out the exact words, he was certain he recognized the voice. Pulling Dizzy forward, he witnessed the scene unfolding. The thug was up to no good again. Though anxious Uncle G-Gang still had a knife pressed to his throat, Lian knew rushing in could easily cause harm. He set down his slingshot and calmed Doozy, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Only when both men were distracted by the sable did he dare to strike. The steel pellets fired from his slingshot instantly shattered the tense standoff. Ergu, seeing his gun knocked to the ground, instinctively lunged forward. But Lian met him with a hail of pellets, her eyes brimming with tears. The slingshot in her hands became a machine gun, her arms blurring as she fired, sending the two men scattering like frightened rats. Recognizing the figure, Li Ji-gang's heart leapt with joy. "Brotherin! Never imagined I'd run into you here. Guess old Li's got some luck today, my time just isn't up yet. Watch how I deal with these two." With that, Li Ji-gang swung his knife in a backhand motion and roared at the pair. His bear-like build was imposing, though the fat man was no lightweight himself. He paled in comparison to Li Ji-gang. In just a few swift moves, he subdued both men. His sandbag-sized fists rained down relentlessly on Ergo. "Damn it! You brats didn't learn how to hunt properly, but you sure picked up these shady tricks. If it weren't for Brotherin helping me today, I'd have fallen into your trap. Just you wait, I'll beat you senseless." Seeing both men covered in bruises and cuts, Li Ji-gang was truly enraged. He held nothing back as he struck. Lianon rushed forward to pull him back. "Enough, Uncle Ji-gang. If you keep hitting these two scoundrels, you'll really beat them to death." Li Ji-gang still seemed unsatisfied. He picked up a handful of dry grass from the ground and wiped the blood from his knuckles. So be it. Those two scum were worthless anyway. Seeing the burly man still poised to strike, the pair immediately cringed. They knew better than to cross this man, especially since he was connected to that demon. The trauma Lian had inflicted on them last time was still fresh in their minds. With a thud, both men knelt before Li Ji-gang. Their garlic-shaped heads bobbed like roly-poly toys as they repeatedly kowtowed. "Sir, please have mercy and let us go today. We were driven mad by hunger and had the wrong idea about you. We'll never dare again, please spare our lives." Arguzi, already small by nature, was now beaten beyond recognition. A foul stench wafted from his crotch. Li Ji-gang had beaten the out of him. Li Ji-gang lunged forward as if to strike again, but Lian grabbed his arm and held him back. "Uncle Ji-gang, beating these two to death would only dirty your hands. Better to hand them over to the law enforcement squad. At least they won't keep terrorizing the village." Seeing the meaningful look in Lian's eyes, Li Ji-gang slowly lowered his fists. Even if he killed both men right here, Lian would never reveal it. But murder was no trivial matter. If it ever came to light, or if he let it slip while drunk, it would be a capital offense. Li Ji-gang glared at them viciously. "You're lucky today. My brother says he'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you wouldn't even see tomorrow's sunrise." The pair, who had thought the beating was over, flashed expressions of wild joy. Though they hadn't snatched their prey, they'd at least salvaged their lives. But when Li Ji-gang threatened to turn them in, their faces drained of color, nearly fainting from terror. They'd committed a grave offense. If the law enforcement squad took them away, it would be a death sentence. "No, no. I can't go with you to the law enforcement squad. Don't report us. Masters, I beg you, spare my life." Arguzi rambled on like a madman, clearly terrified out of his wits. The fat man was equally deathly pale. Though silent, his forehead was bleeding from banging it against the ground. If these two had kept quiet, it might have been fine. But the moment they spoke, Lian and Li Ji-gang sensed something fishy. Damn it, did we really stumble upon some wild rats from down the mountain? Wild rats usually refer to thugs who'd committed crimes outside the mountains and fled here for refuge. These scoundrels were like dogs that never gave up their filthy habits. They remained troublemakers even up in the hills. Lian shook his head. "Hard to say. Best we deliver them to Chief Lu ASAP. Once he sorts it out, we might even get a couple of red flowers for our efforts." After all this commotion, the purple sable we'd caught was long gone. Those critters are crafty once they escape. Catching them again is nearly impossible. Hearing Lian mention the red flowers lifted Li Ji-gang's spirits somewhat. It wasn't that he wasn't upset about losing the sable. He'd been counting on selling it for a prosperous new year. But receiving a red flower from the county authorities would be a reputation worth boasting about, earning him thumbs up wherever he went. What else is life about if not a bit of fame? So he tightened the hemp rope binding the two men even more securely. What are we waiting for? Let's get going. Chapter 122. The Chen Nya case shocks the crowd. He'd come up the mountain today hoping to bag more game, never expecting to stumble upon this mess. But Lian still had plenty of cash on him. Pork at the state-run store was only 3 or 4 cents per pound. Worst case, he could just cut off 10 pounds of fat from the pig when he got back. Carrying the two men down to the mountain foot, Li Ji-gang proved surprisingly brutal. By now, they were both semi-conscious, still muttering not to report it to the authorities. Lian wasn't about to indulge him. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, he borrowed a cart from the village and left them behind. By the time they reached the county town, it was already afternoon. Lian had visited several times before, and having beaten up members of the law enforcement squad, they all recognized him. Knowing that Chief Lu's promotion was largely due to this young man before them, they became exceptionally courteous upon meeting him. The former Deputy Chief Lu had now shed the deputy title, becoming the undisputed head of Qixian County's Law Enforcement Bureau. Upon entering the bureau's gates, the first person Lian encountered was Tianxi. This time, however, his gaze toward Lian was noticeably warmer. Previously, Tianxi had assumed Lian was some spoiled rich kid, which had annoyed him. Little did he know Lian was an exceptional hunter who earned everything through his own skills. In fact, Tianxi's dream had always been to become a respected veteran hunter in the mountains. But after finishing school, he was assigned a job, and sadly, that dream remained unfulfilled. What child raised in the mountains didn't dream of becoming a seasoned hunter? Just hearing the elders talk about galloping through the forests and stalking game was enough to set their blood boiling. Tianxi ushered the two men into his office and poured them cups of tea. Please wait a moment. Chief Lu is in a meeting. I'll notify you the instant he emerges. Lian and Li Jigang rose from the sofa, feeling somewhat flattered by the courtesy. Brother Tianxi, no need to be so formal. Uncle Jigang and I can wait outside for a bit. No way. You're a big shot in our enforcement bureau now. If Director Lu found out, he'd eat me alive. If you feel bad, just take me hiking in the mountains sometime. It'd be like fulfilling my childhood dream. Lian hadn't realized Tianxi had such a charming side. If he hadn't smiled, Lian would have thought he only knew how to scowl. No problem. Just come find me in the village whenever you have time off, Tianxi. I'll make sure you get to taste some real mountain delicacies. The two chatted and laughed for a while when suddenly, a team member rushed in from outside, looking frantic. In his haste, he hadn't even bothered to knock before barging in. Tianxi instantly reverted to his previous scowling expression and glared fiercely at the intruder. The man visibly flinched, his neck shrinking back in fear. What's with the panic? People might mistake you for a food thief if they didn't know you were from the enforcement team. The young team member muttered under his breath upon hearing Tianxi's words. Well, isn't it about grabbing food? If Chief Lu hadn't been in a meeting, you wouldn't have gotten any credit at all. Captain, let's talk outside. The team member tugged cautiously at Tianxi's arm. Though puzzled, it was official business after all, so he exchanged a nod with Lian and stepped outside. Spill it. You look so flustered. Did you stumble upon some major case? If it weren't for you, Captain, how could you have become captain? You really are prescient. Alright, stop beating around the bush. Spit it out if you have something to say, or get your ass over there and get to work. These days, there's no shortage of fights breaking out in the county seat. If you can't handle it, you could always help keep the peace. After Tianxi's scolding, the man instantly sobered up, his earlier animated demeanor fading. Captain, those two who came looking for Chief Lu are no ordinary folk. Tianxi shot him a disapproving glare. You don't need to tell me that. The young one earlier was Li and you know him, right? He's our county's tiger-slaying hero. Clearly unfamiliar with Lian, his eyes widened at Tianxi's words. Holy cow! No wonder he's so formidable. So that's Lian. I never expected him to be so young, probably only 19 or 20. The two guys the squad brought back this time aren't ordinary. At first, I thought they were just petty thieves hiding in the mountains to avoid arrest. But guess what we found out when we investigated? Seeing him hold back again, Tianxi slapped him right across the head. Listen, Song Wanliang, is your head itching for a smack? Can't you just finish what you're saying? Guess? Keep making me guess and I'll send you to the little box today. You believe me or not? Song Wanliang, stung by Tianxi's slap, quickly waved his hands. He might doubt anyone else's claims, but this guy dared to confront the station chief. These two were the murderers involved in Chen Mier's case from a while back. Hearing Chen Mier's name, Tianxi's heart skipped a beat. That name was all too familiar to him. It was tied to a major case in Harbin. Rumor had it that Chen Mier was connected to a powerful family in the south. Sent here to scout the market, she had unexpectedly been murdered. Because of this incident, a major investment project originally planned by the Southerners had been shelved. Both the municipal and provincial committees took it extremely seriously, raging with fury in their quest to find the culprit. The case became a textbook example, triggering a citywide crackdown in Harbin that netted numerous street thugs. At the time, Tianxi and his squad were the designated case handlers, making Chen Mier a name he knew all too well. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. You mean that Chen Mier? Ma Wanliang nodded fiercely. Well, Captain, isn't this a case of overreaching? Ma Wanliang, you son of a. You kept something this huge bottled up inside? Wait till I'm done with this, I'll break your leg. With that, he rushed into the conference room. At this critical moment, who cared about meetings? Nothing mattered more than Chen Mier's case. Ma Wanliang, left behind on the sandy floor, wore a bitter expression. He'd thought he'd finally earned major credit with the captain. Instead, he'd ended up with a slap across the face. And that slap alone would have been bad enough, but what was with the kick to the shins as he stormed off? Bang! The meeting room door burst open abruptly. Lu, who had just been promoted to top position, was sitting inside, speaking with great enthusiasm. His expression darkened noticeably at this interruption. Nearly all the leaders from Qixin County's public security offices were present. Being interrupted like this clearly reflected poorly on his leadership. He cast an apologetic glance around the room before glaring angrily at Tianxi. This kid needed a good scolding. He was getting more and more out of line. Tianxi, don't you know what kind of occasion this is? Get out immediately. But Tianxi couldn't care less about the occasion. He immediately shouted. Chief! The killer in the Chen Mier case has been found. He's right here in our law enforcement bureau. The entire room fell silent. Chapter 123, Li Jigang, eager to earn merit. Time seemed to freeze for half a second. After 2 or 3 seconds, the room erupted with murmurs. The Chen Mier case was arguably one of the most serious cases in Harbin this year, with far-reaching influence across several surrounding counties. Solving it would be a monumental achievement. Without a second thought, Lu ignored the meeting and quickly pulled Tianxi aside. Don't try to fool me, kid. Do you even know what this Chen Mier case means? How could I dare? Lian was the one who brought this person back. Tianxi recounted Lian's story to Lu in vivid detail, word for word. The surrounding officers listened in stunned silence. But who exactly was this Lian? After hearing the story, Chief Lu burst into laughter. This brother-in truly is my benefactor. Where is he now? I must meet him immediately. Congratulations, Chief Lu, on another major achievement. You were just promoted recently. With this new merit, advancing further isn't impossible. Soon we'll all be calling you Chief Lu. But who exactly is this Lian you speak of? The name sounds familiar. The surrounding colleagues grew curious too. With such a major achievement, it was impossible for them not to feel envious. But now that the man had been apprehended and brought to the law enforcement station, what could they do? They couldn't exactly go and snatch him back. They offered congratulations with their mouths, but inwardly, they were all cursing Lu Huixing's incredible luck. Who knows if he stepped in dog or something, but good fortune just seems to follow him everywhere. This brother and most of us have heard of him. Remember that big clawed monster terrorizing our county town not long ago? Brother-in was the one who took it down. The county committee even personally presented him with a banner, calling him a tiger-slaying hero. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. No wonder Lian felt so familiar. It was because of him that Lu Huixing became the station chief. Suddenly, no one wanted to leave. They all followed Lu Huixing to see just what kind of extraordinary man this Lian really was. Meanwhile, Lian and Li Jigang were still leisurely sipping tea on the office sofa. Uncle Jigang, this law enforcement team's tea is really top-notch. And just look at this sofa, it's way more comfortable than our wooden stools at home. Now that no one was around, Li Jigang wasn't as reserved as before. He shot Lian a look before taking a leisurely sip of tea. Brother-in, these government office things are beyond what us country bumpkins can compare to. But Uncle Jigang is enjoying the good life thanks to you. Otherwise, how could he ever get to drink government office tea? No sooner had he finished speaking than the outer gate was pushed open from outside. Li Jigang, who had been sitting comfortably, shot to his feet. Seeing the large, imposing crowd outside, their sheer presence alone was intimidating enough to make his legs tremble. In contrast, Lian appeared much more composed, offering a greeting to Lu Huixing. Chief Lu, what brings you here? Seeing Lian, Lu Huixing reacted as if he'd spotted his own son, no, more like his own father. He hurried over, grabbing Lian's hand. Anzi, you haven't come to see your big brother in so long, I've missed you terribly. Come on, make yourself at home. Don't be shy. Seeing Liang's slight awkwardness, Lu Huixing waved his hand dismissively, urging him to relax. As Lu Huixing pulled his hand so affectionately, Liang felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, a sudden tightness in his back. If not for all the people watching them with strange looks, he might have thought Lu Huixing had a thing for young men. Anzi, I hear you brought 2 ruffians with you. Lian nodded, puzzled by Lu Huixing's line of questioning. He recounted both encounters with the thugs. He wisely omitted the part about shooting the man in the butt, instead crediting his clever escape to the slingshot. Chief Lu, you'd better investigate these 2 thoroughly. You wouldn't believe how pale they turned when I suggested bringing them to the station. They begged for mercy, which only made me suspect they're involved in something serious. Just hearing Lian's account was enough for Lu Huixing to conclude these 2 were almost certainly the killers in the Chen Mier case. He let out a hearty laugh. Anzi, you truly are my brother's benefactor. These 2 haven't just committed a major crime, they deserve to be shot 10 times over. He recounted the entire Chen Mier case to Lian, nothing secretive about it. But Lian, deep in this mountain village, was unaware that wanted posters for the pair had already been plastered on Harbin's city gates. Beasts. They're nothing but beasts. I knew these 2 were up to no good. You shouldn't have stopped me back then, Anzi. I should have just killed them on the spot. Li Jigang slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet. He couldn't stand injustice. Hearing Lu Huixing's account, he itched to rush back and slap them again. Seeing his fury, Lu Huixing was relieved Li hadn't killed them. Otherwise, none of the credit would go to him. He hastily waved his hands to calm Li Jigang's temper. Rest assured, brother. Our enforcement team will definitely give everyone a proper explanation. Today, these two cost you a prime sable. I guarantee right here that the reward for you this time will be worth far more than a single sable. Shifu then introduced Lian to his colleagues standing nearby. It wasn't that he wanted to make the introductions, it was more that their eyes were practically devouring him. If he hadn't spoken up, Lian would likely have been swept away for a feast the moment he stepped out the gate. With each introduction, they stepped forward to shake hands. Even Li Jigang was greeted with brotherly affection. By the time they exited, Lian's hands felt numb from all the handshakes, while Li Jigang was so elated he could barely walk straight. Present were chiefs and deputy chiefs from various law enforcement bureaus, figures who, in earlier times, would have been the upright magistrates of the yamen. Anzi, where should we go now? Lian shook his head at Li Jigang, who was still reeling from the experience. Uncle Jigang, let's head home first. But this matter isn't settled yet, don't mention it to the family. We don't want them worrying. We'll just wait quietly for news. Li Jigang nodded. Don't worry, Anzi. Your uncle knows how to handle things. I'm not after the money, just a commendation banner for my old man when this is over. If they really gave Li Jigang a commendation banner, he'd probably wake up laughing in his sleep. Chapter 124, Brick Thieves. After dealing with the thugs, Lian headed to the state-run store and bought over 10 pounds of fatty pork belly. While lean meat might taste better, the workers preferred the fatty cuts. They were both satisfying and rich. By the time Lian and the others returned home, dusk had fallen. Li Yulan saw his empty hands but said nothing. As always, she greeted him with a smile, ushering him inside for dinner. Hunting in the mountains depended on luck. No one could guarantee a steady haul. As long as everyone returned safely, that was good enough. Lian placed the dozen pounds of fatty pork in the kitchen and told Li Yulan not to be stingy with the meat when old Wang came to work tomorrow. No matter what, everyone must eat their fill. It would also leave a good reputation if word got out. Li Yulan busied herself tidying the kitchen, nodding in acknowledgement. She understood perfectly well without Lian having to say it. He was now at marriageable age, and reputation mattered more than anything. The gray dogs and wild rabbits hunted today were all left by Lian in the cactus patch. Seeing him return empty-handed, Li Koan didn't ask questions. As long as he was back, that was all that mattered. While Lian was eating, Li Koan casually interjected. By the way, Anzi, don't go hunting tomorrow. Your uncle is coming to our place. Li Koan spoke without expression, only puffing steadily on his cigarette. Anger flared in Lian's eyes at the mention of his uncle. In his past life, it was this so-called uncle who had brought ruin upon their family. His father had always felt his mother's death was connected to him, so he felt deeply guilty toward his maternal family. Even though they were so poor they couldn't afford to put food on the table, he still often brought them things. But this uncle was utterly heartless, a lazy glutton and a complete leech. He developed a gambling addiction at some point, squandering every penny from his grandmother's family and saddling his father with mountains of debt. Combined with Lian's own failure to step up, it had driven the man to his death. What's he coming here for? Our parents have been dead for years. Besides, you've sent them plenty over the years. We've long since paid back everything we owed them. As soon as Lian finished speaking, he knew he'd said the wrong thing. Li Koan rose from the bed, eyes blazing with fury, and glared at him. You good-for-nothing brat. If it weren't for your mother, you wouldn't even exist. And now you talk about owing her? Let me tell you, what you owe your mother, you'll never pay back in this lifetime. Seeing the father and son frowning angrily, Li Yulan hurried forward to intervene. You said we should just eat in peace, so why are you two arguing? This guy's been to our house before. Just give him $2 to get rid of him, no need to get so worked up. Lian set down his chopsticks with a cold laugh. Back in the day, $2 would have had this little brother-in-law skipping off happy. But things were different now. He usually only asked for money when Li Koan was visiting grandma's. This time, he'd come on his own. Clearly he'd heard something. Getting rid of him now wouldn't be so easy. Anyway, he wouldn't get a dime out of him. That bloodsucker had called him a jinx back in the day when he got out of prison, blaming him for killing his parents and wife. He'd never stop talking trash behind my back. But once I made some money and started a small business, he suddenly came crawling back, trying to cozy up. I'd repented by then, but my family was gone. Figuring he was still my uncle, I helped him out. Little did I know he'd sell my factory to my sworn enemy while I was away, nearly ruining me for life. Just thinking about that uncle made Lian's teeth itch. He hoped the man would behave himself when he showed up tomorrow. If he dared pull any of his usual shameless tricks, Lian wouldn't mind letting him taste what a fist felt like. Early the next morning, old Wang arrived with his crew to start work. Since old Wang's family lived right in the village, the workers who came from farther away made do by staying at his place. That's how these laborers operated. When work kept them from home, they'd stay wherever was closest. No need for beds either, just an extra mat on the floor. Uncle Wang, have you eaten breakfast? Why not join us for a bite? Old Wang was busy laying the foundation with the crew when he saw Lian at home. He waved cheerfully. We've already eaten at home. We just wanted to get your house built sooner. Don't forget to invite us to your wedding banquet when the time comes. Everyone knew Lian was generous. He'd already paid part of their wages before the work even started, so they all worked hard. Lian himself, with nothing else to do, jumped into the foundation pit to help pass things around. Seeing the bustling crowd, Li Yulan had already started boiling mung bean soup early.
Brother-in, I need to tell you something.
The foundation's almost done these past couple days, but I noticed we seem to be short on bricks.
If you've taken any to fix something else, just let me know.
We don't want to run out, so we should buy more bricks ahead of time. Working below, Lian froze slightly at old Wang's words. He'd been so focused on the woods these past days that he hadn't paid attention to such details.
As for thieves? That never crossed his mind. Everyone was from the same village or nearby.
Besides, these red bricks were valuable, but surely not worth stealing. If someone needed a few to fix their stove, they could just ask. He wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Alright, I'll ask my dad when I get back. Maybe he's the one who took the bricks.
Old Wang opened his mouth but said little. The red bricks were missing in no small number, at least 100 or so.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed at a glance.
He'd considered suggesting theft, but then thought better of it. The folks around here were all villagers, they wouldn't do something so despicable. By the time the sun was halfway up, Li Yulan began calling everyone up for some mung bean soup to beat the heat.
Lian followed her out.
Sweating like that actually felt pretty good, his body seemed to have boundless energy. While drinking the soup, he called out to his father.
Dad, Uncle Wang just mentioned our red bricks seem to be missing. Have you been using them for repairs these past few days?
Li Kuan froze at his son's words.
No, I didn't. Just the other day, second aunt mentioned the stove wasn't heating well. With winter approaching, I wanted to fix it. I gave her over a dozen red bricks, nothing else. Upon hearing this, Lian realized something was amiss.
Forgetting about his mung bean soup, he pulled his father over to old Wang's side.
Chapter 125, I won't hesitate to chop off your dog's paws. After explaining his purpose, Li Kuan still couldn't quite believe it and asked old Wang bluntly.
Old Wang, take a good look, it really isn't like before, is it? Ever since the red bricks were delivered, old Wang had his men water them daily. This process, called soaking bricks, made them harder than dry ones, ensuring the house would be sturdy. At first, old Wang hadn't paid it much mind, but today, just one glance told him something was terribly wrong. The shortage was staggering. Over 100 bricks was an underestimate.
It must have been 200 or 300.
A huge hole had been dug beneath the site. Old Wang specifically brought the two men to the gap to take a look. It was obvious someone had stolen a large quantity.
Li Kuan was so furious he started cursing. That heartless bastard did this. If I catch him, I'll break his legs. Stealing bricks meant for building someone's home, that's cutting off their livelihood. Lian, seeing everyone watching, tugged at his sleeve. Alright, Dad. Don't let this spoil our big day. We'll just buy some new bricks. It's still cloudy now, so it won't delay construction. Just be extra careful tonight to keep them from stealing more. It's only a matter of $20 or so. Lian didn't want people laughing at him. Li Kuan wanted to curse some more, but with everyone watching, he could only stomp his feet twice before storming back inside. Auntie, with all these people watching, make sure to serve them extra mung bean soup. I'll go check on the old man in his room. Li Yulan was angry too, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't go searching every house just because of a few bricks. If they found them, fine, but if they didn't, it would only leave a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Entering the room, she found Li Kuan sitting on the kong, puffing on his pipe, clearly sulking. Lian plopped down beside him on the kong. Dad, don't get so worked up. Uncle Wang only noticed the missing bricks today, which means they weren't stolen all at once. Whoever knew we were building and could sneak bricks away without anyone noticing must be nearby. After listening to Lian's reasoning, Li Kuan tapped his pipe ash with renewed curiosity. Anzi, you look like you figured something out? Lian shook his head. I haven't found anything, but I think the thief will come back tonight. Though with all the commotion today, maybe he won't dare. Let's wait one more night. If he doesn't show up, it means he hasn't gone far. Don't worry, Dad. We won't lose the bricks, but first we need to buy new ones. He made a convincing case, but the thought of buying new bricks still rankled Li Kuan. Anzi, we do have some money now, I said. But it's all set aside for your wedding. Why buy new bricks when we can get the stolen ones back? That's just wasting money. Think about it, Dad. If we don't buy new bricks, how will we deter further thefts? But buying new ones will make them think we're powerless against them. That's exactly what we need to catch the thief. That matter was settled for the time being. By noon, the foundation was nearly complete, with the rebar all tied up. It wasn't until lunchtime that old Wang approached Lian with a worried look on his face. Brother-in, can we step aside for a moment? Lian, who had been chatting and laughing with the others while scooping food from the communal pot, noticed old Wang's troubled expression and nodded, stepping aside with him. Brother-in, after finishing the foundation today, I realize the steel doesn't add up. If we keep building like this, we won't have enough. I calculated the amount precisely when I bought it, but now we're at least 50 or 60 pounds short. Old Wang's voice trailed off, tinged with embarrassment. How about this, brother-in? I'll make up the shortfall in a couple of days. Consider it a lesson learned.
I'll have someone keep watch here at night. Lian interrupted him, patting old Wang on the shoulder. Uncle Wang, how could I let you cover this cost? This is my house being built. The loss happened because we didn't guard it properly. If I made you pay for it, the profit wouldn't even cover the loss. Don't worry, use what you have for now. Maybe the steel will turn up in a couple of days. Lian comforted old Wang, but when he turned back, his expression darkened. Steel costs more than red bricks. He was determined to find out who had set their sights on his family. This matter shouldn't be publicized, so upon returning, Lian pretended nothing was wrong and continued eating with everyone. What's that delicious smell? What's going on at your place, Cohen? So many people. And there's stew in the big pot. Look at all that fatty pork. Give me a bowl, will ya? A voice cut through the air abruptly. Lian looked up. Who else could it be but his shameless uncle? Spotting Lian staring at him, the man grinned, his chubby face wobbling as he approached. His name was Hu Jun, but everyone called him Fat Hu because he was always loafing around and had a portly build. He jogged over to Lian and set down what he was carrying. Brotherin, haven't seen you in ages. You've grown so big. I used to carry you when you were little. Look, Uncle brought you a gift this time. Lian couldn't be bothered to respond, glancing in the direction Hu Jun pointed. Inside the bag were 2 winter melons, each barely the size of a fist. Probably all he could manage, just 2 puny melons plucked from his own garden. But you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Lian pointed Hu Jun to a spot. The bowls are in the kitchen. If you want to eat, help yourself. Completely ignoring Lian's impatient tone, Hu Jun darted into the kitchen. He grabbed a bowl and scooped vegetables from the wooden tub. While others feared being criticized for taking too much meat, Hu Jun went straight for the fatty pork belly. Spotting the white steamed buns on the table, he grabbed 2 in one hand. Honestly, brotherin, your family must be living the good life now that you've got white steamed buns. Lian shot him a withering glance but said nothing. Old Wang, who'd been squatting beside him, couldn't help but ask curiously, who's this guy? He sure is a bit too casual. Lian gave a bitter chuckle. Who else could it be but my good-for-nothing uncle? But I'll let him have his way with the food. If he dares cause trouble, just wait till I deal with him. Old Wang knew this was family business and didn't press further. After the meal and a brief rest, he organized everyone to get back to work. Li Yulan emerged from the house to tidy things up, but felt a chill down her spine. Turning around, she saw a huge, greasy face staring at her greedily, eyes fixed on her, drool practically dripping. Recognizing him as Hu Jun, Li Yulan felt disgust but couldn't confront him directly. Brother Jun, my brother was just saying you'd be here soon and wanted to meet you at the village entrance. Only when Hu Jun heard Li Yulan speak did he realize his own rudeness. He quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Sis Yulan, you've grown even more beautiful after all this time. Heard you divorced that Ma guy. What a shame that Ma fellow had no heart. Marrying such a lovely wife and still cheating. If it were me, I'd never do that. I'd be too busy cherishing her. As he spoke, he moved closer to Li Yulan, his filthy hands reaching out to touch her. Startled, Yulan took 2 quick steps back, her face flushing crimson with anger. If you dare touch my aunt with those filthy hands, I won't hesitate to chop them off. Chapter 126, Fish Cages, Beast Traps. Hu Jun froze under Lian's icy stare, suddenly overwhelmed by an intense sense of pressure emanating from him. This kid seemed like a completely different person. Previously, when they met, Hu Jun had known Lian was just as hopeless as himself. But now, after being addressed like that, Hu Jun awkwardly withdrew his wandering hands. Well, Miss Yulan, it's been ages since I last saw you too. I got a little excited, sorry about that. Li Yulan shot him a withering glare, snorted coldly, and marched inside. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Cohen followed suit. What's all this commotion? I can hear you from way back in the house. Spotting his brother-in-law, Hu Jun rushed over, clutching the little winter melon he'd brought. Brother-in-law, I've missed you so much after all this time. I finally had a chance to come visit today. What's all the commotion about? Li Cohen glanced at the 2 small winter melons in his hands but said nothing as he took them. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. He knew his brother-in-law better than anyone. He'd never seen him bring gifts before. Though it was just 2 small winter melons this time, Li Cohen felt somewhat comforted. His own good-for-nothing son had turned over a new leaf, so perhaps his brother-in-law had also reformed. His in-laws were poor, and what little they had left had been squandered by that good-for-nothing son. Regardless of the gift's value, it was the thought that counted. Isn't it about time your nephew got married? We've been thinking about expanding the house so he can bring home a bride. Hearing Li Cohen mention building a house, Hu Jun's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, building a house costs a lot of money, right? Our family's barely scraping by. Where'd you get the money for this? Li Cohen instantly grew wary. Hu Jun realized his question had been too abrupt and quickly waved his hands. I mean, no offense. When I see our family doing well, I'm happy too. Since I've got nothing else to do these days, I'll stay at your place for a couple of days. If there's anything I can help with, I'll lend a hand. Lian gave him a cold stare while smiling. It'd be great if you could just avoid getting in the way. What kind of work could you possibly do? He didn't say this directly to Hu Jun's face. Figuring out of sight, out of mind, he turned and went back to his own room. When Hu Jun first arrived, he was indeed quite eager. After eating, he immediately jumped into the foundation pit to help carry bricks. But he lasted less than 10 minutes before crawling out drenched in sweat, muttering to himself. Damn it, this isn't work for humans. All because of my big mouth. Why couldn't I just stay home and rest? I had to go and offer to help someone. Seeing him crawl out of the foundation pit, Li Kuan didn't say much. A lazy good-for-nothing like him was lucky to even get down there. Who could really expect him to actually work? If he didn't cause trouble, that was already a win. Come afternoon, with nothing better to do, Lian headed back up the mountain. The cool weather was perfect for hunting. First, he checked the spot where he set the fish trap yesterday. It was best to inspect the trap at least once a day. Otherwise, the fish trapped inside might struggle to death, or worse, get torn apart by something in the water. Duzi sat obediently by the shore waiting for Lian. As soon as he reached the riverbank, Lian noticed the water was slightly murky. It looked like there were plenty of fish down there, and this trap might just yield a big haul. Without hesitation, he rolled up his pants and waded into the icy river. As he reached for the first trap, he felt a sudden weight in his hands, fish still thrashing inside. Lian's heart leapt with joy. He quickly hauled the trap ashore, revealing 2 large catfish leaping about, looking remarkably lively. The larger one weighed a full half-pound, while even the smaller one was about 2 ounces. These are prime catches, he thought. I'd better dive down again and see if I can snag another nest of these fine fish. These garfish looked incredibly appealing and were highly nutritious. They'd fetch a good price at the market. Duzi circled the 2 fish repeatedly. Alright, these 2 aren't for eating. They'll be perfect for father's health back home. With that, he leapt back into the river. From the dozen or so fish traps, he hauled out over 10 pounds of fish. And that was after discarding many small fry that Lian deemed too small, releasing them back into the river. Among them were over 3 pounds of yellow catfish and a large carp weighing 5 or 6 pounds, with the rest mostly crucian carp. Lian placed them one by one into his bamboo basket. He'd sell the larger ones in town later. Keeping just a couple for their own meals would suffice. As for the crucian carp, they were practically worthless. If someone offered to buy them, he'd sell them. If not, stewing them at home would still be delicious. Before leaving, Lian placed the fish trap back in the water. Watching the lively fish dart about filled him with joy. Today had been a promising start. Next, he checked the trap set for game. First stop, the Immortal's Pillar. These fish wouldn't survive long in the bamboo basket. The Immortal's Pillar had water. He could retrieve them just before leaving. Seeing Duzi's hungry eyes, Lian had no choice but to pull out a 4 or 5 ounce crucian carp and toss it to him. What can you do? Eat it quickly, we still have to head back up the mountain. Bean opened his mouth wide and swallowed the 4 to 5 ounce crucian carp whole. Satisfied, he trotted along behind Lian. Upon reaching the trap site, Duzi began growling wildly again. Lian knew immediately that the trap had caught something. It had only been a day, and he couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of this era. In later generations, such traps would gradually evolve into mere rat traps. To set one for game in the mountains now, one must first consider whether to bring silver bracelets. A single misstep could mean a minimum 2-year sentence. Lian didn't seek to amass great wealth now, he only wished for a happy, harmonious home. Money didn't need to be abundant, enough to get by was sufficient. He grabbed Duzi, who was about to lunge forward. Stay right here and behave yourself, he warned. The whole area is littered with traps. One wrong step and you'll snap your leg. After Lian's lecture, Duzi obediently lay flat on the ground. Still uneasy, Lian retrieved a length of hemp rope from his backpack and secured him to a tree. Once everything was secured, Lian began inspecting the traps he'd set. Barely a few steps in, he spotted something frantically thrashing within a patch of dry grass. Lian hurried over. It was a wild rabbit, plump as could be, weighing about 7 or 8 pounds. Its left leg was caught in a trap, and it was thrashing wildly. It didn't seem to have been caught long ago, otherwise it wouldn't still have the strength to thrash about. Spotting Lian approaching, the rabbit thrashed even more violently, its left leg nearly torn off. Lian acted swiftly, drawing his curved knife from his waist and efficiently putting the rabbit out of its misery. Chapter 127, Hu Jun Steals Money. When Lian emerged from the woods, he wore a satisfied look. These traps had yielded quite a haul. He must have stumbled upon a rabbit warren. A full 5 mountain hares had been caught. Lian guessed that after one rabbit was caught, the others panicked and all rushed onto the traps. The 5 rabbits together weighed at least 20 or 30 pounds, enough to feed his family for a while. Though the rabbit pelts were a bit short, they were incredibly soft. He planned to have his aunt make a few pairs of gloves from them, perfect for keeping warm during the winter. Don't underestimate the short fur, it's incredibly cold resistant. With its protection, you wouldn't even feel the chill while playing in the snow. Little Sparrow especially would be thrilled. She'd been wanting a rabbit fur hat for ages, and now her wish would finally come true. Since it was already afternoon when he went up the mountain, the sky was beginning to darken. Lian gathered his things and prepared to head back down. When he arrived home, old Wang and the others were just about to leave. Spotting Lian, old Wang hurried over to greet him. Brother-in, I've already had the new steel delivered. But you must be extra careful these next couple of days, don't let anyone steal your new purchases. After speaking, old Wang gave Lian a subtle glance in the direction of Wang Maizi's house. Lian smiled and nodded. He understood old Wang suspected Wang Maizi's family of foul play. But the truth remained unclear, and besides, he had his own plans. No worries, Uncle Wang. I've got it under control. It's getting late, be careful on your way home. Oh, and I had some luck today catching a few fish up in the mountains. I'll pick one out for you to take home and make fish soup tonight. Saying this, Lian pulled a 7 to 8 ounce crushing carp from his bamboo basket and pressed it into old Wang's hands. Old Wang hastily waved it away. Brother-in, I already ate plenty of meat at your place for lunch. You should keep this fish, I really can't accept it. Take it, Uncle Wang. Bring some fish home for your wife to eat. Besides, there's the little one too. At the mention of his son, old Wang grew somber. This time, however, he accepted without protest. Thank you, brother-in. After old Wang left, Lian went inside. Upon entering, he saw his father lying on the kong, smoking. His aunt had already brought little Sparrow back and was now preparing to cook. Her face didn't look too good though, so Lian knew something must have happened. What's wrong, Auntie? You were only gone for half the afternoon, did you and this old man quarrel again? But don't worry, just give the word and your nephew will vent this anger for you. Lian said to Li Yulan in a joking tone. Suddenly, Li Kuan's eyes widened as he sat up abruptly from the kong. You little brat. No respect for elders. Today I'll teach you a lesson. With that, he swung his tobacco pipe toward Lian's head. Lian immediately made a pleading gesture. But with all the commotion, the atmosphere finally lightened a bit. After the laughter subsided, Li Yulan sighed deeply. Sigh. It's all because of that Hu Jun. He came here clinging to your father just to beg for money. At first, your dad gave him 2 yuan to send him away, but that bastard said it was like giving money to a beggar. He insisted on 20 yuan, or else he wouldn't leave. Hearing this, Lian's eyes widened in shock. 20 yuan? Did he think we were rolling in it? How much could a worker earn in a month? Exactly. Your dad refused to give him anything. But that scumbag had the nerve to bring up your mom, saying our Li family was responsible for his sister's death, and now we can't even spare 20 bucks. At this, Lian slammed his fist on the table in fury, grinding his teeth as the words spat from his lips. That bastard. I'll settle this with him later. Dad, you didn't give him the money, did you? Hearing his son's words, Li Kuan immediately turned his head away. Li Yulan glanced at the two of them and spoke again. We didn't give him any. What else could we do with that good-for-nothing who'll say anything? Thinking, 20 bucks is 20 bucks. As long as it gets rid of him, anything works. Your father went into the room and fetched 2 large yuan notes. Little did we know that bastard spotted where your father kept the money. He snatched away 60 or 70 yuan, the whole lot. Li Kuan's face darkened with regret at the memory, but it was too late to dwell on it now. Fine, let's just consider it money well spent for a lesson learned. That Hu Jun claimed he needed cash to start a small business, but I bet 80% of the time he's back at the gambling table now. If he ever dares show his face around here again, I'll break his legs. After saying this, Li Kuan returned to his room to rest. As for matters concerning his deceased mother, Lian didn't know what to say either. Even at dinner time, Li Kuan hadn't emerged. After much coaxing, Lian finally persuaded him to come out for a meal, but he only took a couple of sips of soup. Lian knew he was agonizing over that 70 or 80 yuan. The old man had lived in poverty his entire life, and now that their circumstances had finally improved, he couldn't bear to part with a single penny of that money. Alright, you two eat. I'll watch the red bricks tonight. With that, Li Kuan ignored the lingering concern of the other two and crawled straight into the tent set up in the courtyard, hugging his quilt. It seemed he wouldn't be eating anything tonight. Don't worry, Auntie. That's just how Dad is. Let him sleep well tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take him to the market, get him some money, and then talk to him about it indirectly. Little Sparrow sat on the table, her bright eyes fixed on Li Kuan's retreating figure. She wanted to chase after him to play, but Li Yulan pulled her into her arms. There was nothing else to be done now. After dinner, I'll cover a few steamed buns in the pot. That way, when your father gets hungry, he can have some soft food to eat. Back in his room, Lian first checked the spot where he kept his money. Seeing it still safely tucked in the hidden compartment under the bed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had intended to entrust the money to Li Kuan, but the boy insisted he was grown enough to be the head of the household soon and refused to take it. Thankfully Li Kuan hadn't taken it, otherwise, that beast would have stolen every last coin from the family. Hu Jun, in my past life, you drove my father to an early death. Now in this life, you're stirring up trouble again. If I don't teach you a lesson, my rebirth will have been for nothing. Lian muttered to himself before extinguishing the kerosene lamp. Meanwhile, Hu Jun, having secured the money, returned home. The elderly couple greeted him with cold stares. They knew their son better than anyone, but at this point, all they could do was lament his failure to live up to their expectations. But today, Hu Jun returned carrying 7 or 8 pounds of prime meat. Seeing the two elders, his demeanor softened. Dad, Mom, wait a moment. I'll cook some meat for you tonight. With that, he turned and headed back to the kitchen. The elderly couple exchanged puzzled glances. The boy must have won big at gambling today, otherwise, where would he have gotten the money to buy meat? For the past 2 years, the elderly couple had survived solely on wild mushrooms and vegetables from the mountains. Only when Lee Kuan visited could they ever enjoy anything with a hint of oil. Chapter 128, the show has only just begun. But they both knew Lee Kuan wasn't doing much better these days. Though he was the village chief, he was as poor as a church mouse. Add to that an unambitious son, and his life wasn't much more comfortable than theirs. Though separated by 2 villages, the distance between their homes wasn't great. The old couple had heard whispers about Li An's situation. Yet they both dismissed it as impossible. The boy they knew seemed even more spineless than Hu Jun. Before they could react, Hu Jun emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of rice. Mom and Dad, dinner's ready. Though suspicious, the elderly couple knew a chance to eat meat was a blessing, so they followed him into the kitchen. The aroma alone lingered long enough to captivate them, but the sight of their bowls left them momentarily dumbfounded. Hu Jun was already tucking into a bowl of meat, while the elders' bowls held only 3 or 4 scraps of pork rind, mostly mixed with wild greens. The old man started to protest, but his wife pulled him back. Come on, you know exactly what this kid is like. We're lucky to get any meat at all. Hu Jun glanced up at his father but said nothing, instead clutching his bowl even tighter. After finishing his meal, he didn't bother clearing the table and left the house promptly. Now that he had money in hand, how could he sleep without placing a few bets? He thought to himself, Wang Danner, Gangpao, you just wait, today I'll win back every penny I lost. Soon, Hu Jun arrived at the village's designated gambling spot. These days, gambling dens were the last thing any village lacked. Some would simply grab a few stools from the commune office to set up a game, and the idle old men naturally loved to gather around and watch. Hu Jun was a regular here, and as soon as he arrived, someone mocked him. Hey, isn't this our ever victorious Hu Jun? What's got you coming so late today? Could it be you're broke again? But I'm warning you, if you don't pay up in 3 days, I won't be able to explain it to Big Biao. Hearing the name Big Biao, a flicker of fear crossed Hu Jun's face. Every gambling spot had its loan sharks, charging exorbitant interest rates, mostly underworld figures. They feared nothing more than lending money. Though they seemed polite and reasonable normally, if you couldn't repay, they had plenty of ways to make you pay. But the thought of the $70 or $80 tucked in his waistband gave him a sudden surge of confidence. He shoved the loan shark aside, who promptly pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his waistband. I only owed you $7, didn't I? Open your dog eyes and see clearly, this extra $10 is my tip. The man took the money Hu Jun handed over, surprise flickering in his eyes. He knew Hu Jun inside out. His family was so poor they could barely afford to put food on the table. Where would he have found money to pay back a debt? But despite Hu Jun's harsh words, he still put on a smile as he took the money, replying with a touch of flattery. Big brother who is so generous. Since you've given me the money, I won't hold you back from making more. Let me wish you victory right from the start, may you conquer all. After hearing this, Hu Jun burst into laughter, clapping him on the shoulder. That's music to my ears, Xiao Lu. If I win today, you'll get your share of the spoils. The man called Xiao Lu gave a cold snort and exchanged a subtle glance with the two beside him. The two understood the meaning and deliberately moved aside to start complaining loudly. What kind of crappy games are these? We've heard your village has big stakes, so we came to play a few hands. But all we get are these measly 1 or 2 cent bets. Boring. Really boring. The commotion drew frowns from nearby onlookers. Truth be told, their village lacked much else. Their hunting skills couldn't rival those of Clearwater Village or Hat Village. Their crops didn't grow as bountifully as in Mountain View Village. But when it came to gambling, their village was undoubtedly among the top in the entire region. Not sure how big a game you two are looking to play, but let's see if our little place can put together a decent one. The older man speaking looked well over 50. He was known for playing small games of cards, and the regular gamblers here gave him a fair amount of respect. The young man who'd been shouting immediately narrowed his eyes, folding his arms across his chest. Not much, really. Just killing time, thinking a game for $1 or $2 should be possible. His words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. He was talking about the minimum bet like in the popular game of 3-card poker. That meant at least $7 or $8 just to get in, and a full round could easily cost 40 or 50. Who could afford such a high-stakes game? As the crowd murmured, the two grew even more arrogant. Oomph. What kind of gambling spot is this? Your village is nothing but a name. Let's go, brother. Just as the two were about to leave, the old man stepped forward to block them. His voice brimming with indignation, he declared. Fine, it's just a couple bucks for the base bet. I'll play with you just to teach you young whippersnappers a lesson about not knowing your place. But with only 4 of us at the table, we need one more player. His gaze then fixed on Hu Jun. Junzi, brought cash today? If you have it, come join us. Being called by name made Hu Jun jolt. He'd been hanging around here daily, yet the old man had never once acknowledged him. Being specifically summoned to the table today was a huge show of respect. With cash in hand and confidence in his heart, Jun, already itching to play, rolled up his sleeves and flung the remaining 60-odd yuan onto the table. Well, today I'm feeling lucky. Let these folks see how the cards fall for me. The sight of that stack of blue and green bills, at least 50 or 60 yuan, made everyone around him gasp. Usually, 4 or 5 yuan was considered a lot for gambling here, and 10 yuan was the absolute maximum. Who could possibly bring 50 or 60 bucks to gamble with? Jun was dirt poor. Where did he get this money? But at the gambling table, no one asks where the money came from. Players don't question origins, it's all about skill. Xiao Lu knew the bait had taken hold. He let out a couple of subtle, cold laughs before disappearing into the crowd. Jun spread his 3 cards J, Q, K, all in the same suit. His face flushed with excitement as he slammed them down on the table, shouting, "Ha! You think you can show off your skills in front of me? Look good, a straight flush. All this money is mine." After 4 or 5 rounds, Jun's luck was unusually hot today. Even he felt like he had a lucky hand, with the pile of cash before him nearing the $100 mark. Gambling was just so easy. Could it be that his luck had truly turned, that his fortunes were finally shifting? Just as he was getting carried away, the 2 young men at the table exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. The real show was just beginning. Chapter 129, The Setup. As Jun boasted, the cards began to be dealt. The 2 young men first made a few token bets. The money on the table had already piled up to about 10 or 80 yuan. By all logic, Jun should have checked his cards now. Just as he reached for his hand. "Bro, that's nothing. Let's up the stakes and play a few more rounds. It's getting late, let's go big and wrap this up early. Just wondering if you've got the guts." The speaker was Jun's upcard player, meaning Jun's decision to check or raise depended entirely on his upcard. After hearing this, Jun let out a cold laugh. "Ha! Don't take my words the wrong way, but your little tricks don't even register with me. If I don't open, I don't open. I'm the ever-victorious army. I've been gambling here for years. You too? I'm not afraid of you." With that, he withdrew his outstretched hand and called with 2 chips. In this game of 3-card poker, if the base bet is 1 chip, the minimum call is 2 chips unless someone raises. After 2 rounds with no raises, Jun's left-hand neighbor rubbed his brow in frustration. "Brother, if you say you won't look, I won't either. You're forcing my hand here." "Fine, since you're talking big today, I won't look either. Call." He stood up and slammed a grand reunion tile onto the table, startling everyone around him. That single great reunion card was worth half a month's hard-earned cash for an ordinary person. Since gambling began in their village, no one had ever made such a bold move. The old man seated below him began shifting restlessly, glancing at the young player to his left. "You're something else, kid. But playing this big, aren't you worried you won't be able to cover it?" After a moment's thought, he chose to bet without looking at his cards, placing a large round bet. The stakes differed significantly between betting blind and betting after seeing your cards. Betting blind was called mun, while betting after seeing your cards required doubling the amount. The old man's downwind player, who had joined the game together with him, naturally threw down 10 bucks without hesitation. By the end of the round, the pot on the table had already reached 40 bucks. Now it was Jun's turn. Any clear-eyed player knew this was the perfect moment to peak. The first 3 players had each put in $10 chips. If your hand was strong, you could easily match that. If it was weak, folding wouldn't hurt. Of course, if you wanted to gamble, you could follow for a couple more rounds and see how things played out. "Ha! Everyone, don't rush, watch me check my cards first, then I'll take you all for a wild ride." The moment Jun declared he'd look at his cards, the crowd surged around him. Jun clutched his cards tightly in his palm, slowly unfolding them inch by inch, as if terrified someone might peek. After just a quick glance, he tossed the cards back onto the table expressionless. But if anyone had been paying close attention, they might have noticed his hands trembling uncontrollably. Jun felt his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his chest, yet he dared not show the slightest sign of it. That single glance had been enough. He knew exactly what he held, for 6K, crucially, they were suited. A flush. "My luck's on today. Don't blame me if you lose, I'm not holding back." Jun finished speaking and pulled 2 big round cards from the table, slamming them down. The people crowding around hadn't even had time to see what cards he was holding when this move startled them into gasping in unison. When it came to the player before him, he didn't even glance at his cards and just mucked 20. The old man smiled and shook his head. "Everyone who gambles here calls me second master. It's been ages since I've seen you guys playing for such high stakes. Alright, old man, I'm out. You youngsters can take your sweet time." After saying this, he glanced at the cards under the table. The highest was just a queen, then tossed them into the discard pile and stood up. The player to his right chuckled. The bait had been taken. He too promptly went all in without hesitation. Everyone at the table, seasoned gamblers through and through, recognized this as a classic double ghost bridge. If both players kept going all in, you wouldn't even get a chance to reveal your cards. They'd force you out of the game before you could bet. "Hey, you two," Jun said, "this is getting ridiculous. Are you two teaming up to screw me over?" The others around them eyed the 2 seated youths with ill intent. Though Hu Jun was known here as a low-class gambler, this table was built by everyone together. Outsiders couldn't be allowed to break the rules. Not at all. If you think you don't have enough money, you can borrow some. No sooner had the young man up the line finished speaking than the one called Xiao Lu appeared out of nowhere. Brother Lu, if I run short on this round, can I borrow some from you? Just moments ago he was calling him Xiao Lu, now suddenly it was Brother Lu. But Xiao Lu didn't seem bothered, still wearing a smile. Brother Jun, play with confidence today. Whatever you need, we've got it covered. But let's be clear up front, 10% commission, settled within a week. Brother Lu, you're a true friend. 10% cut meant that for every 10 yuan you took, they'd only give you 9. But usually, they'd take 11 up front then give you 10 yuan, with the extra dime considered waived. Hu Jun placed another 20 bucks on the table. Today, he wasn't buying that playing openly wouldn't be too under the table players. Players from nearby tables had gathered around. The pot had already surpassed 100 yuan. Keep this up, and one big win could make their year. Bro, it's your turn, there's no money left on this table. Hu Jun had intended to keep playing, but this reminder made him realize the table was empty. He turned to Xiao Lu beside him. Brother Lu. Before he could speak, Xiao Lu pulled a thick wad of cash from the leather pouch tucked at his waist. Brother Jun, play freely today, it's all yours. Brother Lu produced a 100 yuan note in one swift motion, putting Hu Jun at ease. But after so many rounds with neither side checking their cards, something felt off. Without hesitation, he flung the entire 100 onto the table. Let's settle this like real men. I'm putting down 100 straight up, but you guys gotta look at your cards before calling. If you're good, I'll take the 100. If not, I'll take it back and throw in 40 to play with you guys. Both men's eyes lit up at the sight of the $100 bill. Alright, take a look then. Better to see it now than regret it later if you lose. Hu Jun's up the street player glanced at the cards and his face turned pale. The highest card in his hand was merely a 10, not even as good as the second master's hand that had just been discarded. As the crowd around him recognized his hand, laughter erupted. He promptly tossed his cards into the discard pile. Damn it, today's luck is truly rotten. Fine, let's just call it a night. Now only 2 players remained at the table. The other player quickly glanced at his whole cards before covering them back up. Without giving anyone a chance to see, he pulled a thick wad of cash from his wallet and slammed it down on the table. That's 200 yuan. Count it if you don't believe me. Seeing his boldness, the crowd gasped again. Where did this guy come from? 200 bucks could buy a bicycle. Hu Jun was stunned by his move. He wondered, where did this hothead come from? Does he really have the cards, or is he just bluffing? You're a generous guy, but I think we've had enough for today. Let's settle this. He gave Xiao Lu a nod. Xiao Lu smiled, pulled 200 yuan from his bag, and tossed it onto the table. Don't be scared of him, Jun. If you ask me, play a couple more hands and today's winnings are all yours. Hu Jun shook his head. This much money was already more than he planned to take. He decided to show his cards. I've got AK gold. I'll take this money. Today, I'll chip in 10 bucks for everyone's cigarettes. He tossed his cards onto the table and began happily preparing to collect his winnings. A 10 yuan tip was no small sum, and the others around him started sucking up to him. Little Lu looked utterly frustrated. Oh man, Jun, with a hand like that, why didn't you play a couple more hands? Who could possibly beat you? That money was all yours. Just as Hu Jun's face was flushing with excitement, the young man stood up from the table. Hold on. Chapter 130, Li Debao's request. Sorry, mine's just a tad bigger than yours. As the young man spoke, he began flipping over the cards on the table one by one. They were 2QK, also a K high hand, but unfortunately, he held a Q. Impossible. This can't be. Hu Jun's face drained of color as he slumped into the chair. His mind buzzed with disbelief. He'd planned to use this money to turn his fortunes around today. If Li Koan asked questions later, he could just say he'd needed the cash urgently. He could give Li Koan more then. But now it was gone, everything was gone, and he still owed Xiao Lu 300 yuan. 300 yuan was no small sum these days. Even a working-class family would struggle to save that much in a year or two. Watching the young man slowly collect the money, he looked at Xiao Lu in despair. Brother Lu, this. Xiao Lu's face remained cheerful, but it carried an icy chill. Brother Jun, no luck today? No big deal, you'll win it back another time. But I only have this much on me. Just make sure you have the money ready next time, don't forget it's 330. Watching everyone leave one by one, Hu Jun slumped into his chair as if all his strength had drained away. By the time he returned, it was already the next morning. The elderly couple had risen and prepared breakfast. Where'd you go last night? You weren't home all night. Hurry up and sit down to eat. I figured your dad and I would head over to your brother-in-law's place today to bring them some wild greens. At the mention of visiting Li Koan's house, Hu Jun's face paled even more. He shoveled down a couple of bites before retreating to his room. I won't be joining you at Brother Koan's place. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. The elderly couple exchanged a glance and sighed. That boy had probably gone gambling again last night. There was nothing they could do about it at their age, they could only let him be. Lee Cohen had stayed out all night. True to Leanne's warning, he hadn't dared to steal again. When Lian and Li Yulan woke up, they found him staring blankly with dark circles under his eyes, his body covered in mosquito bites. Even though autumn had arrived, the mosquitoes were still relentless. Without even eating breakfast, Lee Cohen returned to his room and collapsed onto the con. "You two keep watch. I'm going to sleep for a bit." He'd been seething all night, but what could he do? That scoundrel Hu Jun had stolen all their money, and there was no getting it back. Might as well consider it dog food. Just be more careful from now on. Li Yulan glanced worriedly into the room, but Lian shrugged it off. 70 or 80 yuan wasn't a small sum, but for their family now, it was barely a drop in the bucket. Lost is lost, consider it a lesson learned. But this brick-stealing business had to be dealt with. Otherwise, by winter, they might not even finish building the house. "Auntie, stew a fish for dinner tonight. I'll head over to Wang Maizi's place later." Hearing Lian mention taking fish to Wang Maizi's house, Li Yulan's expression darkened. "Anzi, why go to their place? I think that family is no good. They might be the ones who stole our bricks." But she couldn't voice this concern openly. She wasn't certain they were the thieves, and causing a misunderstanding could turn them into enemies. Lian waved it off. He had his own plans. After breakfast, Li Yulan took Little Sparrow to school while he carried the gaga fish to town to sell. Over 3 pounds fetch 10 yuan. They weren't easy to catch, so people paid 3 yuan per pound. Selling the fish was secondary. His main purpose today was to inquire about the outcome of the case involving those 2 thugs. He was fine, but Li Jigang couldn't sit still. He'd never accomplished anything worthwhile in his life. Last night, he'd even sent Li Guifan over specifically to inquire. Just as he stepped out of the state-run store, he bumped right into Li Debao, who was dining at the state-run restaurant with a few of his henchmen. Spotting Lian, Li Debao was overjoyed and hurried over. "Brotherin, what a surprise to run into you here. It's almost noon. Why don't you sit down and grab a bite with us?" Ever since that last incident, Li Debao knew Lian was Lu Huixing's right-hand man. Now that Lu Huixing had been promoted, Lian had reaped plenty of benefits too. Lu Huixing always talked about Lian, calling him his benefactor. Li Debao had gradually learned his lesson. He could offend anyone, but he absolutely couldn't offend Lian. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Though Lian didn't want to mix with someone like him from the underworld, since the man had extended an invitation, it would be rude to refuse. Besides, with so many underlings watching, he couldn't very well turn him away. Soon, the group arrived at the state-run restaurant. The waitstaff, who had been smiling when Li Debao approached, instantly turned sour. But seeing he wasn't there to cause trouble, they ushered them into a private room. Li Debao was riding high lately, buoyed by Lu Huixing's promotion. He'd risen with the tide, now leading Qi County's largest pickpocket gang. Recently, he'd even branched out into loan sharking. "Brotherin, let me introduce you. These are my right-hand men. This is Lu Qing, just call him Little Lu." The man called Xiao Lu stood up from the table with perfect understanding and raised his glass to toast Lian. Having been with Li Debao for quite some time, he knew exactly who Lian was. Connecting with him would undoubtedly elevate his standing in Lu Huixing's eyes. Despite Li Debao's current success, Lu Huixing still regarded him as a minor figure unworthy of much attention. Lian merely took a symbolic sip. "Brother Debao, I really can't drink too much today. I have to visit Chief Lu this afternoon." Hearing he was meeting Director Lu, Li Debao quickly had someone bring over a pot of tea. "Brotherin, I really don't know about that. Eat more, this sand-spotted chicken is a real delicacy, you should try it too. My hospitality falls short today, but let's make up for it another time, just the 2 of us. This spread easily costs $10, most folks wouldn't splurge on it." Over the meal, Lian learned that Li Debao had gotten involved in money lending and occasionally set up gambling schemes. Though he wasn't fond of it, he wasn't furious either. After all, such schemes ruin countless families. But if you didn't gamble, you wouldn't face such consequences. Frankly, it just accelerated the inevitable. After the meal, Lian gained a clearer picture of Li Debao's affairs. Li Debao wanted Lian to put in a good word for him with Lu Huixing. Lu Huixing was unaware of these schemes, and Li Debao himself dared not bring it up, making the situation awkward. As he was leaving, Lian merely offered to pass on a message, making it clear that how Lu Huixing chose to act was entirely his own business. Upon hearing Lian's words, Li Debao promptly downed 2 shots of baijiu in solidarity. "Brotherin, you're a man of honor. I know I'm no one special. But if there's ever anything you need, I'll walk through fire for you. Just having a meal together and someone being willing to speak up for you is already a huge favor." Lian waved his hand dismissively, saying this matter didn't concern him much. As for how Lu Huixing would be judged, it wasn't something anyone could decide with a single word. Chapter 131, Visitors from the Provincial Capital. What he didn't know was that his uncle lay at home on the heated bed, scratching his head in frustration over how to repay those 300+ yuan. And the one who had set him up yesterday was none other than Little Lu, who had just finished lunch with Lian. After lunch, Lian stopped by the law enforcement office and happened to run into Lu Huixing coming out. "Anzi. What brings you here at this hour? I was just about to send someone to relay a message to you. Just stay home this afternoon. People from the county will come over to present you with a grand award. Uncle Lu, is this gangster business really such a big deal? Lian looked at Lu Huixing in disbelief. Last time when they caught the tiger, they only sent someone to collect the award. But having the officials come personally to present it was a whole different level, a grand, prestigious affair. If Li Cohen found out, he'd be thrilled and wouldn't sleep a wink tonight. Lu Huixing pulled Lian aside and whispered, "Bro, the provincial capital is taking this very seriously. I owe you big time. The reward alone is 2,000 yuan, and the county is even sending plaques for both your families. Just head home and wait." Seeing Lu Huixing's secretive manner, Lian grasped the gist of the situation. "Alright, Uncle Lu, I won't keep you any longer. I'll hurry home and tell my dad about this so he can get ready." Lu Huixing didn't try to keep Lian, knowing this was a big deal and that he needed to hurry home and make arrangements. "Oh, Uncle Lu, I ran into Li Dabiao at the state-run store today. He seems to be planning some kind of scheme. He didn't want me to tell you, but he asked me to mention it." At the mention of Li Dabiao, Lu Huixing's expression darkened instantly. "Anzi, you're hanging out with that crowd?" Seeing his unease, Lian quickly waved his hands. "Of course not. I just happened to run into him today. He insisted on taking me out to eat, and I couldn't very well refuse." Seeing Lian didn't seem to be lying, Lu Huixing's expression eased slightly. "Anzi, I shouldn't really say this, but I have to warn you. Li Dabiao's business is all underhanded stuff. He only keeps in touch because I haven't caused trouble for him. But if he really gets into trouble, it's time to crack down. Stick to hunting up in the mountains, it's a proper trade. If it doesn't work out, just let your uncle know. I'll find you a steady job." Lian knew these words came from the heart, and gratitude welled up within him. "Uncle Lu, your words mean everything. Come to my place tomorrow, I'll let you taste my cooking." After saying goodbye to Li Huixing, Lian hurried home. He had to tell his father this news immediately. Work would stop for the rest of the afternoon. A visit from the county officials to their home was no small matter. "What did you say? The county officials are coming personally to award us." Li Jigang shot up from his stool at Lian's words, his face flushed as he stared at him. "Fourth uncle, I just came back from the county town myself and heard it directly from Chief Lu. You'd better have Auntie clean up the house quickly, so we don't look like we're not hosting them properly when the county officials arrive. What else is there to say? I'll go get your aunt and that deadbeat Li Shufen right now. We'll need to give the place a good cleaning." Li Shufen had actually been listening outside all along, and now she couldn't hold back her excitement. "Xiao Anzi, you better tell Sister Yulan to go home and tidy up too. It's been ages since anyone from the county came to our village. We need to gather all the mushrooms and such from the house. If you can't manage it all, I'll send Lure over to help you." After speaking, Li Shufen covered her mouth and giggled. Lian knew she was teasing him. "Well, I really am a bit overwhelmed. I'll have to rely on you, Auntie Shufen." Seeing his shamelessness, Li Shufen shot him a disapproving look. "Like I'd do that." By the time Lian returned home, Li Yulan and Li Cohen were already swamped with work. "Father, you haven't slept all night. Shouldn't you get some rest now?" All the workers had packed up and left. Li Cohen was now sweating buckets as he tidied up the house. Hearing Lian's question, his eyes widened in surprise. "With people coming from the county seat, who dares sleep at home? Hurry and help your aunt bring down the mushrooms from the roof. See if this outfit looks right on me." As he spoke, Li Cohen smoothed out his Zhongshan suit to make it look more presentable. This outfit was specially brought back for him by Lian when he sold the bear pelt. He'd never brought himself to wear it until now. Li Yulan even dug out a red flower brooch from the wardrobe to pin on his lapel. Truth be told, it did make him look quite sharp. As they spoke, Li Yulan emerged from the room carrying a set of clothes. "Stop standing around. Anzi, hurry up and change into this." "Auntie, we don't need to make this so formal, do we? They're just here to go through the motions. We can keep it casual." Li Cohen, who had been all business moments ago, casually raised his tobacco pipe upon hearing Lian's words. "You little brat, get dressed now. Don't embarrass the Li family later." Lian was practically chased back into the room. Just then, several Santana sedans were already on their way to Hat Village. Chief Lu handled this case exceptionally well. "When the time comes, you must introduce me to this remarkable individual you've been raving about." The speaker was a man in his 40s, dressed in a standard Zhongshan suit with a party emblem pinned to his lapel. A black briefcase rested beside his right hand. Lu Huixing sat beside him, visibly cautious. This was a high-ranking official specially dispatched from the provincial capital. The original plan had been for the county party committee to present Lian with his medal, with Lu Huixing in attendance. But the arrival of the city leader instantly elevated the ceremony to a new level. "My young brother truly is a remarkable man. Despite his youth, he's already a seasoned veteran renowned throughout the surrounding villages." As several vehicles slowly entered Mountain Village, the people busy picking mushrooms at the courtyard entrance began whispering among themselves. "Looks like the cars are heading to the village chief's house again, but why do they seem different from last time?" "Well, you know what? Ever since that kid Lian turned over a new leaf, things have changed at the village chief's place. They're even building a new house now. It's been ages since anyone in Hat Village built a new house. Just having enough to eat is good enough. But I really hope that kid at the old village chief's place has truly changed for the better. He's worked his fingers to the bone for the village his whole life. He deserves to enjoy some good fortune now. After the woman finished speaking, those nearby nodded in agreement. Only Wang Maizi's wife looked down her nose at him and spat on the ground. Chief Lu, our village truly has such simple, honest folk. I see many people sorting mushrooms. These would be incredibly valuable in southern markets. The man seated to Lu Huixing's right suddenly spoke up, his words thick with a southern accent. People from the provincial capital said they were from Chen Mier's family, here specifically to thank Lian. Chapter 132, Such Magnificence. Though not tall and easily overlooked in a crowd, this man was a major capitalist from the south. Even provincial city folk treated him with great courtesy. With just a few words, Lu Huixing sensed something and immediately greeted him warmly. Indeed, I won't hide it from you all, Archie County is known for its simple folk even in the northeast. Most people make their living through hunting and gathering in the mountains, and these wild mushrooms are one of our treasures. The southerner nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, lost in his own thoughts. Soon, several Santana sedans pulled up outside Lian's residence. Li Koan had heard the roar of engines outside long ago and was already waiting at the door. Which one is Comrade Lian? We've come today specifically to present him with a medal. A crowd had gathered outside Lian's house. Seeing the distinguished figures stepping out of the cars, clearly important officials, they murmured among themselves. Lian, following Li Koan's lead, stepped forward. Comrades, I am Lian. Please come inside to talk. I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality. Though many of them were also from northeast China, they were still filled with curiosity about this authentic mountain village life. They promptly followed Lian into the courtyard. As they entered, two young men stepped out of the car behind them, carrying a wooden plaque adorned with a large red flower. The plaque bore 8 bold characters: model worker, eliminator of public nuisances. Good heavens, what great deed has this fellow accomplished now? These must be bigwigs from the county seat. They actually came all the way to their humble home to present an award. The surrounding crowd immediately began discussing the plaque. Those who couldn't read even ran over to ask what exactly it said. Hearing it was eradicating evils for the people, model worker, everyone gave him thumbs up. These days, making a living was tough. Though the country was developing steadily, many places were only just escaping subsistence. Wang Diji hadn't had much work lately, even though he was a skilled carpenter. But what man in these parts didn't dabble in odd jobs? Folk in the mountains weren't fussy. If it worked, it was good enough. Having gone several days without work, Wang Diji had been cooped up at home. Just then, Wang Maizi wanted to start a mushroom harvesting business. Since a storefront was crucial for business, he thought of getting a sign and asked Wang Diji to make one. Just for the materials, Wang Maizi paid him 10 yuan. Happy to have work, Wang Diji headed into town to buy 2 pounds of fatty pork. His family hadn't had anything rich to eat in a while, so getting some fatty pork would help improve their meals. On his way back, he spotted several Santana sedans driving into the village. At first, he was puzzled. No one in the surrounding villages had ever heard of buying one of these iron clunkers, let alone several of them heading into his own village. Who could possibly have such clout? So he followed the crowd over to see the commotion. Though Wang Diji had an eccentric temperament in the village, he was still fairly well liked, and many people greeted him along the way. When Wang Diji reached Lian's doorstep and overheard the gossip, his face darkened instantly. Wang Diji, let me tell you, your daughter's getting on in years. Back when that lad was courting her, he swore he'd marry no one else. Look at him now, he's made something of himself. Your daughter's with him, so she's eating me too, right? As soon as someone spoke up, all eyes in the vicinity turned to Wang Diji. Voices chimed in from every direction. Exactly. If Li Koan brings suitors again next time, you'd better make sure to seize the opportunity. Mind your own business, you old women. Our family affairs are none of your concern. Wang Diji, never one for words, tossed out a single sentence before turning and walking away. The crowd was left staring at each other in silence, some beginning to grow annoyed. We were just trying to help, but that Wang Maizi took it as an insult. Enough, Ari. You know exactly what kind of person Wang the Scarred is. Don't take him seriously. Let's just watch the excitement at Li Koan's place. They're getting ready to set off firecrackers. No sooner had they spoken than the young man holding the plaque pulled out 2 strings of firecrackers. This was a long-standing custom, meant to celebrate joyous occasions and also to let the neighbors know there was good news in the household. As the crackling began, several children covered their ears and hid behind their mothers. Peeking through their fingers, they watched the sparks fly from the bursting firecrackers. The bolder ones even walked straight toward the explosions. Once the firecrackers died down, the area was littered with red paper and the lingering smell of gunpowder. The little rascals all rushed over to sniff the spot where the firecrackers had been set off. That unique scent always drew the children in. The clever ones began searching the ground, rubbing their patched cloth shoes against the earth. They peeled back the paper wrappers, checking for any unexploded firecrackers left behind. If they found any, they'd stash them in their pockets, planning to sneakily light them once they got home. After setting off the firecrackers, 2 young men also pulled out 2 bags of Tabby 2 milk candies. Today we celebrate Comrade Leon of the Lee family for his service to our Chi County. Everyone come share in the good fortune. With that, they began tossing candies into the crowd. People of all ages, men and women alike, scrambled to the ground to pick up the sweets. These big white rabbit candies were a real treat. One piece could sweeten your whole day. Ordinary folks like them couldn't afford to buy them normally, but picking them up with the kids was a nice gesture. Outside, the festive atmosphere was in full swing. Inside the courtyard, Lu Huixing introduced everyone to Leon. Leon, this is Comrade Wang Defu from our provincial capital. He's here specifically to present you with your medal. Hearing he was from the provincial capital, Leon was startled and immediately clasped his hands in a respectful salute. This is Director Zhao from our city's law enforcement bureau. This is Secretary Wang from the Chi County Party Committee. And this is Comrade Chen Hao, a family member of Chen Mier. Lu Huixing introduced everyone in the circle one by one. Good heavens, even the top leader like the Chi County Party Secretary was placed further down the line. Even in his second life, Leon had never witnessed such a scene. He suddenly felt a bit at a loss and could only keep bowing repeatedly. Fortunately, his aunt had insisted he change his clothes today, otherwise, he would have looked rather shabby. Comrade Leon truly proves that heroes emerge young at such a tender age. You've already become a seasoned veteran renowned throughout the surrounding villages. This is the reward we've collectively decided to present to you. You've set an exemplary standard for the people of Chi County and are a model citizen. Wang Defu handed Leon the certificate brought by the 2 young men outside. It bore the words model citizen and included a 1,000 yuan reward. After receiving it, Leon shook hands with everyone in turn, expressing his gratitude. Alright, we still need to visit Comrade Lu Jigang's home shortly. Luckily you're from the same village, so no need for a long trip. We'll see you later. After the group departed, Chen Hao whispered a few words into Lu Huixing's ear. Once everyone was safely in the car, Lu Huixing discreetly tugged at Lian's sleeve and leaned in close to his ear. Come see me tomorrow afternoon. We'll grab dinner tonight. After saying this, he shot a glance at Chen Hao. Leon instantly understood the meaning and nodded. Chapter 133, Big White Rabbit Candy. Meanwhile, Li Jigang paced anxiously around the courtyard. Dad, I heard about it. The county officials are putting on quite the show this time. Not only did they arrive in those iron boxes, but when they got to Lian's place, they set off firecrackers and threw out wedding candies. Anyone who didn't know better would think someone was getting married. Don't talk nonsense. This is a high-ranking official. Our Li family hasn't seen such honor in generations. Go see where everyone is gathered. Just hearing Li Shufen's account made Li Jigang break out in a cold sweat. Truth be told, he was just a farmer. This kind of spectacle was a first for him. The father of the child should come out quickly. Everyone's gathered around the iron contraption, waiting to grab the wedding candies. As the sound of the car grew closer, Li Jigang stood stiffly at the gate, his expression frozen. You must be Comrade Li Jigang. We've come specifically to present you with a medal. No need to be so nervous, you've done our Chi County a tremendous service this time. Li Jigang hastily reached out to shake hands, but his legs buckled, nearly sending him sprawling. Startled, the others rushed to steady him. Regaining his balance, he listened to the crackling firecrackers outside and felt as if he might faint. Dad, why are you swaying like that? If you're tired, go inside and rest for a bit. Li Koan knew Leon was teasing him, but he had no time for small talk now. He clutched the plaque they'd brought signed by the Black Province Party Committee. What an honor! The leaders who came today were figures he'd only ever heard about, never seen in person. When Lu Huixing introduced them earlier, Li Koan's legs had gone weak and his mind had buzzed like a swarm of bees. Only after everyone had left did he snap back to reality. If Li Jigang had been there, he would have given Li Kuan a heartfelt hug. This was a kindred spirit. That evening, Li Jigang arrived at Lian's home with Li Shufen and his wife, all beaming with joy. Seeing them, Lian's face lit up with a smile. Fourth uncle, why did you come over at this hour? My aunt hasn't returned from picking up the kids yet. Why don't you and fourth aunt sit down for a bit? We'll eat once she gets back. Li Jigang waved his hand dramatically, slapping a big hand on Lian's shoulder. Brother-in, you really saved me. You wouldn't believe how scared I was. My legs went weak. No matter what, we're having dinner at my place tonight. Your fourth grandmother has already prepared the meat. We've got to raise a glass properly. This is the happiest I've ever been in my life. Li Koan watched the two inside the room and felt happy too. Even the shadow of Hu Jun swiping 70 or 80 yuan from him vanished into thin air. This time, the county alone gave 1,000 yuan in bonuses. What's 70 or 80 yuan compared to that? Let Brother Koan come along too. Li Koan waved him off. Let him go join the fun. I've got bricks to watch tonight, can't slack off. The news of bricks disappearing from Lian's house during construction had spread like wildfire through the village. Li Jigang had even remarked at home, what kind of heartless bastard would do something like that? So he nodded without insisting. By the time Lian left with them, dusk had just fallen. When he returned, it was already midnight. Seeing him stumble home drunk, Li Yulan frowned and poured him a glass of water.
Anzi, you can't keep drinking like this. What if you ruin yourself?
Lian nodded silently, then collapsed onto the Kong and fell asleep. His entire being felt hazy, as if he might vomit the moment he opened his mouth. He was still better off than Li Jigang, who was at home clutching the plaque and wailing uncontrollably. No one could stop him from crying. The two of them had polished off nearly 2 liters of baijiu. This was all high-proof homemade liquor, most people couldn't handle it. At the height of their revelry, Li Jigang insisted on forcing his younger brother to become sworn brothers. Had his wife and Li Shufan not intervened, they would likely have knelt before Guan Yu's portrait by now. He slept straight through until noon the next day. When Lian finally woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Shaking his head, he still felt a bit groggy. Lian had planned to head up the mountain today to check his fish traps and animal snares. After 2 days, he wondered if there might be any big catches inside, but judging by his current state, that seemed unlikely. He'd just take a quick look at everything later in the day. If he passed by any small game, he'd hunt it, but if not, he'd hurry back. He still needed to visit Lu Huixing that evening. Li Yulan had gone to help Li Guazi gather mushrooms. In the kitchen, a bowl of mushroom soup had been left for him to drink and sober up. He hadn't exactly skimped on the booze last night, but waking up with his stomach growling like a drum, he was genuinely hungry. Spotting Lian rise, Doozy scurried to crouch beneath his legs. That perky demeanor screamed, "Let's hit the hills." Tiger Cub was play fighting with Cat Million in the yard. Little Flower, the smallest of the bunch, got kicked aside by Cat Million. Unfazed by the pain, she scrambled up and started nipping at Cat Million's tail. Li Yulan had already fed them that morning, and now it was time to bask in the sun. Lian petted each of them in turn before heading to the kitchen to eat his own breakfast. With food in his stomach, his body felt a bit better. Old Wang was busy outside and immediately greeted Lian when he saw him. This morning, Li Yulan had specially bought a pack of Debata milk candies to share with everyone, so the children could enjoy something sweet when they got home. "Dad, did the red brick thieves come yesterday?" Li Koan was catching up on sleep on the Kong bed. Spotting Lian approaching, he lazily shook his head. "I kept watch all night and didn't see a soul. Do you think the thief will come back, Anzi?" Lian nodded. He'd also stopped by Wang Maizi's place yesterday for the wedding. But catching thieves isn't something you do overnight. He had to go to the county town today, so it would have to wait until tomorrow. "Brotherin!" Just as Lian was about to take Doozy up the mountain to see if anything was there, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Wang Luer standing at the courtyard gate, peering eagerly into the house. She looked quite happy. "Luer? Why are you out at this hour? Did your father send you to see me?" Wang Luer shot Lian a look. "See? You're so full of yourself. I heard a big shot from the county came to see you yesterday. He was quite the sight, I hear. How'd you find out? 2 bandits? Were you hurt?" Hearing Lian mention thugs, Wang Luer's expression darkened. These rogues weren't harmless, many were desperate criminals. Lian immediately clutched his chest and grimaced in pain upon hearing her words. "Truth be told, that rogue shot me square in the chest, it nearly pierced my heart. If the doctor hadn't treated me in time, I'd never have seen you again." Startled, Wang Luer hurriedly looked down at his chest. But unexpectedly, Lian seized her delicate hand and pulled her into his embrace. Instantly, a blush of embarrassment spread across Wang Luer's cheeks. Old Wang and the others working outside burst into laughter at the scene. Wang Luer blushed even deeper and dug her fingernail into Lian's waist. Lian immediately grimaced in pain. "You're going to kill me. You're going to kill me." Wang Luer covered her face in embarrassment and turned to flee, only to be stopped again by Lian's outstretched hand. "I left you some big white rabbit milk candies. Try them when you get home." Chapter 134, The Fish Trap Destroyed. Wang Luer merely nodded, tucking the big white rabbit milk candy Lian had stuffed into her bosom before hurrying away. She had originally come to see Lian while gathering mushrooms on the mountain, never expecting this boy to be so naughty in public. Yet despite this, Wang Luer's face was beaming with a smile all the way home. She took a piece of the big white rabbit milk candy from her bosom. The white sugar coating featured a cute little rabbit printed on it. Twisting both sides opened it. Inside was a layer of milky white sugar coating, and beneath that lay the soft candy. She gently popped it into her mouth and sucked on it a couple of times. The sweetness filled her entire mouth. Wang Luer couldn't help but swallow twice. So sweet. After seeing Wang Luer off, Lian took Daodu and began climbing the mountain. By then, some early hunters were already coming down. Seeing Lian heading up the mountain so late, their expressions turned puzzled. "Anzi, why are you just going up now? If you don't hurry up with the hunt, once the animal's fur freezes, they'll be much harder to catch." Lian gave an awkward chuckle. He couldn't exactly tell them he hadn't gotten up. But someone nearby chimed in immediately. "Bro, Anzi makes in 1 day in the mountains what you scrape together in a month. You've got time to worry about that?" Hearing his fellow hunters remark, Lian didn't get angry, just gave an awkward smile. They didn't spot many gray squirrels along the way. These little creatures were most active either early in the morning or late at night. At midday, most were holed up in tree hollows. Instead, they encountered 2 wild mountain hares. Rabbits were plumpest and tastiest this season. Despite so many people catching them daily, their numbers never seemed to dwindle. These creatures reproduced at an astonishing rate. Without natural predators, they could multiply into vast numbers in no time. He tossed the rabbits into his backpack. While not exactly a delicacy, they did make a decent treat back home. When Lian reached the spot where he'd placed his fish traps, his expression darkened at the sight beneath the water. He hadn't been gone a single day, yet someone had vandalized his traps. They lay scattered haphazardly on the shore, many so badly damaged they were clearly unusable at a glance. Whoever did this was despicable. If he caught them, he'd beat them to a pulp. Fury boiled in Lian's heart as he cursed under his breath. Those dozen or so fish traps had cost him considerable effort, and he'd been counting on using them through the winter. But now, making a new batch in such a short time was simply unrealistic. And these things weren't sold in the county town at all. He'd have to go back and see if Sheng Pao had any. As an Orican, he was likely familiar with the weaving techniques for these traps. Heartbroken, Lian trudged to the riverbank and gathered the relatively intact traps. Only 4 or 5 remained usable. Made from woven vines, they had gained considerable toughness through several processing steps. Yet once broken, they were beyond repair. He'd have to piece them back together. When he got back, maybe he could cobble a few more. With the fish traps ruined, they could only hope the animal traps had yielded something. Perhaps sensing Lian's unease, Doozy remained unusually quiet throughout. Even upon reaching the trap area, he sat obediently on the ground, as if reassuring Lian there was no need for worry. Under normal circumstances, he'd be bouncing around busily by now. Lian ruffled Doozy's head, but ultimately, unable to shake his unease, he tied him to a nearby tree with a length of hemp rope. Though he knew the trap's general locations, Lian remained extremely cautious. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Stepping on a trap wouldn't just mean a cast. It could shatter bones, leaving lasting damage even if you avoided crippling injury. Perhaps because it was autumn, the trap finally yielded results. To Lian's surprise, a foolish roe deer had somehow stumbled onto the trap. Now it lay on the ground, one leg dangling limply, barely clinging to life. Blood had already dried around its wounds, suggesting it had been trapped for quite some time. As for the other traps, they only held a sand-spotted pheasant and a small wild hare. The roe deer's struggle must have been so loud it scared away the nearby animals. This roe deer alone would provide several hearty meals for the household. Even with the workers to feed, there would be no shortage of meat for the coming days. As Lian approached step by step, the foolish roe deer, lying on the ground with barely a breath left, cautiously lifted its head several times. Its instincts urged it to flee, but its body was too weak even to stand. Lian looked at the poor deer with pity, silently drawing his curved knife. Better to end your suffering now than let you live in agony. When you're reincarnated, no need to thank me, just tell the king of hell I'm a living lay phone. With that, his hand rose and fell. A spray of blood rose into the air, and the suffering, struggling deer finally found peace. Dazai had caught the scent of the deer from afar. By the time Lian approached, it was circling on the ground, wagging its tail. He hoisted the roe deer onto his shoulder and kicked the beans beneath his feet. Look at you drooling. Come on, once we get to the cactus grove, you can eat your fill. The moment Doozy's leash was released, he bolted 4 or 5 meters away. He shook his neck and quickly darted back under Lian's legs. Perhaps expressing his displeasure at being tied to the tree, he began weaving back and forth around Lian's pant legs. After calling out to him twice to no avail, Lian simply ignored him. Inside the cactus enclosure, things remained unchanged since his departure. Most who ventured from the mountain base to this grove were villagers from Lian's own hamlet. These hunters knew he'd erected a cactus enclosure on the mountain and instinctively gave it a wide berth even when passing nearby. Moreover, the spirit pillar now had a brand new wooden door, making entry difficult for outsiders. He skillfully hung the roe deer on the tree and began skinning it. Within just a few minutes, Lian suddenly blew hard into the incision on the deer's leg. The whole body inflated like a balloon. With a swift slash across its belly and a sharp tear, Lian ripped the entire skin off. He tossed the offal to Doozy, who promptly lay down nearby and began gobbling it up. The roe deer wasn't large. After cutting it up, it fit easily into his backpack. To Lian's surprise, the deer had antlers. Though small, they felt surprisingly heavy in his hands. Together, they weighed about a pound. Though they couldn't compare to deer antlers, they were perfect for soaking in liquor. Lian had seen people in town buying them for 30 yuan per pound. Just these 2 small antlers alone were worth about 50 yuan. This was today's unexpected windfall. Seeing that Doozy had finished eating, his little belly round and full as he dozed on the nearby grassy meadow, Lian called him over. Come on, Doozy. I'll need to head out again later tonight. If I get back too late, it'll be trouble. Doozy heard Lian call out and lazily got up from the ground, then strolled leisurely ahead to lead the way. Chapter 135, Meeting Chen Hao. When Lian returned home, he was surprised to find the house had already risen over a meter high. He had to admit, old Wang and his crew were incredibly efficient. In just a few days, they had already begun constructing the walls. Lee Cohen had originally planned to build a 2-story loft, but Lian insisted on a single-story flat layout. In his words, this could only be considered a secondary courtyard. How could it be taller than the main courtyard? That would be bad feng shui. Lee Cohen dropped the argument upon hearing this. After all, his family had finally pulled themselves out of hardship. He certainly didn't want to return to their former state. Seeing how heavy the bamboo basket Lian was carrying was, everyone rushed to praise him. Brother Ren's skills are truly extraordinary. He's only been in the mountains a short while and has already gathered so much. Let us all see what fine things Brother Ren has brought back today. Old Wang and the others were resting when they saw Lian approach, intending to tease him. But to their surprise, Lian didn't shy away. Instead, he proactively opened his basket for everyone to see. He chuckled foolishly a couple of times. Had pretty good luck today, caught another silly roe deer. Everyone come over early tomorrow so my auntie can make some dough, and we'll have dumplings stuffed with roe deer meat. The crowd gasped when they saw the contents of Lian's basket. It was heaped high with meat. They'd expected a few gray squirrels or wild rabbits at best, but Lian had truly outdone himself. No problem. If your aunt isn't busy then, I'll have her come over to lend a hand. Lian nodded, not forgetting the main purpose of his visit. Lu Huixing was undoubtedly a powerful figure to him. Yesterday, when he whispered in his ear about inviting him over, it surely meant more than just a meal. He handed the roe deer meat to Li Yulan, then retrieved several wild mountain hares and the sand-spotted pheasant from the bottom of the basket. He cut half a rack of ribs from the roe deer, the prime cut of this meat. It tasted similar to lamb ribs but with a firmer texture. I won't be back for dinner tonight, Auntie. I'm heading into town. You and Father don't need to wait for me. Li Yulan was unaware of Lu Huixing's invitation to dinner. She only reminded him that it was getting late and to be careful on his way. Lian nodded, pushed his bicycle, and headed toward the county town. To make his trips back and forth easier, Lian had bought a brand new bicycle, which had been the envy of the village for quite some time. In those days, owning even one bicycle was a big deal. Even among the factory's permanent employees, he'd never heard of anyone buying 2 bikes at once. By the time Lian reached the law enforcement office, the sun was already halfway down the sky, with only the distant crimson clouds clinging stubbornly to the horizon. Anzi, you're finally here. Comrade Chen Hao and I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Lu Huixing sprang up from the sofa as soon as he saw Lian approaching. His expression was genuinely anxious, confirming that he had something urgent to discuss. Lian bowed apologetically. I meant to bring something, but got held up with other matters and ended up making a trip to the mountains. We'll have this for dinner tonight. Saying this, Lian gestured toward the burlap sack beside him, its exterior already nearly saturated with blood. Lu Huixing had noticed it the moment Lian arrived, but since Lian hadn't mentioned it, he hadn't felt comfortable opening it. Is that a roe deer? Lu Huixing eyed Lian skeptically. Sika deer meat was practically worthless in Qixian County, probably cheaper than pork. But Chen Hao's eyes lit up instantly. His family was in business, and these southerners were notoriously particular about food. Hearing that Lian had brought a wild roe deer immediately piqued his interest. He clasped his hands in a bow as he spoke. It seemed Brother Lian was just as Lu had described, a young man not to be underestimated. All right, let's go. I've reserved a private room at the state-run restaurant. We'll eat and talk there. Lu Huixing had already reserved a room at the state-run restaurant. Before Lian arrived, he and Chen Hao seemed to be discussing something. Having roe deer meat is perfect. Let Comrade Chen Hao sample our Northeast signature divine beast. After he finished speaking, the group burst into laughter simultaneously. Chen Hao clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to the two men. I've long heard of Northeast Sika deer. Never imagined I'd get to taste it today. If I can bring some back, I'll brag to my friends at home. Just wonder if I can take enough for them to try too. His gaze then shifted to Lian, who paused briefly before nodding quickly. Brother Hao, try it first. If you like it, I've got half a side at home, no problem bringing it back. Sika deer isn't exactly rare. Whenever you fancy some, I can hunt it fresh from the mountains. Chen Hao chuckled at Lian's words. By then, the three had arrived at the state-run restaurant. The waitress, recognizing Lu Huixing, hurried over to greet them. Director Lu, you're finally here. Our manager has been thinking about you. The waitress looked to be in her 30s, but she was well preserved. Her long hair was neatly pinned up, giving her a crisp, efficient air. At that time, waitstaff at state-run restaurants differed from their later private sector counterparts. It was considered a secure job, and those employed here had connections to some degree. However, with the rapid rise of private enterprises after the reform and opening up, state-run hotels began to operate at a loss and gradually faded into history. The waitress treated Lu Huixing and Li Dabiao with completely different attitudes. Just as she herself had said, Li Dabiao would always be someone beneath her notice. Lu Huixing responded with a cheerful chuckle. Please convey my regards to your manager. When I have time, I'll treat him to a meal personally. Alright, I'll pass your regards to our manager. Now, I'll have someone bring your meal. This private room was on the second floor, featuring a square table not too large, easily seating 5 or 6. A traditional Chinese painting hung in the center, flanked by a portrait of Chairman Mao. Lu Huixing's words carried hidden meaning. Had he been the one hosting today, he would have simply said, "When your director has time, come down for a drink sometime." Having worked in this industry for years, the waiter would relay Lu Huixing's words to the director, who would understand the implication. Once the meal was served, they would ensure no one disturbed the room, lest it cause displeasure. As they were leaving, the waiter picked up the roe deer ribs and took them to the kitchen for preparation. Soon, the dishes began arriving, 5 or 6 in total, scattered across the table. Most featured distinctive northeastern ingredients. 2 bottles of Lai Mao liquor sat in the center. Lian opened them and poured full glasses for both men. Finally, he poured himself a glass and turned his gaze to Lu Huixing. "Anzi, let me introduce you. This gentleman, Mr. Chen Hao, is Chen Mier's older brother. Inviting you here today is partly to express our gratitude." Chapter 136, Partnership Sealed. The 2 men shook hands. "Mr. Li, when I visited your home the other day, there were quite a few people present, so I didn't get a chance to speak with you much. Please forgive me for that. Here, please accept this token of appreciation from our family. I hope you'll accept it." As he spoke, Chen Hao retrieved a briefcase from beneath the table. Lian took it, weighing it in his hands. It felt quite substantial. "Mr. Chen, there's no need for such formality. I believe anyone in your position would have done the same." He made no attempt to avoid the appearance of impropriety. With no outsiders present, he opened the black briefcase to reveal a neatly stacked bundle of large bills. At a glance, there were easily 4 or 5,000 yuan. Lu Huixing was startled by the sight. 4 or 5,000 yuan lay casually in Chen Hao's hand, money that had been left in the lobby of their law enforcement office when the 2 had gone out earlier. Most people would have clutched it like a precious treasure, but Chen Hao seemed utterly unconcerned. This is far too valuable, Mr. Chen. You really should take it back." Lian quickly zipped the bag shut, glancing nervously outside. Even if he emptied his entire savings, he wouldn't have this much money. Seeing Lian's refusal, Chen Hao took a drag on his cigarette and smiled. "Mr. Lian, there's no need to decline so hastily. Chen Mier is my cousin, sent by our family to investigate the Northeast market. The family takes any incident here very seriously. This amount of money is nothing. Besides, I invited you here today for another matter." As he said this, he casually glanced at Lu Huixing, who slapped his forehead and stood up. "My memory. Brotherin, today you're in for a real treat. We'll get to sample some Western red wine. If you hadn't come today, I wouldn't have had the chance to try it." With that, Lu Huixing opened the door and walked out. Lian opened his mouth to stop him, but after a moment's thought, he sat back down without moving. Once Lu Huixing had exited and closed the door behind him, Chen Hao finally broached today's main subject. "To be honest, Mr. Lian, I came here not only to thank you for helping us find the murderer, but also for another matter. I've taken over Chen Mier's work and started investigating the Northeast market. Frankly, I'm not entirely confident about the Harbin area, so I'm thinking of developing things gradually here in Qixian County for now. Since I don't have many connections here, I'd like to ask Brother Lian for his help in breaking the ice." Lian understood Chen Hao's meaning perfectly. No one whose family had suffered a death in the city could afford to stay put. If any trouble arose, they wouldn't risk their own lives. Lian didn't speak, but paused thoughtfully. It seemed Mr. Chen intended to invest in Qixian County. Logically, this would be a tremendous opportunity for our county. Yet I'm merely a humble hunter in these endless mountains. What assistance could I possibly offer Mr. Chen? I fear I might only hinder his progress. Brother Lian, don't worry. Our business is leather goods. And when it comes to processing wild mountain mushrooms, I'm confident no one in Qi County could assist me better than you." Lian had initially assumed Chen Hao was eyeing the lucrative timber trade. After all, the wind was blowing in that direction. Even children by the roadside knew that peddling wood could bring in big money. But unexpectedly, he was eyeing the mountain wild game trade. Most merchants wouldn't give it a second glance. After all, a sack of mushrooms might fetch a few dozen yuan at best, and that profit had to be shipped all the way south. It was both troublesome and low margin. Yet Lian knew that with the nation's rapid development and increasingly convenient transportation, this wild game trade could be quite lucrative. Originally, he'd planned to visit Feng Shuren in the county seat about league-wise mushroom business, hoping to leverage his connections. After all, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had a fixed annual quota for purchasing these mountain delicacies. With such limited quantities, those without connections simply couldn't get their goods accepted. If he could open doors to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Li Guozi's business could take off in no time. Regardless of how much money he made, at the very least, he could build his reputation. Everyone would know he paid top prices and would naturally choose to sell to him. With time, the business would gradually flourish. But before he could even get started, disaster struck. Lian perked up. Boss Chen was eyeing the mountain goods. Everyone was scrambling for timber up there now. This deal was a long shot. If it didn't turn a profit, don't blame this little brother. Seeing Lian's reaction, Chen Hao knew he was onto something. He quickly waved his hands. Brother Lian, do you know why I don't deal in timber? Why? The timber trade may seem like a rising star, booming and thriving, revitalizing nearly half of Northeast China's economy like the morning sun. Countless people have struck it rich through this trade. Right now, anyone connected to timber hasn't been hurt to lose money. So why isn't Boss Chen jumping on that bandwagon? Instead, he's stuck in this troublesome, low-profit business. Chen Hao regarded Lian with a meaningful gaze, flicking cigarette ash from his finger. Lian always sensed a piercing clarity in that look, as if Chen could read his very thoughts. Brother Lian, if I told you this timber business looks to me like the dying glow of an old man's final breath, the last rays of a setting sun about to fade, would you believe me? Chen Hao's tone wasn't hurried, yet beneath its apparent calm lay an unshakable confidence. Lian rose from his seat, shaking his head with self-deprecating resignation. It seemed he had underestimated this man after all. Chen Hao wasn't someone reborn from another life. Nor was he someone raised in Northeast China who could predict future trends based solely on his economic judgment. Extending his right hand, he looked at Chen Hao with frankness. This subordinate will respectfully comply, though the specifics will still require Mr. Chen's guidance. As their hands clasped, Lu Huixing entered from outside. He carried a long wooden box, presumably containing the Western wine mentioned earlier. After 2008, such red wine had become widely available domestically, even sold in various supermarkets. But in this era, it was truly a luxury item, one that could be enjoyed in southern regions. Yet in the information-isolated Northeast, many had never even seen it. Seeing the two of them affectionately clasping hands, Lu Huixing let out a couple of boisterous laughs. Well, I've only been gone a moment and you two are already acting like you've known each other forever. Hope you weren't up to anything behind my back. Ha! He seemed oblivious to what had transpired, waving them down to sit. Chen Hao personally poured wine and offered them a toast first. Thanks to Brother Lin's introduction, I got to have such a great chat with Brother Lian today. Once we reach the port, I'll personally host a grand feast for both of you. Chapter 137, The Down-and-Out Hu Jun. This private room had a window that offered a perfect view of the state-run restaurant's main hall. It was now dinner time, and guests were trickling in steadily, creating a bustling scene. After all, private restaurants didn't exist yet. If you wanted to dine out, you had no choice but to rely on these state-run establishments. And they closed on schedule unless you had special connections. They officially shut down at 8:30 sharp. Just as Lian was deep in conversation, he happened to glance toward the window. That single glance instantly made him frown. A man who looked to be in his 30s was kneeling before a table of diners, looking utterly disheveled. His hair hung in tangled strands, his clothes torn into rags. Bruises marred his body, evidence of repeated beatings. The diners before him brandished wooden chopsticks and other objects, shouting demands for their meals. No one paid the kneeling man any mind, yet he persisted in bowing his head relentlessly. The patrons at nearby tables shifted uneasily to the side, none willing to provoke this local thug. Only a few bolder spectators watched with relish. Lian frowned because this man was none other than his uncle Hu Jun, who had stolen money from his home just 2 days prior and fled. He knew exactly how rotten this man was, stealing money only to gamble it away. But he never imagined that in just 2 days, not only would 70 or 80 yuan be gone, but the man would end up like this. Gambling was a bottomless pit, no amount of savings could ever fill it. Brother Lu, you and Brother Chen go ahead and eat. I'm just heading to the restroom. Lian gave the two a nod, and they didn't think much of it, continuing their conversation. As he stepped out of the private room, the waiter spotted Lian and immediately responded. The manager had specifically instructed today that the guests in this room were not ordinary. They were told to keep a sharp eye on them and make absolutely no mistakes. Sir, where are you headed? Would you like me to show you the way? The waitress was a girl just over 20, with bright, dark eyes and 2 charming dimples that appeared when she smiled. Girls like her, working in such a place, were usually from wealthy families. Lian quickly thanked her. Could you find me a chair? I'd like to sit outside for a bit and get some fresh air. Lian's request caught the waitress off guard for a moment before she quickly assured him it was no problem. She promptly pulled a chair over from nearby. Lian thanked her and then fell silent, seemingly content to simply sit and relax. The waitress walked away, feeling a bit puzzled. The manager had specifically mentioned today that the guests at this table were not ordinary. But this young man seemed far too young, he looked even younger than her. She lingered a few extra moments on Lian's face, and soon a faint blush rose on her own cheeks. This young man was exceptionally handsome. Even through his coat, she could tell he must have a very strong build. Who wouldn't be drawn to someone this young, this good-looking, and seemingly quite capable? She thought of her parents nagging her about marriage day in and day out, giving her a headache. If her future husband could look like this, she'd be satisfied. Just as her thoughts drifted off, Lian's side stirred. The group calling out to eat was none other than Li Debao's crew. Little Lu from last time and several others were sitting beside Li Debao, playing rock paper scissors. Li Debao looked up and suddenly froze upon spotting Lian sitting by the bar counter. Brotherin! Li Debao, who had heard him speak, slapped him on the head. Enough with the Brother 7 and Brother 8 nonsense, Xiao Lu. You lost, so drink up. After speaking, he glanced in Lian's direction and quickly spotted him seated. He too froze for a moment, then burst into laughter and walked over. Brother-in, why didn't you say hello to your brother? Come over for a couple of drinks? No, today Chief Lu asked me to stay for dinner and discuss some matters. Oh, and I did mention that thing you told me about last time. But he didn't react much. You'll have to sound him out yourself to figure out what he really means. Li Dabao's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. As long as Lu Huaxing hadn't cursed him out, it was a good sign. He hadn't explicitly stated his stance, but that very silence was the best stance. Learning that Lian had been personally invited to dinner by Lu Huaxing, Li Dabao grew even more attentive. He thought to himself, seems I underestimated Lian's standing with Lu Huaxing. In the entire county of Qi, the number of people Lu Huaxing personally invited to dine could be counted on 2 hands. He cautiously moved closer to Lian. Brother-in, you're dining with Chief Lu in that room. Should I go over and offer a toast? Lian shook his head, then shot a meaningful glance sideways. See? Right next door at 108. Keep it low-key and quiet over here. Brother Lu is still in there talking business. Seeing the two deep in conversation, little Lu joined them. Boss, what's the chat about? Come drink with us. Brother-in's here. Perfect timing, let's all join in. No sooner had he shouted this than Li Dabao smacked him hard on the head. Shut the hell up, all of you. Shut the hell up. Seeing Li Dabao's dark expression, the previously boisterous group instantly fell silent. Once the commotion died down, Li Dabao turned his attention back to Lian. Hey, brother-in, I'll come over later to cover your tables tab. Thanks for today, I'll definitely buy you drinks another time. Lian nodded impassively, then sat back down on his stool, silent once more. The waitress who had just left stared at Lian in astonishment. She wondered what kind of person he was. Li Dabao, who had been so arrogant moments ago, had become so quiet after just a few words from him. At first, she'd assumed Lian was dining with his family, but she never imagined he possessed such influence. Hu Jun, who had been kowtowing, froze upon spotting Lian seated at the bar counter. He stared at Lian in utter disbelief, his mind going blank. Just as he was about to speak, one of the henchmen beside him delivered a kick straight to his head. What the hell are you babbling about? I'm telling you, if you don't pay up today, not even the King of Heaven himself could save you. Don't try to pull that crap on me. We signed and sealed the 330 yuan deal. Even if we took it to the authorities, it wouldn't matter. Kicked to the ground, Hu Jun's mouth trickled a thread of blood, but he crawled unhesitatingly to Li Dabao's feet. Brother Dabao, give me a chance to live. I really don't have that much money. Even if you beat me to death, I couldn't come up with it. Please, just give me a few more days. I swear I'll scrape it together. Li Dabao kicked him away again with utter disgust. You bastard. You just dirted my brand new leather shoes. Who's gonna give us a way out if everyone's like you? How are we supposed to survive? Extending the deadline isn't impossible, he said, giving a signal to his henchman beside him. The henchman nodded and pulled a curved blade from his waist, tossing it onto the ground. Cut off your own finger. One finger buys you a month. Do it. Chapter 138, Sobering Reality. Lu Huaxing. Hu Jun turned deathly pale at those words. He knew Li Dabao was ruthless. Those who owed him money and didn't pay rarely ended well. He backed away fearfully, shaking his head like a bobblehead. No, no. I can't lose my hand. Big brother Dabao, please give me one more chance. I swear I'll scrape together the money. I beg you. He tried to bow his head to the ground again, but Li Dabao had already grown impatient. He immediately ordered his henchman beside him. Get this disgusting pig out of here. Drag him aside. Don't let his blood splash on me and then get on Brother N's clothes. That'd be a real mess. At Li Dabao's command, 4 or 5 burly men rose from the table. Without another word, they grabbed Hu Jun and dragged him outside. Brother Dabao, I have money. I have money right now. He has money. Make him give it to you. Earlier, Hu Jun had been beaten into a daze, but now he finally snapped back to his senses. His good-for-nothing nephew seemed to know Li Dabao. Surely he could repay the debt. Seeing Hu Jun point at Lian, Li Dabao froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. He delivered another vicious kick to Hu Jun lying on the ground. Damn it, what the hell does Brother N's money have to do with you? Looks like you're tired of living. Xiao Lu, take some men and break 4 of his fingers to teach him how to behave. Got it, boss. Just watch my skills. He grabbed a curved knife from the table and wiped it across Hu Jun's body, scaring him so badly he nearly wet himself on the spot. Big Biao, Brother Lu. This guy really is loaded. We know him, he's my nephew. If we ask him to pay me back, he's definitely got the cash. He struggled free from the henchman holding him, crawled to Lian's feet, and clutched his legs to his chest. Anzi, save me. I shouldn't have stolen Kuan's money. I know I was wrong, I'll never gamble again. Please save me, I don't want to die. They'll really kill me. At this moment, Hu Jun cared nothing for his dignity. Kneeling before Lian, he wept uncontrollably, his face streaked with snot and tears. The way Hu Jun addressed Lian suggested they were actually acquainted, and Hu Jun even referred to Lian as his nephew. Li Dabao's heart sank. Could he really be this unlucky to have stumbled upon Lian's uncle? Seeing Xiao Lu looking just as flustered, Li Dabiao shot him a fierce glare. He thought to himself, why did you have to set this trap on Lian of all people? But Xiao Lu was inwardly cursing his luck too. Running a scam wasn't easy, and mishaps weren't something you could just brush off. Who knew who this loser really was? Is brother-in really your uncle? Li Dabiao whispered the question, still hoping for some way to salvage the situation. Lian slowly nodded his head. He knew it was over. If Lian said a few words to Lu Huaixing, his good days would be numbered. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Li Dabiao's forehead. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, he saw Lian shake his head. Don't laugh at me, brother Biao. But this guy stole 70 or 80 bucks from our house just a couple days ago. It pissed off the old man so bad he swore he'd cut ties with him. Nothing could stop him. So this guy's got nothing to do with me now. Do whatever you gotta do, brother Biao. I just came over to watch the show. Lian chuckled a few carefree, silly laughs. Li Dabiao finally understood why he'd been sitting in the living room all this time. He slapped Lian on the shoulder and joined in the laughter. Where'd that good-for-nothing kid even get all that cash? He asked. Well, wouldn't you know it, I managed to get it back for you. He shot a glance at Xiao Lu, who scurried over, fished a few large bills out of his pocket, and handed them to Lian. Brother-in, look, here's the money. I guarantee it's every single note your family lost. Not a penny less. Lian didn't even glance at them before pushing them back. You guys have all worked hard. Consider this my treat for dinner. If anything's lacking, please bear with me. Li Dabiao's laughter grew heartier, and his gaze toward Lian softened. Previously, he'd only given Lian face out of respect for Lu Huaixing, but after several encounters, he found himself increasingly impressed by this young man. Though he needn't have cared about his feelings, Lian consistently showed him every courtesy. A dragon isn't meant to stay in a pond. When storms come, it soars. That's exactly the kind of young man he was. Li Dabiao knew he was just a small-time player, but perhaps befriending someone like this was a blessing in itself. Xiao Lu turned his gaze toward Li Dabiao, who shot him a glare. What are you looking at? This money's from brother-in, just take it. But you'd better cover the tab later. Let the brothers have a good time tonight. Only after Li Dabiao spoke did Xiao Lu finally relax, tucking the money back into his pocket. Brother-in is a man of honor. From now on, if there's anything I can do for you, just ask. I'll do it without hesitation. What about this kid? He gestured toward Hu Jun, who stood frozen on the spot, his eyes now filled with utter despair. Li Dabiao waved dismissively. Didn't you hear, brother-in? Take him wherever he needs to go. Don't let him soil our clothes. Got it. Anzi, you can't do this. I'm your uncle. You can't just abandon me. But no matter how much Hu Jun screamed, Lian paid him no mind. He bid farewell to Li Dabiao and turned to enter his private room. Chan Hao, who had come from the south, wasn't much of a drinker to begin with. By now, he was already tipsy, slinging his arm around Lu Huaixing's shoulder and calling him brother. Lu Huaixing's eyes were also a bit glazed over. Seeing Lian return, he let out a couple of loud laughs. Anzi, what took you so long? You didn't fall for that waitress, did you? If you did, just give your big brother a heads up. I'll change my name and pull some strings with their manager for you. Lian could easily tell he was teasing. The red wine on the table was already empty. They'd opened another bottle of white, which was probably why they were drinking like this. Just ran into an old acquaintance and chatted for a bit, completely lost track of time. As for Li Dabiao outside, he didn't mention him. Soon, the three were drinking heartily again. Chan Hao, unable to hold his liquor, ended up sprawled across the table. Since the guesthouse wasn't far, Lu Huaixing used the landline to call the enforcement team and have someone safely escort Chen Hao back. He and Lian stood outside the state-run restaurant. From here, they could see a river said to connect with the Songhua River, one of the largest rivers in Qi County. Lu Huaixing pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and instinctively offered one to Lian. Suddenly remembering Lian didn't smoke, he put it in his own mouth instead. The drunken haze had completely vanished from his eyes. As the smoke curled upward, Lu Huaixing leaned against the riverside fence. Brother Lu, I thought you were genuinely drunk earlier. Looks like you can really hold your liquor. I'm feeling a bit woozy myself. Lu Huaixing shook his head and chuckled. After all these years in the county office, if a little booze could knock me out, I wouldn't have made it to chief. His expression turned serious. I saw you with Li Dabiao in the private room earlier. What's going on? Have you two become close now? Lian understood his meaning and quickly waved his hands. Seems nothing escapes brother Lu. Rest assured, I remember everything we discussed earlier. Chapter 139, Re-encounter with the Sable. Seeing that Lian didn't sound like he was lying, Lu Huaixing finally nodded. This Chen Hao is crucial to our Qi County. County party committee officials have already approached me multiple times about him. You know our county's economy ranks near the bottom even within the province.
Now that someone important is finally coming here, we absolutely must seize this opportunity.
Lu Huixing's brow furrowed slightly.
Though economic development had little to do with his law enforcement office, since they'd approached him,
he'd have to grit his teeth and get involved. With the reforms and opening up over the years, national subsidies had dwindled. Most support came in the form of policies, while local governments were left to plug the economic gaps that gradually emerged.
Lian didn't understand these complexities, but he knew that connecting with Chun Hao could open up new avenues for him. After chatting with Lu Huixing for a while, he prepared to head home. Though dusk had fallen, the moonlight bathed the land in a bright glow. The moon was enormous, illuminating the surroundings clearly even without streetlights. A gentle breeze blew, and by the time Lian reached home, the effects of the alcohol had largely worn off. Back home, he found Li Koen sleeping in the courtyard, wrapped in a quilt. Lian made a slight noise, causing Li Koen to sit up instantly. He was on high alert, as if a thief had entered, but upon recognizing Lian, he lay back down.
I thought a thief had come.
I drank quite a bit, so I'll head back to rest.
Lian nodded without comment,
but Li Koen couldn't keep living like this day after day.
He had to resolve the theft issue tomorrow, otherwise,
it would only wear Li Koen down sooner or later. Early the next morning, Lian called Li Yulan out of the kitchen. Auntie, when you go to help at Li Gui's place today, tell everyone.
Tomorrow we're going to my grandmother's house to check on the two elders. We might stay there for a couple of days, so I won't be able to help gather mushrooms for a while.
At the mention of Hu Jun's house, Li Yulan's expression darkened.
She slammed her rice bowl down on the table in a huff.
Anzi, haven't you seen how that beast Hu Jun enraged your father? Now you want to go to his place? Your father's temper has barely cooled. If we go, he'll just get worked up again. Seeing his aunt's anger,
Lian quickly stood up to help serve the dishes.
Hu Jun may be a good-for-nothing, but those two elders still talk about our family all the time. When we were poor, they helped us out a lot. Now that we're doing better, we can't forget them.
If there was anyone in this world whose feelings for him were the most genuine, it was these two elders. Hu Jun was a scoundrel who never married.
Naturally, Lian became the elders' chosen successor. Sadly, in Lian's memory, they passed away too soon.
Within just 2 years,
they departed one after the other. This time,
he was determined to repay them properly.
After Lian finished speaking, Li Yulan's expression eased slightly. She realized he had a point. Both elders were good people,
but having a son like Hu Jun must have caused them no end of suffering at home.
Fine, she conceded. But what does this have to do with spreading rumors at Li Gui's house? Why not just tell Gui's wife directly? Why make it public knowledge? Lian smiled but said nothing.
He had his own plans.
After breakfast,
he headed back up the mountain.
Today, he finally arrived at the crack of dawn.
The trees were full of gray squirrels,
and many mushroom pickers had brought slingshots, hoping to knock a couple down for a special treat. Before,
few in the village used slingshots, they were seen as mere children's toys. But ever since word spread that Lian had become a seasoned hunter in the mountains using just a slingshot,
now, almost everyone heading up the mountain carried a slingshot. Unfortunately, hunting with a slingshot required real skill. They didn't catch much, but the occasional success only made the pursuit more enjoyable.
Slingshots were incredibly cheap to make. Just snag a branch from a tree,
attach a rubber band or a piece of old tire, and you were good to go. Some bought steel pellets, while others, unwilling to spend those few cents, simply used pebbles instead. The small size of the pellets didn't interfere with their work.
By the time they reached the cactus grove from the forest edge,
Lian had already bagged 7 or 8 gray squirrels,
while Doozy had caught 2 wild rabbits. After stowing their haul in the cactus shelter, they prepared to scout the mountains.
The fish traps were useless now,
so they first checked the areas where they'd set the animal traps only to find nothing had been caught.
Perhaps it was simply too soon,
compounded by the fact that the nearby animals had been startled last time. It would likely take 2 or 3 days before any small creatures dared venture into this area again.
Doozy led the way ahead while Lian kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. With Doozy around, they weren't worried about encountering dangerous beasts.
But in this wild wilderness,
traps could be hidden anywhere. They couldn't risk getting hurt. As Lian cautiously moved forward, Doozy suddenly halted,
its eyes fixed warily on the grassy meadow ahead.
Just as Lian was about to move closer for a better look,
a purple flash shot out from the grassy area and flew past them.
Seeing the shadow, Lian instantly drew his slingshot, firing 2 steel pellets in quick succession. Neither struck the purple figure. Slippery as an eel, it vanished from Lian's sight in the blink of an eye. With Lian's tacit permission, Doozy began frantically burrowing forward.
If he could just hold the prey in place,
it would buy Lian enough time.
Lian clutched several steel pellets in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the spot where the figure had vanished. Though it vanished in the blink of an eye,
Lian had clearly identified it as a purple sable. This creature was incredibly valuable. Back when Li Ji-gang and the two thugs had cornered it, they'd caught a purple sable, wondered if this was the same one. Who cares? This thing could fetch at least 300 or 400 yuan. The sable scrambled frantically through the trees, while Lian fired steel pellets relentlessly. He had to keep hitting it or risk losing it entirely. Doozy charged ahead, with Lian hot on its heels. Don't let its small size fool you, this thing had a vicious temper. Its claws and teeth were razor sharp. If it got its claws into you, it could leave a bloody hole in an instant. Chapter 140, Mountain Rescue. The sable was leaping through the trees when Lian seized his chance, firing a slingshot pellet squarely into its back. The impact sent it tumbling from the branches. Wounded, the sable let out a frantic, piercing scream. Doozy, right behind it, reacted with lightning speed and lunged forward. Spotting a nearby tree stump, the weasel darted inside without hesitation. Doozy, missing its target, tried to squeeze into the stump too, but the opening was barely large enough for its own head. As Doozy's snout blocked the entrance, the weasel began wildly clawing at him. After 2 scratches, Doozy yelped and retreated, 2 bloody streaks across his face. He'd pulled back just in time, otherwise the weasel might have gouged out his eyes. When Lian arrived, Doozy was circling the bush, itching for another go. Inside the thicket, the sable stood on its hind legs, waving its front paws and squeaking frantically, seemingly trying to scare Doozy away. Seeing this, Lian instantly calmed down. The shrub had only one entrance and no exit. The weasel couldn't escape, catching it was merely a matter of time. Despite its fierce demeanor, the sable was undeniably adorable, its fur glossy and sleek. No wonder so many prized its pelt, it looked simply exquisite. Lian pondered how to capture it with minimal damage. Ruining the pelt would make it worthless. He tentatively reached into the thicket, trying to grab the weasel by the scruff of its neck. The moment his hand entered, it lashed out wildly, clawing and scratching. Fortunately, Lian was prepared, otherwise, it would have torn his hand to shreds. After several failed attempts, Lian simply took off his coat. He reached into the thicket, using the fabric as protection, no longer afraid of whatever tricks the sable might try. After all, it was only a coat worth 4 or 5 yuan, even if ruined by the sable. He could mend it and wear it again. Sure enough, once wrapped in the coat, the sable instantly lost its bearings. It began thrashing wildly, but Lian wasn't about to give it that chance. With lightning-fast reflexes, he grabbed it by the back of the neck and hoisted it off the ground. Damn, it was heavy. This weasel easily weighed at least 10 pounds. The little beast was fiercely aggressive, still wriggling violently even in Lian's grasp. If not for the clothes restraining it, it would have wriggled free by now. Lian swiftly raised his knife and put it out of its misery. The meat of this purple weasel wasn't worth much. It tasted no better than common weasel. The real value lay in its fur. Seeing Lian's success, Doozy cheered excitedly on the ground. He kept licking the blood dripping onto the ground from the weasel. Lian tossed the weasel into his backpack and headed back to the cactus. He swiftly skinned the weasel. The fur felt incredibly smooth in his hands. He turned to ask Chen how much he could get for it. Seeing Doozy's eager expression, he tossed the entire mink carcass to him. After receiving the food, Doozy carried it off to a corner and began devouring it with gusto. He tore into the weasel meat with such force it seemed like he was venting his frustration over the 2 scratches it had left on his face. It was still early, and Lian had no intention of heading back yet. After all, he ought to bring something when visiting his grandmother's house. He carefully stored the stripped sable fur and called out to Doozy, who was still eating. How long has it been? And you're almost done with this thing? Seeing half of it already gone into Doozy's belly, Lian quickly pulled him aside. Alright, Doozy, don't eat too much. We still have to keep going up the mountain. Unless special circumstances arose, hunters never let their dogs eat too much before a hunt. Overfeeding would slow them down. Keeping them half full actually sharpened their instincts. Daodu, dragged away by Lian by his tail, didn't seem upset. He turned back and shook his head at Lian. Alright, save the rest for later. Let's head up the mountain and see if there's anything else worth hunting. Seeing Doozy devour his meal so heartily made Lian feel peckish too. He pulled a bean bun from his chest and ate it as they walked. As he continued walking forward, he suddenly heard a woman's cry coming from ahead. Logically, he was just a short distance away from the deep mountain wilderness. Most people wouldn't venture this far, let alone a woman. Just as Lian thought he must have misheard, the voice called out again. Sanhwa, Sanhwa, can you hear me? Realizing someone was indeed speaking, Lian's expression turned serious. The voice didn't seem close, likely coming from the grassy meadow beyond the second ridge. Once past that ridge, the deep mountains began. The old folks said these mountains had 5 ridges. The first lay just below the village, and crossing it meant entering the mountains. The second pass lay farther away, beyond it lay the deep mountains. Last time Song Ao got mauled by a bear. It happened not long after crossing the second pass. The third pass marked the true wilderness. Even the most seasoned mountain folk never ventured beyond it. Most seasoned mountain men who frequently roamed the hills stopped right there and couldn't go further. As for the fourth and fifth ridges, they hold no trace of human presence. Beyond the third ridge, even those who live in the mountains year-round lose their sense of direction, making escape nearly impossible. Even traveling straight in the correct direction takes 4 or 5 days. A single misstep could mean never finding your way out. Even the old man from my past life only ever reached the edge of the fourth barrier, and he bragged about it for nearly his entire life. Hearing the urgency in the voice, Leon feared someone was in trouble. Without hesitation, he abandoned his hunt and hurried over with Duzzy. Sanwa, can you hear me? Sis, why'd you come this way? Keep going and you'll cross the second pass. There's tons of wild beasts out there. You gotta turn back now. As he approached, Leon finally got a clear look at the man. He appeared to be in his 30s, clearly a simple mountain villager, but his face was etched with panic. Spotting Leon, he seemed to find his anchor. Finally unable to hold back, he burst into tears. His hands clutched Leon's clothes tightly, refusing to let go. Leon was certain this man wasn't from his own village, otherwise, he wouldn't have had no recollection of him whatsoever. Calm down, sister. Tell me what's wrong. Did you get lost in the mountains? The man appeared deeply shaken, his entire body trembling visibly. Young man, my husband and I came out hunting, she began, her voice breaking. I thought staying close would help, but we got separated. I have no idea where I am. I've been wandering these mountains for 2 days. Finally, someone. She wept as she spoke, judging by her haggard appearance. She must have suffered greatly these past 2 days. Leon reached out and draped his coat over the woman. Late autumn was approaching, and the mountains were unbearable at night. He couldn't imagine how she'd endured these 2 days. Chapter 141, Zhang Pao's wife. He had to admit she was bold. Women venturing into these mountains were a rare sight. While some women were tough enough to follow their husbands into the hills, they usually started from familiar forests and worked their way deeper. This woman, however, seemed to be accompanying her husband into the mountains for the very first time. To venture so deep into the wilderness, Leon couldn't decide whether to call her bold or simply a tigress. Looks like today's hunt was off, but luckily they'd bagged a sable, a few gray squirrels, and some wild mountain rabbits to pad the haul. She first led the man into the cactus grove. All along the way, she'd been trembling violently. At first, seeing someone had excited her, and she'd run to Leanne's side, but she quickly sensed something was off. After wandering these mountains for 2 days, she had no idea where she was. She couldn't tell if this man was friend or foe. Her guard rose instantly. Deep in these mountains, if anything happened, no one would ever know. Only after reaching the cactus grove and seeing Leon show no signs of ill intent did her expression ease considerably. Leon poured her a cup of hot water from the teapot. Sis, have some hot water to warm yourself up. I'll pack our things, and then we'll head down the mountain. After their brief time together, Leon learned the woman's name was Wang Fengxia, from Hushan village. He knew of that village, but it was quite a distance from theirs. No wonder she'd been wandering the mountains for 2 days. After drinking the hot water, Wang Fengxia's body stopped shaking so violently. These past 2 days in the mountains had terrified her. At night, she could only rest by climbing up into the trees, listening to the howls of wild beasts echoing through the forest. She had barely slept. Now, her body felt utterly drained. Fortunately, luck had been on her side. She hadn't encountered any ferocious beasts in the mountains, or she truly wouldn't have made it out alive. The Sanwa she'd called out earlier was his household nickname. Being the third son in his family, everyone privately called him Sanwa Z. Speaking of Shanhetan, I actually know a gunner there. You might even know him. Sister. Hearing Wang Fengxia's stomach growl, Leon pulled 2 bean buns from his chest and handed them to her. Wang Fengxia accepted them with a touch of embarrassment and began devouring them in big bites. She'd been starving these past 2 days. The food she'd brought up the mountain had long since been eaten, and she hadn't even had a single sip of water in all that time. When Leon mentioned he knew someone in Shanhutan, Wang Fengxia's eyes lit up. There's nothing like talking about a shared acquaintance to break the ice. If both parties know the same person, the connection feels different. It's like when you're working away from home and suddenly mention someone you both know in a new environment, your rapport instantly deepens. You mean that guy? You don't know that I practically know every blaster in our village? After all, my husband's in that line of work. Leon nodded. Do you know Zhang Pao? I recall him mentioning his family is from Shanhutan. Wang Fengxia froze at his words. Zhang Pao? You mean that winky hunter? Leon nodded. Seems Zhang Pao's quite well known. You see him at the county collection station, and lots of folks recognize him. It's no surprise everyone in the same village knows each other. We've crossed paths a few times ourselves. I was actually planning to pay him a visit soon. Before Leon could finish, Wang Fengxia cut him off. Young man, if you're talking about the right person, that would be our husband. Surprise and delight flashed in Wang Feixia's eyes. Her words caught Lian off guard. Could it really be such a coincidence? Sis, don't try to pull a fast one on me. Shanhetan has a decent-sized population. There must be a few hunters surnamed Zhang. How can you be so sure we're talking about the same guy? Wang Fengxia chuckled twice. Young man, if you're talking about someone else, I can't be sure. But if you mean the one from the Awenki tribe, then it has to be my husband. The Awenki don't have Han surnames. They gradually came down from the mountains and integrated into our lives. They adopted the surname Zhang for convenience when others call them. In our village, we're the only Awenki family. My husband is the third son, so I used to call him third son. His two older brothers also hunt for a living, but they rarely interact with outsiders and never adopted the Zhang surname. So yes, this person must be my husband. By the time Wang Fengxia finished explaining, Lian was already certain. He never imagined the world could be this small. Rescuing someone at random turned out to be Zhang Pao's wife. Along the way, Lian recounted how he'd met Zhang Pao, and when he mentioned nearly mistaking Zhang Pao for a roe deer, Wang Fengxia burst into laughter. This woman had always been a straightforward sort, though she'd been through quite a scare recently. She was much like Li Shufan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed the old man into the mountains to hunt. When the two returned home, Li Yulan was sitting down to dinner. Seeing Lian bring in a woman, she looked surprised. Anzi, who is this? Lian recounted his encounter with Wang Fengxia on the mountain. Upon learning she was Zhang Pao's wife, Li Yulan's demeanor softened considerably. Sister Fengxia, you must have endured hardships up on the mountain. Quickly, have some warm meat soup to warm yourself up. Li Yulan ladled a bowl of greyhound meat soup from the pot, topped with generous mushrooms. The aroma alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. After leaving the mountains, Wang Fengxia had become much happier, but upon seeing Li Yulan bring her food, she quickly waved it off. No need, sister. Brother-in already did me an immense favor by bringing me out of the mountains. Besides, he gave me some bean buns earlier, so I'm not hungry now. My family must be worried sick these past 2 days since I've been gone. I need to hurry back and let them know I'm safe. Wang Fengxia spoke with evident urgency. She'd been separated from Zhang Pao for 2 days in the mountains. Who knew how worried he must be by now? Eat up, sister. There's no rush. Don't starve yourself on the road. Those 2 bean buns won't last you long. I happen to have a bicycle at home. I'll ride you there myself. It won't take long. Lian set his bamboo basket down in the courtyard. Seeing the two of them refuse, Wang Fengxia had no choice but to finish what was in her bowl. Lian was already waiting at the door. Before leaving, he fetched some to buy 2 milk candies from inside. With children at home, he always kept a supply on hand. Hearing Wang Fengxia mention she had 2 boys herself, he figured with Zhang Pao's skills, their family surely wasn't short of food. These candies would make a nice little gift for the kids.